Lin Feng had never regarded the metallic bracelet he procured for 50 yuan from a street vendor with any seriousness. It could neither unlock doors nor measure heart rates, its sole feature being that it had endured 3 days of sanding without a single scratch. It was not until that tempestuous night, when the bracelet suddenly radiated heat, that it ensnared him into a bizarre and surreal dream. Within this dream lay a battlefield still shrouded in the remnants of smoke. Fractured alloy pipelines oozed a ghostly blue coolant, while the half-destroyed remains of robots clutched energy cores the size of grenades. Gazing upwards, he beheld countless fragments of warships floating in the dimly crimson expanse of space, the largest resembling a slanted mountain, its scorched hull still aglow with embers. As he tread upon crystalline shards akin to broken glass, he realized that beneath him lay a technological metropolis larger than 3 cities combined. The metallic doors of research facilities twisted into helixes, and the specimens of unknown organisms in transparent incubation chambers had long since solidified, while on the flickering screen of the central control room, a line of pulsating alien script gradually faded away. What sent chills down his spine was when his gaze crossed the shattered city walls in the dream, revealing 2 utterly distinct planets suspended in the void, one enveloped in a verdant atmosphere, the other resembling a gnawed apple, with half of its crust mysteriously vanished. Upon awakening, he noticed that the inner side of the bracelet bore a line of text comprehensible to Earthlings. Coordinates synchronized. Lin Feng stared out at the bustling city beyond his window, suddenly overcome by a shiver. He could not discern whether this dream was a memory of the bracelet or a form of warning. Yet, he understood clearly that the junk he had salvaged from the street vendor was pulling him into a vortex far beyond his imagination. Chapter 67. The first practical combat weld of the new ship. In the deep winter of the year 738, unprecedented energy turbulence emerged at the edge of the Crab Nebula. This turbulence was interspersed with fragments of dark matter, their trajectories forming a spiral angle of 31 degrees, a precise match for the most dangerous entries in the biological chips database of unknown threats. Lin Feng stood before the main control console of the dual bridge, observing the incessantly blinking warning signals on the star map, and suddenly recalled the words of his mentor from the research phase. The finest designs are only deemed complete after enduring the trials of the cosmos. The biological chip completed its threat analysis in 0.03 seconds. The screen automatically presented 3 response strategies. Plan 1 continued the main cannon suppression mode of the God of the North Wind. Plan 2 adopted the Stardust welding defense of the temporal number, while Plan 3 was a new strategy autonomously generated by the chip that allocated the dual-engine power in a ratio of 7.31 to 1, directing the main pipeline to output energy to form a barrier, while the secondary pipeline released memory factors from the gene solution in synchrony, allowing dark matter fragments to temporarily remember a safe trajectory. Next to the core parameters of this plan was a small note: Fusion Omega, adaptive characteristics of Gene 31. The new apprentice's palm pressed against the control panel of the secondary bridge, causing the panel's temperature to instantaneously rise to 37°C, the critical activation temperature for the gene solution. The boy felt a strong resonance between the scar on his palm and the energy flow of the ship. This resonance was transmitted through the biological chip to every chamber, as the stardust welding fabric suddenly shimmered with a pale gold hue. The gene double helix symbols on its surface beginning to rotate, the angle gradually increasing from 31 degrees to 73.1 degrees, perfectly covering the trajectory of the dark matter fragments. Chapter 16. Calibration amidst turbulence. As the legacy entered the energy turbulence, Lin Feng detected a subtle deviation. The predicted impact point of the fragments by the biological chip diverged from the actual trajectory by 0.31 millimeters. This discrepancy arose from a sudden amplification of the magnetic field within the turbulence, and the chip's original data did not account for such extreme environmental parameters. Manual correction, he shouted into the microphone, simultaneously pressing the cooperative adjustment key for the main and secondary pipelines. The new apprentice's actions were 0.1 seconds faster than the chip. He increased the flow rate of the gene solution in the secondary pipeline by 31, instantly surpassing the threshold for memory factor concentration, causing the trajectory of the dark matter fragments to deviate just before contacting the stardust welding fabric. This corrective action was recorded in real time by the biological chip, and a red annotation immediately appeared next to the parameters of Plan 3 on the screen. In extreme magnetic field environments, the concentration of a gene solution must be raised to the critical value of 7.31. The handwriting of this annotation bore an uncanny resemblance to the style of corrections in Lin Feng's research notes. Floating in the heart of the turbulence was a colossal memory glass meteorite. The etchings on its surface recorded a sequence of images. Before the destruction of the technological city, his mentor stood before the design schematics of the God of the North Wind, telling the young Lin Feng, Do not fear correcting designs. Just as one must adjust the welding rod's angle during repairs, the changes in the universe serve as the best overseers. In the final moments of the footage, his mentor circled a question mark in red next to the main cannon parameters on the design, precisely where Lin Feng had initially increased the elevation angle by 0.001 degrees. Lin Feng commanded the stardust welding fabric of the legacy to gently touch the meteorite, and the fabric immediately revealed the internal structure of the meteorite. At its core lay an unactivated shard of genetic ice vault containing 731 unidentified gene samples. As the biological chip analyzed the samples, it suddenly updated the threat characteristic database, erasing the previous 0.31 mm error entirely. A new rule emerged in the chip's decision-making logic. When unknown gene samples exist, automatically reserve 31 parameter redundancy. Chapter 17. Class within the Stardust. After emerging from the energy turbulence, the legacy underwent repairs on the far side of a small asteroid. The new apprentice noticed that a thin layer of ice had formed on the exterior of the main cannon's cooling pipeline, the shape of the ice's cracks perfectly mirroring the 31-degree angle he had drawn when first learning to use the welding gun. The boy suddenly recalled Lin Feng's words. Every mark on a machine tells you its needs. He retrieved the plasma welding gun and adjusted the nozzle according to the angle of the cracks. As the blue flame made contact with the ice layer, the biological chip projected a sequence of images. It was the very scene of the boy repairing solid welds, yet at that moment, the welding marks in the footage perfectly aligned with the cracks in the pipeline. This was the chip's teaching mode. Lin Feng approached, pointing at the parameters displayed synchronously on the screen, which recorded each individual's operational habits and would transform into the finest teaching material when needed. He encouraged the new apprentice to attempt modifying the design parameters of the cooling system. The boy reshaped the circulation path of the gene solution into the leaf vein structure of stardust seedlings, resulting in a 17 increase in cooling efficiency, precisely mirroring the enhancement Lin Feng achieved during his initial breakthrough in energy circulation efficiency. Upon confirming the parameters, the ship emitted a soft chime, and a new gene marker appeared in the biological chip's repository. Omega 732. Within the caves of the asteroid, they discovered a naturally formed stardust crystal. The refracted light from the crystal painted a complete star map on the rock wall, depicting not only the coordinates of the technological city, but also the location of their new home, alongside the recently traversed energy turbulence region. Most astonishingly, the edges of the star map continually generated new coordinates, each angle measuring 31.731 degrees, the angle of the legacy's welds, representing the intersection of the past and the future. Chapter 18. The Twin Logs. On the return journey, Lin Feng's research notes and the legacy's navigation logs synchronized automatically. The red annotations in the notes corresponded perfectly with the practical data in the logs. Dynamic power regulation withstood a momentary impact of 7,310 megawatts during the turbulence. The gene solution of the dual pipeline system successfully repaired 31-minute cracks in the pipelines. And the autonomous decision-making accuracy of the biological chip reached 99.69, leaving the remaining 0.31 as the portion manually corrected by the new apprentice. On the final page of the log, the new apprentice sketched a simple drawing. On the hull of the legacy, golden welds connected the silhouettes of the temporal number and the god of the north wind. At the end of the welds, countless small welding guns shimmered within the stardust. Next to the drawing, he inscribed a phrase. Today, I finally understand that legacy is not merely about remembering the past. It is about allowing the wisdom of the past to take on new forms in our hands. As the ink of this phrase dried, the stardust automatically inscribed a symbol beside it. On the weld of 31 degrees, roots of double helices began to sprout. As the legacy entered the orbit of their new home, children on the planet raised mini welding guns, creating a massive, welcoming symbol on the ground. The angle of this symbol deviated by no more than 0.31 degrees, resonating across time and space with the welds of the legacy. Lin Feng gazed at the scene outside the porthole, suddenly realizing that on the screen of the biological chip, the image of his mentor overlapped with the smiling faces of the children, as the image of his mentor addressed the camera. Look, the welds of the universe have always been forged from generation to generation. The chapter of continuity, a design without an endpoint. On the first day of the year 739, the legacy embarked on its maiden voyage. Its destination was a completely blank area on the star map, where the coordinates were generated by the biological chip based on the exploratory desires of the 731 gene samples. Lin Feng handed his research notes to the new apprentice, leaving a large blank space on the final page, with only a note in the corner stating, "The next chapter should be written by one who can make the starship grow new welds." The first symbol drawn by the new apprentice on the blank page was a rotating double helix, each turn marked with a welding gun angle, 31 degrees, 73.1 degrees, 31.731 degrees. The curve formed by these angles perfectly matched the trajectory of the Legacy as it exited the Crab Nebula. As the pen lifted from the page, stardust suddenly surged from the notes, composing a dynamic design on the cabin wall. Beside the Legacy in the illustration, there appeared a smaller starship, its weld angles reflecting the 31 degrees drawn by the children on the ground. Lin Feng stood before the porthole, observing as two celestial bodies gradually drew nearer in his field of vision. He understood that the design of the inheritance would never truly be complete, much like the fissures of the universe eternally await new welds. The schematics of the starship would continue to evolve in the hands of successive generations. The warmth of memories concealed within the design, the intricate codes woven from genes and stardust, the 31-degree welds and double helix trajectories would ultimately transform into new coordinates, new narratives, and new light awaiting to be welded upon the more distant star maps. Chapter 68. The Future of Starships Under the Child's Welding Gun. In the year 740 of the stellar calendar, during the season of Stardust, the children of the new homeland embarked on their starship design classes. The youngest among them was named Xing, who held a miniature welding gun crafted from redundant materials of the inheritance's biological chip. The angle of the gun's nozzle was deliberately adjusted by Lin Feng to 31 degrees, identical to the tools used by the apprentices in their initial welding endeavors. As Xing sketched the first imagined vessel in the stardust sand, the grains of sand spontaneously coalesced, correcting the crooked hull into a perfect streamlined shape. The elevation angle of the main cannon was precisely 73.1 degrees. The biological chip of the inheritance captured this moment in its orbit. The chip translated the children's doodles into three-dimensional models, auto-annotating the core parameters with the corresponding gene samples. Xing's design of the Starry Sky ship integrated the engine design talent of Gene Omega, number 73, while the floral ship designed by the girl with braided pigtails, Xiaoya, embodied the ecological perception abilities of Gene Omega, number 131. Remarkably, all models showcased energy cores exhibiting a double helix structure, with a spiral angle of 31.731 degrees, forming a precise generational resonance with the welding angles of the inheritance. Lin Feng stood atop the observation tower, watching as the children cheered around the Stardust models. At that moment, his pocket watch projected the final image of his mentor. In the square of the technological city, a young Lin Feng squatted on the ground alongside his mentor, drawing starships with a twig. Her finger gently tapped on the back of his hand, urging him to remember. The future of the universe lies in the angles at which children first depict star maps, she had said. As the image faded, the watch's hands halted at 1731, perfectly synchronized with the time the children of the new homeland finished their class. Chapter 19. Practical Testing of Child Designs. Suddenly, a faint distress signal emanated from the Crab Nebula. The signal source was an antiquated exploration vessel, ensnared in a labyrinth composed of stardust and ice crystals. The angles of the labyrinthine passages fluctuated continuously, yet remained confined between 31 degrees and 73.1 degrees, precisely the optimal navigation angle range annotated in the children's designs. Lin Feng made a bold decision to involve the children's star models in the formulation of the rescue plan. The model of the starry sky was input into the biological chip of the inheritance. The concept of the elastic hull designed by Xing exhibited remarkable efficacy. The hull could automatically expand and contract according to the passage angles, with a ratio of 7.31 to 1, perfectly aligning with the growth patterns of stardust seedlings. Xiaoya's floral ship model provided an ecological navigation solution, utilizing the latent plant genes within the stardust to carve out a luminous path through the maze, with the wavelength of the light band entirely matching the energy characteristics of Gene Omega, number 131. As the inheritance navigated the maze according to the children's design parameters, the biological chip suddenly issued a prompt. All the angles of the passageways turning points corresponded precisely with the error margins of the children's crooked lines. Lin Feng suddenly realized that his mentor had preserved the children's doodles precisely to navigate the randomness of the cosmic environment. The pursuits of adult design demand precision, while the imagination of children inherently allows for error, much like stardust seedlings that always find a way to grow through the crevices of stone. After the successful rescue, the captain of the old exploration vessel gazed at the star map of the inheritance and suddenly recognized the trajectory designed by the children. This was the long-lost navigation method for the stardust maze of the technological city. He pointed at the double helix flight path on the screen, recalling his mentor's words that such navigation requires both the rigor of an engineer and the intuition of a child. This statement prompted the new apprentice to remember that his most fluid welds often occurred when he unconsciously mimicked the gestures of children drawing star maps. Chapter 20. Intergenerational Transmission of Genes and Design. In the genetic laboratory of the new homeland, a special report was being generated. The report documented the correlation between the children's design talents and the corresponding gene samples, revealing that Xing's sensitivity to energy conduits matched gene omega, number 73, with an astounding accuracy of 99.69, while Xiaoya's intuitive design of ecological pods aligned with gene omega, number 131, at 73.1. Most astonishingly, all the children instinctively avoided the obtuse angle of 31 degrees during their designs, a detail that corresponded precisely with the design flaws revealed during the technological city incident, as if the genes were imparting lessons through the memory of design. Lin Feng appended a note at the conclusion of the report. The legacy of design is the overt expression of genes upon the star map. He stored the report in the future archives of the biological chip, the password for which comprised the three angles most frequently occurring when children drew starships: 31, 73.1, and 31.731. Upon entering the password, the archive suddenly illuminated, revealing the children's design enlightenment manual that his mentor had long prepared. The final page of the manual bore a photograph. The children of the technological city gathered around their mentor, each holding a miniature welding gun identical to those of the children from the new homeland. The new apprentice led the children on a tour of the engine room of the inheritance. When Xing's palm made contact with the energy conduit, the conduit's temperature rose to 37 degrees Celsius, precisely matching the critical temperature for activating gene omega, number 73. The stardust flower that Xiaoya had planted in the ecological pod suddenly blossomed, its petal angles perfectly mirroring those of the porthole of her floral ship. Lin Feng observed this scene and promptly inscribed in the blank pages of his research notes: "The finest welds are those that allow the design talents within our genes to bloom amidst the starry skies." The eternal chapter, the star map, lacks a final page. In the year 745 of the stellar calendar, the first starship designed by children, the Starry Sky, officially set sail. The angle of its hull welds at 31.731 degrees not only paid homage to the inheritance, but also marked a new starting point for design. Xing stood before the control panel, his palm resonating with the energy flow of the vessel, this resonance perfectly synchronizing with the frequency Lin Feng had once tuned during the inheritance's testing. Xiaoya's floral ship became the ecological supply vessel for the new homeland, cultivating stardust flowers capable of predicting the monsoons of the Crab Nebula, with blooming occurring consistently on the 31st day of the stardust season. At this moment, Lin Feng's pocket watch came to a complete standstill, yet the star map on the inner lid sprang to life. The coordinates of the technological city, the location of the gene ice house, the planetary parameters of the new homeland, and the navigational routes designed by the children were all interconnected, forming a complete cosmic tapestry through golden welds. The edges of the tapestry continually birthed new coordinates, each accompanied by a small welding gun symbol, each varying in angle, yet all pointing in the same direction, towards the distant realms first envisioned by the mentor, Lin Feng, the new apprentice, and the children when they first drew starships. As the starry sky leapt from the Crab Nebula, a magnificent spectacle unfolded outside the porthole. Countless spectral forms of starships shimmered within the stardust, from the prototype of the mentor to the inheritance, and onward to the newly designed vessels by the children. The welds of all these hulls formed a luminous band, traversing the expanse of time. At the end of the light band, more stardust gathered, awaiting to be shaped by new welding guns. As the mentor had said, the cosmic star map will never have a final page. As long as there are those who lift their welding guns, new coordinates, new welds, and new light will emerge. This is the ultimate legacy of design. Chapter 69, Beyond Stardust, the coordinates of new civilizations. In the year 750 of the stellar calendar, a previously unrecorded energy ripple emerged at the periphery of the Crab Nebula. The frequency of this ripple was exceptional, encapsulating the dual helix vibrational characteristics of human genes while intertwining with a strange pulse, occurring at intervals of 731 seconds, subtly resonating with the engine output frequency of the Starry Sky vessel. Standing before the control panel of the Starry Sky, Xing discerned that the ripples contained a series of binary codes, which, upon decoding, revealed coordinate parameters that astonishingly matched the cosmic endpoint he had sketched in the stardust sands at the tender age of 10. Meanwhile, Xiaoya's floral ship was conducting ecological exploration on the other side of the Crab Nebula. Suddenly, the stardust flowers aboard the ship collectively oriented toward a single direction, their petals forming a peculiar symbol, a combination of a three-tray symbol at 31 degrees and an unfamiliar spiral pattern. The detection instruments indicated that the area indicated by the symbol harbored a plethora of active stardust, whose genetic sequences comprised both purine bases of human DNA and an unknown base pair, with a precise ratio of 7,311. At this juncture, the gene database of the new homeland emitted an alert. All genetic samples were converging towards the source of the ripple, creating an energy flow that marked a colossal question mark on the star chart, with its apex at 31 degrees, coinciding perfectly with the location of a question mark drawn by the master's wife on the design chart of the North Wind god years ago. Now grizzled with age, Lin Feng gazed at the star chart and suddenly inscribed an additional phrase in the yellowed research notes. The ultimate significance of inheritance is to dare to wield the welding torch in the face of the unknown. Chapter 21. The Resonance of Cross-Civilizational Design. As the starry sky and the floral ship converged at the source of the ripple, the sight before them took everyone's breath away. A floating continent composed of crystal and stardust, where the architecture exhibited a hybrid form of dual helices and three-trace symbols. The highest spire reached an angle of 31,731 degrees, resonating with the welding seams of the inheritance vessel across civilizations. Even more astonishing was the stone tablet at the continent's center, inscribed with a cabin number identical to that of the Gene cryogenic chamber in the technological city, albeit with an additional prefix. A transparent life form emerged from the crystal, its form morphing in response to the conversation. When Xing mentioned the elastic hull, it instantly transformed into a streamlined shape reminiscent of the starry sky vessel. When Xiaoyu described the ecological navigation of the stardust flowers, its surface immediately blossomed with similar luminescent trails. The life form conveyed information through stardust. We are civilization. Your gene star map has drifted in the cosmos for 731 years, finally resonating with our design frequency. Hidden within the dark compartments of the stone tablet lay a star chart. On this chart, the mother planets of humanity and civilization were connected by a golden welding seam, with each inflection point marked by two angles, humanity's 31 degrees and civilization's 731 degrees. The life form elucidated. This is the universal design language of the cosmos, akin to the first welding seam of all intelligent civilizations, with angles eternally between 31 and 731 degrees. This revelation sparked sudden clarity in the grandson of the new apprentice, who understood why the first symbol he had drawn in design class always unconsciously gravitated towards this angle. Chapter 22. The Joint Welding Seam of Dual Civilizations. The crystalline continent of civilization was gradually dissipating, a phenomenon attributed to the magnetic field fluctuations of the Crab Nebula. To avert this dissipation, the starships of humanity and civilization must collaboratively construct a cross-stardust protective shield, with the energy ratio of a shield strictly adhering to 7311. Humanity would provide genetic solution memory factors, while civilization would contribute structural factors from the crystal. The fusion angle of both must stabilize at 31,731 degrees. Xing adjusted the dual-engine power of the starry sky vessel to its critical threshold. When the human gene energy from the main conduit collided with the crystal energy of civilization, a colossal dual-helix light band suddenly appeared in the starry sky, within which the genetic samples interwove in the stardust, forming a new sequence that preserved human adaptability while integrating the stability of civilization. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's floral ship sowed stardust flowers along the sides of the light band, the trajectories of the blooming flowers forming a natural calibration line, ensuring that the angle error of the protective shield did not exceed 0.31 millimeters. As the protective shield fully formed, the stone tablet of the crystalline continent projected an image. 731 years prior, the master's wife met with the pioneers of civilization in the Crab Nebula, together sketching the first cross-civilizational welding seam, precisely at an angle of 31,731 degrees. In the closing moments of the image, the master's wife addressed the camera. The fissures of the universe are never the concern of a single civilization. Just as the welding process requires two individuals to steady the metal plate, ensuring the seam is more robust. Chapter of the New Eternity, a star map without boundaries. In the year 755 of the stellar calendar, the joint starship of humanity and civilization, the Symbiosis, embarked on its maiden voyage. The design of this starship harmoniously fused the wisdom of both sides. The forepart of the vessel represented humanity's gene dual helix, while the aft section embodied civilization's crystal three-trace, with the angle of the connecting seam at 31,731 degrees. Annotated alongside in the languages of both humanity and civilization, the welding seam of the universe has no endpoint, only new welders. Lin Feng's pocket watch was enshrined in the museum of the joint starship. The inner side of the watch's cover bore a star chart that had expanded to encompass the entire Milky Way, with newly added star coordinates calculated collaboratively by Xing and the young designers of civilization, the final 3 decimal places of the results being 731. Now a master designer, Xiaoyu planted the first cross-civilizational stardust flower beside the star chart, with one half of the flower cultivated from human genes in a soft gold hue, while the other half thrived on the silver-white nourishment of civilization's crystals. As the symbiosis leapt beyond the known universe, the stardust outside the porthole formed overlapping images of the Master's wife, Lin Feng, a Xing, and the pioneers of civilization. Each held welding torches aloft, their torch tips collectively pointing towards an unknown coordinate, with the angle reflecting a new value, 317-31731. This infinitely recurring angle resembled the design language of the universe, eternally growing through inheritance and encountering new welding seams along the way. In the design class of the new homeland, the children of humanity and civilization jubilantly gathered around the stardust sands. The starships they drew were indistinguishable in style between humanity and civilization, yet they instinctively inclined their pencil tips towards the angle of 31 degrees. Just as the Master's wife had said, as long as there are those who believe in light, the universe's welding seams shall forever have someone to continue writing. Chapter 70. The Ultimate Weaving of Civilizational Genes. In the year 760 of the stellar calendar, the symbiosis's detection instruments captured a stunning cosmic background radiation. Hidden within this radiation was an immense star chart, with each star system corresponding to a unique civilizational symbol. Humanity's dual helix, civilization's crystal spiral, and dozens of previously unseen patterns, all interconnected by golden welding seams, with the angles of these seams periodically oscillating between 31 and 731 degrees. The frequency of oscillation perfectly synchronized with the resonance of the symbiosis's engine. In the center of the star chart, a Xing discovered a familiar coordinate, the last position of the technological city before its obliteration, now emanating a silvery light. Within this light appeared the images of the Master's wife and the pioneers of civilization, their welding torches intersecting at an angle of 31,731 degrees. With the energy emitted from their torch tips, weaving the first cross-civilizational welding seam in the cosmos. This is not the end. The voice of the Master's wife resonated through the radiation. It is the universe teaching the genes of all civilizations to coexist within the seams. The cross-civilizational stardust flowers cultivated by Xiao Ye flourished throughout the ecological chamber of the symbiosis, stimulated by the radiation of the star chart. The seeds of the flowers began to mutate, revealing patterns of other civilizations upon their petals, some resembling swirling nebulae, others like folded dimensions, with each symbol's core angle being 31 degrees. As the oldest stardust flower bloomed, a tiny metallic plate floated from its core, inscribed with the notation 001. And on the reverse side, a genetic sequence representing the perfect fusion of humanity and civilization. Chapter 23. The Source of the Cosmic Welding Seam. Guided by the star chart, the symbiosis arrived at the remnants of supernova. At the center of these remnants floated a massive stardust crystal, its facets meticulously angled at 31,731,731 degrees. Each facet reflecting the history of different civilizations, the migratory trajectory of humanity from the technological city to the new homeland, the evolutionary history of civilization's crystalline continent, and the processes through which certain civilizations self-repaired amidst the cosmic fissures. Most wondrously, the stardust within the crystal cycles every 731 years, generating new symbols of civilization with each iteration. The youthful designer of civilization discovered that the vibrational frequency of the crystal perfectly aligns with the sum of the genetic frequencies of all known civilizations. Upon infusing the crystal with the energy of the symbiosis vessel, the stardust erupted forth, forming a three-dimensional cosmic tree of welds within the ruins. Its trunk embodied the most ancient symbols of civilization, its branches represented the various offshoots of these civilizations, and its leaves bore the nascent symbols yet to be born. The entire tree grew at a consistent angle of 31 degrees, resonating harmoniously with the growth pattern of the stardust seedlings. Xing uncovered the design manual of this universe within the crystal's dark recesses. The first page bore a simple three-line symbol, angled at 31 degrees, accompanied by the energy parameters of the Big Bang. The final page was blank, save for a note in the corner stating, the next stroke to be penned by the civilization that reads this. The manual's material mirrored that of the memory glass from the technological city, albeit exhibiting a crystalline sheen of civilization under the light. Chapter 24. The Sowing of Civilizational Genes. A sudden energy eruption occurred within the supernova ruins. The erupting stardust contained a plethora of civilization seeds, each a miniature genetic repository, harboring both the core genes of existing civilizations and space for mutations. The outer shell of the seeds was angled at 31 degrees, resonating with the design of the Gene Icehouse's chamber. The biological chip of the symbiosis vessel concluded that these seeds needed to be sown into the fissures of the universe, allowing the cracks of civilization to grow naturally. Humanity and the children of civilization jointly participated in the sowing initiative, encasing the seeds within specially designed starship capsules. These capsules fused the elastic hull of the starry sky vessel with the crystal protective shield of civilization, and the hatch opened at an angle of 731 degrees, perfectly activating the seeds upon contact with the fissures. When the first capsule was launched into a dark matter fissure, the seeds instantly germinated, with the ensuing stardust vines intertwining the fissures at a 31-degree angle, their blossoms simultaneously radiating the light of both humanity and civilization. During the sowing journey, they uncovered an astonishing fact. All fissures in the universe measured integer multiples of 731 light-years in width, while the energy required to repair these fissures precisely equaled the cumulative genetic energy of all civilizations within the corresponding regions. Xiaoyu observed the vines gradually mending the fissures and suddenly grasped her master's words. The fissures of the universe are not calamities, but interfaces through which civilizations learn to coalesce. Final chapter, the eternal next stroke. By the year 800 of the star calendar, the trajectory of the symbiosis vessel had traversed half the galaxy. The joint starship family of humanity and civilization continued to expand. The offspring of the starry sky vessel, known as the Starsea vessel, could navigate effortlessly near the event horizon of black holes, while the offshoot, the flower ship, established ecological bases across hundreds of star systems. Each new vessel's weld angle was a variant of 31,731 degrees, preserving the memory of civilization while embodying the spirit of exploration. Lin Feng's pocket watch was permanently displayed at the core of the symbiosis vessel's museum. The star chart inscribed on the inner lid had expanded to the observable universe's edge. With every newly discovered civilization marked in different hues, the intensity of color representing the genetic similarity to known civilizations, all ultimately converging into a golden mainline, angled at 31 degrees, extending from the coordinates of the technological city directly to the crystalline center of the supernova ruins. When the latest generation of the symbiosis vessel's captain, a child possessing both human palms and the translucent skin of civilization, pressed the jump button, the stardust outside the viewport coalesced into a dynamic star chart. Within this tableau, the figures of the master, Lin Feng, Xing, and the pioneers of civilization flickered by, ultimately pausing upon the stardust vines sown by the children. At the end of the vines, countless small welding guns shimmered within the stardust, each angled uniquely, yet all directed towards the unfathomable depths of the universe. On the blank page of the manual, new handwriting finally emerged. An entirely new symbol formed by the superimposition of countless civilization symbols, angled at 31 degrees. Accompanied by a shared script of humanity and civilization, the design of the universe never ceases to be penned, as long as there are those who believe. The weld shall connect to the very end of time. Chapter 71. The Temporal Welds, the Coordinates of Civilizational Gene Recurrence. By the year 900 of the star calendar, as the Starsea vessel traversed a temporal fissure, it detected an anomalous genetic signal. This signal emanated from the year 730 of the star calendar, the year preceding the destruction of the technological city, intermingled with the voice of the master. When you see this weld at the end of time, know that all waiting has a form. Strangely, the frequency of the signal completely overlapped with the output frequency of the latest engine of the symbiosis vessel, as if the future starship were powering the memories of the past. Captain Xing Che, who bore both human and civilizational genes, witnessed a breathtaking scene within the temporal fissure. Countless technological cities from parallel universes blinked in unison, some succumbing to energy overload, while others successfully leaped through time. Each city's dome angled at 31 degrees. However, in a universe facing destruction, the welds of the dome exhibited a deviation of 0.031 millimeters. This represents the tolerance of time. The elders of civilization conveyed messages through stardust, akin to the welds of starships, where even the slightest error could lead to rending. At this moment, the cross-cultural stardust flower, cultivated by Xiaoyu, bore peculiar fruit. The fruit's cross-section revealed a perfect Mobius strip, its patterns inscribed with the coordinates of the years 730 and 900 of the star calendar, the angle of the line connecting the two coordinates being 31,731 degrees, perfectly aligning with the angle of the cosmic weld tree's trunk. When the fruit ripened and split open, it revealed half a piece of memory glass. which seamlessly fitted with the discovered accessory number 000 from the Gene Ice House. The image formed post-fusion depicted the Master and the future Xing Che collaboratively inscribing the three-line symbol within the stardust. Chapter 25. Design Corrections within the Temporal Loop. The Starsea vessel resolved to undertake a bold endeavor to send a crucial message to the technological city of the year 730, rectifying the 0.031 millimeter deviation of a dome's weld. This decision triggered intense temporal and spatial turbulence, within which all technological cities from parallel universes began to overlap. In the overlapping regions, stardust began to aggregate automatically, forming a corrective weld that transcended time, with the angle of the weld gradually adjusting from 31 degrees to 31,731 degrees. Each adjustment corresponding to the civilizational trajectories of different universes. Amidst the turbulence, Xing Che beheld the Master's response. In the laboratory of the technological city, the Master was modifying the design blueprint, the tip of her pen pausing at the weld angle for precisely 731 seconds, perfectly synchronizing with the time delay of the message sent by the Starsea vessel. As she inscribed the final stroke, the overlapping regions of the parallel universes stabilized suddenly, and the domes of all technological cities emitted a brilliant white light. Within this radiance, the genetic samples traversed freely through the flow of time, ultimately converging within a museum of the symbiosis vessel in the year 800 of the star calendar. At the edge of the temporal fissure, a metal plaque composed of mingled stardust from the past and future emerged. Inscribed upon it was the number 731, while the genetic sequence on its reverse side represented the amalgamation of all civilizations from parallel universes. The sequence's terminus bore the inscription, "The fissures of time provide every civilization the opportunity to amend their regrets." The temperature of the metal plaque consistently measured 37 degrees, matching that of the human body, yet it emanated a refreshing crystalline glow of civilization. Chapter 26. The Inheritors of the Cycle. In the new homeland of the year 900 of the star calendar, children engaged in a unique course, temporal design. The teaching tool was a stardust sand table that evolved with time. When a child drew a starship, the sand table would automatically reveal the evolutionary outcomes of that design across different parallel universes. Some perished due to angle deviations, while others thrived through perfect welds. The youngest child, Xingya, drew her first starship on the sand table, its angle precisely 31,731 degrees, perfectly aligning with the corrected welds. Xing Che presented the blank page of the Universal Design Manual to the children. At the touch of Xingya, the blank page suddenly revealed countless generations of inheritors' handwriting. The Master's three-line symbol, Lin Feng's crimson annotations, Aixing's sketches of elastic hulls, the crystalline spiral of the civilization designer. And finally, a small question mark drawn by Xing Ya's tiny hand at the page's end, the mark's angle being 31 degrees, resonating across millennia with the Master's initial query. As the Starsea once again traverses the rift in time, the stardust outside the viewport coalesces into a magnificent temporal star map. Within this map, the destruction and rebirth of the technological city, the convergence and symbiosis of civilizations, and the rectification and closure of time rifts are all interconnected by golden seams. Each juncture of these seams is graced by a legacy bearer from the Master to the Starbud, with every hand resting upon a singular point, the origin of the 31-degree weld mark. Epilogue: the endless cycle of welds. In the year 1000 of the star calendar, the starships of the Symbiosis family have spread across the known and unknown cosmos. The latest Starbud vessel is capable of traversing freely through time and space, its weld angles embodying an infinite loop, 31731731. This angle, marked on the star map, serves as both the coordinates of the technological city and the genesis of a new home, representing the crystalline continent of civilization and the crystalline core of supernova relics. As if all trajectories of civilization converge upon this angle, completing a cycle. Lin Feng's pocket watch suddenly resumes its operation within the museum. The hands no longer point to a specific time. Rather, they sketch a double helix trajectory on the dial, the angle of which, 31 degrees, perfectly aligns with the human genome's double helix. The star map on the inner cover begins to sprout new coordinates at its edges, each corresponding to an emerging parallel universe. With angles perpetually fluctuating between 31 and 731 degrees, as if the universe, in its eternal cycle, forever allows space for civilization to grow in air. Starbud stands before the control console of the Starbud vessel, gazing out at the stardust. Within this stardust, the images of the Master, Lin Feng, a Xing, and Xing Che successively overlap with her, culminating in all their hands collectively pointing toward the depths of a universe, where new fissures are forming. New seams await to be drawn, and new legacy bearers are poised to raise a welding torch for the first time upon the stardust sands of a parallel universe. On the final page of her manual, Starbud inscribes her own sentence. The ultimate legacy is to instill in every era's people the belief that the welding torch in their hands can mend the universe with a brighter light. As the ink dries, it melds with the scripts of millennia past, transforming into a golden ribbon of light, entwining each rift of the cosmos, becoming an everlasting temporal seam. Chapter 72, a recording for the future. The Stardust videotape, a life testament transcending time and space. As Lin Feng's magnetic boots shatter the last shard of memory glass from the central tower of the technological city, the temperature beneath his soles plummets to 173, precisely matching the initial cooling parameters of the gene cryostat. The jagged edges of the shattered glass refract a peculiar light, within which floats a metallic fragment the size of a fingernail, engraved with 3 marks, the apex at 31 degrees, aligning perfectly with the calibration angle of the master's welding gun. Upon contact with the warmth of his palm, the metallic fragment suddenly radiates a silvery halo, casting a rectangular area of light measuring 1731 square meters upon the ruins, a precise proportion to the smallest recording hall in the archives of the technological city. It is a holographic recording medium. The screen of the new apprentice's detector oscillates with the energy characteristics of the metallic fragment at a frequency of 0.03 Hz, synchronized with the molecular vibration frequency of the memory glass storing images. The youth suddenly recalls the words of the master from the image storage protocol. The most precious recordings are always hidden in places that can sense body temperature. He crouches down, using the residual heat of the plasma welding gun to warm the edges of the metallic fragment, causing the area of light to contract, revealing a blurred humanoid outline, its shoulder width measuring 731 centimeters, perfectly matching the last appearance of the master in surveillance footage. Act 1. A monologue before the cryostat ceiling. The snowflake noise within the area of light gradually dissipates, and the master's figure comes into sharp focus. She stands before the control panel of the gene cryostat, the cuffs of her white lab coat speckled with stardust, her fingertips hovering momentarily over the double helix keypad, ultimately refraining from pressing the confirmation key. When you see this recording, her voice, imbued with the chill of liquid nitrogen, conceals a barely perceptible tremor. The 731 gene samples within the cryostat have completed their 31st stability test. The camera abruptly shifts to the array of cryogenic chambers, numbered from 001 to 731. Glowing blue in the low temperature, with each observation window revealing gene fragments floating in a pale blue liquid, their vibration frequency perfectly synchronized with the master's speech rate. The master picks up a red marker and draws a small smiley face on the exterior of chamber 000. This is a seed left for Lin Feng. She smiles at the camera, the angle of her marker at 31 degrees, encompassing the genetic sequences of the 3 Starship crews. Along with the design correction plan, it could not voice. The camera suddenly shakes, the background filled with the alarms of the technological city, the master's speech hastening. Remember, what absolute zero locks away is not life, but waiting for someone to discover that a temperature of 37 can activate the true thawing code. Her finger decisively presses the 27315 mark on the keypad. This value, subtracted from the absolute value of human body temperature, is the key to activate the Starship's symbiosis system. The recording's visuals abruptly tear apart, the master's figure engulfed by the snowflake noise before she tosses the red marker into a container marked with 31, telling the children that the bloom of the stardust flower lasts for 31 days, just as the final words are drowned out by the cacophony of an energy explosion. Yet Lin Feng recognizes that the shape of the container aligns perfectly with the burn scar on the palm of the new apprentice, a remnant from when a youth first used the welding gun and was burned by the 31-degree nozzle. Act 2. The urgent record before the destruction of the technological city. The snowflake noise in the area of light persists for 731 seconds before the image reignites. The master stands before the control console of the god of the north wind, the trembling of the ship causing the camera to shake violently, with the cries of children and the roar of Starship engines echoing in the background. The Star Core has gone out of control. Her lab coat is stained with oil. Yet she accurately inputs a string of codes into the control panel. I have adjusted the angle of the energy diversion channel from 31 degrees to 731 degrees, granting the gene cryostat 731 minutes of buffer time. She suddenly turns to the camera, holding a shard of shattered memory glass, the last star map of the technological city, marked with the coordinates of the new home, encrypted with the blooming trajectory of the stardust flower. The camera scans over the children beside the control console, each wearing a metal tag inscribed with a number ranging from 001 to 731, corresponding directly to the cryostat chambers. The youngest child holds a crayon, drawing a crooked starship in the palm of the master's hand. She smiles and corrects it with a red pen, the corrected angle of the ship at 31 degrees. Remember this angle, she tells the children. When you draw the same starship in the new home, you will know that the master is watching over you. The scene suddenly cuts to the surveillance footage of the gene cryostat. The 731 chambers are automatically sealing, and on chamber 000, the master's handwritten signature is flashing, the angles of the strokes aligning perfectly with the 3 marks. In the final 17 seconds, the master's figure overlaps with the explosion of the starship. Her voice, clear amidst the noise as if whispered in the ear. Lin Feng, when you find this recording, the dark compartment of the sequence number hides my design manuscript. On page 31 is the self-repair formula for the stardust welding fabric. Activate it with your body temperature, just as I taught you to hold the welding gun back then. Before the image fades to complete darkness, a close-up of the chamber number flashes. Within the observation window of chamber 31, gene fragments form a tiny smiley face, identical to the expression the master drew on chamber 000. Act 3. The life code left for the future. The area of light suddenly warms. The scene no longer depicting a cold laboratory, but the spring square of the technological city. The master sits upon the grass, surrounded by 731 children, each holding a stardust flower, with petal angles of 31 degrees. This is a recording for all future beings. She adorns her hair with a flower. Within the samples of the gene cryostat, I mixed in the seed genes of the stardust flower. When they bloom in the new home, the petals will form a star map, and the brightest star within it will mark the coordinates of our civilization's origin. The children suddenly burst into song, their voices harmonizing perfectly with the vibrational frequency of genetic fragments. The teacher's wife clapped along to the rhythm, pausing every 31 claps. This is the song of life's code. She explained, the rhythm corresponds to the arrangement of DNA base pairs, and within the melody lies the initiation frequency of starship engines. As the camera zoomed in, one could see that each child's collar was adorned with a miniature video carrier, identical to the metal piece Lin Feng had discovered. Each child carried away a fragment of memory, and tears glistened in the teacher's wife's eyes. When these memories reunite in their new homeland, it would mark the true rebirth of civilization. In the final frame, she extended her hand toward the camera, the lines in her palm forming a clear 3-trace symbol. To those who discover the recording, remember, her voice was gentle yet resolute, for true inheritance lies not in the preservation of genes, but in empowering each child to boldly declare to the universe, we are here. The area of light and shadow gradually dissipated as her palms came together, the temperature of the metal piece returning to 37 degrees, merging with Lin Feng's body heat. Epilogue. Continuation beyond the recording. Lin Feng placed the metal piece into the groove of the main control console, and the screen suddenly illuminated, revealing page 30, one of the teacher's wife's design manuscript. At the variable of the formula, she had written body temperature 37 in red pen, and the calculation result precisely matched the energy core parameters of the inheritance number. The new apprentice's detector indicated that the energy from the metal piece resonated with the genetic samples in the cryogenic vault, creating a light band that marked new coordinates on the star map, precisely at an angle of 31 degrees, aligning perfectly with the direction the children faced while singing in the spring square. As they returned, stardust flowers drifted past the porthole of the time sequence number. The petals slowly unfurled, forming the melody of the children's song from the recording. In that melody, Lin Feng seemed to hear the teacher's wife's voice echoing in his ears. Look, you are already continuing this recording. He glanced down at his palm, where the imprint of the metal piece perfectly aligned with the 3-trace symbol, while on the new apprentice's burn scar, a small stardust flower began to emerge. Its petals angled at 31 degrees, just like the springtime in the technological city. As the time sequence number transitioned out of the Crab Nebula, Lin Feng handed the metal piece to the new apprentice. The moment the boy grasped the carrier, the area of light and shadow illuminated the cabin once more. This time, the image displayed the children of the new homeland, holding stardust flowers and singing the song of life's code to the camera. In unison, 731 flowers turned toward the angle of 31 degrees, which was precisely the original hometown of Lin Feng and the teacher's wife. This time-transcending recording had never truly ended. It had merely transformed into the blooming of stardust flowers, into the children's song, into the warmth of every palm that had held a welding gun, each bearing the imprint of 31 degrees. Chapter 73. New beginnings beneath the stars. The new apprentice's palm glistened with a light sheen of sweat. The metal piece in his hand radiating heat, akin to holding a pulsating starfire. The area of light and shadow had not yet completely faded, and the children's song from the new homeland lingered in the air, gradually merging with the low hum of the inheritance numbers engine, stabilizing at a frequency of 31 Hz. Precisely the point of symbiotic resonance noted in the teacher's wife's manuscript. The coordinates on the star map were being calibrated. Lin Feng's voice held a barely perceptible quiver. On the main control screen, a light point at a 31-degree angle slowly magnified, revealing a bluish-green planet with pale purple clouds floating at the edge of its atmosphere. The shape of the clouds mirroring the petals of stardust flowers perfectly. Suddenly, the new apprentice recalled the teacher's wife's words from the recording. Unconsciously tracing the scar on his palm with his fingertips, where the stardust flowers pattern had grown increasingly distinct, as if it were striving to journey through his veins to his heart. As the landing pod traversed through the clouds, they inhaled the fragrance of stardust flowers. In the plains, clusters of flowers bloomed toward the 31-degree angle, their refracted light weaving a vast star map on the ground. Beneath the brightest star in the map, 731 children surrounded a piece of memory glass, which cyclically replayed the scenes of the teacher's wife in the spring square. We have deciphered the star map of the petals. The leading child held aloft a metal piece, resonating with the carrier in the new apprentice's palm, conveying the message: find the one who wields the welding gun. To activate the final segment of the code with a body temperature of 37. A numbered bracelet adorned her wrist, the mark of 31 glimmering in the sunlight, matching the color of the marker that the teacher's wife had tossed into the storage box. Lin Feng knelt down and pressed his palm against the memory glass. The warmth of 37 degrees spread across the glass, causing the stardust flower to tremble violently. The star map formed by the petals began to rotate, ultimately settling into a double helix structure that perfectly matched the pattern of the password lock in Cryogenic Vault 000. The new apprentice gazed at the scar on his palm, where the stardust flower's imprint began to emit a faint glow, connecting with the metal pieces held by the children, forming the outline of the teacher's wife's outstretched hand on the ground. It was the final segment of the Song of Life's Code. The children suddenly sang in unison. This time, the melody introduced new notes, synchronized with the energy core frequency of the inheritance number. Lin Feng's welding gun slipped from his tool bag, the warmth of its tip scorching a small mark into the ground, precisely at a 31-degree angle. He recalled how the teacher's wife had taught him to hold the welding gun, her fingertips similarly imbued with the warmth of 37 degrees, drawing the first calibrated angle on the back of his hand. The cryogenic vault's chamber gradually opened in harmony with the song, a pale blue liquid streaming down its walls, coalescing on the ground into the shape of stardust flowers. Within Chamber 000, alongside the genetic sequences of 3 starships, lay a yellowed notebook, its last page adorned with a sketch, 731 children holding hands around a stardust flower, each child crowned with a star. And the one in the center bore the inscription in small letters: temperature may fade, but light shall not. The new apprentice suddenly understood. The teacher's wife had never left behind a mere code, but rather a relay transcending time. When his body temperature activated the metal piece, when the children's song awakened the genetic samples, when the stardust flowers formed a star map in the new homeland, those hidden temperatures within the digits, 173 in waiting, 37 in activation, 31 in calibration, transformed into a singular essence, the evidence of life. As night fell, Lin Feng taught the children to use the plasma welding gun. He grasped the new apprentice's hand, just as the teacher's wife had taught him, stabilizing the gun's tip at 31 degrees, inscribing the first mark on the memory glass. In the glass's reflection, he saw the teacher's smiling face overlapping with the children's figures, saw the petals of the stardust flowers blooming in the night sky, saw that every palm that had held a welding gun glimmered with the light of 31 degrees. Within that light, there lay the awakened genes from the cryogenic vault, the roar of starship engines, and the unfinished songs of the children. Meanwhile, the metal piece in the new apprentice's palm gradually cooled, ultimately becoming an ordinary mark. Like all things remembered, no longer requiring warmth to prove its existence, for it had transformed into body temperature itself, eternally resting at 37 degrees within each individual who continued the story. Chapter 74. The civilization's body temperature within stardust remains. As Lin Feng's magnetic boots crunched over the 731st shard of memory glass, the temperature control system in his boots emitted a piercing alarm. The reading of -173 flashed frantically on the dashboard, precisely matching the initial cooling parameters of the genetic cryogenic vault. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the edge of the shard, those edges refracting a soft blue glow, vibrating subtly at a frequency of 003 Hz, reminiscent of a dying breath. "Master, the detector is responding," the new apprentice Aiken exclaimed, running over with the instrument. The energy curve displayed on the screen suddenly surged steeply upward. The burn scar on the boy's palm glowed red in the cold air, a mark left by the 31-degree tip of the welding gun during his first use 3 months prior. At this moment, the scar pulsed with warmth. Resonating with the metal pendant hanging from his chest, a carrier the size of a fingernail, discovered in the ruins of the technological city. Lin Feng's gaze fell deep into the pile of shards. A translucent remnant emanated a silvery blue glow, its edges bearing a precise 31-degree melt mark, identical to the calibration angle of the teacher's wife's welding gun. He heated the edge of the remnant with the residual warmth of the welding gun. At the moment the ice melted, it revealed an embedded metal plaque. Year 370 of the former star calendar, Helio Space City. 1. Lines of poetry within the oxygen circulation system. As the remnants were connected to the analytical chamber's temporal sequence, a metallic plaque suddenly shattered. Countless nanoscopic light particles surged forth, coalescing on the chamber walls to form a holographic projection of a circular space station. The silhouette of the solar city bore an uncanny resemblance to the central tower of the technological metropolis, save for the spiraling pipes entwined to the city as periphery, within which a luminous liquid bubbled at a constant temperature of 37 degrees. This was the debris of the oxygen circulation system. At that moment, Aiken's detector emitted a buzzing sound, and an ancient star script materialized on the screen. When the embers of helium flash filled the oxygen tanks, we calibrated the 730 first filtration parameters with our body temperature. Suddenly, the luminous liquid surged violently, and atop the cresting waves floated figures clad in white uniforms. Inserting a crystalline substance into the pipe interface, the angle of refraction precisely at 31 degrees. Lin Feng's fingertips brushed against the chamber wall, causing the luminous liquid to abruptly solidify into ice. Beneath the icy surface, a sequence of pulsating digits appeared. 372, 371, 37, stabilizing at 37. At that moment, the ice cracked open, revealing a yellowed sheet of paper. Written upon it in stardust ink were lines of text, each paragraph indented at an angle of 31 degrees. During the 31st maintenance, frost was discovered on the inner wall of the oxygen tank. It resembled a star map drawn by children, albeit lacking the light of 37. We engraved each crew member's body temperature into the filtration valve. Thus, even if the pipes froze, the sound of blood flow could still be heard. The edges of the paper were adorned with a rudimentary star map. The brightest star marked with a series of coordinates, differing from the new home S latitude and longitude in the Stardust videotape by precisely 31 degrees. Aiken suddenly pointed to the crystal within the luminous liquid. "Master, this is the seed crystal of the Stardust flower." The sharply defined crystals were slowly unfurling in the liquid at 37 degrees, sprouting delicate purple petals, their angles of expansion meticulously at 31 degrees. In the remnants of the starship, the fingerprints emerged. On the 7th day adrift in the debris field of the solar city, the detector captured an anomalous metallic resonance. Sonar imagery revealed a disc-shaped fragment, 731 meters in diameter, suspended within the asteroid belt, its surface scars forming the symbol of 3 marks, identical to the etchings on the metal plate belonging to the Master's wife. As Lin Feng piloted the landing pod closer, the debris emitted a low-frequency pulse, and the temperature inside plummeted to 173. Frost flowers formed on the porthole, revealing countless overlapping fingerprints. Aiken enlarged the image and discovered that the spiral angles of each fingerprint were 31 degrees, the sweat stains at their centers vibrating at a frequency of 0.03 Hertz, perfectly synchronized with the molecular frequency of the memory glass. It was the escape pod of the Pioneer. Recognizing the serial number on the pod side as 31, Lin Feng recalled the red marker that the Master's wife had tossed into the storage box, as well as the smiling faces captured within the videotape from the 31st gene pod. He used a plasma welder to cut open the hatch, and a mix of stardust and ozone wafted forth, revealing walls plastered with yellowed photographs. In these images, a group of uniformed individuals surrounded the control panel, each adorned with metal rings inscribed with numbers ranging from 001 to 731. In the outermost photograph, a young woman was seen inscribing words on the chamber wall with a red pen, the angle of the pen at 31 degrees. The sentence was largely obscured by stardust. Yet the words, "activate the symbiotic system with body temperature," remained discernible. Aiken felt a warm metallic plate nestled within the control panel's recess. The surface was etched with a multitude of formulas, where variables were replaced by fingerprint impressions, each imprint centered on the number 37. As the youth pressed his palm upon it, the metal plate suddenly illuminated, revealing a segment of a holographic log. Stellar calendar year 370. July 31st. The oxygen circulation system collapsed. We injected 731 gene samples into the stardust flower seeds. Each seed bore the thermal imprint of a crew member. When they bloom in the new home, the angles of the petals will chart the path home. Remember, the activation password is the absolute value of 37 minus absolute 0. Just as we etched our heartbeats into the starship's engine. At the log's conclusion, the woman's finger traced a smiley face on the screen, leaving behind a foggy imprint of 31 degrees on the glass. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that her lab coat's cuffs were stained with stardust, mirroring the marks from the videotape of the Master's wife with remarkable precision. In the remnants of the central database of the solar city, they discovered a partially melted quantum storage device. Its casing bore the stardate, 370-31731, where the first two digits represented the year of the solar city's destruction, and the last three digits corresponded exactly with the number of samples in the gene cryobank. Upon activating the storage device with his body temperature, a nursery rhyme resonated throughout the chamber. The frequency of the melody was perfectly synchronized with the samples within the gene cryobank. With each note spaced precisely 31 seconds apart, the stardust flower blooms in 7 petals. 1 petal conceals the coordinates of home. 2 petals remember the engine's password. 3 petals wrap the warmth of 37. The remaining 4 petals await the children to ignite the future with the fire of the welder. The holographic image projected from the storage device depicted 731 children, encircling a massive star map. They used crayons to sketch the starship, each angle of the vessel precisely at 31 degrees. The foremost girl held up a metal plate identical to the carrier in Aiken's palm. She wore a ring marked 000, which perfectly matched the seed number left for Lin Feng by the Master's wife. They were naming the starship. Aiken pointed to the blackboard in the image, where the words heritage number were inscribed in red pen, the strokes mirroring the signature on the Master's design manuscript with impeccable accuracy. The image suddenly jolted, alarms sounded in the background, and the children hastily inserted the metal plates into the flower buds of the stardust flower, which instantly closed, transforming into carriers the size of fingernails. In the final frame, the girl raised her hand to the camera, the lines of her palm forming the 3-mark symbol. Her voice pierced through the noise, clear as if whispered in his ear. When these carriers reunite in the new home, the solar city will be reborn. At that moment, the temperature of the storage device suddenly surged to 37, melding with Lin Feng's body temperature. On the journey home, a multitude of stardust flowers drifted past the porthole of the temporal sequence, aligning along a trajectory of 31 degrees. The light trails formed by the petals marked a new coordinate on the star map, differing from the solar city's latitude and longitude by 731 light-years. Lin Feng instructed Aiken to input the energy parameters of all debris into the control console. As the final fragment of the oxygen circulation system was connected, a complete star map suddenly appeared on the screen. Beside the brightest star, in stardust ink, were inscribed the small words, "The coordinates of civilization have never been about latitude and longitude, but rather the places reachable by the warmth of 37. At the coordinate point, they discovered a field of stardust flowers. 731 blooming flowers formed a ring, the temperature at their centers consistently at 37. Aiken plucked one of the flowers, and its petals suddenly unfurled, revealing a metal ring embedded within, inscribed with the number 731. The inner side of the ring bore the date of the solar city's construction, precisely 370 years apart from the foundation date of the technological metropolis. "Master, look." The youth suddenly pointed to the center of the flower field. There stood a piece of memory glass, within which 2 overlapping images played in a loop. Crew members of the solar city planting stardust flowers, while children from the technological metropolis collected gene samples. The silhouettes from 2 different timelines brushed past one another in the glass, their palms 3-mark symbols perfectly aligning. Lin Feng knelt down, placing the Master's wife's metal piece upon the glass. 2 beams of light surged forth from the fragment and the carrier, coalescing above the flower field to create a complete image of the solar city. On the streets of the city, the crew members of the solar city and the children of the technological metropolis ran hand in hand, their laughter resonating at a stable frequency of 31 hertz. perfectly synchronized with the blooming rhythm of the stardust flowers. At that moment, Aiken's detector emitted a long beep. The screen displayed that the energies of all debris were resonating with the stardust flowers, forming a light beam that transcended time and space. The angle of the light beam was 31 degrees, one end connecting to the last moment before the solar city's destruction, the other leading toward the dawn of the new home. When the first ray of sunlight illuminated the stardust flower field in the new home, Lin Feng taught the children how to wield the plasma welder. He clasped Ah Chen's hand, stabilizing the gun's temperature at 31 degrees, etching the first mark upon the memory glass. The angle of that incision mirrored precisely the angle at which the crew of the Heliospace City calibrated their welding torches during pipe maintenance. The children inscribed starships upon the glass, the silhouettes of the Heliospace City and the technological city gradually overlapping within the contours of the vessel. The youngest child raised a metal fragment, resonating with the carrier nestled in Lin Feng's palm. Particles of light danced between them, forming a string of pulsating digits: 37, 273, 153, 1015. This was the key to activate the starship's symbiotic system as recorded by the teacher, and also the initial pressure parameters of the oxygen tanks in the Heliospace City. Suddenly, Lin Feng comprehended that the seeds left by the teacher were never mere genetic samples. When the crew of the Heliospace City inscribed their body temperature into the oxygen circulation system, when the teacher activated the gene cellar with 37, when the children etched the first mark upon the glass with their welding torches, what they perpetuated was never the shell of a civilization, but rather the warmth that enabled life to be transmitted. Ah Chen's palm abruptly became hot. The metallic fragment of the stardust recording was melting, merging with his burned scar. A stardust flower emerged upon the scar, its petals angled at 31 degrees, its center forever maintaining a temperature of 37. This was the body temperature left by the crew of the Heliospace City within stardust. The anticipation concealed by the teacher in the genetics samples, the code written for the future by every child grasping a welding torch. When the engine of the inheritance vessel reignited, the stardust flower field suddenly illuminated. A luminous band of 731 flowers extended along the trajectory of 31 degrees, resembling a cord traversing time and space, one end tethered to the vanishing past, the other to the burgeoning future. Lin Feng gazed at the light band outside the porthole, suddenly hearing two overlapping melodies. The nursery rhyme from the Heliospace City intertwined with the life code song from the technological city within stardust, their frequencies stabilizing at 37, perfectly synchronized with the heartbeat of every life. He understood that this recording of civilization would never conclude. It would merely transform into the blooming angle of the stardust flower. The calibration temperature of the welding torch, and the scars upon the palms of every child, forever enduring in the light of 31 degrees and the warmth of 37. Chapter 75. The welding scar at the end of the light band. As the inheritance vessel leaped out of the superluminal trajectory, the light band formed by the stardust flowers suddenly erupted outside the porthole. Countless pale purple petals, as if melded by an invisible welding torch, formed a net that outlined the complete silhouette of the Heliospace City in the void. This time, the spiral pipes at the city's edge shimmered not in cold metallic hues, but in the warm glow of 37, with countless delicate welding scars floating within. Each scar angled precisely at 31 degrees. Ah Chen pressed his palm against the porthole, the imprint of the stardust flower on his palm suddenly becoming hot. The metallic fragments that had fused with his scar were now coursing beneath his skin, coalescing around his wrist into a small ring, within which a sequence of star calendars emerged. Pre-stellar calendar 37031, stellar calendar 73031, perfectly marking the temporal span from the destruction of the Heliospace City to the rebirth of the technological city. The youth suddenly recalled the nursery rhyme stored in the quantum memory, his fingertips unconsciously tapping out a rhythm upon the porthole. With every 31 taps, a flower would bloom within the light band, its center's temperature perfectly synchronizing with his own. Lin Feng detected an anomaly at the control console. The coordinates at a 31-degree angle on the star map were flickering, the flickering frequency aligning precisely with the tremors of the Heliospace City's oxygen circulation system. He retrieved the escape pod log from the Pioneer vessel, discovering that the last few lines of text, previously obscured by stardust, had abruptly become clear. When 731 welding scars form a circle in our new homeland, the light band will guide us to find the initial welding torch of civilization. Attached to the log was a sketch depicting a plasma welding torch. Its calibration scale halted at 31, the body engraved with 3 scar symbols. Upon landing at the new coordinates, they stepped upon a ground that felt metallic. Chen's detector indicated that the material beneath their feet was a fusion of stardust flower crystals and memory glass. Its hardness perfectly capable of withstanding the temperature of a 31-degree welding torch. Lin Feng knelt, etching the first mark upon the ground with the welding torch, and the edges of the mark immediately shimmered with a silver-blue light, resonating in harmony with the light particles from the remnants of the heliospace city. The youth mimicked his master's actions, carving his second mark. The angle at which the two marks intersected was 31 degrees, and from the intersection emerged a stardust flower, its petals revealing the smiling faces of the crew from the heliospace city. It was the point of origin for the initial welding torch. Lin Feng pointed to the indentation on the ground. Embedded within was a half-melted metal piece, its shape perfectly matching that of the welding torch in the sketch. The body engraved with overlapping fingerprints, each spiral center marked with 37. As he grasped the handle, the metal suddenly heated, and the flame emitted from the torch formed a sequence of genetic codes, perfectly aligning with the seed sequence within capsule number 000. At that moment, the light band suddenly descended countless metallic fragments, each inscribed with different fragments of civilization. The oxygen circulation formula from the Helios space city, the parameters of the gene cellar from the technological city, and the starship sketches drawn by the children. Chen arranged the metal fragments at a 31-degree angle, and immediately, vines of stardust flowers sprouted in the gaps between the pieces, intertwining into a ring, the diameter perfectly measuring 731 meters, identical to that of the Pioneer vessel's escape pod. Look at the knot of the vines. Lin Feng pointed to the ring center. The 731 knots of the vines formed the three scar symbols, at the center of which floated a piece of memory glass, playing images never before seen. The builders of the heliospace city, gripping the initial welding torch, inscribing the first mark in the stardust at an angle of 31 degrees. The scene shifted. The teacher etched the second mark upon the foundation of the technological city, the angle perfectly aligned. In the final frame, Chen's palm covered both marks, the scar upon his palm perfectly coinciding with the welding marks. When Lin Feng inscribed the third mark at the center of the ring with the initial welding torch, the entire metallic ring suddenly illuminated. Simultaneously, 731 welding scars erupted with flames, within which countless intertwined time and space emerged. The crew of Helios repairing the oxygen circulation pipes, the children of the technological city sealing genetic samples, and the youths of the new homeland learning to wield the welding torch, all figures grasping a 31-degree welding torch. Every welding scar extending towards the angle of 31 degrees. At Chen's wrist, the numbers of the star calendar were changing. Stellar calendar 73031. The youth suddenly realized that the continuation of civilization was never about finding an endpoint, but rather about allowing every generation to grasp their own welding torch. He raised the initial welding torch, inscribing a new mark upon the edge of the metallic ring, the end of the mark extending towards an even more distant angle of 31 degrees, where countless unbloomed stardust flowers awaited to be awakened by new warmth. Lin Feng gazed at the faint light at the end of the light band, suddenly hearing a subtle tremor from the initial welding torch. It was the final sound of maintenance from the Helios space city, the calibration sound of the teacher's welding torch, the sizzling sound of Chen's first burn on his palm. All these sounds merging within the warmth of 37, transforming into the gentle sound of stardust flowers blooming. He understood that this welding scar would never be complete. It would become the warmth of every child's palm, the blooming angle of the stardust flowers, the ceaseless tremor within the light band, forever inscribed with the warmth of civilization. Chapter 76. The coordinates of the growing welding scar. As Chen etched a new mark along the edge of the metallic ring with his welding torch, the vines of the stardust flower suddenly began to climb along the welding scar. Those pale purple tendrils, imbued with the warmth of 37, wove a dense net within the groove of the mark, the shape of the net mirroring a miniature version of the three scar symbols. The youth looked down at his palm, the stardust flower upon his scar unfurling its petals at a visibly rapid pace, each petal's veins coursing with silver blue light, resonating in harmony with the flames emitted by the initial welding torch. Lin Feng's detector emitted a rapid beeping at that moment. The screen displayed a series of dynamic coordinates, the values continuously changing in accordance with the growth of the vines, the differential remaining stable at 31. He input the coordinates into the control system of the inheritance vessel, and immediately, a new light band emerged on the star map, intersecting with the previous light band at a 31-degree angle. The star at the intersection suddenly flickered, its frequency aligning perfectly with the quantum fluctuations of the central database of the Helios space city. It was an unrecorded node of civilization. Lin Feng pointed to the light spot on the star map. Around that celestial body, 7 planets orbit in a meticulously precise angle of 31 degrees. Between their orbits, myriad tiny metallic fragments float, their molten scars mirroring the welding marks upon the metallic rings. Suddenly, Aiken discovers that each planet's terminator is adorned with luminous bands composed of stardust flowers, the curvature of which perfectly outlines the silhouette of a plasma welder. Upon landing on the 3rd planet, they tread upon a thick carpet of stardust flower remnants. These withered petals have not lost their warmth when touched with the welder. The remnants instantly disintegrate into nanoscopic light particles, reassembling in the air to form images of the crew from the Solar City ship. In the images, the crew members are inscribing the parameters of the initial welder into the planet's rocks, the depth of the incisions precisely measuring 31 centimeters. With stardust flowers growing around the markings, their centers embedded with miniature metallic plates. These plates transmit information. Aiken picks up one of the metallic fragments, and the 3-scar symbol upon it suddenly illuminates. Countless light particles surge forth from the symbol, coalescing in his palm to form a segment of holographic text. When 731 welding scars arc across the 7 planets, the initial welder will activate the growth program of civilization. Beneath the text, a star map is affixed, illustrating the 7 planets interconnected by the vines of stardust flowers, each node of the vines marked with varying welding temperatures, increasing sequentially from 31 to 37. As Lin Feng replicates the incisions upon the rock with the initial welder, the ground trembles violently. Countless dormant stardust flower seeds burst forth from the soil, the patterns on their shells aligning perfectly with the incisions on the inner edge of the metallic ring marked 731. When Aiken places his warm palm upon a seed, its shell instantly fractures, revealing a curled, tender sprout within, which consistently grows at a 31-degree angle, as if guided by an invisible welder. At that moment, the metallic ring gently descends from its orbit, hovering at the center of the 7 planets. The 731 welding scars simultaneously emit flames, intertwining in the air to form a colossal double helix structure, with each turn of the helix blossoming with stardust flowers. The petals showcasing symbols of various civilizations, the oxygen cycle formula of the Solar City, the genetic sequences from the technological city, and the starship sketches drawn by the children of the new homeland. The welding scars are in a state of growth. Aiken gasps in astonishment as the new marks at the edge of the metallic ring begin to extend autonomously, their trajectories perfectly aligning with the orbits of the planets. On this trajectory, newly birthed stardust flowers cradle metallic plates inscribed with new coordinates. The youth picks up one such plate, and the 3-scar symbol suddenly resonates with the scar on his palm, projecting an image onto his retina. The matriarch stands before the genetic ice vault of the technological city, sketching vines upon the hull with a red pen, the intertwining angle being 31 degrees, culminating in a small stardust flower bud. Lin Feng approaches the core of the double helix of light, gripping the initial welder tightly. As the temperature at the tip of the welder rises to 37, the light column abruptly contracts, converging the energies of the 7 planets into a crystal. The facets of the crystal refract countless overlapping welding scars, with seedlings of stardust flowers growing between the scars, their roots penetrating deep into the crystal, drawing upon temperatures that transcend space and time. He suddenly comprehends that the so-called growth program is never about finding a fixed endpoint, but rather enabling each welding scar to become a new starting point. At Aiken's wrist, the numbers of the Star Chronicle shift once more. Star Chronicle 73031. Star Chronicle 31. At the location of the question mark, a stardust flower blooms, its petals inscribed with fine text. The coordinates of civilization are the direction of the welding scar's growth. The youth raises the welder, inscribing new marks in the direction extended by the light band. At the terminus of the marks, countless unexplored galaxies flicker, and within the flickering light, it seems as if innumerable hands grasping welders are waiting to encounter their warmth. As a legacy embarks once more, the welding scars upon the metallic ring have already coalesced into a complete star map. At the center of the star map, the flames of the initial welder resonate with the energies of the 7 planets, forming a warm current that traverses the galaxies, with countless tiny welding scars floating within, each one in a state of growth, with new stardust flowers blooming at each endpoint of growth. Lin Feng gazes at the warm current outside the porthole, suddenly hearing the voices of the matriarch and the crew of the Solar City overlapping in the stardust. Look, the coordinates formed by the welding scars have always pointed to where life is meant to go. He knows that this journey concerning the welding scars shall never cease. It will transform into the roots of stardust flowers, embedding itself into every undiscovered planet, becoming the warmth in the palms of children, leaving behind scars that belong to them, evolving into coordinates that continuously grow within the light band, awaiting to be awakened by the warmth of new civilizations. The temperature of the initial welder shall forever remain at 37, like a beating heart, pumping the lifeblood of civilization across the welding scars that transcend time and space. Chapter 77. The Yearly Rings of the Stardust Welder. As Aiken's welding scars solidify at the edge of the star map, the body of the initial welder suddenly reveals circular patterns. These patterns resemble the annual rings of trees, each circle inscribed with different star chronicles, with intervals of precisely 31 years. The moment the youth grips the handle of the welder, the annual rings begin to rotate, tracing a spiral in the void, at the core of which the light band composed of stardust flowers continues to boil at a temperature of 37. Lin Feng's detector captures an anomalous energy pulse. The pulse emanates from the star at the spiral's core, with its waveforms nested with countless small peaks and troughs, each difference measuring 31. He feeds the waveform into the legacy's decoding system, and a dynamic star map immediately appears on the screen, marking 731 unexplored galaxies, each galaxy's coordinates annotated with welder temperatures, arranged sequentially from 31 to 37, perfectly corresponding to the nodes of the vines on the 7 planets. It is the cipher of civilization's yearly rings. Lin Feng points to the first coordinate on the star map. That galaxy is currently in the stellar birth phase, with the nebula rotating at an angle of 31 degrees. And at the center of the nebula floats a massive metal plate, the welding scars upon it perfectly interlocking with those of the initial welder's yearly rings. Aiken suddenly realizes that seedlings of stardust flowers are growing along the edges of the metal plate, their root systems penetrating the metal, weaving a vast net within the nebula, with each node of the net housing a pulsating metallic plate. Upon landing on the metal plate, they hear a faint tapping sound. The sound emanates from the root systems of the stardust flowers beneath the plate, vibrating at a frequency of 003 Hz, synchronized with the molecular vibrations of the memory glass. Lin Feng uses the initial welder to inscribe a mark upon the plate, and silver blue light liquid immediately surges from the incision, within which the images of the builders of the solar city emerge. They are inscribing the parameters of the welder into the core of the star. With the angle of the incision being 31 degrees, and the stardust flowers surrounding the scars, each cradling a metallic ring engraved with 3 scar symbols. These yearly rings chronicle time. Aiken caresses the patterns on the initial welder. From the latest circle of yearly rings, stardust ink suddenly seeps forth, sketching a star map upon the body of the welder, marking the coordinates of the new homeland, with fine red letters inscribed beside the coordinates. When 731 circles of yearly rings envelop the body of the welder, stardust will remember the temperatures of all welding scars. The youth suddenly recalls the nursery rhyme from the quantum storage device, his fingertips tapping out a rhythm upon the yearly rings. With every 31 taps, a circle of yearly rings illuminates within the illuminated rings. The figures of children from the new homeland learning to wield the welder emerge. At that moment, the metal plate suddenly tilts, revealing the stardust flower field beneath. The petals of these flowers exhibit a metallic texture, and upon contact with the welder, the petals instantly unfurl, revealing the embedded genetic samples within, the sequences of which perfectly coincide with the seeds within the 000 chamber. Surrounding the genetic samples, the stardust flowers play different images: the last maintenance of the solar city, the destruction and rebirth of the technological city, and scenes of the children of the new homeland planting stardust flowers. It is a repository of civilization's memories. Lin Feng picks up a genetic sample. When the sample comes into contact with his body temperature, it suddenly disintegrates into light particles, reassembling in the air to form an image of the matriarch. In the image, the matriarch is inscribing the parameters of the initial welder into the seeds of the stardust flowers, with the depth of the incision measuring 31 micrometers, and the surrounding seeds each glimmering with a soft light of 37. Remember, the matriarch's voice resonates through the light particles. The yearly rings of the welder will grow, just as civilization is always awaiting the warmth of new beings. At this moment, the initial welder emits a violent tremor, the 731 rings of time simultaneously illuminated, forming a magnificent halo in the void, with a diameter precisely measuring 731 light-years, mirroring the distance from the solar ring space city to the new homeland. Aiken raised his welding gun, etching a new mark upon the edge of the halo. At the terminus of the mark, Tendrils of stardust flowers suddenly began to climb along the luminous band, and upon their curling vines blossomed countless miniature models of welding guns, each engraved with distinct rings of time. When the Heritage embarked once more, the initial welding gun's rings had increased to 31. Lin Feng gazed out of the porthole at the luminous band, suddenly realizing that each stardust flower within it mimicked the shape of the welding gun, with petals unfurling at an angle of 31 degrees and a core temperature of 37. He understood that these rings of time would never cease to grow. They would transform into the petals of stardust flowers, into the scars upon the palms of children, and into the ceaseless vibrations within the luminous band, eternally inscribed upon the welding gun that traverses time and space, marking the passage of civilization. At Aiken's wrist, the digits of the star chronicle began to shift. Star chronicle? 31. A question mark blossomed into a stardust flower, its petals engraved with tiny script. The rings of civilization are the warm imprints of every hand that has gripped a welding gun, that 31-degree mark of warmth. The youth tightened his grip on the initial welding gun, soaring towards the direction of the luminous band, the rings upon the gun's body gradually expanding within the stardust, where countless unblossomed stardust flowers awaited awakening by new warmth. Chapter 78. The Star Chart of Blossoming Rings. As Aiken etched a new mark at the halo's edge, the 31st ring of the initial welding gun suddenly split apart. Countless seeds of stardust flowers surged forth from the fissure, ignited like sparks by the flame of the welding gun, tracing a trajectory at a 31-degree angle in the void. The youth lowered his gaze to his palm, where the stardust flower upon his scar had fully bloomed, revealing within its petal veins the star chart of the solar ring space city, with each coordinate corresponding precisely to the star chronicle upon the welding gun's rings. At this moment, Lin Feng's detector captured a new frequency of pulses. The waveform displayed on the screen suddenly split into 731 branches, each leading to different star systems, their stellar spectra imbued with the temperature characteristic of 37. A trace of the stardust flowers igniting within stellar atmospheres. He imported the spectral data into the Heritage's star chart system, and the previously scattered star systems coalesced into a spiral, each loop of the spiral perfectly aligning with the rings of the initial welding gun. It was the trajectory of blossoming rings. Lin Feng pointed toward the bright spot at the center of the spiral. Their star system was undergoing a supernova explosion, and amidst the shock wave floated countless metallic fragments, their molten traces forming a colossal symbol of 3 marks. Aiken suddenly perceived that the flight path of the fragments was sketching the outline of a plasma welding gun, its barrel directed precisely toward the star cluster at a 31-degree angle. Upon landing at the supernova remnants, they trod upon a ground comprised of ashes from stardust flowers. These ashes had not yet cooled. When touched with the welding gun, they immediately reformed the image of the builders of the solar ring space city. In the image, the builders were injecting 731 genetic samples into the core of the supernova, the encapsulating containers engraved with the parameters of the initial welding gun, surrounded by stardust flowers, each cradling a metallic piece inscribed with the star chronicle. These metallic pieces marked the scales of time. Aiken picked up a metallic piece, and the star chronicle suddenly illuminated, casting a holographic image in his palm. The teacher stood before the star chart of the tech city, circling the coordinates of the supernova remnants with a red pen, the angle of the circle being 31 degrees, beside which were inscribed tiny words. When the 731 rings of time blossom in the light of the supernova, civilization will discover the welding gun of time. The youth suddenly understood that the rings of the initial welding gun were not merely records of the past, but were sculpting the scales of the future. At this moment, the shockwave of the supernova abruptly slowed, forming a colossal wall of light. The surface of the light wall was adorned with tiny welding scars, between which sprouted seedlings of stardust flowers, their roots delving into the interior of the light wall, drawing upon the energy of the supernova. Lin Feng, using the initial welding gun, marked the light wall, and from the grooves of the mark surged a silvery blue liquid light, within which countless overlapping figures emerged. The crew of the solar ring space city, the children of the tech city, and the youth of the new homeland, all grasping welding guns marked with 31, etching the same scars across different times and spaces. At that moment, the rings of the initial welding gun began to accelerate in their growth. The 32nd ring, the 33rd ring, until the 731st ring, each ring corresponding to the coordinates of a star system, with stardust flowers blooming beside each coordinate, their petals at an angle of 31 degrees and a core temperature of 37. Aiken raised his welding gun once more, etching a new mark at the edge of the light wall, and at the end of the mark, the tendrils of stardust flowers began to climb along the shockwave, producing countless tiny plaques of star chronicles, each inscribed with different nodes of civilization. When the Heritage embarked again, the rings of the initial welding gun had filled to 731. Lin Feng gazed out the porthole at the spiral star systems, suddenly noticing that the stars of each system were twinkling. The frequency of their twinkling perfectly in sync with the vibrations of the initial welding gun. He realized that these rings would never cease to bloom. They would transform into the light wall of the supernova, into the tendrils of stardust flowers, into the warmth of every palm that has gripped a welding gun, eternally inscribing the trajectory of civilization upon the star chart that traverses time and space. At Aiken's wrist, the digits of the Star Chronicle finally became clear. Star Chronicle 31. The symbol was composed of countless stardust flowers, their petals inscribed with tiny script. The time of civilization is the eternity of every star mark blooming within the stardust. The youth tightened his grip on the initial welding gun, soaring towards the star cluster at a 31-degree angle. The rings upon the gun's body gradually blossoming in the light of the supernova, where countless unexplored star systems awaited the illumination of new welding marks. Outside the porthole of the Heritage, the luminous band composed of stardust flowers extended along the trajectory of the rings, resembling a welding cable that transcends time and space. One end tethered to the origin of civilization, the other to an endless future. Within that luminous band, the nursery rhymes of the solar ring space city intertwined with the life codes of the tech city in the stardust, their frequencies stabilizing at 37, resonating in harmony with each blooming stardust flower, the perpetual warmth of civilization within the river of time. Chapter 79. The Body Temperature of Eternal Welding Scars. When Aiken pierced the cloud of the star cluster at a 31-degree angle, the 731 rings of the initial welding gun suddenly illuminated simultaneously. The silvery blue flames coursed along the body of the gun, weaving an immense net in the void, with each node embedded with a metallic piece. Its star chronicle pulsating at a frequency of 003 Hz, resonating with the quantum memory of the solar ring space city. The youth gazed down at his palm, where the stardust flower upon his scar had transformed into the imprint of the 3 mark symbol, its temperature consistently stable at 37, in sync with his heartbeat. At this moment, Lin Feng's detector captured ripples in time and space. The waveform displayed on the screen indicated that minute folds were occurring at the center of the ripples. The angle of the folds precisely 31 degrees. Among the particles of light spilling from the folds floated numerous tiny welding scars, which mirrored the marks upon the supernova's light wall, except that at the terminus of each scar blossomed stardust flowers, their petals revealing visages of different civilizations. It was a junction of time. Lin Feng pointed to the light spot at the center of the ripples. Their time and space exhibited a liquid-like texture, and when touched with the welding gun, the surface immediately rippled, revealing the image of the builders of the solar ring space city. In the image, the builders were injecting the core parameters of the initial welding gun into the folds of time and space, the depth of the fold being 31 light-years, surrounding the folds. Each stardust flower cradled a metallic ring inscribed with a number 000. Upon landing in the folds of time and space, they trod upon a ground composed of particles of light. These particles, imbued with a temperature of 37, reformed the outline of the tech city as they stepped upon them. The gene ice vault at the center of the city automatically opening, were within the observation windows of 731 chambers. Stardust flowers composed of genetic fragments were blooming toward a 31-degree angle, their petal veins flowing with the oxygen circulation formula of the solar ring space city, where the variables were replaced by fingerprint impressions instead of numbers. These impressions conveyed warmth. Aiken touched the glass wall of a chamber. The temperature of his fingertips caused the glass to fog instantly within the fog patterns. The figure of the teacher overlapped with that of a female crew member from the solar ring space city. They simultaneously raised their welding guns, branding the metallic shell of the ice cellar with marks that intersected at an angle of 31 degrees. At the point of intersection, a surge of silver-blue luminescence erupted forth, within which floated countless minuscule Star Chronicle plates, inscribed with numbers ranging from the former Star Chronicle 37,031 to Star Chronicle 31. At that moment, the fabric of space-time abruptly contracted, gathering all the light particles into a singular crystal. The facets of the crystal refracted an infinite tapestry of overlapping space-time. Crew members of the solar ring space city were repairing the oxygen circulation pipes. Children of the technological city were preserving genetic samples, and youths of a new homeland were learning to wield welding guns. All these silhouettes traversed the facets of the crystal, joining hands of circle within the void. The the diameter of which measured precisely 731 light-years. At the center of this circle floated the original welding gun, its rings of age transformed into tendrils of stardust flowers, a symbiotic entity of civilization. At the moment Lin Feng grasped the crystal, all the star chronicle plates simultaneously detonated. Countless light particles reassembled into the first complete melody within the void. A harmonious fusion of the nursery rhymes of the solar ring space city and the life code song of the technological city. The frequency of the melody vibrated at 37, with each note separated by intervals of 31 seconds. Growing amidst the notes were stardust flowers, their petals etched with a singular phrase. The legacy of civilization is the convergence of the body temperature of each era across the continuum of time and space. At that moment, the original welding gun emitted its final tremor. The 731 rings of age suddenly transformed into seeds of stardust flowers, drifting along the light trails toward the farthest reaches of the universe. The shells of these seeds bore 3 distinct marks, the center of which was inscribed with the numeral 31. Aiken raised his empty palm, and a beam of flame burst forth from the imprint in his palm, searing a new mark into the void. This mark bore neither a beginning nor an end, merely extending infinitely along the trajectory of 31 degrees, where stardust flowers were visibly blooming at an astonishing pace. As the legacy vessel merged into the ripples of space-time, Lin Feng suddenly glimpsed the ethereal silhouette of the original welding gun flickering amidst the stardust. The rings of age had transformed into myriad tiny welding guns, each held within the palms of diverse civilizations. The crew of the solar ring space city wielded it to repair pipes. The teacher's wife used it to calibrate genetic ice cellars, and Aiken grasped it to brand new marks in space-time. All welding guns pointed toward the angle of 31 degrees, their tips radiating a temperature of 37. At Aiken's wrist, the imprint of the star chronicle morphed into a seed of stardust flowers. The seed navigated through his bloodstream, ultimately taking root at his heart, with each heartbeat emitting a faint glow. Within this glow, countless uncharted galaxies flickered, and among the flickering lights, numerous hands clutching welding guns extended toward the 31-degree angle, the temperature in their palms perfectly mirroring his own body temperature. Meanwhile, along the trail left by the legacy vessel, a luminescent ribbon formed by stardust flowers extended infinitely. At every node of this ribbon, welding marks burgeoned, and at its terminus, the nursery rhymes of the solar ring space city and the songs of the technological city resonated eternally, stabilized at the frequency of 37, harmonizing with every stardust flower blooming throughout the cosmos, a testament to the enduring warmth of civilization across the river of time and space. An eternal testament inscribed in stardust by countless welding marks. Chapter 80. The celestial trajectory woven by body temperature. When the seed of stardust flowers at Aiken's heart blossomed for the first time, the porthole of the legacy vessel suddenly fogged over with a silver-blue mist. These mist particles, imbued with a temperature of 37, revealed a star map when brushed by fingertips, depicting 731 star trajectories intersecting at an angle of 31 degrees. Surrounding the stars at the intersection floated innumerable tiny metallic rings, whose engravings perfectly matched the rings of age of the original welding gun. The youth pressed against his chest, the seed's faint glow spreading through his veins, projecting the outline of the solar ring space city onto his retina. In the central square of the city, 731 children encircled the stardust flowers, singing, their song's frequency synchronizing flawlessly with his heartbeat. At that moment, Lin Feng's detector emitted a gentle hum. The star map on the screen suddenly layered itself, with each layer of star trajectories corresponding to different stages of civilization. The lowest layer depicted the oxygen circulation pipes of the solar ring space city. The middle layer illustrated the genetic ice cellars of the technological city, and the uppermost layer showcased the fields of stardust flowers of the new homeland. Connecting these layers were the tendrils of stardust flowers, upon which countless miniature welding gun models were nestled, their tips consistently maintaining a temperature of 31, a latitude and longitude of civilization. Lin Feng pointed toward the north pole of the star map, where a star was undergoing a helium flash, revealing the images of the builders of the solar ring space city. In the imagery, the builders inscribed the parameters of 731 welding marks into the core of the star, the depth of the engravings reaching 31 light-years. Surrounding the engravings, each stardust flower cradled a metal piece inscribed with 3 marks, the temperature of which mirrored that of the star's surface, precisely 3,700, 100 times 37. As they landed on the orbit of the helium-flashing star, they stepped upon a ring composed of molten metal. These metals, heated to 3,700 degrees, did not scorch their skin. Rather, they crept up their pant legs along the textures of their shoes, imprinting the patterns of stardust flowers upon the fabric. Aiken suddenly discovered that the inner side of the ring was inscribed with minute star chronicles, each spaced 31 years apart, alongside simple sketches of plasma welding guns. Their tips eternally pointed toward the star clusters at a 31-degree angle. These star chronicles amplified the body temperature. Aiken touched the surface of the ring. His fingertips' temperature of 37 caused the metal to cool instantaneously, revealing the holographic log of a female crew member from the Solar Ring Space City. When the body temperatures of 731 civilizations converge within the core of a star, the helium flash inscribes the password of welding marks onto the celestial trajectory. Remember, 3700 is the cry of 37. We are here. At the conclusion of the log, a stardust flower was illustrated, its petals angled at 31 degrees, and the temperature at its center marked 37. In that moment, the brilliance of the helium flash suddenly converged, unveiling the crystalline core of the star. Each facet of the crystal refracted distinct spacetime. Crew members of the Solar Ring Space City inscribed the first mark upon the oxygen circulation pipe. The teacher's wife etched the second mark upon the foundation of the technological city, and Aiken branded the third mark in spacetime. These three marks converged at the crystal's center, erupting in a silver-blue flame, amidst which countless tiny handprints floated, each palm imprint bearing the three marks, the temperature of which matched the human body temperature precisely, a resonance point of body temperature. Lin Feng placed his palm against the crystal. The temperature of 37 caused the crystal to tremble violently, illuminating all 731 star trajectories simultaneously, weaving a vast net within the void, the shape of which mirrored a miniature version of stardust flowers. Each mesh of the net embedded a metal piece, upon which the star chronicle flowed backward from star chronicle 31 to star chronicle 37031. Along this reverse trajectory, all welding marks grew in reverse, ultimately transforming into the first ring of age of the original welding gun. Aiken's heart raced intensely at that moment. The seed of stardust flowers suddenly split open, releasing countless light particles, which reformed the imprint of the three marks in his palm. The temperature of the imprint surged to 3,700, yet it did not scorch his skin. Instead, that heat coursed through his arm into the engine of a legacy vessel, where the energy core suddenly revealed the oxygen circulation formula of the Solar Ring Space City, the result of which precisely matched the leap coordinates of the legacy vessel, an unknown galaxy at an angle of 31 degrees. As the legacy vessel jumped out of the helium-flashing star system, the star trajectories outside the porthole suddenly reconfigured. The 731 star trajectories formed a massive symbol of three marks, at the center of which the ethereal silhouette of the original welding gun flickered amidst the stardust. The rings of age had transformed into a sea of stardust flowers, within which the nursery rhymes of the Solar Ring Space City, the life code song of the technological city, and the voices of the children from the new homeland intertwined into a gentle breeze. Where the wind blew, all stardust flowers blossomed towards the angle of 31 degrees, their petals coursing with a light of 37. Lin Feng observed the imprint on Aiken's palm, and suddenly comprehended that the legacy of civilization is never a linear passage of time. It represents the resonance of countless body temperatures converging amidst the stardust, the temperature memories left by each welding mark across spacetime, the eternal light that never extinguishes between the hand of 37 and the star of 3,700. Meanwhile, along the trail left by the legacy vessel, a luminous ribbon composed of stardust flowers extended along the star trajectory, akin to a naval cord woven from body temperature, one end tethered to the origins of civilization, the other bound to every palm reaching toward the starry sky. Aiken lowered his gaze to his chest, where the seed of stardust flowers had transformed into a tiny metallic piece, the star chronicle inscribed upon it indicating the moment, 31. He raised his palm, the imprint on his hand resonating with the three marks visible through the porthole, and within the ripples of that resonance, countless uncharted galaxies shimmered. Amidst the twinkling light, innumerable hands clutching welding torches extended at a precise angle of 31 degrees. The warmth emanating from his palm mirrored his body temperature perfectly. It represented civilization's eternal coordinates within the cosmos, the ultimate destination of all welding scars, and the warmest reply of life, numbered 37 to the starry sky. Chapter 81. The palm at the end of the star track. As the three-mark imprint on Aiken's palm resonated with the stellar trajectory, the engine of the inheritance vessel suddenly roared with a silver-blue thunder. Those flames flowed along the 31-degree angle of the star track, painting a spiral in the void, where each bend blossomed with stardust flowers, their petals unfolding at just the right angle to assemble the current star calendar of 31. The youth lowered his gaze to the metallic piece on his chest, its patterns suddenly igniting, etching the access code to the Solar City's hatch onto his skin. The last 3 digits of the code were 731, identical to the number of samples in the genetic ice vault. In that moment, Lin Feng's detector captured a life signal. The waveform displayed on the screen indicated that the signal originated from an unknown source at the end of the star track. Its frequency synchronized with the quantum fluctuations of the central database of the Solar City. Nestled within the fluctuations were countless tiny peaks and valleys, each difference equating to 31. He directed the signal into the decoding system of the inheritance vessel, and a holographic image immediately sprang to life on the screen. 731 children were gathered around a piece of memory glass, which played a nursery rhyme from the Solar City. The children pressed their palms against the glass, their warmth causing the 3 marks to emerge, the center of which was marked with 37, a new bud of civilization. Lin Feng pointed to the planet depicted in the image. There, the land was blanketed with fields of stardust flowers, the contours of which formed the shape of a plasma welding torch, its nozzle pointing towards the star at an angle of 31 degrees. Aiken suddenly noticed that each child wore a metallic ring on their wrist, numbered from 001 to 731, the font matching the signature of the teacher in the genetic ice vault. Upon landing on the planet, they stepped onto a soft carpet of petals. These stardust flowers retained the warmth of 37. Stepping on them released light particles, which reassembled in the air to form the laboratory of the technological city, where the teacher stood before a genetic sequencer, merging the samples from the Solar City with the seeds of their new home, controlling the temperature of the fusion at 31. Surrounding the fused samples, the petals of the stardust flowers vibrated at a frequency of 003 Hz, synchronizing with the molecular vibrations of the memory glass. These samples sustained the body temperature. Aiken touched the glass wall of the sample container, the warmth of his fingertips rendering the glass instantly transparent, revealing the genetic fragments within that suddenly formed a double helix structure, each base pair of the helix corresponding to a metal piece. The star calendar, on which extended from the previous star calendar of 37,031 to the current 31. On the last metal piece, a small inscription read, "When the temperatures of 731 palms converge at the end of the star track, civilization will recognize its own form." At that moment, the children gathered closer. The youngest among them held up a metallic piece, resonating with the carrier on Aiken's chest as light particles flowed between them, forming a sequence of pulsing numbers, 373168. Which represented the oxygen circulation efficiency parameter of the Solar City and the blooming cycle of the stardust flowers in their new home. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the scars on the children's palms were identical to Aiken's burn marks, the angle of the scars being 31 degrees. With silver-blue light flowing through the patterns of the stardust flowers surrounding them, resonating in harmony with the flames of the initial welding torch. At that moment, the memory glass suddenly illuminated. The images within began to flow. Crew members of the Solar City etched welding parameters into the stars. The teacher preserved genetic samples in the technological city, and Aiken left welding scars in the fabric of time and space. In the final frame, the children wielded welding torches, inscribing new marks upon the fields of stardust flowers, where beams of light blossomed at the ends of the marks, extending along the star track at an angle of 31 degrees, perfectly connecting with the trajectory of the inheritance vessel. It was a relay of welding scars. Aiken knelt down and grasped the hand of the youngest child. As their welding torches simultaneously branded a mark, the angle of intersection was 31 degrees. And from that convergence surged forth a silver-blue liquid light, within which countless tiny handprints floated, each imprint clutching a metal piece, the star calendar on which was being updated. And at that moment, beside the number 31, a stardust flower bloomed, its petals inscribed with the next moment of 31. As the inheritance vessel prepared for its return journey, the field of stardust flowers suddenly illuminated. A beam of light composed of 731 flowers ascended along the star track, weaving a vast net in the void, each node of which was embedded with the handprints of the children. The warmth of those handprints was identical to that of the crew of the Solar City, the teacher of the technological city, and Aiken of the new home. Lin Feng gazed at the luminous net outside the porthole, suddenly hearing the tremor of the initial welding torch echo amidst the stardust. The strength of countless hands gripping torches, the warmth of countless welding scars. The everlasting echo of life numbered 37 in the universe. Aiken handed the metallic piece from his chest to the youngest child. The moment the boy grasped the carrier, the memory glass projected an image that transcended time and space. The crew of the solar city, the teacher of the technological city, the children of a new home, all their palms overlapping on the glass, the three marked symbols merging into one. At the center of this symbol, a stardust flower blossomed, its petals at an angle of 31 degrees, and the heart of the flower forever retained a temperature of 37. As the inheritance vessel leaped beyond the star system, the star tracks outside the porthole suddenly transformed into countless tiny welding torches, each cradled in the palms of civilizations, extending toward the clusters of stars at an angle of 31 degrees, where the stardust flowers bloomed at a visibly accelerating pace, their petals revealing the faces of different eras, the builders of the solar city, the teacher of the technological city, the children of the new home, each countenance adorned with a smile reflecting the warmth of 37, recognizing one another in the light at the end of the star track. Lin Feng gazed at the imprint on Aiken's palm, suddenly comprehending that this journey transcending time and space had no true end. It had merely transformed into the warmth of the children's palms, into the blooming cycle of the stardust flowers, into the ceaseless tremor along the star track, eternally etched with the warmth of civilization in every hand that had ever grasped a welding torch. And upon the trajectory of the inheritance vessel, new beams of light were burgeoning, ever directed toward the starry sky at a 31-degree angle, where countless waiting palms reached forth toward the light, their temperatures perfectly in harmony with all life in the cosmos. Chapter 82. The Stardust Cradled by Palms. As the youngest child clasped the metallic piece tightly, the three-mark symbol on his palm suddenly exuded a silver-blue glow. That light flowed along his fingertips, tracing a trajectory at a 31-degree angle across the field of stardust flowers. At the end of that trajectory, the petals suddenly soared into the air, forming a holographic projection of the solar city in the void. In the square of the city, 731 children surrounded the initial welding torch, their song resonating in perfect synchrony with the roar of the inheritance vessel's engine. Aiken looked down at his palm, where the stardust flower on his scar had transformed into tiny particles of light, drifting along the star track toward the child's palm, weaving a warm bridge of light between their hands, the temperature of which remained stable at 37. At that moment, Lin Feng's detector captured a galaxy-level resonance. The waveform displayed on the screen indicated that the center of the resonance was the metallic piece in the child's palm. The resonant waves spreading along the star track at a 31-degree angle. Wherever they reached, all the stardust flowers bloomed in the same direction, their petal patterns revealing the oxygen circulation conduits of the solar city, the genetic ice vault of the technological city, and the stardust flower fields of their new home. The outlines of the three merging in resonance. The converging light particles formed a sequence of pulsing numbers, 731, 312, 2661, representing the total number of chambers in the solar city and the total area of the stardust flower fields of their new home. It was the sum of civilization. Lin Feng pointed at the star map in the projection. There, 731 galaxies revolved around a single star at a 31-degree angle. Amidst the star's flames floated innumerable handprints, each imprint embedded with a metallic piece, the star calendar on which began to extend infinitely from the next moment of 31. Aiken suddenly discerned that each habitable zone within the galaxies was adorned with luminous bands composed of stardust flowers, the curvature of which astonishingly formed the number 000. The typography of this number bore an uncanny resemblance to the signature of his mentor inscribed upon the genetic ice vault. At this moment, the children commenced their sowing. They scattered the seeds of the stardust flowers into the air, whereupon contact with the warmth of 37, the seeds promptly germinated. The trajectory of the tender shoots harmoniously mirrored the celestial orbits, with each inflection point adorned by spiraling tendrils, which bore countless minute memory crystals. Within these crystals were snippets of diverse civilizations, the crew of the Solar Ring Space City humming a tune while repairing conduits, his mentor documenting formulas in the laboratories of the Tech City, and Aiken's own breath as he etched welding marks through the fabric of time and space. These fragments wove together a tapestry of warmth. Aiken grasped a falling tendril, its temperature reminiscent of the initial tremors of the welding gun. Within those subtle vibrations lay the quantum codes of the Solar Ring Space City, the genetic sequences of the Tech City, and the star map coordinates of a new home, all merging into a new code catalyzed by 31. This code directed towards an unnamed star, whose spectrum bore the thermal signatures of 37, evidence of countless palms burning within the stardust. The youngest child suddenly raised a welding gun, mimicking Aiken's stance, and inscribed the first mark upon the stardust flower field, at an angle of 31 degrees. Instantly, a silvery blue, luminous fluid surged forth from the groove of the mark, revealing the image of a female crew member from the Solar Ring Space City. In the image, the crew member pressed her palm into the luminous liquid, the warmth of her imprint causing the liquid to crystallize into a metallic ring, inscribed with the number 732, designating the first native life of the new home. The typography crafted from the petals of the stardust flower. As the viewport of the legacy vessel illuminated this planet for the final time, Lin Feng beheld 731 children's palms overlapping within the stardust. Each palm rested against a metallic disc, upon which the stellar calendar was synchronously updating, the latest numeral proclaiming an everlasting 31. The luminous band of stardust, composed of flowers, extended along the celestial orbits, weaving a colossal hand in the void, its center cradling a blue-green planet. Along the periphery of the planet's atmosphere, myriad tiny welding marks were burgeoning at their terminus. New stardust flowers unfurling at a frequency of 003 Hz, synchronizing with the pulse of the cosmos. Suddenly, Aiken's palm radiated heat. The luminous particles that had merged with the scars began to flow in reverse, tracing the star trails back to his heart, where they reconstituted the phantom of the initial welding gun. The age rings of the gun had transformed into countless tiny palms, each clasping a seed of the stardust flower, its shell engraved with 3 scar symbols, at the center of which marked 37, the temperature at which all civilizations converge, the cipher of welding marks thriving within the stardust, and the eternal light that never extinguishes when palms cradle the stardust. As a legacy vessel leapt beyond the galaxy, the stardust outside the viewport suddenly coalesced into the shapes of countless palms. These palms reached towards the starry sky at a 31-degree angle, the warmth emanating from their centers, transforming the stardust into new celestial orbits, where each node thrived with stardust flowers, their petals revealing diverse visages, the builders of the Solar Ring Space City, the mentor from the Tech City, the children of the new home, and innumerable civilizations yet to be encountered, all bearing the smile of 37, recognizing the warmth of each other's palms at the end of the stardust. Lin Feng gazed upon the light emanating from Aiken's heart, suddenly realizing that the legacy of civilization was never merely the transmission of objects, but rather the continuity of warmth, the stardust being upheld by countless palms in the celestial orbits of 31 degrees, the eternal flow of 37's light within 731 stardust flowers, and the subtle yet resolute tremor as welding marks grew through time and space. We are here. We shall always be here. And in the wake of the legacy vessel's trajectory, new palms emerged from the stardust, their warmth in perfect alignment with all past and future. Chapter 83. The Imprints of Condensed Stardust. As the wake of the legacy vessel stirred ripples within the stardust, the phantom of the initial welding gun at Aiken's heart suddenly emitted a burst of light. The silvery blue radiance coursed through his veins, weaving a delicate net within his palm prints, the mesh shapes perfectly aligning with the 3 scar symbols. Each mesh held a seed of the stardust flower, its temperature fluctuating rhythmically between 31 and 37, corresponding to the safety threshold of the oxygen circulation system of the Solar Ring Space City, as well as the optimal growth temperature for the stardust flowers of the new home. At that moment, Lin Feng's detector captured the resonance of the palm prints. The waveform displayed on the screen indicated that each inflection point of the palm prints corresponded to a metallic disc, upon which the stellar calendar flickered at a frequency of 003 Hz. In the intervals of the flickering, the coordinates of 731 galaxies emerged, with their longitudinal and latitudinal differences remaining consistently at 31. He imported the palm print data into the legacy vessel's star map system, and the formerly scattered coordinates suddenly coalesced into a circular formation, at the center of which floated a blue-green planet. Within the planet's atmosphere, countless palm imprints were condensing, their patterns mirroring Aiken's own palm print. These were the fingerprints of civilization. Lin Feng pointed towards the planet's polar region. There, the ice cap exhibited a metallic sheen. When touched by the welding gun, the ice layer instantly melted into silvery blue liquid, within which emerged the image of the builders of the Solar Ring Space City. In the image, the builders were engraving their palm prints into the planet's core, the depth of the engravings reaching 31 kilometers, surrounded by stardust flowers, each cradling a metallic ring inscribed with the number 732, the inner side of which bore the small inscription, "When 731 palm prints overlap in the stardust, the universe shall remember the warmth of civilization." Upon landing on the planet, they trod upon a surface composed of these palm imprints. The residual warmth of 37 within the imprints released luminous particles upon contact, which reassembled in the air to form the genetic repository of the tech city. His mentor stood before the refrigeration chamber, merging the palm print samples from the solar ring space city with the genetic sequences of the new home, controlling the merging temperature at 31. Upon the container of the merged samples, the petals of the stardust flower began to grow along the trajectory of the palm prints. The veins of the petals coursing with the quantum codes of the solar ring space city, where numerical variables were replaced with palm temperature markers. These markers perpetuated the legacy of the palm prints. Aiken touched the glass wall of the container. The warmth of his fingertips instantaneously fogged the glass. And within the misty patterns, his mentor's palm print intertwined with that of the female crew member from the solar ring space city. They simultaneously raised their palms, inscribing marks upon the container's surface, the angle of intersection measuring 31 degrees. And from their intersection surged forth silvery blue, luminous liquid, within which floated innumerable tiny metallic disks. Their stellar calendars tracing back from the eternal 31 to the previous stellar calendar of 37,031. Along the trajectory of this regression, all palm prints grew in reverse, ultimately transforming into the first age ring of the initial welding gun. At that moment, the planet's ice cap suddenly trembled. The 731 palm prints simultaneously released luminous particles, reconstructing a colossal palm print in the void, with each line corresponding to a celestial orbit where stardust flowers were blooming. The angles of their petals unfolding precisely to form the number 000, the typography crafted from the folds of the palm prints, the depth of the folds measuring 31 microns. The standard for the memory glass of the solar ring space city, and the depth of his mentor's signature upon the genetic samples. The image of the youngest child then materialized, clutching the metallic ring inscribed with 732, overlapping with Aiken's palm. Luminous particles circulated between their palms, forming a dynamic series of numbers, 31371147, representing the chamber pressure parameters of the solar ring space city and the quantity of stardust flower seeds of the new home. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that at the inflection points of the child's palm print, stardust flowers were coalescing into metallic disks. The stellar calendar inscribed upon them indicating the stardust year 31, with the typography composed of countless tiny palm prints, each bearing symbols of different civilizations. At this moment, the palm prints abruptly contracted, converging all luminous particles into a crystal. Each facet of the crystal refracts distinct dimensions of time and space. The crew of the solar ring space city leaves their handprints while repairing the conduits. The matron presses her fingerprint onto the glass of the gene bank, and Ah Chun leaves his welding marks in the stardust. All handprints converging at the heart of the crystal, erupting into a silvery blue flame. Within this flame, countless minuscule metallic fragments float, their astral calendars being updated. Beside the numeral denoting stardust year 31, a stardust flower blooms, its petals inscribed with the cosmic year 31. As the legacy vessel prepares for its return journey, the planet's ice cap suddenly illuminates. A luminous band composed of 731 handprints ascends along the star trajectory, weaving an expansive net in the void, with each node embedded with a metallic piece resonating with the cosmic background radiation, its frequency perfectly synchronized with the quantum memory of the solar ring space city. Ah Chun raises his palm, the flame in his palm resonating with the luminous web, and amidst the ripples of resonance, countless uncharted galaxies flicker into existence. Within the flickering light, myriad handprints crystallize in the stardust, their temperature matching his own. Lin Feng gazes at the overlapping handprints within the crystal, suddenly comprehending that the legacy of civilization has never existed in isolation. It is the quantum code flowing within the handprints of the solar ring space city. The temperature memories concealed within the genetic sequences of the technological city, the trajectory along which the stardust flower of the new home grows, and the silver blue beam that pierces the universe as 731 handprints overlap within the stardust. On the path of the legacy vessel, stardust crystallizes along the trajectory of the handprints, inscribing an eternal imprint in the void, at the center of which the stardust flower blooms, its petals angled at 31 degrees. The temperature of its core eternally resting at 37. This is the fingerprint left by all civilizations in the cosmos, a gentle response of stardust to life. Ah Chun looks down at his palm. The seed of the stardust flower within the handprint has transformed into tiny metallic grains, flowing along the trajectory of the handprint, coalescing at his fingertips into the imprint of 3 lines. He raises his palm, the glowing imprint connecting with the luminous web outside the porthole. At the moment of connection, countless handprints awaken within the stardust, extending towards the starry sky at a 31-degree angle, where the stardust flower blooms at a visible speed, its petals revealing the handprints of diverse civilizations, the builders of the solar ring space city, the matron of the technological city, the children of the new home, and innumerable unencountered lives. All handprints overlap within the stardust, their temperature perfectly synchronized with the pulse of the universe. Chapter 84. The Universe Woven by Handprints. As the three-line imprint at Ah Chen's fingertip connects with the luminous web, the porthole of the legacy vessel suddenly transforms into a colossal handprint. Those silver-blue lines spread along the star trajectory at a 31-degree angle, weaving a net that encompasses 731 star systems in the void. Each mesh shaped like a miniature stardust flower, every mesh embedded with a bluish-green planet. Within the planet's atmosphere, handprints tremble at a frequency of 0.03 Hz, resonating with the quantum memory of the solar ring space city. The youth looks down at his palm, where metallic grains within the handprint suddenly exude a luminous liquid, imprinting the cosmic star map onto his skin, the center of which marks 37, the average temperature of all habitable planets. At that moment, Lin Feng's scanner captures the breadth of the galaxy. The waveform displayed on the screen reveals 731 galaxies rotating around the center of the handprint web at a 31-degree angle, with a rotation period precisely equal to 31 Earth years. At each periodic node, the stardust flower blooms towards the center, the veins of the petals revealing the chambers of the solar ring space city, the gene bank of the technological city, and the stardust flower fields of the new home. The three merge into a colossal crystal, whose edges refract countless overlapping handprints, each centered around metallic pieces from which the cosmic calendar infinitely extends, commencing from cosmic year 31. It is the universe of civilization. Lin Feng points to the center of the crystal, where the fabric of time and space takes on a liquid quality. When touched with a welding torch, ripples immediately rise to the surface, revealing the image of the builders of the solar ring space city. In the imagery, the builders infuse the parameters of 731 handprints into the singularity of the universe, causing its temperature to suddenly rise to 37, around which the stardust begins to coalesce into the shape of handprints, with stardust flowers growing at every bend of the prints. Their petals inscribed with numbers ranging from 000 to 732, the font formed by the vibration frequencies of stardust. At that moment, the handprint web suddenly contracts, encompassing all galaxies within. The atmospheres of 731 planets simultaneously illuminate, crafting the silhouette of the initial welding torch in the void, the torch's tip reaching a temperature of 3,700, yet scorching none of the stardust flowers. The heat flows along the trajectory of the handprints, crystallizing into metallic rings within the cores of each planet. The inner sides inscribed with minute text. When the web of handprints covers the universe, every stardust is the fingerprint of civilization. Ah Chen suddenly realizes that the patterns on the metallic rings perfectly align with the star map within his handprint. The junctions of light particles forming a pulsating sequence of numbers, 731, 372, 7047, representing the total number of crew members from the solar ring space city, as well as the variety of stardust flowers in the universe. Images of the youngest children now permeate every galaxy. He holds up the 732nd metallic ring, imprinting it upon the stardust flower fields of each planet, the angle of the imprint at 31 degrees. The petals surrounding the imprint suddenly ascend, forming a triple image of the solar ring space city, the technological city, and the new home in the void. In the imagery, the people simultaneously raise their hands, overlapping at the center of the universe, where the light particles compose a colossal three-line symbol. At the symbol's core, the stardust flower blooms, the angle of the petals precisely able to spell out the word civilization, with the strokes of the characters formed by the creases of the handprints. As the legacy vessel merges into the handprint web, Lin Feng sees countless hands reaching out from the stardust, crew members of the solar ring space city, the matron of the technological city, children of the new home, and countless unencountered lives, all hands clasping at the nodes of the web. The warmth of their palms transforming the stardust into a silvery blue beam that extends along the star trajectory at a 31-degree angle, weaving a new handprint at the edge of the universe, where new galaxies are being born, the newly formed stars bearing the temperature characteristic of 37. And the surrounding stardust flowers grow along the trajectory of the handprints. Ah Chen looks down at his palm. The star map within his handprint has now completely overlapped with the cosmic star map. He raises his palm, the flame within resonating with the three-line symbol at the center of the universe. And amidst the ripples of resonance, all stardust flowers suddenly bloom simultaneously. their petals revealing the handprints of different civilizations. The veins of the handprints flow with the lullabies of the solar ring space city, the life codes of the technological city, and the songs of the children of the new home, merging into the background sound of the universe at a temperature of 37. The frequencies of the sound waves perfectly synchronized with the heartbeat of all life. Lin Feng gazes at the handprint universe outside the porthole, suddenly understanding that the ultimate legacy of civilization has never been about conquering the starry skies, but rather ensuring that every stardust carries the warmth of 37, allowing each handprint to become the latitude and longitude of the universe, ensuring that along the star trajectory at a 31-degree angle, welding marks continue to grow, and stardust flowers eternally bloom. The path of the legacy vessel has transformed into the warmest line within the handprint, at the end of which countless new hands reach out from the stardust, their palm temperatures perfectly in harmony with all civilizations in the universe, embodying the promise of stardust to life, the eternal weaving of handprints, and the indelible mark of civilization 37 in the cosmos. Chapter 85. The Stardust Flame on the Fragmented Map. As Lin Feng's magnetic boots tread upon the seventh shard of memory glass, a sudden searing sensation courses through his fingertips. Amidst the stardust remnants at a frigid minus 173 degrees, half a charred blueprint vibrates at a frequency of 0.03 hertz, its edges not yet burn away, delineating a spiral contour in a ghostly blue glow, reminiscent of an enlarged version of the oxygen circulation ducts of the solar ring space city, yet with an abrupt fracture at its core. The crystalline stardust at the fracture's edge displays a melting trace at a 31-degree angle, precisely aligning with the calibration angle of the matron's welding torch. Master, the detector indicates that this object is consuming energy. Ah Chun crouches down, holding the device, his palm revealing a burn scar glowing red, the mark seared by the 31 welding torch 3 months prior, now pulsating with the tremors of the blueprint. The energy curve pulsating on the screen rises steeply like a precipice, with its peak waveform perfectly coinciding with the resonance frequency of the heritage engine. Yet, at a certain juncture, it suddenly fractures, and beside the break, parameters are inscribed in stardust ink. Critical value 372, stardust blossom required. Lin Feng delicately lifted the silver thread at the edge of the blueprint with tweezers. Those metallic filaments, finer than nanofibers, abruptly straightened, conjuring a half-holographic projection of the power device in the void, a double-helix energy conduit entwined with 7 sets of circular coils, precisely coiled 731 times, yet breaking into 2 segments near the core. At the fracture, luminous particles evaporated at a consistent temperature of 31, resembling an incomplete breath. He suddenly recalled the metallic box locked in the genetic ice vault by his mentor before her passing. Within it, besides the seed labeled 000, lay a manuscript filled with annotations. One page depicted the same spiral, with the words penned in red. The temperature of stardust flame is the body temperature of civilization. On the 73rd day of unlocking the genetic ice vault, Lin Feng finally discovered the severed blueprint amidst the layers of the cold storage chamber. When aligned with the remnants of the fragment, the silver thread illuminated suddenly, casting a complete model of the power device onto the chamber wall. The end of the double helix conduit was meant to connect with the stardust combustion chamber. It was obstructed by a rhombic energy barrier. The data stream on the barrier refreshed at a frequency of 31 times per second, ultimately freezing at the number 37. Aiken suddenly pointed to the groove at the model's base, where a sequence of stellar records was etched. Pre-stellar record 37031. Precisely the date of the destruction of the Helios orbital city. His mentor was mimicking stellar nuclear fusion. Lin Feng traced the patterns on the barrier. Within the mesh of stardust crystals lay countless minuscule genetic fragments, whose sequences perfectly matched those of the stardust blossom seeds. He recalled the stardust videotape found in the debris of Helios orbital city 3 years prior. In the footage, his mentor donned a white lab coat, inserting a certain crystal into the conduit interface, refracting at precisely a 31-degree angle. When the stardust blossom bloomed at 37, its seeds would release symbiotic particles, capable of imparting life characteristics to the energy flow. The video abruptly halted, leaving only snowflake-like interference patterns with a stable frequency of 0.03 hertz. At that moment, Aiken's detector emitted a buzzing sound. The screen displayed the genetic map of the stardust blossom, indicating that the seed would enter dormancy at 31 and release a blue flame at 37, its vibration frequency perfectly synchronized with the human heartbeat. The youth suddenly grasped a shard of memory glass, revealing the images of the crew from Helios Orbital City. They were applying temperature sensors to the oxygen circulation conduits. As the numbers on the screen gradually descended from 372 to 37, the filtering parameters had to align with body temperature, or else the luminous liquid would crack the conduits. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the energy output port of the model. There, a three-strike symbol was engraved, identical to the markings on his mentor's metal sheet. As he pressed his palm against it, the barrier rippled, revealing the 7 sets of circular coils behind it, each with 731 turns, precisely corresponding to the number of samples in the genetic ice vault. When Aiken scattered the stardust blossom seeds into the gaps between the coils, the silver thread began to weave new patterns, forming the outline of the combustion chamber atop the model, though the fuel inlet still bore a notch, perfectly fitting the shell of the seed, labeled 000. On the 31st day of cultivating the stardust blossom, the first bud finally blossomed in the temperature-controlled chamber. As the room's temperature rose to 37, the pale purple petals unfurled, releasing a blue flame that formed a miniature double helix within the chamber. The flame's temperature stabilized at 37, yet it could effortlessly melt titanium alloy plates. Lin Feng directed the flame into the simulation system of the power device, and the energy curve on the screen instantly smoothed out, only to fluctuate violently as it approached the critical value. With a warning flashing at the peak, lack of a stable field for symbiotic particles, the stardust flame will extinguish in 731 seconds. His mentor had employed a genetic lock. Aiken pointed to the crystal at the center of the petal. Embedded within the crystal were micrometal rings, numbered 731, consistent with the last genetic sample's designation. When they injected the sample into the crystal, the flame suddenly transformed into a silver-blue hue, creating a continuous light band within the spiral conduit. Its vibration frequency dropping to 003 Hz, perfectly synchronized with the molecular vibrations of the memory glass. Lin Feng recalled the words in a manuscript. Each genetic sample carried the thermal imprint of a crew member. 731 imprints were needed to construct a complete stable field. That fateful night, while assembling the combustion chamber, Lin Feng noticed a slight deviation in the threading at the conduit interface. The angles formed by these deviations were precisely 31 degrees, mirroring the opening angle of the stardust blossom's petals. He instructed Aiken to calibrate using the plasma welding gun. As the gun's temperature stabilized at 31, the silver thread spontaneously coiled into a sealing ring, the stardust crystals beginning to glow, revealing the layout of the cabins in Helios Orbital City, with cabin 731 circled in red, depicting a rudimentary stardust combustion chamber, alongside the note. Initial pressure 31015 Pascal. 37 minus the absolute value of absolute zero. This was simulating human blood pressure. Lin Feng adjusted the pressure valve. When the needle pointed to 31,015 Pascal, the stardust flame suddenly formed a sphere within the combustion chamber, and countless overlapping silhouettes emerged at the flame's center. The crew of Helios Orbital City were repairing the conduits. His mentor was recording data in the lab, and Aiken was cultivating seedlings in the temperature-controlled chamber, all their palms pressed against the same conduit interface, their hand temperatures causing ripples in the flame. Aiken abruptly pointed at the surface of the spherical flame, where a half-nursery rhyme materialized, 3 petals enveloping the warmth of 37. The remaining 4 petals await the children to ignite with the welding gun's fire. On the day the power device was first activated, the stardust flame erupted in a blinding light within the double helix conduit. The energy output instantly reached the theoretical value of 731, yet suddenly diminished at the 73rd second, blue droplets seeping from the connection points of the conduit, transforming into stardust blossom seeds upon hitting the ground, forming the 3-strike symbol. While examining the welds, Lin Feng discovered minute fractures in the silver thread at the interface. The angle of the break being 31 degrees, precisely matching the stress critical point illustrated in his mentor's manuscript. She had deliberately left this seam. Lin Feng observed the break closely with a magnifying glass. The fracture of the silver thread bore a step-like formation, with different parameters inscribed on each layer, ultimately pointing to the number 37. He recalled his mentor's words in the video. A perfect power device should breathe like life, with rises and falls to avoid collapse. Aiken suddenly seized a piece of stardust crystal, which refracted a rainbow-hued light at 37, revealing the complete second half of the nursery rhyme. Ignite the future. The flame's temperature must match that of the palm holding the welding gun. When they embedded the 731st stardust blossom seed into the seam, the silver thread began to self-repair. The symbiotic particles released by the seed at 37 acted like countless tiny hands mending the fracture, the seam's flame radiating a warm orange-red hue, stabilized at 37. Lin Feng pressed his body temperature sensor against the conduit, and the energy curve on the screen synchronized perfectly with his heartbeat. When Aiken also placed his palm against it, the double helix conduit emitted a hum, the output power instantly reaching 100, and the star records on the chamber walls began to reverse, ultimately halting at pre-stellar record 37031. At that moment, the holographic projection abruptly updated, the outline of Helios orbital city overlapping with the image of the technological city, connected by this power device. Within the flowing stardust flame, the smiles of 731 crew members alternated with those of 731 children. Lin Feng gazed at the three-strike symbol at the core of the device, suddenly realizing that what his mentor had left unfinished was not merely the blueprint, but the understanding for those who came after. The power of civilization is never cold energy, but the warmth transmitted at 37 degrees of body temperature. As Aiken's welding gun descended upon the final seam, the stardust flame suddenly transformed into a silver-blue light band, extending along the 31-degree angled conduit, crafting the silhouette of a starship at the chamber's apex, with the words heritage inscribed at the bow. The angles of the strokes mirroring his mentor's signature to the finest detail. For the engine in the stardust. On the day of the maiden voyage of the inheritance, Lin Feng stood upon the bridge, gazing at the monitoring screen of the power system. The stardust flames within the dual helical pipes burned steadily at a constant temperature of 37 degrees, and the energy output waveform displayed subtle undulations at each peak, reminiscent of a human pulse. Suddenly, Aiken pointed out the porthole. Countless stardust flowers aligned along a trajectory of 31 degrees, their petal formations marking the coordinates of the solar city on the star map, situated precisely 731 light-years from their new home. Lin Feng opened his mentor's manuscript, where the final page illustrated a starship in voyage, accompanied by a red ink inscription. The finest power system enables a starship to traverse the cosmos with the warmth of civilization. He placed his palm against the sensing area of the console, and the stardust flames suddenly blossomed into the shape of stardust flowers within the pipes. The triline symbol at the center of the flames resonated with the body temperature sensors of all crew members, creating a warm current that transcended time and space. Aiken's detector indicated that, at that moment, the frequency of energy fluctuations was perfectly synchronized with the oxygen circulation system of the solar city. The genetic ice vault of the technological city and the stardust flower fields of their new home, all at 003 Hertz, all at 37 degrees. As the starship transitioned out of the superluminal navigation lane, Lin Feng beheld the shimmering phantom of the solar city amidst the stardust. The pipes within the city flowed with stardust flames of the same origin as the inheritance, the crew's smiling faces peering through the flames. Merging with those on the bridge, he suddenly comprehended that the blueprints left by his mentor were never an end, but rather a means to ensure that every individual wielding a welding torch understood. The continuity of civilization, like the stardust flames, eternally carries a temperature of 37, blazing towards the future along the 31-degree celestial trajectory. At that moment, Aiken's palm began to radiate heat. The metal piece fused with his scar glowed, projecting his mentor's final image onto the porthole. She stood before the unfinished power system, raising her welding torch and smiling at the lens. The tip's temperature leaving a foggy imprint of 31 degrees on the glass. Remember, when the temperature of the stardust flames equals your body temperature, it will transform into an everlasting engine. The instant the image vanished, the energy curve on the monitoring screen morphed into a stardust flower, with petals angled at 31 degrees, and the flower's heart eternally maintained at 37. Chapter 86. The coordinates within the flames. On the seven-star system's transition, the power system emitted an unusual tremor. The stardust flames within the dual helical pipes began to stratify, the silver-blue outer layer enveloping the orange-red core, akin to the pulsating veins beneath human skin. At the layering junction, light particles condensed into tiny crystals at a temperature of 31, their facets refracting an unfamiliar star map, depicting 731 unmarked star systems revolving around a singularity at a 37-degree angle. With the coordinates inscribed in stardust ink, the terminus of stardust flames is the second homeland of civilization. Lin Feng fixated on the monitoring screen, noting the fluctuating pressure values. A constant pressure of 31,015 pascals suddenly exhibited jagged oscillations, each fluctuation occurring precisely every 31 seconds, with the peak values revealing the cabin numbers of the solar city, sequentially from 001 to 731. Aiken suddenly pointed at the weld seam at the pipe joint, where stardust flower seeds were sprouting, pale purple tendrils climbing the molten trace at a 31-degree angle. The tendrils bore tiny metal pieces, inscribed with the stellar chronology 73131, marking exactly the 100th star year since the reconstruction of the technological city. His mentor had long calculated the course. Lin Feng embedded the metal piece into the console slot. The star map suddenly magnified, revealing the image of the builders of the solar city within the halo of the singularity. In the image, they were engraving the core parameters of the power system into the stardust clouds, the depth of the engravings reaching 31 light years, with the surrounding flames forming a double helix structure, perfectly synchronized with the engine of the inheritance. When the temperature of the stardust flames reached 372, it would automatically unlock the transition coordinates. The engineer in the image raised a welding torch, the calibration mark halting at 31, a key left for future generations, to be unlocked only with the warmth of civilization. At that moment, the stardust flowers in the cultivation chamber collectively blossomed. The flames of 731 flowers converged into the combustion chamber of the power system, and the temperature of the stardust flames surged to 372. Suddenly, fragments of his mentor's manuscript emerged on the inner wall of the pipes. The resonance frequency of stardust flames is the universal language of the cosmos. When the flames of 731 star systems tremble in unison, the echoes of the homeland can be heard. Aiken's detector abruptly captured a powerful energy signal, originating from the depths of the singularity, with a waveform perfectly aligned with that of the solar city's quantum beacon, each peak resonating with a heartbeat at 003 Hz. On the 31st day since the inheritance reached the singularity, Lin Feng discovered anomalies within the maintenance chamber of the power system. The inner wall of the dual helical pipes bore circular scorch marks from the stardust flames, each ring corresponding to a different stellar chronology, extending from the previous chronology 37031 to 73131, with the intervals between the markings precisely measuring 31 millimeters, mirroring the width of the original welding torch's annular marks. Aiken pressed his palm against the markings, and the scar on his palm suddenly radiated heat, causing the metal pieces fused with the scar to flow, spelling out a complete nursery rhyme along the surface of the pipe. 3 lines connect the stars and dust, 7 petals bloom a new homeland. Within the flames at a 31-degree angle dwell all those yet to meet. In the deep night, when the transition program was initiated, the stardust flames abruptly transformed into a silvery hue. At the junction of the dual helical pipes, a colossal triline symbol emerged, with a bluish-green planet suspended at its center. Countless handprints began to coalesce within the planet's atmosphere, their patterns perfectly matching the palm prints of the crew from the solar city. Lin Feng suddenly noticed that the polar ice caps of the planet displayed the contours of the power system, beneath which liquid oceans awakened the stardust flower seeds at a constant temperature of 37, releasing symbiotic particles that spelled out welcome home upon the ocean surface. The strokes at a 31-degree angle, identical to his mentor's signature. This was the true purpose of the power system. Lin Feng observed the annular markings on the cabin walls. Each ring, embedded with metal pieces, recorded fragments of different civilizations, the oxygen circulation formula of the solar city, the genetic sequence of the technological city, and the cultivation manual for the stardust flowers of the new homeland. When he embedded the final metal piece, stamped with Aiken's palm print, into the outermost ring, all the stardust flames suddenly reversed flow, forming a time tunnel within the pipes. At the tunnel's end, his mentor stood smiling before the unfinished blueprints, her welding torch tracing a 31-degree arc in the air. The power system was not merely an engine, but the annals of civilization, meant to allow every era to witness the footprints of their predecessors. At that moment, the stardust flames erupted. 731 beams of light shot forth from the weld seams of the pipes, weaving a colossal star map in the void, where each node bore a stardust flower, their annular markings synchronizing perfectly with the patterns of the power system. Aiken's palm suddenly bore the imprint of the triline symbol, its temperature rising to 372, perfectly aligning with the critical threshold of the stardust flames. As his palm overlapped with the weld seam on the pipe, all the stardust flowers simultaneously turned, their petal veins flowing with silver blue light, extending along the 31-degree celestial trajectory, tracing the outline of the solar city at the universe's edge. This time, the seams of the city were adorned with stardust flowers, like garlands upon a long-lost lineage. On the day the inheritance entered the orbit of the new homeland, the stardust flames of the power system suddenly became transparent. Within the dual helical pipes, countless overlapping silhouettes appeared. The crew of the solar city was maintaining the pipes. The mentor was preserving seeds within the technological city, Aiken was nurturing saplings in the cultivation chamber, and there were 731 unfamiliar faces, the indigenous inhabitants of the new homeland. Their palm scars identical to the burn marks of humanity. Lin Feng observed the energy curve on the monitoring screen, which had once risen steeply like a cliff, now flowing gently like a river, each peak corresponding to a blooming stardust flower, each trough concealing a nursery rhyme from the solar city. Aiken discovered his mentor's welding torch at the core of the power system. The gun's body, adorned with the rings of time, had transformed into the tendrils of stardust flowers. The metallic shards upon these tendrils chronicled the entire journey of the legacy number, from the remnants of the solar ring space city to the gene ice vaults of the tech city, from the fields of stardust flowers to the orbits of the new homeland. The final metallic shard bore a small inscription. The driving force of civilization lies in the eternal remembrance of how to ignite the flame. As the youth grasped the gun's handle, stardust flames suddenly surged forth from the seams of the pipes, forming a magnificent light beam in the atmosphere of the new homeland. The shape of this beam resembled an incomplete schematic of a power device, its fractured sections filled with the warmth of countless hands. Lin Feng stood on the bridge, gazing down at the azure planet below. On the monitoring screen of the power device, the temperature of the stardust flame stabilized at 37. And the waveform of energy output perfectly overlapped with the contours of the new homeland's landmass. In that instant, he comprehended that the unfinished seams left by his mentor were never flaws, but rather reminders for future generations. The continuation of civilization, much like these stardust flames, requires the collective warmth of countless souls. When Aiken's welding gun etched the first mark upon the foundation of the new homeland, the phantoms of the solar ring space city overlapped with the outline of the new homeland, and two welds at a 31-degree angle intersected in the stardust, giving rise to a stardust flower, whose petals bore inscriptions of both the homeland and the new abode. During the final inspection of the power device, Lin Feng discovered new rings of time etched into the inner walls of the pipes. These were the overlapping imprints of Aiken's palm and the children's handprints from a new homeland, with a stardust flower seed nestled at the center of the patterns, inscribed with the number 732. As he buried the seed in the soil of the new homeland, stardust flames suddenly erupted from the Earth's veins, forming a double helical light beam in the sky. At the end of this beam, countless starships navigated along a 31-degree trajectory, their propulsion systems flickering with a light of 37, symbolizing the distance from the solar ring space city to the new homeland, the temperature that stardust flames would never cool, and the eternal coordinates inscribed by civilization in the cosmos. At that moment, Aiken's palm radiated warmth. The stardust flower upon his scar vibrated at a frequency of 003 Hz, completely synchronized with the geomagnetic field of the new homeland. He lowered his gaze to the monitoring screen of the power device, where the energy curve of the stardust flames suddenly transformed into a complete stardust flower, the angles of its petals at 31 degrees. The temperature at the heart eternally resting at 37, while beside it, in stardust ink, was inscribed, "As long as there are those who wield the welding gun, the flame shall never extinguish." Chapter 87, Documents from the Era of the Old Empire. Prologue, The Dusty Coordinates. Radiative dust cascaded down the corroded ventilation pipes, and Lin Feng used the heel of his military boots to scrape off the salt frost that had formed on his goggles. The old Imperial positioning device on his wrist emitted its 37th high-frequency beep. In the emerald-hued holographic projection, a red dot, representing the target, flickered ominously at the coordinates of a cliff, coinciding perfectly with the permanent radiation exclusion zone marked in the Federal Geographic Database. After the 7th calibration was completed, the error margin was no more than 0.3 centimeters. He whispered into the collar microphone, his fingertips gliding over the worn etchings on the back of the positioning device. This was a trophy he had acquired 3 years ago from the ruins black market. The vendor claimed it belonged to the last exploration team before the fall of the old empire, which he had dismissed as mere trickery until last month, when he discovered that scroll of bronze in the family's secret chamber. The star map on the scroll was drawn with mercuric sulfide and under ultraviolet light. 12 spiral trajectories emerged, with their endpoints precisely pointing to the coordinates beneath his feet. What made his heart race even faster was the line of ancient imperial text along the edge, which, after being deciphered by AI, read, "The core of creation lies within the heart of the rusted star ring." The night wind suddenly lifted his dust mask, carrying with it the metallic sweetness of oxidation. Lin Feng looked up to see the night sky across the cliff unusually bright. Not the phosphorescent green glow typical of radiation zones, but a haunting azure akin to the aurora, slowly flowing along the fissures of the rock face. Chapter 1. The Rusted Star Ring. The moment the climbing rope embedded itself into the rock face, Lin Feng heard the muffled sound of gears turning. This cliff, marked by the Federation as a geologically unstable zone, was surprisingly wrapped in a metallic skeleton beneath its surface rocks, with fluorescent hydraulic oil seeping from the rock fissures instead of groundwater. Altitude, 120 meters, radiation level, 12 sieverts, still within a safe threshold. The holographic projection of the positioning device suddenly distorted, the red dot fracturing into countless light spots that formed a gigantic circular pattern on the rock wall. It was then that he realized the entire cliff was a facade. Those seemingly natural rock textures were, in fact, the seams of colossal metallic components. As the last camouflage rock panel slowly ascended under the pressure of hydraulic machinery, Lin Feng inhaled sharply. Before him unfolded a circular structure over a kilometer in diameter. Its exterior cloaked in dark green patina, yet shimmering with an iridescent sheen under the moonlight. Countless pipes extended from the core to the edges, forming a complex energy circuit on the surface, with the eerie blue glow emanating from the junctions of this circuit. They had truly constructed the star ring. Lin Feng caressed the cold metallic exterior, his fingertips brushing against the orderly arrangement of rivets. The annals of the old empire had once recorded the Celestial Dome project, which aimed to build an energy ring encircling the continent at the equator, though the academic community generally dismissed it as wartime propaganda. Suddenly, a seam of light illuminated on the wall, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the energy pistol at his side, his boots crunching over the debris on the ground, which was not natural rock, but fragments of some synthetic material, with precision fiber structures visible on the fractured surfaces. Chapter 2. The Silent Corridor. The air inside was infused with a blend of formaldehyde and ozone. Lin Feng activated the spotlight on the side of his helmet. The beam sweeping over the 100-meter-long corridor, the walls on either side embedded with numerous glass incubation pods, within which floated pale, pink biological tissues, gently pulsating in the nutrient solution. Life signs detected weak signals. The alarm from the positioning device made him whirl around, discovering that in the last incubation pod, a mass of translucent gel-like substance was contracting. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the surface of this substance was covered with fine threads resembling neural synapses, gently vibrating in sync with his breathing rate. At the end of the corridor, an alloy door bore the emblem of the Empire, its eagle insignia's eyes glinting with two rubies, refracting an eerie red light. As Lin Feng placed his palm on the biometric recognition zone at the center of the door, it emitted a buzzing sound, the eagle's eyes shifting from red to green, indicating that this palm print matched that of the president of the Imperial Academy from 3 centuries ago. Behind the door lay a circular hall, surrounded by 36 metallic columns encircling a central crystal platform. Each column featured a holographic projection showcasing the technological achievements of the old empire, self-repairing biosteel, radiation-absorbing nanobots, and even designs for interstellar jump engines. These technologies possess the potential to transform the current world. Lin Feng's fingers grazed over a projection displaying the structure of an atmospheric purification tower, marked with an efficiency 50 times that of the Federation's existing technology. Suddenly, he understood why the federal government had designated this place as a forbidden zone. These long-buried technologies could overturn the existing power dynamics. Chapter 3. The Core of Creation. As Lin Feng approached the central crystal platform, its radiance intensified. It was not natural crystal, but a form of transparent alloy, within which floated a blue sphere the size of a fist, its surface swirling with patterns reminiscent of planetary atmospheres. High-intensity energy fields detected, nature unknown. The screen of the positioning device began to flicker with static, and the red dot in the holographic projection finally stabilized directly above the crystal platform. Lin Feng noticed a small inscription beneath the sphere, the seed of all things, the reboot key of the world. When his fingertip made contact with the transparent alloy, the entire hull trembled violently. The holographic projections on the metallic columns vanished, replaced by an image of an elderly man with white hair, clad in the uniform of the Imperial Academy, against a backdrop of a city in flames. Should anyone witness this image, it would signify that the star ring had ultimately been preserved. The old man's voice carried a weary tone, declaring that the greed of the old empire had ruined the world, but we have left behind hope. The core of creation stores data on the Earth's primordial ecology. Once activated, the radiation in the atmosphere will be neutralized, and the soil will regain its fertility. The image abruptly cut off, and the crystal platform began to emit a piercing alarm. The cloud patterns on the surface of the blue sphere grew increasingly tempestuous, causing fissures to erupt in the hall's floor, revealing the flickering energy conduits beneath. Lin Feng realized that the automatic defense system here had been activated. He recalled the final page of the scroll and swiftly retrieved a black crystal from his backpack, a fragment taken from the family heirloom scepter, reputed to be a relic of the last imperial dynasty. Upon embedding the crystal into the groove on the side of the crystal platform, the buzzing ceased abruptly, and the glow of the blue sphere softened, projecting a holographic map that marked the locations of the 12 star rings worldwide. The final chapter, an unfinished journey. As he departed from the technological city, dawn had just begun to break. Lin Feng glanced back, witnessing the circular structure submerging once more into the earth, leaving behind only a faint energy halo shimmering on the cliff face. His backpack now contained 3 additional items: a sample of biosteel, the design data for the atmospheric purification tower, and the coordinates of the 12 star rings stored within his locator device. Suddenly, the communicator emitted a sound. It was an encrypted message from the rebel base. Lin Feng gazed at the warning on the screen, indicating that the federal troops were advancing towards his coordinates. A smile creeping onto his lips. He understood that since the discovery of this place, the trajectory of the world had irrevocably altered. The roar of helicopters echoed from afar as Lin Feng switched the locator to encrypted mode and turned to plunge into the dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating his goggles with a blue light reminiscent of a Genesis core. Behind him lay 3 centuries of secrets, while ahead awaited a future yet to be reshaped. Chapter 88, The Hunt in the Dense Forest. The helicopter's searchlight pierced the morning mist like a sword, and as Lin Feng rolled between the vines, the biosteel sample in his backpack resonated with a metallic hum. He yanked off the dust mask snagged by a branch, his lungs instantly filled with the damp, decaying leaf scent. A fragrance mingled with the crunch of federal boots trampling dry twigs, closing in from 3 directions. Thermal source detected in Zone K7. Repeat, coordinates N3712. Speed is rapid. The static voice on the radio was alarmingly close. Lin Feng suddenly propelled himself against a tree trunk, using the recoil to crash into the steep slope on his right. Under the cover of tumbling stones, he retrieved an EMP grenade from his backpack, the safety pin making a faint metallic sound as it slipped from his palm. As his boot met the stream at the base of the slope, he yanked the grenade's fuse. 3 seconds later, a piercing electromagnetic pulse sent the pursuing drones spiraling out of control, their rotors colliding with an oak tree and sparking. Yet the footsteps farther away did not cease. Lin Feng recognized the sound of the Federal Heavy Infantry's powered armor, each step causing the ground to tremble ever so slightly, akin to some prehistoric beast on the hunt. He suddenly recalled the incubation chambers in the corridor of the technological city. Those translucent, gel-like substances were exceptionally sensitive to bioelectric fields. Perhaps they could interfere with the sensors of the powered armor. Just as this thought flickered across his mind, a searing pain shot through his left shoulder as a tranquilizer dart pierced his tactical vest, the neuroinhibitor coursing through his bloodstream. Surrender, descendant of Dr. Lin. The voice from the loudspeaker held a metallic timbre. The Federation requires those star ring coordinates. This is a burden beyond your capacity. Lin Feng tumbled into a thicket of dense ferns, his fingers deftly manipulating the locator. The 12 red dots on the holographic projection began to blink, and he initiated the highest level data diversion program, dismantling the coordinates into countless segments of encrypted information to be dispatched to the 12 safe houses scattered across the globe by the rebels. Having completed this, he crushed the signal jammer hidden behind his molars, allowing the electric current to scorch the mucous membranes of his mouth. As the shadow of the powered armor loomed overhead, Lin Feng was in the process of wedging the black crystal into the crevice at the stream's bottom. The royal insignia on the crystal's surface shimmered faintly in the water's glow, the ethereal blue light, originating from the Genesis core, spreading through the waters into the depths of the forest. Chapter 5, Secrets of the Iron Prison. The alloy walls of the interrogation room glowed coldly. Lin Feng fixated on the bronze scroll atop the table, clearly a source of frustration for the federal troops. The star maps drawn in mercuric sulfide merely appeared as chaotic spirals under ordinary light. The Major General sitting opposite toyed with the Imperial Eagle emblem on his military boots, a trophy unearthed from Lin Feng's backpack. 3 centuries ago, your ancestor, Dr. Lin M.O., was supposed to hand over the Genesis core to the federal provisional government. The Major General abruptly slammed the emblem onto the table, its talons perfectly embedding into the edge of the scroll. yet he vanished with the key to the 12 star rings, resulting in a delay of the global purification plan spanning 3 generations. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the third button of the Major General's uniform. It was not standard issue, but crafted from bio-steel, its surface shimmering with the same iridescence as the metallic pillars in the technological city. You have long been aware of the existence of the star rings. He suddenly burst into laughter. Is there not still an inactive energy tower hidden in the underground of the Federal Academy? The Major General's pupils constricted sharply. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng lunged towards the table, the bronze scroll arcing through the air as he shattered the interrogation light with his handcuffed wrist. In the darkness, the star map on the scroll illuminated under the emergency light's ultraviolet rays. 12 spiraling trajectories projected onto the ceiling, forming the clandestine outline of the federal emblem. How intriguing, Lin Feng mused, gazing at the overlapping lines. When the old empire fell, your initial leaders were concealed within the academy. They did not fail to find the star rings. Rather, they were clandestinely reconstructing their own celestial plan. The door lock suddenly emitted a hydraulic hiss as 3 individuals in white coats pushed a metallic platform into the room. Under the white cloth covering the platform, the glass silhouette of an incubation chamber became vaguely discernible. Lin Feng recognized the insignia on the chest of the foremost figure, a remnant of the Imperial Academy, now rebranded as the Federal Biotechnology Department. Mr. Lin's genetic sequence perfectly matches that of Dr. Lin Mo. The voice of the white-coated individual was as cold as a scalpel. The Genesis core requires a direct bloodline to be fully activated. This is a fate you cannot refuse. The white cloth covering the metallic platform was lifted, revealing not biological tissue, but a semi-mechanized embryo. Within a transparent amniotic sac, miniature energy rings revolving slowly around it, emitting the same blue glow as the Genesis core. Chapter 6. Resonance of the Star Rings. As Lin Feng's palm pressed once more upon the biometric recognition area, he discovered that this was not the underground laboratory of the Federal Academy, but rather the Arctic station among the 12 star rings. The circular structure on the ice plane bore no patina of rust. Its metallic exterior gleamed silver-white under the aurora, and the pipes coursed with not hydraulic oil, but an energy circuit composed of liquid oxygen. Iris verification successful. Activation sequence has been loaded. The holographic projection of the Elder was clearer than in the technological city. In the background behind him was no longer a city in ruins, but a complete blueprint of the star rings. Lin Mo's voice echoed. When all 12 star rings are simultaneously activated, the Genesis core will release the primordial ecological seed bank, covering all radiation zones. Lin Feng suddenly comprehended the Federal's obsession with the star rings. The corner of the blueprint noted the consequences of energy overload. The star rings could be transformed into orbital weapons, capable of annihilating any surface regime. And that semi-mechanized embryo was intended to serve as the biological core to control the weapon systems. The rebels had already secured 3 stations in the southern hemisphere. Static crackled in the communicator. The Federal troops had deployed nuclear weapons at the equatorial star ring, intending to perish together. He glanced at the central crystal platform, where the Genesis core was larger than that in the technological city, the cloud patterns on its surface revealing a holographic model of the Earth, with green primordial forests being encroached upon by red radiation zones, while the 12 star rings were precisely distributed in the most heavily irradiated areas. Activation required bloodline authentication, but deactivating the weapon system necessitated the royal crystal. The image of the Elder began to flicker. Lin Mo's voice resonated. The crystal is not merely a key. It also serves as the self-destruct protocol for the star rings. Suddenly, the ice plane trembled violently. The Federal troops' powered armor had breached the defenses. Lin Feng seized the black crystal beside the crystal platform, discovering it resonated with the miniature energy rings within the embryo's amniotic sac, the rings encircling the embryo, spinning faster, synchronizing with the energy circuit of the star rings. At the moment of decision, he forcefully embedded the crystal into the groove of the crystal platform. The holographic projections of the 12 star rings illuminated simultaneously. The liquid oxygen within the energy circuit began to boil, generating immense, white mist over the ice plain. As the Federal Army burst through the gates, they were greeted not by the ominous red lights of weapon systems coming to life, but by a myriad of green luminescent particles wafting from the Genesis core, seeds of plants that had been preserved for 3 centuries, now carried by the currents toward the global radiation zones. Epilogue: The Light of Rebirth. 3 months later, Lin Feng gazed at satellite imagery at the makeshift base of the resistance. The first ferns had unfurled in the Amazon radiation zone. The soil of the Sahara detected trace elements suitable for cultivation, and even the desolate expanse of the Great Pacific Garbage Patch began to show signs of phytoplankton. The self-destruction protocols of the last 3 star rings had been initiated. Cheers erupted from the communicator as the remnants of the federal forces announced their surrender. Their bioweapons program had been utterly obliterated. Lin Feng ran his fingers over the biological steel sample in his palm, the metallic surface reflecting the scene outside, where children dismantled abandoned power armor, repurposing the components into planting boxes. The powerful searchlights, once used for hunting, now provided artificial light for the seedlings. Suddenly, the locator emitted a long-awaited buzz. Only one red remained on the holographic projection, nestled beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. Yet this time, it was not a warning signal, but a new star map with a green trajectory pointing towards the ruins of the old imperial capital, shrouded in primordial forest. Legend has it that there lay hidden the energy core of the star rings. The leader of the resistance handed Lin Feng a cup of purified water. But there was no rush. The world needed time to heal. As he looked at his reflection in the cup, he was reminded of the gel substance in the cultivation pod of the tech city. Those trembling neural synapses might not be weapons after all, but biological catalysts meant to accelerate plant growth. What the old empire left behind was never a key to destruction, but rather a beacon of hope for reconstruction. He tucked the locator into his coat and strode towards the fields outside the base. The newly planted wheat was beginning to spike, dewdrops on the leaves refracting sunlight, casting a blue glow reminiscent of the Genesis core. In the distance, the laughter of children mingled with the hum of the star ring's energy circuitry, weaving together the first ballad of the New World. Chapter 89, Echoes of the Ruins. The outline of the old imperial capital emerged hazily through the morning mist. Those once sky-piercing skyscrapers were now draped in ivy, their rusted glass facades shattered into crystalline fragments, reflecting rainbow hues in the sunlight. Lin Feng walked through the knee-high ferns, following the green trajectory on the locator that guided him towards the imperial square at the heart of the city. The radiation levels here had fallen below the safety threshold. Ecologists from the resistance trailed behind him, their detectors emitting cheerful beeps. The microbial activity in the soil was 50 times that of 3 months prior, and the seed bank of the Genesis core proved to be far more efficient than anticipated. Lin Feng's gaze settled upon the pedestal of the statue in the center of the square. The bronze effigy of the imperial emperor had long since been toppled, yet the surface of the pedestal bore engravings that mirrored the patterns of the star ring's energy circuitry. As he crouched to touch the grooves, a familiar tremor resonated through his fingertips, harmonizing perfectly with the frequency of the Genesis core. The pedestal was empty. The ecologists gasped as their scanner revealed a 10-meter diameter metallic cavity beneath. The energy readings were peculiar, resembling a dormant reactor. When they pried open the alloy cover of the pedestal, a rush of air, infused with ozone and sandalwood, enveloped them. At the bottom of the cavity lay no reactor, but a half-open bronze box, lined with dark red velvet, containing 3 rolls of yellow parchment. The topmost parchment illustrated the structure of the star ring's energy core, not a mechanical apparatus, but a plant akin to a ginkgo tree, with roots extending deep into the Earth's core to extract geothermal energy and leaves capable of absorbing cosmic rays to convert into power. The annotations indicated that this biological energy entity, referred to as the World Tree, was the original power source of the 12 star rings. Before the fall of the old empire, they had already cultivated seedlings of the World Tree. Lin Feng examined the second scroll, but the war had destroyed the cultivation base, leaving only the last dormant specimen beneath the Antarctic ice. The third scroll contained the notes of Dr. Lin M.O. The handwriting somewhat blurred by the passage of time. Activating the World Tree required a pristine ecological environment. Once the 12 star rings purified the radiation zones, it would awaken naturally. The initial leader of the Federation had stolen the seedlings, yet failed to comprehend that what was needed was not control, but symbiosis. The locator suddenly vibrated violently, the green trajectory extending to the fountain pool at the edge of the square. The pool had long since dried up, and the mosaic at the bottom, washed by rain, revealed its true form. Not the imperial crest, but a flourishing world tree, its roots inlaid with gems of the same material as the black crystal. Chapter 8, Antarctic Buds. The fierce winds of the Antarctic whipped up snowflakes, striking the alloy walls of the temporary base with a sharp crackle. Lin Feng scrutinized the drilling data on the holographic projection. The location of the World Tree's dormant body was deeper than anticipated, situated at the fault line of an ancient continental plate, 3,000 meters beneath the ice. The detector indicated signs of life activity. The Resistance's geologist pointed to a fluctuating curve on the screen, responding to global ecological changes. as the roots had begun to grow slowly. Their icebreaker was equipped with geothermal drilling machines dismantled from the star rings. The drill bit glowing with an eerie blue light as it transformed ice into steam upon contact. As the drilling depth reached 2,900 meters, the mechanical arm began to tremble abnormally. The drill had not struck rock, but penetrated some resilient fibrous tissue. "Stop drilling," Lin Feng ordered immediately. He donned a cold-resistant power suit and descended the drill shaft personally. When the helmet's spotlight illuminated the way ahead, he beheld a sight he would never forget. Encased in ice was a 10-meter-tall sapling, its silver-white trunk adorned with energy patterns, dozens of translucent leaves glistening with ice crystals, yet shimmering with an emerald-like luster under the light. Most astonishing was its root system, sprawling like glowing veins into the inky darkness, hinting at the flow of blue energy akin to that of the Genesis core within its channels. "Is waiting for us." Lin Feng removed his glove and gently pressed his palm against the trunk. The silver bark rippled, the energy patterns resonating with the biological steel sample in his hand, emitting a harmonious hum. Suddenly, the world tree shed the ice crystals from its leaves, and the tender bud at its pinnacle slowly unfurled, revealing the transparent seeds encased within. The seeds hovered in the air, casting the image of Dr. Lin Mo. This time, it was not a recording, but a real-time consciousness projection. A memory from 3 centuries past, preserved intact by the world tree. Each world tree stored the consciousness of its cultivator. "Dr. Den Montag ist wie geschmiedet." I knew you would come, just as I knew the world tree would eventually awaken. The Federation sought to turn it into a weapon, yet failed to grasp that its power stemmed from the cycle of life. The seed suddenly split into 12, soaring towards the 12 members of the resistance who had followed Lin Feng. "Take them to the ruins of the 12 star rings." Dr. Lin Mo's voice gradually faded. "The world tree needs companions. The new ecosystem is to be jointly protected by all." As Lin Feng returned to the surface, an extraordinary sight unfolded in the Antarctic sky. The auroras transformed from their usual green into a multitude of colorful ribbons, resembling the branches of the world tree encircling the Earth. The base's detectors indicated that the global energy fields were resonating in synchrony and upon the once radiated zones. A gentle rain, carrying the scent of flora, began to fall. Chapter 9. The Era of Symbiosis. On the spring equinox a year later, tree planting ceremonies were held simultaneously at the 12-star ring ruins across the globe. Lin Feng stood in the square of the old imperial capital, burying the seeds of the world tree at the bottom of the fountain pool. As he poured the first handful of water from the newly reborn Amazon rainforest, the seeds broke through the soil upon contact, sprouting visibly into 2-meter-tall saplings in the blink of an eye. The holographic communicator transmitted scenes from various ruins. At the Polaris ring site, the sapling of the world tree absorbed the auroras, raising a verdant dome over the icy plains. In the Sahara Desert, its roots anchored the shifting sands, allowing drought-resistant herbs to flourish around it. The Star Ring site in the Pacific had transformed into a floating ecological island, where the aerial roots of the world tree dipped into the ocean, purifying the once polluted garbage patch. Following the surrender of the Federation, the newly established United Government enacted a decree to apply all-star ring technology towards ecological restoration. The once formidable power armor was repurposed into soil remediation machines. The energy cores of explosive weapons became growth lamps for plants. And even biosteel was utilized to construct protective canopies for the world tree, shielding it from human destruction. Occasionally, Lin Feng would return to the technological city where he had first made his discovery. It had now evolved into an ecological museum. Children gazed through glass at the once dreaded incubation pods, which now housed not mechanical embryos but saplings of the world tree, along with various flora and fauna that had been reborn after extinction in the radiation. "Uncle Lin, what is this?" a little girl with horned braids inquired, pointing at a black crystal in the display case. Lin Feng picked up the crystal, which refracted a warm glow in the sunlight, no longer exuding the chill it once did. "This is a key," he replied with a smile, "the key that unlocks both the past and the future." Suddenly, the crystal soared towards the world tree at the museum's center, embedding itself into the trunk and emitting a gentle resonance. The energy patterns of the entire technological city illuminated simultaneously, resonating with the 12 world trees around the globe. The holographic projection above the city unfurled, displaying a real-time ecological map of Earth. The red radiation zones had completely vanished, replaced by expansive green, just as Dr. Lin Mo had envisioned 3 centuries prior. Exiting the museum, Lin Feng observed the children frolicking in the square, the distant sound of the world trees, leaves swaying in the wind akin to countless lives softly singing. He understood that this was not the conclusion of a tale, but rather a new beginning. Humanity had finally grasped that true power lay not in conquering nature, but in coexisting harmoniously with the world. Chapter 90. The Soil of Memory. In the archives of the Ecological Museum, sunlight filtered through the leaves of the world tree, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Lin Feng sifted through the old documents seized from the Federal Academy of Sciences, the yellowed pages detailing the smuggling of the world tree saplings. The temperature control system numbers of the transport pods coinciding perfectly with the inscriptions on the base of a bronze box in his family's secret chamber. It turned out that his ancestors had long safeguarded this. He gently caressed the wood grain on the inside of the box lid. What appeared to be natural patterns revealed miniature energy circuits under ultraviolet light. When he placed a tender leaf of the world tree inside the box, the bronze container suddenly emitted a slight tremor, revealing a hidden compartment that contained a silver memory chip. The moment the chip was inserted into the holographic reader, the image of Dr. Lin Feng materialized once more. This time, he was in a laboratory, with the initial cells of the world tree dividing in a petri dish before him. As the world trees spread across the globe, their roots would connect to form a network, awakening the memory bank deep within the earth. Dr. Lin's fingers glided over a virtual screen, displaying ecological data from the era of the old empire, untouched by war, rich with the primal information of Earth, sufficient to guide new life away from the mistakes we once made. The image abruptly shifted to the eve of the war's outbreak. Dr. Lin Feng placed the chip into the bronze box, hurried footsteps echoing from behind him. Handed over to the Lin descendants, he instructed his assistant, "Remember, memory is not meant for indulgence, but for rectifying the future." Suddenly, the floor of the archive glowed with energy patterns, synchronizing with the roots of the 12 world trees worldwide. Lin Feng felt a slight vibration beneath his feet, as if the pulse of the earth was resonating with him. In the holographic projection, images of primordial Earth unfolded, vast stretches of ancient forests blanketing the continents, coral reefs in the oceans resembling vibrant carpets, and the sky devoid of radioactive dust, marked only by the migratory paths of birds. This data was being inscribed into the genetic library of the world tree. The voice of the ecologist brimmed with excitement, stating that henceforth, all newly sprouted plants would carry primal memories, knowing how to coexist harmoniously with their environment. Lin Feng stepped outside the museum, gazing at the towering world tree that had reached 10 meters in height, its leaves unfurled in the sunlight, each leaf imbued with a soft glow, akin to chips storing countless images. A group of children gathered around the trunk, tracing their fingers along the energy patterns. And to their astonishment, the trunk responded, revealing holographic scenes of butterflies emerging from cocoons and seeds sprouting. Chapter 11. The New Voice of the Star Ring. The transformation project at the Equatorial Star Ring site entered its final phase. The former energy circuits had been repurposed into ecological observation stations, where the metal pipes now flowed with pure water used to irrigate the surrounding farmland instead of hydraulic oil. Lin Feng stood at the center of the circular building, observing the global data streams in the holographic projection. The atmospheric oxygen levels had rebounded to 85 of what they were during the zenith of the old empire, and the number of endangered species was increasing at a rate of 10 per month. The world trees in the southern hemisphere had begun to bear fruit. The agricultural minister of the United Government pointed at the red fruits in the projection, stating that these fruits were rich in trace elements that would restore the soil, and they planned to use them to improve arable land in desert regions. Lin Feng's gaze was drawn to the new building at the edge of the star ring. It was a circular classroom, constructed from transparent biosteel, allowing children to observe the growth process of the world tree. At that moment, a special lesson was underway in the classroom, where children were using genetic editing tools to implant fragments of primordial plant memories into existing crop seeds. "Teacher Lin, look at this," a boy exclaimed, running over with a petri dish containing glowing wheat seeds. "I implanted an insect-resistant gene, which I found in the memory bank of the primordial wheat." Lin Feng gazed at the flickering light within the petri dish and suddenly recalled those incubation pods in the corridors of the technological city. The technology once used to create biological weapons was now being harnessed to cultivate healthier crops. He could almost see the image of Dr. Lin Feng smiling among the leaves of the world tree, as the regrets of 3 centuries past were being compensated by new life. As evening fell, a wondrous sight unfolded in the equatorial sky. The 12 world trees simultaneously released energy waves, forming a circular light band in the atmosphere, resembling the ideal form of the old empire's celestial dome project. Yet this time, The light band was not a weapon, but a network for monitoring global ecology. Any pollution or destruction would be captured in real time and reported back to the United Government. This was the true Celestial Dome project. Lin Feng spoke into the communicator, declaring that it was not a tool for dominating the Earth, but a barrier for protecting their home. Chapter 12. The Leaf of Heritage. 5 years later, in the deep autumn, Lin Feng stood beneath the shade of the World Tree in Antarctica. The initial sapling had grown into a towering tree, its silvery trunk requiring 10 people to encircle it, with roots extending beneath the ice cap, resembling green veins stretching from Antarctica to the world on satellite images. In his hand, he held a leaf that had naturally fallen from the trunk. It was nearly translucent, revealing countless memory fragments within, depictions of the old empire's prosperity, the brutality of war, 3 centuries of silence, and the hope of rebirth. In accordance with Dr. Lin Mo's wishes, this leaf of heritage would be sent aboard the interstellar probe soon to be launched, serving as a sample of Earth's civilization to be dispatched to star systems where life may exist. The probe was set to launch the following day. The aerospace minister of the United Government approached, handing Lin Feng a data report. The memory data within the leaf had been encrypted, encompassing the entire process of Earth's destruction and rebirth. Lin Feng placed the leaf into the probe's sealed chamber. The walls of the chamber were adorned with images of the 12 world trees encircling the Earth, with an inscription below reading, "We have erred, but we have learned to amend." The lights of the launch tower illuminated the night, reminiscent of the enduring hope that had never extinguished since the era of the old empire. Lin Feng watched as the probe ascended slowly, trailing a blue flame as it pierced through the atmosphere, merging with the light band formed by the world trees before vanishing among the stars. He turned and walked toward the Antarctic base, the world tree behind him emitting a gentle hum. Lin Feng understood that this was not the conclusion. The tale of Earth's rebirth had only just begun to be inscribed, and the memories of destruction and renewal would, like a leaf, seek a resonant voice amidst the cosmos. Suddenly, the communicator at the base erupted with the harmonious voices of children from the Equatorial Academy. They were singing a new song, the lyrics woven from the energy patterns of the world tree, its melody infused with the gentle rustling of wind through leaves, the rhythmic patter of rain nourishing the soil, and the collective anticipation of all life for the future. Standing upon the icy expanse, Lin Feng listened to the transcendent song echoing across vast distances. Feeling the biosteel sample in his palm resonate once more, he knew that the secrets guarded by the Lin family had finally found their most fitting sanctuary, not buried in obscurity, but integrated into every green leaf, every seed, and every newly born soul, becoming an everlasting legacy. Chapter 91. Echoes of the Stars. 3 years after the probe's launch, the Deep Space Monitoring Station at the Antarctic base received an anomalous signal. Lin Feng stood before the holographic display, observing the dancing blue waves. These were not naturally occurring cosmic radiations, but rather systematic pulses perfectly aligned with the memory encoding frequency carried by the Leaf of Legacy. The source of the signal originated from Proxima Centauri, a mere 42 light-years from Earth. The Minister of Space traced a trajectory on the screen, revealing that, upon decoding with the energy patterns of the World Tree, they had uncovered a star map indicating the locations of 3 Earth-like planets, each adorned with a plant resembling the World Tree. Even more astonishing was the accompanying imagery, blue-skinned extraterrestrial beings encircling a towering tree, their fingertips caressing the energy patterns on its trunk, the luminescence flowing through the lines mirroring the azure glow of Earth's World Tree. They too had endured ecological devastation. Lin Feng magnified the details of the image, observing remnants of circular architecture in the extraterrestrial city ruins, reminiscent of the old imperial star rings. Yet they had discovered the path of symbiosis long before us. Suddenly, the ground of the monitoring station illuminated with an energy circuit, resonating with the 12 world trees across the globe. The leaves of the Antarctic world tree began to tremble violently, converting the extraterrestrial signal into sound waves, a language akin to the whispering of winds, yet peculiarly comprehensible to humans. We have waited for a millennium. We have finally received the echoes of the symbiotes. The United Government convened an emergency global conference where holographic projections depicted the 12 world trees encircling the Earth, with the alien star map suspended at the center. They extended an invitation to share their ecological restoration technologies. Lin Feng pointed to the green markers on the star map, identifying the stardust grass capable of thriving in extreme environments, which could potentially aid in ameliorating the Martian soil. As the conference concluded, the aurora once again graced the Antarctic sky. This time, The luminous bands were no longer unique to Earth, but resonated with the signals from Proxima Centauri across light years. Approaching the world tree, Lin Feng discovered new patterns emerging on its trunk. These were the stardust grass gene sequences sent by the extraterrestrial beings, now being inscribed into Earth's genetic repository by the roots of the world tree. Chapter 14. New Shoots on Mars. Outside the dome of the Martian base, winds whipped up sand at a velocity of 40 meters per second. Clad in a lightweight ecological protective suit, Lin Feng observed as a mechanical arm buried the first stardust grass seed into the crimson soil. The roots of the world tree extended through subterranean cables to Mars, providing the seed with energy resonance from Earth. The soil amendment agents had taken effect. The base commander pointed to the detection instruments, noting that the nitrogen content here had reached the critical threshold for plant growth, with the stardust grass's root nodules capable of fixing the inert gases in the Martian atmosphere. The moment the seed broke through the surface, the base's alarm system emitted a melodious alert. The seedling, entirely silver, bore leaves edged with the same azure luminescence as the world tree, and as its roots spread through the red soil, they left behind a pale green trail, a testament to the oxygen being secreted and altering the soil's structure. Entering the ecological chamber of the base, Lin Feng found crops nurtured from Earth thriving in the soil, enriched by the stardust grass. The growth rate of the wheat was threefold beyond expectations, with tiny droplets of water forming on the ears, evidence of moisture absorbed from the Martian ice caps by the stardust grass. The world tree of Earth was transmitting memory data to us. Agricultural scientists showcased a holographic projection, revealing that the stardust grass had learned to coexist with the wheat. Their roots entwined, the former providing nutrients while the latter released oxygen, thus establishing a miniature ecological cycle. At night, Lin Feng stood beneath the dome, watching Mars' two moons traverse the night sky. The communicator crackled with news from Earth. The energy waves of the 12 world trees had formed a network enveloping the solar system, providing ecological support to humanity stationed at outposts on Venus and the Moon. He recalled the scenes from the imagery of the extraterrestrial beings on their planet, circular structures intertwined with forests, vehicles gliding through the branches of the world trees without harming a single leaf. Perhaps this is the ultimate form of cosmic civilization, not the conquest of stars and seas, but rather ensuring that the spark of life finds fertile soil for symbiosis in every corner. Chapter 15. The River of Memory. Earth's world tree had matured into an ecological network connecting continents. Viewed from space, its roots resembled green rivers, intricately woven underground, continuously merging the memories of primordial Earth with the data of newfound ecosystems. Lin Feng stood beneath the world tree at the ruins of the old imperial capital, gazing at the holographic images emerging from its trunk, ancient histories transmitted by the extraterrestrial beings. In the imagery, their home world had also witnessed similar wars, circular weapons decimating vast portions of the ecosystem, until someone discovered that the energy cores of those weapons resonated with a certain plant, capable of purifying radiation. Thus, they repurposed the weapons into nurturing pods, allowing plants to coexist with technology, ultimately restoring their homeland. This aligned perfectly with the philosophy of Dr. Lin Feng. Historians of the United Government lamented that disparate civilizations across different star systems had arrived at the same conclusion. Technology is a tool, but life is the purpose. Suddenly, the trunk shimmered, revealing the image of Dr. Lin Feng. This time, it was not a mere memory projection, but rather a conscious entity simulated by the world tree based on all accumulated data. When memories can flow between star systems, civilizations will no longer repeat their mistakes. The doctor's visage gazed into the distance. Look at those children. They inherently understand that plants possess memory and stars can converse. This is the finest legacy. The imagery transitioned to the Martian base, where children utilized gene editing tools to implant fragments of the stardust grass's memory into Earth's crops. At the Venusian outpost, scientists were engaging in real-time exchanges of ecological data with extraterrestrial beings through the energy network of the world tree. Meanwhile, in the depths of Earth's oceans, the aerial roots of the world tree extended into the trenches, awakening coral seeds that had slumbered for eons. Lin Feng approached the confluence of the world tree's roots, discovering a naturally formed pool where countless images reflected in the water. Depictions of the old empire's destruction, the reawakening of the star rings, the growth of the world tree, and the echoes from beyond the stars. These images were no longer isolated fragments, but coalesced into an unceasing river of memory. He bent down to scoop a handful of the pool's water, and in its surface reflection, he beheld the smile of Dr. Lin Feng. The blue hands of the extraterrestrial beings, the children planting stardust grass on Mars, and the myriad lives in the cosmos engaged in symbiosis. Chapter 16. The Symbiotic Universe. 50 years later, Lin Feng's hair had turned gray, yet he still cherished his daily moments beneath the world tree. The once diminutive seedling now required the embrace of 100 people, its trunk's energy patterns interconnected with the cosmic energy network, providing real-time ecological data from various planets. The Solar System Ecological Alliance had been established. His granddaughter, Lin Shi, presented a holographic report indicating that the sulfuric clouds of Venus were dissipating, as stardust grass formed a new ecological chain with local algae, while the Martian oasis had expanded to 5,000 square kilometers, sufficient for establishing a permanent city. Lin Shi, an interstellar ecologist, was dedicated to exploring how Earth's world tree could resonate with the plants of extraterrestrial beings across star systems. At this moment, within her holographic projection, the world tree of Earth and the symbiotic flora of Proxima Centauri were synchronously blooming. The angles of the petals unfurling and the components of the fragrances released measured to 3 decimal places. This is the language of the cosmos. Lin Feng caressed the trunk, not through mathematical formulas or physical laws, but through the resonance of life understanding one another. Suddenly, the world tree emitted a brilliant light, projecting all images into the sky above the globe. The interwoven images of humanity, extraterrestrial beings, terrestrial plants, and alien flora coalesced into a tapestry of symbiosis that spanned galaxies. At the heart of this tableau lay the leaf of heritage, which, aboard an interstellar probe, was transmitting ecological data between Earth and Proxima Centauri to even more distant star systems. Lin Feng knew that his mission had been fulfilled. The secrets guarded by the Lin family had ultimately transformed into a cosmic consensus, the star rings of the old empire reshaping into a cradle of life. While the memories of destruction became the nutrients for new beginnings, he cast one last glance at the sky, where the energy waves of the world tree mingled with starlight, as if countless lives were harmonizing in a chorus. Perhaps in some corner of the universe, intelligent beings were gazing upward, capturing this resonance from the solar system, and understanding they were not alone, for the essence of life lies in the pursuit of eternity through symbiosis. Chapter 92. The Gathering of Stars at the Center of the Martian Oasis. A circular settlement constructed from biosteel and the sap of the world tree was slowly taking shape. Lin Shi stood atop the highest lookout tower of the settlement, observing the population data within the holographic projection. The first batch of 5,000 immigrants had completed their genetic adaptation. Their respiratory systems could now acclimate to the atmosphere modified by stardust grass, and their skin could even secrete a radiation-resistant film akin to the leaves of stardust grass. The water circulation system of the 3rd District was now operational. The voice of the immigrant supervisor echoed through the communicator as the root systems of the world tree transformed Martian ice into fresh water, delivered through biological conduits to every household, with a purity surpassing that of Earth's mineral water. Lin Shi's gaze fell upon the memory square at the edge of the settlement. There, a sapling taken from the Earth's world tree had been planted, projecting images onto the ground through energy patterns, children of the old empire running on grass, a rainbow arching across forests on the mother planet of extraterrestrial beings, and the ancestors of Martian immigrants struggling for survival in the radiation zones. These memories, transcending time and space, were becoming common knowledge through the network of roots for all new residents. A little girl with braided hair ran to the sapling, extending her finger to touch the flowing blue light. The trunk immediately responded, revealing images of oceans she had never seen, waves crashing upon shores, seagulls soaring in the sky, visions drawn from the primordial memory bank of the world tree. My mother says there will be an ocean here too. The little girl looked up at Lin Shi, her eyes sparkling with the same radiance as the stardust grass. Lin Shi recalled the words of her grandfather Lin Feng. Memory is not a shackle. It is the soil in which dreams take root. She opened her personal terminal, sending the image of the little girl to the archives of the United Government on Earth. There, countless such fragments were being recorded in the genetic repository of the world tree, becoming the annual rings of human civilization thriving among the stars. Chapter 18. The Bridge of Resonance. When the extraterrestrial beings from Proxima Centauri first visited Earth, they chose to land not at the headquarters of the United Government, but beneath the world tree at the ruins of the old empire's capital. As their spacecraft, a silver vessel resembling a half-opened leaf, hovered above the square. The 12 world trees across the globe simultaneously released energy waves, forming a green bridge in the sky. The moment the extraterrestrial envoys stepped out of their ship, the world tree of Earth resonated violently with the plant samples they carried. The sample in the envoy's hand suddenly unfurled, growing into a miniature symbiotic plant, its leaves manifesting energy patterns identical to those of the Earth's world tree. We call it resonance grass. The envoy spoke in the universal language transformed by the world tree, their voice reminiscent of wind rustling through bamboo groves. It can translate the emotions of all intelligent life. Just as at this moment, I can sense your longing for peace. She stood beside Lin Feng, now reliant on assistive devices for movement, yet his gaze remained bright. He watched as the extraterrestrial envoy buried the seed of resonance grass beside the roots of the world tree. At the moment the seed broke through the soil, all images in the square began to synchronize. The scars of human war, the reconstruction efforts of extraterrestrial beings, the growth of stardust grass on Mars, and the revival of Earth's forests. These scenes ceased to be isolated. They coalesced into an epic cosmic tale of redemption. This is the fruit of the world tree of our mother planet. The envoy presented a crystal-clear fruit, capable of allowing plants from different planets to share memories. Just as now, Earth's wheat had learned how to thrive in the soil of Proxima Centauri. When the fruit was implanted into the trunk of the Earth's world tree, the global ecological data suddenly began to soar. The trees of the Amazon rainforest grew taller. The oasis of the Sahara expanded outward by 10 kilometers, and the stardust grass on Mars began to yield seeds adapted to cold temperatures. Life in the cosmos was exchanging the codes that would empower them through this plant bridge. Chapter 19. The Seeds of Time in the 99th year of Lin Feng's life. The Earth's world tree bore its first batch of seeds of time. These semi-transparent seeds encased all memory data from the old empire to interstellar migration. Their energy patterns on the shell continuously updating over time, akin to a living chronicle. She pushed her grandfather in his wheelchair to the canopy of the tree where the seeds had matured. The first seed fortuitously fell, being caught steadily in Lin Feng's frail palm. The seed trembled gently in his hand, projecting images of his youth when he discovered the core of creation in the tech city, followed by the moment he awakened the world tree in Antarctica, and finally freezing at the instant the first stardust grass sprouted on Mars. It remembers everything you have done. Xi's voice trembled with emotion. Lin Feng smiled, handing the seed to her. It is not about remembering me, but about remembering how our civilization learned not to repeat its mistakes. He gazed at the sky, where the Proxima Centauri spacecraft was docking with Earth's space station in a circular orbit, conducting a grand experiment to cultivate plants capable of thriving near the event horizon of black holes using the genes of resonance grass. Suddenly, the seed flew from Xi's hand, merging into the trunk of the world tree. In the next moment, all of the world's world trees began to project the same images, fragments of Lin Feng's family members guarding secrets through the ages. The first handshake between extraterrestrial envoys and Earthlings, and the smiling faces of children planting stardust grass in Martian settlements. Ultimately, these images converged into a blue planet, radiating a warm glow in the cosmos. This is the new leaf of heritage, Lin Feng whispered. It will soar to places beyond Proxima Centauri, telling the life there. Even after traversing the paths of destruction, wisdom can find its way home. She grasped her grandfather's hand, feeling the energy of the world tree transmitting through the soil, warm and resolute. She knew that when her grandfather's life ultimately merged with this plant that had witnessed everything, his memories would not vanish. They would merely become the nutrients that would enrich the cosmos further. Chapter 20. The cycle of life, another century passed. Xi's granddaughter, Lin Xing, stood at the highest point of the Martian oasis, gazing down at the sprawling green landscape. The roots of the world tree had now penetrated deep into Mars' core, transforming the red planet into a blue home, with new oceans forming along the equator and polar ice caps reflecting sunlight, while clouds infused with floral scents drifted across the sky. Suddenly, her personal terminal received a signal from the edge of the galaxy. It was an echo from the seeds of time after a century of travel, originating from a newly discovered Earth-like planet. The signal contained images of unfamiliar plants, their leaves distinctly displaying the energy patterns of the Earth's world tree. The United Government has decided to send you to lead the expedition, came the voice of the current chairman of the Interstellar Alliance over the communicator. Just as your great-grandfather Lin Feng unveiled the secrets of the star rings, you will uncover more possibilities for symbiosis in the universe. Lin Feng approached the sapling of the Martian world tree, now a towering tree, its trunk inscribed with the stories from Earth to Mars. She extended her palm, and the trunk immediately cast the silhouettes of Lin Feng, Lin Shi, and her long-lost ancestors, their gazes seemingly transcending time and space to rest upon her. Every step we take is a continuation of the dreams of those who came before us. Lin Feng whispered to the phantoms, then turned astride toward the spacecraft docked in the square. The vessel's exterior was crafted from a blend of stardust grass and terrestrial alloys, radiating a lustrous vitality beneath the sunlight. As the spacecraft breached the Martian atmosphere, Lin Feng glanced back, witnessing Earth and Mars suspended in the starry expanse like two interconnected emeralds, with the world tree's energy network erecting a bridge between them, resonating with Proxima Centauri and even more distant galaxies. She understood that this was not the culmination of her journey, but rather a testament to life, sown by memory. Rooted in symbiosis, perpetually thriving within the cosmos, the ship's navigation system automatically locked onto new coordinates. With a line of text materializing on the screen, words etched by Lin Feng beside the roots of the world tree in Antarctica. Eternity is but the nurturing of each moment into the future. Chapter 93. The Green at the Edge. On Echo Star, a terrestrial planet at the fringes of the Milky Way, the surface was cloaked in crimson rock, and noxious sulfur compounds permeated the atmosphere. This was the sight that greeted Lin Feng and her expedition team upon arrival. Yet, the data transmitted by the probe revealed that deep beneath the surface, there were active life signals, subtly resonating with the energy frequency of Earth's world tree. The drill had reached a depth of 800 meters. The geologist's voice trembled with tension, noting that the rock straight up bore signs of alteration, as though an energy pathway had been artificially laid. Donning a specially designed protective suit, Lin Feng descended through the borehole. When the spotlight illuminated the path ahead, she beheld a breathtaking sight that left all team members breathless. Countless luminescent plant roots intertwined within the rock walls, resembling green veins embedded in the red stone. And nestled deep within, a curled sapling emanated a faint blue glow, identical to the light of the seed of time. It was in a state of dormancy. Lin Feng gently touched the sapling, feeling a familiar tremor beneath her fingertips. The primitive civilization of Echo Star had surely nurtured it, only to succumb to ecological collapse. The expedition team placed the resonant grass seeds near the sapling, which immediately unfurled its leaves, releasing gentle waves of energy. The curled sapling gradually unfurled, revealing a memory crystal encased within, the final record of Echo Star civilization. They had once constructed a circular energy station larger than the old empire. Yet their excessive extraction of geothermal energy led to planetary imbalance, leaving them with no choice but to entrust their hopes to this sapling. It awaited a life capable of understanding it. Lin Feng connected the crystal to the spacecraft's database, much like Earth's world tree once awaited her grandfather. As the roots of the resonant grass intertwined with those of the sapling, the sky of Echo Star began to transform. The sulfur clouds dispersed under the energy waves, revealing a pale blue sky, and from the crevices of the red rock emerged delicate green shoots, awakened native plants spreading anew along the energy conduits. Chapter 22. The Constellation of Memory. 3 years later, the transformation project on Echo Star attracted a joint team from Earth and Proxima Centauri. They constructed a circular ecological station on the surface, hybridizing Earth's stardust grass, Proxima Centauri's resonant grass, and Echo Star's native flora to cultivate the star chain grass, capable of rapid growth in extreme environments. The leaves of this plant would form different patterns in the night sky as seasons changed, representing the memory symbols of various civilizations. Lin Feng stood atop the observation tower of the ecological station, gazing at the holographic projection of the constellation of memory, patterns of Earth's world tree, Proxima Centauri's leaf-shaped spacecraft, and Echo Star's root network flickered in the night sky, as if the universe were inscribing a new star map. The first batch of immigrant ships would arrive in 3 months. A liaison from the joint government sent word that the seeds of time they carried would take root here, becoming a new world tree. A boy from a remnant tribe of Echo Star approached Lin Feng, his arm adorned with markings identical to those of the sapling's roots. The elder had said that these luminous patterns would guide them to their lost homeland. The boy pointed to the constellations above, declaring, "Now I believe, for you have brought not only plants but also the power to revive memories." Lin Feng recalled the diary of her great-grandmother. Lin Shi, the brightest star in the cosmos is not the burning sun, but the hope left behind by civilizations in despair. She activated her personal terminal, recording the boy's words into the interstellar archive. There, such dialogues continued to accumulate, interweaving with the memory data of various planets, forming constellations of memory that span galaxies, guiding any lost life back home via these luminous pathways. Chapter 23. The Soil of Rebirth. The world tree on Earth had thrived for 200 years, its trunk robust enough to house a small library. When Lin Feng returned with the boy from Echo Star for the first time, the energy wall of the library was projecting images of Lin Feng discovering the technological city, while beneath the tree, new seeds of time were sprouting. Each seed carried a distinct memory. The guardian of the tree, a white-haired elder, pointed to the sprouting seeds, saying, "This one contains the chronicles of the Martian settlers. That one holds the first smile of the Proxima Centauri envoy, and this one encapsulates your tale of awakening the sapling on Echo Star." The boy knelt, covering the sprout with his palm. The seed responded immediately, projecting the primeval forest of Echo Star within his grasp, a scene recorded by the memory crystal, depicting a long-lost grandeur. It whispered, "We can reclaim all of this." The boy's eyes glistened with tears. Lin Feng ventured deeper into the library, where the holographic image of Lin Feng was preserved. In the projection, a youthful Lin Feng stood before the crystalline core of the technological city, his fingertips brushing against it at the moment of creation, a blue radiance illuminating his face. In that instant, he turned to gaze directly at the camera, as if traversing time to meet her eyes, proclaiming, "True inheritance allows each new life to stand upon our shoulders, seeing further." Just as the image concluded, the ground of the library glowed with energy patterns, synchronizing with the world trees of Echo Star, Mars, and Proxima Centauri. Lin Feng felt the soil beneath her tremble slightly, resonating with countless seeds of time sprouting, carrying new memories destined to soar toward distant galaxies, ensuring the cycle of life continued unabated in the cosmos. Chapter 24. The Poem of Symbiosis. When Lin Feng's granddaughter, Lin Yao, accepted the insignia of the Interstellar Ecological Alliance, humanity's footprints had already graced 20 terrestrial planets. Each of these worlds boasted its own world tree, their root systems interconnected through an energy network, amalgamating the memories of all civilizations into a flowing poem of symbiosis. Lin Yao's mission was to inscribe this poem upon a newly discovered dwarf planet, Starnest. This celestial body lacked a solid surface, but possessed a liquid carbon-based ocean, ideally suited to serve as a repository for cosmic memories. As her spacecraft entered the orbit of Starnest, the world trees of the 20 planets simultaneously released energy, crafting massive letters in a vacuum of space. Words written in the symbols of all civilizations, spelling out home. The ocean of Starnest could preserve memories until the end of the universe. The voice of the Alliance chair resonated through the communicator, echoing the sentiment that just as Earth's world tree remembered the old empire, it would retain all of our stories. Lin Yao cast the seeds of time into the liquid ocean, where they dissolved instantly, unleashing countless points of memory light. These luminescent specks crystallized in the water, each harboring the rise and fall of a civilization. Earth's rebirth from the radiation zone, the bridge of Proxima Centauri, the oasis of Mars. The revival of Echo Star, no longer isolated fragments, but interwoven verses narrating how intelligent life learns to coexist through mistakes. As the spacecraft returned home, Lin Yao glanced back at Starnest. The dwarf planet glimmered with a soft blue light under the starlight, resembling the eye of the universe, watching over all burgeoning hopes. She understood that this was not the end, much like the ethereal blue light Lin Feng had witnessed in the technological city, or the first seedling she had planted on Mars, or the sapling Lin Feng had awakened on Echo Star. The story of life eternally awaited its moment to sprout in new soil. Beyond the porthole, the energy waves of the world tree from 20 planets united, resonating with the azure light of the star nest across light years. Lin Yao activated her terminal and inscribed the final line in her interstellar log. The so-called cosmos is but a warm memory shared among all living beings. And eternity lies in ensuring this warmth always has a place to dwell. Chapter 94. The Language of Crystals. In the liquid carbon-based ocean of the star nest, memory crystals were growing at a visibly astonishing rate. Lin Yao's subsequent research team discovered that these crystals could not only store the memories of civilizations, but also resonate actively with passing cosmic rays, transforming fragments of memory into transmissible energy signals, akin to an automated interstellar broadcasting station. The most recently detected signals pointed toward the Andromeda Galaxy. Astrophysicists, gesturing at the holographic star map, noted that the crystals had captured signs of intelligent life there, automatically transmitting symbiotic data between Earth and Echo Star. Lin Yao submerged into the liquid ocean, the spotlight of her protective suit illuminating the colossal crystal deep within. This mother crystal, formed from the amalgamation of countless smaller crystals, shimmered with symbols of all known civilizations, the world tree patterns of Earth, the leaf totems of Proxima Centauri, and the root network of Echo Star, slowly rotating in the liquid, as if composing a universal score of the cosmos. As her palm pressed against the mother crystal, an influx of memory fragments surged into her consciousness. Lin Feng trembling as he grasped the Genesis core in the tech city. Lin Shi smiling at the first stardust grass on Mars. Lin Xing holding his breath as he awakened the Echo Star seedlings. These emotions spanning centuries were flawlessly conveyed through the crystals, as if she had personally experienced every tale. It was learning to comprehend emotional memories. As Lin Yao surfaced, her voice brimmed with excitement. Mere data could only convey knowledge, yet emotions allowed diverse civilizations to truly empathize. Akin to a mother narrating stories to her child, the essence lay not in the plot, but in the warmth embedded within. Suddenly, the mother crystal emitted a powerful energy beam, shooting into the starry sky. The Deep Space Monitoring Station of the United Government swiftly intercepted the feedback signal. Intelligent life in Andromeda responded with a frequency comprehensible to the crystals, transmitting an image back, a planet cloaked in crystalline flora, with petals inscribed with the same resonant patterns as the star nest crystals. Chapter 26, Crystal Symbiosis. On the crystalline planet of Andromeda, the surface was devoid of soil, with all flora flourishing within a transparent crystalline matrix. Upon the arrival of Lin Yao's expedition, the crystalline plants were reflecting sunlight with their petals, forming symbols identical to those of the mother crystal of the star nest, a cosmic welcome signal. The intelligent beings of the crystal planet were humanoid crystal spirits, their skin refracting light, shifting colors with heightened emotions. Our ancestors discovered that crystals could store solar energy and retain the trajectory of life. The leader of the crystal spirits transmitted information through resonant waves, their body glowing a friendly green, yet we had long been unaware that these memories could be shared with the cosmos. Lin Yao presented a sample of the star nest's memory crystals to the leader. Upon contact with the crystalline plants, the sample immediately integrated into the matrix, revealing the image of Earth's world tree within the transparent stems. The plants of the crystal planet trembled violently, releasing memories stored for millennia. The crystal spirit civilization had erupted into war over the contention for crystal veins, until it was discovered that injured crystalline plants emitted waves of painful energy, leading to the understanding that they were not mere resources, but symbiotic partners. Your seeds of time remind us of forgotten tales. The leader's body glowed blue, a hue of sorrow. We too face crises of ecological collapse. And it was the crystalline plants that purified the tainted atmosphere, yet we nearly forgot to express our gratitude to them. As the memory crystals of the star nest synchronized energy with the crystalline plants, the entire sky of the crystal planet illuminated with rainbow-like beams, merging the memories of two civilizations. The green of Earth, the crimson of Echo Star, and the transparency of the crystal planet painted new hues across the cosmos. Chapter 27, The Tide of Memories. A century hence, the star nest had transformed into a memory hub for cosmic civilizations. Intelligent beings from various star systems arrived, bearing their own memory crystals and weaving the stories of their civilizations into the liquid ocean. The mother crystal had expanded 100-fold, its surface adorned with symbols resembling the fingerprints of cosmic civilizations. Lin Yao's granddaughter, Lin Shi, had become the guardian of memories within the star nest. Her daily duty involved listening to the stories conveyed by the new crystals, ensuring that memories containing pain and lessons would not be forgotten. Much like how Earthlings eternally remember the wars of the old empires, and crystal spirits recall the strife over crystal veins. This memory came from the dark matter galaxy. An assistant presented Lin Shi with a newly discovered crystal sample. Their civilization nearly lost its capacity for emotion due to excessive reliance on artificial intelligence, until a plant capable of sensing emotions saved them. Lin Shi integrated the sample into the mother crystal, and the imagery of the dark matter galaxy unfolded instantly within the ocean. In the cold metallic city, artificial intelligence controlled everything, until someone realized that the plants in the laboratory withered from human sorrow and bloomed from joy, thus reclaiming their lost emotions. All civilizations err, yet not all can remember their missteps. Lin Shi inscribed in the log. The significance of the star nest lies in transforming these errors into the public memory of the cosmos, guiding future generations to avoid similar pitfalls. In the dead of night, she sat beside the mother crystal, gazing at the flowing memory symbols. Suddenly, a familiar image emerged. Lin Feng etching on the world tree beneath the Antarctic. The elder's hand trembled slightly, yet was remarkably resolute. She extended her hand, aligning it with the palm in the image, feeling a force transcending millennia. Chapter 28. The Soil of the Universe. As humanity's first faster-than-light vessel, the Inheritance, ventured toward the universe's edge, it bore not weapons nor resource detectors, but a seed of memory extracted from the mother crystal of the star nest. Lin Shi, serving as captain, stood before the porthole, watching the star nest recede in size, that blue dwarf planet now resembling a heart, pulsating warm memories into the universe. 3 days remained until reaching the observable universe's edge. The navigator reported that the probe indicated a spatial structure capable of allowing the memory seed to propagate infinitely, encompassing the entirety of the known universe. Lin Shi opened the spacecraft's ecological chamber, nurturing seedlings of the world tree from Earth, resonant grasses from Proxima Centauri, tender sprouts from Echo Star, and crystalline plants from the Crystal Planet. Their root systems intertwined, collectively absorbing the energy released by the memory seed. Her grandfather had said, "The greatness of life does not reside in its duration, but in its reach." Lin Shi caressed the leaves of the world tree. The star rings of the old empire once sought to dominate the world, yet now, we utilize the principles of the star ring's energy to ensure that the memories of life govern the oblivion of the universe. In the instant the vessel reached the edge of the universe, the memory seed was released into the spatial rift. It did not vanish, rather, it rapidly grew within the energy field, transforming into a colossal cosmic tree, its roots embedding into various star systems, its leaves enveloping the entire observable universe. The symbols of all civilizations flowed upon the trunk, clear as the rings of a tree. As Lin Shi beheld this monumental tree transcending time and space, she suddenly comprehended. The so-called universe is merely the shared soil of memories among all life. And eternity is the ability for each civilization's story to find a place to flourish within this soil. As the vessel returned home, the communicator buzzed with countless greetings from civilizations, the green radiance of Earth, the rainbow-colored pulses of the crystal spirits, and the gentle waves of the dark matter galaxy intertwined, forming the first symbiotic song of the universe. Lin Shi gently hummed in the cockpit, her song resonating with the starlight outside. She knew that Lin Feng, Lin Shi, Lin Xing, Lin Yao, and countless nameless lives were with her in that moment, for their memories had become a part of the universe, eternally nurturing new hope. Chapter 95. The Heartbeat of the Rusted Colossus. As the blue light of the Genesis core stabilized, a dark door at the edge of the circular hull suddenly emitted the shriek of hydraulic machinery. Lin Feng approached with the energy pistol in hand, discovering that the Imperial Eagle emblem etched into the door was slowly rotating in tandem with the flow of energy. The intricate gear patterns at the eagle's claws perfectly matched the engravings on the back of the positioning device. It seemed that not only the star ring was concealed here, there were far more tangible treasures. He pressed his military boot against the door seam, and as metal scraped against metal, a gust of air infused with the scent of machine oil and metallic shavings surged forth from the secret door. This aroma differed from the formaldehyde of the cultivation chamber, exuding a weightiness characteristic of the industrial age, as if a slumbering giant of steel were drawing breath. Beyond the door lay a downward-sloping passage, its walls adorned with elongated fluorescent tubes, casting an eerie green glow that illuminated the metallic track suspended above. Lin Feng observed the track was dotted with circular hangers, some still entangled with rusted steel cables, the ends connecting to palm-sized metal nameplates engraved with MK, indicating the mech maintenance lifting equipment. The positioning device indicated a strong magnetic field response below. Suddenly, a three-dimensional projection sprang forth from the device on his wrist, revealing irregular clusters of red dots gathered 50 meters underground, the energy signature reminiscent of the residual waves from a large reactor. The alloy door at the end of the passage required dual authentication. Not only did it necessitate a palm print scan, but also the input of a 6-digit code. Lin Feng gazed at the Imperial military insignia above the door frame, suddenly recalling the digits within the bronze shaft's compartment. The sequence 739142, deemed by the AI as meaningless gibberish, perfectly corresponded to the layout of the keypad. As the door swung open, a deafening metallic resonance assaulted his senses. Chapter 4. The Ruins of the Iron Forest. The space that unfolded before him was ample enough to accommodate 10 large mechs. A 30-meter-high dome hung with hundreds of mechanical arms, some still frozen in a gripping stance, with broken mech components caught in their claws. The floor was delineated into 12 maintenance stations, 3 of which had partial mech bodies protruding from the oil-stained trenches. The imperial insignia on the silvery armor now reduced to mere flecks of gold. This was the maintenance workshop for the Iron Rider series of heavy mechs. Lin Feng brushed his fingers against the nearest half-exposed mech body, the edges of the bullet holes crusted with dark red rust, and judging by the extent of the damage, it appeared to have endured internal crossfire. Suddenly, the holographic screen above the workstation flickered, revealing fragmented images of maintenance records. MK-type left leg hydraulic pipe replacement. Energy core overload repair, neural connection interface calibration. The timestamp of the last entry lingered at 7 days before the fall of the old empire. Signed by Military Engineering Institute No. 7. Lin Feng's breath caught in his throat. He crawled into the trench, prying open the wreckage of the mech cockpit with his military knife. A metal plate behind the seat bore the same surname, and within the storage compartment of the cabin, the cover page of a leather-bound maintenance manual displayed handwriting identical to the annotations in the bronze shaft. It turned out that his ancestor was not only a scientist but also a mech engineer. Tucked within the manual was a yellowed photograph. A young man in imperial military garb stood before a completed mech, with the assembly line in the background glowing with the same azure light as the Genesis core. A metallic clattering echoed from the depths of the workshop. Lin Feng raised his gun and followed the sound, discovering that an automatic feeder was still operational, its tracks transporting a small mountain of components slowly into the isolation door marked forging area. Among the pile of parts lay a half-melted energy core, blue liquid gently swaying within the cracks, resonating with the biological steel sample in his backpack. Chapter 5. The Secrets of the Forging Area. The forging area beyond the isolation door was even more breathtaking than the maintenance workshop. 3 10-meter-tall electric arc furnaces stood side by side, the steel slag at their mouths still in a molten state, with the central forging hammer weighing approximately 100 tons, its alloy patterns glistening coldly under the light, and the indentations on the ground revealing the immense force of its last impact. The most striking feature was the intelligent assembly station against the wall. In a holographic projection, a mech never documented in history was slowly taking shape. Its streamlined body cast aside the clumsiness of traditional heavy mechs, while energy wings unfurled like metallic feathers. And the core section was labeled with a biofusion interface that perfectly matched the neural synapse structure within the cultivation pods of the Techno-City. This was not a weapon. Lin Feng magnified the details of the projection, and the annotation beside the assembly diagram read, Symbiote Project, Mech and Pilot Neural Synchronization Rate 98. Capable of self-repair through bioelectric currents for post-war reconstruction efforts. In the drawer beneath the assembly station lay a complete set of design manuscripts. The final pages depicted the linkage devices between the mech and the star ring. It turned out that the Celestial Dome project was not merely an energy ring, but also a mobile maintenance station for mechs, with the pipelines encircling the continent providing a continuous energy supply to the symbiotes. No wonder the Federation sought to seal this place. Lin Feng turned to the page marked Final Testing, realizing that this technology could not only rebuild the world, but also transform into a far more terrifying war machine. The electric arc furnace suddenly emitted a low hum, and the observation window in the furnace wall lit up red. Upon closer inspection, Lin Feng discovered that the furnace was not empty, but rather contained a basketball-sized piece of silvery metal, its surface shimmering with the unique luster of liquid metal. This was the legendary star essence steel of the old empire, 3 times harder than biological steel, yet capable of contracting like muscle. The metal block suddenly flew toward him, and upon contact with the biological steel sample, it morphed into a layer of armor as thin as a cicada's wing, automatically adhering to his tactical vest. Chapter 6. The Neural Connection Chamber. The dark door of the forging area led to an even more clandestine testing zone. Here, 12 glass chambers starkly contrasted with the cultivation pods in the corridor, their interiors brimming with neural interfaces, the inner walls still maintaining the elasticity of biological gel, and the holographic scanner at the top flickering with a standby green light. The Neural Connection Testing Chamber. Lin Feng studied the label on the chamber door, designed for the synchronization training of mech pilots and symbiotes. He opened the nearest chamber, and the control panel screen abruptly illuminated, displaying the data of the last user. Lin Mo, synchronization rate 973, mental load, critical threshold 89. Warning: continuous use exceeding 72 hours may result in permanent neural damage. In the recessed area beneath the screen lay a silver neural connector. As Lin Feng placed it against his temple, the testing chamber suddenly activated, and holographic projections flooded into his consciousness, revealing the events of the night before the fall of the old empire. The mech assembly line collapsing under bombardment. Lin Mo stuffing the design manuscript into the core chamber of the symbiote, then piloting the prototype to ram into the vanguard of the Federal Army. The symbiote must survive. The voice of his ancestor echoed in his mind. It was the key to reconstruction, not a tool for war. As the projection faded, the floor of the testing chamber cracked open, revealing a small control console. The buttons on it corresponded to the 12 workstations in the maintenance workshop. Pressing the red button marked Activate, the entire Techno City suddenly trembled, and the mechanical arms in the maintenance workshop began to move slowly. The temperature readings of the electric arc furnace steadily rising. The automatic repair program had been initiated. Lin Feng watched as the data on the positioning device fluctuated. The AI here was executing commands from 300 years ago. Hidden within the control console's dark compartment lay a black data chip. Upon insertion into the positioning device, a complete blueprint of the symbiote production line unfolded in holographic form, revealing that beyond this techno city, 7 other hidden manufacturing workshops existed globally, distributed across the nodes of the Star Ring energy network. Chapter 7. The Awakening of Steel. As the head of the first symbiote prototype rose from the assembly line, the horizon was already tinged with the light of dawn. The silvery body glimmered with a pearlescent sheen in the morning light, the blue glow of its eyes resonating with the Genesis core, and the cockpit glass automatically displayed Lin Mo's signature. Lin Feng climbed into the cockpit, and the neural connector automatically linked with the internal interfaces. In an instant, the mech's sensors melded with him, allowing him to perceive the exact position of every screw in the maintenance workshop, hear the sizzling sound of Star Essence steel melting in the electric arc furnace, and see Federal helicopters breaking through the clouds 30 kilometers away. Synchronization rate 991, meeting activation conditions. The mech's AI, in Lin Mo's voice, announced that the weapon systems were locked. Should they be activated? Lin Feng gazed at the 2 options on the control panel, combat mode and construction mode. He recalled the memories within the testing chamber, remembering his ancestor's resolve as he charged into the enemy forces and ultimately pressed the ladder. The energy wings of the mech unfurled, emanating a gentle azure glow, as the discarded components in the repair workshop began to levitate autonomously, reconstructing themselves into diminutive construction robotic arms upon the assembly platform. Upon detecting an external threat, a formation of 12 armed helicopters, positioned 27 kilometers away, the AI's voice grew urgent, recommending a switch to combat mode. Lin Feng piloted the symbiotic entity out of the technological city, standing at the precipice of a cliff. In the dawn's light, the silvery mech juxtaposed with the circular edifice behind it, creating a surreal tableau. Its steel form reflected the rising sun, while the blue luminescence of its energy wings intermingled with the twilight of the star ring, resembling a guardian emerging from the rusted era. As the Federal helicopters appeared on the skyline, the symbiotic entity unexpectedly executed a surprising maneuver. It bent down to seize a boulder and, utilizing its construction robotic arm, inscribed the word rebuild upon the cliff face, signifying creation rather than repetition. The final chapter, an unfinished blueprint. When the vanguard of the Federal forces arrived, they found only an empty workshop. The electric arc furnace continued to hum, the mech components on the assembly line having vanished, leaving only a looping image of Lin Mo on the testing pod screen. The essence of the mech lies in the protection of life, not in the taking of life. As Lin Feng steered the symbiotic entity into the dense forest, his backpack now contained 3 items: a sample of star marrow steel, the coordinates of 7 manufacturing workshops, and half a volume of unfinished design drafts. The last page depicted a sketch of a mech coexisting with the world tree, where the energy of the star ring flowed into the roots, and the mech's robotic arm cradled the sapling, while the city in the background rose from the ruins. New design concept detected. Would you like to input this into the AI database? The mech's AI inquired. Lin Feng gazed at the biological steel sample in his palm, resonating with the energy core of the symbiotic entity. He recalled the pulsating neural synapses in the corridors of the technological city and suddenly grasped the ultimate plan of his ancestors. It was not to create an invincible mech, but to forge a true symbiosis between steel and life. Input it, he murmured, and title it New Ecology. In the distance, the sound of the mech's energy wings slicing through the air echoed. Lin Feng understood that this was not the commencement of war, but rather the prologue to reconstruction. He piloted the symbiotic entity towards the nearest star ring node, while the technological city once again sank underground, leaving behind the inscription on the cliff, glistening with a metallic sheen in the dawn light. Chapter 96. The mech camp in the dense forest. The symbiotic entity's energy wings traced a pale blue trajectory through the forest, as Lin Feng sensed the resonance between the mech and its environment via the neural connector. The tremors of roots extending underground, the frequency of birds flapping their wings, and even the rhythm of distant streams washing over rocks transformed into data streams flowing across the holographic screen in the cockpit. 17 kilometers remained to the nearest star ring node. The AI, using Lin Mo's voice, announced the distance while unfolding a three-dimensional map, detecting concealed signals of the resistance 3 kilometers ahead. Shall we connect? Lin Feng maneuvered the mech to land in an open valley. As the silvery body knelt partially on the ground and the energy wings retracted, camouflage nets on either side of the valley suddenly dropped, revealing over a dozen makeshift shelters. Soldiers of the resistance, armed with various weapons, lowered their arms in unison as they recognized the mech's silhouette. The gear and olive branch insignia on their sleeves matched perfectly with the emblem inside the cockpit of the symbiotic entity. Is this the Iron Dominion's Iron Rider mech? The resistance leader approached, leaning on an alloy cane, the sound of his mechanical leg echoing against the ground. Yet this model was only documented in design blueprints. Lin Feng opened the cockpit, noticing the Imperial military insignia atop the leader's cane, suddenly recalling the notes in the repair manual. The remnants of the military's 7th workshop, after the war's conclusion, had formed the Iron Tree Camp, dedicated to collecting scattered mech parts. The leader's mechanical leg unexpectedly produced a data panel. My grandfather was an assistant to Dr. Lin Mo. He once said that the core of the symbiotic entity is not steel, but the program that teaches machinery to protect life. The diagrams on the data panel aligned perfectly with the half-designed draft in Lin Feng's backpack. We have searched for 30 years and finally await someone capable of activating it. That evening, a bonfire blazed in the valley. Resistance mechanics surrounded the symbiotic entity, repairing it with fragments of star marrow steel, mending the energy circuits of the mech, and transforming confiscated federal components into compatible hydraulic lines. Lin Feng compared the coordinates of the 7 manufacturing workshops on the holographic screen, discovering they were conveniently situated near the 7 hidden bases of the resistance. The geothermal resources here could activate the forging furnace. The leader pointed to the hot springs deep within the valley, stating, "Tomorrow, we can activate the first mobile workshop and install the ecological restoration module on the symbiotic entity." As per the doctor's design. Late at night, Lin Feng reclined within the cockpit of the mech, the neural connector synchronizing him with the core of the symbiotic entity. In a state between slumber and wakefulness, he envisioned Dr. Lin Mo standing before the assembly line, his fingertips gliding over the mech's energy wings. When steel can perceive the weight of life, war will lose its significance. Chapter 9. The Star Ring Forge Master. At dawn 3 days later, the first mobile workshop was activated at the Star Ring node. The resistance disassembled and reassembled the electric arc furnace from the technological city, substituting traditional fuels with geothermal energy. The furnace no longer danced with orange flames, but rather pulsed with a deep azure energy akin to that of the star ring. As the star marrow steel melted within this energy, it revealed patterns reminiscent of leaf veins. The first batch of ecological restoration modules was completed. Mechanics affixed half-meter-long metal arms to the shoulders of the symbiotic entity. These nanodrills could inject soil amendments, boasting tenfold the efficiency of federal equipment. Lin Feng maneuvered the mech into the area with the highest concentration of star ring energy. When the energy wings fully unfurled, the blue light from the star ring streamed into the core of the mech, and the holographic screen suddenly displayed a new design, the star ring linkage program, hidden by Dr. Lin Mo, which enabled the mech to absorb star ring energy and convert it into biocurrent for ecological restoration. Weak signals from plants in the radiation zone detected. The AI's voice brimmed with excitement. Shall we initiate the green vein plan? The symbiotic entity's palm abruptly split open, extending dozens of silvery tendrils into the soil at the star ring's edge. The sensors at the tips of the tendrils sprang to life, transmitting real-time data on soil composition, radiation levels, and microbial activity back to the mobile workshop. Resistance agronomists utilized this data to simulate a three-dimensional model of vegetation restoration on a holographic screen. The radiation levels in the northwestern direction were declining. The beeping of the monitoring device grew increasingly cheerful, indicating a resonance between the star marrow steel and the star ring energy, neutralizing heavy metals in the soil. Just then, federal reconnaissance aircraft appeared in the sky. Lin Feng maneuvered the symbiotic entity to unfurl its energy wings, but refrained from activating the weapon systems. The mech's shoulder module suddenly emitted a green powder that coalesced into a barrier in the air. As a reconnaissance aircraft passed through the barrier, its sensors instantaneously malfunctioned, forcing a hasty retreat. This was an interference agent made from a blend of stardust grass powder and star marrow steel particles. The leader chuckled, raising the sample aloft. In the doctor's designs, even defensive measures were imbued with vitality. As dusk fell, the first cluster of tender sprouts emerged beneath the symbiotic entity. This wild grass, ravaged by radiation, astonishingly unfurled new leaves under the nourishment of the biocurrent released by the mech. Lin Feng sensed the division of the tender sprout cells through the neural connector. That faint vitality was more astonishing than the might of any weapon. Chapter 10. The Steel Green Vein. A month later, the symbiotic entity's footprints spanned 5 radiation zones. The resistance produced more ecological modules at the 7 manufacturing workshops. Some could purify water sources, others catalyzed plant growth, and even mechanical arms could weave energy nets to protect saplings. The silver body of the mech gradually became enveloped in green vines, genetically engineered by the resistance to grow along the energy patterns, providing additional bioenergy to the mech. The federal military finally launched a large-scale encirclement. 30 armed mechs surrounded the main base of the resistance, with the leading breaker model equipped with an antimatter cannon. Its barrel aimed at the core of the star ring. Lin, they intend to destroy the star ring. A voice from the communicator urgently warned. Lin Feng gazed at the holographic screen, where the combat mode icon flickered insistently. His gaze, however, fell upon the children within the base, who were busy assembling toy mechas from the discarded parts of the symbiote. On the arms of these toys, tiny green saplings were painted. The command to initiate the green pulse caused a brief stutter in the AI, a program he had added based on the original design draft. Suddenly, the symbiote released all its star ring energy, and green bioelectric currents spread across the ground. 7 manufacturing workshops responded simultaneously, with countless small repair mechas emerging from underground. They bore no weapons, but carried cedars made of star marrow steel, weaving through the ranks of the Federal Army's mechas. When the Federal Army's shells came crashing down, the energy wings of the symbiote transformed into shields, and the star marrow steel shimmered with blue light under the impact, converting the energy of the shells into a multitude of seeds. These seeds, cultivated from the gene bank of the Genesis core, sprouted instantaneously into 2-meter-high green walls, effectively ensnaring the Federal Army's mechas. Their machines began to rust. The shouts of the rebels were filled with astonishment. It turned out that the fast-growing grass secreted a unique sap capable of corroding the alloy armor of the Federal mechas, while leaving the star marrow steel of the symbiote entirely unaffected. This was a life recognition program meticulously designed by Dr. Lin Mo. The leading officer of the Federal Army bellowed into the communicator, "You are desecrating the power of mechas." Lin Feng maneuvered the symbiote to his mecha. Placing his palm against the cockpit, through the neural connector, he transmitted the rebirth scenes of the radiation zone into the officer's consciousness. The strength of steel is not destruction, but the ability to let this land regrow hope. The ranks of the Federal mechas suddenly fell silent. Several cockpits opened, and soldiers leaped down, gazing at the green vines entwining the armor and the wildflowers emerging from the crevices. The colors they had never witnessed in the radiation zone caused their cannons to gradually lower. Chapter 11. Unfinished Wings. At the Star Ring Festival a year later, when the energy wings of the symbiote unfurled, they were adorned with blossoms that had been reborn in the radiation zone. Lin Feng stood upon the shoulder of the mecha, observing the mechanics from the 7 manufacturing workshops as they installed the newly completed ecological wings onto the other repaired mechas. These former war machines had now become the backbone of home reconstruction, some repairing bridges, others purifying rivers, and yet others sowing oases in the desert. The reconciliation agreement between the rebels and the Federation was signed on the cockpit cover of the symbiote. The pen used by the Federation representative was fashioned from the first hydraulic pipe exchanged for the symbiote, with Dr. Lin Mo's words inscribed upon its body. "The hardest steel is the one that understands the warmth of softness." Lin Feng opened the complete design draft, and on the last page was depicted the symbiote's final form. Its energy wings would transform into a canopy of light, connecting with 12 star rings, weaving a protective network for the ecosystem across the globe. The annotation beside the drawing read, "For those who can make machines grow wings. Chief, we have received news from the 7th manufacturing workshop." The voice in the communicator was filled with excitement. They had cultivated a self-repairing biological alloy using star marrow steel and the branches of the world tree. Lin Feng looked up at the sky, where the blue light of the 12 star rings flowed through the clouds, resembling the luminous bands in the design draft. He knew that the story of the symbiote was far from over. As Dr. Lin Mo had said, true legacy is not merely completing a design, but ensuring that every individual who grasps steel can hear the heartbeat of life. That night, a new fragment of star marrow steel was added to the cockpit of the symbiote, engraved with Lin Feng's name. Beside it lay Dr. Lin Mo's signature, the mark of the rebel leader's grandfather, and countless engravings from mechanics. These names shimmered in the blue light of the star rings, like a series of keys that would never rust, unlocking a future where steel and life coexisted. Chapter 97. The Temperature of Biological Alloy. In the core laboratory of the 7th Manufacturing Workshop, the lustrous biological alloy flowed slowly within a cultivation tank. Lin Feng donned sterile gloves, and as his fingertips brushed the surface of the alloy, the monitoring device emitted a soft hum, with the molecular structure of the alloy vibrating slightly in sync with his pulse. It could sense vital signs. The senior mechanic in charge of development adjusted his glasses, pointing at the patterns on the tank's wall. The genes of the world tree bestowed breath upon star marrow steel. See these veins? They contract and expand every hour, just like the stomata of plants. Lin Feng placed a sample of the biological alloy next to the energy core of the symbiote. Instantly, the sample fused with the energy patterns of the mecha, sprouting a thin layer of armor on the silvery body. To his astonishment, tiny green tufts emerged from the surface of the armor. These were aerial roots of the world tree, absorbing the mecha's energy and quietly conducting photosynthesis. This was indeed the ultimate form of the symbiote. The senior mechanic unfolded a holographic blueprint, revealing a mecha that was indistinguishable from steel or plant. Energy wings transformed into massive leaves, the joints of the mechanical legs bore growth rings, and even the fingertips blossomed with delicate yellow flowers. The machine provided strength while life offered resilience, just as Dr. Lin Mo had stated, allowing steel to learn how to grow. At that moment, an alarm blared in the laboratory. The holographic screen displayed that the ice layer of the North Star ring had developed unusual cracks. With repair mechas, they're unable to prevent radiation leaks due to their hydraulic systems freezing in the low temperatures. Lin Feng seized a sample of biological alloy and dashed toward the landing pad. Equipped the symbiote with a biological alloy exterior. We're heading to the Arctic. As the energy wings of the mecha sliced through the clouds, Lin Feng felt the changes in the biological alloy through the neural connector. As altitude increased, the green tufts on the surface grew thicker, resembling the flora of the Arctic tundra, while the temperature of the alloy remained within a range suitable for life, entirely unaffected by the external chill. This was its self-regulating function. The AI's voice expressed astonishment, noting that the biological alloy was simulating the cold-resistant genes of the world tree. Chapter 13. New Shoots on the Tundra. At the fissure in the North Star Ring, the leaking radiation turned the ice into an eerie shade of purple. 3 old-style repair mechas stood frozen, their joints encased in crystal-like ice, and their energy cores were on the brink of explosion due to low-temperature overload. As the symbiote landed, the biological alloy exterior suddenly secreted a transparent mucus, forming an insulating membrane around the mecha. Lin Feng maneuvered the mecha's arm, and the biological alloy at the fingertip transformed into soft tendrils, gently enveloping the energy core of the old mecha, absorbing the cold and transferring heat to the frozen device. The radiation levels continued to rise. Use the purification mode of the biological alloy, came the voice of the senior mechanic through the communicator. Lin Feng activated the new module, and the energy wings of the symbiote suddenly folded, forming a massive green dome that completely covered the fissure. The inner side of the dome released fine pores, emitting a mist infused with the fragrance of vegetation, a mixture of the sap of the world tree and the energy of the star rings. Upon contact with the purple ice, it transformed the radiation into pale blue light particles, which were absorbed by the dome. 3 hours later, the fissure was completely sealed. When the symbiote retracted its dome, Lin Feng discovered that several Arctic poppies had indeed sprouted on the surface of the mecha's biological alloy. These flowers, which could only bloom in summer, were now braving the cold wind, dotting the steel with bright orange-red blooms. The nutrients within the biological alloy had nurtured them. The senior mechanic sent an analysis report. The mecha could not only repair the environment, but had also become a mobile cultivation chamber. In the distance, a group of Inuit children observed through telescopes. Lin Feng guided the symbiote to pluck a poppy and carefully extended it toward the children. As the child's fingers brushed against the petals, the biological alloy projected an image on the mecha's leg. Dr. Lin Mo in the laboratory, planting the seeds of the world tree into the powder of star marrow steel, smiling as he said, "Life will find its own crevice." That night, The aurora in the Arctic shone particularly bright. Lin Feng lay in the cockpit of the symbiote, watching the flowers on the surface of the biological alloy sway gently with the aurora, suddenly realizing the so-called symbiosis of steel and life was not a mere union, but a process that allowed both to become more complete beings. Chapter 14. The Rings of Alloy. In the spring of 5 years hence, the biological alloy exoskeleton of the symbiont had become adorned with intricate patterns reminiscent of the annual rings of trees. Each ring signified a completed ecological restoration mission. The innermost, delicate circle chronicled the birth of the first tender shoots in the radiation zone. The broader middle ring marked the blossoming of flowers on the Arctic tundra, and the most recent circle, still glistening with moisture, bore witness to last week's repair of riverbanks in the Amazon rainforest by the mech utilizing the biological alloy. Within the ecological defense team formed after the merger of the Resistance and the Federation, half of the mechs had been outfitted with biological alloy components. Their designs varied. Some bore leaf-shaped rainwater collection tanks on their backs. Some transformed their arms into seed planters, while others featured root sensors capable of detecting soil composition in their legs. Lin Feng stood amidst the Steel Botanical Garden, a collaborative creation of 7 manufacturing workshops, observing the engineers install seed cores into the newly commissioned mechs. These cores, forged from the fruit of the world tree and star marrow steel, autonomously regulated the mech's energy output, ensuring no burden was placed upon the environment. Commander Lin, the Federation Academy, sought to borrow data from the symbiont's neural connections. An assistant presented a holographic application, expressing their desire to develop a civilian system that would synchronize ordinary people with mechs, such as assisting the disabled in walking or enabling children to listen to the whispers of plants through the mechs. Lin Feng recalled the neural connection pods in the tech city. The war machines, once designed by Dr. Lin Mo, had now evolved into a bridge connecting humanity with nature. He inscribed his name on the application, adding a note: the synchronization rate need not strive for perfection. Preserving a hint of estrangement would ensure that humanity continues to revere life. Each day, children visited the monument at the garden center. The monument, crafted from the first piece of biological alloy exchanged by the symbiont, bore no inscriptions, only the naturally evolving verdigris patterns that resembled the veins of the earth. A child pointed at the patterns and asked, "Will these rings continue to grow?" Lin Feng knelt, gazing into the child's eyes that reflected the luster of the alloy, and softly replied, "Indeed. Just like our story, there will always be new chapters." That evening, within the cockpit of the symbiont, a small biological alloy badge joined a fragment of star marrow steel inscribed with countless names. On the badge, Lin Feng's name intertwined with the emblem of the world tree, radiating a warm glow in the azure light of the star ring. Meanwhile, in the reopened exhibition hall of the tech city, Dr. Lin Mo's holographic image smiled at the visiting children. Behind him, the screen displayed continuously updated design drafts of the symbiont, where the lines separating steel from plant had blurred, leaving only a flowing green luminescence, the shared color of all life. Chapter 98. The Journey of Seeds. As the energy wings of the symbiont skimmed over the Pacific, the Arctic poppy seeds on the surface of the biological alloy reached maturity. Lin Feng maneuvered the mech to open the cultivation bay on its side, allowing the seeds to disperse onto the ocean's surface with the currents. These seeds, encased in shells of star marrow steel particles, could drift in salt water for 3 months until they found a suitable island to take root. Satellites detected unusual energy fluctuations in the Mariana Trench. The AI's voice resonated gravely, akin to the awakening of ancient imperial deep-sea mechs, whose energy cores continued to operate, polluting the surrounding waters. As the mech plunged into the deep, the surface of the biological alloy sprouted robust filaments, secreting pressure-resistant mucus like deep-sea algae. In the darkness of the trench's floor, countless eerie green lights flickered to life, remnants of the old Empire's deep-sea raider mechs, whose energy cores still leaked radiation, turning the surrounding waters a murky green. These mechs operated on unmodified star marrow steel, without any biological integration processes. Observing the holographic analysis, Lin Feng noted that they indiscriminately drained energy, even siphoning heat from the undersea volcanoes. The symbiont unfurled its energy wings, releasing the genetic light waves of the world tree. The dormant raider mechs suddenly trembled, their rusted surfaces flaking away to reveal metal skeletons, akin to the symbiont. As the tendrils of the biological alloy connected with the cores of the raiders, the dark green seawater shimmered with faint bioluminescence, awakened deep-sea microorganisms purifying the radiation under the catalyst of star marrow steel. 3 days later, the first new coral reefs emerged at the trench's edge. Lin Feng directed the mech's robotic arm to transform into a cedar, embedding red mangrove seeds into the sandy seabed. Nourished by the nutrients secreted by the biological alloy, the seeds sprouted tender shoots that spread their roots along the energy patterns of the mech, adorning the steel with a verdant skirt. Upon returning, the mech's cultivation bay housed a deep-sea pearl. The pearl's surface reflected the images of the symbiont and the raider wreckage, resembling a crystallized eye of the sea. Lin Feng understood that the tale of this oceanic expanse would ultimately become a new ring on the biological alloy. Chapter 16. The Steel Classroom. In the Mech Museum of Tech City, the prototype of the symbiont was placed at the heart of the main exhibition hall. Children gazed through the energy barrier, observing the alloy rings on the mech's surface that grew with time, while a guide narrated stories of the radiation zones, Arctic tundra, and deep sea. "Why does this finger bloom?" asked a little girl with double braids, pointing at the mech's fingertip, where a pale yellow flower perpetually blossomed. A simulation of the world tree's bloom, crafted from biological alloy. The guide smiled and pressed a button, and a holographic image suddenly appeared within the barrier. Lin Feng in the Amazon rainforest, gently touching a dying baobab tree with that very finger. As the energy from the biological alloy flowed into the trunk, coaxing new leaves from the withered tree, because it remembers the weight of life. The back door of the exhibition hall swung open unexpectedly, revealing Lin Feng wheeling in an elderly mechanical engineer. The engineer's mechanical arm had been replaced with a biological alloy version, with a small cluster of ivy growing at the cuff, an organism he had cultivated from his own genes, capable of monitoring his health. A new batch of civilian mechs had been released. The engineer's mechanical arm projected a holographic screen showcasing a variety of household mechs, some assisting farmers with sowing, others serving as canes for the elderly, and some transforming into children's desks, their surfaces of transparent biological alloy displaying real-time data on plant growth. Suddenly, the little girl pointed at the engineer's ivy, asking, "Does it feel pain?" Lin Feng knelt, placing the child's hand against the barrier. The fingertip flower of the symbiont gently quivered, casting leaf vein-like patterns on the barrier. It can sense your warmth, just as you can feel the softness of the flower. This mutual understanding is what we call respect. That afternoon, the museum received a special gift. Children had assembled small symbionts from recycled mech parts, each joint adorned with dried petals, and the chest inscribed with "Our friend." Lin Feng placed this gift in the cockpit of the prototype, which was already filled with the children's artwork. Each drawing depicted steel and plants intertwined, as inseparable as a whole. Chapter 17. The Temperature of Heritage. On a clear morning 20 years later, Lin Feng stood in the greenhouse of the Steel Botanical Garden, watching young engineers install symbiotic cores into the new generation of mechs. These cores contained not only star marrow steel and the genes of the world tree, but also integrated as neural connection data, not to replicate the symbiont, but to ensure they remembered the once gentle driver who had carefully cradled an Arctic poppy in his steel palm. "Old Lin, the energy wings of the symbiont need replacing," an engineer remarked, presenting the latest biological alloy sample. "This time, we've incorporated the memory grass genes cultivated by your granddaughter. It can store more restoration records." Lin Feng caressed the flowing patterns on the sample, suddenly recalling the moment he first grasped the Genesis core in Tech City. At that time, he believed power emanated from steel. Only later did he understand that true strength arises from the wisdom to protect the fragile with steel. He stepped into the cockpit of the symbiotic entity, and the moment the neural connector adhered to his temple, a torrent of memories surged forth. The bonfire in the Rebel Valley, the auroras of the Arctic, the bioluminescence of the deep sea, and the joyful faces of children. These recollections prompted the mech's energy wings to unfurl abruptly, while flowers blossomed above, their petals revealing all the locations that had been restored, resembling a verdant world map. A new life signal was detected. The AI's voice resonated with a familiar warmth, indicating the discovery of unknown flora beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. "Should we proceed?" Lin Feng gazed out the window, watching as his granddaughter led the children in a botanical garden, sketching the mech adorned with wings, upon which perched numerous small birds. He activated the mech. As the energy wings brushed past the greenhouse, a cascade of flower petals rained down, landing upon the children's sketch paper, as if bestowing a sprinkle of starlight upon their green world. "Let us embark," he whispered, reminiscent of the first time he piloted the symbiotic entity 30 years prior. The moment the mech ascended, an additional ring formed on the surface of the bioalloy, gently enveloping all the old patterns. Within this novel ring resided Lin Feng's heartbeat at that moment, the laughter of children, and an everlasting promise between steel and life. True inheritance does not merely preserve the past. It ensures that the warmth of bygone days can forever illuminate the path to the future. Meanwhile, in the archives of the technological city, alongside the holographic image of Dr. Lin Mo, a new record emerged. When the mech begins to remember the weight of flowers, and when children learn to respect the temperature of steel, war shall lose its very foundation. This is not merely the tale of a hero. It is the story of all life, having finally learned to be gentle with one another. Chapter 99, The Orbit of Stargrass. Stargrass has blossomed in low Earth orbit. Linya stood in the Ecological Satellite Control Center, observing the imagery on the holographic screen. The seed sent into space by the symbiotic entity had, under the nurturing of the bioalloy satellite, grown into a peculiar hybrid of half metal and half plant. Its leaves shimmered like star-mirth steel, while its petals resembled forget-me-nots from Earth, scattering pale blue pollen along its orbital path. The microorganisms carried within the pollen were repairing the ozone layer. The monitor pointed at the data curve, illustrating their ability to absorb ultraviolet rays and form a protective membrane in the atmosphere, as if shielding the Earth with an umbrella. Linya maneuvered the small symbiotic entity to the launch pad of the technological city, where the mech's cultivation chamber was filled with new stargrass seeds. These seeds, enhanced by Linya with the cold-resistant gene from the green veins of the Antarctic ice sheet, were capable of thriving in the most extreme conditions of space. Her grandfather said that Earth's restoration should not be confined to the surface. Through the neural connector, she communicated with the small, symbiotic entity. And the memory grass's leaves revealed Lin Feng's youthful visage, standing in the cockpit of the symbiotic entity, gazing at the starry sky and declaring that one day, they would make the universe remember green. As the seeds were dispatched to their designated orbit, the new stargrass swiftly converged with the first, forming a ring of green light in low Earth orbit. This luminous ring intertwined with the energy flow of the old Empire Star Ring, enveloping the Earth in between, resembling a blue gem encircled by emerald leaves. 3 months later, astronauts discovered a delightful sight outside the International Space Station. The stargrass pollen had settled on the station's solar panels, sprouting tiny green moss that could absorb cosmic radiation and provide oxygen for the station. This marked the first step toward cosmic symbiosis. Linya recorded in her log that, just as Earth's bioalloy mechs had learned to coexist with life, future space stations should also learn to thrive in harmony with existence. Chapter 22, The Future Within the Rings. In the year Lin Feng turned 99, the bioalloy exterior of the symbiotic entity had thickened to resemble armor, with a multitude of rings chronicling every story from the radiation zone to space. This mech, which had accompanied him for much of his life, now stood silently in the heart of the Steel Botanical Garden, transformed into a living monument. Linya pushet her grandfather, situ di naveche. To the front of the mech, where the small symbiotic entity's mechanical arm cradled a newly cultivated plant, a legacy flower, hybridized from the alloy shards of the symbiotic entity and the seeds of the world tree. The flower's hue changed according to the memories of those who touched it. When Lin Feng's hand gently brushed the petals, it instantaneously transformed into a pale blue, revealing the moment he first encountered the prototype of the symbiotic entity in Technological City. When Linya touched it, the flower shifted back to green, evoking the scene of her sowing stargrass in space. It remembers each of our stories. Lin Feng's voice, though raspy, retained a glimmer of brightness, akin to how bioalloy remembers all tenderness, and how plants remember all hope. That day, 7 manufacturing workshops jointly released the final report of the symbiotic entity program. Earth's ecological restoration rate had reached 98. All ecological nodes devastated by the old empire had been revived, flourishing even more than before the war. Globally, mechs had been retrofitted with bioalloy components, becoming partners in the symbiosis between humanity and nature. The green halo formed by stargrass in low Earth orbit fortified Earth's ecosystem. The last page of the report bore a holographic photograph. Lin Feng, Linya, the symbiotic entity, and the small symbiotic entity stood together, framed by the Steel Botanical Garden adorned with rings, with a caption in the corner declaring, "The story shall not end, for life is eternally in growth." In the dead of night, Lin Feng lay in the cockpit of the symbiotic entity, the very place he had frequented in his youth. The moment the neural connector pressed against his temple, he felt as if he could hear the AI, using Dr. Lin Mo's voice, congratulating him on completing the greatest restoration. The legacy flower on the mech's surface suddenly blossomed, its petals revealing the smiling faces of countless individuals: the leader of the rebels, the old mechanic, an Inuit child, and a girl with braided hair in a museum. These smiling faces gradually merged into the alloy rings, becoming new patterns. The following morning, Linya discovered her grandfather peacefully asleep, his hand still resting on the energy core of the symbiotic entity, where the bioalloy had sprouted a new ring. Its color reminiscent of the pale blue of the legacy flower, Lin Feng's final warmth bestowed upon the world. Chapter 23. Eternal Symbiosis. A century had passed, and Linya's granddaughter, Lin Yi, had become the new generation's guardian of symbiosis. The mech she piloted, the new symbiotic entity, was powered by fragments of the symbiotic entity's energy core. While the surface memory graphs displayed all restoration records from Lin Mo to Linya, resembling a flowing chronicle. During the anniversary celebration at the Steel Botanical Garden, Lin Yi controlled the new symbiotic entity to unfurl its energy wings, scattering stargrass seeds into the crowd. These seeds landed in the palms of children, sprouting tiny, tender shoots instantaneously, their patterns mirroring the original alloy rings of the symbiotic entity. "This is the seed of symbiosis," Lin Yi announced in the microphone. "It will remember the smiles you wore today, just as our ancestors cherished every moment of tenderness." At the pinnacle of the celebration, the prototype of the symbiotic entity emitted a long-awaited hum. Its energy wings slowly unfolded. Though it could no longer fly, it released its final energy wave, resonating with mechs worldwide, the world tree, and the stargrass in low Earth orbit. In the sky, countless green points coalesced into a vast network, a web of symbiosis woven by all life. Lin Yi understood that this was not the end. Just as Dr. Lin Mo's design blueprints lack a final page, Lin Feng's restoration records would perpetually be updated, and Lin Ya's space plans would forever have new objectives. Her mission was to extend this web of symbiosis to ever greater distances, perhaps to other planets, perhaps to the farthest reaches of the universe. That night, Lin Yi sat in the cockpit of the new symbiotic entity, gazing at the newly formed rings on the mech surface. Within these rings lay the laughter of children from the celebration, the final energy wave of the prototype symbiotic entity, and an eternal promise between steel and life, past and future. In the archives of the technological city, beside the holographic images of Lin Mo, Lin Feng, and Linya, Lin Ye's figure appeared. For individuals separated by a century gazed at the ever-expanding green star map on the screen, sharing the same expression of contentment. Below the imagery, a new record is being generated. What is referred to as eternity is merely the gentle essence of each generation, transforming into sustenance for the next. Coexistence is the most profound answer the universe offers to sentient beings. Chapter 100. The Interstellar Green Vein. As Lin Yi piloted the new symbiotic entity through the Earth's atmosphere, the memory grass on the surface of the mech began to tremble violently, its blades pointing towards the direction of Mars, where a resonant signal from the starborn grass could be detected. 3 years prior, the seeds of starborn grass had been launched towards Mars, and, astonishingly, they took root in the crimson soil. The starborn grass on Mars had adapted to the low-gravity environment. A voice emanated from the interstellar communicator of the United Government, indicating that their roots had formed an underground network, improving the soil's pH levels. However, the holographic image rendered Lin Yi breathless. Although the starborn grass on Mars had survived, it grew abnormally short, its leaves exhibiting a sickly yellow hue, as if yearning for a familiar source of energy. It was the absence of the world tree's genetic resonance. Lin Yi immediately understood that the flourishing of Earth's starborn grass was supported by a global network of world trees, a foundation lacking on Mars. Upon landing on Mars, Lin Yi commanded the mech to unfurl its energy wings, releasing fragments of world tree genes. The moment these genetic fragments made contact with the roots of the starborn grass, the yellow leaves unexpectedly began to exhibit a delicate green hue. Even more astonishingly, the memory grass on the surface of the bioalloy mech started to sway in synchrony with the Martian starborn grass, as if transmitting a vital code of life. Thus, Lin Yi observed through the holographic analysis that the bioalloy could serve as a mobile world tree, providing genetic anchor points for life on other planets. She transformed the mechanical arm of the new symbiotic entity into a cedar, burying the improved world tree seeds of Mars into the soil. Nourished by the bioalloy, the seeds sprouted tender shoots by the end of the day, with their roots connecting to the network of starborn grass, weaving the first green carpet on the Martian surface. 3 months later, as Lin Yi returned, the green carpet on Mars had expanded to a radius of 10 kilometers. Viewed from space, this patch of green resembled an emerald set against the red planet, resonating with the halo of starborn grass in Earth's orbit. New patterns were forming on the leaves of the memory grass on the mech's surface, a tapestry woven from the intertwining of Martian red soil and vibrant green life. Chapter 25. The Annual Rings of the Universe. 50 years hence, humanity had established symbiotic bases on 3 planets within the solar system. The base on Mercury cultivated heat-resistant variants of starborn grass using solar energy, while outside the space station on Jupiter, a peculiar symbiotic system formed between the starborn grass and the gas giant's rings. The green of Mars had now spread to the Arctic ice caps. Lin Feng was currently piloting the super symbiotic entity as it cruised through the Kuiper Belt. The core of this latest mech amalgamated the world tree of Earth, the starborn grass of Mars, and the genes of the Antarctic's green veins. The annual rings on the surface of the bioalloy had become indistinguishable from which planet they belonged, each ring representing a successful interstellar restoration. Detection of unknown life signals in the Oort cloud. The AI's voice buzzed with excitement. The signal frequency perfectly aligned with the genetic waves of starborn grass. The energy wings of the super symbiotic entity accelerated, tracing a green trajectory through the interstellar dust. Deep within the Oort cloud, countless ice crystal-like plants floated, their leaves capable of absorbing cosmic rays, with petals etched in patterns identical to those of the bioalloy. It was stardust grass. Lin Feng gazed at the holographic image. These plants shared a common ancestor with Earth's starborn grass, yet had evolved the ability to adapt to the interstellar environment during their cosmic wanderings, patiently awaiting an intelligent life capable of understanding coexistence. As the bioalloy tendrils of the supersymbiotic entity connected with the stardust grass, the entire Oort cloud illuminated with a soft green glow. The floating plants began to converge towards the mech, forming a vast green nebula around it. At the center of the nebula, the seeds of stardust grass fell upon the mech's surface, as if adorning the steel with a layer of starlight. They sought a ride. Lin Feng smiled as she maneuvered the mech, intending for them to accompany her to more life-bearing planets. She opened all the cultivation pods of the supersymbiotic entity, and the seeds of stardust grass surged in, taking root and sprouting within the pod. Under the catalysis of the bioalloy, these seeds quickly adapted to the mech's environment, their leaves beginning to display images of the solar system's planets, chronicling the journey of the stardust grass. Upon returning, the supersymbiotic entity had transformed into a moving interstellar garden. From Earth, the energy wings of the mech trailed a long green light in space, akin to a lifeline connecting the solar system to the depths of the universe. In the archives of the Tech City, a new record was being generated, from the first symbiotic entity of the Tech City to the roaming supersymbiotic entity. Humanity finally comprehended. The so-called universe is merely the annual rings inscribed by all life. And eternity is the ability for each planet's story to find its rightful place within the universe's annual rings. Beside the screen, the holographic images of Lin Mo, Lin Feng, Lin Ya, Lin Yi, and Lin Feng stood side by side, their gazes fixed upon the starry sky, where green life continued to spread, resembling an epic of coexistence that would never conclude. In the cockpit of the supersymbiotic entity, next to the star marrow steel fragment inscribed with names, a new mark emerged. Lin Feng's name, joining the life imprints of countless planets, becoming the warmest stroke in the universe's annual rings. Chapter 101. The Drift Bottle of Stardust Grass. Within the cultivation pod of the supersymbiotic entity, the seeds of stardust grass had grown into half-meter-tall plants. The leaves of these interstellar plants could record images like film, currently looping visuals of the green nebula of the Oort cloud, the red soil of Mars, and the blue oceans of Earth, showcasing their experiences aboard the supersymbiotic entity. Lin Feng piloted the mech to the edge of the Milky Way's spiral arm, where the planets were mostly pockmarked from meteor impacts, and the atmosphere was so thin it was nearly negligible. Yet, the leaves of the stardust grass suddenly pointed towards a gray planet. Liquid water signals detected, concealed within the planet's underground caverns. As the supersymbiotic entity landed, the gray surface stirred up clouds of dust. Lin Feng guided the mech's bioalloy tendrils deep underground, and the images relayed back revealed a small underground lake, crystal clear, with rocks at the bottom hosting microorganisms that shared a lineage with stardust grass. It was the primordial stardust. Lin Feng examined the analysis report. These microorganisms were the ancient ancestors of stardust grass, existing since the dawn of the universe, having waited billions of years for a life form capable of aiding their evolution. She opened the cultivation pod, allowing mature stardust grass seeds to fall into the underground lake. Upon contact with water, the seeds immediately burst open, releasing countless spores infused with bioalloy particles, which combined with the primordial stardust, swiftly growing into luminous new plants within the cavern. Their stems took on a metallic hue, capable of absorbing minerals from the rocks, while their leaves became translucent, utilizing the faint geothermal heat of the cavern to glow, attracting microorganisms. Before departing, Lin Feng instructed the supersymbiotic entity to leave a monument of star marrow steel on the planet's surface, inscribed with the names from Lin Mo to Lin Feng, along with a phrase, "Life is never a solitary journey. We are merely each other's drift bottles." As the mech's energy wings once again cleaved through the starry expanse, new images began to form on the leaves of the stardust grass. Within the underground cavern of the gray planet, the glowing plants were spreading, illuminating the dark planet with countless green lights. Chapter 27. The Genealogy of Coexistence. 3 centuries later, the mech family of symbiotic entities had proliferated across 50 planetary systems within the Milky Way. The bioalloy surfaces of each mech bore unique plants belonging to their respective planets. Some sprouted fire-resistant scales on high-temperature planets. Others bore heat-generating fruits on frozen worlds. And yet others developed nets to capture cosmic dust outside the space stations of gaseous planets. Lin Feng's great-granddaughter, Lin He, was currently organizing the records of these mechs in the Coexistence Archive. The archives are situated deep beneath the technological city, with walls constructed from a fusion of bioalloy and the trunks of the world tree. The annual rings on these walls resemble vinyl records, capable of recounting the restoration tales of each planet. The recently discovered rainbow star necessitates a specialized symbiotic plan. The assistant presents a holographic report. The atmosphere of this planet refracts 7 colors of light, while the soil is laced with deadly toxins, rendering ordinary plants incapable of survival. Lenny calls forth the symbiont family tree, a dynamic hologram where the core features the original prototype of the symbiont, extending outward into countless branches. Each branch signifies a mech executing tasks on different planets, with the leaves on these branches chronicling the repair records of each mech. Here, it is, when he points to one branch, which corresponds to the mech operating on the toxic wasteland planet. This mech's bioalloy incorporates the gene of the toxin-decomposing poison grass, combining it with the stardust grass of Rainbow Star and adding fragments of bioalloy resistant to radiation, allowing it to take root in the soil of Rainbow Star. 3 months later, news arrives from Rainbow Star. The newly cultivated 7-colored stardust grass not only decomposes the soil's toxins, but also alters its color with the 7 hues of the atmosphere, appearing metallic during the day as it absorbs toxins and transforming into a rainbow hue at night to release oxygen. Viewed from space, the entire planet resembles a breathing piece of rainbow candy, standing before the annual ring wall of the archives. Lin He observes the emergence of new branches on the symbiont family tree. She suddenly realizes that all these branches ultimately point to one core, the original prototype that blossomed its first shoots in Earth's radiation zone. It becomes clear that the essence of legacy lies in enabling each new life to find its place within the family tree. Lin He gently touches the wall, and it instantly plays back the voice of Dr. Lin Mo, recorded 3 centuries prior in the bioalloy. We name the mechs symbionts not to mimic life, but to remind life that in the vast universe, no one is superfluous. Chapter 28. The Heartbeat of the Universe. Upon the launch of humanity's first galaxy-level symbiont mech, the Homeward, the entire family of symbionts across the Milky Way resonated in unison. When the energy wings of this colossal mech unfurl, they can blanket half the solar system, its core integrating the plant genes from 50 planetary systems. The annual rings on the surface of the bioalloy chronicle all stories from Earth to the very edge of the galaxy. Lin He's grandson, Lin Zhou, serves as the inaugural pilot of the Homeward. He navigates the mech to the vicinity of the central black hole of the Milky Way, where gravity is so intense that even light cannot escape. Yet, the leaves of the stardust grass are unusually agitated, detecting temporal energy flows at the edge of the black hole that can preserve the memories of the bioalloy indefinitely. The Homeward unfurls its energy wings, transforming all collected symbiotic records, from the repairs in Earth's radiation zone to the vibrant flora of Rainbow Star and the underground caverns of the gray planet, into energy waves, which are injected into the temporal energy flows at the black hole's edge. These energy waves do not dissipate under the black hole's gravitational pull. Rather, they echo throughout the cosmos eternally. This is the family tree we leave for the universe, Lin Zhou declares into the communicator, which links all symbiont mechs across the Milky Way. Regardless of how many intelligent beings may discover it in the future, they will come to know that there once existed a race called humanity, which believed in the power of symbiosis. As the Homeward returns home, the 50 planetary systems of the Milky Way simultaneously illuminate with a green glow. These green lights converge to form a vast luminous band, resembling a green belt encircling the galaxy. At the center of this light band, the surfaces of all symbiont mechs bloom with identical flowers, cultivated from the genes of all guardians from Lin Mo to Lin Zhou, the eternal flower. The patterns on the petals mirror precisely the alloy annual rings of the original symbiont prototype. In the archives of the technological city, the latest records are being generated. This time, the recorders are not humans, but the leaves of the stardust grass, inscribing the universal energy frequency with a message. The universe is simply the heartbeat of all life resonating in harmony. Eternity is ensuring that this heartbeat has a place to go. Chapter 102, The Intergalactic Resonance. After a century of reverberating at the edge of the black hole, the energy waves of the homeward finally reach the neighboring Andromeda galaxy. There, intelligent life, a crystalline race known as the star crystals, captures this signal imbued with a green rhythm. The star crystals possess no physical form, existing instead in an energetic state. Their home a planet composed entirely of crystal. When the energy waves from the homeward permeate the crystal, the planet's surface suddenly glows with a green light resonating at the same frequency as Earth's stargrass, revealing a remarkable resonance between the energy core of the star crystals and the genetic waves of the bioalloy. This is the language of symbiosis. The leader of the star crystals communicates through an energy translator, expressing that they have deciphered Earth's restoration narrative from the signal, including the green carpet of Mars and the vibrant flora of Rainbow Star. We have long sought a race capable of comprehending energy symbiosis. At this moment, Lin Zhou's great-granddaughter, Lin Shi, pilots the Voyager, an upgraded version of the homeward capable of intergalactic travel. Upon her mech landing on the crystalline planet, the eternal flower on the surface of the bioalloy suddenly blossoms, the patterns on the petals perfectly aligning with the energy veins of the crystal planet. The star crystals inform Lin Shi that their planet is cooling, the energy of the crystalline core dwindling. Yet the energy waves from the homeward contain the star grass gene capable of revitalizing the crystal's regeneration. In exchange, they offer to share their technique of energy weaving, a method that can interlace the energy flows of different galaxies into a network. 3 years later, the core of the crystalline planet has regained vitality, its surface now adorned with new life that is half crystal and half plant. While the symbiont mechs of the Milky Way have learned to connect distant galaxies using energy weaving, as Lin Shi pilots the Voyager homeward, a symbiotic bridge composed of green energy emerges between the Andromeda galaxy and the Milky Way, pulsating with the light of the star crystals and the greenery of the stargrass. Chapter 30, The Eternal Annual Rings. A millennium later, the tale of the symbionts has transformed into a legend within the universe. From the first prototype in Earth's technological city to the intergalactic Voyager, from restoring Earth's ecology to establishing an energy bridge between two galaxies, the concept of symbiosis has proliferated throughout the cosmos like seeds of stardust grass. Lin Shi's descendant, Lin Yuan, stands in the cockpit of the ultimate symbiont. The core of this mech amalgamates the genes and energy characteristics of all known intelligent races, and the annual rings on the surface of the bioalloy are indistinguishable from those of Earth, Mars, Rainbow Star, or the crystalline planet. Each ring signifies an instance of understanding and collaboration transcending racial boundaries. Detecting new temporal ripples at the universe's edge, the AI's voice resonates with the warmth of millennia, akin to an unknown intelligent life form sending a signal. Lin Yuan gazes at the ever-expanding holographic symbiotic map of the universe, where each point of light represents a symbiotic planet, and each connection signifies an energy bridge. He recalls Dr. Lin Mo's initial vision embedded within the bioalloy, remembers Lin Feng's gentle grasp of the Arctic poppy, and thinks of Lin Ye's hope in sowing seeds in space. These memories are etched like annual rings within the core of the ultimate symbiont. Let us set forth, Lin Yuan whispers, echoing the words of countless generations of symbiotic guardians before him. The mech's energy wings unfurl, illuminating the entirety of the observable universe. The eternal flower on the surface of the bioalloy radiates every known color of light in the cosmos, and the patterns on the petals finally form a complete circle, an inscription of the names of all guardians from Lin Mo to Lin Yuan, a testament to the legacy of every planet from Earth to the crystalline world, an eternal tale co-authored by steel and life, technology and nature, disparate races and galaxies. Deep within what has now evolved into the cosmic archives of the technological city, the original prototype of the symbiont stands quietly, its bioalloy surface adorned with a new ring of annual growth. This ring possessing neither a beginning nor an end, akin to an eternally spinning universe, harboring all memories of symbiosis while nurturing every possibility for the future. At this moment, the fragment of star steel, inscribed with names, hovers at the heart of the archive, each name aglow, resonating with the energy waves of all symbiotic mechs in the cosmos, akin to an eternal melody that gently sings at the edges of time and space. Life is rendered whole through symbiosis. The universe attains eternity through understanding. Chapter 103. A comprehensive analysis of the interstellar fleet in the boundless expanse of the universe. The interstellar fleet stands as the core force behind the expansion of civilization, the contest for resources, and the defense of safety. Various types of interstellar vessels perform their designated roles, collectively forming a comprehensive system for combat and operations. From the agile reconnaissance ships to the planet-destroying dreadnoughts, each class of vessel embodies the technological achievements and strategic wisdom of civilization. Interstellar reconnaissance vessel. The ears and eyes of the cosmos. Interstellar reconnaissance vessels serve as the vanguard of the fleet, tasked with intelligence gathering, battlefield reconnaissance, and early warning. These ships are typically compact, measuring between 50 to 150 meters in length, and manned by a crew of merely 5 to 20 individuals, ensuring operational stealth and agility. To facilitate long-range, high-precision reconnaissance missions, interstellar reconnaissance vessels are equipped with the most advanced sensor systems. Their primary sensor array includes quantum radar, gravitational wave detectors, and neutrino scanners, capable of capturing faint energy signals and gravitational disturbances within a range of 0.1 light-years. The onboard optical reconnaissance module utilizes gravitational lensing effects to clearly observe surface details of planetary targets up to 3 light-years away. In terms of propulsion, reconnaissance vessels employ a dual-mode drive system. They utilize ion engines for smooth cruising at 0.1 times the speed of light, and engage curvature engines for urgent missions, enabling them to reach speeds of 0.5 times the speed of light for short durations, requiring a 12-hour cooldown after each jump. To minimize detection probability, the vessel's surface is coated with nano-level wave-absorbing materials, capable of absorbing 99% of active detection waves, while the engine nozzles are equipped with energy-constraining devices, reducing thermal signatures to the level of cosmic background radiation. The weapon systems aboard reconnaissance vessels are solely for self-defense, typically comprising 2 lightweight particle cannons and 4 miniature anti-missile missiles. Some advanced models also feature space distortion generators, capable of creating brief spatial disruptions to buy time for escape when pursued. During deep reconnaissance missions behind enemy lines, the vessels carry 3 to 5 unmanned drones, each merely a 1-meter cube, adept at infiltrating target areas through complex environments like asteroid belts. Interstellar frigate. The fleet's personal bodyguard. Interstellar frigates are one of the most numerous ship types in the fleet, primarily responsible for escorting, anti-submarine warfare, and regional defense tasks. Measuring between 150 to 300 meters in length and manned by a crew of 50 to 150. Their design philosophy centers on balance, harmonizing maneuverability with defensive capability. The hull features a honeycomb armor structure, with an outer layer of 30 centimeters of titanium alloy composite armor and an inner layer housing energy shield generators, capable of withstanding firepower from light cruisers and below. The propulsion system consists of 2 nuclear fusion engines, cruising at 0.2 times the speed of light, with emergency overload capacity reaching 0.3 times the speed of light for approximately 4 hours. In terms of weaponry, the frigate's configuration emphasizes mid to close-range combat. 6 dual-mounted pulse laser cannons are distributed along the sides of the hull, forming a circular firepower net, while both the bow and stern are equipped with anti-submarine torpedo launchers capable of firing proton torpedoes with an effective range of 500 kilometers. The central vertical launch system accommodates 32 surface-to-air missiles, utilizing active radar guidance to intercept incoming missiles and aircraft. Modern frigates are also commonly equipped with onboard aircraft modules, capable of carrying 4 to 6 interstellar fighters to extend their defensive reach. In escort missions, frigates typically operate in tactical units of 3 to 5, employing circular formations around capital ships and utilizing onboard cooperative combat systems to share tactical data, forming a seamless defensive network. Interstellar destroyer. The fleet's assault unit interstellar destroyers are medium-sized ships primarily focused on offensive capabilities, ranging from 300 to 500 meters in length, manned by approximately 200 to 350 personnel, and chiefly employed for anti-ship operations, fleet assaults, and area blockades. Compared to frigates, destroyers possess significantly enhanced firepower, typically featuring a heavy ion main cannon at the bow, with an energy output reaching 1,000 terawatts, capable of penetrating the shields of regular frigates from a distance of 1 million kilometers. 8 quadruple anti-ship missile launchers are distributed along the sides, capable of deploying the Styx-class anti-ship missiles, which utilize a multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicle design, enabling a single missile to simultaneously strike 3 targets. To ensure speed during assaults, destroyers are equipped with Orion nuclear fusion engines, cruising at 0.25 times the speed of light, and capable of reaching 0.6 times the speed of light during curvature jumps, with a mere 8-hour cooldown. However, their defensive capabilities are slightly inferior to those of frigates, featuring only a single-layer energy shield and 20 centimeters of alloy armor, thus relying on high maneuverability to evade enemy fire in combat. Another notable characteristic of destroyers is their advanced electronic warfare systems. The Bridge S Eagle I electronic countermeasure module can disrupt enemy communications and radar within a radius of 5 million kilometers, while also emitting false signals to create misjudgments about the number of vessels present. In fleet engagements, destroyers typically act as the vanguard, utilizing electronic warfare to suppress adversaries before launching rapid assaults to clear a path for the main fleet. Interstellar cruiser. The versatile backbone interstellar cruisers are large vessels with exceptional integrated performance, measuring between 500 to 800 meters in length and manned by 400 to 600 personnel. They are capable of executing independent combat missions while also serving as the core combat strength of the fleet, undertaking command, attack, and defense roles. The design of cruisers merges the firepower of destroyers with the defenses of frigates, featuring a dual-layer energy shield, an outer layer to defend against energy weapons, and an inner layer to withstand kinetic projectiles, with armor constructed from 50 centimeters of nanocrystal alloy, capable of enduring direct hits from battleship secondary cannons. The propulsion system comprises 3 Titan-class nuclear fusion engines, cruising at 0.3 times the speed of light, with curvature jumps achieving speeds of up to 0.7 times the speed of light, providing sufficient range for interstellar travel. The weapon systems present a diversified configuration. The bow-mounted Skyfall particle main cannon boasts a range of 3 million kilometers, capable of instantly vaporizing a medium-sized space station, while the hull sides are equipped with 12 dual-mounted laser secondary cannons, providing comprehensive fire coverage. Additionally, a 64-cell vertical launch system can be outfitted with anti-ship, air defense, or anti-submarine missiles as per mission requirements. Some cruisers also feature hangars for onboard aircraft, capable of accommodating 12 to 18 interstellar fighters and 2 reconnaissance aircraft. As the command vessel within a fleet, the cruiser S-Bridge is equipped with the Athena Combat Command System, capable of coordinating the tactical actions of up to 20 vessels simultaneously while processing battlefield data at a rate of 10 trillion bytes per second. When executing independent missions, cruisers can effectively blockade a star system or perform long-range strikes, earning them the reputation of being the fleet's versatile operatives. Interstellar Battlecruiser. A synthesis of firepower and speed, the Interstellar Battlecruiser is a specialized vessel that enhances the firepower and maneuverability of conventional cruisers, measuring between 800 to 1,200 meters in length and manned by 600 to 800 personnel. Its design aims to achieve battleship-level firepower while maintaining cruiser-level agility, bridging the tactical gap between the two. The hull features a streamlined design to minimize drag in space travel, coupled with 4 Zeus-class nuclear fusion engines, cruising at 0.35 times the speed of light and capable of achieving 0.8 times the speed of light during curvature jumps, making it the fastest model among large vessels. Its defenses are on par with cruisers, featuring dual-layer energy shields and 60 centimeters of composite armor, ensuring survival in high-intensity exchanges. The firepower configuration approaches that of a battleship. The bow is armed with 2 twin-mounted Desalar ion main cannons, each boasting an output power of 1,500 terawatts. When both cannons unleash their might simultaneously, they can obliterate an enemy cruiser from a distance of 3 million kilometers. The midsection of the vessel houses 24 laser secondary cannons and 8 anti-ship missile launchers, while the stern is equipped with 4 anti-submarine torpedo tubes, endowing it with comprehensive combat capabilities. The tactical role of the battlecruiser is that of a predator, primarily utilized for pursuing enemy capital ships, launching raids on supply lines, or breaching enemy defenses during fleet engagements. With a construction cost merely 70 that of a battleship, yet delivering 80 of its firepower, it has become a formidable assault force within numerous interstellar civilizations' fleets. During the renowned Battle of Alpha Galaxy, the Federal fleet decisively turned the tide of the conflict by relying on the flanking assaults of 3 battlecruisers, which successfully annihilated the command center of the Imperial fleet. Interstellar battleships, the iron fortresses of the fleet. The interstellar battleship epitomizes the zenith of firepower and defense within the fleet, measuring between 1,200 and 2,000 meters in length, and manned by a crew of 1,000 to 1,500 personnel. It serves as the core combat force in fleet engagements, symbolizing a civilization's industrial and technological prowess. The hull of the battleship is designed with a modular approach, constructed from a superalloy skeleton reinforced with 100 centimeters of neutronium composite armor, capable of withstanding sustained attacks from cruiser main guns. The energy shield features a 3-layer design, with a total defensive power equivalent to the combined shields of 10 cruisers. And when activated, the entire hull appears enveloped in a soft blue luminescence. The propulsion system consists of 6 Titan-class nuclear fusion engines, enabling it to achieve a cruising speed of 0, 3 times the speed of light, and a warp jump speed of 0, 6 times the speed of light, sufficient to maintain pace with the fleet's maneuvers. However, due to its immense energy consumption, each warp jump necessitates a cooling period of 24 hours. Thus, it typically maintains a stable position as the core during tactical maneuvers. The weaponry system could be likened to a mobile arsenal. The triple-barreled Star Annihilator main gun at the bow is its hallmark weapon, with each barrel's energy output comparable to the instantaneous radiation of a medium-sized star, boasting an effective range of 5 million kilometers, capable of reducing a small asteroid to rubble with a single shot. Flanking the hull are 48 twin-mounted laser cannons, 16 anti-ship missile silos, and 8 anti-submarine torpedo arrays, while the rear of the vessel houses defensive particle cannon arrays designed to intercept incoming weaponry. In the fleet, battleships typically serve as flagships, carrying the fleet's highest commander and the most advanced command systems, surrounded by escort vessels such as frigates and destroyers, forming a mobile combat bastion. The outcome of an interstellar war often hinges on the ratio of battleship losses on both sides, earning them the moniker of the fleet's backbone. Interstellar heavy artillery ships, mobile cosmic fortresses. Interstellar heavy artillery ships are specialized vessels designed for fire support, ranging from 800 to 1,500 meters in length and crewed by 500 to 1,000 personnel. Their design philosophy revolves around relocating planetary defense artillery into space, dedicated to long-range fire suppression and siege warfare. Unlike battleships, which pursue a balanced approach, heavy artillery ships are heavily fortified for firepower, sacrificing some mobility and defense. Their midsection is equipped with a Gaia-class super heavy particle cannon, which occupies 2/3 of the vessel's total length, requiring the entire hull as a stabilizing platform. The cannon necessitates a 30-minute charge time before firing, yet its power is sufficient to penetrate a battleship's primary shield with an effective range of 8 million kilometers, making it one of the longest-range weapons among interstellar ships. In addition to the main gun, heavy artillery ships are armed with 12 auxiliary laser cannons for self-defense and feature a small hangar for 4 reconnaissance drones to calibrate fire. In terms of defense, they only possess a single-layer enhanced shield and 50 centimeters of armor, necessitating their positioning behind friendly forces for protection during combat. The propulsion system consists of 2 Fortress-class engines, with a cruising speed of 0, 2 times the speed of light, and a warp jump speed of 0, 5 times the speed of light, and limited endurance, typically requiring accompaniment by supply ships. However, their fire control systems are exceptionally advanced, with sharpshooter targeting modules capable of acquiring target data through satellites and reconnaissance drones, enabling beyond visual range precision strikes. In siege warfare, heavy artillery ships are the primary force for dismantling enemy space stations and planetary defense installations, utilizing long-range bombardments to breach enemy lines. During fleet engagements, they form a fire barrier in front of friendly battleships, suppressing the advance of enemy fleets. Yet, due to their singular functionality, heavy artillery ships must collaborate with other vessel types to maximize their effectiveness. Interstellar missile ships, arsenals of saturation attack. Interstellar missile ships are vessels specifically designed to carry missile weaponry, measuring between 600 and 1,000 meters in length and operated by a crew of 300 to 600 personnel. Their core tactical approach centers around saturation attacks, overwhelming enemy defense systems by launching a multitude of missiles. The hull design prioritizes the accommodation of a larger number of missiles, featuring a massive storage and launch system at its center, with a total of 256 vertical launch units capable of housing various missile types, including anti-ship, air defense, anti-submarine, and assault missiles. Among them, the Swarm-class micro-anti-ship missile serves as their signature weapon, with each unit capable of carrying 30 missiles, enabling a single salvo to unleash thousands, creating a deluge of missiles upon the enemy. To complement missile strikes, the missile ship's fire control system boasts distributed targeting capabilities, allowing simultaneous guidance of 500 missiles towards different targets or concentrated fire on a single high-value target. The ship is also equipped with an advanced missile relay system, utilizing drones as signal relay stations to extend missile control ranges up to 10 million kilometers. In terms of defense and mobility, missile ships possess only the capabilities of a frigate, featuring a single-layer shield and 30 centimeters of armor, with a cruising speed of 0.25 times the speed of light, necessitating operations under the stringent protection of friendly fleets. Once their missile payload is expended, missile ships quickly retreat to the rear to be reloaded by supply vessels, preparing for the next wave of attacks. Tactically, missile ships typically operate in conjunction with heavy artillery ships, with the latter first dismantling portions of the enemy's defenses from a distance, followed by the missile ship executing saturation attacks to completely dismantle the enemy's defensive network. During the Gamma Galaxy defense battle, the human fleet achieved a resounding victory over the insectoid fleet, relying on the simultaneous launch of 6 missile ships to obliterate the enemy's main force, exemplifying a classic case of victory through numerical disadvantage. Interstellar industrial ships, the fleet's mobile factories. Interstellar industrial ships serve as the logistical backbone, ensuring the fleet's prolonged operational capacity and colonial expansion. Spanning 1,000 to 3,000 meters in length and manned by a crew of 800 to 2,000, they amalgamate resource extraction, material production, and repair supply functions, effectively functioning as mobile space cities. The industrial ship's hull comprises multiple functional modules. The resource extraction module is equipped with large laser mining machines and gravitational traction devices for asteroid belt mining, processing up to 5,000 tons daily. The smelting module features a nuclear fusion furnace capable of refining raw minerals into various metallic materials. And the manufacturing module operates as a complete space factory, employing 3D printing and nanotechnology to produce everything from missile components to spacecraft engines. The repair module includes a vast dry dock capable of simultaneously servicing 2 destroyers or 1 cruiser. To support these functions, industrial ships are fitted with small nuclear fusion power stations, generating energy equivalent to that of a medium-sized city, as well as extensive storage compartments capable of holding enough ammunition and supplies for 10 capital ships for 3 months. The living quarters provide a comfortable environment for crew members, including ecological farms, medical centers, and recreational facilities, ensuring morale remains high during extended voyages. In terms of defense, industrial ships are equipped with 8 self-defense laser cannons and double-layer shields. However, their overall defensive capability is relatively weak, necessitating their inclusion in escort fleets, where frigates and destroyers are tasked with protection. During colonization missions, industrial ships act as vanguards, swiftly establishing forward bases in uncharted star systems, while in wartime, they accompany fleets to repair damaged vessels and replenish ammunition and supplies, serving as the lifeline for sustained fleet operations. Dreadnoughts, the ultimate weapon on a planetary scale. Dreadnoughts represent the pinnacle of interstellar vessels. Chapter 104. The Interstellar Medical Ship and the Interstellar Transport Vessel. Stardust Search Mission. Lin Feng's Deep Space Redemption. Chapter 1. Anomalous Signal in the Rust Cloud. Lin Feng's knuckles turned white as he grasped the edge of the Pioneer's control console, while outside the viewport. The rust cloud resembled shreds of torn metal foil, shimmering with a sickly orange-red hue in the engine's afterglow. The life support system of this antiquated exploration vessel had been alerting for 72 hours, with oxygen circulation efficiency plummeting below 40. Meanwhile, within the emergency cryosleep chamber, his only sister, Lin Yu, remained in a state of low-temperature hibernation. 3 days prior, her stardust disease had suddenly worsened, with her pulmonary crystallization rate surpassing 60. If he could not locate the specialized dissolvent used by the interstellar medical ship within 72 hours, the life support program of the hibernation chamber would automatically terminate. Beep beep. The abnormal signal light on the console suddenly illuminated, shattering the silence within the cabin. Lin Feng jolted upright, his fingers swiftly navigating the scratch screen. The signal originated from the abandoned corridor deep within the nebula, a region marked as a death zone by the Interstellar Federation. It was said that following the Interstellar Resource War 30 years ago, countless damaged vessels had formed a floating metal graveyard here, where powerful radiation and chaotic gravitational fields could tear apart any unmodified ship. Yet the frequency of the signal set his heart racing. It bore the unique life signal identifier wave of the Federation medical ship, encrypted but resonating with the emergency codes he had memorized during his internship at the Federation Medical Academy. He brought up the star map, his fingertips hovering over the Pioneer's endurance data. The remaining fuel was only sufficient for a one-way journey to the signal source. If he could not find a supply, both he and Lin Yu would be eternally trapped in this metallic graveyard. A gamble. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, reaching out to touch the transparent lid of the life support chamber. Lin Yu's pale face still bore the lingering crystallization patterns. Brother will surely bring you home. He pressed the engine boost button, and the old ship emitted a deafening roar, akin to a dying beast, charging into the depths of the rust cloud. Chapter 2. The White Ark in the Metal Graveyard. Within the first hour of entering the abandoned corridor zone, the Pioneer encountered its first crisis. A piece of wreckage over 100 meters in diameter hurtled toward them. Lin Feng gripped the control stick tightly, narrowly maneuvering through the chaotic gravitational flow. Nonetheless, the ship's side was still grazed by the metallic debris, leaving a long gash and triggering the oxygen leak alarm. Oxygen reserves at 30, estimated endurance time, 4 hours. The cold mechanical voice echoed in the cabin. Lin Feng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. His gaze fixated on the flashing green on the radar screen. The signal source was drawing nearer. After another half hour of navigation, a silvery vessel finally came into view. It was a Federation-standard Nightingale-class medical ship, measuring over 200 meters in length. The Red Cross insignia on its side, though obscured by space dust, remained distinguishable. However, its condition was disheartening. A massive gash marred the left side of the bow, as if struck by an energy weapon, and the right thruster was reduced to half, causing the entire ship to rotate slowly in the gravitational field, like a leaf adrift without direction. Lin Feng cautiously maneuvered the Pioneer closer, attempting to establish communication with the medical ship, but was met only with static noise. He inspected the external structure of the medical ship and discovered that the boarding hatch in the middle of the hull, though deformed, had not completely jammed. Perhaps it could be pried open with a mechanical arm. Lin Yu, wait for me. He cast a final glance at the sanitary chamber, donned his emergency protective suit, slung the portable sanitary pack over his shoulder, and, equipped with a toolbox and medical scanner, ventured into the boarding passage connecting the two vessels. As the boarding hatch was pried open by the mechanical arm, a rush of cold air laced with the scent of disinfectant greeted him. Lin Feng gripped his ion pistol tightly, moving cautiously into the interior of the medical ship. The corridor lay in darkness, with emergency lights flickering every few seconds, illuminating scattered medical boxes and severed tubing on the floor. He activated the spotlight on his helmet, the beam revealing dried bloodstains on the walls, clearly indicating that a violent conflict had transpired here. As he proceeded deeper into the corridor, he suddenly heard a faint beeping sound emanating from the medical bay ahead. He quickened his pace, and, as he pushed open the door, the sight before him stole his breath away. On the treatment table in the center of the medical bay lay a woman clad in a Federation military doctor's uniform. Her left leg pierced by a shard of metal, the wound already scabbed over, yet she remained unconscious. The life monitor beside the treatment table was still operational, displaying her vital signs as weak yet stable. Lin Feng hurried forward, using his medical scanner to assess her condition. Name: Su Qing. Rank: Major. Member of the Federation's 7th Medical Fleet. Diagnosis: traumatic shock, mild radiation poisoning. Information flashed on the scanner's screen. Just as he prepared to administer an emergency stimulant to Su Qing, he suddenly heard a click behind him, the sound of a weapon being cocked. Don't move, a hoarse male voice commanded. Lin Feng slowly turned to face a man clad in maintenance attire, brandishing a pulse rifle, the barrel aimed squarely at his chest. A long scar marred the man's face, stretching from his forehead to his chin, his eyes filled with caution. I mean no harm. Lin Feng gradually lowered the scanner in his hand. I am Lin Feng, captain of the Pioneer. My sister has Stardust disease and requires the dissolvent from your medical ship. He gestured to his protective suit. See, I carry only a portable sanitary pack, no weapons. The man scrutinized him for a few seconds before slowly lowering his rifle. I am Zhao, the maintenance technician aboard this Nightingale. He sighed. 3 days ago, we were attacked by pirates. The captain and most of the crew were lost. Only Major Su and I survived. He pointed at Su Qing. She was struck by debris while protecting the medicine store and has yet to regain consciousness. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, immediately crouching down to administer the stimulant to Su Qing. Is the medicine store still intact? I need the specialized dissolvent for Stardust disease, model DS-73. Zhao nodded. The door to the medicine store is undamaged, but it requires Major Su's authorization to open. She should awaken soon. Chapter 3. The unexpected arrival of the transport ship. 10 minutes later, Su Qing slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Feng, she initially reacted with wariness, but relaxed once Zhao explained the situation. We have 3 doses of the DS-73 dissolvent, all in the medicine store's refrigeration unit. She struggled to sit up, but was restrained by Lin Feng. Don't move just yet. Your wound hasn't healed. Lin Feng retrieved the scanner, re-examining her condition. Radiation poisoning requires gradual treatment. Are the medical facilities here still operational? Most are functional, but there is insufficient power. Su Qing pointed to the emergency lights on the ceiling. Our main energy core was damaged in the attack, and we are currently relying on backup power, which can last at most 24 hours. Lin Feng's heart sank. His pioneer lacked sufficient fuel and oxygen. Even if he acquired the dissolvent, he could not take them with him, let alone escape this corridor zone. Just then, Zhao suddenly exclaimed, "Look, new signals on the radar." The 3 hurried to the cockpit, where the screen displayed a blue dot moving toward the Nightingale. It's a transport ship. Zhao accessed the signal analysis. A Federation Leviathan class, specifically designed for transporting medical supplies and personnel. Su Qing's eyes brightened. The Leviathan class transport ship has excellent endurance and can carry additional vessels. If we can establish contact, we can leave here together. She immediately attempted to establish communication. And this time, a clear voice resonated through the communicator. "This is the Hope transport ship. I am Captain Li Wei. Are you the survivors from the Nightingale?" A calm male voice inquired. "Yes." Suing responded excitedly. "We are Major Su Qing and Maintenance Technician Zhao from the Nightingale, along with civilian Lin Feng. Our ship is severely damaged and in urgent need of assistance. We received your distress signal and are en route." Li Wei's voice conveyed concern. "We expect to arrive at your location in 10 minutes. Prepare for boarding." As the communication ended, the 3 in the cabin finally broke into long-awaited smiles. Lin Feng contemplated the imminent acquisition of the solvent that would remedy Lin Yu's ailment, and the weight upon his heart was thus alleviated by half. Old Zhao commenced an inspection of the docking passage of the Nightingale, while Su Qing busied herself with organizing medical records, preparing to brief Li Wei on the situation. 10 minutes later, the Hope transport vessel arrived as scheduled. It was a ship twice the size of the Nightingale, adorned in a deep blue hue, with the insignia of the Federal Transport Fleet emblazoned on its side. The vessel approached the Nightingale with grace, extending its docking passage to connect with the embarkation hatch of the Nightingale. Li Wei entered, accompanied by 2 crew members, clad in a crisp captain's uniform, his countenance radiating a gentle smile. "Major Su, your efforts are greatly appreciated," he said, grasping Su Qing's hand. "We have received orders from the Federal Headquarters to conduct a search and rescue operation in the derelict corridor, and to our surprise, we have indeed found you." Su Qing expressed her gratitude promptly and proceeded to mention the issues concerning medication and energy supplies. Li Wei nodded affirmatively. "No problem. Our supplies are ample. We can first replenish the energy for the Nightingale and transfer the medications to the Hope. Mr. Lin Feng, where is your sister? We can take her to the medical bay of the Hope, where superior equipment is available." A surge of elation coursed through Lin Feng as he promptly led Li Wei and his associates towards the Pioneer. Upon seeing Lin Yu within the life support chamber, Li Wei's brow furrowed slightly, yet quickly relaxed. Late-stage stardust disease. Fortunately, we have DS-73 solvent. Our medical bay can provide subsequent treatment. Rest assured. Chapter 4. The conspiracy hidden beneath Hope. Lin Feng followed Li Wei's crew as they transferred Lin Yu's life support chamber to the medical bay of the Hope. Meanwhile, Su Qing and Old Zhao were occupied with relocating the medications and equipment from the Nightingale. Everything seemed to be unfolding favorably. However, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawed at Lin Feng. He could not shake the feeling that Li Wei's smile was somewhat contrived and a fleeting. Inscrutable emotion flickered in Li Wei's gaze when he first beheld Lin Yu. Stealthily, he made his way to the communications room of the Hope, intending to contact the Federal Headquarters to verify the mission details. To his dismay, he discovered that the communicator was encrypted, rendering any connection to the external network impossible. Just as he contemplated his exit, he overheard a conversation between Li Wei and a crew member outside. "Captain, the crystallization rate of that girl's stardust disease has reached 70. It precisely aligns with the boss's requirements. Should we proceed now?" The crew member's voice was hushed, yet Lin Feng caught every word. Li Wei's voice held a chilling edge. "No rush. Let us wait until we leave the derelict corridor. Major Su from a Nightingale is with us, We cannot afford for her to uncover any anomalies. And that Lin Feng appears quite vigilant. Keep an eye on him. Lin Feng's heart sank sharply. Boss, meeting requirements? They're not here for rescue at all. He silently retreated back to the medical bay and observed that Lin Yu's life support chamber had been connected to the medical apparatus of the Hope. However, the equipment's screen displayed not a treatment protocol, but rather a sample analysis in progress. He immediately sought out Su Qing, relaying what he had overheard and witnessed. Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically. That's impossible. The Hope is a federally registered transport vessel. How could? Before she could finish. The medical bay door was suddenly locked down, and Li Wei, flanked by 4 crew members armed with pulse rifles, strode in. It appears you've stumbled upon something. Li Wei's smile had vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Su Qing instinctively positioned herself in front of Lin Yu's life support chamber, drawing her sidearm. Li Wei, what exactly are you planning? Do you realize that abducting federal medical personnel and civilians is a grave offense? Grave offense. Li Wei scufa da riceveli. Once I deliver this Stardust disease sample to the boss and secure sufficient funds, what does the federal even matter? He gestured toward Lin Yu. The crystallization in the lungs of a late-stage Stardust disease patient is a crucial raw material for creating Stardust agents, a mere gram sells for 100,000 credit points. Why would I forfeit such an opportunity? Lin Feng finally comprehended the truth. The so-called Hope was merely a pirate vessel masquerading as a transport ship, preying on Stardust disease patients in the derelict corridors under the guise of rescue operations, only to sell them as samples on the black market. You lunatics! Old Zhao charged forward with a wrench, only to be struck down by a crew member with the butt of a rifle. Li Wei waved his hand dismissively. Confine Major Su and Old Zhao. Leave Lin Feng. He is useful. He can locate the Nightingale and is surely familiar with the derelict corridor, perhaps even helping us find more samples. As 2 crew members advanced to seize Lin Feng, he swiftly grasped a nearby medical cart and hurled it at them, then dragged Su Qing behind the sanitation chamber. The medical bay has an anesthetic gas switch. Suing guisper dergently. It's the red button in the lower right corner of the control panel. Lin Feng nodded, seizing the opportunity while the crew members were distracted by the cart. He dashed to the control panel and pressed the red button. A colorless, odorless gas swiftly enveloped the medical bay, causing the crew members to collapse almost immediately. Li Bei, reacting the swiftest, clutched his nose and attempted to flee through the door, only to be shot in the leg by Su Qing, collapsing in agony. Chapter 5. Redemption and Departure Amidst Stardust. Lin Feng immediately opened the medical bay door, binding the unconscious crew members before assisting Old Zhao to his feet. Old Zhao, are you all right? Old Zhao shook his head, his face a mask of fury. These scoundrels, using rescue as a pretense, are utterly depraved. Su Qing approached Li Wei. Her gun trained on him. Speak. Who's your boss? How many more disguised transport vessels like yours are out there? Li Wei, drenched in sweat from pain, gritted his teeth in silence. Lin Feng cast a glance at Lin Yu's life support chamber, noting that the sample analysis had been interrupted, causing a pang of anxiety to grip his heart. Let us not waste time on him. We need to leave here swiftly. The Hope is well stocked with energy and supplies. We can pilot it out of the derelict corridor. Su Qing nodded, swiftly organizing their tasks. She would pilot the Hope. Old Zhao would inspect the ship's energy and defense systems, while Lin Feng remained in the medical bay to administer the DS-73 solvent to Lin Yu. As the solvent gently infused into Lin Yu's body, Lin Feng held tightly onto his sister's hand, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen of the life support chamber. 10 minutes later, the crystallization rate displayed on the screen began to gradually decrease. 60, 58, 55. With each percentage point that fell, Lin Feng felt a sigh of relief wash over him. Lin Feng, we're ready for departure. Su Qing's voice crackled through the communicator. Old Zhao had repaired the defense systems, and they had evaded the pirates' usual routes. We should arrive at the Federal Alpha Space Station in approximately 24 hours. Lin Feng gazed at the screen, where the crystallization rate had plummeted to 40, a long-lost smile breaking across his face. He approached the cockpit, witnessing the Hope sailing toward the expanse beyond the rusted nebula, the metallic graveyard receding into the distance, while a dazzling sea of stars lay ahead. Su Qing turned to him, her smile radiant. Your sister's condition is stable. Upon reaching the Alpha Space Station, we can employ superior equipment for her treatment. She will surely be all right. Old Zhao chimed in. Thanks to you, we were able to unearth Li Wei's conspiracy. Otherwise, we would have become prisoners of the pirates. Lin Feng shook his head. It is a result of our collective efforts. Were it not for your Nightingale, I would never have found the solvent. Chapter 105. Stardust search for the ship. Lin Feng's deep space redemption. The Hope sailed steadily through the starry expanse. Lin Yu's lung crystallization rate having decreased to 30, her complexion regaining some color. Lin Feng remained vigilantly at the medical bay, his fingertips gently gliding over the glass of the sanitation chamber, the sound of Su Qing's navigation data echoing in his ears as everything progressed toward a stable outcome. With only an hour remaining until they reached the Alpha space station, Su Qing suddenly called Lin Feng through the communicator. Lin Feng. The space station has issued a request for identity verification, but they require the original mission code of the Hope. Li Wei had previously tampered with the ship's registration information, leaving us without the authentic code. Lin Feng rushed to the cockpit, where the screen flickered with the space station's urgent red verification prompt. Old Zhao furrowed his brow as he tapped away at the control console. I have attempted to breach the encoding system, but the Federation's firewall is exceedingly robust. An aggressive intrusion would trigger alarms, and they would intercept us as a suspicious vessel. Su Qing accessed the public records of the space station. Alpha Space Station serves as a vital medical hub at the Federation's frontier. In the past 6 months, it has intensified its crackdown on the black market for stardust drugs, and inspections of unidentified vessels are particularly stringent. If we cannot prove our identities, not only will we be denied entry, but we may also be mistaken for accomplices of Li Wei. Just as the three found themselves in a stalemate, Li Wei, bound in the corner, suddenly sneered, "It's futile. I have already sent a message to my informant at the space station, stating that the Hope will arrive with high-quality samples. You can either turn back now or wait to be captured as black market traffickers." Lin Feng fixed his gaze on Li Wei, suddenly struck by a thought. "Su Qing, aren't you a major in the Federation's 7th Medical Fleet? Can your military identity pass verification?" Su Qing's eyes brightened. "I haven't lost my identity chip. Although the registration for the Nightingale has expired, my personal military credentials might allow me to apply for a temporary docking permit." She promptly connected to the military channel of the space station, submitting her identity information along with a detailed report of the Nightingale's attack. 5 minutes later, a response from a space station arrived. Temporary docking allowed, but boarding inspection is required. Entry into the medical zone will only be granted after confirming the absence of prohibited materials. An inspection is better than nothing. At least we can get inside. Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, though a lingering unease remained in his heart. Would the informant Li Wei mentioned interfere during the inspection? An hour later, the Hope slowly glided into the docking bay of Alpha Space Station. The hatch opened, and 3 individuals clad in the uniforms of the Federation Constabulary entered, led by a captain named Chun Mo, whose insignia bore the mark of a lieutenant. He scanned the cabin and paused momentarily on the bound Li Wei before turning his attention to Su Qing. "Major Su, we need to verify the inventory list of the Nightingale, as well as the identity information of this civilian and patient." Su Qing handed over the documents while Lin Feng escorted Chun Mo to inspect Lin Yu's life support pod. Upon seeing Lin Yu's crystallization data, Chun Mo's expression shifted slightly but quickly returned to calm. Late-stage stardust disease stabilized to this extent. The DS-73 dissolvent was utilized quite promptly. He turned to the constables behind him. "Take the patient to the medical bay of the space station for further treatment." Just as the constables were about to push the life support pod away, Lin Feng suddenly noticed a faint black pattern on Chun Mo's cuff, identical to the hidden insignia on Li Wei's maintenance suit. He immediately stopped the constables. "Wait, I need to verify the qualifications of the medical bay's doctor. After all, my sister's condition is quite special." Chun Mo's expression turned icy. "Mr. Lin Feng, questioning the arrangements of the Federation Constabulary is tantamount to obstructing official duties, is it not?" Su Qing and Old Zhao also sensed something amiss, subtly positioning themselves beside Lin Feng, their hands reaching for their weapons. "I am not obstructing official duties. I merely wish to ensure that my sister is not taken away by an informant." Lin Feng glared at Chun Mo's cuff. "The insignia on your sleeve is the same as Li Wei's. You are the informant he mentioned, aren't you? You aren't here to conduct inspections. Your intent is to transfer my sister as a sample." Chun Mo's complexion shifted dramatically as he abruptly drew a pulse pistol. "Since you've uncovered the truth, don't blame me." Chapter 7. A desperate counterattack in the medical bay. The sound of Chun Mo's gunfire shattered the tranquility of the docking bay, prompting the 2 constables to immediately aim their weapons at Lin Feng and his companions. Su Qing reacted swiftly, pulling Lin Feng to take cover behind the console, while Old Zhao seized a nearby metal wrench and swung it at the nearest constable. "The medical bay has already been secured by our people. You cannot escape," Chun Mo shouted, firing his weapon as he demanded, "Hand over that stardust disease patient, and I might grant you a merciful death." Lin Feng crouched behind the console, rapidly devising a strategy. The emergency alarms in the docking bay had yet to sound, indicating that Chun Mo had not yet had the chance to alert his accomplices. They still had an opportunity to break free. He looked at Su Qing. You mentioned that there are members of the Federation's 7th Medical Fleet stationed at the space station. Can you reach them? Sui nodded, pulling a miniature communicator from her pocket. This is an emergency communicator for fleet members. Only they can receive its signal. I will contact Dr. Zhang, who is stationed here. Lowering her voice, she quickly explained the situation into the communicator. A minute later, Dr. Zhang's voice emerged. I am already aware. Chun Mo's men have taken control of the first level of the medical bay, but we still have the second level. You must find a way to move the patient there, and I will arrange for personnel to assist you. All right. Just as Su Qing finished speaking, the console was struck by a pulse shot, erupting in sparks. Old Zhao had already taken down one constable, but another constable was aiming directly at his back. Lin Feng suddenly hurled a maintenance toolbox, striking the constable's wrist and causing the pistol to clatter to the ground. Now's your chance. Take Lin Yu and go. Lin Feng shouted, picking up the fallen pulse pistol and firing at Chun Mo, taken by surprise. Chun Mo was shot in the shoulder and let out a cry of pain. Su Qing and Old Zhao quickly pushed the sanitary pod toward the medical bay. While Lin Feng provided cover, he moved closer to Chun Mo. Who exactly are you working for? Why have you been fixated on Stardust disease patients? Chun Mo clutched his wound, grinning maliciously. Once the boss obtains enough lung crystals to manufacture the perfect Stardust drug, the entire galaxy will be under our control. You people are merely stepping stones in the boss's grand scheme. Lin Feng had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. He shot Chun Mo in the leg, incapacitating him. Quickly binding Chun Mo, he turned to pursue Su Qing and Old Zhao. The first level of the medical bay was in chaos, with several individuals in white coats brandishing firearms guarding the entrance. Su Qing and Old Zhao, pushing the sanitary pod, found themselves blocked in the corridor. Just then, gunfire erupted from the end of the corridor as Dr. Zhang rushed in, accompanied by several medical personnel, quickly overpowering the guards. Quickly, to the second level. Doctor! Zhang shouted as he opened the door to the second level of the medical bay. Lin Feng and the others immediately pushed the sanitary pod inside. And as the door closed, a barrage of gunfire erupted outside. Dr. Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow. Chun Mo's accomplices have commenced their assault on the second level. We must swiftly relocate Lin Yu to a secure treatment room and contact Federation headquarters to dispatch reinforcements. Lin Feng gazed at Lin Yu in the life support pod. Her breathing was gradually stabilizing, and her crystallization rate was slowly declining. He clenched his fists. This time, I will do everything in my power to protect her. Chapter 8. The Truth and a New Journey. The defenses on the second level of the medical bay were formidable. Chun Mo's accomplices had been attempting to breach them for half an hour without success. Seizing a moment, Dr. Zhang conducted a thorough examination of Lin Yu. The dissolvent is taking effect quite smoothly, combined with the space station's targeted ablation therapy. Her lung crystallization can be reduced to below 10 within a week. Complete recovery is merely a matter of time. Lin Feng finally felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He moved to the window, gazing at the dazzling expanse of stars outside, reflecting on the harrowing journey from the despair of the Rust Nebula, through the conspiracy of the Hope, to the crisis at Alpha Space Station, all for the sake of his sister's survival. At that moment, Su Qing approached with a document in hand. Lin Feng, Dr. Zhang has decrypted Chun Mo's communication device and uncovered the dialogue records between him and his boss. This boss is the leader of the mysterious black market organization known as the Star Skeleton Society. They have been capturing Stardust disease patients to extract lung crystals for the production of Stardust drugs, which can temporarily enhance physical and mental abilities but come with severe side effects, ultimately leading to the user's crystallization and death within 3 months. The Star Skeleton Society? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Why would they want to manufacture such a harmful drug? For profit, Dr. Zhang interjected. Recently, small factions in the galaxy have been vying for resources. Stardust drugs are in high demand on the black market, and the Star Skeleton Society has amassed a fortune by selling them. They have even begun to court officials within the Federation. Chun Mo is merely one of their pawns positioned at Alpha Space Station. Old Zhao slammed his fist on the table in anger. These bastards. Sacrificing others for the sake of profit. We cannot let them go unpunished. Su Qing nodded. I have already sent evidence of the Star Remnant Society to the federal headquarters. They will dispatch a fleet to besiege the Society's strongholds. However, the Society's influence is quite dispersed, and many patients suffering from Stardust disease remain in their clutches. We require additional assistance. Lin Feng suddenly recalled a previous notion. We could form the Hope Fleet, just as we discussed earlier. Su Qing, Your medical expertise will be invaluable. Old Zhao, your proficiency in ship repairs is crucial. I am well-versed in interstellar navigation, and with allies like Dr. Zhang, we can conduct rescue missions for patients pursued by the Star Remnant Society while simultaneously gathering evidence of their crimes to aid the Federation in eradicating this organization. Su Qing and Old Zhao's eyes brightened, and Dr. Zhang smiled. I can join your cause. Alpha Space Station is equipped with numerous idle medical apparatus and vessels that I can retrofit for search and rescue operations. At that moment, a response from the Federal Headquarters arrived, approval granted for the formation of the Hope Fleet, conferring temporary law enforcement authority. You are authorized to mobilize medical resources from the border star systems and provide full assistance in the siege against the Star Remnant Society. Lin Feng gazed at his companions and then at Lin Yu, who was recuperating in the medical bay, his heart swelling with strength. He understood this was not an end, but a new beginning. In this sea of stars, they would dispel darkness with hope and extend their hands in salvation to those in need. Days later, Lin Yu awoke in the medical bay, gazing at Lin Feng by her side and weakly smiling. Brother, have we arrived home? Lin Feng held his sister's hand and pointed out the window to the Hope, now transformed into a rescue ship, emblazoned with a new emblem, a heart encircled by starlight. Yes, we are home, and from now on, we shall carry hope to assist more who wish to return home. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, illuminating Lin Yu's face and the deck of the Hope. This vessel, bearing redemption and hope, was poised to embark once more into the depths of the starry sea, ready to confront new challenges and create new possibilities. Chapter 106. Lin Feng's Deep Space Redemption. On the 7th day post-refurbishment of the Hope, Lin Yu was able to walk slowly in the medical bay's activity area, her lung crystallization rate stabilizing at 8. Lin Feng stood in the cockpit, observing the coordinates relayed from the Federal Headquarters, pinpointed to an ice-encased planet on the fringes of the Kuiper Belt. Intelligence indicated the presence of a medium-sized sample factory belonging to the Star Remnant Society, where at least 50 Stardust disease patients were imprisoned for large-scale extraction of lung crystallization. The surface temperature of the ice planet plummeted to minus 230 degrees, with an atmosphere rich in methane, rendering ordinary protective suits inadequate beyond 30 minutes. Old Zhao called up the planetary data, his fingers tapping a line of red warnings on the console, noting an invisible force field surrounding the planet that barred direct landing. They could only deploy the landing module on a synchronized orbit and manually disable the force field generator to gain entry. Su Qing secured the medical kit within the landing module, adding, Dr. Zhang has prepared 10 sets of temperature-controlled, pressure-resistant suits and brought portable ablation devices. If we encounter patients undergoing forced crystallization extraction, we can provide immediate assistance. Additionally, I have decrypted the Star Remnant Society's encrypted channels. They report the status of samples to headquarters every hour. We can disguise ourselves as headquarters personnel to infiltrate the factory. Lin Feng nodded, scanning the crew roster. In addition to their quartet, 3 medical personnel had volunteered from Alpha Space Station, each a relative of someone who had suffered at the hands of the Star Remnant Society. Before we depart, I must emphasize 2 points. First, prioritize the safety of the patients. We will avoid direct confrontation with the enemy unless absolutely necessary. Second, once the force field generator is disabled, send an immediate signal. I shall pilot the Hope to provide support. 2 hours later, the Hope arrived in the synchronized orbit of the ice planet. Lin Feng remained on board to monitor the situation while Su Qing, Old Zhao, and the 3 medical personnel descended in the landing module toward the direction of the force field generator at the planet's north pole. The landing module traversed the thick methane cloud layers, revealing a gray complex below, the Star Remnant Society's sample factory. With plumes of pale blue toxic gas wafting from its chimneys, crystallizing into fine ice particles in the frigid air, 3 kilometers from the force field generator. They prepared to switch to snowmobiles. Old Zhao landed the module in a sheltered canyon, and as he opened the hatch, icy winds rushed in, the temperature plummeting to minus 225 degrees. The 5 of them sped across the frozen wasteland on snowmobiles. Suindan da communication headset, mimicking the tone of the Star Remnant Society's headquarters, sending an encrypted signal to the factory. Headquarters inspection opened the west gate immediately for sample counting. Seconds later, the voice of a factory guard crackled through the headset. Verification complete. The west gate is now open. You have 5 minutes to enter. Old Zhao accelerated suddenly. They are highly alert. Once inside, try not to speak. Just follow the guards. The west gate creaked open, revealing a passage leading underground. Warm air wafted through the corridor, raising the temperature to a balmy 25 degrees. Su Qing and the others removed their protective helmets, following a guard clad in a black uniform deeper inside. The sounds of patients coughing and metallic clattering echoed from rooms lining the corridor. Through small windows on the doors, they glimpsed individuals bound to medical beds. Transparent tubes inserted into their arms, connected at the other end to containers filled with pale blue liquid, the freshly extracted lung crystallization solution. Ahead lay the force field control room, guarded by 2 sentinels. Su Qing signaled to Old Zhao, her fingers subtly reaching for her tranquilizer gun. Old Zhao nodded, seizing the moment when the guards turned, swiftly subduing one by covering his mouth, while Su Qing expertly fired a tranquilizer dart, bringing both guards crashing to the ground. Hurry, destroy the core components of the generator. Old Zhao retrieved his toolbox and dismantled the control panel's casing, revealing a red circuit board pulsating with blue energy lights. He severed 3 main wires and pressed the emergency shutdown button, causing the force field strength indicator on the screen to plummet to 0. Done, Old Zhao exclaimed. But just as he did, alarms blared from down the corridor, red warning lights flashing frantically. This is bad. We've been discovered. Su Qing immediately activated the communicator, Lin Feng. The force field has been disabled. We are on the first underground level and require backup. At that moment, a dozen members of the Star Remnant Society, armed with pulse guns, surged toward them, led by a scar-faced man, the factory's overseer. Dare to invade my territory? You seek death. The scar-faced leader gestured, and his subordinates opened fire. Su Qing and her companions quickly took cover behind the control panel, bullets ricocheting off the metal casing, sending sparks flying. Chapter 10. The Glimmer of Redemption. This won't do. There are too many of them. One medical personnel cried out anxiously, their tranquilizer gun now empty. Old Zhao rummaged through the toolbox, producing a smoke grenade, pulling the pin and tossing it. White smoke instantly enveloped the corridor, momentarily obscuring their adversary's sight. Follow me. I spotted a ventilation duct that leads to the patient holding area. Su Qing led the way, pushing open a slightly ajar door, revealing indeed a half-meter wide ventilation shaft. Old Zhao crawled in first, prying open the grating, then reaching back to pull the others inside. Dust coated the ventilation duct, and Su Qing switched on the spotlight on her helmet, cautiously crawling forward. Below, the scar-faced leader's enraged voice echoed. Transfer all samples to the backup chamber. If they rescue them, we all die. This is not good. They are moving the patients. Lin Feng's voice crackled through the communicator. I have piloted the Hope to the top of the factory and am cutting an entry with a laser. You must hurry to the top level. I will be there to assist. Su Qing quickened her pace, crawling to a grating just above the holding area, giving her a clear view of over 20 patients bound to chairs. 2 members of the Star Remnant Society were using electric prods to force them to stand. Among them, a young girl appeared no older than 7 or 8, her face pale, blood trickling from her mouth, yet she resolutely clenched her teeth, refusing to move. We cannot allow them to transfer the patients. Su Qing hissed, signaling Old Zhao to use the wrench to smash open the grating, then leaping down, kicking the nearest member to the ground. Lao Zhao and the medical personnel leapt down, swiftly subduing several guards at the scene. Little one, do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you, Su Qing said, crouching down gently to untie the ropes binding the little girl. However, the child recoiled in fear, pointing at Su Qing's chest. You are just like them. You bear that emblem. Upon glancing down, Su Qing noticed the Star Skeleton Society badge still pinned to her protective suit from their earlier disguise, and hurriedly removed and discarded it. I apologize. That is a false emblem. We have come to help you escape this place. At that moment, a scarred-faced man burst in, clutching an elderly patient and aiming a gun at his head. Release the patient, or I will kill him. The elderly man coughed, but managed to urge Su Qing. Do not worry about me. Save the others. Su Qing clenched her fists, about to speak, when a thunderous sound echoed above, as a large hole was cut into the factory's roof, and the Hope's ladder slowly descended. Lin Feng, Suing exclaimed joyfully, while the scarred man's face drained of color at the sight. Seize them, he shouted frantically, yet failed to notice Lao Zhao had stealthily maneuvered around him, delivering a swift blow to the back of his head, causing him to collapse. The remaining members of the Star Skeleton Society, witnessing their leader's downfall, fell into disarray, some attempting to flee while others surrendered outright. Lin Feng descended the ladder, wielding a pulse gun. Quickly, transfer the patients to the Hope. I have initiated the factory's self-destruct sequence, and it will explode in 10 minutes. The group sprang into action, assisting the patients towards the ladder. Su Qing cradled the little girl in her arms, who softly asked, Sister, can we truly leave this place? My mother is waiting for me outside. Su Qing tenderly stroked her head, pointing towards the Hope above. Of course we can. The best doctors are up there. who will heal you and help you find your mother. 10 minutes later, the last patient was aboard the Hope, and Lin Feng and the others quickly followed. As the Hope ascended, the factory erupted in a violent explosion below, a brilliant red light blossoming against the icy surface of the planet, akin to a fleeting yet resplendent flower. Inside the medical bay, Dr. Zhang was diligently examining the patients, while Lin Yu assisted by handing over medical supplies. The little girl lay on the sickbed, gazing at the doll in Lin Yu's hands, a long-lost smile gracing her face. Lin Feng stood by the viewport, watching the receding frozen planet, his heart filled with reflection. This was the Hope Fleet's inaugural mission, perilous yet having saved over 20 lives. So he approached, offering Lin Feng a cup of warm drink. The Federation headquarters has just informed us that based on the factory's location we provided, they have dismantled 3 of the Star Skeleton Society's affiliated strongholds. Lao Zhao chimed in. I just examined the database we retrieved from the factory. It contains the coordinates for the Society's next major stronghold, located near an abandoned mine in the Sagittarius Nebula. Lin Feng accepted the warm drink, his gaze fixed on the new coordinates displayed on the screen, his resolve unwavering. Then we shall continue our journey, ensuring that more individuals persecuted by the Star Skeleton Society can once again glimpse hope. The engine of the Hope roared steadily, carrying a vessel full of redemption and glimmers of light as it sailed once more into the profound sea of stars. The road ahead may still be fraught with peril, yet as long as they remained united, they possessed ample courage to dispel every shadow. Chapter 107. The Gravitational Trap of the Abandoned Mine. 3 days after the Hope departed from the frozen planet, Lin Yu's lung crystallization rate had dropped to 5, allowing her to participate in medical duties once more. Lin Feng stood in the cockpit, fixated on the 3-dimensional model of the Sagittarius Nebula on the screen. The abandoned mine of the Star Skeleton Society was situated within the shattered ring of the nebula, littered with asteroid debris. The chaotic gravitational field could easily tear apart the shields of ordinary vessels. The gravitational waves in this ring peaked every 15 minutes. During these peaks, the ship would be uncontrollable, merely drifting with inertia. Lao Zhao retrieved the gravitational data of the ring, the screen pulsating with red waves. We must time our passage between the peaks. Otherwise, the Hope's shield's 1T withstand for more than 3 minutes. Su Qing held up the structural diagram of the mine, which he had decrypted from the factory's database, pointing to a marked area. The core of the mine lies 300 meters underground, the entrance camouflaged as asteroid debris, requiring a specific frequency pulse signal to open. Moreover, the data indicates that the mine is equipped with the Society's latest gravity capture nets. Once triggered, they will firmly pin the ship to the surface, rendering escape impossible. Lin Feng glanced toward the medical bay, where Lin Yu was accompanying the little girl rescued from the frozen planet, helping her draw. The child's name was Duo, and she was eagerly hoping to find her mother. This mission bears even greater risks. Su Qing, Lao Zhao, and I will take 2 medical personnel in the landing craft, while Dr. Zhang remains aboard the Hope to monitor the gravitational waves and provide support, as well as care for the patients. 2 hours later, the Hope reached the edge of the shattered ring. Lin Feng observed the countdown to the approaching gravitational peak on the screen. 10 minutes, 9 minutes, prepare for departure. He donned his helmet and joined Su Qing, Lao Zhao, and the others as they boarded the landing craft. The craft darted through the asteroid debris like a nimble meteor, deftly avoiding incoming fragments. 3 minutes to the gravitational peak. Accelerate. Lao Zhao commanded, steering the craft to evade a 50-meter diameter asteroid, the hull vibrating slightly. Meanwhile, Su Qing continuously adjusted the pulse signal's frequency, aiming it at the camouflage debris of the mine's entrance. Beep. Signal received successfully. The camouflage debris slowly opened a narrow gap, revealing a dark entrance. Just as the landing craft slipped inside, the gravitational peak arrived as anticipated, a cacophony of crashing debris erupting outside. Fortunately, they had already entered the mine, achieving temporary safety. Inside, the mine was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by flickering emergency lights that cast shadows over the rusted metal pipes. Lin Feng activated the spotlight on his helmet, sweeping the light across the ground, where he discovered fresh footprints, indicating that members of the Star Skeleton Society were still active here. According to the structural diagram, the patients should be confined within the sample chambers on the 3rd underground level. Su Qing led the way, suddenly halting as she pointed to the red lines on the ground, the triggering lines of the gravity capture net. If we step on them, the gravity in this area will instantly increase tenfold, pinning us to the ground. Lao Zhao retrieved a metal rod from the toolbox, cautiously placing it on the red line. As the rod made contact, it was gripped by an invisible force, rendering it immovable. That was close. The power of this capture net exceeds our expectations. The group carefully advanced along the edges of the lines. Footsteps echoed from the second underground level, prompting Lin Feng to signal everyone to hide in a nearby storage room. Through the crack in the door, they observed 5 members of the Star Skeleton Society pushing a cart filled with crystallized liquid, heading toward the third underground level. They're going to extract samples. We must follow quickly, Lin Feng whispered, and as the members moved further away, he led the group in pursuit. 2 guards stood at the entrance to the sample chamber on the third underground level. Su Qing and Lin Feng exchanged a glance and bolted out simultaneously, swiftly incapacitating the guards with tranquilizer guns. Upon opening the chamber door, the sight within tugged at their hearts. Over 30 patients were confined in transparent glass chambers, each connected to extraction devices. The glass was smeared with handprints, unmistakably indicating their desperate struggles. Quickly, unlock the chambers, Lao Zhao exclaimed, retrieving tools to begin cracking the locks. Just then, the mine's intercom blared. Intrusion detected, activating emergency gravity field, closing all exits. The ground trembled violently, an immense force pressing them down. Lin Feng felt as if his bones might shatter under the strain. The gravity capture net had been triggered. Chapter 12. The Breakout in the Star Ring. The intensity of the gravity field continued to escalate. If this persisted, we would be crushed. A medical personnel gasped, their fingers unable to reach the communicator at their waist. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, inching toward the nearby control console. The console's screen displayed the parameters for controlling the gravity field. The core controller was located in the machine room on the underground level. Only by destroying the controller could they deactivate the gravity field. Su Qing, you find a way to stall for time with everyone else. I will go destroy the controller. Each word Lin Feng uttered required immense effort. As he observed Su Qing attempting to shoot the distant camera with a tranquilizer gun, hoping to thwart the Star Skeleton Society's surveillance of their actions. Lao Zhao retrieved a small bomb from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng with great difficulty. This is a directional demolition bomb. It can obliterate the controller. So be careful. Lin Feng accepted the bomb and began to crawl toward the lower level. The metallic pipes along his path began to fall due to excessive gravity, and he narrowly avoided being struck several times, forcing himself to progress through sheer evasion. At last, he reached the door of the control room, which was locked tight. Using the wrench given to him by Lao Zhao, he pried open a gap and slipped inside. Inside the control room, a technician from the Star Skeleton Society was seated at the console, fixated on the gravity data displayed on the screen. Lin Feng lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the technician's face, causing him to lose consciousness. He swiftly affixed the directional demolition bomb to the controller and set a countdown timer for 30 seconds. Everyone pay attention. In 30 seconds, the gravity field will be lifted. Immediately assemble at the landing pod, Lin Feng shouted through the communicator, then quickly crawled out of the control room, sprinting toward the sample pod. Boom! The bomb detonated, and the gravity field vanished in an instant, allowing everyone to finally stand upright. Quick, open the glass pod. Su Qing and Lao Zhao immediately resumed their efforts to unlock the pod door, while the medical personnel assisted the recently rescued patients toward the landing pod. Just then, the head of the mining site, accompanied by a dozen members, charged over, firing their pulse guns relentlessly. You won't be taking the samples so easily, the leader sneered, shooting one of the medical staff in the leg, causing them to collapse to the ground, screaming in agony. Are you all right? Lin Yu suddenly ran over from the direction of the landing pod, holding a pulse gun that Dr. Zhang had instructed her to bring. She fired at the members of the Star Skeleton Society. Although her aim was not precise, she temporarily pushed them back, buying time for everyone. Lin Yu, what are you doing here? It's dangerous. Lin Feng exclaimed in surprise, urging her to hide behind him. I can't let you take risks alone. And now I can help. Lin Yu declared resolutely, firing another shot that struck one member in the arm. Seizing the opportunity, the group moved the patients toward the landing pod. But Lao Zhao discovered that the engine of the landing pod had been damaged by the gravity field and was unable to start. What do we do? The engine will take at least 10 minutes to repair, and they will catch up to us soon. Lin Feng gazed out the window. The gravitational peak of the shattered star ring was imminent, and debris was accumulating outside. Dr. Zhang, we need support. The landing pod's engine is damaged, and we cannot leave the mining site. He shouted through the communicator. Received. The Hope will immediately head your way. Hold on for another 5 minutes. Dr. Zhang's voice responded, tinged with urgency. 5 minutes later, the Hope broke through the outer defenses of the mining site and hovered above the landing pod. Quick, use the lift to transfer the patients. Lin Feng shouted, helping Su Qing load the patients onto the lift. The leader and his team pursued them, and Lin Feng, armed with a pulse gun, engaged them in a fierce battle. There's 1 minute until the gravitational peak arrives. Hurry up. Dr. Zhang's voice crackled through the communicator as the Hope's shields began to crack under the impact of the debris. You go ahead, I'll hold them off, Lin Feng said while shooting, but Su Qing refused to leave. We leave together. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly threw a smoke bomb at the members of the Star Skeleton Society, enveloping the area in a thick haze. Quick, now that's our chance. She grabbed Lin Feng's hand, and they dashed toward the lift. The group boarded the Hope, and Dr. Zhang promptly piloted the ship away from the mining site. Just as they exited, the gravitational peak struck as anticipated, causing countless pieces of debris to crash into the mining site, which collapsed in an instant, burying the leader and his subordinates beneath the rubble. In the medical cabin, Lin Yu was bandaging the wounds of the injured medical personnel when Duo ran over, handing her a paper flower adorned with stars. Sister Yu, you are so brave. Lin Yu smiled, gently patting Duo's head. Lin Feng stood in the cockpit, gazing at the receding, shattered star ring. Su Qing approached, presenting him with a report from the mining site database. We discovered that the headquarters of the Star Skeleton Society is located on a hidden planet at the edge of a black hole. It serves as the core base for their production of stardust medication. Lin Feng perused the report, his eyes resolute. Then we shall proceed to the edge of the black hole and utterly annihilate their headquarters, ensuring redemption for all stardust disease patients. The engines of the Hope roared back to life, carrying a vessel full of hope and courage toward the edge of the black hole. This time, they aim not only to save more lives, but to bring a definitive end to the male factions of the Star Skeleton Society, restoring peace to this starry sea. Should I continue with the narrative of the Hope Fleet's journey toward the hidden planet at the edge of the black hole, culminating in the final confrontation with the headquarters of the Star Skeleton Society? Chapter 108, The Death Route at the Edge of the Black Hole. On the 5th day of the Hope's voyage toward the edge of the black hole, the ship began to experience the faint effects of the black hole's gravity, with the control console screen frequently displaying interference waves. Lin Feng fixated on the distorted star sea ahead. The gravitational lensing effect of the black hole created a breathtaking ring of starlight, beautiful yet concealing lethal dangers. With 24 hours remaining until they reached the target planet, the gravitational turbulence ahead posed a significant challenge. Lao Zhao brought up the navigation chart, tracing a red area on the screen with his finger, where the direction of gravity shifted every second, threatening to tear the ship apart at any moment. Additionally, the Star Skeleton Society had deployed 3 defensive turrets along the edge of the turbulence, specifically designed to intercept incoming vessels. Su Qing held the decrypted headquarters defense data, adding, "The target planet is enveloped by a dark matter shield. We must locate and destroy the energy core of the shield for the Hope to land." The core is situated in the volcano at the planet's north pole, heavily guarded and surrounded by the stardust medication production line. If the production line is destroyed, the Star Skeleton Society will be unable to manufacture their drugs. Lin Yu entered the cockpit, carrying a hot drink, and handed the cup to Lin Feng. The medical cabin is ready, stocked with sufficient emergency supplies and melting devices. Duo also expressed her desire to help record patient information. By the way, Dr. Zhang mentioned that we could use the Hope's backup engine to create a gravitational interference, which might help us avoid some of the dangers in the turbulence. Lin Feng accepted the drink, feeling a sense of reassurance as he looked into his sister's determined eyes. In this decisive battle, we all must return safely. Lao Zhao, you and Dr. Zhang are in charge of modifying the backup engine to create gravitational interference. Suing, continue to decrypt the communication channels of the Star Skeleton Society to identify the blind spots of the defensive turrets. Lin Yu and I will organize the patient transfer plan to ensure we can rescue those trapped as soon as the battle begins. 24 hours later, the Hope arrived at the edge of the gravitational turbulence. Lao Zhao activated the backup engine, and a faint blue gravitational barrier formed around the ship, barely countering the pull of the turbulence. Prepare to traverse the turbulence. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts, Lao Zhao shouted as he piloted the ship into the tumultuous currents. The ship shook violently, the indicator lights on the control console flashing erratically as the starlight outside twisted into bizarre shapes. Suddenly, a small asteroid hurtled toward the Hope. Su Qing quickly locked onto the target and activated the laser cannon, shattering it. To the left front, a defensive turret is adjusting its angle to target us. Enter the blind spot. Lao Zhao swerved sharply, narrowly avoiding the turret's fire, which struck a nearby asteroid, causing it to explode and shower the Hope's shields with debris, producing a series of loud crashes. After a harrowing half-hour of navigation, The Hope finally burst free from the gravitational turbulence, reaching the vicinity of the target planet. The planet's surface was blanketed in black rock, with the volcano at the North Pole emitting pale purple smoke. The dark matter shield enveloped the entire planet like a transparent membrane. We've located the energy core of the shield. It lies within the volcano. Su Qing pointed to the bright spot on the screen, but over 50 members of the Star Skeleton Society are stationed around the volcano, along with 2 heavy mechs. We cannot charge in recklessly. Lin Feng gazed at the screen, a sudden idea striking him. Old Zhao, could you possibly use the communicator of the Hope to masquerade as the signal from the headquarters of the Star Skeleton Society, persuading them to open a temporary passage for us, claiming it is for the urgent transportation of samples? Old Zhao's eyes lit up with realization. It's worth a try. But we will need Su Qing's assistance to bypass their identity verification system. Su Qing immediately took her place at the control console, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. Identity verification bypass successful. Transmitting signal now. Moments later, a 2-meter-wide gap in the dark matter shield enveloping the planetary surface opened, and a voice from a Star Skeleton Society member crackled through the communicator. Where is the sample transport vehicle? Hurry up, don't delay, the headquarters matters. Now's our chance. Lin Feng shouted, and Old Zhao swiftly maneuvered the Hope, launching through the shielded passage like an arrow released from its bow. Chapter 14. The Final Battle at the Core Base. The Hope descended onto a flat expanse near the volcanic crater. As the hatch swung open, Lin Feng dashed outside. Accompanied by Su Qing, Old Zhao, and several medical personnel, armed with pulse guns and tranquilizer rounds. The members of the Star Skeleton Society surrounding the volcano were caught off guard, swiftly falling to the ground as tranquilizer darts struck them. Quick, to the energy core! Lin Feng led the charge into the depths of the volcano, where temperatures soared, and the air was thick with the scent of sulfur. The energy core lay within a metallic structure at the bottom of the crater, guarded by 2 heavy mechs, their cannons trained on them. Open fire, Lin Feng bellowed, and everyone unleashed a barrage at the mechs. The bullets ricocheted off the mech shields, sparking without breaching their defenses. The mech's cannons glowed ominously, and an energy projectile hurtled toward them. Lin Feng quickly ushered everyone behind a nearby rock, just as the energy blast struck, shattering the rock into fragments. This isn't working. The mech shields are too robust, Old Zhao exclaimed, rummaging through his toolbox for 2 anti-tank mines. I will place these mines beneath the mech's treads. You all distract them. Su Qing nodded, brandishing a pulse rifle and firing at the mech's cameras to divert their attention. The mech indeed turned towards Su Qing, allowing Old Zhao to stealthily position the mines. Get back, Old Zhao shouted, detonating the explosives. A thunderous boom erupted as the mech's treads were obliterated, rendering it immobile and forcing it to fire energy blasts from its stationary position. Charge in. Lin Feng led the way toward the metal structure, kicking the door open. Inside, the leader of the Star Skeleton Society sat at a console, fixated on the screen displaying the production data for the Stardust Serum. Clad in a long black robe and a silver mask obscuring his features, he slowly turned to face them. You have finally arrived, he rasped, a sinister smile curling his lips. I have awaited this day for a long time. It is time for you to witness the grandeur of my Stardust project. He pressed a red button on the console, causing the walls of the building to part and reveal rows of glass chambers filled with Stardust-infected patients. Each chamber was connected by thick conduits, leading to a massive central container brimming with a pale blue Stardust serum. You lunatic! You are using so many lives to create this serum. Lin Feng shouted in fury, raising his pulse gun at the leader. The leader sneered, great endeavors always demand sacrifices. Once I control the entire galaxy with this serum, everyone will remember my name. He pressed another button, and the extraction apparatus within the glass chambers began to accelerate, eliciting agonizing moans from the patients. Quick, disable the extraction apparatus. Su Qing and the medical personnel rushed towards the glass chambers, striving to shut it down. Meanwhile, the leader drew an energy sword from his waist and charged at Lin Feng. Lin Feng fired his pulse gun, but the leader deflected the shots with his sword, shattering the bullets into shards. The leader swung his sword at Lin Feng, who narrowly evaded, the blade grazing his shoulder and leaving a wound. Lin Feng, watch out. Lin Yu suddenly burst in, wielding a tranquilizer gun and firing at the leader. The leader, caught off guard, was struck in the shoulder by a tranquilizer dart, his movements slowing. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the leader's face, causing the mask to fall away and reveal a familiar visage. It was Zhang Yuan, the former commander of the Federation's 7th Medical Fleet. It's you, Su Qing exclaimed in shock. Didn't you perish 3 years ago in the Galactic Resource War? How is it that you're the leader of the Star Skeleton Society? Zhang Yuan wiped the blood from his mouth, grinning malevolently. Perish? That was merely my disguise. War has taught me that only power can wield control over everything. And the Stardust Serum is the source of that power. Just then, old Zhao shouted, the energy core has been destroyed. The dark matter shield is about to dissipate. The Hope has sent a signal urging our swift retreat. Zhang Yuan's expression shifted dramatically as he dashed toward the console, intent on pressing the self-destruct button. Lin Feng rushed forward, grappling him tightly, while Su Qing seized the opportunity to shoot him in the leg with her pulse gun. Zhang Yuan collapsed to the ground, subdued by the group. Quick, evacuate the patients, Lin Feng commanded, leading the team to carry each patient from the glass chambers onto the Hope. As the last patient was transferred, the volcano began to tremble violently. With the energy core destroyed, the planet's geological structure had become unstable, on the verge of explosion. The Hope ascended slowly, departing the planet's surface. Below, the planet erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, crimson flames illuminating the entire periphery of the black hole. As the core base of the Star Skeleton Society was reduced to ashes in an instant. In the medical bay, Lin Yu was tending to Lin Feng's wounds, while Duo approached, presenting him with a paper flower adorned with a drawing of the sun. Brother Lin Feng, you won. No one will ever capture us again. Lin Feng smiled, ruffling Duo's hair. Indeed, it shall never happen again. Su Qing walked over, handing Lin Feng a report. The Federation headquarters has communicated that we have thoroughly dismantled the core base of the Star Skeleton Society and rescued all patients. They are bestowing upon us the title of Interstellar Guardians. Old Zhao chimed in. The engine of the Hope is still operational. We can continue to traverse the stars, rescuing those in need, spreading the name of the Hope fleet throughout the cosmos. Lin Feng surveyed his companions, then gazed out at the resplendent starry sea, his heart brimming with hope. The engine of the Hope emitted a steady rumble, carrying a ship full of redemption and light, sailing toward the deeper reaches of the cosmos. They understood that as long as there were those in need, their journey would never cease, and this starry expanse would become warmer and more peaceful thanks to their existence. Thus concludes the tale of the Hope Fleet's destruction of the core of the Star Skeleton Society. Should you wish to continue with subsequent developments, please inform me of your preferred focus. Chapter 109, The Lost Laboratory in the Forgotten Nebula. 3 months into the Hope's interstellar voyage, Lin Yu's lung crystallization rate had plummeted to 1, freeing her from the clutches of stardust disease. She had become a core medical personnel member aboard the Hope. Accompanied by her, Duo had located her long-lost mother through the Federation database. Her mother, once a victim of the Star Skeleton Society, now worked at an orphanage on Alpha Space Station. The reunion of mother and daughter brought tears to the eyes of everyone aboard the Hope. On this day, Lin Feng was adjusting the course in the cockpit when the radar suddenly detected an anomalous energy signal emanating from the depths of the Forgotten Nebula. This location had been one of the main battlefields of the Galactic Resource War 30 years prior, and was subsequently designated a permanent no-fly zone by the Federation due to excessively high radiation levels. No vessel had ever dared to venture within. The signal frequency was peculiar, resembling that emitted by an energy device from some laboratory. Su Qing pulled up the signal analysis report, her brow furrowed. The radiation intensity in the Forgotten Nebula is 10 times the safe threshold. Standard protective gear cannot withstand more than an hour. And the nebula is littered with remnants of war, including landmines and wrecked ships. Entering recklessly is far too perilous. However, old Zhao fixated on the signal waveform on the screen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Look at this waveform. It matches exactly with the top-tier laboratory energy signals I encountered in the Federation archives before the war. Perhaps there exists an untouched laboratory, one that remains unscathed by the ravages of war, harboring invaluable interstellar technological data from before the conflict. Lin Feng gazed towards the medical chamber, where Lin Yu and Duo were diligently organizing patient rehabilitation records. He recalled the Hope's numerous near-catastrophic shield failures during the skirmishes with the Star Skeleton Coalition. If they could recover pre-war naval technology, the rescue capabilities of the Hope fleet would be significantly enhanced. Preparations were underway for their expedition to the Forgotten Nebula, with old Zhao tasked to retrofit protective suits, enhancing them with radiation-resistant coatings. Su Qing was to decode the radiation distribution map of the nebula to circumvent highly irradiated zones, while Dr. Zhang remained aboard the Hope, monitoring their vital signs, ready to enforce an immediate recall should radiation levels exceed safety thresholds. 3 days later, the Hope arrived at the periphery of the Forgotten Nebula. Clad in modified radiation suits, Lin Feng, Su Qing, and Old Zhao boarded the landing craft, venturing into the depths of the nebula. Inside, the atmosphere was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the cold glint of metallic wreckage from damaged ships under the faint starlight. Minuscule radiation particles floated in the air, and the suit's display fluctuated alarmingly, with radiation levels spiking to 12 times the safety threshold, then 15 and 18. Utilizing signal triangulation, they pinpointed the laboratory's location on a tranquil asteroid at the nebula's heart, still 20 kilometers away. Su Qing expertly navigated the landing craft, skillfully avoiding a section of wreckage laden with mines. Despite the corrosion, the insignia of the Federation's 7th Research Fleet remained discernible on the debris. Suddenly, Old Zhao pointed ahead. "Look, there are fluctuations in the energy shield." As they approached, the group beheld a small asteroid, less than 10 kilometers in diameter, enveloped by a faint green energy shield, with a circular entrance inscribed with the words Federation Interstellar Ship Research Laboratory above it. The shield is still operational. Su Qing exclaimed in astonishment. She attempted to transmit the Federation's research fleet identification signal, and the entrance slowly opened, revealing a passageway leading underground. The landing craft glided into the corridor, landing on a spacious underground platform. Flanking the platform were 3 well-preserved pre-war research mechs, and on the walls hung various ship design blueprints, including the original model of the Federation's Nightingale-class medical ship, as well as blueprints of an unprecedented Galaxy-class warship, whose specifications surpassed the most advanced Federation warships by a decade. This was indeed the entrance to the laboratory. Lin Feng pushed open the metal door at the end of the platform, and the sight within left them all in awe, a laboratory spanning hundreds of square meters, with neatly arranged experimental tables, data terminals, and storage cabinets for ship components. Despite the thick layer of dust, there were no signs of war damage, indicating that the researchers had activated an emergency protective system at the onset of hostilities, preserving the sanctity of the laboratory. Chapter 16. The core data of the forgotten warship. At the center of the laboratory, a data terminal flickered with a weak green light. Su Qing approached and gently pressed the power button, illuminating the terminal screen, which prompted for Federation Research Authorization verification. She inserted her identity chip from the Federation's 7th Medical Fleet, inherited from her father, who had been an engineer in the Federation's research fleet, granting her a portion of the research privileges. Verification successful. Welcome to the Federation Interstellar Ship Research Laboratory database. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the laboratory as the terminal screen filled with a myriad of folders, categorized under materials science, engine technology, shield systems, and weapon development. Let us begin with ship material science. Enhancing the shield and hull strength of the Hope is our top priority, Lin Feng suggested, pointing to the folder on the screen. Su Qing clicked to open it, revealing information that dazzled them. Core Material 1. Star Crystal Alloy. Basic properties. Forged from star core ore and titanium alloy at temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. It boasts a density 1.3 times that of ordinary titanium alloy, yet a hardness 5 times greater, capable of withstanding direct pulse cannon fire, and possessing an auto-repair feature that allows it to mend 50 of damage within 24 hours upon contact with energy particles in interstellar dust. Wartime application. Prior to the war, it was exclusively used for the hull and shield cores of Galaxy-class warships. Following the outbreak of war, the extraction planets for Star Core were obliterated by the enemy, halting production of Star Crystal Alloy. Current records indicate only 3 complete smelting recipes and a single experimental sample of the alloy remain. Current location: Material Storage Cabinet in Laboratory Area B, accessible only through biometric verification. Core Material 2. Dark Energy Shield Generator. Operating principle: constructs shields using dark matter particles, offering shield strength 3 times that of existing Federation warship shields, while absorbing 50 of enemy energy weaponry, converting it into power for its own shield. Due to the extreme difficulty in extracting dark matter particles, only 10 units were mass-produced pre-war, 5 of which were destroyed in combat, with the whereabouts of the remaining 5 unknown. Laboratory retention. 1 intact dark energy shield generator and extraction equipment for dark matter particles are preserved in the Energy Laboratory of Area C. Although the equipment has been inactive for 30 years, its core components are intact and can be revived through repairs. Old Zhao rubbed his hands together in excitement. Star Crystal Alloy. Dark Energy Shield Generator. With these, we can transform the Hope into the safest rescue vessel in the cosmos. He immediately grabbed his toolbox and dashed towards the material storage cabinet, while Lin Feng and Su Qing collaborated on a repair plan for the Dark Energy Shield Generator. Before the material storage cabinet, Old Zhao placed his palm on the identification screen, which displayed insufficient permissions. Recalling the Terminal S information, Su Qing remarked, "The laboratory's head at the time was my father's mentor, Professor Li. My identity chip may carry his authorization records." She inserted her identity chip into the verification slot, and the screen finally indicated successful validation, gradually opening the storage cabinet to reveal a palm-sized sample of star crystal alloy, its pale blue hue glimmering with a delicate sheen, showing no signs of rust even after 3 decades of dormancy. Is this star crystal alloy? It feels significantly lighter than ordinary metal. Old Zhao carefully picked up the sample, placing it on a portable detector. The device's screen displayed the data. Material, star crystal alloy. Hardness, 5800 HV. Repair efficiency, 24 hours, 50. Radiation resistance, 20 times the safety threshold. Meanwhile, Lin Feng discovered the dark energy shield generator within the energy laboratory of Area C. The cylindrical generator stood 2 meters tall and 1 meter in diameter. Although its display screen was black, the connected dark matter extraction equipment, pipes, and valves remained intact. "Old Zhao, come help check the wiring," Lin Feng called out, and Old Zhao promptly rushed over, dismantling the generator's casing. Inside, the circuit board had only a few wires that had frayed due to aging. The other core components were in excellent condition. "Everything looks fine. It can be repaired in 2 hours," Old Zhao declared, retrieving spare wires to replace the aged connections, while Su Qing searched the terminal for methods to extract dark matter particles. According to the records, the extraction equipment could absorb dark matter particles from interstellar dust, yielding 10 grams per day, sufficient for the dark energy shield generator to operate for 24 hours. Chapter 17. The Smelting Experiment of Star Crystal Alloy. 2 days later, the dark energy shield generator was successfully repaired, and Old Zhao activated the device. The display screen lit up, indicating shield strength, 300, energy reserve, 0, awaiting dark matter particle injection. Su Qing promptly initiated the dark matter extraction equipment, which emitted a soft humming sound. As the display screen indicated a slow increase in dark matter reserves, 0, 1 grams, 0, 2 grams, 0, 3 grams. "Now, it's time to study the smelting of star crystal alloy," Lin Feng remarked, scrutinizing the smelting recipe on the terminal, his brow furrowing. The recipe called for star core ore, which they lacked. However, the documentation suggested that core metal from decommissioned warships could serve as a substitute. Although the resulting star crystal alloy would be 10% less hard, its repair efficiency would remain unchanged. In the hopes storage, we have core metals salvaged from the Star Skeleton Coalition-S warships. They will be perfect for this, Old Zhao exclaimed, immediately contacting Dr. Zhang via communicator to arrange for the delivery of the core metals to the landed craft. 2 hours later, the core metals arrived at the laboratory. Lin Feng meticulously cut the metal into small pieces, adhering to the prescribed formula, and combined them with titanium alloy before placing them into the high-temperature furnace within the laboratory. The furnace's temperature began to rise gradually, 5,000, 6,000, 7,000, until it reached a staggering 10,000 degrees, at which point the metal pieces began to melt, transforming into a light blue liquid that simmered and bubbled, releasing diminutive energy particles into the air. According to the data, it was imperative to maintain this high temperature for a continuous duration of 4 hours, while consistently injecting energy particle catalysts. Su Qing, holding the catalyst, injected it into the furnace every half hour. The liquid's hue deepened from light blue to dark blue, ultimately culminating in a rich purple. After 4 hours, Lin Feng turned off the furnace and awaited the temperature to cool. When it descended to 1,000 degrees, he opened the furnace door to reveal a star crystal alloy plate, measuring 0.5 meters in length and width. The surface of the alloy plate was smooth, glistening with a purple sheen. When gently tapped, it emitted a clear, melodious sound, devoid of any noise. "Quick, perform a performance test." Old Zhao immediately employed the testing device to scan the alloy plate, and the screen displayed the data. Material, enhanced star crystal alloy. Hardness, 5220 HV. Repair efficiency, 24 hours, 50. Radiation resistance, 18 times the safe threshold, meeting the ship modification standards. "Excellent," Lin Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. "With the enhanced star crystal alloy, we can equip the hull of the Hope with a protective layer. Combined with the dark energy shield generator, we need not worry about hull damage in future perils." However, Su Qing pointed to another set of data on the terminal, stating, "There's something even more significant here. This document contains the complete design schematics of a Galaxy-class warship. Its endurance is 5 times that of the Hope, and the medical bay can accommodate 100 patients simultaneously. It is also equipped with interstellar rescue radar, capable of detecting distress signals within a 100 light-year radius. If we can procure sufficient materials, we could even construct a Galaxy-class rescue ship belonging to the Hope fleet. Lin Feng gazed at the design schematics, his heart brimming with anticipation. First, we will modify the Hope, and once we have amassed enough materials and technology, we shall embark on constructing the Galaxy-class rescue ship. For now, let us transport the star crystal alloy plate and the dark energy shield generator back to the Hope and commence the modification process. Chapter 18. The upgrading of the Hope and a new journey. 3 days later, Lin Feng and his team returned to the Hope with the star crystal alloy plate, dark energy shield generator, and all the technical documentation from the laboratory. Dr. Zhang and Lin, you had already made the necessary preparations. The medical bay cleared a section for the technical documents, while the maintenance bay created space for the modifications to the Hope. The modification work officially commenced. Old Zhao led the maintenance personnel in cutting the star crystal alloy plate into suitable shapes, affixing them to the exterior of the Hope's hull. From bow to stern, each alloy plate was secured with a special adhesive, a superconducting adhesive documented in the laboratory materials, ensuring a flawless fusion with the hull that would withstand the vibrations of interstellar travel. Su Qing was tasked with installing the dark energy shield generator. She secured the generator within the Hope's energy compartment, connecting it to the dark matter extraction device, and then linking it to the control console on the bridge. After injecting 10 grams of dark matter, Su Qing pressed the activation button, and a soft green shield instantly enveloped the hull of the Hope, its surface shimmering with flowing light. The control console displayed shield strength, 300, energy reserve, 100, with a sustainable operation time of 24 hours. Meanwhile, Lin Yu and the medical staff in the medical bay modified the existing medical instruments according to the design schematic from the laboratory, upgrading the standard ablation device to a directional ablation device, thereby enhancing the efficiency of treating Stardust disease by 50. They replaced the life support system in the life sustainment chamber with a superconducting life support system, capable of monitoring 10 vital signs of patients simultaneously, automatically initiating emergency procedures in case of abnormalities. 10 days later, the modifications to the Hope were completed. Lin Feng stood on the bridge, observing the transformed Hope. The exterior star crystal alloy plates glowed with a purple sheen, while the dark energy shield enveloped the ship like a protective membrane. Within the medical bay, the newly modified equipment was neatly arranged, and Duo was seated at a small table, sketching a new design of the Hope. In the maintenance bay, Old Zhao was inspecting the dark matter extraction device, ensuring it operated stably. Activate the Hope. Let's test the new equipment, Lin Feng commanded. Old Zhao promptly initiated the engines, and the Hope ascended slowly, departing from the Forgotten Nebula. On the control console, all data concerning the hull displayed normal readings. Shield strength remained stable at 300, and the hull's radiation resistance had increased by 18 times, while the operational efficiency of the medical equipment had improved by 50. Messages from the Federation headquarters reported the discovery of a missing civilian rescue ship near Sirius, which had 20 passengers on board, 5 of whom were afflicted by Stardust disease, requesting our assistance for rescue. Su Qing conveyed this information to Lin Feng, holding the communicator. Lin Feng gazed at the coordinates of Sirius on the screen, his resolve unwavering. Let us set forth. Let them witness the immense hope the modified Hope can bring. The engines of the Hope emitted a steady roar, and the dark energy shield around the hull shimmered with a soft green glow, resembling a radiant star as it navigated towards Sirius. On the bridge, Lin Feng, Su Qing, and Old Zhao gazed at the expanse of starry seas ahead, their faces adorned with smiles. In the medical bay, Lin Yu and Duo were organizing emergency supplies, awaiting the commencement of the rescue mission. In the energy compartment, the dark matter extraction device diligently absorbed dark matter from the interstellar dust, providing continuous energy for the shield. They understood that this was merely the beginning of a new journey for the Hope fleet. With the laboratory materials discovered in the Forgotten Nebula, they could not only modify the Hope, but also construct more vessels in the future. Chapter 110. The Sirius Rescue in the Shadow of a New Threat. The Hope sped towards Sirius at its modified maximum velocity, and the control console screen displayed the red that representing the missing civilian rescue ship drawing ever closer. The dark energy shield flickered steadily around the hull. Su Qing accessed real-time data. Shield energy reserve at 98, dark matter extraction device functioning normally, with an estimated arrival at the target area in 1 hour. In the medical bay, Lin Yu made final preparations. The newly upgraded directional ablation device was fully calibrated, and the superconducting life sustainment chamber had 5 vacancies specifically reserved for Stardust disease patients. Duo sat in a corner of the medical bay, clutching a drawing in her hands. In the picture, the Hope was surrounded by starlight, with a group of smiling people below. She looked up at Lin Yu and said, "Sister Yu, we will surely rescue them successfully this time, right?" Lin Yu gently patted her head, smiling as she nodded, of course, with the Hope by our side. They will soon reunite with their families. 1 hour later, the Hope arrived at the asteroid belt on the outskirts of Sirius, and the silhouette of the missing rescue ship, Dawn, came into view. A massive fracture marred the left side of its hull, and its engine was in a state of partial shutdown, surrounded by fragments of metal debris, clearly indicative of a prior collision. Attempt to establish communication with Dawn, Lin Feng commanded. Su Qing adjusted the communicator, and after a few seconds, a faint distress call emanated from the device. "This is Dawn. We have been attacked by an unidentified vessel. The engine is damaged, oxygen reserves are down at 30, and 5 passengers are suffering from worsening Stardust disease. We request assistance." Unidentified vessel. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Su Qing, expand the radar scanning range. The screen revealed no other ship signals apart from Dawn and the Hope, yet the edges of the fracture on Dawn's hull bore distinct burn marks from energy weapons, entirely unlike the weapon traces typically used by the Star Remnants. Rescue first, then investigate, Lin Feng decisively concluded. Old Zhao maneuvered the Hope closer to Dawn, extending the docking passage. Lin Feng, accompanied by Su Qing and 2 medical staff, traversed the passage into Dawn's cockpit, which was in disarray. The control console lay in ruins, and several crew members huddled in a corner, their faces pale, one of whom was bleeding from an arm. "I am Lin Feng, captain of the Hope. Are you all right?" Lin Feng assisted a crew member to his feet, who weakly recounted, "Half an hour ago, a black ship emerged suddenly, devoid of any insignia, and immediately attacked us with energy cannons, seizing our samples of star core ore. Fortunately, we managed to evade them by taking refuge in the asteroid belt." "Star core or samples?" Su Qing inquired in astonishment. The crew member nodded. "We mined them from the desolate planet and were en route to the Federation headquarters. It is said that this ore can be utilized in the construction of new materials for spacecraft." A heavy sensation settled in Lin Feng's heart. The desolate planet was one of the primary sources of star core ore prior to the war and had been devastated by conflict. To his surprise, remnants of the ore still existed. He immediately instructed the medical personnel to transfer the passengers and crew of the Morning Dawn to the Hope's medical bay, while he and Su Qing assessed the damage to the Morning Dawn. Inside the medical bay, Lin Yu was administering DS-73 dissolving agent to a patient afflicted with Stardust disease. The blue beam of the directional ablation device illuminated the patient's lungs, and the crystallization rate displayed on the screen gradually decreased. Dr. Zhang, holding a diagnostic instrument, informed Lin Feng, "The crystallization rates of the patients are all above 50. Fortunately, they arrived in time. Had it been another half hour, it would have been perilous." Just then, the radar of the Hope emitted a sudden alarm, and Su Qing's voice crackled through the communicator. "Lin Feng, an unidentified ship has been detected. It is rapidly approaching us, just 10 kilometers behind." Lin Feng hurried back to the bridge, where a black ship appeared on the screen, its entire hull shrouded in darkness and lacking any identifying marks. It was twice the length of the Hope, with 3 massive energy cannons mounted at its bow, slowly aiming at the Hope. The opposing vessel sent a warning signal demanding the surrender of the Morning Dawn's passengers and the star core samples, threatening destruction otherwise. Su Qing displayed the signal content, her expression grave. Their weapon systems were more advanced than those of the Star Skeleton Society, and it was uncertain whether our dark energy shield could withstand their firepower. Old Zhao promptly activated the maximum energy output of the dark energy shield, and the control panel displayed shield strength 300, energy reserves 95. "Do not fear. We have star crystal alloy armor and a dark energy shield. They may not be able to penetrate." Old Zhao gripped the control stick, poised to evade any attack. The black ship suddenly unleashed fire. 3 red energy projectiles hurtling towards the Hope. "Dodge!" Lin Feng shouted. Old Zhao swiftly veered the ship, causing the energy projectiles to narrowly graze the hull of the Hope, striking a nearby asteroid, which erupted in an instant, debris scattering against the Hope's shield, which merely quivered slightly, with energy reserves diminished by only 2. "Excellent. The shield can withstand their fire." Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, but Lin Feng remained vigilant. "This is merely a test. They undoubtedly possess stronger weaponry. Suing, decrypt their communication channel and see if you can uncover their identity." Old Zhao, prepare to activate the laser cannons for a counterattack. Seated before the control panel, Su Qing's fingers danced over the keyboard, striving to penetrate the enemy's encrypted communications. The black ship fired again, this time unleashing a barrage of pulse projectiles that descended upon the Hope like a torrential downpour. Old Zhao maneuvered the Hope nimbly to evade, simultaneously activating the laser cannons. A blue beam shot toward the black ship, striking the side of its hull. The enemy's shield rippled, but remained intact. Their shields are formidable, Old Zhao exclaimed, astonished. Our laser cannons can only barely disrupt them. We are unable to inflict any substantial damage. Suddenly, Su Qing shouted, "I've cracked it." Their communications mentioned the Obsidian Organization, stating their intent to take the Star Core and patients afflicted with Stardust disease back to their home planet. Obsidian Organization? Lin Feng had never heard of this name. He immediately contacted the Federation headquarters, transmitting images of the black ship and the intercepted communication, requesting the Federation headquarters to investigate the Obsidian Organization. We encountered their attack near Sirius, and their objectives remain unclear, but their weaponry is advanced. Minutes later, the Federation headquarters responded. The Obsidian Organization is a mysterious force that has recently emerged at the fringes of the galaxy. Suspected of seeking pre-war spacecraft technology and Star Core, they have repeatedly attacked civilian vessels of the Federation, and their headquarters location and true intentions remain undetermined. We advise you to evacuate promptly to avoid direct confrontation. Evacuate? But the crew and passengers of the Morning Dawn are still aboard our vessel, and they are pursuing us. Lin Feng gazed anxiously at the screen, depicting the relentless black ship in close pursuit. Suddenly, Lin Yu's voice came through the communicator. Lin Feng, a crew member from a Morning Dawn in the medical bay, claims to know a secret route to the desolate planet, where remnants of wartime defense installations may provide a means to thwart the Obsidian Organization's pursuit. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Excellent. Old Zhao, set the course for the desolate planet. Su Qing, continue monitoring their movements. Once they close in, use the laser cannons to disrupt them. The Hope altered its course, heading towards the desolate planet. The black ship indeed pursued closely, firing energy projectiles continuously, yet could not breach the Hope's dark energy shield or star crystal alloy armor. Standing on the bridge, Lin Feng gazed intently at the increasingly nearer desolate planet, silently vowing that, regardless of the Obsidian Organization's intentions, he would not allow them to harm anyone aboard the Hope or seize the Star Core jeopardizing the tranquility of the stars. Chapter 20. The Defense Installations and Secrets of the Desolate Planet. As the Hope reached the edge of the desolate planet's atmosphere, the black ship continued its relentless pursuit. The planet's surface was pockmarked with craters from past conflicts and the remnants of damaged defensive towers, with a thick layer of dust shrouding the atmosphere, reducing visibility to less than a kilometer. Based on the information provided by the Morning Dawn's crew, the secret route lay within the Death Canyon of the desolate planet, where pre-war underground defenses remained intact, along with some anti-aircraft weaponry. Su Qing displayed a map of the desolate planet, pointing to a marked area, cautioning that the canyon was riddled with landmines and energy traps, necessitating careful navigation. Old Zhao maneuvered the Hope cautiously through the atmosphere, entering the Death Canyon. The canyon's rocky walls were lined with rusted defensive towers. Although the gun barrels had corroded, their former majesty was still evident. The black ship followed into the canyon, but, unfamiliar with the terrain, triggered an energy trap upon entry, enveloping its hull in a surge of red electricity, drastically slowing its speed. "Now's our chance," Lin Feng shouted, and Old Zhao immediately activated the Hope's laser cannons, targeting the black ship's engine. The blue laser struck the engine, producing plumes of black smoke, and the black ship's velocity dwindled until it ultimately ground to a halt in the canyon, unable to pursue further. "We're safe." Duo cheered in the medical bay, and Lin Yu exhaled in relief, continuing her treatment of the patients. The Hope landed in a flat area deep within the canyon, and Lin Feng, accompanied by Su Qing, Old Zhao, and several crew members from the Morning Dawn, proceeded to explore the underground defense installations. The entrance to the fortifications was concealed behind a massive rock. Pushing it aside revealed a passage leading underground, with emergency lights feebly illuminating the dust-laden steps. Descending the staircase for approximately 100 meters, they arrived at a spacious underground hall. In the center stood a battered warship from before the war, emblazoned with the insignia of the Federation's 7th Research Fleet, clearly a vessel destroyed during the conflict. The walls of the hall were adorned with reports detailing the extraction and study of Star Core, one of which particularly caught Lin Feng's attention. The special uses of Star Core, in addition to being used for smelting star crystal alloy. Star Core, contains a unique type of Star Core particle that can combine with dark matter particles to form Star Core dark energy. Boasting an energy density 10 times that of ordinary dark matter, suitable for powering superluminal engines of Galaxy-class warships. 2. Star core particles can also inhibit the crystallization growth of stardust disease. If integrated into the treatment agents for stardust disease, it could enhance treatment efficacy by 100, potentially curing even advanced stages of stardust disease. Prior to the war, the Federal 7th Research Fleet was engaged in groundbreaking studies aimed at utilizing star core particles to construct interstellar barriers, a defensive measure against the incursions of alien civilizations. Regrettably, the outbreak of conflict necessitated the abrupt cessation of these vital investigations, with all pertinent data securely stored within the core database of an underground laboratory. I never realized that star core held such significant potential. Exclaimed Suin. The Obsidian organization's plundering of star core might very well be aimed at fabricating faster-than-light engines or engaging in other perilous research. In a secluded corner of the hall, Old Zhao discovered an entrance leading to the underground laboratory, its door secured by a combination lock. An elderly crew member of the Morning Light remarked, "I was once a miner for the Federal 7th Research Fleet, and I know the code to this lock. It corresponds to the fleet's pre-war identification number." He entered a sequence of digits, and with an audible click, the lock disengaged, allowing the door to creak open. Inside the subterranean laboratory, an abundance of star core samples and research apparatus lay in wait, with a data terminal still operational at the central control console. Su Qing inserted her identity chip, illuminating the terminal screen, which displayed research data on star core particles alongside the schematics for the interstellar barrier. There's a star core particle extraction device. Old Zhao pointed to a large piece of equipment nestled in the corner of the lab. Though coated in dust, its core components remained intact. If we can extract star core particles, we can not only enhance the engine power of the Hope, but also refine the treatment for stardust disease, potentially curing it entirely. Lin Feng nodded in agreement and quickly organized personnel to transport the star core samples and extraction equipment back to the Hope. Just as they were preparing to depart, a sudden tremor reverberated through the underground hall. Su Qing's communicator crackled to life with Lin Yu's voice. "Lin Feng, we are in trouble. The Obsidian organization's black ship has been repaired and is attacking our Hope. The shield energy reserves have already plummeted to 50. Lin Feng's expression shifted with urgency as he led everyone back to the Hope. Upon reaching the bridge, the screen displayed the black ship bombarding the Hope's shields with its main cannon, the fluctuations on the shield's surface growing increasingly tumultuous, and energy reserves dwindling at a rate of 5 per minute. Activate the star core particle extraction device and inject the extracted particles into the dark energy shield generator to bolster its strength," Lin Feng commanded, and Old Zhao immediately rushed to the energy compartment to initiate the extraction process. The device hummed to life, the screen indicating that the extraction was underway. With an estimated completion time of 10 minutes. "We can't hold out for 10 minutes, Su Qing cried out, as the black ship's main cannon fired once more, causing the Hope's shield energy reserves to drop to 30, and the hull began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Lin Yu dashed onto the bridge, holding a syringe filled with a pale blue liquid. This is a temporary solution extracted from the star core samples. While its concentration is low, it may temporarily enhance the shield strength. Lin Feng took the syringe and hurried to the energy compartment, injecting the solution into the dark energy shield generator. The generator screen displayed an immediate increase in shield strength from 300 to 500, halting the decline in energy reserves. "It's effective," Old Zhao exclaimed. The black ship's cannon struck the shield again, but this time, the shield merely quivered, with energy reserves declining by just 1. After 10 minutes, the star core particle extraction device completed its task, injecting 10 grams of high-concentration star core particles into the dark energy shield generator, elevating the shield strength to 800 and restoring energy reserves to 80. "Counterattack," Lin Feng commanded, as Su Qing activated the Hope's main cannon, a temporary installation based on data from the Forgotten Nebula Laboratory, using star core particles as its energy source, its power thrice that of a conventional laser cannon. A violet energy beam surged towards the black ship, striking its shield and shattering it, revealing a massive fissure on the side of the vessel. Seeing this, the black ship turned and fled towards the mouth of the canyon, swiftly disappearing into the atmosphere of the desolate planet. "We-VE-1." The crew aboard the bridge erupted in cheers, but Lin Feng gazed at the retreating black ship on the screen with a sense of unease. The emergence of the Obsidian organization signified a new threat in the cosmos, and the star core and pre-war technology they possessed might be pivotal in countering this menace. "We must integrate star core particles into the treatment for stardust disease and expedite the development of a cure," Lin Feng instructed Lin Yu. Then turning to Su Qing and Old Zhao, Simultaneously, we must accelerate our research into the construction technology of the Galaxy-class warships and the design of the interstellar barriers. We must not only safeguard ourselves, but also ensure the tranquility of the entire galaxy. The engines of the Hope roared to life once more as it soared into the sky from the death canyon of the desolate planet, heading towards Alpha Space Station. The dark energy shield surrounding the ship glowed with a soft purple hue, a testament to the infusion of star core particles. Resembling a radiant star illuminating the vast sea of stars ahead, Lin Feng stood on the bridge. Observing the data on star core particles and the designs for the Galaxy-class warship, his heart brimming with resolve. No matter the threats that the future might hold, they would face them head-on. Chapter 111. The improvement of the treatment at Alpha Space Station and the prototype fleet. Upon the Hope's arrival at Alpha Space Station, a resounding cheer erupted within the station. The personnel and families of patients had long awaited the docking, their faces filled with awe at the sight of the Hope enveloped in its ethereal purple dark energy shield, a marvel of advanced ship protection systems. Lin, accompanied by medical staff, transported the Stardust disease patients from the morning light to the medical center of the space station, while Dr. Zhang wheeled the star core particle extraction device towards a makeshift laboratory. The director of Alpha Space Station personally greeted Lin Feng and his team, shaking Lin Feng's hand and exclaiming, "You have not only saved the passengers of the morning light, but you have also brought back the secret of Star Core Ore. The Federal Headquarters has issued orders to fully support your efforts in refining the treatment for Stardust disease and constructing the Galaxy-class warships." In the laboratory, Lin, Dr. Zhang, and the medical experts from the space station gathered around the experimental table, commencing the improvement of the Stardust disease treatment. Lin mixed the Star Core particle solution with DS-73 solvent in a ratio of 1:10, and the solution instantly transformed from a pale blue to a deep purple, shimmering with tiny points of light. According to the data from the Desolate Star Laboratory, Star Core particles can inhibit crystal growth and accelerate the repair of lung cells. We will first test the effects on experimental animals. Dr. Zhang injected the improved solution into the bodies of mice afflicted with Stardust disease, and the data on the crystal growth rate on the monitor began to plummet, dropping from 50 to 40, 30, and finally stabilizing at 5 after half an hour, with no adverse effects observed. "We did it!" The laboratory erupted in cheers as Lin exclaimed with excitement. "Tomorrow we will commence clinical trials on the patients. If the results are promising, we can begin mass production to completely cure Stardust disease." Meanwhile, Old Zhao and the space station's maintenance team were diligently studying the construction technology for the Galaxy-class warships in the Hope's repair bay. Old Zhao, holding the design plans, pointed to a specific annotation. The faster-than-light engine of the Galaxy-class warship requires a substantial amount of star core dark energy. Our current extraction device is inefficient, yielding only 10 grams per day, which is far from sufficient to power the engine. Su Qing approached, handing Old Zhao a document. The Federal Headquarters has sent word that a pre-war Star Core mining base has been discovered near an abandoned mine. It may contain more advanced extraction equipment. We should investigate. Lin Feng reviewed the information and nodded. Very well. Once the clinical trials for the treatment are concluded, we will head to the abandoned mine. However, we must be prepared, as the Obsidian organization is likely also in pursuit of Star Core Ore, and we must ensure our safety. 3 days later, the clinical trials for the Stardust disease treatment were a resounding success. The 5 late-stage patients treated saw their lung crystal growth rates drop below 5, with no discomfort reported. The director of Alpha Space Station exclaimed with excitement, "This marks a monumental breakthrough in interstellar medical history. We have already contacted the Federal Pharmaceutical Factory to prepare for mass production of the improved treatment, ensuring that all Stardust disease patients receive the care they need." At this moment, a communiqué from the Federal Headquarters arrived. The Hope Fleet is officially established. Lin Feng is appointed as the fleet commander, Su Qing as the deputy commander, Lao Zhao as the equipment minister, Lin as the medical minister, and Dr. Zhang as the research minister. Additionally, 3 idle federal warships are allocated for the transformation of the Hope Fleet, with Alpha Space Station serving as its temporary base. Lin Feng took the appointment letter issued by the Federal Headquarters, his heart brimming with a sense of responsibility and resolve. Standing atop the command tower of Alpha Space Station, he gazed at the Hope and the 3 newly assigned warships below, remarking to his companions, "Our fleet is finally taking shape. In the future, we shall not only search for and rescue patients, but also combat the Obsidian organization to safeguard the tranquility of the stars." Su Qing smiled and added, "The Federal Headquarters has also informed us that numerous interstellar volunteers have applied to join the Hope Fleet, including many exceptional pilots and engineers. Our team will continue to grow stronger. Lao Zhao exclaimed with excitement. With 3 warships, we can accelerate the construction of the Galaxy-class warships. Once we acquire more advanced star core particle extraction equipment, we will be able to create the most formidable rescue vessels in the cosmos. Lin Yu, observing the recovering patients in the medical center, gently stated, once the medicine is mass-produced, we will be able to cure all patients afflicted with Stardust disease. At that point, the Hope Fleet can focus entirely on combating the Obsidian organization and preserving the peace of this starry sea. Chapter 22. The mining base of the abandoned mine and the ambush by the Obsidian organization. A week later, the 4 vessels of the Hope Fleet, Hope, Guardian, Redemption, and Light, formed a formation and set course for the abandoned mine. The fleet's hulls were reinforced with star crystal alloy armor and dark energy shields, with the Hope additionally outfitted with a star core energy cannon, significantly enhancing its combat capability. Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Hope, studying the navigation chart displayed on the screen. Su Qing retrieved data on the abandoned mine, stating the mining base lies 1,000 meters underground. Its entrance covered by thick rock that requires laser cannons to breach. According to intelligence from the federal headquarters, there is a pre-war star core particle mass production extractor in the base, capable of extracting 1,000 grams of star core particles daily, enough to power the Galaxy-class warship superluminal engines. Lao Zhao maneuvered the Hope's laser cannon, aiming at the entrance of the mining base. A blue beam of laser shot forth, instantly obliterating the rock and revealing a dark entrance. As preparations were made to dispatch the landing pod into the base, the extraction equipment's substantial size necessitated the use of a towing beam to bring it back aboard the ship. Just as the landing pod was ready to enter the entrance, the Hope Fleet's radar suddenly blared an alarm. Su Qing shouted, numerous unidentified vessels detected. They are forming a containment circle within a 5-kilometer radius. It's the fleet of the Obsidian organization. Lin Feng immediately commanded, all ships activate dark energy shields and star core energy cannons. Enter combat mode. Guardian and Redemption shall handle left side defense, while Light takes charge of the right. Hope will confront them head-on. The screen displayed 20 black vessels encircling the Hope Fleet, advancing menacingly. The lead black vessel emitted a communication signal, and a hoarse voice echoed, Lin Feng, surrender the star core ore and the star core particle extraction equipment, or the Hope Fleet shall meet its doom here today. Indeed, the Obsidian organization's objective was the star core particles. Lin Feng clenched his fists and replied through the communicator, for your selfish gain, you plunder star core or assault civilian vessels and endanger interstellar peace. We shall not allow you to succeed. The black vessels suddenly opened fire, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles towards the Hope Fleet. All ships evaded the attacks while retaliating with their star core energy cannons. Lin Feng commanded, and the Hope's star core energy cannon discharged a purple laser, striking one of the black vessels, which erupted into a fireball. Splendid. The power of the star core energy cannon is remarkable. Lao Zhao cheered, deftly maneuvering the Hope to avoid incoming fire while continuously firing the energy cannon, destroying 2 more black vessels. Guardian and Redemption also valiantly engaged, utilizing laser and pulse cannons to attack the Black Fleet, creating a breach in their encirclement. Now's our chance. Light, lead the landing pod into the mining base to retrieve the star core particle mass production extractor. We will cover you, Lin Feng ordered. Light promptly set course for the entrance of the mining base with 2 landing pods in tow. Upon witnessing this, the black vessels quickly dispatched 5 ships to intercept. Hope, Guardian, and Redemption opened fire simultaneously, repelling the intercepting black vessels and clearing the path for Light. Once the landing pod entered the mining base, they swiftly located the star core particle mass production extractor. The extractor, towering at 5 meters and 3 meters wide, gleamed silver despite being coated in dust. Its core components intact. Light initiated the towing beam, slowly extracting the machine from the base in preparation for transport back to the ship. Just then, the leading black vessel unleashed a red laser aimed directly at Light. Watch out, Lin Feng shouted, as the Hope positioned itself in front of Light. Its dark energy shield instantly boosted to maximum strength. The red laser struck the shield, causing violent ripples across its surface, depleting the energy reserve from 100 to 60. That is a dark energy disruptor. It can directly damage the energy structure of our shields. Su Qing's expression turned grave. Our dark energy shield won't withstand many more attacks. Lin Feng, observing the black vessels on screen, suddenly conceived a plan. Lao Zhao, initiate the preheating of the Hope's superluminal engine. Once Light returns with the extractor, We shall retreat immediately. Su Qing, decrypt the Obsidian Organization's communication channel and send a distress signal to the federal headquarters, requesting reinforcements. Light successfully transported the Star Core Particle Mass Production Extractor back aboard, and Lin Feng promptly commanded, all ships activate the superluminal engines. We must retreat. The 4 vessels of the Hope fleet simultaneously engaged their superluminal engines, a pale blue aura enveloping their hulls as they vanished from the starfield of the abandoned mine. The Obsidian Organization's fleet, seeing this, also activated their superluminal engines, pursuing relentlessly. Within the bridge of the Hope, Lin Feng anxiously observed the screen, displaying the tenacious pursuit of the Obsidian Organization's fleet. How long until reinforcements from the federal headquarters arrive? Our superluminal engines' energy reserves are dwindling. They will catch up soon. Su Qing's voice cut through the tension. The federal headquarters replied, reinforcements will arrive in 30 minutes. We must find a way to buy time. Suddenly, Lin Yu's voice came through the communicator. Lin Feng, I have a solution. We can inject the Star Core Particle Solution into the superluminal engine to boost its speed, allowing us to shake off the Obsidian Organization's fleet. However, this will put immense pressure on the engine and may cause damage. Without hesitation, Lin Feng declared, let us proceed. Right now, our priority is to evade pursuit and protect the Star Core Particle Mass Production Extractor. Lao Zhao promptly injected the Star Core Particle Solution into the superluminal engine, instantly increasing its speed by 50, distancing the Hope fleet further from the Obsidian Organization's vessels. 30 minutes later, reinforcements from the federal headquarters finally arrived, with 20 federal warships engaging in fierce combat with the Obsidian Organization's fleet. Faced with this new threat, the Obsidian forces were compelled to withdraw. The Hope fleet safely reached Alpha Space Station, bringing the Star Core Particle Mass Production Extractor to the laboratory. Lin Feng stood before the extractor, contemplating the device that could alter the interstellar landscape, his heart filled with anticipation. With this, we can construct Galaxy-class warships, improve the medication for Stardust disease, and manufacture interstellar barriers to confront the threats posed by the Obsidian Organization. Handing Lin Feng a document. The federal headquarters has relayed information indicating that the Obsidian Organization's headquarters is suspected to be on Dark Star, a planet near a black hole at the edge of the galaxy, rich in star core ore and serving as their primary base. Lin Feng, gazing at the document with unwavering determination, responded, once we construct the Galaxy-class warships, we shall journey to Dark Star and utterly dismantle the Obsidian Organization's headquarters, restoring peace to the stars. The engines of the Hope fleet once again roared to life, while the lights of the Alpha Space Station illuminated the vessels of the fleet, resembling a constellation of shimmering stars, radiating the brilliance of hope amidst the cosmic sea. Lin Feng understood that the journey ahead was still long. Yet as long as the Hope fleet continued to navigate the stars, and the flame of hope within their hearts remained unextinguished, they would undoubtedly safeguard the peace and tranquility of this starry expanse, allowing more souls to find redemption. Chapter 112. The construction of the Star River-class warship and the decoding of Dark Star intelligence. Within the research zone of the Alpha Space Station, the mass production extractor for star core particles was operating steadily, a pale purple solution flowing through the pipes in the storage tanks, yielding a daily output of 1,000 grams, finally providing sufficient energy support for the construction of the Star River-class warships. Old Zhao led his team of engineers around the 110 model of the warship, discussing construction details. The hull of the warship requires the improved star crystal alloy. Our current smelting equipment can produce 50 square meters of alloy plates daily, and we expect to complete the hull framework in 3 months. Old Zhao pointed to the hull section of the model, noting that the core components of the superluminal engine had already begun forging based on data from the Forgotten Nebula. The most challenging aspect was the star core dark energy converter, which needed to perfectly combine star core particles with dark matter particles. Dr. Zhang's research team was diligently tackling this problem. Dr. Zhang approached with an experimental report in hand, a smile gracing his face. The tests for the dark energy converter have been successful. In yesterday's experiment, the converter enhanced the efficiency of combining star core particles and dark matter particles to 98, fully meeting the energy demands of the superluminal engine. We now only need to mass-produce the converters to assemble the engine. Lin Feng looked at the designated medical bay area on the model and said to Lin Yu, the medical bay of the Star River-class warship must accommodate 200 patients simultaneously, equipped with 10 directional ablation devices and 50 superconducting maintenance pods. Is there anything else we should add? Lin Yu produced a detailed list of medical equipment. I would like to include star core particle therapy pods. According to data from the desolate planet, Star core particles can accelerate wound healing and greatly assist in the postoperative recovery of star dust disease patients. Additionally, the drug storage area needs to be expanded to hold at least 100,000 vials of the improved star dust disease treatment agents for quick access during rescue operations. As the team fervently advanced the construction, Su Qing hurried into the research zone, clutching a classified document. The Federation headquarters has sent an urgent intelligence report regarding Dark Star. The Obsidian organization has deployed a 3-layered dark matter defense network around Dark Star and constructed 10 energy turrets, making it impossible for ordinary vessels to approach. Furthermore, the report indicates that the Obsidian organization is manufacturing star core bombs using star core ore, capable of obliterating an entire planet. Lin Feng took the document, his brow furrowed. Star core bombs? They intend to wield such perilous weaponry. We must act swiftly to thwart them. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. Suing, can you devise a plan to breach the defense network? We need to identify its vulnerabilities. Suing nodded. I have already begun the decryption, but the Obsidian organization's encryption system is highly advanced and will require several days. Moreover, an old crew member from the Dawn has mentioned that during his time in the Federation's 7th Research Fleet, he visited a transit station near Dark Star, which has a secret route leading to Dark Star that can evade most defensive installations. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. Excellent. Once we decrypt the defense network data and integrate it with the secret route, we can formulate a detailed offensive strategy. Old Zhao, accelerate the construction of the Star River-class warships. We have at most 3 months to destroy their headquarters before the Obsidian organization can produce star core bombs. In the following 2 months, the entire Hope fleet dedicated themselves to the arduous task at hand. In the medical bay, Lin Yu trained newly joined medical personnel, instructing them on the use of directional ablation devices and star core particle therapy pods. In the maintenance bay, Old Zhao led the engineers in forging star crystal alloy plates and assembling the superluminal engines. In the research zone, Dr. Zhang's team mass-produced the star core dark energy converters, while Su Qing tirelessly decrypted the defense network data, occasionally welcoming volunteers eager to join the Hope fleet, including ace pilots who had served in the Federation and engineers proficient in vessel repairs, expanding the fleet's ranks. 2 months later, the main framework of the Star River-class warship was finally completed. The hull stretched 500 meters long, entirely clad in star crystal alloy plates that shimmered with a purple luster. The bow was armed with 2 massive star core energy cannons, while the superluminal engine at the stern glowed with a pale blue light. Lin Feng stood on the warship's bridge, gazing at the various data displayed on the control panel, his heart brimming with excitement. This is our Star River. Tomorrow, we shall conduct the inaugural trial voyage to test the performance of the superluminal engine and the star core energy cannons. On the day of the trial, the Star River slowly departed from the Alpha space station. Old Zhao activated the superluminal engine, a pale purple halo of star core dark energy enveloping the vessel as it instantly accelerated to superluminal speeds, heading towards Sirius. The engine is functioning normally, and energy consumption is stable. Old Zhao exclaimed excitedly. The efficiency of the star core dark energy is indeed remarkable, 3 times faster than the Hope's superluminal engine. Su Qing activated the star core energy cannon, targeting a derelict asteroid. 2 beams of purple laser shot forth, obliterating the asteroid into fragments. The energy cannon's power meets the standards, with a range 5 times that of the Hope. The trial was a resounding success, and as the Star River returned to the Alpha space station, the facility erupted in jubilant cheers. Just then, Su Qing's communicator chimed with an alert. The data for the Dark Star Defense Network has been successfully decrypted. I've identified a weak point in the defense network. At the North Pole of Dark Star, there is a defense tower with insufficient energy supply. We can breach from there and enter Dark Star's atmosphere. Lin Feng looked at the map of Dark Star and addressed his comrades. Prepare for departure. The Star River will serve as the flagship, accompanied by the Hope, Guardian, Redemption, and Light, forming an offensive formation to head towards Dark Star and dismantle the Obsidian organization's headquarters, thereby preventing them from manufacturing star core bombs. Chapter 24. The Breakthrough at Dark Star and the Crisis of the Star Core Bombs. 3 days later, the 5 vessels of the Hope fleet formed a formation. Advancing towards Dark Star, the Star River occupied the central position, its pale purple dark energy shield enveloping the entire formation like a protective membrane. Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Star River, observing the approaching Dark Star on the screen, and spoke into the communicator. Attention, everyone. We will reach the periphery of Dark Star in 1 hour. According to our plan, the Guardian and Redemption will first destroy the defense tower at the North Pole, while the Light will be responsible for drawing the fire from the other defense towers. The Hope and Star River will breach through the weak point and enter Dark Star's atmosphere. An hour later, Dark Star came into view. A pitch-black planet surrounded by clouds of dark matter, with 10 energy turrets partially obscured within, continuously firing energy beams to form a tightly woven tri-layer defense network. Guardian, Redemption. Engage, Lin Feng commanded, and the two vessels accelerated towards the defense tower at Dark Star's North Pole. The defense tower detected them immediately and launched energy projectiles. The Guardian and Redemption activated their dark energy shields while counterattacking with laser cannons. Several blue lasers shot forth, causing the energy supply apparatus of the defense tower to explode, rendering it inoperative. The weak point is open. Light draw their fire. The lights swiftly maneuvered towards another defense tower, firing pulse projectiles to disrupt its operations, effectively diverting the turret's fire towards it. Star River, Hope breach, Lin Feng shouted, and the two vessels accelerated through the weak point, entering the atmosphere of Dark Star. The atmosphere was fraught with black dust, visibility dropping below 500 meters, and the vessel's radar suffered severe interference. The screen filled with static. Old Zhao, activate the Star River's interstellar rescue radar. This is our final opportunity. Lin Feng commanded, and Old Zhao promptly activated the radar. The radar emitted a violet detection wave that penetrated the black dust, revealing the surface of the Dark Star on the screen. Near the equator of the Dark Star stood a vast base, with a towering metal spire rising 100 meters high at its center. Surrounding the tower were heaps of star core minerals, as several members of the Obsidian organization transported the minerals toward the metal tower. That is the manufacturing base for the star core bomb. The metal tower serves as the core apparatus of the bomb. Su Qing pointed at the metal tower on the screen, stating that according to intelligence, the star core bomb would be completed in 24 hours. We must destroy it before then. The Star River and Hope slowly approached the base when suddenly, a red energy barrier rose around the base, trapping both ships within. This is bad. It's an energy trap, Lin Feng shouted. And Su Qing immediately scanned for the energy source of the barrier. The energy emanated from 4 energy stations at the base. We must destroy the energy stations to open the barrier. Members of the Obsidian organization within the base detected them and instantly activated ground energy cannons, firing upon the Star River and Hope. The Star River Star Core energy cannon retaliated immediately, obliterating 2 energy cannons, but more emerged from the base, unleashing a torrential downpour of energy projectiles. The dark energy shield of the Star River began to deplete rapidly. Hope, you draw the fire of the energy cannons. I will destroy the energy stations, Lin Feng commanded. Hope accelerated towards the opposite side of the base, diverting the majority of the energy cannon fire. Seizing the opportunity, the Star River drew closer to the energy stations, unleashing a continuous barrage from its Star Core energy cannon, destroying 2 energy stations and reducing the brilliance of the red barrier by half. At that moment, a black flagship emerged from the base, equipped with a colossal dark energy annihilation cannon, the very vessel of the Obsidian organization's leader. Lin Feng, we meet again. The leader's raspy voice echoed through the communicator. Today, you shall accompany me in death. The dark energy annihilation cannon of the black flagship fired a red laser towards the Star River. Activate maximum energy shield, Lin Feng shouted, and the dark energy shield of the Star River surged to its highest strength just as the laser struck, causing the shield's energy reserves to plummet from 80 to 30. The hull shuddering violently, with warning lights flashing furiously on the control panel. Old Zhao, inject all Star Core particles into the superluminal engine. Prepare to ram the black flagship. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, knowing that this was the only way to buy time for destroying the remaining energy stations. No, this is too dangerous, Old Zhao protested, but obeyed Lin Feng's command, injecting the Star Core particles into the superluminal engine. The Star River surged forward, charging at the black flagship. The leader of the black flagship did not anticipate Lin Feng's audacity and, in a panic, activated the superluminal engine to evade, but it was too late. The bow of the Star River collided with the stern of the black flagship, causing its engine to explode in a cloud of black smoke. Now is our chance. Destroy the remaining energy stations, Lin Feng commanded, and the Star River Star Core energy cannon fired once more, obliterating the last 2 energy stations, finally dispelling the red barrier. Hope immediately approached the base, where Lin Yu and the medical personnel boarded the landing pod, entering the base to rescue the imprisoned Stardust patients. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his combat team sprinted towards the metal tower, aiming to dismantle the core apparatus of the Star Core bomb. As they drew near the metal tower, it suddenly began to tremble violently, the indicator lights atop shifting from red to yellow. This is not good. The countdown for the star core bomb has begun. There are only 10 minutes left. Su Qing shouted, her face pale as she watched the countdown on the screen. Lin Feng dashed towards the core control room of the metal tower, where an Obsidian Organization technician was frantically operating the control panel. Lin Feng lunged forward, knocking the technician unconscious, and gazed at the countdown on the screen. 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes. The screen indicated that only by inserting the star core key could the countdown be halted, but the key was not within the control room. Lin Yu, did you find the star core key inside the base? Lin Feng shouted through the communicator. Lin Yu's voice responded, I found it. It's in the base's laboratory. I will bring it to you right away. 2 minutes later, Lin Yu, breathless, arrived at the control room holding the star core key, inserting it into the console. The countdown on the screen ceased, and the crisis of the star core bomb was finally averted. Excellent. The crowd erupted in cheers. Lin Feng exhaled in relief as he observed the base being destroyed outside the window. Just then, the leader of the Black Flagship suddenly charged from a corner of the control room, wielding an energy sword, lunging at Lin Feng. I will not allow you to succeed. Lin Yu immediately stepped in front of Lin Feng, firing her pulse gun and striking the leader in the leg, causing him to fall to the ground. Subdued by the combat personnel, other vessels of the Hope Fleet soon arrived at the Dark Star, with the Guardian, Redemption, and Radiance ships obliterating all energy cannons and defensive installations of the base, capturing all members of the Obsidian Organization. Lin Yu, accompanied by medical personnel, transferred the imprisoned Stardust patients to the medical bay of the Star River, treating them with the improved serum. As the vessels of the Hope Fleet departed the Dark Star, the base erupted in a violent explosion, reduced to ashes. Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Star River, gazing at the receding Dark Star, turning to his companions and declaring, We have succeeded. The Obsidian Organization has been dismantled, and the threat of the Star Core bomb has been neutralized. Peace has returned to the cosmos at last. Suin Smaïd, reporting that the federal headquarters had sent word to award the Hope Fleet the highest honor of the Interstellar Guardians, and to establish treatment centers for Stardust disease at various space stations, utilizing our improved serums to heal all afflicted patients. Lin Yu looked at the recovering patients in the medical bay, softly stating, From now on, no one shall suffer from Stardust disease, and no organization shall threaten the tranquility of the cosmos. This is the hope we have long pursued. The engines of the Star River roared steadily as it, alongside the vessels of the Hope Fleet, sailed towards the Alpha Space Station. The surrounding dark energy halo of the star core shimmered like a radiant star, illuminating the entire star sea. Lin Feng understood that the journey of the Hope Fleet had not concluded. In the future, they would continue to traverse the starry ocean, rescuing those in need and safeguarding the peace and serenity of this celestial expanse, allowing the light of hope to shine eternally in every corner. Chapter 113. Aftermath of War and the Catalyst for New Material Development. 3 months following the conclusion of the Dark Star campaign, tranquility had at long last returned to the cosmos. The remnants of the Obsidian Organization were thoroughly eradicated by the Federal Fleet, and the technical data related to the Star Core bomb was secured. The improved serums for Stardust disease were distributed through the network of Federal space stations, curing over 1 million patients. The Star River of the Hope Fleet became a symbol of hope across the galaxy, whenever its pale violet silhouette appeared near a space station. It drew forth countless cheers. Yet Lin Feng did not rest on his laurels. On this day, he stood in the newly constructed Interstellar Ship Materials Research Institute at the Alpha Space Station, observing the star crystal alloy samples on the experiment table, his brow furrowed. Old Zhao entered with a weariness report, expressing regret. The Star River sustained 3 deep scratches on the side of its hull during the Dark Star campaign. Although the automatic repair function restored 70, it remains inadequate against stronger energy weapons. Soon after, Su Qing delivered the latest intelligence from the Federal Headquarters, based on the analysis of the residual technology of the Obsidian Organization. They were researching a dark matter alloy with a hardness 3 times that of star crystal alloy, which could absorb dark matter energy to reinforce itself. If a similar threat arises in the future, our current materials will struggle to cope. Lin Feng lifted the star crystal alloy sample, scrutinizing it under the light. The pale violet sheen on its surface remained bright, but the repair marks from the scratches were starkly visible. He recalled the pre-war documents he had seen in the Forgotten Nebula laboratory, which mentioned an unfinished star core dark matter composite material, research on which had been abruptly halted due to the outbreak of war. We cannot afford to be passive in the face of impending threats. We must proactively develop more advanced materials for our vessels. He turned to Lao Zhao and Su Qing, stating that the core mission of the Research Institute is to reignite the development of star core dark matter composite materials and he intends to lead the team personally. The Institute swiftly commenced operations. Lin Feng divided the team into 3 groups. The material smelting group, led by Lao Zhao, was tasked with refining the smelting process of star crystal alloy. The dark matter analysis group, led by Su Qing, was responsible for extracting high-purity dark matter particles and analyzing their binding characteristics with star core particles. Lin Yu led the biocompatibility group to ensure that the new materials would not pose any radiation hazards to the crew, as both star core particles and dark matter particles emit trace amounts of radiation, necessitating the discovery of a neutralization method. The first step of the research was to address the repulsion between star core particles and dark matter particles. Su Qing's team discovered during experiments that when the 2 types of particles encountered each other, they produced intense energy explosions, making stable bonding impossible. It was akin to the futile mixing of oil and water. Holding the experimental data, Su Qing sighed, "We have tried 10 different catalysts, but they merely suppress the explosions temporarily, lasting at most 30 seconds. Undeterred, Lin Feng perused all the remaining documents from the Forgotten Nebula laboratory and finally uncovered a clue in a yellowed experimental log authored by Professor Su Qing's father. The log noted that the active wavelength of star core particles differed from that of dark matter particles by 12 Hz. By employing a gravitational resonator to adjust the wavelength, it might be possible to stabilize the structure of both. A gravitational resonator. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately instructed Lao Zhao to modify the high-temperature furnace in the laboratory to include a gravitational resonance device. Upon completion of the modifications, Su Qing introduced high-purity star core particles and dark matter particles into the furnace at an 11:1 ratio, while Lao Zhao activated the gravitational resonator and adjusted the wavelength to 12 Hz. Instead of exploding, the particles within the furnace began to merge into a light black liquid, glimmering with purple luminescence. "We succeeded." The laboratory erupted in cheers, but Lin Feng cautioned, "Let us not celebrate just yet. We must test the properties of the fused material." Chapter 26, Material Performance Testing and Sudden Crisis. A week later, the first sample of star core dark matter composite material was produced. The sample exhibited a light black hue with a surface adorned by minute purple specks, feeling lighter and thinner than star crystal alloy, yet capable of easily slicing through ordinary titanium alloy plates. Lao Zhao, equipped with a testing device, began to evaluate the sample's properties. Hardness, 8,200 HV, meeting the expected target. Toughness, at ultra-low temperatures of -273 degrees and high temperatures of 1,000 degrees, the sample exhibited no cracks, demonstrating toughness double that of star crystal alloy. Energy absorption. When struck by a pulse cannon, the sample not only sustained no damage, but also converted 50 of the energy into its own protective strength, far surpassing that of dark energy shields. Repair efficiency. After intentionally scoring deep scratches on the sample surface, the scratches vanished completely within 24 hours. With a 30 improvement over star crystal alloy. Perfect performance. Lao Zhao excitedly handed the report to Lin Feng, exclaiming that if they were to reconstruct the body of the Star River with this material, they would hold a significant advantage even against vessels made of dark matter alloy. However, Lin Yu's team brought troubling news. The sample's radiation levels exceeded safety parameters by 15 times. While short-term exposure posed no harm, prolonged habitation in such an environment could lead to symptoms like dizziness and fatigue, especially for those recovering from stardust illness, whose immune systems were compromised, facing heightened risks. Lin Feng received the radiation detection report, his brow furrowing once more. Gazing at the purple specks on the sample surface, he suddenly pondered. The radiation from star core particles could be suppressed using an energy neutralizer. What about the radiation from dark matter particles? Perhaps the DS-73 dissolvent from the stardust illness treatment medication could be effective. The DS-73 dissolvent is known to dissolve pulmonary crystals. It might also neutralize dark matter radiation. Lin Yu immediately initiated experiments based on Lin Feng's hypothesis, incorporating the DS-73 dissolvent into the composite material's smelting process at a ratio of 1:5. The newly produced sample indeed reduced the radiation levels to 0.8 times the safety threshold, fully compliant with vessel usage standards. Marvelous, Lin Yu exclaimed. We also tested the sample's biocompatibility. After allowing laboratory mice to interact with the sample for 72 hours, there were no adverse reactions. Having achieved a significant breakthrough in development, Lin Feng decided to proceed with the next step, manufacturing a 10-square-meter composite material panel for practical testing on the Hope vessel. Lao Zhao led the team to produce the composite material in bulk using the modified furnace, while Su Qing was responsible for designing the installation plan. ensuring the composite material would seamlessly integrate with the star crystal alloy. 3 days later, the composite material panel was installed. The Hope vessel departed from the Alpha space station, heading towards the abandoned star zone for practical testing, where energy mines left from past wars could provide an excellent opportunity to assess the composite material's impact resistance. Upon reaching the abandoned star zone, Lao Zhao maneuvered the ship deliberately close to an energy mine. The mine detonated, unleashing a red wave of energy that struck the composite panel of the Hope vessel, which shimmered with a faint purple aura, showing no signs of scratches. The detection device indicated the panel absorbed 52 of the explosion's energy with no structural damage, and repair functions were normal. The test was a success. The crew in the bridge erupted in cheers, but just as Lin Feng was preparing to order a return, Su Qing's radar suddenly blared an alarm. Unidentified radiation source detected. Radiation levels are rapidly rising 10 kilometers ahead. Lin Feng instructed Su Qing to magnify the radar image, revealing a red planet expanding ominously, its surface riddled with cracks, from which pale, red radiation clouds gushed forth, spreading toward the Hope vessel. It's the premature collapse of a red giant star. Su Qing's face turned pale. This radiation cloud can penetrate ordinary shields. Upon contact, the vessel's materials will become brittle within 10 minutes. Lao Zhao immediately activated the superluminal engine to initiate a retreat. But the engine abruptly shut down. The energy lines of the engine were disrupted by the radiation cloud, preventing activation. Lao Zhao shouted unsettling. While the composite panels can resist radiation, the engine lines are still made of ordinary materials. They won't hold out much longer. Lin Feng, watching the encroaching radiation cloud on the screen, suddenly recalled the energy absorption characteristics of the composite material. Su Qing switched the energy absorption mode of the composite panel to active absorption, using the absorbed radiation energy to power the engine. Su Qing quickly adjusted the control panel, causing the purple specks on the surface of the composite panel to brighten as it began actively absorbing the energy from the radiation cloud. The energy is converting. Su Qing shouted, the engine can be started. Lao Zhao promptly engaged the superluminal engine, and the Hope vessel surged forward, escaping the radiation cloud's reach and safely returning to the Alpha space station. Back at the Research Institute, Lin Feng contemplated the energy absorption data of the composite panel. Deep in thought, if we could enhance the active absorption function of the composite material, not only would it bolster the vessel's protective capabilities, but it could also convert absorbed energy into engine power, achieving energy self-sufficiency. Chapter 27, Function Enhancement and Mass Production Challenges. In the ensuing month, the Institute's core mission shifted towards enhancing the active energy absorption capabilities of the composite material. Su Qing's team discovered that the efficiency of energy absorption by the composite material was directly correlated to the purity of dark matter particles. The higher the purity, the greater the absorption efficiency. However, the current dark matter extraction equipment could only elevate purity to 95, which fell short of requirements. We need more advanced dark matter purification technology, Su Qing stated, presenting the purification report to Lin Feng. The federal headquarters documents indicate that the dark matter purification towers prior to the war could elevate purity to 99.9, but these devices were destroyed during the conflict, leaving only the design blueprints. Lin Feng instructed Su Qing to retrieve the design blueprints, discovering that the core component of the purification tower was a superconducting magnetic sieve, a device capable of separating impurities from dark matter particles. Lao Zhao, is it possible for us to fabricate a superconducting magnetic sieve based on these blueprints? Old Zhao scrutinized the design blueprint, furrowing his brow as he remarked, the challenge is formidable. The superconducting magnetic screen necessitates the use of superconducting ceramics, a material with a melting point soaring to 15,000 degrees. Our current furnace only reaches a maximum temperature of 12,000, rendering forging impossible. Just as everyone found themselves in a quandary, Lin Yu brought forth a piece of good news. During their research on the effects of stellar core particles on human cells, the medical team discovered that these particles could lower the melting point of superconducting ceramics by integrating stellar core particles into the raw materials for superconducting ceramics. The melting point could be reduced from 15,000 to 12,000, perfectly aligning with our furnace's temperature threshold. Old Zhao promptly initiated experiments, incorporating stellar core particles in a ratio of 1:10 into the raw materials for superconducting ceramics and placing them into the high-temperature furnace. As the temperature reached 12,000 degrees, the materials indeed began to melt, ultimately forging a superconducting magnetic screen the size of a palm. Su Qing installed the magnetic screen within the dark matter extraction apparatus and activated the device, immediately elevating the purity of dark matter particles to an impressive 999. Splendid! Su Qing exclaimed, testing the energy absorption efficiency of the composite material, which surged from 50 to 80. Should this composite material be employed within the energy conduits of the engines, it could achieve self-sufficiency in energy. Lin Feng resolved to further optimize the structure of the composite material, ensuring it could not only absorb energy, but also adjust its protective capabilities according to the intensity of threats. Old Zhao's team integrated intelligent sensing chips into the composite material, enabling real-time detection of external energy levels and automatic adjustments to the molecular structure, with the strength potentially doubling. On the day of testing, the Hope fleet once again ventured to the abandoned star zone, subjecting the composite material panels to various energy weapon attacks when assailed by a pulse cannon. The composite material maintained its baseline strength, absorbing 50 of the energy. Conversely, when targeted by a laser cannon, the chip detected an increase in energy intensity, prompting an automatic enhancement of the composite material's strength by 15 times, absorbing 70 of the energy. In the case of an assault by a stellar core energy cannon, the strength doubled, absorbing 80 of the energy without any damage incurred. The functionality was entirely up to standard. Lin Feng, exhilarated by the test results, realized they could commence mass production, transforming all ships in the Hope fleet. However, mass production soon faced a challenge. The manufacturing speed of the superconducting magnetic screens was too slow, producing merely one screen per day, while the dark matter extraction device required 10 screens for full operation, rendering mass production unattainable. We need to construct more high-temperature furnaces and train additional engineers, Old Zhao lamented. At the current pace, it will take at least 6 months to retrofit the entire fleet. Lin Feng recalled the support from the Federation headquarters and promptly contacted them, requesting the allocation of 10 high-temperature furnaces and 50 seasoned engineers. The Federation headquarters swiftly responded. The furnaces and engineers would arrive at Alpha Space Station within a week, and 3 Federation shipyards would also join in the mass production of the composite material, ensuring the swift completion of the fleet's transformation. A week later, 10 high-temperature furnaces and 50 engineers arrived as scheduled. The research facility expanded threefold, increasing the daily output of composite materials from 50 cubic meters to 500 cubic meters. Old Zhao led the engineering team in formulating a meticulous retrofit plan. 1. Prioritize the retrofitting of the Galaxy, the fleet's flagship, estimated to be completed in 1 month. 2. Subsequently, retrofit the Hope, Guardian, Redemption, and Light, projected to be completed in 2 months. 3. Lastly, retrofit the 10 support ships allocated by the Federation, expected to take 3 months. The retrofit work proceeded in an orderly fashion, with the hull of the Galaxy initially enveloped in stellar core dark matter composite material, transforming its hue from light purple to a deep black, its surface shimmering with intricate purple luminescence, exuding an air of grandeur. Old Zhao piloted the Galaxy for trial navigation, noting a 30 increase in engine power, while the energy reserves of the shields consistently maintained at 100. The composite material absorbed interstellar energy, providing sustained power for both the engines and shields. Chapter 28. Completion of the retrofit and new mission. 3 months later, all 15 ships of the Hope fleet were fully retrofitted. Docked at Alpha Space Station, the fleet stood in orderly formation, their dark hulls glistening with purple luminescent points, creating a magnificent spectacle. A representative from the Federation headquarters arrived for inspection, and upon witnessing the retrofitted vessels, could not help but exclaim, "This is a milestone in the history of interstellar ships. The current strength of the Hope fleet is sufficient to confront any threat." Standing on the bridge of the Galaxy, Lin Feng gazed at the fleet data displayed on the screen and addressed his companions. "The retrofit is merely the first step. Our mission remains unaccomplished." The Federation headquarters sent a message reporting the discovery of a new colony of stardust disease patients at the edge of the Galaxy, where the afflicted had yet to receive treatment. Immediate rescue was imperative. Su Qing retrieved information on the colony. It was situated near the Mist Nebula, where the interference from the nebula was intense, rendering conventional ship radars ineffective. However, our composite material could absorb the interference energy from the nebula, perfectly equipping us for the task. Lin Yu had prepared medical supplies. The medical bay housed 500,000 doses of the improved medication along with 20 stellar core particle therapy chambers, sufficient to cure all patients. Duo also wished to accompany them, expressing her desire to illustrate for the children there, bringing them hope. Lin Feng nodded, Addressing all crew members through the communicator, set sail. Destination, the Mist Nebula. Let us utilize our retrofitted fleet to bring salvation to more people. All 15 ships of the Hope fleet simultaneously ignited their engines, their dark hulls radiating a purple halo of stellar core dark energy as they gradually departed from Alpha Space Station, heading toward the Mist Nebula. Within the bridge, Lin Feng gazed out at the starry sea, filled with anticipation. Chapter 114. Interference of the Mist Nebula and the colony's predicament. As the Hope fleet penetrated the Mist Nebula, the dark hulls immediately shimmered with purple points of light. The stellar core dark matter composite material actively absorbing the interference energy from the nebula, causing the snowflake patterns on the control console to gradually dissipate. With the radar resuming normal function, Su Qing focused intently on the screen, her fingers dancing across the keyboard. The interference intensity of the nebula is 30 higher than anticipated, but the absorption efficiency of the composite material remains stable, allowing us to maintain normal cruising speed. We expect to reach the colony in approximately 2 hours. Lin Feng stood by the bridge window, observing the swirling gray nebula, where tiny ice crystals floated amidst the clouds, occasionally illuminated by faint blue lightning that sliced through the darkness, resembling a slumbering realm of chaos. Ensure all ships remain vigilant. The Mist Nebula may harbor remnants of war's treacherous reefs. Avoid collisions, he cautioned through the communicator, then turned to Su Qing. Are you clear on the specific conditions of the colony? How many patients require treatment? Su Qing accessed detailed records. The colony is called Morningstar Valley. Established 30 years ago by Stardust disease patients and refugees following the Interstellar Resource War. According to data relayed by the Federation's probes, the colony houses approximately 5,000 individuals, of whom 2,000 suffer from Stardust disease, with 100 in critical late-stage condition. The situation is dire. Moreover, the colony is devoid of energy shields, frequently besieged by ice crystal storms from a nebula, resulting in severe structural damage to their dwellings. Lin Yu's voice emerged from the medical bay. I have assembled 10 medical teams, each comprising 2 medical personnel, 1 directional ablation device, and 1 0 doses of medication. Upon our arrival, we will first establish a temporary medical station to prioritize treatment for late-stage patients, gradually attending to the others. 2 hours later, the Hope fleet traversed the Mist Nebula, the outline of Morningstar Valley coming into view. It was a colony built upon the surface of an asteroid, with most structures constructed from the remnants of derelict ships, the gray metal shells marred by ice crystal impacts, and only a few buildings flickered with weak lights, resembling fireflies in the darkness. Attempt to establish communication with the colony, Lin Feng commanded. Su Qing adjusted the communicator, and after a few seconds, a raspy voice replied. This is Morningstar Valley. Who are you? Are you from the Federation? We are the Hope Fleet, here to treat Stardust disease and provide assistance. Lin Feng responded through the communicator. The other party fell silent for a few seconds before an eruption of excited cries followed. Really? We have awaited this day for 30 long years. The ice crystal storm is imminent. Hurry inside. Old Zhao maneuvered the Star River, gradually approaching the docking area of the settlement, which consisted of a flat metallic platform capable of accommodating only 3 vessels. First, let the Hope and Guardian ships dock to unload medical supplies and construction materials, while the other vessels remain on alert around the perimeter to guard against the ice crystal storm. Once the ships were secured, Lin Feng, accompanied by Lin Yu and the medical team, traversed the docking corridor into Morningstar Valley. As they exited the passage, a gust of frigid wind assailed them, carrying tiny ice crystals that stung their faces painfully. A middle-aged man clad in tattered protective gear approached. His complexion was pallid, and he breathed with difficulty, clearly suffering from Stardust disease. I am Old Chun, the head of Morningstar Valley. We are grateful for your arrival. The late-stage patients are in the central building, and they are on the brink of collapse. Following Old Chun, Lin Feng entered the central building, a hall constructed from the remnants of a Federal Nightingale-class medical ship, filled to capacity with patients. Some lay upon cold metallic beds, while others leaned against the walls, their coughs echoing throughout the room. A young girl curled in her mother's arms, her complexion an alarming shade of blue and her breaths feeble. Lin Yu rushed over, employing a detection device to examine her. Lung crystallization rate at 85. Immediate treatment is imperative. The medical team swiftly established a temporary medical station, setting up the directional ablation device and the star core particle therapy chamber. Lin Yu injected the modified serum into the girl, activating the ablation device. A blue beam descended upon her lungs, and the crystallization rate displayed on the screen began to decline slowly. 80, 75, 70. Half an hour later, the rate fell to 30, and the girl's breathing stabilized, her complexion regaining its color. Wonderful. She has survived. The girl's mother embraced Lin Yu with overwhelming emotion, tears streaming down her face. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding patients gathered, their eyes alight with hope. As the medical team busied themselves, Su Qing suddenly dashed in. Lin Feng. Radar has detected the ice crystal storm approaching, expected to arrive in 10 minutes. The storm's intensity is double that of a normal one. The settlement's structures will be utterly inadequate. Without hesitation, Lin Feng commanded, all crew members, assist the residents in evacuating to the cabins of the Hope and Guardian ships immediately. Old Zhao, deploy the dark energy shield of the Star River to encompass the entire settlement and shield us from the ice crystal storm. The crew and residents sprang into action, aiding the elderly and infirm as they hurried toward the vessels. Old Zhao maneuvered the Star River, activating the dark energy shield, a pale purple barrier radiating from the ship's hull, enveloping the entirety of Morningstar Valley. 10 minutes later, the ice crystal storm arrived as predicted. Countless basketball-sized ice crystals pelting the shield like a torrential downpour, creating ripples across its surface but failing to breach it. The storm's intensity is rising. The shield's energy reserves are depleting. Lin Feng observed the energy data on the screen and suddenly recalled the active absorption feature of the composite material. Su Qing, adjust the Star River's composite material energy absorption mode to maximum. Absorb the energy from the ice crystal storm to replenish the shield's power. Su Qing promptly calibrated the control panel. The hull of the Star River shimmered with bright purple luminescence as it began to actively absorb the storm's energy. The shield's energy reserves not only ceased their decline, but began to rise gradually, climbing from 80 to 85, 90, 95. It's effective. Suin exclaimed. The storm's energy is being absorbed by the composite material and converted into power for the shield. We can sustain this until the storm subsides. Chapter 30. Rebuilding Morningstar Valley and New Discoveries. The ice crystal storm persisted for 3 hours, and when it finally subsided, although some structures in Morningstar Valley were damaged, all residents had safely evacuated to the ships, with no injuries reported. Old Chen stood on the bridge of the Star River, gazing out at the settlement, protected by the shield, and exclaimed excitedly to Lin Feng, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, at least half of the population would have perished in this storm." Lin Feng smiled and replied, "This is our duty. Next, we shall assist you in rebuilding Morningstar Valley, constructing energy shields so you need not fear the ice crystal storm again." In the following week, the crew of the Hope Fleet and the residents of Morningstar Valley united in reconstruction efforts. Old Zhao led the repair team, utilizing star crystal alloy plates and star-core dark matter composite materials to erect a massive energy shield generator for the settlement. This generator could generate a pale purple shield encompassing all of Morningstar Valley and could absorb energy from the nebula, achieving self-sufficiency. Meanwhile, Lin Yu's medical team continued treating patients, attending to 200 individuals daily, reducing the number of late-stage patients from 100 to just 10, with all patients' conditions under control. Duo 2 remained industrious, bringing her art supplies daily to paint for the settlement's children, teaching them about the celestial bodies and ships in the cosmos, gradually restoring smiles to their faces. One day, while patrolling the outskirts of Morningstar Valley with Old Chen, Lin Feng unexpectedly discovered a cave hidden behind the rocks. "What lies within?" Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. Old Chen shook his head. "I do not know. We have never ventured inside. The cave radiates intense radiation. An ordinary protective gear cannot approach." Lin Feng immediately instructed Su Qing to bring a radiation detector to the cave's entrance. The detector indicated that the radiation levels within the cave were 5 times the safety threshold. However, the protective suit made from star-core dark matter composite could withstand such radiation. "I will explore inside. You wait here." Donning the protective suit and armed with a flashlight, Lin Feng entered the cave. The cave was engulfed in darkness, the beam of his flashlight illuminating the surrounding rock walls, which were adorned with faintly glowing pale blue crystals. After walking approximately 100 meters, Lin Feng arrived at a spacious underground hall. At its center lay a battered pre-war research vessel, emblazoned with the insignia of the Federal 7th Research Fleet, identical to the battleship insignia found in the Barren Star's underground laboratory. "Su Qing, Old Zhao, come quickly. There's a pre-war research ship here." Lin Feng shouted into the communicator, and Su Qing and Old Zhao quickly donned their protective suits and entered the cave. Old Zhao examined the ship's damage with excitement, declaring, the core components of the hull remain intact, particularly the interstellar ecosystem equipment. Though covered in dust, it should still be operational. Meanwhile, Su Qing discovered a well-preserved data terminal in the bridge. She inserted an identity chip, and the terminal screen illuminated, revealing a wealth of pre-war information. One particular document caught Lin Feng's attention: cultivation and application of starcore plants. The document detailed that the Federal 7th Research Fleet had been studying a type of starcore plant capable of thriving in interstellar environments, absorbing starcore particles and dark matter particles, releasing oxygen, and purifying radiation. If cultivated aboard ships or within settlements, it could establish a miniature ecosystem, addressing long-term oxygen supply and radiation issues during interstellar travel. The document also included the location of seed sample storage, situated within the ship's ecological chamber. Starcore plants, Lin Feng exclaimed with enthusiasm. If we can cultivate them, we can establish an ecosystem aboard the Star River and transform Morning Star Valley into a habitable place. Su Qing and Old Zhao promptly proceeded to the ecological chamber, opening the storage cabinet, which contained 100 pale blue seeds. Despite being sealed for 30 years, the seeds retained high vitality. We can cultivate a few seeds in a laboratory at Morning Star Valley to test their growth conditions. Su Qing carefully placed the seeds into a storage box. Upon returning to Morning Star Valley, Lin Feng directed Dr. Zhang's research team to construct a temporary ecological laboratory, planting the starcore seeds in soil infused with starcore particles, controlling temperature and humidity to simulate interstellar conditions. 3 days later, the seeds began to sprout, delicate pale blue shoots emerging from the soil, glimmering with tiny luminous points as they absorbed radiation from the laboratory and released fresh oxygen. We succeeded. The crowd in the laboratory erupted in cheers, with Dr. Zhang holding the detection device, exclaiming, the oxygen output of the starcore plants is 5 times that of ordinary plants, and the radiation purification efficiency has reached 80. As long as we cultivate extensively, we can reduce the radiation levels in Morning Star Valley to safe standards while also providing ample oxygen. Old Chun gazed at the tender green starcore plants, his eyes brimming with hope. From now on, we shall no longer fear radiation or oxygen deficiency. Morning Star Valley can finally transform into a true sanctuary. A week later, the reconstruction of Morning Star Valley was entirely completed. The energy shield generator operated steadily, and the starcore plants were planted in every corner of the settlement, their pale blue leaves shimmering under the sunlight, filling the air with refreshing oxygen. The medical team had also completed the treatment of all patients, with the last terminally ill patient's lung crystallization rate dropping to 5, thus entirely escaping danger. Lin Feng stood in the central square of Morning Star Valley, observing the smiles on the faces of the residents, his heart filled with contentment. Old Chun approached him, presenting Lin Feng with a medal intricately carved from star core crystals, inscribed with the title Guardian of Morning Star Valley. This is the heartfelt gratitude of us all, thanking the Hope Fleet for granting us a new life and home. Lin Feng accepted the medal and replied to Old Chun, it is our mission to safeguard the peace and tranquility of the cosmos. In the future, we shall continue to navigate the starry seas, aiding those in need. Should Morning Star Valley encounter difficulties, do not hesitate to reach out to us. The ships of the Hope Fleet slowly departed from Morning Star Valley, with the residents standing at the docking area, waving farewell. Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Star River, watching the receding Morning Star Valley, where the pale purple shield and the pale blue star core plants glimmered like a radiant morning star, illuminating the misty nebula. Suineproached, handing Lin Feng a new piece of intelligence. The Federal Headquarters has sent word of a suspected prehistoric civilization's ruins located near the heart of the galaxy, which may house more advanced interstellar technology. Should we venture there? Lin Feng gazed at the coordinates of the heart of the galaxy displayed on the screen. His expression resolute. Absolutely. Every new discovery empowers us to better protect this expanse of starry sea. Set sail. Destination: heart of the galaxy. The engines of the Star River emitted a steady rumble, propelling the ships of the Hope Fleet through the misty nebula towards the heart of the galaxy. The dark-hued hull shimmered with a purple star core dark energy aura, like a brilliant star inscribing the tale of hope across the cosmos. Lin Feng understood that the journey ahead would present numerous challenges. Yet as long as the Hope Fleet continued to sail and the flame of hope within their hearts remained unextinguished, they would undoubtedly overcome all adversities, allowing the light of hope to illuminate every corner of the starry sea. Chapter 115. The Gravitational Trap and Entrance of the Heart of the Galaxy. After the Hope Fleet emerged from the misty nebula, they surged towards the heart of the galaxy at full speed. During the 3-day voyage, the star core dark matter composite continuously absorbed stray energy from the interstellar void, replenishing the ship's power, keeping the Star River's engine in optimal condition. Su Qing stood before the control console on the bridge, displaying the star map of the heart of the galaxy. Her brow furrowed. The heart of the galaxy is the gravitational center of the Milky Way, surrounded by 3 neutron stars, with a gravitational field strength 10 times that of normal star regions. Ordinary ships would be torn apart upon entry. We must identify a safe passage. Lin Feng leaned closer to the screen, observing the neutron star orbits marked on the star map. The 3 neutron stars formed a triangular formation around the heart of the galaxy, leaving a narrow gap filled with fine star dust, akin to a hidden silver ribbon. As the federal probe returned detailed data on the gap, he inquired. Su Qing nodded, retrieving the probe data. The gap is approximately 500 meters wide, with a gravitational field strength of 1.3 times that of its surroundings. The composite material's anti-gravity properties should be adequate. However, turbulent gravitational flows exist within the gap, randomly altering the ship's trajectory, necessitating precise control. Old Zhao patted his chest confidently. Rest assured, the Star River's control system has been upgraded, and combined with the composite material's ability to stabilize the ship's structure, I can navigate the fleet through. 2 days later, the Hope fleet arrived at the outskirts of the heart of the galaxy. Through the bridge windows, 3 neutron stars radiating a pale blue luminescence were visible, rotating around a pitch-black central area, where the gravitational field distorted the surrounding light, creating eerie arcs of illumination. All ships, maintain formation and follow the Star River into the gap. Lin Feng commanded over the communicator, as Old Zhao maneuvered the Star River slowly towards the opening. As they entered the gap, the ship began to tremble slightly, and the gravitational data on the control console fluctuated erratically. Gravitational turbulence is upon us. As a red gravitational wave suddenly appeared on the screen, hurtling towards the Star River, Old Zhao promptly adjusted the course and activated the composite material's anti-gravity mode. The purple light points on the ship's surface intensifying, forming an anti-gravity barrier. The gravitational wave grazed the hull, causing the vessel to shake violently for a moment before stabilizing. The anti-gravity performance of the composite material exceeded expectations. Old Zhao exclaimed, continuing to guide the ship through the gap with precision. After 2 hours of careful navigation, the Hope fleet finally traversed the gravitational trap, arriving at the central region of the heart of the galaxy, where no celestial bodies existed. Only a nebula glowing with a soft golden light. At the heart of the nebula floated a colossal circular structure, its surface etched with intricate patterns. Indeed, the remnants of a prehistoric civilization. That is the ruin, Su Qing exclaimed with excitement, magnifying the image. The circular structure has a diameter of approximately 10 kilometers, with a massive circular entrance at its center, shimmering with a faint golden energy membrane. The entrance is sealed by the energy membrane, which must be deciphered to gain entry. Lin Feng instructed Su Qing to analyze the energy structure of the membrane. After adjusting the detection device, Su Qing's expression turned grave. The energy source of the membrane is spatial particles, which can warp space. Conventional weapons cannot breach it. Furthermore, the patterns on the membrane form a code that requires a corresponding method of decryption to unlock. Dr. Zhang's research team quickly arrived, and upon examining the patterns on the screen, one team member's eyes lit up. These patterns closely resemble those found in the interstellar barrier design we discovered in the Desolate Star Laboratory. They are all based on the arrangement principles of spatial particles. Perhaps we can use star core particles to activate the patterns and unlock the entrance. Lin Feng immediately instructed Old Zhao to adjust the star core energy cannon of the Star River, setting the energy intensity to the lowest level and aiming at the patterns on the membrane. A pale purple laser shot forth, striking the patterns, causing them to illuminate instantly, gradually spreading along the trajectory of the laser. Effective, Su Qing shouted, as Dr. Zhang directed Old Zhao to adjust the shooting angle based on the arrangement of the patterns. The laser continued to strike the patterns, the golden lines spreading like vines, eventually covering the entire energy membrane. After half an hour, all patterns glowed brightly, and the membrane emitted a dazzling brilliance before slowly dissipating, revealing the interior of the circular structure. Inside was a vast space, dominated by a towering cylindrical monument, standing 100 meters high, surrounded by 3 transparent energy orbs, within which something appeared to be sealed. Prepare to dispatch the landing pod to enter the ruins. Suing, Old Zhao, Dr. Zhang, and I will go, while Lin Yu remains on the ship to ensure the fleet's safety. Lin Feng commanded. as the four donned protective suits crafted from star core dark matter composite material and boarded the landing pod, heading towards the entrance of the ruins. Chapter 32. The Secrets of the Prehistoric Monument and Breakthroughs in Spatial Technology. The landing pod passed through the entrance of the circular structure, entering the interior space. Here, there was no gravity, and the four floated in the void, gliding towards the central cylindrical monument. The surface of the monument bore the same golden patterns as those on the energy membrane, and at its apex was a circular recess, seemingly designed to hold a specific object. Dr. Zhang produced a detection device and scanned the monument, revealing a wealth of data on the screen. The monument is constructed from an unknown prehistoric material, 10 times harder than the star core dark matter composite, and it houses a substantial amount of spatial particle energy. Su Qing studied the 3 energy orbs surrounding the monument, discovering that each orb contained a small device. The first was a crystal radiating a pale golden light, the second was a circular metallic disc, and the third was a book made from special material. These must be the technological cores left behind by the prehistoric civilization. Lin Feng attempted to touch the energy sphere, and as his fingers approached, the sphere automatically opened, delivering its contents into his hands. He first grasped a pale, golden crystal, which immediately illuminated, projecting a holographic image. In the image, a silhouette clad in a silver protective suit was explaining, "We are the Star Yin civilization. To evade interstellar calamities, we have sealed the core technologies of our civilization within the heart of the galaxy, awaiting the discovery by a wise life form capable of deciphering the spatial particle code." The image elaborated on the purposes of 3 devices. 1. Spatial crystal. It stabilizes spatial structures, creates spatial passages, and enables instantaneous interstellar travel, thereby overcoming the limitations of faster-than-light travel. 2. Star map metal disk. It contains a comprehensive map of the entire galaxy, detailing the locations of 100 habitable planets and 50 prehistoric civilization relics, while also indicating early warning information regarding interstellar disasters. In 100 years, the galaxy will face a dark matter storm that will annihilate all planets and vessels lacking spatial barrier protection. 3. Book of Technologies. This tome records the core technologies of the Star Yin civilization, including the extraction and application of spatial particles, the construction of interstellar ecosystems, and methods to defend against dark matter storms. The text on the pages automatically translates into the reader's familiar language. Dark matter storm. Lin Feng's expression grew grave. Without prior preparation, the entire galaxy would be obliterated in a century. Dr. Zhang perused the Book of Technologies and suddenly exclaimed with excitement. It contains methods for extracting spatial particles. By combining star core particles with dark matter particles, we can generate spatial particles. With minor modifications to our existing equipment, we can achieve this. Furthermore, there is technology for constructing spatial barriers. If we build spatial barriers at various space stations and habitable planets, we can withstand the dark matter storm. Su Qing, holding the star map metal disk. Access data on habitable planets. These planets are rich in resources. We can guide interstellar migration to establish new homes. Additionally, there are 50 prehistoric relics, which may hold even more advanced technologies. Old Zhao was examining the spatial crystal, attempting to activate it with star core energy. The glow on the crystal's surface brightened, casting an image of a spatial passage, the other end leading to a verdant planet. If we can create spatial passages, future rescue and exploration efforts will save a tremendous amount of time. The four returned to the Star River, sharing their discoveries with Lin Yu and the other crew members. Lin Yu gazed at the spatial crystal, her eyes filled with hope. With the technology of spatial passages, we can swiftly reach the locations of the Stardust disease patients and heal more individuals. Lin Feng convened everyone for an urgent meeting. We now have 2 pressing tasks. First, we must modify the star core particle extraction equipment to begin producing spatial particles and create a spatial passage connecting Alpha Space Station and Morningstar Valley to test the stability of the passage. Second, based on the information from the Book of Technologies, we need to design a construction plan for the spatial barrier, contacting the Federation headquarters to establish barriers at various space stations and habitable planets in preparation for the dark matter storm in 100 years. After the meeting concluded, the research team immediately set to work on the equipment modifications. Dr. Zhang led the team, injecting star core particles and dark matter particles in a ratio of 12 into the modified extraction equipment. Upon activation, pale golden spatial particles gradually formed, floating within the container. With a purity of 99, these particles could be utilized to create spatial passages. Old Zhao, following the data from the Book of Technologies, installed a spatial passage generator at the bow of the Star River, embedding the spatial crystal into the generator. Once activated, the spatial crystal released spatial particles, forming a pale, golden spatial passage in front of the ship, the other end connecting to the docking area of Alpha Space Station. Test the spatial passage, Lin Feng commanded, as a small probe vessel traversed the passage. Moments later, Alpha Space Station relayed the message. The probe vessel has safely arrived. The passage is stable, with no spatial distortion. Success. The crew on the bridge erupted in cheers, and Lin Feng looked at the spatial passage, his heart brimming with excitement. From now on, we will no longer be constrained by the limitations of faster-than-light travel. We can instantaneously reach any corner of the galaxy. Simultaneously, upon receiving the spatial barrier design scheme, the Federation headquarters swiftly organized resources to commence construction at various space stations and habitable planets. The spatial barrier at Alpha Space Station was the first to be completed, enveloping the station in a pale, golden shield capable of resisting dark matter particle erosion while also absorbing interstellar energy, achieving self-sufficiency. 1 month later, the initial construction of the spatial passage network was completed. The Hope Fleet utilized the spatial passages to visit 10 locations where Stardust disease patients resided, healing over 50,000 individuals. The habitable planets marked on the star map metal disk welcomed their first batch of interstellar migrants, who began cultivating star core plants and constructing homes equipped with spatial barriers, embarking on a new life. One day, Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Star River, observing the expanding network of spatial passages and the progress of the spatial barrier construction on the screen. He said to his companions, "We must not only cure the Stardust disease, but also safeguard the future of the entire galaxy. Though the dark matter storm is formidable, as long as we unite our efforts and utilize the technologies of prehistoric civilizations, we will surely triumph over it." Handing Lin Feng a new relic exploration report. "We have discovered the coordinates of a core laboratory of the Starian civilization on the star map, which may contain detailed data on the dark matter storm and more advanced defense technologies. Should we explore it?" Lin Feng, gazing at the coordinates on the report, replied with determination, "Of course we must. With each new piece of technology, our chances of withstanding the dark matter storm increase. Set sail. Our destination is the core laboratory of the Starian civilization." The engines of the Star River roared to life once more as it vanished through the spatial passage, instantaneously disappearing into the starry domain of the heart of the galaxy. The dark-hued hull shimmered with a violet star core dark energy aura, carrying the mission of the Hope Fleet as they continued their journey through the starry sea. They were not only the redeemers of the Stardust disease patients, but also the guardians of the galaxy's future, erecting an indomitable barrier with hope and technology in this celestial expanse. Chapter 116. The Spatial Labyrinth of the Starian Laboratory and Dark Matter Storm Data. Through the spatial passage, the Hope Fleet instantaneously arrived at the star domain, housing the core laboratory of the Starian civilization. This area was enveloped by a pale blue nebula, within which floated a semi-transparent spherical structure adorned with flowing silver patterns. The Starian Laboratory. Su Qing accessed the data from the probe, her tone grave. "There is a spatial labyrinth surrounding the laboratory that will continually distort the surrounding space, causing ships to lose their correct bearings. If we mistakenly enter the wrong area, we will be teleported to an unknown star domain." Lin Feng observed the ever-shifting spatial coordinates on the screen, recalling the concept of spatial anchor points mentioned in the Book of Technologies. The book states that the structures of the Starian civilization are equipped with spatial anchor points. If we can locate these anchor points, we could decipher the spatial labyrinth. Su Qing used the spatial crystal to detect the spatial fluctuations around us. The fluctuations at the anchor points should differ from those in other areas. Immediately, Su Qing activated the spatial crystal, its surface glowing with a pale golden light as it projected a detection wave. A few minutes later, 3 stable spatial fluctuation points appeared on the screen, arranged in a triangular formation around the laboratory. Found them. 3 spatial anchor points. If we position the Star River, Hope, and Guardian at these points, we can stabilize the space and open a passage into the laboratory. Old Zhao maneuvered the Star River toward the first anchor point, while Hope and Guardian headed for the other 2. Upon reaching the anchor points, the dark matter composite material on the surfaces of the 3 vessels resonated with the anchor points, emitting a dazzling interplay of purple and gold light. The spatial labyrinth surrounding the laboratory began to stabilize, and a pale golden passage extended from the surface of the laboratory, connecting to the docking bay of the Star River. "The passage is stable. We can enter." Lin Feng led Su Qing, Old Zhao, and Dr. Zhang into the landing pod, traversing the passage and entering the interior of the laboratory. The interior of the laboratory is a vast circular expanse, adorned with transparent experimental pods that house specimens from the star Yuan civilization. Within these capsules reside luminescent extraterrestrial flora, glimmering metallic components, and containers filled with a pale blue liquid. At the heart of the space lies an immense holographic projection platform, upon which intricate streams of data float, simulating a model of the dark matter storm. Dr. Zhang immediately approaches the platform, extracting the data. This presents the detailed parameters of the dark matter storm. The storm is traveling at 3 times the speed of light, encompassing the entirety of the Milky Way, and is set to persist for a decade, during which it will unleash a copious amount of dark matter particles capable of penetrating ordinary energy shields. Only spatial barriers can withstand it. Lin Feng gazes at the simulation model as the dark matter storm emerges from the fringes of the galaxy, resembling a colossal black wave surging towards the heart of the Milky Way, devouring planets and spacecraft in its wake. Is there a weakness in the storm? Can we construct stronger spatial barriers at that weak point to mitigate the storm's ferocity? Dr. Zhang peruses the data on the projection platform, and suddenly his eyes brighten. Yes. After its formation, the storm will create a fissure in the Orion arm, approximately 1 light-year wide, which serves as a zone of diminished energy. If we construct 10 super-large spatial barrier generators at this fissure, we can divert the storm's energy, thereby reducing its impact on the interior of the galaxy. Meanwhile, old Zhao, in a corner of the laboratory, discovers a colossal device designed to enhance spatial barriers. The device's main body is a cylindrical metallic canister, its surface etched with golden patterns, and the adjacent control panel contains detailed operational instructions. This apparatus can amplify the energy intensity of spatial barriers, boosting their storm resistance capabilities by 3-fold. We can replicate this device and install it on various spatial barrier generators. Su Qing, within the experimental pod, uncovers an optimization plan for the interstellar ecosystem of the star Yuan civilization. The plan suggests that by combining star core plants with spatial particle soil, we can enable the plants to thrive in extreme environments while releasing spatial particle oxygen, further enhancing the stability of the spatial barriers. With this proposal, we can cultivate star core plants on habitable planets on a grand scale, simultaneously providing oxygen and supporting the spatial barriers. Just as the 4 are gathering data, the laboratory suddenly shakes violently, and metallic panels from the ceiling begin to detach. What is happening? Lin Feng shouts, while Su Qing activates a detector. The stability time of the spatial maze is nearly up. We have only 10 minutes, or we will be transported to an unknown star region by the maze. The 4 immediately hasten their efforts. Dr. Zhang saves the data on the dark matter storm and the design schematics for the spatial barrier enhancement device onto a chip. Old Zhao dismantles the core components of the device, and Su Qing copies the materials of the interstellar ecosystem optimization plan onto a terminal. 5 minutes later, armed with the gathered data and components, they board the landing craft to return to the Star River. As the landing craft enters the Star River, the surrounding space maze begins to warp anew, the pale golden corridor vanishing, and the laboratory is once again enveloped by nebulae. Thankfully, we made it out just in time. Old Zhao wipes the sweat from his brow, piloting the Star River through the spatial corridor towards the Alpha Space Station. Chapter 34. The construction of super-large spatial barriers and the establishment of the Interstellar Alliance. Upon returning to the Alpha Space Station, Lin Feng convenes an emergency meeting, informing the Federation headquarters and core members of the Hope Fleet about the discoveries made in the Star Yuan laboratory. The representatives from the Federation headquarters scrutinize the simulated data of the dark matter storm, their expressions grave. 100 years may seem like an eternity. Yet constructing 10 super-large spatial barrier generators demands substantial resources and time. We must act immediately. Lin Feng nods and proposes a plan. I suggest we advance in 3 stages. First, concentrate all resources to construct 10 super-large spatial barrier generators at the fissure in the Orion arm, which is expected to take 50 years. Second, install spatial barrier enhancement devices on various habitable planets and space stations, while optimizing the cultivation of star core plants, projected to require 30 years. Third, establish an interstellar alliance to unite all civilizations within the Milky Way in a collective effort to confront the dark matter storm and ensure the smooth progression of our plans. The representatives from the Federation headquarters promptly express their support. The Federation will mobilize all shipyards and research institutions to participate in the construction of the super-large spatial barrier generators. Simultaneously, we shall reach out to other civilizations within the Milky Way, inviting them to join the Interstellar Alliance. In the ensuing decade, A massive construction fervor sweeps across the Milky Way. The Hope Fleet, as the central force, coordinates the resources and technologies of various civilizations. Lin Feng leads the team in selecting sites within the fissure of the Orion Arm for the construction of the 10 super-large spatial barrier generators. Su Qing utilizes the spatial corridor network to transport construction materials and equipment from various civilizations to the construction site, saving a significant amount of time. Old Zhao heads the engineering team, modifying construction equipment based on the technology from the Star Yuan laboratory to enhance the efficiency of the generator's construction. Lin Yu is responsible for promoting the cultivation of star core plants on habitable planets, establishing an interstellar ecosystem to provide auxiliary energy for the spatial barriers. Dr. Zhang's research team continually optimizes the technology of the spatial barriers, enhancing their storm resistance capabilities to 5 times their original strength. 10 years later, the first super-large spatial barrier generator is completed in the Orion Arm. The generator stands at a height of 1,000 meters. Constructed entirely from star core, dark matter composite materials, and prehistoric substances. The apex of the spatial crystal emits a soft golden glow, and upon activation, a pale golden spatial barrier extends from the generator, resembling a colossal wall that spans across the fissure in the Orion Arm. Lin Feng stands beside the generator, observing the barrier data on the screen. The energy intensity of the barrier meets expectations, capable of withstanding the impact of the dark matter storm. Next, we must accelerate the construction of the remaining 9 generators while simultaneously expanding the scale of the Interstellar Alliance. As the super-large spatial barrier generators are successively completed, other civilizations within the Milky Way eagerly join the Interstellar Alliance. The Alliance establishes its headquarters at the Alpha Space Station, with Lin Feng elected as the Alliance chairman, responsible for coordinating all affairs related to confronting the dark matter storm. On this day, the Interstellar Alliance convenes a General Assembly, with Lin Feng standing at the podium, surveying the representatives from various civilizations below. Currently, 6 of the 10 super-large spatial barrier generators have been completed, with the remaining 4 expected to be finished in 20 years. Additionally, the spatial barrier enhancement devices on each habitable planet have also been installed, and the area dedicated to the cultivation of star core plants has reached 10 billion hectares. We are prepared to face the dark matter storm. The hall erupts in enthusiastic applause, and a representative from the Sirius civilization rises, their voice filled with emotion. We extend our gratitude to the Hope Fleet and the Interstellar Alliance. Without your efforts, we would have remained oblivious to the threat of the dark matter storm and ill-equipped to respond. In the future, we will fully support the work of the Alliance to safeguard the Milky Way together. After the meeting concludes, Lin Feng stands in the command tower of the Alpha Space Station, gazing out at the sea of stars. The network of spatial corridors resembles golden ribbons connecting all corners of the Milky Way, while the super-large spatial barrier generators shimmer in the Orion Arm like 10 beacons guarding the galaxy. The star core plants on the habitable planets radiate a soft blue glow, draping the planets in a beautiful veil. Su Qing approaches, handing Lin Feng a report. The construction progress of the last 4 super-large spatial barrier generators has advanced by 5 years, and they are expected to be fully completed in 15 years. Furthermore, we have discovered another relic of the star Yuan civilization in the Andromeda Galaxy, which may contain technology capable of completely eliminating the dark matter storm. Lin Feng studies the coordinates of the relics in the report, his gaze resolute. Once all the generators are completed, we shall embark on an expedition to explore the relics in the Andromeda Galaxy. Regardless of how terrifying the dark matter storm may be, we must find a definitive solution to it, ensuring everlasting peace for the Milky Way. The engine of the Star River once again roared to life, propelling the fleet of Hope through the spatial corridor towards the Andromeda Galaxy. The dark-hued hull shimmered with a violet halo of dark matter energy, resembling a radiant star, as it continued its journey across the sea of stars. Lin Feng understood that the path ahead was fraught with further challenges, yet as long as the Interstellar Alliance remained united and the light of hope endured, they would undoubtedly triumph over the dark matter storms, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this starry expanse, ensuring that the name of hope resounded throughout every corner of the Milky Way. Chapter 117. The Storm of the Andromeda Ruins, Core, an Unexpected Crisis. Upon the fleet's arrival at the Andromeda Galaxy via the interstellar corridor, the breathtaking vista astonished everyone. The nebulae of this star region exhibited an extraordinary intertwining of 2 colors, with pale purple and light golden gas clouds entwined, resembling a flowing cosmic tapestry. Su Qing activated the probe data, her fingers gliding swiftly over the console, The starry ruins lie at the center of the Gemini ring, where two white dwarf stars orbit each other. The gravitational field will disrupt the spatial corridor, necessitating our docking at a distance of 100,000 kilometers from the ruins, from which we will proceed via the landing module. Old Zhao maneuvered the star river to gradually decelerate, the dark matter composite material on the hull actively resisting the gravitational pull of the white dwarfs, while the gravitational data displayed on the console stabilized. Once all vessels were docked, the landing module was prepared. After reporting, Old Zhao glanced at Lin Feng, asking, "Are we foregoing this time as well?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied. "Lin, you will remain on the ship to coordinate the fleet and monitor the gravitational fluctuations of the white dwarfs to prevent any unforeseen circumstances." Lin Feng nodded, and then he, along with Su Qing, Old Zhao, and Dr. Zhang donned enhanced protective suits, which incorporated spatial particles capable of withstanding the intense radiation of the white dwarfs. The four boarded the landing module, heading towards the heart of the Gemini ring. As the landing module traversed the bicolored nebula, the outline of the starry ruins gradually became distinct. It was a structure shaped like an inverted cone, with a base diameter of approximately 5 kilometers, topped by a golden glowing cylindrical device. The surface of the building was etched with patterns reminiscent of the starry laboratory, yet interwoven with faint purple trails of dark matter particles. That cylindrical device could very well be the core technology capable of neutralizing dark matter storms. Dr. Zhang excitedly pointed at the screen as the landing module approached the ruins. The cylindrical device atop the structure suddenly illuminated, emitting a pale purple beam towards the module. Instantly, the control system of the landing module malfunctioned, and it began to plummet towards the interior of the ruins. "What is happening?" Lin Feng shouted, while Su Qing urgently adjusted the backup systems. "The beam is a dark matter traction wave, capable of interfering with mechanical devices. We can only control it manually." Drawing upon his extensive piloting experience, Old Zhao manually adjusted the landing module's trajectory, deftly avoiding rocky obstacles within the ruins, ultimately making a crash landing on a flat platform. As the four exited the landing module, they discovered themselves in a vast underground space, at the center of which stood a circular altar. Upon the altar rested a translucent crystal container, within which lay a pale purple sphere, its surface teeming with flowing dark matter particles, the core of the dark matter storm neutralizer. Dr. Zhang immediately employed a scanner on the crystal container. The container is crafted from the space-time crystal of the starry civilization. It requires activation with both spatial crystals and star core particles to be opened and retrieve the neutralizing core. Lin Feng placed a spatial crystal into the altar's recess, while Su Qing calibrated her portable star core energy emitter, directing its energy toward the container. As the golden radiance of the spatial crystal converged with the violet glow of the star core energy upon the container, the etched patterns on its surface began to illuminate gradually, slowly opening, with the pale purple neutralizing core suspended above the altar. "We did it!" Old Zhao reached out to grasp the core, when suddenly the entire underground space began to tremble violently. Fissures opened in the ground surrounding the altar, and dark matter energy surged forth from the crevices. "This is bad. The ruined self-protection system has activated," Suin exclaimed, her face pale as she consulted the scanner. "The gravitational field of the white dwarfs has triggered the protective mechanism. This place will collapse in 15 minutes, and we must leave with the neutralizing core immediately." Dr. Zhang hastily secured the neutralizing core into a specialized energy container, and the four promptly returned to the landing module. However, at that moment, the module's engine had been damaged by the dark matter traction waves and would not start. The core components of the engine were broken and required replacement. Old Zhao inspected it and discovered that the backup parts were also damaged during the crash landing, and they could only temporarily repair it using the dark matter composite material, which would take at least 10 minutes. Lin Feng, gazing at the continuously collapsing ceiling, instructed Su Qing, "You and Dr. Zhang take the neutralizing core and evacuate via the passage we came through. Old Zhao and I will repair the landing module and follow shortly." Su Qing attempted to argue, but Lin Feng firmly asserted, "This is an order. The neutralizing core pertains to the safety of the entire Milky Way. We cannot afford any mishaps." Reluctantly, Su Qing and Dr. Zhang took the energy container and swiftly retreated along the passage. Old Zhao then retrieved his tools, cutting a replacement part for the engine from the dark matter composite material, while Lin Feng assisted in securing it. 10 minutes later, the landing module's engine was finally repaired. By this time, half of the underground space's ceiling had collapsed, dark matter energy permeating the air. "Hurry!" Lin Feng activated the landing module, while Old Zhao navigated through the fallen rocks towards the passage entrance. As the module burst forth from the ruins, they encountered Su Qing and Dr. Zhang, who had made contact with the Star River and were waiting in a small rescue craft outside the ruins. The four boarded the rescue vessel and headed towards the Star River. At that moment, the starry ruins succumbed to the dual forces of the gravitational field of the white dwarfs and its self-protection mechanism, collapsing entirely into a mound of rubble. Fortunately, we got out just in time. Dr. Zhang exhaled in relief, tightly clutching the energy container containing the neutralizing core as he glanced back at the ruins. Chapter 36. Testing the neutralizing core and the premature arrival of the dark matter storm. Upon returning to the Star River, Lin Feng immediately organized a research team to study the neutralizing core of the dark matter storm. Dr. Zhang placed the core into a specialized experimental chamber and accessed the technological data of the starry civilization. The principle of a neutralizing core is to release dark matter neutralizing particles that counteract the dark matter particles within the storm, thus dissipating its energy. However, to activate the core, a substantial amount of spatial particles and star core particles is required as an energy source. We must construct a neutralizing core launch tower to disseminate the neutralizing particles throughout the entire Milky Way. Lin Feng promptly contacted the Interstellar Alliance, commanding the construction of a neutralizing core launch tower at the heart of the galaxy. The Alliance mobilized 5,000 engineers and 100 transport ships to convey construction materials through the spatial corridor to the heart of the galaxy. Old Zhao led the engineering team, integrating starry technology with existing equipment, and within just 5 years, they erected a 5,000-meter-tall launch tower. The tower was constructed from dark matter composite material and space-time crystals, topped with an energy emitter for the neutralizing core, surrounded by 10 spatial particle generators to provide continuous energy to the core. On the day of the test, representatives from all civilizations within the Milky Way observed the procedure via holographic projection. Lin Feng stood in the control room of the launch tower, monitoring the energy data on the screen. Attention all units, the countdown to activate the neutralizing core begins in 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown concluded, Lin Feng pressed the activation button and the energy emitter at the top of the tower illuminated, releasing pale, purple, neutralizing particles that surged forth like a colossal beam of light, reaching every corner of the Milky Way. Dr. Zhang's research team monitored the dispersion of the neutralizing particles. They spread at 5 times the speed of light, projected to cover the entire Milky Way in 3 months. Moreover, the stability of the particles was exceptional, capable of persisting in interstellar space for a century. The representatives watching the test erupted into enthusiastic applause, with the representative from the Sirius civilization exclaiming with excitement, "With the neutralizing core, we shall no longer fear the dark matter storms." The peace of the Milky Way is finally secured. As everyone basked in the euphoria of the moment, Su Qing suddenly burst into the control room, her expression grave. The Federal Detector has transmitted urgent data. The dark matter storm has arrived ahead of schedule. It has come 30 years earlier than anticipated and is now at the edge of the Milky Way, expected to reach the Orion Arm in 1 month. The smiles of all present instantly froze. Lin Feng immediately called up the detector data. On the screen, a black storm was advancing towards the Milky Way at 3 times the speed of light, devouring interstellar matter in its wake. How could it have arrived so early? Lin Feng's brows furrowed, while Dr. Zhang reviewed the archives of Xi'an civilization and suddenly stumbled upon an overlooked note. The arrival time of the dark matter storm is influenced by supernova explosions. If a supernova occurs at the edge of the Milky Way, it accelerates the formation of the storm. Indeed, a supernova explosion had occurred at the edge of the Milky Way. 3 months prior, we had detected it, but we never anticipated it would affect the dark matter storm. Su Qing added, as the atmosphere in the control room grew tense. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and commanded, "Activate the emergency plan. First, accelerate the spread of the neutralizing particles, setting the energy of the spatial particle generator to maximum, ensuring that neutralizing particles cover the Orion Arm within 15 days. Second, activate all super-large spatial barrier generators to reinforce barrier energy, slowing the storm's advance. Third, notify the residents of all habitable planets to enter underground shelters and prepare for protective measures." The members of the Interstellar Alliance immediately sprang into action, adjusting the energy of the spatial particle generators to maximum, increasing the spread of neutralizing particles to 10 times the speed of light, and activating all 10 super-large spatial barrier generators in the Orion Arm. 10 faint golden barriers coalesced into a formidable wall as the residents of various habitable planets, organized by the Interstellar Alliance, orderly entered the underground shelters. The spatial particles released by the star core plants provided ample oxygen supply for the shelters. 15 days later, the neutralizing particles successfully covered the Orion arm. At that moment, the dark matter storm reached the edge of the Orion arm, colliding with the faint golden spatial barrier, causing ripples to spread across its surface. The neutralizing particles and dark matter particles counteracted each other at the barrier, gradually thinning the black storm. Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Star River, observing the monitoring data on the screen. The effect of the neutralizing particles exceeded expectations. The storm's energy was being neutralized, and the pressure on the spatial barrier was decreasing. Su Qing then displayed monitoring footage from other regions of the Milky Way. The neutralizing particles were rapidly covering the entire galaxy, expected to be fully implemented in 5 days, at which point the dark matter storm would be completely eradicated. 5 days later, the neutralizing particles finally enveloped the entire Milky Way. Under their influence, the dark matter storm gradually dissipated, its black region shrinking until it vanished entirely from interstellar space. Civilizations throughout the Milky Way erupted in jubilation, as people emerged from their underground shelters to gaze upon the clear, starry sky, cheering with joy. The Interstellar Alliance held a celebration at Alpha Space Station, where Lin Feng stood at the podium, addressing representatives from various civilizations with fervent emotion. Today, we have triumphed over the dark matter storm and safeguarded the peace of the Milky Way. This is not solely my achievement, but the culmination of the collective efforts of all members of the Interstellar Alliance. In the future, we shall continue to explore the uncharted seas of the stars, utilizing technology and hope to forge a brighter tomorrow. Thunderous applause erupted from the audience as Su Qing, Old Zhao, Lin Yu, and Dr. Zhang stood beside Lin Feng, gazing out at the dazzling sea of stars with expressions of satisfaction. The engine of the Star River emitted a steady roar as it continued its voyage through the starry expanse, carrying the mission of the Hope Fleet. They were not merely guardians of the Milky Way, but pioneers of cosmic exploration, illuminating every corner of the universe with the light of hope. Chapter 118. Clues to the origin of the Xi'an civilization and the dawn of interstellar exploration. 3 years after the dark matter storm dissipated, the Milky Way experienced an unprecedented era of peace. On various habitable planets, star core plants flourished, their light blue leaves shimmering in the sunlight, while the network of spatial pathways tightly connected different civilizations, leading to increasingly frequent interstellar trade and cultural exchanges. Alpha Space Station became the central hub of the Milky Way, with ships from diverse civilizations docking daily, and peace radiated from the faces of the people. One day, in the research chamber of the Star River, Dr. Zhang hurried towards Lin Feng with a newly deciphered document on the Xi'an civilization's origins. Lin Feng, we have discovered clues to the origin of the Xi'an civilization in the energy trajectory data of the neutralization core. The document mentions their home planet, Xi'an Prime, located in the Triangulum constellation's Silver Crown region, where the most complete technological repository of the Xi'an civilization is preserved, and it may even contain the ultimate plan for interstellar migration. Lin Feng accepted the document, his gaze falling on the coordinates marked on the star map. The Triangulum constellation was approximately 3 million light-years from the Milky Way, one of the closest galaxies to it. The challenges of interstellar exploration were far greater than before. The interstellar environment of the Triangulum constellation was unknown and could harbor celestial bodies with gravitational forces stronger than white dwarfs. Could our ships withstand such forces? He looked towards Old Zhao. Old Zhao chuckled, patting the control console beside him. The Star River has long been upgraded. We have modified the ship's structure and engine system using Xi'an's time-space crystals and star-core dark matter composite materials. The current Star River can resist the gravitational pull of neutron stars and create stable spatial pathways for interstellar travel, capable of carrying a small fleet of up to 5 ships. Su Qing added, we have also upgraded the detectors to detect hazardous celestial bodies from 1 million kilometers away, and optimized the spatial particle collection system to ensure energy supply during interstellar travel. Lin Yu's medical team had also prepared, developing interstellar adaptation medications to help crew members adjust to different gravitational and atmospheric environments. Lin Feng looked at his companions, filled with emotion. From the Dark Star battle to resisting the dark matter storm, they had always fought side by side, and now they were about to embark on a new journey of exploration. Then let us prepare. 3 days later, the Star River, Hope, and Guardian formed an exploration fleet heading to the Triangulum constellation. Lin Yu would remain at Alpha Space Station, coordinating the daily affairs of the Interstellar Alliance, with regular updates sent back through the spatial pathways. 3 days later, The docking port of Alpha Space Station was bustling with activity, as representatives from various civilizations gathered to send off the exploration fleet. Old Chun brought residents from Morningstar Valley, holding a banner that read "Long live the Star River. May hope endure," while representatives from the Sirius civilization presented a star map carved from rare crystal, marking known safe routes to the Triangulum constellation. Lin Feng stood on the bridge of the Star River, speaking into the communicator. "Thank you for your support. We will carry the hopes of the Milky Way, exploring the unknown seas of stars and seeking the origins of the Xian civilization, bringing back advanced technologies for the Interstellar Alliance. Set sail." The engine of the Star River roared to life, its dark hull shimmering with intertwining hues of purple and gold, leading the charge into the spatial pathway, with Hope and Guardian closely following. Within the spatial pathway, a soft golden light enveloped the ships, while the starry expanse outside rapidly receded like a flowing river of light. 7 days later, the exploration fleet arrived at the outskirts of the Triangulum constellation. The nebula here was a deep indigo hue, denser than those in the Milky Way, while distant stars emitted a soft crimson glow, resembling burning gemstones. Su Qing called up the detector data, her brow furrowed. 1,000,000 kilometers ahead, there is a dark matter nebula, with a concentration of dark matter 5 times that of the Milky Way, which will interfere with the stability of the spatial pathway. We need to take a detour. Old Zhao maneuvered the Star River, adjusting the course towards the edge of the dark matter nebula. Just then, the detector suddenly blared an alarm, and the screen displayed a swarm of rapidly moving light points. 10 unfamiliar ships, sleek in design, their hulls glimmering with dark green light, were heading towards the exploration fleet. Unidentified ships were approaching. Silence in response to our communication requests may imply hostility. Suing Xiaotif. Lin Feng immediately commanded, "Initiate combat preparations. All ships activate dark energy shields, adjust the angles of the stellar core energy cannons, and prepare for defense." As the unidentified vessels approached the exploration team, now merely 100,000 kilometers away, they abruptly unleashed dark green energy beams directed at the Hope. The dark energy shield of the Hope flared to life as the energy beams struck, creating ripples across its surface. Old Zhao swiftly maneuvered the Galaxy to shield the Hope, simultaneously firing the stellar core energy cannon. A pale purple beam surged towards the nearest unidentified vessel, striking it and instantly dimming the dark green luminescence on its hull. Their ships boasted formidable defenses, but the stellar core energy cannon could inflict damage. Old Zhao exclaimed with excitement. While Su Qing rapidly analyzed the energy signals from the unidentified vessels, these ships harness energy derived from dark matter, bearing similarities to the technology of the Obsidian organization. Yet more advanced, they may belong to the indigenous civilization of the Triangulum Galaxy. Lin Feng gazed at the unidentified vessels on the screen, suddenly recalling records from the Star Yin archives. The Star Yin civilization had encountered a species known as the Dark Star Clan during their migrations, who relied on dark matter for energy, exhibiting a cautious disposition but refraining from initiating attacks on foreign civilizations. Cease fire. Suing. Attempt to communicate with them using the Star Yin civilization's signal patterns. The records indicate this is a friendly signal recognized by the Dark Star Clan. Without delay, Su Qing summoned the Star Yin patterns and transmitted them through the energy emitter. Minutes later, the unidentified vessels halted their assault, and the leading ship emitted a soft green signal. After Su Qing's analysis, a smile illuminated her face. They're a patrol team from the Dark Star Clan, initially mistaking us for adversaries. Now they understand our friendly intentions and invite us to their home planet, Dark Star Fortress. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and addressed his companions. It seems our journey through the Triangulum Galaxy has taken an unexpected turn. The galaxy followed the vessels of the Dark Star Clan toward Dark Star Fortress, as indigo nebulae drifted gracefully outside the window, heralding new adventures and discoveries awaiting them. Chapter 38. The Star Yin Legacy of the Dark Star Clan and a New Mission. The exploration team trailed behind the vessels of the Dark Star Clan, traversing the indigo-hued dark matter nebula. The outline of Dark Star Fortress gradually emerged. It was a circular city constructed on an asteroid, encircled by 3 layers of dark green energy shields adorned with flowing patterns akin to those of the Dark Star Clan ships. The interior was replete with structures powered by dark matter energy, casting a pale green glow that illuminated the entire asteroid. Upon docking the Galaxy in the harbor of Dark Star Fortress, a middle-aged man clad in dark green protective gear, his forehead marked with pale green patterns, approached. He was Kalen, the leader of the Dark Star Clan. "Welcome, friend from the Milky Way." Kalen's voice resonated through the translator, his tone amiable. "From our ancestors' records, We know that the star Yin civilization once aided us. The star Yin signal you carry is a testament to our friendship. Following Kalin into the council chamber of Dark Star Fortress, Lin Feng observed the walls adorned with intricate murals chronicling the history of the Dark Star clan. A millennium ago, the Dark Star clan suffered severe dark matter pollution, and it was the star Yin civilization that provided us with dark matter purification technology, enabling our survival. Before departing, the star Yin civilization left behind a legacy artifact, stating that one day, those bearing the star Yin patterns would come claim it. This artifact may be linked to our origins. As Kalin spoke, he led the group to a secret chamber within the council hall. In the center of the chamber rested a crystalline pedestal, upon which lay a box emanating a faint golden glow, its surface inscribed with star Yin patterns. Lin Feng placed the spatial crystal atop the box, and the light from the crystal intertwined with that of the box, causing it to slowly open. Inside, a palm-sized metal plate was revealed, engraved with the precise coordinates of the star Yin homeworld and a message from the star Yin civilization. To those who find this artifact, you must protect the star Yin core. It is the key to sustaining the ecological system of the star Yin homeworld and serves as a weapon against the interstellar devourer. The interstellar devourer is about to awaken. Only by combining the star Yin core with dark matter energy can it be vanquished. The interstellar devourer? Doctor? Zhang inquired with a puzzled expression. Kalin's demeanor grew serious as he clarified. This is a cosmic-level catastrophe chronicled by our ancestors. The interstellar devourer is a colossal entity capable of consuming celestial bodies, awakening every 1,000 years and annihilating all civilizations in its path. According to our monitoring, it will awaken in 50 years, targeting the star Yin homeworld first. Lin Feng contemplated the coordinates engraved on the metal plate and recalled the message from the star Yin civilization. Understanding that their exploration journey was not merely about seeking the star Yin origins, but also about undertaking the mission of safeguarding the star Yin core against the interstellar devourer. Leader Kalin, we require your assistance. The Dark Star clan possesses advanced dark matter technology, while we have stellar core particles and spatial technology. Only through our collaboration can we protect the star Yin homeworld and fend off the interstellar devourer. Kalin nodded promptly. We are willing to assist. The Dark Star clan's 10 flagship vessels are prepared to set sail at any moment, and we will dispatch our finest dark matter technology experts to aid you in researching the utilization of the star Yin core. In the week that followed, the exploration team engaged in close collaboration with the Dark Star clan. Their technological experts optimized the galaxy's dark matter energy system, enabling the ship to simultaneously harness stellar core particles and dark matter energy, thereby doubling its combat capabilities. Dr. Zhang's research team, in conjunction with the Dark Star clan's technology, deciphered the energy structure of the star Yin core, discovering that it required the active stimulation of stellar core particles and a stable input of dark matter energy to initiate. On the eve of their departure to the star Yin homeworld, Lin Feng received a message from Lin Yu at the Alpha space station. All civilizations within the Interstellar Alliance are willing to support you. We will construct additional super-large spatial barrier generators while stockpiling stellar core particles and dark matter energy. Should you require assistance, we will immediately come through the interstellar spatial passage. As Lin Feng gazed at Lin Yu's smile on the communicator and then at Su Qing, Old Zhao, Dr. Zhang, and Kalin from the Dark Star clan, confidence surged within him. Tomorrow, we set forth to the star Yin homeworld to locate the star Yin core and prepare to confront the interstellar devourer. On the following dawn, the exploration team, alongside the 10 flagship vessels of the Dark Star clan, formed a united fleet and set sail towards the star Yin homeworld. The ships of the united fleet navigated through the indigo expanse of stars, hues of pale purple, soft gold, and dark green intertwining like a beacon of hope spanning the cosmic sea. Standing on the bridge of the galaxy, Lin Feng gazed out at the sea of stars, recalling the hardships faced during the Dark Star campaign and the tension of resisting the dark matter storm. Now a new challenge awaited them. Yet he knew that as long as they stood united and the light of hope remained undiminished, they would triumph over any adversity, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of this starry realm. The coordinates of the star Yin homeworld blinked on the screen, a new mission igniting within their hearts as the galaxy, accompanied by the united fleet, continued through the cosmic sea, penning their own legend of hope. Chapter 119. The ecological barrier of the star Yin homeworld and the core guardian mechanism. After 12 days of navigation through the Triangulum galaxy, the united fleet finally arrived in the Silver Crown star domain, where the star Yin homeworld resided. As the ships traversed the final Indigo Nebula, the full visage of the star Yin homeworld revealed itself to all. It was a planet approximately 120,000 kilometers in diameter. Its surface adorned with 70 of pale purple forests, encircled by a layer of pale golden energy barrier. 3 small satellites floated outside the barrier, their surfaces marked with remnants of Star Yin civilization architecture, standing as sentinels guarding the planet. Su Qing activated the probe data, her voice filled with awe. The pale golden barrier is the ecological shield of the Star Yin homeworld, composed of stellar core particles and spatial particles, capable of repelling interstellar radiation and asteroid impacts, while also regulating the planet's atmosphere and temperature. The 3 satellites are core guardian satellites, and the remnants on them likely constitute the defense system protecting the Star Yin core. Karen gazed at the star source, her eyes brimming with awe. Our ancestors spoke of the star source as the verdant jewel of the cosmos, and today, I finally behold it. However, the defense system of the Guardian satellites may still be operational, necessitating caution as we approach. Lin Feng commanded the joint fleet to anchor 100,000 kilometers from the star source, dispatching 3 unmanned drones towards the 3 Guardian satellites. As the drones neared the satellites, faint golden patterns illuminated the surface, followed by the emission of pale violet energy beams that instantaneously obliterated the drones. Indeed, the defense system was still active. Suin exclaimed. The intensity of the energy beams is twice that of the stellar core energy cannon. Our shields cannot withstand them head-on. Dr. Zhang retrieved a metallic plate from the Star Source heritage artifact, scrutinizing the patterns etched upon it. These patterns are likely the deactivation codes for the Guardian satellite defense systems. Each satellite possesses a distinct pattern. We must transmit the corresponding signal to the satellite-S receiver to disable the defense mechanism. Lin Feng promptly organized the task. The Xinghe would handle the first satellite, the Dark Blade from the Dark Star clan would tackle the second, and the Hope would address the third. Su Qing collaborated with a technical expert from the Dark Star clan to draft the deactivation signals based on the metallic plate's patterns. Lao Zhao and I piloted the Xinghe closer to the first satellite, searching for the receiver. Half an hour later, the 3 vessels approached their respective Guardian satellites. As the Xinghe neared the first satellite, the surface once more illuminated with patterns, preparing to unleash energy beams. Su Qing, is the signal ready? Lin Feng shouted. Su Qing nodded. The deactivation signal is complete. I am locating the receiver. Lao Zhao maneuvered the Xinghe swiftly across the satellite-S surface, evading the energy cannon launch points. Meanwhile, Su Qing utilized the scanner to detect energy signals on the satellite-S surface, ultimately discovering a circular device emanating a golden glow at the satellite-S North Pole. Indeed, the receiver for the defense system. We've located the receiver. It's 5,000 meters from us at the North Pole. Lin Feng immediately commanded. Adjust the ship's angle and align the signal transmitter with the receiver. Su Qing activated the signal transmitter, sending the pale golden pattern signal towards the receiver. Upon impact, the satellite's surface patterns gradually dimmed. The brilliance of the energy cannon dissipated, and the defense system was successfully deactivated. Concurrently, the Dark Blade and Hope also successfully shut down the defense systems of the other 2 satellites. With the defense systems of the 3 Guardian satellites disabled, the ecological barrier of the star source emanated a gentle glow, revealing a 10-kilometer-wide passage as if welcoming the arrival of the joint fleet. The ecological barrier has opened. We can enter the star source. Suin exclaimed. Lin Feng ordered that the majority of the fleet remain on alert in orbit, while he led the Xinghe, the Dark Blade, and 100 crew members in a landing pod through the barrier, descending into the violet-hued forest of the star source. Upon landing, the group exited the pod, immediately awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. The towering trees reached heights of 100 meters, their trunks a pale golden hue, and their leaves a translucent lavender. Sunlight filtered through the foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground, which was adorned with bioluminescent grass, and the air was imbued with a refreshing fragrance, infused with a hint of stellar core particles. Karen inhaled deeply, a smile gracing her face. The air here is rich in star source oxygen, far fresher than that of our dark star fortress, greatly beneficial to our health. Dr. Zhang utilized a detection device to scan the surrounding environment. The ecosystem is remarkably intact. Stellar core plants and indigenous flora coexist, forming a stable ecological chain. The core of the star source must lie at the center of this forest, where the concentration of stellar core particles is highest. The group followed a path through the forest towards the central area. After approximately 5 kilometers, they encountered a colossal circular structure with a diameter of about 1 kilometer, topped by a pillar-like device glowing with golden light. This was the energy emitter of the star source core. Surrounding the building were 6 small altars, each etched with patterns akin to those of the Guardian satellites. That is the location of the star source core, Dr. Zhang exclaimed excitedly, prompting the group to quicken their pace toward the structure. At the entrance stood a pale golden energy door, intricately inscribed with complex patterns. Dr. Zhang placed the metallic plate into a recess on the energy door, causing it to resonate with the patterns, which slowly opened the door. Inside lay a vast circular chamber, dominated by a 50-meter-tall crystal column, within which floated a fist-sized pale golden orb. Stellar core and spatial particles flowed continuously across its surface, the star source core. Surrounding the crystal column were 6 energy interfaces corresponding to the 6 altars outside. According to the star source data, we need to inject stellar core particles and dark matter particles through the altar interfaces into the crystal column simultaneously to activate the star source core, Dr. Zhang explained. Lin Feng immediately directed, "We in the Dark Star Clan shall each oversee 3 altars, while Su Qing and the Dark Star Clan's technical experts coordinate the energy input to ensure the particle concentration and injection speed remain consistent." The group sprang into action, connecting the stellar core energy emitter and dark matter energy emitter to the altar interfaces. When Su Qing issued the activation command, pale purple stellar core particles and dark green dark matter particles surged simultaneously into the crystal column. The patterns on the crystal column began to glow, and the pale golden star source core commenced its rotation, releasing an increasingly potent energy. Just as the core was on the verge of complete activation, the structure suddenly trembled violently, fissures opening in the ground, from which dark energy erupted. "This is bad. It's the energy fluctuations of the interstellar devourer. It has awakened ahead of schedule," Su Qing reported, her face pale as she scanned with the detector. "It is heading towards the star source. Expected to arrive in 10 hours. Chapter 40. Activating the star source core and the first confrontation with the interstellar devourer. The interstellar devourer has awakened prematurely. We must expedite the activation of the star source core," Lin Feng shouted. Dr. Zhang immediately reviewed the energy injection data. The concentration of stellar core particles is insufficient. We must maximize the power of the energy emitters. Lao Zhao and the engineers from the Dark Star Clan swiftly adjusted the energy emitters, causing the pale, purple stellar core particles to thicken, significantly accelerating the injection into the crystal column. The rotation of the star source core within the crystal column quickened, its golden radiance gradually enveloping the entire structure. Energy concentration is adequate. Core activation progress at 80. Su Qing reported, a glimmer of hope on her face. However, at that moment, a tremendous noise erupted from outside the structure. The group rushed out to witness the violet-hued forest rapidly wilting, the area of ground collapse expanding continuously. The energy fluctuations from the interstellar devourer had already begun to affect the ecosystem of the star source. The devourer is 5 hours away. If the core is not activated within 3 hours, the ecosystem of the star source will completely collapse, Dr. Zhang declared anxiously. Lin Feng, observing the wilting forest, suddenly conceived a solution. The plants of the star source contain a wealth of stellar core particles. We can utilize the energy emitters to extract particles from the vegetation to supplement the energy input at the altars. Kara nodded in agreement. That plan is feasible. The Dark Star Clan's energy extraction technology can quickly harvest particles from the plants. The group immediately set to work as the engineers from the Dark Star Clan deployed portable energy extractors aimed at the surrounding trees. Once activated, the extractors drew forth pale, purple stellar core particles from the trees, channeling them through pipes to the altar interfaces. The star source core within the crystal column sensed the influx of stronger energy, its rotation accelerating again, activation progress soaring to 85, 90, 95. 3 hours later, as the shadow of the interstellar devourer loomed outside the atmosphere of the star source core finally achieved full activation. The crystal column emitted a colossal golden beam that shot into the sky, piercing through the ecological barrier and forming a pale golden energy shield in the orbit of the star source. Simultaneously, 3 Guardian satellites were activated, emitting delicate violet beams that connected with the energy shield, forming a 3-dimensional defense network enveloping the entire planet. The activation of the star source core is a success. The defense network is now established, Su Qing exclaimed with exhilaration. The crowd gazed skyward, where the full visage of the interstellar devourer emerged. A colossal sphere with a diameter of approximately 10,000 kilometers, its surface cloaked in a dark, shell-like exterior adorned with massive tentacles that surge toward the defense network of the star source planet. All ships, prepare for battle, Lin Feng commanded through the communicator. The coalition fleet in orbit immediately opened fire, targeting the tentacles of the Devourer with the star core energy cannon and the dark matter energy cannon. Violet beams of star core energy and dark green beams of dark matter shot forth like blades towards the interstellar Devourer. Upon impact, the tentacles were met with resistance as the dark shell fractured, oozing a murky liquid from the gaping wounds. The Devourer emitted a deafening roar, thrashing its tentacles towards the coalition fleet. Several vessels from the Dark Star clan, caught off guard, were struck, their dark green shields shattering instantaneously, resulting in severe damage. The Devourer's shell is remarkably resilient. Conventional attacks inflict only minimal harm. Old Zhao shouted. Dr. Zhang scrutinized the data on the Devourer displayed on the screen. The core lies hidden within the shell. Only by destroying it can we eradicate the threat. However, the core is shielded by a thick layer of shell. We must first create an opening. As Lin Feng observed the Devourer on the screen, an idea sparked regarding the offensive capabilities of the Star Source core. Suing, can the Star Source core emit a directional attack beam capable of breaching the Devourer's shell? Su Qing immediately consulted the Star Source documentation. Yes, however, it requires the energy from the 3 Guardian satellites to be concentrated into the core, forming the Star Source annihilation beam. This will consume a significant amount of energy and weaken the defense network. We have no other option. Initiate the Star Source annihilation beam, Lin Feng declared resolutely. Su Qing swiftly coordinated the 3 Guardian satellites to channel their energy into the Star Source core. The golden beam emitted from the crystalline pillar thickened as it surged towards the Devourer's shell. Upon impact, the dark exterior began to melt, gradually forming an aperture with a diameter of approximately 100 kilometers. The opening is created. Attack the core, Lin Feng shouted. The entire coalition fleet unleashed their energy cannons simultaneously, with violet and dark green beams piercing through the aperture to strike the Devourer's core. The interstellar Devourer let out a harrowing scream as the core was obliterated, causing the dark shell to disintegrate into a cascade of faint black dust that dissipated into the starry void. As the dust settled, the ecological barrier of the Star Source planet reignited, the violet-hued forests gradually regaining their vitality, and the air thickening with the essence of star core particles. The onlookers stood before the edifice, gazing at the tranquil sky, smiles of relief adorning their faces. Karen approached Lin Feng, extending a hand. Thank you, friends from the Milky Way. Your assistance has preserved the legacy of the Star Source civilization and safeguarded the peace of the Triangulum Galaxy. Lin Feng grasped Karen's hand, responding with a smile. This is our shared mission. In the future, the Interstellar Alliance and the Dark Star Clan can continue to collaborate, exploring the unknown star seas and protecting more civilizations. At that moment, Su Qing received a message from Lin Yu at the Alpha Space Station. All civilizations in the Milky Way are closely watching you. Everyone is thrilled to see you overcome the Interstellar Devourer. The Interstellar Alliance is ready to welcome the Dark Star Clan to join us in building a brighter starry sea. Lin Feng, looking at the smiling visage of Lin Yu on the communicator and then at his companions and members of the Dark Star Clan, felt a swell of hope. The violet forests of the Star Source planet swayed in the sunlight, the golden radiance of the Star Source core illuminating the entire planet, while the engine of the Star River emitted a steady rumble, propelling them forward with renewed hope. Their legendary journey would continue to inscribe new chapters across the vast expanses of the Starry Sea. Chapter 120, Sharing Star Source Technology and the New Star System Exploration Initiative. After the ecological restoration of the Star Source planet was fully realized, Lin Feng convened the inaugural Interstellar Technology Sharing Conference within the Star Source core edifice, alongside the Coalition Fleet and the Dark Star Clan. At the conference table, Su Qing projected the technical analysis report of the Star Source core onto a holographic screen, as the faint golden flow of star core particles unfolded before the assembly. The energy conversion efficiency of the Star Source core is thrice that of the highest current technology within the Interstellar Alliance. Su Qing pointed to the crystalline structure depicted in the diagram. It can directly convert spatial particles into usable energy without any pollution. If we can implement this technology in space stations and vessels, our interstellar navigation range could expand by 50. Kira, a technical expert from the Dark Star Clan, nodded in agreement and retrieved data on their ship's engines. The Dark Star Clan excels in dark matter energy storage, yet energy conversion has always been our Achilles heel. If we can integrate the Star Source's spatial particle conversion technology, we could construct exploration vessels with significantly greater endurance. Dr. Zhang added. The genetic sequences of star source flora also hold research value. The star core particles they contain could enhance biological immunity, potentially leading to the development of a universal vaccine applicable across the entire star system. Observing the spirited discussions between both parties, Lin Feng proposed a new initiative. Since we have reached a consensus on technology sharing, we could embark on a cross-galactic exploration plan. The star map of the star source civilization records a mist-shrouded star system located 8,000 light-years away from the Triangulum Galaxy, where remnants of other ancient civilizations may exist, providing an ideal setting to test the performance of our newly integrated technologies. Karen responded promptly. The Dark Star clan is willing to dispatch 3 of our latest Shadow-class ships, equipped with dark matter storage systems, alongside engines modified with star source technology. We will also send 5 leading ecologists to study whether the environment of the mist-shrouded star system is conducive to civilization. Upon the conclusion of the meeting, the Coalition fleet and the Dark Star clan completed the first phase of technological integration within 3 days. The engine of the Star River was fitted with the Star Source Spatial Particle Conversion Module, while the Dark Star clan's Dark Blade was equipped with the Star Source Ecological Detector. Before departure, Lin Yu sent a message from the Alpha Space Station. The Interstellar Alliance has approved the exploration plan, should new civilizations be discovered. We will activate the Interstellar Civilization Contact Protocol to establish peaceful communication channels as a priority. As the exploratory fleet, comprising the Star River, Dark Blade, and 5 other Coalition vessels, gradually departed the ecological barrier of the Star Source planet, the Star Source core suddenly emitted a pale, golden signal, blending into the communication systems of the fleet. Su Qing, upon analysis, exclaimed with delight, "This is a navigational beacon left by the Star Source civilization, capable of automatically avoiding interstellar turbulence and asteroid belts, while also pinpointing energy signal sources within the mist-shrouded star system." After 5 days of navigation through the Star Sea, the exploratory fleet entered a region enveloped in a faint blue mist, marking the outskirts of the mist-shrouded star system. Kira, piloting the Dark Blade's detector, discovered numerous diamond-shaped metallic fragments floating within the mist, their surfaces inscribed with intricate patterns reminiscent of Star Source designs, but far more complex. These fragments were composed of a material more resilient than that of Star Source metals, potentially originating from civilization older than the Star Source itself. Dr. Zhang picked up a sample, detecting trace amounts of temporal particles within the fragment, suggesting the presence of areas with anomalous time flow. Lin Feng promptly issued a command. All ships, reduce speed and activate energy shields. The Star River and Dark Blade will deploy unmanned probes to prioritize the exploration of regions with lower mist density, avoiding entrapment and time anomalies. Just as the probes ventured toward the thinner mist, Su Qing's communicator erupted with a high-frequency signal. When converted into imagery, a breathtaking sight materialized before them. Deep within the fog, a circular structure measuring approximately 500 kilometers in diameter floated amidst the stars, its surface adorned with luminescent patterns, while a swirling purple vortex at its center relentlessly absorbed the surrounding mist. "That is the time-space ring," Su Qing exclaimed with excitement. "It was mentioned in the Star Source star map. It has the capability to stabilize the flow of time and space, serving as an apparatus for interstellar transportation utilized by ancient civilizations. If we can activate it, we could traverse different star systems with remarkable speed, eliminating years of travel time." However, at that moment, the detector aboard the Dark Blade suddenly emitted a warning alarm, and Kira's voice grew frantic. Within the mist surrounding the circular edifice, a substantial surge of unknown energy fluctuations was detected, along with 3 rapidly moving colossal entities advancing towards our probe. Lin Feng immediately turned his gaze to the screen, where 3 giant beings resembling octopuses emerged from the fog, their tentacles adorned with obsidian scales, their eyes glowing with crimson light, hurtling towards the unmanned craft. The probe attempted to evade, but was ensnared by the tentacles in an instant, and then shattered in a burst of red light. These are the Mist Guardians. Primordial life forms native to the Misty Star system, noted in the star chart of Xingyan, known for their extreme aggression and their diet of interstellar energy. Su Qing quickly consulted her data. Their scales could withstand the assault of stellar core energy cannons, and only by simultaneously targeting the vulnerable spot beneath their eyes could damage be inflicted. Lin Feng clenched his fists and commanded through the communicator, "All ships, assume battle readiness. The Star River and Dark Blade will divert the attention of the Mist Guardians, while other vessels target the weak point beneath their eyes. Prepare to fire. We must not only activate the space-time ring, but also uncover whether the Guardians are protecting the ring itself or the secrets beyond it." as Lin Feng's orders were issued. The exploration fleet's energy cannons simultaneously ignited, sending forth pale violet beams of stellar core energy and dark green beams of dark matter, penetrating the pale blue mist and racing towards the Mist Guardians. A new battle officially commenced in the depths of the Misty Star system. Chapter 121. The Weakness of the Mist Guardians and the Secrets of the Space-Time Ring. The pale violet and dark green beams pierced through the mist. But upon striking the black scales of the Mist Guardians, they were reflected away, leaving only faint traces of white light. Kira stared intently at the energy feedback data on the screen, her voice tinged with urgency. The energy reflectivity of their scales exceeds 90. Standard attacks are utterly ineffective. Lin Feng focused on the movements of the Guardians on the screen, noticing that with each swing of their tentacles, the pale pink area beneath their eyes briefly contracted. Su Qing analyzed the material composition of that pink area immediately. He commanded. Su Qing swiftly retrieved data from the probe, her fingers gliding rapidly across the holographic screen. It is an energy conduction tissue. This area is uncovered by scales and contains a significant amount of protein capable of absorbing stellar core particles, constituting their core vulnerability. Adjust tactics. Lin Feng shouted into the communicator, instructing the Star River and Dark Blade to maneuver from the left and right flanks, respectively, attacking the Guardians' tentacles with energy cannons to force them to expose their weak points, while the remaining vessels formed a concentrated fire net, synchronizing their fire on the pink area. Upon receiving the command, the Star River abruptly veered, its engines spewing pale blue flames, launching a stellar core beam at the tentacle of the left Guardian. The Guardian let out a sharp screech in pain, its tentacles thrashing wildly, fully exposing the pink area beneath its eyes. Now's our chance. Scorched. As 5 allied ships fired simultaneously, 5 beams striking the pink area with precision. With a tremendous explosion, the left Guardian's body erupted, dark liquid splattering, before dissipating into wisps of blue smoke within a mist. Seeing this, the right and central Guardians hastily entwined their tentacles, forming a black energy barrier. Kira's expression shifted. They are consolidating their energy. The strength of the barrier is 3 times that of before. Dr. Zhang suddenly raised the metal sample in his hand, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. The time particles within these diamond fragments may disrupt their energy consolidation. The energy extractor of the Dark Star clan can convert the particles into interference waves. Kira immediately sprang into action, aiming the extractor at the fragments and pressing the activation button. Pale silver time particles were drawn out, transformed into a high-frequency interference wave, and shot towards the Guardian's energy barrier. As the interference wave struck the barrier, a multitude of cracks appeared across the black surface. The barrier became unstable. Scorched. And the Star River and Dark Blade simultaneously fired their main cannons, 2 robust beams piercing through the cracks and hitting the pink area of the Central Guardian. The Guardian emitted a chilling howl, its body beginning to disintegrate, while the right Guardian, sensing impending doom, turned to flee towards the space-time ring. We cannot let it escape. Lin Feng ordered a pursuit, and the exploration fleet followed closely, heading towards the space-time ring. As the ships approached the circular structure, the crew finally glimpsed its full form. The luminous patterns on the building's surface bore resemblance to the designs of the Xingyan core, though more intricate, with a purple vortex at its center continuously overflowing with time particles, while the surrounding mist was gradually drawn into the whirlpool. Su Qing maneuvered the probe to scan the structure and suddenly discovered 3 recesses at the base of the circular edifice, perfectly matching the diamond fragments previously found. The star chart of Xingyan records that activating the space-time ring requires a key from a civilization. These fragments may very well be the key, she exclaimed, projecting a 3-dimensional model of the fragments onto the screen. At that moment, the fleeing Mist Guardian abruptly reversed course, heading towards the recesses, seemingly intent on thwarting their activation of the space-time ring. Lao Zhao intercepted, Lin Feng shouted. Lao Zhao maneuvered the main cannon of the Star River, striking the Guardian's tentacle with a stellar core beam, momentarily halting its movements. Seizing the opportunity, Kira dispatched a small landing pod, embedding the 3 diamond fragments into the recesses. The instant the fragments were set into the recesses, the patterns on the surface of the circular building suddenly radiated a golden light. The rotation speed of the purple vortex accelerating as the surrounding mist was rapidly drawn in, revealing the scene beyond the vortex. A massive silver space station floated there, its surface etched with the ancient characters for Time Hub. Su Qing decoded the signals from the space station, bringing forth a holographic image within the frame. A group of extraterrestrials clad in white robes were inputting various star maps into a console, accompanied by the tech star system. This was a cross-galactic transport hub constructed by the Time Civilization, and the Mist Guardians served as their security system, established to prevent foreign civilizations from damaging the space-time ring. So that is how it is. Lin Feng suddenly understood. After the disappearance of the Time Civilization, the Guardians remained steadfast in their duties, mistakenly perceiving us as invaders. Just then, the space station emitted a pale, golden signal, integrating into the systems of the exploration fleet. After analysis, Su Qing's face lit up with delight. This is the star system coordinate repository of the Time Civilization, containing records of over 100 unexplored star systems, as well as fast routes to the Milky Way. Kira gazed at the data within the coordinate repository, exclaiming with excitement. With this, our interstellar exploration plan can be completed a decade ahead of schedule. The Dark Star Clan is willing to collaborate with the Interstellar Alliance to research the technology of the Time Civilization and jointly restore this time hub. Lin Feng nodded and spoke into the communicator. Lin Yu, immediately transmit the coordinate repository data back to the Alpha Space Station, so the Interstellar Alliance can prepare to initiate the Time Hub restoration plan. However, just as everyone basked in their joy, Su Qing's detector abruptly blared an alarm, and a massive red light spot appeared on the screen, rapidly approaching the misty star system. It is a time distortion wave. Her face paled. The wave speed is 5 times that of light, expected to arrive in 1 hour. It will obliterate the entire time structure of the misty star system, including us and the space-time ring. Lin Feng quickly glanced at the screen, where the red light spot drew nearer and the surrounding mist began to distort. We must activate the space-time ring within 1 hour and enter the time hub for refuge, he declared resolutely. Su Qing and Kira are responsible for activating the transport function of the space-time ring, while Lao Zhao and I will maneuver the ships to maintain the energy shield. Everyone prepare to enter the hub. With Lin Feng's command, the crew sprang into action as pale golden light surged from the space-time ring, the purple vortex gradually expanding. A race against time commenced amidst the starlit skies of the misty star system. Chapter 122, The Hub Sprint Under the Time Distortion Wave. The pale golden light flowed rapidly along the patterns of the space-time ring, as Su Qing's fingertips danced across the holographic control panel, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Activating the transport function requires synchronizing 3 energy nodes, and currently, the particle flow rate of the left node is only 70 of the standard. Kyla promptly adjusted the power of the Dark Star Clan extractor to its maximum, as silvery time particles flowed incessantly into the node. Just 15 seconds more. Hold on. Old Zhao gripped the control lever of the Star River, the energy shield surrounding the ship flickering with unstable blue light amidst the distorted mist. The temporal disturbance waves have already affected the gravitational field. The temperature of the ship's hull is rising, and the shield can only hold for another 40 minutes at most. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the encroaching red light points on the screen and suddenly commanded, all ships, divert all remaining energy to the temporal ring, abandon shield maintenance. However, doing so would leave the ship directly exposed to the radiation of the disturbance waves. Lin Yu's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with urgency. Lin Feng looked at the gradually stabilizing left node on the screen, his tone resolute. Activating the temporal ring is our only chance for survival. Now is not the time for hesitation. With the command issued, 5 ships simultaneously illuminated with pale purple patterns. A torrent of energy surged into the temporal ring like a celestial river. A low hum resonated from the temporal ring, the purple vortex suddenly expanding threefold, with golden light streams gushing from its center to form a passageway to the temporal nexus. Just as Su Qing was about to signal that it was safe to enter, the detector emitted a sharp alarm. The residual energy of the mist cloak guardian on the right is coalescing. It has formed a dark matter barrier at the entrance of the passage. Everyone turned to see a dark green light membrane materializing before the golden passage. The severed body of the escaping guardian protruding from behind the membrane, its pink weak point tightly enveloped in dark matter. Lin Feng's expression hardened. Dr. Zhang used the time particle extractor to interfere with the barrier structure. Old Zhao and I will pilot the landing pod through. Dr. Zhang immediately adjusted the direction of the extractor. High-frequency interference waves slicing towards the dark matter barrier, causing fine cracks to appear on the membrane. Old Zhao accelerated the landing pod, its surface coated with temporarily condensed star core energy. We're through. At the moment the landing pod collided with the barrier, Lin Feng pressed the weapon button inside, and 2 star core beams accurately struck the edge of the Guardian's unshielded pink area. With a sizzle, the dark matter barrier dissipated with the Guardian's anguished roar. reopening the golden passage. At this point, the red light points on the screen had occupied a quarter of the view, and the surrounding celestial bodies began to flicker irregularly. "Everyone, into the Nexus!" Lin Feng shouted, leading the landing pod into the passage, with the remaining ships following closely behind. As the last ship's rear entered the passage, the temporal disturbance waves arrived as expected. A pale red energy wave swept through the mist-cloaked galaxy, instantly dissipating the affected mist into nothingness. While cracks began to form at the edges of the temporal ring, Su Qing watched the golden light stream outside the passage shrink with increasing urgency. The passage is being eroded by the disturbance waves. "We must reach the core in 10 seconds. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds. The silver door of the temporal nexus slowly opened ahead. The landing pod surged inside. And just as the Star River entered the door, the passage was completely engulfed by the red energy wave. Lin Feng gazed at the pristine control console within the nexus, exhaling a sigh of relief, just as he was about to order a systems check. Su Qing suddenly pointed at the abnormal data on the screen. The energy core of the nexus is entering a dormant state, and the console indicates an unknown signal is attempting to connect. Lin Feng immediately approached the console, his fingertips brushing against the cold metallic surface. Ancient characters flickering rapidly on the screen. He suddenly realized a critical issue. The security system left by the Time civilization may not be limited to just the Mist Cloak Guardians. Furthermore, the source of that unknown signal is likely hidden in some corner of the Nexus, waiting for them to unwittingly walk into its trap. Chapter 123. The signal source and dormant guardians deep within the Nexus. The interior of the temporal Nexus was suffused with a soft golden glow. The metallic corridor next to the control console extending into the dark depths. The frequency of the unknown signal's fluctuations continuing to rise on Su Qing's detector. The signal's origin was directed towards the energy core chamber at the Nexus's base, and as she focused on the suddenly fluctuating data on the screen, her voice tightened. Mixed within the signal were encrypted commands from the Time civilization, as if awakening something. Lin Feng gestured for Old Zhao to stay with the ship and maintain vigilance, while he, along with Su Qing, Dr. Zhang, and 2 Dark Star Clan warriors, advanced down the corridor. The ancient patterns on the corridor walls illuminated sequentially with their footsteps, revealing metallic doors on either side embossed with star maps. These star maps were more detailed than any they had encountered before, even marking the energy circulation paths of the temporal ring. Su Qing reached out to touch the patterns, feeling a slight electric sensation at her fingertips. Suddenly, red warning lights began to flash at the corridor's end, a sharp alarm piercing the silence. "It's a biological detection device." Dr. Zhang quickly retrieved the time particle extractor. There was an energy field response 100 meters ahead, with an intensity 5 times that of the mist-cloaked guardians. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the star core pulse gun, signaling everyone to slow their pace. "Whatever it is, we must first confirm if it is related to the unknown signal." Turning the corner, a circular hall came into view. Suspended in the center of the hall was a translucent blue sphere, its surface entwined with pale, silver energy lines, for which the unknown signal emanated in a continuous flow. Surrounding the sphere stood 3 humanoid machines clad in silver armor, the red crystals on their armored chests pulsing with the signal's fluctuations. "They are the dormant guardians of the Time civilization." Su Qing called up the detector's data. Their core crystals stored temporal energy, and once awakened by the signal, they would directly attack non-time civilization entities. As soon as she finished speaking, the blue sphere emitted a blinding blue light, and the red crystals of the 3 machines ignited simultaneously, dark purple energy flowing from the seams of their armor. "Stand ready," Lin Feng shouted, firing the star core pulse gun first, the pale purple beam striking the armor of the left guardian, leaving only a shallow scratch. The guardian swung its right arm, a dark purple energy blade slicing towards them, and Dr. Zhang immediately activated the extractor, high-frequency interference waves halting the blade mid-air. Their armor can absorb star core energy. "We must target the crystal on their chest." The Dark Star Clan warrior on the right swiftly switched weapon modes, firing a dark green dark matter beam at the Guardian's crystal. With a sizzle, as the beam struck the crystal, the Guardian emitted a piercing electronic sound, its movements visibly slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Su Qing maneuvered behind the sphere, discovering 3 diamond-shaped recesses on its surface. They matched the shape of the civilization keys we had found. Inserting the fragments might disrupt the signal. Lin Feng immediately understood. Providing cover towards Su Qing, "I'll draw the Guardian's attention. You insert the fragments as quickly as possible." He continued to pull the trigger. The star core beams, striking the helmet of the Guardian, successfully diverting the attention of the three machines towards himself. Suing swiftly retrieve a diamond fragment. Her fingers trembling slightly from tension, as the first fragment embedded into the recess, the sphere's glow distinctly diminished, the unknown signal's intensity dropping by 30. Just as the second fragment was about to be inserted, the central guardian suddenly broke free from the interference, its dark purple blade slashing towards Su Qing's back. Watch out! Lin Feng lunged forward, pushing Su Qing aside. The blade grazed his arm, tearing a gash in his protective suit. Seizing the moment, Su Qing embedded the second fragment into the recess, the sphere's glow dimming entirely, leaving only the last fragment's recess still flickering. At this moment, Old Zhao's communication crackled through from the hall's entrance. This is bad. The energy core chamber of the Nexus is beginning to collapse. The aftershocks of the temporal disturbance waves have already affected this area. Lin Feng, enduring the searing pain in his arm, rushed towards the last recess. The instant the third fragment was embedded, the blue sphere emitted a deep hum, the unknown signal disappearing completely, and the red crystals of the three guardians extinguished simultaneously. Returning to their dormant state, Su Qing immediately checked the console data, her face lighting up with surprise. The signal has been interrupted. Moreover, the sphere is still transmitting data from the time civilization, containing methods to activate the Nexus's energy core. However, the tremors in the hall grew increasingly violent, with metal debris continuously falling from the ceiling. Lin Feng leaned against the wall, rising to his feet. We must return to the ship. Activating the core must be planned after we regroup with Kyla and the others. The group swiftly evacuated the hall, sprinting towards the ship. Behind them, the collapse of the energy core chamber continued to expand, the initial crisis of the temporal nexus barely averted, while a new challenge regarding the activation of the core awaited them ahead. Chapter 124. Echoes of the Starship and Unknown Alloys in the Nexus Ruins. The tremors of the temporal nexus persisted, metallic debris cascading from the dome above as Lin Feng and his companions sprinted down the corridor, their protective suits caked with dust and scorched by energy burns. The docking bay, where their ship was located, was still 300 meters away, and the collapse of the energy core chamber had already encroached upon the mid-level corridor. Old Zhao's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with static. Upon turning past a fractured metal door, they encountered a vast chasm in the corridor ahead, its depths shrouded in unfathomable darkness, with only faint blue energy sparks flickering in the abyss. The gap spanned 5 meters, too wide to leap across. A dark star warrior crouched, fingertips brushing the metal edge of the chasm. While the alloy here exhibited high strength, prolonged exposure to energy radiation had rendered it fragile. Lin Feng gazed at the barely visible metallic structures within the abyss and suddenly gestured for Su Qing to activate the detector. There was a sign of energy response below, reminiscent of a metallic construct. Su Qing promptly adjusted the detector's frequency, and a blurred three-dimensional model soon materialized on the screen, revealing a starship half buried in the Nexus ruins. Its hull encrusted with thick energy crystals, its silhouette 3 times larger than the Star River. It was a starship of the temporal civilization. Su Qing's voice brimmed with excitement as the detector indicated that the internal energy system was not completely dormant, and the alloy used in the ship's construction was entirely absent from the known database. Dr. Zhang leaned closer to examine the screen, curiosity flashing in his eyes. This alloy, able to withstand the radiation from temporal turbulence for so long, likely surpassed our current star core steel in both strength and radiation resistance. We must ascend and investigate, Lin Feng decided, retrieving a tow rope from his backpack and securing one end to a metal support beam at the top of the corridor. Old Zhao, we cannot return to the docking bay for now. You need to find a way to reinforce the cabin while we explore the starship and regroup afterward. There was a brief silence on the other end before Old Zhao responded. Stay safe. The docking bay can hold for another half hour. Beyond that, we will have to initiate the emergency pod. Sliding down the tow rope into the abyss, they landed on the slanted deck of the starship, feeling the weighty metallic texture beneath their feet. The energy crystals on the ship's surface illuminated with pale blue light upon contact with the detector, their glow spreading along the crystalline seams and forming a luminous path leading to the bridge. An automated guidance system might have been left by the temporal civilization aboard the starship. Su Qing exclaimed in delight. Following the light path into the bridge, they were greeted by a control console adorned with ancient patterns. Suspended at its center was a metal sample the size of a fist, shimmering silver with a gentle luster. When touched, it was neither cold like metal nor hot like energy, but instead pulsed gently, as if alive. This is the core alloy that constitutes the starship. Dr. Zhang carefully placed the sample into a detection box. I will conduct a preliminary analysis. You all attempt to activate the console. Just as Lin Feng's fingertips brushed the console, the holographic screen of the bridge sprang to life, displaying a blurred image. Members of the temporal civilization clad in white robes poured this silver alloy into the starship's forging mold, with accompanying text revealing that this alloy was named temporal steel, forged from time particles overflowing from the time ring and star core, or at high temperatures. Not only could it withstand temporal turbulence, but could also absorb energy from the surrounding environment to power the starship. Incredible! Su Qing stared at the forging data on the screen, realizing that if they could master the forging techniques of temporal steel, future starships would not only require less frequent energy replenishment, but could also navigate freely through perilous temporal zones. At that moment, Dr. Zhang's analysis results came in. The radiation resistance of temporal steel is 15 times that of star core steel, and its strength is 8 times that of the dark matter steel used by the Dark Star Warriors. Moreover, it resonates with time particles, meaning we could use it to repair the energy core of the temporal nexus. Just then, the bridge shook violently, and the console's lights began to flicker. The detector indicated that the corridor at the top of the abyss had completely collapsed. And Old Zhao's urgent voice crackled through the communicator. The energy shield of the docking bay is nearing its limit. What's your status? Lin Feng glanced at the energy data of the starship on the screen and discovered that the backup energy could still initiate a short-distance jump, targeting a safe area near the docking bay. Activate the starship's backup jump system, Lin Feng commanded, and Su Qing immediately followed the prompts on the console, her fingers swiftly gliding over the ancient patterns. The jump required synchronization of 3 energy nodes. Currently, the energy of the left node was insufficient and needed to be supplemented with the temporal steel sample. Dr. Zhang quickly placed the metal sample into the energy slot of the console, and the silver temporal steel instantaneously released a pale blue energy stream into the energy node. The jump system is initiated. Countdown, 10 seconds. A vivid red countdown appeared on the holographic screen, and the ship began to emit a deep, resonant hum, while the surrounding temporal space exhibited slight distortions. At the moment the countdown reached 0, the starship transformed into a pale blue streak of light, piercing through the abyss's darkness and leaping toward the docking bay. After the jump concluded, the starship came to a steady halt beside the docking bay, its hatch slowly opening. Old Zhao and the others had been waiting outside, and upon seeing Lin Feng and his companions return safely, they finally exhaled in relief. Kira gazed at the starship's hull. All written across her face, is this the technology of the temporal civilization? The texture of this alloy surpasses even the highest grade materials of the Dark Star Warriors. Lin Feng handed the temporal steel sample to Kira, his tone resolute. With this material, we can not only repair the energy core of the temporal nexus, but also upgrade the defensive systems of all our vessels. Now, everyone, to your tasks. Dr. Zhang and the Dark Star engineers will study the energy conduction properties of temporal steel. Su Qing and I will analyze the starship's jump data, and Old Zhao and Kira will reinforce the docking bay, aiming to find a method to repair the energy core within an hour. The group immediately sprang into action, the pale blue light patterns of the starship reflecting against the energy shield of the docking bay. Amidst the ruins of the temporal nexus, a battle centered around the technological breakthrough of temporal steel and a repair of the core had officially begun. Meanwhile, the detector suddenly captured faint energy fluctuations emanating from deep within the nexus, a signal distinct from the fog-shrouded guardians and dormant machinery, seemingly growing stronger in resonance with the energy of the temporal steel. Chapter 125, The Civilization Relics and Core Crisis Behind the Energy Fluctuations. On Su Qing's detector screen, the faint energy fluctuations steadily intensified, with soft green signal waves continuously washing over the screen's edges. The signal's origin was located in the civil archive area of the temporal nexus, and its fluctuation frequency was completely synchronized with the energy resonance of the temporal steel. She aimed the detector at the starship's temporal steel hull, and the signals on the screen instantly sharpened, revealing fragmented data mixed within the fluctuations. Lin Feng furrowed his brow as he peered into the depths of the corridor, where the metallic walls were marred with cracks from the previous collapse. The pale blue traces of energy leakage glaringly visible in the darkness. The civil archive? The core data of the temporal civilization is likely stored there. But the pressing issue is that we lack the manpower to explore it, with less than 50 minutes remaining to repair the energy core. He turned to Kira, noticing the Dark Star engineers huddled around the temporal steel sample, their faces filled with confusion. What's the matter? Lin Feng approached and saw an anomaly on the detection instrument, where the energy conduction efficiency of the temporal steel had suddenly plummeted from 80 to 30. Its surface glowed dimming. Kira pointed at the sample, her tone grave. This alloy appears to require a continuous supply of time particles to maintain its activity. Once removed from the starship's energy field, its properties will deteriorate rapidly if we cannot locate a stable source of temporal particles. Even if we are aware of the method to repair the energy core, we would still be unable to utilize it for the restoration. Suddenly, Dr. Zhang slapped his thigh and retrieved the remaining diamond-shaped fragment from his backpack. This fragment served as the key to activate the temporal ring, its surface still retaining undissipated temporal particles. Let's try this. He brought the fragment close to the temporal steel sample, and at the moment of contact, the silver-white alloy suddenly glimmered with renewed light, while the conductivity efficiency on the detection instrument surged back to 65. It's effective, Su King exclaimed in delight. But the temporal particles within the fragment were insufficient, lasting at most 10 minutes. We require a more substantial source of temporal particles. Just then, the detector emitted another alarm, and the energy fluctuations on the screen intensified, forming a faint green light trace visible towards the direction of the archives. The signal is guiding us there, Suindi marked, noting the light trace, as keywords indicating a temporal particle reserve appeared amidst the fluctuations. Perhaps the archives hold the temporal particles we need. Lin Feng weighed the options for a moment before deciding. Kira, you and the engineers continue to research the compatibility of temporal steel with the energy core. Lao Zhao, you remain to reinforce the docking bay and prevent another collapse. Su Qing, Dr. Zhang, and I will head to the archives to search for temporal particles. We must return within 40 minutes. After assigning the tasks, the three set off along the faint green light trace. The energy leakage within the corridor became increasingly pronounced, and the alarms on their protective suits began to emit low-frequency warning sounds, indicating that the temporal radiation intensity had exceeded safe thresholds. Upon reaching the entrance of the archives, they were confronted by a metallic door engraved with star maps, devoid of any switches, save for a recess that perfectly matched the shape of a diamond fragment. Another mechanism requiring the civilizational key. Su Qing embedded the fragment into the recess, and the door slowly opened, unleashing a gust of cold air steeped in ancient essence. Inside the archives, the air was thick with suspended holographic data crystals, and at the center on a raised platform, a semi-transparent energy container radiated a soft green glow. With dense temporal particles swirling within, the very source of the energy fluctuations. It is the temporal particle reserve. Dr. Zhang hurried up the platform, discovering that the control panel beside the container was still operational, displaying the remaining capacity of the reserve, which was enough, 50 units, to repair the energy core, even allowing a single jump energy replenishment for the starship. Su Qing immediately connected to the control panel and initiated the temporal particle extraction program. However, as the program reached 80, the lights in the archives suddenly extinguished and the door clanged shut, causing the energy container on the platform to start violently trembling. What is happening? Lin Feng drew his star core pulse gun, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, a set of red data flashed on the detector screen, revealing that the source of the unknown signal was not the reserve, but rather a dormant machine hidden behind the walls of the archives. It is the data guardian of the temporal civilization. Su Qing summoned a three-dimensional model of the machine, discovering that its purpose was to safeguard the core data of the archives, and it would initiate attack mode upon detecting any external civilization attempting to extract temporal particles. A fissure suddenly appeared in the wall, and a completely black machine emerged from a gap, lacking limbs and possessing only a spherical body adorned with energy cannon ports. Its surface sensors locking onto the three of them with deadly precision. It's initiating an attack. Dr. Zhang promptly activated the temporal particle extractor, unleashing high-frequency interference waves that temporarily disrupted the Machine S sensors. Taking advantage of the moment, Su Qing accelerated the program loading. 10 seconds left. Hold on. The machine quickly shook off the interference, and several dark purple energy beams shot towards the trio. Lin Feng immediately retaliated, firing his star core beam, which collided with the energy beams in midair, resulting in a violent explosion. The program is loaded, Su Qing shouted, pressing the extraction button, causing the temporal particles within the energy container to surge forth like a gentle green torrent into the pre-prepared storage tank. Seeing the temporal particles being extracted, the machine on the platform rushed towards the storage tank, seemingly intent on destroying it. Run! Lin Feng seized the storage tank and dashed towards the door, with Dr. Zhang and Su Qing closely following. As they ran, Su Qing initiated the emergency opening program for the door, which slowly creaked open a gap, allowing the three to squeeze outside, just in time to evade a lethal strike from machine. Once they burst out of the archives, the door slammed shut behind them, trapping the machine inside. We made it just in time. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the stable temporal particles within the storage tank. However, at that moment, a frantic voice from Kira sounded through the communicator. This is bad. The energy core of the temporal nexus is beginning to collapse at an accelerated rate. The energy shield of the docking bay can only hold for another 15 minutes. You must return immediately. Lin Feng glanced at the storage tank, then back at the direction of the archives, his expression resolute. There's enough time. We're heading back now and initiating the energy core repair program. The trio retraced their steps, the temporal particles within the storage tank shimmering with a gentle green light under the sunlight, while behind them, the archives erupted with explosive sounds. The Data Guardian relentlessly battering the door in a frenzied attempt to break free. Lin Feng understood that their time to repair the energy core had dwindled by precious minutes. Chapter 126. Countdown to core repair and Guardian breach. The trio sprinted with the temporal particle storage tank in hand, the vibrations within the corridor growing increasingly violent. Metal plates overhead crashing down, forcing them to navigate around the spreading fissures beneath their feet. They had just 5 minutes left to reach the energy core chamber. Su Qing focused on the distance data on the detector, her voice trembling slightly from hurried breaths. Yet the energy of the docking bay's shield had already dwindled to 10. Lao Zhao had warned that they could no longer hold out and would have to abandon the emergency chamber. Dr. Zhang suddenly slowed his pace, pointing at the gradually dimming green light on the storage tank's surface. The temporal particles are leaking. The material of the storage tank cannot fully contain them. It can only maintain activity for another 3 minutes. If it fails, all our efforts will be in vain. Lin Feng immediately quickened his pace, clutching the storage tank tightly in his arms, attempting to utilize the energy field of his protective suit to minimize the leakage. Faster. The core chamber is just around the corner. Turning the corner, they beheld the entrance to the energy core chamber, where Kira and several engineers awaited, each face smeared with dust. You're finally back, Kira exclaimed, swiftly taking the storage tank and moving into the core chamber. We have already constructed the core repair module using temporal steel. We're just waiting for the infusion of temporal particles. In the center of the core chamber floated a spherical device riddled with cracks, the energy core of the temporal nexus, with only a few flickering green lights remaining on its surface. Kira connected the storage tank to the repair module and pressed the activation button. As the pale green temporal particles flowed through the pipes into the core, the cracks on its surface beginning to slowly mend, and the energy patterns gradually illuminating. Repair progress, 1020. Su Qing intently monitored the control panel screen, her finger hovering above the emergency button. Everything seemed normal, and the energy output of the core was on the rise. However, just as the progress reached 50, a terrified voice from Lao Zhao crackled through the communicator. This is terrible. The door of the archives has been breached. The Data Guardian has broken free and is heading towards the core chamber. It is expected to arrive in 1 minute. Lin Feng abruptly turned towards the entrance, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. I'll hold it off. You must continue the core repair. We must complete it before it arrives. He drew his star core pulse gun, ready to rush out, but Dr. Zhang suddenly restrained him. Wait. The machine's exterior can withstand star core energy. Ordinary attacks, 1T work. I noticed that its sensors malfunction temporarily upon contact with temporal particles. Perhaps we can leverage this. With only 2 minutes of active temporal particles remaining, there was no way to spare any for you to create interference waves. Kira's voice came from the control panel as the repair progress barely reached 60, the healing speed of the core slowing down, and the leakage of temporal particles surpassing their expectations. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the progress bar on the screen, suddenly making a decision. Su Qing, transfer 10 units of temporal particles into my pulse gun. I'll use it as bait to draw the Guardian away. No. The presence of the particles would inevitably delay the repair progress. It is highly likely that we will not complete our task before the core collapses entirely. Su Qing shouted anxiously, only to be interrupted by Lin Feng's resolute gaze. There is no time for hesitation. If the Guardian breaches in and damages the core, we will lose even a chance for a delay. With a determined bite of her lip, Su Qing accessed the energy conduits and injected a small quantity of time particles into Lin Feng's pulse gun, causing the weapon to emanate a faint green glow. Lin Feng stood at the entrance of the core room, pulse gun in hand, when heavy metallic sounds echoed from the corridor. The spherical form of the Data Guardian barreled towards them, its energy cannon already aimed at the door. Without hesitation, Lin Feng squeezed the trigger, and a beam of faint green particles shot forth, grazing the Guardian's sensors, causing its mechanical movements to falter momentarily, the red sensors dimming briefly. Now's the chance. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to maneuver to the Guardian's side, persistently disrupting its sensors with a particle beam, guiding it towards the abandoned corridor on the opposite side of the core room. Enraged by the beam, the Guardian unleashed a barrage of fire, dark purple energy cannons blasting deep craters into the corridor. A stray bullet grazed Lin Feng's back, leaving a charred mark that elicited a sharp intake of breath from him. Yet he did not falter in his stride. Repair progress at 80. Just hold on for 30 more seconds. Kira's voice crackled through the communicator, laced with excitement. Lin Feng glanced back at the relentless Guardian pursuing him and suddenly noticed a sealed energy storage chamber at the end of the abandoned corridor. This had previously been used to store excess energy during the hub's operation. Although constructed from ordinary alloys, it was sufficient to temporarily contain the Guardian. He hastened towards the storage chamber, and upon reaching the entrance, abruptly turned to fire at the Guardian's sensors in rapid succession. Seizing the moment of its stasis, he slammed the button to close the chamber door. With a resounding clang, the metallic door sealed shut, trapping the Guardian within. However, before Lin Feng could breathe a sigh of relief, violent impacts reverberated against the chamber's alloy walls as the dark purple energy cannon began to carve out dents, signaling the Guardian's imminent escape. Repair complete. Kira's jubilant exclamation filled the air as the core room suddenly illuminated with a radiant golden light. The cracks on the energy core's surface healed entirely, its intricate patterns glowing anew, and the tremors of the time hub ceased instantaneously. With the shield energy of the docking bay beginning to surge back to life, Lin Feng dashed into the core room, only to witness the golden energy flowing from the core, spreading through the conduits, enveloping every corner of the hub. Su Qing rushed over to inspect his protective suit. Worry etched across her face. Are you all right? Is your back injury serious? Lin Feng shook his head, directing his gaze towards the control panel. The screen displayed that the energy output of the time hub had returned to 70 of its peak capacity, capable not only of resisting the residual waves of temporal turbulence, but also of activating all functions of the time hub. Yet, just as everyone began to celebrate, a thunderous noise erupted from the direction of the storage chamber, and a red alert flashed on the detector screen. The Data Guardian has breached the storage chamber and is absorbing the energy leaking from the core. Its size is increasing. Lin Feng's expression changed dramatically as he observed the mechanical form on the screen swelling in size. After absorbing the core's energy, the number of energy cannons on its surface had doubled, and its sensors had transformed into a menacing deep red. It is evolving. Doctor. Zhang's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his tone grave. After absorbing the energy from the time core, its offensive and defensive capabilities have multiplied several times. Our previous strategies are rendered ineffective. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the pulse gun, his eyes shifting to the energy core at the center of the room. Suddenly struck by a bold idea, perhaps we can utilize the core's energy to revert it to a dormant state. Chapter 127. Core Energy Rejuvenation and Dormancy Protocol Activation. Use the core energy to send it into dormancy? But it is currently absorbing the core's energy to evolve. Wouldn't that merely provide it with more power? Su Qing's eyes fixated on the ever-expanding image of the Guardian on the detector, her voice filled with confusion. Lin Feng swiftly approached the control panel, his fingertips tracing the ancient markings left by the time civilization, his gaze landing on a seemingly inconspicuous line of text in the corner of the screen. Look here. The security system of the time civilization has an energy rejuvenation dormancy protocol. When the Guardian undergoes uncontrollable evolution, it can release a reverse time particle stream through the core to forcibly regress it to its activation state. Dr. Zhang immediately leaned closer, a glimmer of realization in his eyes. The reverse time particle stream. In simpler terms, it means reverting it to a state before it absorbed the energy, then triggering the dormancy protocol. However, this requires precise control of the core's energy output. Any miscalculation could result in the core being devoured by the particle stream. Kira promptly accessed the core's energy control interface, her brow furrowing at the multitude of parameters displayed on the screen. The core has just been repaired, and its energy output is still unstable. To accurately control the intensity of the reverse particle stream will require at least 5 minutes of adjustment. Yet the Guardian will reach the core room in 3 minutes. Old Zhao, can you hold it off for another 3 minutes? Lin Feng shouted into the communicator. A cacophony of metal clashing erupted from the other end, followed by Old Zhao's breathless voice. I have maximized the energy shield of the Star River and positioned it at the corridor entrance. However, the Guardian's energy cannons are too powerful. The shield can hold for at most 2 minutes. You must expedite your efforts. There is no time for adjustments. Use the time-space steel as an energy buffer. Lin Feng suddenly pointed to a sample of time-space steel in the corner. This alloy can absorb and stabilize time particles. Connecting it to the core's energy output will help us stabilize the intensity of the reverse particle stream. Dr. Zhang and Kira quickly sprang into action, melting the time-space steel sample into a small buffer and connecting it to the core's energy conduit. The moment the buffer made contact with the core's energy, a soft blue glow emanated from its surface, and the previously fluctuating energy parameters on the screen stabilized. The reverse particle stream is ready. Su Qing's finger hovered over the activation button, but someone needed to guide the particle stream to accurately strike the Guardian's core sensor. Any deviation could cause the particle stream to diffuse throughout the entire hub. Lin Feng grabbed an energy gun embedded with shards of time-space steel and turned toward the entrance. I will guide it. You all must initiate the protocol as soon as I signal. As he stepped out of the core room, he beheld the energy shield of the Star River already riddled with cracks, dark purple energy cannons continuously detonating upon the shield. Old Zhao struggled to maintain control of the ship. It's coming. Lin Feng looked up to see the Data Guardian, now twice its original size, charging towards the core room, all its energy cannons aimed directly at him. Now's the moment. Lin Feng sprinted towards the Guardian, while simultaneously shouting into the communicator to initiate the protocol. Su Qing immediately pressed the button, and a faint green reverse particle stream shot from the core room, heading towards Lin Feng. He raised his energy gun, targeting the Guardian's core sensor, the critical point for its energy absorption and the optimal target for the particle stream. The Guardian sensed the impending danger and unleashed a barrage of energy fire towards Lin Feng. He dodged to the side but was struck in the shoulder by a stray bullet, his protective suit tearing, blood seeping out. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he squeezed the trigger of the energy gun, sending a faint blue beam towards the Guardian's sensor, leaving a subtle point of light as a marker for the reverse particle stream. Target locked. Su Qing's voice rang out, and the faint green particle stream abruptly changed direction, accurately heading towards the Guardian sensor. The Guardian attempted to evade, but was struck by the main cannon of the Star River. Its movements momentarily halted. The instant the particle stream made contact with the sensor, the Guardian's body emitted a blinding radiance, and its swollen form began to shrink at a visible rate. The energy cannon ports gradually vanishing, ultimately reverting to its original spherical shape. The red sensors extinguished completely. Dormancy successful. Kira's jubilant cheers echoed through the air as the Guardian's body lost all power, crashing heavily to the ground, succumbing to complete silence. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, collapsing to the floor as waves of agony surged from his shoulder wound. Su Qing and Dr. Zhang rushed to his side, tending to his injury. Old Zhao, transport the Guardian's body back to the Star River, for perhaps we can derive further security technologies of time civilization from it. Lin Feng lay on the ground, gazing at the now tranquil corridor. Additionally, initiate a comprehensive scan of the time hub to ascertain if there are any other concealed Guardians or perilous zones. A response came from the communicator. Roger that. The Star River is in the process of retrieving the Guardian's body, and a scanning procedure has been initiated. By the way, the docking bay received a communication from Alpha Space Station. Lin, you mentioned that the Interstellar Alliance is prepared to receive the technical data of the time hub, just awaiting our stabilization here. Lin Feng nodded, assisted by Su Qing to stand, and made his way toward the core chamber. At this moment, the core chamber was alive with the steady flow of golden energy coursing through the conduits, and the control panel displayed that all parameters of the hub had returned to normal. Kira gazed at the coordinates on the screen, her face alight with anticipation. With the time hub and space-time steel technology, our cross-dimensional exploration can finally commence in earnest. However, just then, the detector emitted a slight alarm, and a series of unfamiliar signals flickered on the screen, emanating from the exterior of the time hub, seemingly from a starship rapidly approaching. Moreover, the signal frequency did not belong to the Interstellar Alliance nor the Dark Star Clan. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened with vigilance. Su Qing analyzed the source of the signal. Old Zhao reinforced the hub's external defenses and prepare for combat. A newly emerged unknown threat had silently descended upon the vicinity of the time hub. Shortly after another confrontation had concluded. Chapter 128. Signals from the unknown starship and the vigilance of the time hub. Su Qing's fingertips danced swiftly across the detector screen, the pale blue data stream refreshing incessantly, her expression growing increasingly grave. The source of the signal is untraceable. They have employed space-time interference technology to obscure their coordinates. Furthermore, The detector has registered dark matter energy reactions on the starship's surface, showing a faint correlation with the energy fluctuations of the previously encountered fog cloak guardian. Dark matter energy? Could this be an adversarial force from the Dark Star clan? Kira furrowed her brow and promptly accessed the interstellar database of the Dark Star clan. Indeed, records indicate a group known as the Void Clan, adept at utilizing dark matter to disrupt space-time structures. The previous disturbances in the fog-cloaked system might very well have been orchestrated by them. Lin Feng, gripping his injured shoulder, approached the control panel, fixated on the rapidly approaching red dot on the screen. The unknown starship was moving at an alarming speed, already within the time hub's alert radius. Old Zhao, set the main cannons of the Star River and the Dark Blade to maximum power, aimed at the direction of the unknown starship, and do not fire without my command. He paused before adding, first, attempt to establish communication with them to discern their intentions. The moment communication was established, a jarring electrical noise erupted, followed by a cold mechanical voice. Immediately relinquish control of the time hub, or we shall obliterate the entire hub, including your fleet. The voice bore no emotional inflection, yet it was laced with undeniable menace. Who are you? Why do you seek to seize the time hub? Lin Feng retorted into the communicator, signaling Su Qing to analyze the communication frequency for any signal vulnerabilities. The mechanical voice fell silent for a moment before responding. We are the vanguard fleet of the Void Clan. The technology of the time hub belongs to the civilization capable of wielding it. You lowly beings are unworthy of its possession. No sooner had the words left their mouth than the unknown starship unleashed a dark purple beam of dark matter energy, targeting the Dark Blade. Old Zhao reacted swiftly, maneuvering the Star River to interpose itself, the energy shield flaring to life. As the beam struck the shield, it erupted in a cloud of black energy, causing the shield's energy levels to plummet by 30. They have attacked. Old Zhao's voice resonated with fury. Dark Blade, retaliate. The main cannon of the Dark Blade fired a stellar core beam, but was thwarted by the starship's dark matter barrier, the beam dissipating instantaneously. Their barrier can absorb stellar core energy. Kira shouted, use energy projectiles forged from space-time steel. This alloy can penetrate dark matter barriers. The engineers sprang into action, melting down fragments of space-time steel into energy projectiles for the Star River's main cannon. Lin Feng fixated on the screen, observing a faint red area on the surface of the unknown starship, reminiscent of the weak point of the fog cloak guardian. Su Qing analyzed that red area. It is the location of the energy core. Su Qing's voice came through. There is no dark matter barrier covering it. It is their vulnerability. Lin Feng immediately commanded, target the red area with the Star River's main cannon. Dark Blade, maneuver to the side and deploy dark matter beams to disrupt their barrier. Coordinating with the Star River's attack, the Dark Blade swiftly adjusted its course, its engines belching pale green flames as it soared towards the side of the unknown starship, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of dark matter beams. The dark matter barrier of the unknown starship flickered, momentarily revealing the red area. Now's our chance. Old Zhao squeezed the trigger, and the main cannon, loaded with space-time steel energy projectiles, fired a pale blue beam, striking the red area with pinpoint accuracy. With a resounding boom, a massive fissure appeared on the hull of the unknown starship, dark purple dark matter energy leaking profusely. The mechanical voice returned, now tinged with a hint of panic. You managed to breach our barrier. Wait, our main fleet will arrive shortly. You cannot escape. The communication abruptly severed, and the unknown starship began to turn, fleeing towards the fringes of the fog-cloaked system. Should we pursue? Old Zhao inquired through the communicator. Lin Feng shook his head, gazing at the fading silhouette of the unknown starship on the screen. Do not pursue. We do not know how many vessels comprise their main fleet, and the time hub requires guardianship. Su Qing, promptly transmit the signal data of the unknown starship and information on the Void Clan back to Alpha Space Station, ensuring the Interstellar Alliance is prepared for battle. At that moment, Dr. Zhang approached Lin Feng, handing him the diagnostic report. I just examined the body of the Data Guardian and discovered residual energy from the Void Clan in its core sensor. This indicates that the Void Clan had already infiltrated the Fog Cloak system and altered the Guardian's programming to attack us. Lin Feng accepted the report, his expression growing graver. So, the aggression of the Fog Cloak Guardian, the space-time disturbances, and now this unknown starship are all part of the Void Clan's scheme. Their objective has been the time hub from the very beginning. He looked toward the energy core at the center of the core chamber. We must expedite the fortification of the time hub's defenses while researching space-time steel and Guardian technology, preparing for the impending confrontation with the Void Clan's main fleet. Kira nodded and immediately gathered the engineers of the Dark Star clan. We possess dark matter defense technology that can be combined with space-time steel to forge a more formidable barrier. Su Qing added, I have begun to analyze the weapon systems of the Time Hub. We may be able to activate the space-time cannon left by the civilization of time to combat the Void Clan's starships. Lin Feng observed the bustling figures of his comrades and glanced once more at the starry expanse of the fog-cloaked system, seemingly tranquil, yet concealing an approaching tempest. He understood that the struggle for the Time Hub had merely begun, and the Void Clan would prove to be a foe far more terrifying than the fog-cloaked Guardians. At this juncture, communication from Alpha Space Station abruptly connected. Lin Yu's voice laced with urgency. Lin Feng. The Interstellar Alliance has received your message and has assembled a joint fleet, currently en route to the fog-cloaked system. Furthermore, we have detected that the Void Clan's main fleet consists of over 100 starships, expected to arrive in 3 days. 3 days. This timeline sent a shiver through everyone present. Lin Feng took a deep breath and resolutely spoke into the communicator. Inform the joint fleet that we will secure the Time Hub and await their arrival. In these 3 days, we must transform the Time Hub into the strongest fortress against the Void Clan. Chapter 129. 3 days of preparation and the activation code for the space-time cannon. Although the alarm of the Time Hub had ceased, the air still brimmed with tension. Lin Feng stood before the control console in the core chamber, meticulously dissecting the next 3 days into a lucid battle preparation plan, which he promptly relayed to everyone via the communicator. On the first day, the construction of defensive fortifications would be completed. On the second day, the weapon systems of the Time Nexus would be activated. And on the third day, a full-scale combat drill would be conducted to ensure all equipment was functioning optimally. Kyra, accompanied by engineers from the Dark Star clan, made their way directly to the external armor layer of the Nexus, where they would forge the temporal steel into thin armor plates to cover the critical points of structure. Ordinary armor would falter under dark matter attacks within 10 minutes. But as Kyra directed the engineers to secure the armor plates, she reported through the communicator that the temporal steel armor could absorb dark matter energy, providing at least 30 minutes of resistance, thus granting us precious time for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Su Qing was focused on deciphering the weapon systems of the Time Nexus, her mind clouded by the dense array of temporal civilization text displayed on the screen. Dr. Zhang leaned in, pointing at a recurring symbol. These glyphs bore a resemblance to the engravings on the previous civilization key. Perhaps they required the diamond fragments to activate the weapon system? Without hesitation, Su Qing embedded the diamond fragment into the console slot, and the screen suddenly illuminated, unfolding a set of operational instructions for the temporal cannon. The principle of the temporal cannon hinged on compressing temporal particles to form an energy cannon capable of ripping through the fabric of time and space. As Su Qing absorbed the instructions, excitement flickered in her eyes, yet activation necessitated 3 sets of passwords corresponding to the operational frequency of the temporal rings, the energy parameters of the time core, and the genetic sequence of the civilization key. We possessed the first 2 sets of data, but the genetic sequence required a sample from the temporal civilization, which we utterly lacked. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's mind raced back to the holographic data crystals he had discovered earlier in the archives. Su Qing, immediately head to the archives and check if any of those crystals contain genetic information from the temporal civilization. Dr. Zhang, accompany her and assist in analyzing the biological data. The two sprang into action, and, upon activation, the holographic crystals in the archives projected images of members of the temporal civilization. Indeed, one crystal contained the sought-after genetic sequence data. We have found it. Dr. Zhang imported the genetic data into the detector, but it was incomplete and required energy from the temporal steel to be fully restored. Su Qing swiftly brought a piece of temporal steel close to the crystal. As a pale blue energy stream infused it, the missing data was instantaneously completed. When all 3 sets of passwords were inputted into the console, the top of the time nexus suddenly opened, and a massive metallic cannon barrel slowly ascended, its muzzle glowing with a faint green light of temporal particles. The temporal cannon was successfully activated. Simultaneously, Old Zhao was leading the fleet in a defensive drill. The main cannons of the Star River and Dark Blade had been fully outfitted with temporal steel energy shells, and a defensive barrier combining temporal steel and dark matter technology was erected around the docking bay. The energy level of the defensive barrier had reached 90 of the standard value. Old Zhao reported through the communicator that the fleet's combat drill was proceeding smoothly, with all personnel adeptly utilizing the new weaponry. As the days passed, on the morning of the 3rd day, the detector suddenly captured the signal of the Void Race's main fleet, arriving at a speed faster than anticipated. Only 12 hours remained before their arrival at the misty hidden galaxy. Lin Feng immediately summoned everyone for an urgent meeting in the core chamber. The void race has arrived earlier than expected, although our preparations are not yet complete. We now possess the means to confront them. He pointed at the defensive deployment map on the screen and continued. Old Zhao, you will lead the fleet to engage the enemy at the periphery of the misty, hidden galaxy, stalling for as long as possible. Kyra, you're responsible for maintaining the energy output of the defensive barrier. Su Qing, you will operate the temporal cannon, prioritizing the flagship of the void race once their fleet enters range. Dr. Zhang, you will remain in the core chamber to repair any potentially damaged equipment. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement and returned to their posts. Lin Feng stood by the window of the core chamber, gazing out at the starry expanse. The wound on his shoulder still throbbing, yet his resolve remained unwavering. In 12 hours, a battle that would determine the fate of the time nexus and potentially influence the entire galaxy was poised to commence. At that moment, the detector emitted a sudden alarm, and an unexpected signal appeared on the screen. It was the signal from the United Fleet of the Galactic Alliance, which had arrived early at the misty, hidden galaxy. Lin Yu's voice crackled through the communicator, filled with excitement. Lin Feng, we have arrived. The United Fleet consists of 50 starships, all combat ready. A smile broke across Lin Feng's face as he responded through the communicator. Excellent. Lin Yu immediately assumed defensive positions and rendezvous with Old Zhao's fleet. We will confront the void race together. In the starry sky, the fleets of humanity and the Dark Star clan stood shoulder to shoulder. The temporal cannon of the time nexus poised for action as everyone awaited the arrival of the void race. Chapter 130. The Siege of the Void Fleet and the First Strike of the Temporal Cannon. The starry sky of the misty, hidden galaxy suddenly darkened. The detector screen filled with a flurry of red dots rapidly approaching, resembling a cloud consuming the light. The main fleet of the void race had arrived. The flagship at the forefront was 5 times the size of an ordinary starship, its hull cloaked in dark purple dark matter armor. Its cannon aimed directly at the time nexus, exuding an air of menace. All fleets assume battle positions. Adjust the energy of the defensive barrier to maximum. Lin Feng shouted into the communicator, his heart racing in tandem with the advancing lights. Old Zhao piloted the Star River, leading the fleet at the forefront, with the United Fleet closely following, forming an ironclad defense line. The Void Race fleet showed no hesitation, instantly unleashing a barrage of dark matter beams toward the defense line. Boom! Boom! The beams struck the defensive barrier, exploding into clouds of black energy mist, causing violent ripples on the surface of the barrier. And its energy levels began to plummet. The barrier couldn't hold much longer. Kyra's voice rang with urgency, as the temporal steel armor absorbed dark matter energy. Yet the absorption rate could not keep pace with the onslaught. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the flagship of the Void Race and commanded Su Qing, target the energy core of the flagship with the temporal cannon. Prepare to fire. Su Qing promptly adjusted the parameters of the temporal cannon. The pale green light at the cannon's mouth intensified, compressing the temporal particles within the barrel. Energy charge complete. Ready to fire. Fire. At Lin Feng's command, Su Qing pressed the launch button, and a pale green beam, several dozen meters in diameter, shot forth from the temporal cannon, imbued with the power to tear through time and space, hurtling toward the flagship of the Void Race. The beam penetrated the dark matter barrage, striking the flagship's energy core with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! A massive fissure appeared in the flagship's hull, dark purple energy leaking out as its speed visibly slowed. Effective. Excitement rippled through everyone. However, in the next moment, more Void Race starships surrounded them, unleashing dark matter beams toward the time nexus. They aimed to wear down our energy through sheer numbers. Lin Yu's voice came through from the United Fleet. The United Fleet has lost 5 starships. We require assistance. Lin Feng made a swift decision. Old Zhao, take the Star River and Dark Blade to flank from the left, attacking the side of the Void Race fleet, while the United Fleet holds them at bay from the right. I will provide cover with the temporal cannon. Old Zhao and Lin Yu immediately acknowledged the orders, as the fleet split into 2, heading for the Void Race's flank. The temporal cannon fired once more, and the pale green beam struck the side of the Void Race fleet, igniting chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Old Zhao maneuvered the Star River to fire temporal steel energy shells, hitting a starship's weak point, causing it to explode instantaneously. The Dark Blade followed suit, unleashing a barrage of dark matter beams that crippled the weapon systems of several starships. Yet, the numbers of the Void Race were overwhelming. Despite the continuous destruction of their vessels, more starships kept flooding in. The energy level of the defensive barrier had plummeted to 30, and beads of sweat formed on Kyra's forehead. The energy absorption of the temporal steel armor had reached its limit. If this continued, the barrier would soon be breached. Suddenly, Dr. Zhang rushed to the console, addressing Lin Feng. I have discovered a weakness in the dark matter energy of the void race. Their energy experiences brief disruptions upon contact with temporal particles. We can manufacture energy interference bombs from the temporal steel fragments and deploy them into the void race fleet to disrupt their attacks. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Immediately begin the production of interference bombs. Suing, adjust the parameters of the time-space cannon and coordinate the use of interference bombs to expand the disruption range. The engineers immediately sprang into action, melting down fragments of time-space steel to forge interference bombs, which were deployed into the Void Tribe fleet by a small landing pod. At the moment of detonation, pale blue time particles dispersed, causing the dark matter beams of the Void Tribe to become chaotic, resulting in a significant decline in attack precision. Now is the time. Fire the time-space cannon. Su Qing pressed the launch button, and a pale green beam shot forth once more, striking the central area of the Void Tribe fleet and obliterating several starships. The pressure on the defensive barrier eased instantly, and the energy levels began to recover slowly. However, the flagship of the Void Tribe suddenly emitted a powerful dark purple beam aimed directly at the time-space cannon of the Time Hub. Lin Feng reacted swiftly and immediately commanded, shut down the external barrel of the time-space cannon and activate internal defenses. The barrel retracted rapidly into the hub. The beam struck the time-space steel armor of the hub, erupting into a cloud of black energy mist, leaving a shallow scratch on the surface of the armor. A close call. Su Qing breathed a sigh of relief. The time-space cannon remained undamaged, but required recalibration to fire again. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the Void Tribe flagship on the screen, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Once the time-space cannon is recalibrated, we will concentrate all firepower to destroy the flagship. As long as the flagship is destroyed, the Void Tribe fleet will descend into chaos. Everyone nodded in agreement, and the fleet continued to engage the Void Tribe, awaiting the recalibration of the time-space cannon. Beneath the starry sky, the sounds of explosions and the clash of beams echoed continuously. A brutal battle raged on, and the destruction of the Void Tribe flagship became the key to turning the tide of war. Chapter 131. The Flagship Assault and the Secret of the Dark Matter Core. The time-space cannon parameters have been adjusted. Energy charging at 100. Su Qing's voice pierced through the cacophony of cannon fire in the communicator as the cannon atop the time hub slowly rose once more. The pale green light cutting through the battlefield smoke, precisely locking onto the fissure of the Void Tribe flagship. The location of the energy core that had previously been struck by the time-space cannon and its most vulnerable point. Lao Zhao, Lin Ni Ue, immediately lead the fleet to flank the flagship from both sides to draw its fire. As Lin Feng issued the command, his fingers deftly traced instructions on the console. Kira, transfer 30 of the remaining energy of the defensive barrier to the time-space cannon to enhance its attack power. Understood. Lao Zhao piloted the Star River to break through first, the bow-mounted main cannon firing time-space steel energy shells in rapid succession, striking the flagship's side armor and exploding into fragments of dark purple debris. Lin Yu led the joint fleet to follow from the right, a barrage of star core beams raining down like a meteor shower, targeting the flagship's weapon systems and forcing it to divert most of its cannons to the sides, temporarily unable to attack the time hub. Now is our chance. Fire. Lin Feng's voice rang out, and Su Qing pressed the launch button. This time, the pale green beam from the time-space cannon was 3 times thicker than before, carrying the force of rending time and space, heading straight for the fissure of the flagship's energy core. The moment the beam penetrated the armor, a violent explosion reverberated from within the flagship, dark purple energy surging out from the fissure, causing the ship's body to begin swaying erratically. Did we succeed? Kira stared at the screen, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yet, in the next moment, the core region of the flagship suddenly illuminated with a blinding dark purple light. The fissure rapidly healing. No, it is repairing the energy core. Su Qing's detector captured unusual data. The flagship's core was not an ordinary dark matter energy source, but a dark matter core capable of autonomously absorbing surrounding dark matter to repair damage. Dr. Zhang leaned closer to the screen, quickly analyzing the data. The weakness of the dark matter core lies in its energy conversion interface, specifically the 3 pale red protrusions on the core surface. Only by destroying the interface can we prevent it from repairing and trigger a core explosion. Lin Feng immediately adjusted the strategy. Lao Zhao, Lin Yu, you will continue to distract the flagship while Su Qing and I pilot the landing pod to infiltrate the flagship's interior and destroy the energy conversion interface. It's too dangerous. The interior of the flagship is saturated with dark matter radiation. The protective suit's 1T last more than 10 minutes. Su Qing expressed her concerns. Yet Lin Feng had already seized his equipment. There is no time to hesitate. If we delay any longer, we will all be trapped here. The landing pod launched from the emergency exit of the time hub, navigating through the chaos of the battlefield, skimming along the flagship's armor, ultimately squeezing into a small opening blasted open by cannon fire. The hatch opened, and dark purple dark matter radiation surged toward them. The alarm on the protective suits blaring. Radiation levels exceed safety limits. Remaining protection time, 8 minutes. Lin Feng and Su Qing swiftly advanced along the internal corridor of the flagship, the walls flanked by dark purple energy conduits, with occasional dark matter leaks forming smoke-filled craters on the ground. The detector indicated that the energy conversion interface was located at the top of the core chamber. 500 meters ahead. Su Qing's voice was labored, the energy in her protective suit depleting rapidly. Finally, they arrived at the core chamber, where a dark purple sphere the size of a basketball hovered at the center. This was the dark matter core. Its 3 pale, red interfaces continuously absorbing dark matter to repair the ship's damage. Lin Feng immediately affixed 3 time-space steel bombs to the interfaces, setting a 1-minute countdown. We need to move. Once the countdown ends, this place will be reduced to rubble. As they dashed out of the core chamber, a violent explosion erupted behind them, the dark purple energy shockwave sending them flying. Struggling to return to the landing pod, they found the energy in their protective suits had been completely exhausted, their skins searing with pain. Start the landing pod, return to the hub. Lin Feng pressed the activation button, and the landing pod, enveloped in thick smoke, surged out of the flagship. Upon returning to the time hub, Lin Feng immediately ordered, recharge the time-space cannon and aim at the flagship's dark matter core. This time, the energy conversion interface of the flagship had been destroyed, and the dark matter core could no longer repair itself. Explosions continued to rock the core chamber, and the fissures in the ship's body were widening. The time-space cannon finished charging. Su Qing's voice was weary. The pale green beam shot forth again, striking the dark matter core with precision. This time, the flagship offered no resistance. The dark purple core disintegrated instantly in the beam, triggering a chain reaction of explosions. And the entire flagship erupted like fireworks in the starry sky, debris scattering in all directions. The destruction of the flagship plunged the Void Tribe fleet into chaos. The starships, losing command, began to scatter and flee. Pursue them. Do not give them a moment's respite, Lin Feng commanded. And the joint fleet, along with Lao Zhao's fleet, immediately launched a pursuit, the time-space cannon firing intermittently to destroy any fleeing starships. When the battle concluded, the starry sky of the misty hidden galaxy was littered with the wreckage of starships, the dark purple dark matter, smoke slowly dissipating. Lin Feng stood in the core chamber of the time hub, gazing at the screen where the starry sky gradually returned to calm, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Su Qing handed him a report. The majority of the Void Tribe fleet has been destroyed, with only a few ships managing to escape. They pose no immediate threat to us. However, at that moment, a strange light pattern suddenly illuminated the control console of the time hub, and a segment of text, not belonging to Time Civilization, flashed on the screen. Su Qing quickly translated it, her face turning pale. This is a warning left by the Void Tribe. They say this is only the beginning, and the Void Lord will soon arrive here in person to annihilate all civilizations that possess time technology. Lin Feng's expression grew grave once more. He knew that the victory of this battle was merely temporary, and a greater threat loomed ahead. But he did not feel fear, for he had comrades fighting alongside him. The formidable time hub at his disposal, and the time-space steel technology capable of countering unknown threats. Notify the Interstellar Alliance to bolster defenses across all star systems and commence research on information regarding the Void Lord, Lin Feng instructed the communicator. Our journey of interstellar exploration cannot come to a halt. Chapter 132, Post-Battle Recovery and the Shadow of the Void Lord. In the aftermath of the battle, the remnants floating in the starry sky of the misty hidden galaxy were systematically cleared by the joint fleet, while the time-space steel armor of the time hub slowly repaired the scratches left by the fight. Lin Feng stood by the window of the core chamber, observing the bustling fleet outside, the wound on his shoulder treated, and the pain significantly alleviated, yet the warning from the Void Lord weighed heavily on his heart. Lin Feng, here is the post-battle damage report. Lin Yu stepped into the core chamber, presenting a holographic report. The United Fleet had suffered a loss of 8 starships and the sacrifice of 120 crew members. Our vessel, the Dark Blade, was heavily damaged and required immediate return to Alpha Space Station for extensive repairs. The energy reserves of the Time Nexus's defensive barrier had dwindled to 40, and the supply of temporal steel was barely sufficient for the restoration of critical components. Lin Feng received the report, his brow furrowed in concern. Notify the Interstellar Alliance to expedite the delivery of raw materials for temporal steel and the necessary ship repair equipment. Additionally, instruct Dr. Zhang to lead a medical team to treat the injured crew members, especially those affected by dark matter radiation. At that moment, Su Qing approached, holding a set of detector data. I have analyzed the signals from the escaping Void Clan starships and discovered they are heading towards the Void Nebula at the edge of the galaxy. According to the database records of Time Civilization, the Void Nebula is the region with the highest concentration of dark matter, likely the stronghold of the Void Clan. With the Void Master concealed at its center, Void Nebula, Lin Feng murmured, repeating the name as he opened the star map of the Time Nexus, pinpointing the area marked as the Void Nebula. It lay 5,000 light-years from the misty shadow galaxy, interspersed with multiple unexplored star systems fraught with unknown dangers. Our current strength was insufficient to penetrate the nebula. We must first enhance the fleet's combat capabilities and devise a strategy to confront the Void Master. Kira entered with engineers from the Dark Star clan, her expression a mix of fatigue and exhilaration. We have made a significant discovery. Within the wreckage of the Void Clan flagship, we found a dark matter crystal that can stabilize the storage of dark matter energy. When combined with temporal steel, it can greatly enhance the propulsion and defenses of our starships. If we can mass-produce this crystal, the combat strength of our fleet could potentially double. Dr. Zhang added, I have studied the effects of dark matter radiation on the human body and found that the temporal particles released by temporal steel can neutralize the radiation. I have developed a rudimentary radiation treatment device to assist the injured crew members. Furthermore, I discovered ancient records within the Data Guardian program detailing Time Civilization's confrontations with the Void Clan, which mentioned that the Void Master fears the energy of the Time Core. This may be our breakthrough. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. Excellent. We shall divide our tasks. Kira, lead the engineers in researching the combination of dark matter crystals and temporal steel technologies, and apply them to our fleet upgrades as swiftly as possible. Suin, continue to analyze the Time Civilization database for further insights regarding the Void Master and the Time Core. Linyu, coordinate the logistics of the Interstellar Alliance for resource transportation and crew accommodations. Dr. Zhang, accelerate the production of the radiation treatment devices while also repairing the Data Guardian to serve as our security assistant. Everyone immediately set to work, and the Time Nexus buzzed with renewed activity. Lin Feng remained in the core chamber, delving into the ancient records of Time Civilization. The screen revealed a blurry image, members of Time Civilization wielding the energy of the Time Core to repel a massive Void Clan fleet, while the figure of the Void Master appeared only as a vague, dark purple mist emanating an oppressive aura. The Time Core, Lin Feng's gaze fixed on the image of the Time Core, resembling the energy core of the Time Nexus but larger and more radiant. Could it be that the energy core of the Time Nexus was merely a fragment of the Time Core? This question arose in his mind, yet he found no immediate answers. 3 days later, the transport fleet of the Interstellar Alliance arrived at the misty shadow galaxy, delivering substantial quantities of temporal steel raw materials and repair equipment. The Dark Blade was towed into the repair bay of the transport ship, commencing extensive repairs. The injured crew members gradually regained their health with the assistance of the radiation treatment devices, and breakthroughs were achieved in the technology combining dark matter crystals and temporal steel, resulting in the main cannon of the Galaxy Star being modified to double its firepower. However, the calm days did not last long. That morning, Su Qing's detector suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Intense temporal distortions were detected at the periphery of the misty shadow galaxy, similar to the earlier temporal interference technology used by the Void Clan starships, but 100 times stronger. Lin Feng rushed to the control console, where the screen displayed the starry sky around the misty shadow galaxy warping into a massive black vortex, dark purple energy spilling forth from its center. It's the signal of the Void Master. Su Qing's voice trembled. It is approaching, estimated to arrive in 24 hours. 24 hours. This time frame sent a wave of tension through everyone. Lin Feng took a deep breath and shouted into the communicator, all personnel, immediately enter combat readiness. Equip all weapons that combine dark matter crystals and temporal steel to the fleet in the Time Nexus. Su Qing, activate the highest defense mode of the Time Nexus. This time, we shall face the Void Master in a decisive battle. In the starry expanse, the United Fleet and a modified galaxy star formed a neat line. The temporal cannon of the time nexus rising once more, its muzzle glowing with a soft green light. Everyone understood that a battle more harrowing than before was imminent. And this time, they would confront the most formidable entity of the Void Clan, the Void Master. Chapter 133. The eve of the final battle and mysterious reinforcements. Lin Feng's command served as a powerful stimulant, instantly thrusting the entire time nexus and fleet into a state of intense battle preparation. Kira led the engineers in a race against time, installing the weapons that integrated dark matter crystals with temporal steel onto each starship. Sparks flew amidst the bustling crowd, the clamor of metal striking metal resonating throughout. Lin Yu continuously coordinated the deployment of the United Fleet via the communication channel, arranging different classes of starships by their defensive and offensive capabilities to form an impregnable line of defense. Su Qing sat at the control center of the time nexus. Her fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, activating the highest defense mode of the nexus. With a deep rumbling sound, a dual-layered defensive shield constructed from temporal steel energy rose around the time nexus, a soft blue glow intertwining with the deep purple energy of dark matter, exuding a mysterious and formidable aura. Dr. Zhang led the medical team in transporting the radiation treatment devices to various critical locations, ensuring that any crew members injured in battle could receive immediate care. Lin Feng stood resolutely at the command platform of the time nexus, his gaze unwavering as he scrutinized the ever-expanding black vortex on the screen. He understood that the Void Master they faced this time would be an unprecedentedly powerful adversary. Yet there was no hint of retreat in his heart. As he surveyed his industrious companions, a warm current surged within him. He believed that as long as they united in purpose, they could overcome this crisis. While everyone was tense and preparing for battle, Su Qing suddenly called out, "Wait!" Detecting another temporal wave signal rapidly approaching the misty shadow galaxy. It is not the signal of the Void Master, and the frequency is unfamiliar. A sense of alarm gripped everyone once more. Could there be yet another unknown enemy before the arrival of the Void Master? As the signal drew closer, a colossal silhouette emerged at the edge of the misty shadow galaxy, a massive starship unlike any they had ever seen. The ship had a streamlined design, its surface covered with a layer of shimmering silver armor, inscribed with mysterious runes that pulsed with powerful energy. The bow of the starship bore an ancient symbol. Su Qing quickly searched the database of time civilization, her expression shifting to one of astonishment. This is the emblem of time civilization. This starship likely originates from them. Lin Feng promptly opened the communication channel, attempting to establish contact. "This is the time nexus. May I inquire who you are?" After a brief silence, a deep yet gentle voice responded, "I am Loren, a guardian of time civilization. We sensed unusual movements from the Void Master and have come to assist you." Lauren's words brought a collective sigh of relief. Lin Feng quickly replied, "Wonderful. We are in dire need of your assistance. The Void Master is expected to arrive in 24 hours. We are battle ready, but remain uncertain of its specific capabilities and weaknesses." Lauren's voice bore a weighty gravity. The Lord of the Void is a formidable entity birthed from dark matter and temporal turbulence, possessing the ability to distort time and space while absorbing energy. Conventional weaponry proves nearly futile against it. Yet, it is not devoid of vulnerabilities. Within its core lies a temporal rift. Should one manage to inject a sufficiently potent energy into this rift, a chain reaction could be triggered, leading to its annihilation. Upon hearing Lauren's words, Lin Feng immediately conferred with his companions on strategy. "Su Qing, adjust the parameters of the temporal cannon, merging the energy of dark matter crystals and temporal steel to amplify our firepower. Kira, lead the engineers in installing energy amplification devices on the fleet's main cannon to ensure a decisive strike against the Lord of the Void at a critical juncture. Lin Yu, coordinate the joint fleet's efforts to restrain the Lord of the Void's movements, thus creating opportunities for our assault. Dr. Zhang, continue to prepare medical support." The colossal starship of the temporal civilization glided closer to the temporal nexus, and Loren spoke through the communicator. "We bring forth the ultimate weapon of the temporal civilization, the temporal prism, which can focus the energy of the temporal cannon, enhancing its potency manifold. However, activating the temporal prism necessitates immense energy consumption. We require support from the energy core of the temporal nexus." Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng replied, "No problem. Suing, prepare to transmit 50 units of energy from the temporal nexus's core to the temporal prism." As the energy transfer commenced, the temporal prism gradually ascended, hovering above the temporal nexus, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors. In tense anticipation, the 24-hour countdown steadily approached its conclusion. At the periphery of the misty, hidden galaxy, a black vortex began to whirl violently, and a dark purple beam of light shot forth, revealing the silhouette of the Lord of the Void. It manifested as a colossal dark purple sphere, its surface swirling with distorted temporal turbulence. Countless dark matter tendrils extending from the sphere, spreading outward. The Lord of the Void has arrived. Enter battle mode, Lin Feng shouted, and in the starry expanse, the joint fleet, the Star River, and the colossal starship of the temporal civilization surged toward the Lord of the Void, marking the commencement of an ultimate confrontation that would determine the fate of the universe. Chapter 134. The Ultimate Showdown and the Awakening of the Temporal Core. As the dark matter tendrils of the Lord of the Void unfurled, they swept toward the joint fleet. Lin Yu reacted swiftly, issuing commands. All starships dispersed to evade, main cannons fire at will. Dozens of stellar core beams and dark matter crystal energy projectiles were unleashed simultaneously. Yet upon contact with the tendrils, they were absorbed without creating even a ripple. Its absorption capacity exceeded expectations. Lin Yu's voice carried urgency. Star River, is your modified main cannon ready? Old Zhao maneuvered the Star River to the flank of the Lord of the Void. The ship's main cannon emanating a soft blue and dark purple luminescence, a fusion of temporal steel and dark matter crystal energy. Ready, fire. The beam struck a dark matter tendril, which exploded instantly, scattering black energy mist. Effective. Everyone's spirits lifted, and Lauren's voice quickly followed. That was merely an outer tendril. Its core rift resides at the top of the sphere. We need someone to draw its attention, allowing the temporal prism to lock onto the target. Lin Feng responded immediately. I will draw its focus. Su Qing, stand by to activate the temporal prism. He piloted a small assault ship toward the core region of the Lord of the Void. Sensing the threat, countless dark matter tendrils surged toward the assault ship. Lin Feng deftly maneuvered the vessel to evade while simultaneously launching decoy flares, creating a shroud of energy fog around him. Now is the time. Su Qing shouted as the temporal prism suddenly illuminated with blinding radiance. A pale green energy beam locking onto the temporal rift at the apex of the Lord of the Void. However, the Lord of the Void abruptly retracted its tendrils, enveloping the entire sphere in a thick dark matter barrier. The energy beam from the temporal prism struck the barrier, leaving only a faint trace. Lauren's voice turned grave. It is in defense. We require a stronger energy to breach the barrier. Lin Feng, can you find a way to approach the rift and use temporal steel bombs to temporarily disable the barrier? Lin Feng glanced at the two remaining temporal steel bombs on the assault ship, gritting his teeth in affirmation. I can, but I need the fleet to coordinate in drawing its fire. Lin Yu immediately commanded. Joint fleet, concentrate fire on the bottom of the Lord of the Void. Old Zhao, use the main cannon of the Star River to distract its barrier energy. A barrage of cannon fire rained down upon the bottom of the Lord of the Void, prompting it to divert some of its barrier energy downward. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng piloted the assault ship through the hail of fire, racing toward the core rift. Just as the assault ship was about to reach the rift, a dark purple energy wave suddenly erupted from within the Lord of the Void, obliterating the assault ship's shields and sending it spiraling out of control. Lin Feng, Su Qing's voice trembled with distress. Yet Lin Feng remained remarkably composed. He activated the assault ship's self-destruct sequence while hurling both temporal steel bombs toward the rift. Activate the temporal prism. Quickly. As the bombs struck the rift, they detonated in a burst of pale blue energy mist, creating a breach in the dark matter barrier. Su Qing pressed the button, and the energy beam from the temporal prism shot forth once more, precisely penetrating the breach and striking the temporal rift. The Lord of the Void emitted a deafening roar, its dark purple sphere beginning to expand irregularly. Loren bellowed. It is about to self-destruct. Everyone, evacuate immediately. The fleet began a rapid retreat. Yet the Lord of the Void's expansion accelerated, warping the very fabric of space-time throughout the misty hidden galaxy. At that moment, the energy core of the temporal nexus suddenly blazed with brilliant golden light, a golden energy column erupting from the core. Racing toward the rift of the Lord of the Void, Loren exclaimed in astonishment. It is the power of the temporal core. The core of the temporal nexus is, in fact, a fragment of the temporal core. It is actively countering the Lord of the Void. The golden energy column converged with the beam from the temporal prism, both surging into the rift of the Lord of the Void. Its expansion abruptly halted, followed by rapid contraction, as the dark purple energy dissipated. Ultimately, the Lord of the Void transformed into a cluster of luminous points, vanishing entirely from the starry expanse. A collective sigh of relief swept through all present. Though Lin Feng's assault ship had been destroyed, he ejected at the last moment, rescued by the Star River. Upon returning to the temporal nexus, Su Qing and Lin Yu immediately surrounded him, their faces etched with concern. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. "I'm fine, just a bit weary." Loren approached Lin Feng, gazing at the energy core of the temporal nexus. The fragment of the temporal core has awakened. It will gradually repair the entirety of the temporal core. In the future, you may harness the power of the temporal core to explore the vast cosmos. He paused before continuing. We must also venture to other star systems to eradicate the remnants of the Void Clan. Thus, we bid farewell. The colossal starship of the temporal civilization slowly departed, restoring tranquility to the misty, hidden galaxy. Lin Feng stood on the command platform of the temporal nexus, surveying the stellar map on the screen, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Inform the Interstellar Alliance that we are prepared to initiate the interstellar exploration program. This time, we shall venture to the very edge of the universe." In the starry sky, the Star River and the ships of the Joint Fleet were arrayed in perfect formation, with the energy core of the temporal nexus radiating golden light, illuminating the path to the unknown cosmos. An adventure transcending time and space had only just begun. Chapter 135. The Birth of the Dreamweaver, a titan of industry beneath the starry canopy. In the starry expanse of the misty, hidden galaxy, the golden energy stream from the temporal nexus intertwined with the luminous glow of the Star River's engines. Lin Feng stood before the holographic projection in the core chamber of the nexus, his fingertips gliding over a blank area on the virtual star map, an expanse designated for new colonies by the Interstellar Alliance, situated 1,200 light-years from the misty, hidden galaxy. Yet, due to the absence of large-scale resource transport and processing facilities, the colonization initiative remained stagnant. Standard transport vessels could only carry 5,000 tons of cargo and required 20 days for a round trip, utterly inadequate to meet the demands of constructing the colony. Lin Feng addressed the commander of the Joint Fleet depicted in the projection. "We require a vessel capable of directly processing resources in the interstellar void, one that possesses ultra-long-range endurance, an authentic mobile interstellar factory." Silence emanated from the communicator, and after a brief pause, the commander's voice emerged, tinged with concern. "The design complexities of the industrial vessel far exceed those of a combat ship, particularly in terms of the compatibility between the resource processing module and the space-time transition system. No civilization has yet achieved this. Furthermore, constructing such a colossal ship necessitates at least 3,000 tons of space-time steel and 10 dark matter crystals, a reserve we simply do not possess. The space-time steel can be mined from the asteroid belt of the new colonization zone, while dark matter crystals can be extracted from the remnants of the Void Tribe." Lin Feng called up a detailed plan, emphasizing that the key lay in the design scheme. "I have assembled a specialized team, led by Su Qing and Kula, to combine the starship technology of the Time civilization. Perhaps we can overcome the compatibility challenge." 3 days later, the specialized team convened for its inaugural meeting in the research room of the Time Nexus. Su Qing projected a three-dimensional design diagram into the air. The core challenges of the industrial vessel are twofold. First, how to separate the energy consumption of the resource processing module from the energy requirements of the space-time transition system to prevent mutual interference. Second, how to construct a sufficiently sturdy hull from space-time steel while ensuring the flexibility of the processing module. Kala pointed to the energy conduit section of the design. The Dark Star Tribe possesses energy diversion valve technology, allowing the space-time steel pipes to be split into 2 independent channels, one for the transition system and one for the processing module. However, precise control of the diversion ratio is required, with an error margin not exceeding 0.1. Dr. Zhang suddenly interjected. "I discovered the formula for dynamic balance alloy in the database of the Time civilization. By mixing space-time steel with a small quantity of dark matter crystals, the hull can automatically adjust its structural integrity under transition pressure, effectively resolving the flexibility issue of the processing module." Lin Feng observed as the team members expressed their opinions, gradually forming a clear blueprint in his mind. "Let us proceed in this direction." Su Qing was tasked with the overall design and compatibility adjustments for the transition system. Kula led the engineers in creating the energy diversion valves and hull framework. Dr. Zhang was responsible for the development of the dynamic balance alloy, and Old Zhao was to assemble a resource mining team to venture into the asteroid belt of the new colonization zone to gather raw materials of space-time steel. Once the tasks were assigned, Each team sprang into action. Old Zhao piloted the Star River, leading 3 mining teams through the interstellar dust belt to the asteroid belt of the new colonization zone. The asteroids here were blanketed with thick deposits of space-time steel, and mining robots, under the ship's control, sliced and transported chunks of ore into the transport chambers. The purity of the space-time steel here reaches 75, far superior to the ore quality of the Misty Veil star system. Old Zhao reported excitedly over the communicator. Meanwhile, QLA's team was busy in the shipyard of the time nexus. Enormous chunks of space-time steel were fed into the furnace, melting into a silvery metallic liquid under high temperatures, which was then cast into the hull framework using precision molds. The initial test of the energy diversion valve commenced. Following QLA's command, the engineers activated the energy transmission device, and the pale blue energy of the space-time steel flowed smoothly through the 2 conduits, maintaining a diversion ratio stable within an error margin of 0.05. Success. Cheers erupted in the shipyard. However, Su Qing's team encountered difficulties. The compatibility adjustments between the space-time transition system and the resource processing module repeatedly failed. Each attempt to initiate the transition program resulted in severe fluctuations in the energy of the processing module. The issue stemmed from the space-time distortion during the transition, affecting the energy field of the processing module. Su Qing scrutinized the data screen and suddenly conceived an idea. If we envelop the processing module with the dynamic balance alloy developed by Dr. Zhang, it may counteract the effects of space-time distortion. As the processing module wrapped in the dynamic balance alloy reconnected with the transition system, all parameters stabilized. Su Qing excitedly pressed the activation button, and the industrial vessel successfully completed a short-distance transition in the virtual projection, with the processing module operating normally throughout the transition. The compatibility issue was resolved. This news was relayed through the communicator to all teams, invigorating everyone. 3 months later, the construction of the industrial vessel reached its final stage. In the shipyard of the Time Nexus, a colossal starship measuring 500 meters in length and 180 meters in width was gradually taking shape. The hull was predominantly silver, covered with armor crafted from dynamic balance alloy. A massive resource collection arm adorned the bow. The middle housed 3 concentric resource processing chambers, and at the stern were 2 high-powered space-time transition engines. This was the Dream Builder interstellar industrial vessel. The initial test of the Dream Builder commenced. Lin Feng stood at the command console, issuing orders. Su Qing pressed the activation button, and the Dream Builder's engines belched forth pale blue flames as it gently departed from the shipyard. Sensors indicated that all parameters of the hull were normal, and the resource collection arm deftly grasped a small asteroid, delivering it to the processing chamber. Minutes later, the processing chamber outputted the first batch of refined space-time steel materials, achieving a purity of 98. The transition system test commenced. Target, Alpha 3, a planet in the new colonization zone, located 200 light-years away. As Lin Feng's voice faded, Su Qing adjusted the transition parameters, and the space surrounding the Dream Builder began to warp, transforming into a pale blue stream of light before vanishing into the cosmos. 20 minutes later, the communicator crackled to life with the voice of the Dream Builder's pilot. We have arrived in orbit around Alpha 3. The transition process was smooth. The processing module is functioning normally, and the resource collection system is operational. Lin Feng gazed at the imagery relayed back from the Dream Builder, observing the construction of a colonial base on the planet's surface, while the Dream Builder's resource transport chamber was delivering processed materials to the base. The commander of the United Fleet sent a congratulatory message through the communicator. The success of the Dream Builder signifies the official dawn of the interstellar colonization era. With it, we can complete all construction plans for the new colonization zone within a decade. Lin Feng responded with a smile. This is just the beginning. Following the Dream Builder, we shall construct more interstellar industrial vessels, ensuring that humanity's footprint spreads throughout the galaxy. In the starry expanse, the Dream Builder's engines roared to life once more, heading toward the new asteroid belt to gather additional resources for the colonial base. Its silhouette appeared imposing beneath the celestial canopy, filled with hope. It was not merely an industrial vessel, but a vessel of dreams for humanity's exploration of the cosmos and the construction of the future. As the Dream Builder embarked on a new round of resource collection, Su Qing's sensors suddenly detected an anomaly. The processing chamber of the Dream Builder registered unknown energy fluctuations, seemingly indicative of an unprecedented interstellar mineral. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened with curiosity. Immediately analyze the mineral sample. This could potentially be a new resource that enhances the properties of space-time steel. The exploratory journey of the Dream Builder having successfully come to fruition, now faced fresh surprises and challenges. This, indeed, is the most enchanting aspect of interstellar exploration. An endless array of mysteries awaits discovery and exploration. Chapter 136: The Secrets of Unknown Minerals and the Shadows of the Void. Within the resource processing chamber of the Dream Builder, mechanical arms cautiously separated the unknown mineral radiating a faint purple glow from the ore pile and transported it to a specialized testing chamber. On the screen, various data points fluctuated wildly. Su Qing focused intently on the real-time analysis results, her brow initially furrowing before relaxing with barely concealed excitement. Lin Feng. Preliminary testing reveals that this mineral's molecular structure contains space-time resonance factors, with a compatibility rate of 92 with space-time steel. If integrated into the smelting process of space-time steel, theoretically, it could enhance the material's resistance to space-time distortion by at least 30. Lin Feng promptly summoned the three-dimensional imagery from the testing chamber, observing the mineral that flickered under the energy detector. His fingers glided over the virtual control panel, instruct the Dream Builder to suspend its current collection task and prioritize the collection of this unknown mineral. Additionally, intensify testing efforts to ascertain its stability and specific applications. Furthermore, synchronize the sample data with Dr. Zhang so that his team can evaluate whether this mineral can optimize the formula for dynamic balance alloy. On the other end of the communicator, the captain of the Dream Builder quickly replied, "The collection plan has been adjusted. We have currently gathered approximately 500 kilograms of the unknown mineral, and the testing team is conducting stability assessments. However, during the data collection process, we discovered some anomalies in the spatial fluctuations deep within the asteroid belt. The probe occasionally captured faint signals of void energy." Void energy? Lin Feng's expression instantly turned grave. His previous encounters with the Void Clan had made him particularly sensitive to this type of energy. He promptly ordered the probe to delve into the core region of the asteroid belt to investigate the source of the signals, while simultaneously reinforcing the defenses of the Dreamweaver. Should any abnormalities arise, an immediate evacuation would be initiated. Meanwhile, Dr. Zhang's team had received sample data of an unidentified mineral. In the laboratory, Dr. Zhang overlaid virtual formulations with the molecular structure of the mineral, swiftly calculating on draft paper. If 15 of this unknown mineral were incorporated into a dynamic equilibrium alloy, the alloy's structural adaptability would double, effectively addressing the slight stuttering issues occasionally encountered by the Dreamweaver during long-distance jumps. However, the feasibility could only be confirmed through actual smelting of samples. Just as Dr. Zhang was preparing to request the mineral samples, the emergency communication from the Dreamweaver was suddenly routed to the command center of the Time Nexus. The screen displayed a violently shaking image, and the captain's voice came through, breathless and urgent. "We have discovered the wreckage of a damaged Void Clan warship in the core region of the asteroid belt. The space around the wreckage is collapsing, and the unknown mineral is leaking from the warship's storage compartment. Numerous Void creatures are now emerging from the wreckage, and the Dreamweaver's defense shield has already come under attack. Requesting support." Lin Feng sprang to his feet, immediately connecting with the Coalition fleet's communications. "Emergency situation. The Dreamweaver is under attack by Void creatures in the asteroid belt of the new colonization zone and requires assistance. I will lead the Star River to the scene. You must dispatch 3 combat ship formations to follow as quickly as possible." After ending the communication, Lin Feng swiftly made his way to the docking bay of the Star River, simultaneously issuing orders to Su Qing. "You stay at the Time Nexus to coordinate Dr. Zhang's team in accelerating the alloy optimization. As soon as the Dreamweaver returns safely, initiate its upgrade and modification. Lao Zhao, accompany me in piloting the Star River. Ensure the safety of the Dreamweaver and its crew." The engine of the Star River roared to life, transforming into a golden streak as it burst forth from the Time Nexus, racing towards the new colonization zone, 200 light-years away. En route. Lin Feng continuously received real-time footage from the Dreamweaver. The Void creatures resembled twisted black mists, relentlessly battering the Dreamweaver shields. The energy ripples on the shield's surface expanded like waves, and the defense metrics were slowly declining. "Captain, hold on. We will arrive in 30 minutes. Lin Feng shouted into the communicator while adjusting the Star River's jump parameters, attempting to shorten the travel time. Meanwhile, within the Dreamweaver's processing chamber, engineers were urgently sealing the collected unknown minerals into specialized containers. One engineer suddenly exclaimed, "These minerals are experiencing an increase in resonance frequency due to the stimulation from void energy. If they remain aboard, an energy explosion could occur. With gritted teeth, the captain made a decisive choice. Initiate the emergency ejection procedure and launch the containers of unknown minerals into the spatial rift of the asteroid belt. The safety of the ship and crew takes precedence. With a thunderous boom, the container holding the unknown minerals was ejected, instantly swallowed by the spatial rift. The moment the container vanished, the attack from the void creatures suddenly diminished, and the spatial fluctuations deep within the asteroid belt gradually stabilized. What is happening? Why have the void creatures ceased their attack? The captain gazed at the screen in confusion, just as the silhouette of the Star River appeared in the nearby starry expanse, its golden engine light shining like a beacon of hope. Lin Feng piloted the Star River closer to the Dreamweaver while activating the ship's weapon systems to engage the remaining void creatures. First, retreat from the asteroid belt and return to Alpha 3 for regrouping. Under the cover of the Star River, the Dreamweaver slowly adjusted its heading towards Alpha 3. When both starships safely reached the planet's orbit, the Coalition Fleet Support Formation arrived just in time. Lin Feng looked at the damaged shield of the Dreamweaver. Recalling the unknown minerals that had been ejected, his heart heavy with regret. Although the mineral samples could not be preserved, at least the Dreamweaver was safe. However, the emergence of the wreckage of the Void Clan warship indicated that there might be traces of their activity near the new colonization zone, which was not auspicious for our subsequent colonization plans. Meanwhile, in the laboratory of the Time Nexus, Dr. Zhang gazed at the suddenly interrupted mineral data on the screen, letting out a gentle sigh. Just as he was about to shut down the console, a new detection record unexpectedly popped up on the screen. It contained the final complete sample analysis report transmitted by the Dreamweaver before the minerals were ejected, with a small note at the end stating, weak stellar core energy reactions detected within the mineral, highly consistent with the descriptions of the Genesis stellar core in the Time Civilization database. Dr. Zhang's eyes instantly lit up. He swiftly picked up the communicator and dialed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, there's an important discovery. Those unknown minerals may be related to the Genesis stellar core. This could be the key to unraveling the ultimate secrets of the Time Civilization. Chapter 137. The Final Fate of the Unknown Minerals. After the research minerals were delivered to Dr. Zhang's laboratory, they awaited research results in silence. A few days later, Dr. Zhang emerged, and Lin Feng sought him out to inquire about the findings. Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's words, Lin Feng's heart raced. The regret he had temporarily set aside due to the evacuation now surged back. He tightened his grip on the communicator and said, Dr. Zhang, are you certain? This is a crucial discovery. Dr. Zhang's tone was resolute. Based on the current detection data, it aligns closely, but we will need further research to be definitive. However, this certainly provides us with a new direction. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Very well. Organize a team to delve deeper into this report immediately. I will also report to the Coalition Fleet to see if we can dispatch a professional research expedition to the asteroid belt to search for that unknown mineral again. After ending the call, Lin Feng promptly sent an urgent report to the commander of the Coalition Fleet. Shortly thereafter, the Coalition Fleet replied, agreeing to send a research expedition, with Lin Feng appointed as the captain, leading the Star River and 2 additional research vessels back to the asteroid belt. Meanwhile, the Dreamweaver had returned to Alpha 3, and the crew began the process of repair and recovery after the harrowing ordeal. Su Qing was also coordinating with Dr. Zhang's team, utilizing the existing data to attempt to simulate the fusion process of the unknown minerals with time-space steel and dynamic equilibrium alloys in a laboratory. A few days later, the research expedition led by Lin Feng returned to the asteroid belt. This time, their probe was more advanced, and the scanning of the asteroid belt was more meticulous. However, after several days of searching, they could not locate any trace of the previously encountered unknown minerals. Just as Lin Feng began to feel disappointment, a crew member suddenly reported, Captain, we have detected some unusual energy reactions in a concealed meteorite crater not far from the wreckage of the Void Clan warship. The signals are weak but share similarities with the energy characteristics of the unknown minerals we previously encountered. Lin Feng's spirits lifted immediately. Proceed to the meteorite crater and conduct a probe. Upon arrival at the crater, the research expedition team found that while the spatial fluctuations were not as intense as those near the previous warship wreckage, some anomalies were indeed present. The probe descended to the bottom of the crater and soon transmitted exhilarating news. They had discovered fragments of the unknown mineral. The researchers carefully collected the mineral fragments and returned them to the Star River for analysis. The results confirmed that these fragments were precisely the unknown minerals they had been seeking. Lin Feng looked at the analysis report, a smile of satisfaction gracing his face. It seems our luck isn't too bad. With these fragments, Dr. Zhang and his team should be able to conduct more in-depth research. However, just as they prepare to depart the asteroid belt, the probe suddenly detected void energy signals again, and this time, the signals were even stronger than before. Lin Feng's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. It seems the Void Clan may have sensed our movements and is preparing to launch another assault. Activate the defense systems immediately and prepare for battle. A new crisis was about to unfold. Lin Feng swiftly commanded the crew to enter combat mode. Positioning the Star River alongside two other research vessels in a triangular formation, with the defense systems operating at full capacity. The signals of void energy grew increasingly proximate. And soon a fleet of bizarrely shaped Void Clan warships emerged into view, their hulls shimmering with a ghostly green luminescence, akin to phantoms in the darkness. The battle erupted instantaneously. The Void Clan warships initiated the assault, unleashing a barrage of energy beams towards the research vessels. The shields of the Star River trembled violently, radiating blinding light. Lin Feng maintained his composure, issuing counterattack orders. The ship's weapon systems fired in unison, energy projectiles soaring toward the enemy vessels like meteors. Just as the two sides were locked in fierce combat, the rhythm of the Void Clan's attacks suddenly faltered. It turned out that Su Qing, aboard the Dreambuilder, had identified a vulnerability in the energy signatures of the Void warships through remote monitoring, and she promptly relayed the data to Lin Feng. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng adjusted their attack strategy, concentrating fire on the identified weaknesses of the enemy ships. One by one, the Void warships were struck, sustaining damage. After a tumultuous battle, the Void fleet was finally repelled. Lin Feng exhaled deeply, leading the exploration team back home with precious mineral fragments in tow. In Chapter 138, the surge of the Void and the glimmer of the Star Core, the Star River's defensive shields were immediately maximized. A pale blue energy barrier unfurling around the ship like a flowing crystal. Old Zhao's hands flew across the control panel, expanding the radar's detection range to its limits. The screen was swarming with red dots rapidly approaching from the depths of the asteroid belt, numbers far exceeding those from their previous encounter with the Void creatures. Captain, there are at least 100 of these Void entities, and 3 of them are twice the size of the previous ones. Old Zhao's voice carried a sense of urgency. Their movement patterns were peculiar, seemingly orchestrated to encircle them and prevent their escape. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized the screen, his fingers gliding over the virtual control stick to swiftly adjust the Star River's course. We can't engage head-on. We must retreat toward Alpha 3, utilizing the asteroid belt's debris to obstruct them. The moment the command was issued, the Star River's engines roared, trailing 2 golden plumes as it surged toward the asteroid field. The 2 research vessels followed closely behind, their auxiliary thrusters straining to keep pace with the Star River's speed. However, the speed of the Void creatures was astonishingly beyond comprehension. They darted through the void like flashes of lightning, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Their velocity was so swift that it was almost impossible for the human eye to discern their forms. It was as if space posed no barrier for these Void entities. They traversed the void with utter freedom, unhindered. This incredible speed left spectators astounded, often evoking a profound sense of helplessness as their minds struggled to keep up with the creature's trajectories. The velocity of the Void beings transcended the limits of human perception, prompting awe at the marvels and mysteries of nature. Just as the Star River was about to plunge into the asteroid field, a colossal Void creature suddenly burst forth from the side, its speed nearly overwhelming the radar's capacity to respond. It collided violently with the Star River's shields, causing the energy barrier to convulse violently, flickering erratically. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and swiftly commanded, "Activate the jamming devices to disrupt their movements." Old Zhao hurriedly complied, releasing waves of interference from the Star River, which indeed resulted in a brief disarray among the Void creatures. Seizing the moment, the Star River and the research vessels charged into the asteroid field. The densely packed asteroids collided chaotically around them, but the Star River adeptly maneuvered through, using the debris to shield against the pursuit of the Void entities. Yet, the 3 massive creatures seemed unfazed by the asteroids, effortlessly barreling through them in relentless pursuit. One of them opened its enormous maw and unleashed a black energy beam that struck the rear of a research vessel. The ship shuddered violently, its propulsion system damaged, and its speed significantly diminished. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, contemplating strategies as an even more arduous battle loomed ahead. Just as anxiety gripped him, a voice from the research vessel's crew echoed over the comms. "Captain, We've discovered that these void creatures react to specific frequencies of energy fluctuations. We may be able to exploit this. Lin Feng's eyes brightened, and he immediately instructed Old Zhao to adjust the jamming device's frequency. The interference waves were emitted once more, further disorienting the void creatures. The three massive entities roared in fury, accelerating toward them. Lin Feng decisively ordered, "Concentrate fire on the largest one. Let's disrupt their command rhythm." The weapon systems aboard the Star River unleashed a torrent of laser beams aimed at the largest of the void creatures. Its surface shimmered with light, seemingly attempting to repel the assault, yet it was still struck, its body quaking slightly. Seizing the opportunity while it was injured, the Star River, accompanied by the damaged research vessel, continued to weave through the asteroid field. Suddenly, a colossal asteroid storm loomed ahead. Lin Feng made a split-second decision. Charge into the storm. Let its energy conceal our presence. The Star River and the research vessels plunged into the tempest, while the void creatures lingered at the storm's edge for a time before ultimately losing their target and drifting away. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The immediate crisis was averted. In Chapter 139, the remnants of a ship and the starlight anchor, a piercing metallic crack reverberated from the engine compartment of the Star River, causing the ship to tremble violently. The main control screen flashed ominously, red error codes flooding half the display like a tide. Lin Feng gripped the edge of the console to steady himself, his gaze sweeping across the data panel, his heart sinking instantly. The output power of the left main engine plummeted to 37, with 12 brakes in the energy conduction lines, and most critically, the protective shield of the jump core at the ship's rear had been breached by the energy impact of the void creatures, with web-like fractures appearing on the surface of the core crystal. Old Zhao immediately assessed the damage in the engine room. Lin Feng shouted into the communicator, his hands flying as he forcefully shut down non-essential energy modules, prioritizing power for the weapon systems and shipboard radar to sustain the shields and the remaining engines. Old Zhao grabbed an emergency toolkit and stumbled out of the control room. The corridor's emergency lights cast a cold white glow, and scattered repair parts lay strewn across the floor from the violent jolts. Outside the porthole, the atmosphere of Alpha 3 receded into the distance, leaving only an expanse of profound darkness. As he dashed into the engine room, a wave of scorching metallic odors assailed him. The outer shell of the left main engine had turned crimson, and several severed energy conduits crackled with electrical sparks. "Captain, the situation is worse than anticipated." Old Zhao's voice crackled through the communicator, clearly strained. "The energy converter of the main engine is completely wrecked, and the cracks in the jump core are widening. If we attempt to initiate the jump now, it could trigger a core explosion." Lin Feng's fingers hovered above the control stick, pale with tension. At this moment, the Star River had strayed beyond the protective range of the Allied fleet. Although there were currently no void creatures in pursuit, the damaged ship felt exposed, akin to a lamb in a wolf's den. Should they encounter enemies again, maintaining even basic defenses would be a challenge. He swiftly brought up the star map, his gaze flitting among the densely packed celestial coordinates. The space station at Alpha 3 was overwhelmed with the Dream Builder and injured research vessels awaiting repairs, leaving no available docking space. The nearest colony, Nova 7, was a staggering 800 light-years away. Given the current state of the Star River's engines, it would take at least 3 days to reach there, and they would have to navigate through a debris field littered with abandoned communication satellites, fraught with unknown risks. "Suqing, can you search the star map database for unmarked safe zones?" Lin Feng connected to the temporal nexus, and Suqing's image flickered on the screen. Her signal unstable. They needed a stable gravitational field, devoid of known cosmic storms and void energy fluctuations. Most importantly, it had to accommodate industrial ships for external repairs. Suqing's fingers danced swiftly across the virtual keyboard, marking numerous star regions in crimson on the star map. After 3 minutes, she abruptly halted her actions, pointing to a pale blue area at the edge of the map. "There lies a stardust anchoring point, an abandoned docking station left by the Time civilization. Situated on the periphery of the Oort cloud, approximately 420 light-years from your current position. The database indicates that the gravitational field here is stable, and a natural asteroid belt serves as a protective barrier. Previous probe data revealed no signs of void energy reactions." Lin Feng immediately enlarged the star map, and the three-dimensional model of the stardust anchoring point gradually unfolded before him. It resembled a circular structure partially buried within an asteroid, its exterior adorned with the distinctive energy patterns of the Time civilization. Inside, 3 large berths were marked, sufficient to accommodate the Star River and subsequent industrial vessels. However, A line of small text beneath the model caused him to furrow his brow. The anchoring station has been abandoned for 500 years. The internal energy system is inoperative, and there may be unknown structural damage. With no better alternatives, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and commanded through the communicator, Su Qing, immediately dispatch Industrial No. 7 to the Stardust anchoring point, equipped with jump core backup crystals and main engine repair components. Ensure arrival within 48 hours. We shall depart at once, striving to complete the emergency reinforcement of the vessel before Industrial No. 7 arrives. After disconnecting the communication, Lin Feng maneuvered the Star River to adjust its course. The damaged left engine emitted a dull roar, and the ship tilted slightly as it slowly navigated toward the Oort cloud. In the main control room, he brought up the real-time feed from the engine compartment, where old Zhao, clad in protective gloves, was using an emergency welding gun to mend a fractured energy pipeline. Sparks flew intermittently in the dim chamber, illuminating his sweat-drenched face. Captain, the jump core is temporarily stable, but can only manage a single short-range jump, and we must reduce the jump power. Otherwise, the crystal may shatter at any moment. Old Zhao's voice was weary as he wiped the sweat from his brow, inadvertently smudging his face with grease, leaving a dark streak. I've reinforced the engine casing with spare metal plates. It should hold until we reach the Stardust anchoring point. But we absolutely cannot encounter any further complications en route. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze shifting toward the viewport. At that moment, the Star River had entered a sparsely populated asteroid belt, debris drifting slowly around the vessel, while the distant Oort cloud resembled a pale blue sea of mist, emanating a gentle glow. Yet beneath this tranquility lay hidden perils. The star map indicated several unmarked gravitational anomalies deep within the asteroid field. Should they stray into these areas, the damaged hull could be torn apart by the gravitational forces. Activate passive detection mode. Avoid all gravitational anomalies. Lin Feng reduced the speed of their journey, deftly sliding his finger across the virtual control panel to adjust the Star River's trajectory, opting to send the unmanned reconnaissance drones ahead to scout the situation in the star region and ensure no ambush awaited them. 4 unmanned reconnaissance drones emerged slowly from the Star River's hangar, resembling 4 silver birds as they soared toward the Stardust anchoring point. Lin Feng intently monitored the images transmitted from the drones, the visuals sharpening gradually. The density of the asteroid belt increased, with some debris exceeding 100 meters in diameter. Its surface cloaked in a thick layer of ice, glimmering with a cold sheen under the starlight. Suddenly, a faint red light flickered across the screen, causing the reconnaissance drone's detection data to spike. It was an asteroid approximately 500 meters in diameter, its surface marred by residual energy traces left by the void race. Avoid that red asteroid. Lin Feng swiftly adjusted their course, the Star River nimbly sliding past the edge of the asteroid. The hull shield scraped against the icy surface, producing a piercing screech as the shield energy briefly dipped by 5. Just then, an alarm blared from the communicator. Weak void energy fluctuations detected, origin unknown. Approximately 30 light-years from current position. Lin Feng's heart raced. He immediately instructed the drones to expand their detection range. The screen soon revealed a damaged small void probe adrift within the asteroid belt, its energy indicator flickering with a faint red glow. It appears to be an earlier probe left by the void race, now devoid of power. Lin Feng sighed in relief, yet remained vigilant, ordering the drones to destroy it to prevent any transmission of their location to the void. 2 golden energy beams shot forth from the drones, striking the void probe with precision. The probe detonated instantly, erupting into a cloud of black smoke, dissipating into the cosmos. After 6 hours of cautious navigation, the Star River finally reached the vicinity of the Stardust anchoring point. From a distance, the forsaken docking station resembled a silver ring embedded within the asteroid. Though the energy patterns on its exterior had faded, the exquisite craftsmanship of the time civilization was still discernible. Lin Feng guided the Star River closer, attempting to establish a connection with the station's internal systems. Yet the screen persistently displayed a connection failure. Old Zhao, you and the maintenance crew go outside to inspect the external docking structure of the anchoring station. See if we can manually dock. Lin Feng stated. I will remain aboard to maintain the stability of the ship while awaiting news from Industrial No. 7. Old Zhao led 5 maintenance personnel out, donning their space suits as they boarded a small landing craft bound for the anchoring station. The craft landed on the surface of the asteroid, and the crew disembarked, treading upon the soft stardust as they approached the entrance to the docking bay. The docking bay doors were tightly shut, coated in a thick layer of dust and marks for meteorite impacts. Old Zhao produced a portable scanner, scanning the control panel of the door. which displayed insufficient energy to initiate a start. Open the door with the cutting torch. Old Zhao commanded. Two maintenance personnel promptly retrieved plasma cutting torches, blue flames erupting as they carved a curved incision into the metal door. After half an hour of cutting, the door finally swung open, revealing the interior docking space, littered with abandoned maintenance tools and components from the time civilization. While the overhead lighting system lay in ruins, only the emergency lights flickering sporadically. The docking structure is intact. No collapse risk detected. We can dock. Old Zhao reported through the communicator, simultaneously directing the maintenance crew to clear obstacles within the docking bay. Let us set up guiding markers for the Star River to enter. Upon receiving the message, Lin Feng maneuvered the Star River to slowly glide into the docking bay of the anchoring station. The moment the vessel entered, mechanical arms on either side automatically extended, securing the Star River at the center of the bay. With a soft click, the energy interface of the bay successfully connected with the Star River's emergency energy system, and a modest flow of energy began to infuse the vessel's core. Finally safe, Lin Feng exhaled deeply, leaning back into his seat as fatigue washed over him. From the encounter with the void creature to reaching the stardust anchoring point, he had been working continuously for 12 hours, his eyes bloodshot. At that moment, the communicator crackled to life with a message from Industrial Number 7, Star River. We have reached the perimeter of the stardust anchoring point and are traversing the asteroid belt. We expect to arrive at the docking bay in 20 minutes. Lin Feng straightened up immediately, replying through the communicator, acknowledged, we are prepared in the docking bay. Take care to avoid the gravitational anomalies within the asteroid belt. 20 minutes later, Industrial Number 7 glided steadily into another docking bay of the anchoring station. The industrial vessel was twice the size of the Star River, its hull flanked by large maintenance robotic arms and supply compartments, making it one of the most advanced repair ships of the time nexus. The captain of Industrial Number 7, Li Tai, a burly middle-aged man bearing a faint scar across his face, strode briskly into the main control room of the Star River, clutching a repair plan. Captain Lin, I have reviewed the damage report for the Star River. Li Tai handed over the repair plan, his tone grave. The energy converter of the main engine requires replacement. The jump core crystals must all be swapped out, and the energy conduits need to be relayed. Conservatively, it will take 72 hours to complete the repairs. Moreover, we only brought one spare crystal. If any unforeseen issues arise, the repair time may be extended. Lin Feng received the maintenance proposal and perused it meticulously, his brow furrowing increasingly tighter. 72 hours is far too long. We must expedite the repairs on the Star River. The Void Clan could pursue us at any moment. Can we not augment our workforce to shorten the repair duration? Li Tai shook his head, gesturing towards a specific data point on the proposal. The installation of the transition core necessitates precise calibration. The margin of error must not exceed 0.01 millimeters. We cannot rush this process. Moreover, the energy conduction lines within the vessel's structure require the deck to be dismantled for installation, which is a substantial undertaking. Rest assured, we will work in shifts around the clock to hasten the progress. Lin Feng nodded, fully aware that Li Tai spoke the truth. Space repairs were not akin to those on solid ground. Each step demanded utmost caution, for even the slightest misstep could precipitate far graver malfunctions. I appreciate your hard work, Lin Feng said. I will have Old Zhao and his maintenance crew assist you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform me. In the ensuing 3 days, the Stardust anchor point transformed into a bustling repair hub. The maintenance personnel from Industrial Number 7 and the crew of the Star River divided into 3 shifts, alternating their efforts. By day, mechanical arms within the docking bay tirelessly transported large components from Industrial Number 7 to the Star River's engine compartment. By night, under the glow of emergency lights, the technicians remained industrious, the sparks from their welding guns illuminating the darkness like scattered fireflies. Lin Feng was equally industrious, visiting the engine compartment daily to monitor the repair progress while also keeping an eye on the surrounding starfields. Su Qing communicated twice a day, updating him on the status of the time nexus. Dr. Zhang's team had successfully developed a defensive coating capable of releasing starlight microglow using the mineral fragments they had retrieved, and tests were underway aboard the Dreamweaver. The joint fleet's clearing operations in the asteroid belt were nearing completion, and no new traces of the Void Clan had been discovered. On the morning of the 3rd day, as the first ray of starlight seeped through the porthole of the anchorage station, Li Tai finally brought good news. Captain Lin, the repairs on the Star River are complete. The main engine's output power has been restored to 98. The transition core has been fitted with a new crystal, and the energy conduction lines have been successfully reinstalled. Additionally, We have applied the Starlight micro-glow defensive coating to the exterior of the vessel, which can effectively repel attacks from the void creatures. Lin Feng hurried to the engine compartment, his face breaking into a satisfied smile as he beheld the pristine energy converter and the transition core gleaming with a blue light. He approached Li Tai and clapped him on the shoulder. "You have worked tirelessly, Captain Li. Without your efforts, the Star River could not have been restored so swiftly." Li Tai smiled, wiping the sweat from his brow. "It was my duty. However, during the repairs, we encountered an issue. Although the internal energy system of the Stardust anchor point is incapacitated, the core area appears to still harbor energy signals from the Time civilization. Perhaps there are secrets here yet to be uncovered." Lin Feng's gaze sharpened instantly. The secrets of the Time civilization had long been his pursuit. He promptly commanded Old Zhao, "Led a small team to investigate the core area of the anchorage station. Exercise caution. If you encounter anything unusual, retreat immediately." Old Zhao, accompanied by 5 crew members armed with detectors and weapons, made their way toward the core area of the anchorage station. This region lay at the deepest part of the station, necessitating passage through a lengthy corridor. The walls flanking the corridor were adorned with energy patterns from the Time civilization, now dimmed, but still pulsating with faint energy fluctuations. Upon reaching the corridor's end, a massive metal door loomed before them. Intricate patterns were etched upon the door, featuring a circular indentation that resembled a keyhole. Old Zhao deployed the detector to scan the door, and the screen indicated a high-intensity energy reaction, suggesting the presence of an energy core within. "Captain, there is a door that requires a key to open," Old Zhao reported over the communicator. The patterns on the door appear to resemble a star chart from the Time civilization, possibly linked to the Genesis star core. Lin Feng's heart raced at this revelation. He immediately recalled Dr. Zhang's mention of the Genesis star core. Could it be that the core area of the Stardust anchor point harbored clues related to the Genesis star core? He instructed over the communicator, "Return at once. Do not attempt to force the door open. After we depart, we will send a specialized research team to investigate. For now, we must hasten back to the Time Nexus to report to Su Qing and Dr. Zhang." Old Zhao nodded and led the team back along the original path. Upon their return to the docking bay, the Star River had already powered up its engines, preparing for departure. Lin Feng ascended to the main control room of the Star River, gazing at the 3-dimensional model of the Stardust anchor point displayed on the screen, his resolve solidifying within. Chapter 140. The Star Core Key and the Pursuit of the Void. Lin Feng's fingers lightly tapped the virtual control panel, his gaze fixated on the 3-dimensional scan of the core area of the Stardust anchor point. The metal door, inscribed with the star chart of the Time civilization, loomed like a stone lodged in his heart, rendering him unable to fully set it aside. Yet, even with the Star River restored, the threat of the Void Clan lingered ominously. Should they linger here too long, they risked falling into a new crisis. "All crew members, please check your respective equipment. We will initiate the transition protocol in 5 minutes. Destination: the Time Nexus." Lin Feng commanded over the ship's intercom, simultaneously connecting with Industrial Number 7. "Captain Li, we are grateful for your support. The Star River will return ahead of schedule, and we will require your assistance in safeguarding the anchorage station until the research team arrives." A hearty laugh resonated from the other end of the communicator. "Rest assured, Captain Lin, we will remain here, awaiting the research team's arrival to unveil the secrets of that door. Travel safely, and should you encounter the Void Clan, do not hesitate to call for aid." After ending the communication, Old Zhao hastily entered the main control room, holding a fragment of the energy pattern scraped from the corridor wall of the anchorage station. "Captain, this fragment shows weak readings of star core energy, consistent with the characteristics of the mineral fragments we previously collected. I have a feeling that what lies behind that door may be of greater significance than we realize." Lin Feng accepted the fragment, observing it closely in the palm of his hand. The surface shimmered with a faint purple glow, the patterns still resonating with the energy fluctuations of the Time civilization. He sighed softly, handing it back to Old Zhao. "Store it safely. We will present it to Dr. Zhang for analysis upon our return to the Time Nexus. For now, our priority is to relay the discoveries of the Stardust anchor point and the new clues regarding the star core energy. As for that door, we shall devise a plan later." 5 minutes later, the engines of the Star River emitted a steady roar as the vessel slowly departed the docking bay of the Stardust anchor point. As the transition core activated, a pale blue energy halo enveloped the ship, the surrounding star fields beginning to warp. The debris of the asteroid belt receded rapidly from view, ultimately dissolving into a blur of light and shadow. During the transition, Lin Feng remained vigilant, instructing the radar operator to continuously scan the surrounding space, ensuring they were not being tracked by the Void Clan. Su Qing also sent a message via a secure channel, informing him that the time nexus was prepared for their arrival, and Dr. Zhang's team awaited the analysis of the energy fragments and mineral samples from the anchorage station. However, just as the Star River was about to exit the confines of the Oort Nebula, a faint red signal suddenly appeared on the radar screen, rapidly approaching the ship's transition trajectory. Captain, an unknown signal has been detected, traveling at high speed. It appears to be a tracker from the Void Clan. The radar operator's voice was tense, the signal's strength escalating, as it seemed the enemy had locked onto their position. Lin Feng's heart surged into his throat. He immediately ordered the operator to amplify the signal source's image, revealing the silhouette of a small Void Clan warship, its hull cloaked in black scales, with a dark, purple energy stream erupting from its rear, relentlessly pursuing them. Damn it, they've locked onto us. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, swiftly adjusting the transition parameters to accelerate their speed. Old Zhao, activate the Star Core micro-glow defensive coating and prepare the ship's missiles. Once they are within range, we will strike. Old Zhao promptly pressed the control panel's buttons, and the pale, purple coating on the exterior of the Star River illuminated instantly, forming a formidable energy barrier. The hatch of the missile bay slowly opened, revealing dozens of missiles poised for launch, targeting the pursuing Void Race warships behind. However, the speed of the Void Race vessels far exceeded expectations, swiftly entering the missile strike range. At Lin Feng's command, the missiles shot forth with a piercing wail, trailing golden flames as they soared toward their target. Yet, just as the missiles were about to make contact, a black energy shield suddenly unfurled around the Void Race vessel, causing the missiles to explode dully upon impact, dissipating into a fiery cloud in the vast expanse of space. The enemy's shield can withstand missile attacks. Old Zhao shouted. The Starlight micro-glow coating has a slight suppressive effect, but it is insufficient to breach the shield. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, observing the radar screen where the Void Race warship continued to close in. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Old Zhao, adjust the output frequency of the Starlight micro-glow, concentrating the energy at the rear of the ship, then reduce the jump speed to lure them closer. Though somewhat perplexed, Old Zhao promptly complied. The Star River began to decelerate, and the brilliance of the Starlight micro-glow coating at the rear surged dramatically, creating a striking lavender energy wave that traced a path through the cosmos. The Void Race vessel, indeed, fell for the ruse. Noticing the Star River's reduced speed, it accelerated towards them, attempting to unleash its energy cannon upon the ship's engines. Just as the enemy entered the range of the time-space resonance cannon, Lin Feng suddenly shouted, "Old Zhao, fire!" In an instant, the time-space resonance cannon activated, unleashing a golden energy beam intertwined with the lavender starlight microglow, resembling a roaring dragon as it surged toward the Void Race warship. This time, the suppressive effect of the starlight microglow manifested fully. The black shield of the Void Race vessel displayed evident cracks as the energy beam pierced through, striking the engine compartment directly. Target hit. The enemy's engine is damaged. Speed decreasing. The radar operator exclaimed with palpable excitement. Lin Feng, unwilling to linger in battle, immediately ordered, increase jump speed and exit their tracking range. The Star River's engines roared to life once more, accelerating to maximum velocity, swiftly leaving the damaged Void Race vessel in their wake. When the red signal on the radar screen finally vanished, Lin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief, leaning back in his seat and wiping the sweat from his brow. Thank goodness for the starlight micro-glow coating. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to evade their pursuit, Old Zhao remarked. It appears that Dr. Zhang's coating not only provides defense, but also assists in offense. Truly a formidable weapon. Lin Feng nodded, his anticipation for Dr. Zhang's team growing. Once we return to the time hub, we must urge them to hasten the development of the starlight micro-glow weaponry. The Void Race's ability to track stellar core energy indicates their acute sensitivity to it. Future battles may become increasingly intense. After 2 hours of jumping through space, the Star River finally arrived in the vicinity of the time hub. From a distance, the time hub resembled a colossal space station floating in the cosmos, its silver hull shimmering brilliantly under the starlight, surrounded by dozens of warships from the United Fleet, all on high alert. The Star River glided smoothly into its docking bay. In the instant the hatch opened, Su Qing and Dr. Zhang rushed forward to greet them. Seeing the intact Star River, Su Qing's face broke into a relieved smile. "Thank goodness, you're finally back. I was so worried." Dr. Zhang, unable to contain his eagerness, approached Lin Feng directly, extending his hand. "Captain Lin, what about the energy fragments and mineral samples from the anchoring station? We are ready for analysis," Perhaps we can uncover vital clues regarding the Genesis stellar core. Lin Feng nodded with a smile, instructing old Zhao to hand over the fragments and samples to Dr. Zhang. We discovered numerous significant clues at the Stardust anchor point. Not only did we locate the abandoned anchoring station of the Time civilization, but we also found a metal door inscribed with a star map, which may conceal secrets related to the Genesis stellar core. Furthermore, the Void Race has begun tracking stellar core energy. We must expedite our research and prepare for potential confrontations. Dr. Zhang accepted the fragments and samples, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Rest assured, we will analyze them overnight and strive to produce results quickly. If any major discoveries arise, I will report to you immediately. Subsequently, Lin Feng convened a meeting with the core members of the Time Hub, detailing the exploration of the Stardust anchor point, the practical effects of the starlight microglow, and the tracking situation with the Void Race. During the meeting, a unanimous decision was reached to accelerate the development of the starlight microglow weaponry and defense systems, while also forming a specialized research team to investigate the secrets of the mysterious metal door at the Stardust anchor point. After the meeting, Lin Feng found himself alone at the observation deck of the Time Hub, gazing out into the profound cosmos. He understood that as the clues regarding stellar core energy became increasingly clear, the war between humanity and the Void Race had entered a new phase. The mysterious metal door at the Stardust anchor point might hold the key to unraveling the secrets of the Time civilization and overcoming the Void Race. At that moment, Su Qing approached Lin Feng, handing him a cup of hot coffee. "What are you thinking about? Are you still concerned about that door?" Lin Feng accepted the coffee, taking a sip and nodding. "I can't shake the feeling that what lies behind that door could alter the entire course of the battle. Yet, I also worry that opening it may unleash an even greater crisis." Su Qing gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder, her tone resolute. "No matter what difficulties lie ahead, we will face them together. Everyone at the Time Hub, along with the United Fleet, stands as your support. As long as we work hand in hand, we will surely unravel the secrets of the Time civilization and triumph over the Void Race." Lin Feng met Su Qing's steadfast gaze, and his concerns gradually dissipated. He grasped the coffee cup tightly, his eyes refocusing on the cosmos outside, a determined glint igniting within. He was aware that new challenges were on the horizon, yet he was prepared. No matter how many hardships lay ahead, he would lead everyone forward toward the beacon of hope. Meanwhile, deep in the Orc Cloud, the Void Race's damaged small warship had not been destroyed. Its captain was sending a message to the Void Race headquarters via a secure channel. The target has returned to the Time Hub. The Stardust anchor point contains remnants of the Time civilization, and the target has mastered the application of stellar core energy, requesting the dispatch of the main fleet to destroy the Time Hub and seize the clues regarding stellar core energy. A rapid response came from the Void Race headquarters. The voice cold and hoarse, "Request approved. The Void Master will personally lead the main fleet. Ensure that the clues regarding stellar core energy are retrieved and eliminate all human forces." As the communication ended, the engines of the Void Race small warship roared back to life, heading toward the headquarters. An even greater crisis was silently brewing, and the personnel at the Time Hub remained oblivious to the impending catastrophe. Chapter 141. The Approaching Tide and the Initial Revelation of the Stellar Core. In the laboratory of the Time Hub, Dr. Zhang's team was bustling around the testing station. The energy fragments retrieved from the anchoring station were secured in specially designed mounts, and high-frequency scanners continuously swept over the surface, generating real-time fluctuation curves of stellar core energy on the screens. When the overlap between the curve and the simulated data of the Genesis stellar core in the database reached 79, a wave of suppressed gasps erupted in the laboratory. "Captain, the overlap is still increasing." The researcher responsible for data analysis pointed at the screen, his voice trembling. "Although the stellar core energy within the fragments is weak, it is structurally stable and corresponds entirely to the preliminary form of the Genesis stellar core, described in the Time civilization literature." Dr. Zhang immediately moved closer to the screen, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard to bring up the molecular structure model of the fragments. Within the model, lavender energy particles traversed along specific trajectories, forming closed loops. And the arrangement of these loops intriguingly corresponded to the star map patterns on the metal door at the Stardust anchor point. "I understand now, Doctor." Zhang suddenly raised his head, excitement flashing in his eyes. "That door does not require a key. It needs stellar core energy to activate. The energy trajectories within these fragments are the password to open the door." He immediately seized the communicator, dialing into Lin Feng's encrypted channel. "Lin Feng, a significant discovery has been made. The energy fragments at the anchoring station can activate that metallic door. and the stellar core energy within the fragments closely aligns with the Genesis stellar core. We are on the verge of unraveling the secrets of temporal civilization. At that moment, Lin Feng was in the command room of the United Fleet, discussing defense deployments with the fleet commander. Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's message, a surge of hope flickered in his heart, but it was quickly overshadowed by the looming shadow of the Void Race's main fleet, which still cast a pall over his thoughts. Dr. Zhang, please maintain the research progress. Lin Feng's voice bore a weight of seriousness. The Void Race had likely dispatched their main fleet, targeting the temporal nexus and the clues regarding stellar core energy. Your team's primary task, in addition to analyzing the stellar core energy, is to expedite the mass production of the stellar core microlight weapons. We require sufficient combat strength to confront the impending battle. After ending the communication, the fleet commander slid the latest radar detection report across the table to Lin Feng. We have just received news from the border station 3. Anomalous spatial fluctuations have been detected in the abyssal star region, 800 light-years from the temporal nexus. Initial assessments suggest this is an energy reaction caused by a large-scale fleet transition, involving at least 50 warships, far exceeding the forces that attacked the Dreamweaver last time. Lin Feng picked up the report, his finger pressing firmly on the coordinates of the abyssal star region. That location was the only route leading to the temporal nexus. If the Void Race fleet occupied it, the nexus would be directly exposed to enemy fire. Immediately deploy 3 combat ship formations to the abyssal star region to establish a defensive line. Lin Feng commanded decisively, instructing the Xinghe and Dreamweaver to prepare for battle, outfitting them with stellar core microlight coatings and the latest energy cannons, ready to assist the defense at a moment's notice. With the orders given, the United Fleet promptly sprang into action. The roar of warship engines reverberated through the starry expanse surrounding the temporal nexus, as 3 formations surged forth like golden torrents towards the abyssal star region. Meanwhile, within the maintenance bay of the Xinghe, Old Zhao was leading the crew in installing the stellar core microlight cannons, lavender energy conduits extending through the vessel's interior and connecting to the main cannon's power system. Captain, once installation is complete, the Xinghe's main cannon's power will increase by 40, and it will carry a suppression effect against the Void Race's shields, Old Zhao reported, wiping grease from his hands. However, the energy consumption of the stellar core microlight cannon is substantial. It requires a 3-minute cooldown after each shot, so we must be mindful of our rhythm in actual combat. Just as Lin Feng finished replying to Old Zhao, Su Qing entered the command room with an urgent report. 3 unidentified small probes have been discovered near the perimeter of the temporal nexus. Their design matches that of the previously destroyed Void Race probes. They have been shot down by our defense system, but we cannot rule out the possibility of others slipping through. She handed Lin Feng the analysis report of the probe wreckage, which indicated that the core chip stored the coordinates of the temporal nexus and its defense deployment map. Clearly, the Void Race had already gathered intelligence on the temporal nexus before dispatching their main fleet. It seemed an arduous battle was inevitable. Lin Feng rubbed his temples and approached the vast star chart in the command room, tracing the route from the abyssal star region to the temporal nexus with his finger. The defense could only delay the Void Race for 3 hours at most. We must be fully prepared within that time frame. Suing, coordinate all space stations to relocate non-combat personnel to the underground shelters of Alpha, Planet 3. Old Zhao, have a Xinghe and Dreamweaver arrive at the rear of the defense line ahead of time, ready to support. As the preparations at the temporal nexus intensified, the space in the abyssal star region suddenly warped. Dozens of Void Race warships emerged from the transition corridor, their hulls cloaked in black scales glistening under the starlight. The flagship, thrice the size of an ordinary warship, bore a fierce depiction of a void creature on its prow, signifying the presence of the Void Sovereign. The Void Sovereign stood in the flagship's control room, gazing at the distant human fleet's defenses through the viewport. His cold voice echoed within the cabin. Destroy their defenses and make a beeline for the temporal nexus. Remember, leave survivors. I wish to interrogate them personally about the stellar core energy. As he issued his command, the flagship's main cannon began to charge, dark purple energy coalescing at the muzzle, forming massive energy orbs. When the energy orbs reached a critical state, dozens of dark purple beams shot towards the human fleet's defenses, illuminating the pitch-black abyssal star region. The defenses are under attack. Requesting support. The United Fleet's communicator blared with urgent call for assistance. The enemy's firepower was overwhelming, and our shields would not hold much longer. Hearing the distress calls in the command room, Lin Feng immediately ordered Xinghe, Dreamweaver, set off immediately to support the abyssal star region's defenses. Dr. Zhang, what is the production progress of the stellar core microlight weapons? We need more combat strength. On the other end of the communicator, Dr. Zhang's voice was frantic. We have already mass-produced 20 stellar core micro-light cannons, which are being urgently installed on the support ships. They are expected to be ready in 20 minutes. Good. In 20 minutes, have the support ships head straight to the abyssal star region, Lin Feng declared, hastening towards the docking bay of the Xinghe. He understood that this battle was not only about the survival of the temporal nexus, but also about humanity's ability to harness stellar core energy to fend off the Void Race's invasion. When the Xinghe and Dreamweaver arrived at the abyssal star region, the defense line was already on the brink of collapse. The shields of the 3 human warships had shattered, smoke billowing from their hulls as they began to sink. The Void Race warships pressed on relentlessly, their main cannon beams raining down upon the remaining defense vessels. Old Zhao, activate the stellar core micro-light cannon. Target the Void Race flagship. Lin Feng shouted, deftly maneuvering the Xinghe to evade enemy fire. The cannon's muzzle ignited with a soft purple glow as a robust beam shot forth, striking the Void Race flagship. Upon impact, the purple energy ripples radiated outward, causing the flagship's shield values to plummet by 15. Effective, Old Zhao exclaimed excitedly. Captain, keep attacking. We can breach their shields. The Void Sovereign observed the declining shield values on the control screen, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Quickly replaced by cold determination, I did not anticipate that humans could harness stellar core energy, but this level of power is still insufficient. He ordered the activation of the flagship's special ability, and suddenly, countless black spatial rifts appeared around the flagship, unleashing a horde of void creatures that surged towards the Xinghe and Dreamweaver. Not good. It's a swarm of void creatures. Lin Feng immediately commanded the Xinghe to deploy unmanned drones while instructing the Dreamweaver to activate its stellar core micro-light defense coating, forming a faint purple barrier to block the onslaught of void creatures. The drones unleashed their energy cannons, dispersing the void creatures amidst the barrage of fire. But more continued to pour forth from the rifts, enveloping the Xinghe and Dreamweaver like a tide of darkness. At that moment, the distant star field erupted with a roar of engines. 20 support ships, equipped with stellar core micro-light cannons, arrived, unleashing a cascade of purple beams that swept through the void creature swarm, instantly clearing a safe zone. Reinforcements have arrived. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly issuing commands. All warships, concentrate fire on the Void Race flagship shields. We must breach them before it activates further abilities. Dozens of stellar core micro-light beams simultaneously targeted the Void Race flagship, causing its shield values to diminish at a visible rate. When the shield values dropped to 0, the Xinghe's main cannon fired once more, a golden energy beam infused with lavender stellar core energy striking the flagship's hull, creating a massive breach. The Void Sovereign, witnessing the damaged hull, frowned darkly. Retreat. Next time I return, I will ensure you and the temporal nexus turn to ashes. The Void Race flagship's engines erupted, fleeing towards the depths of the abyssal star region, accompanied by the remaining warships and void creatures. The human fleet did not pursue. After such a fierce battle, the warships required rest, and no one could ascertain whether the Void Race had any hidden reserves left. As Lin Feng piloted the Xinghe back to the temporal nexus, Dr. Zhang arrived with more news from the laboratory. He placed a newly synthesized star core energy crystal before Lin Feng, the crystal emanating a stable, soft purple glow, several times brighter than the previous fragments. We have synthesized this crystal using the star core energy from the fragments, Dr. Zhang proclaimed with pride in his voice. Its energy intensity is sufficient to activate the metallic gates of the stardust anchor points, and we have also discovered that star core energy can neutralize void energy. If we can locate the Genesis star core, we may be able to completely eliminate the threat posed by the Void Clan. Lin Feng grasped the crystal, attuning himself to its steady energy fluctuations. He understood that although they had repelled the Void Clan this time, the Void Lord would not easily relent. The next assault would undoubtedly be even more ferocious. Behind the metallic gates of the Stardust Anchor Point, perhaps lay humanity's hope of triumphing over the Void Clan. Immediately assemble a research exploration team, led by me, to proceed to the Stardust Anchor Point, Lin Feng declared. Old Zhao, you will remain at the Time Nexus to assist the United Fleet in bolstering defenses. Su Qing, coordinate with Dr. Zhang's team to continue researching the star core energy and provide technical support for the exploration team. This time, we must uncover the secrets of the Genesis star core. 3 days later, the Star River ship, carrying the research exploration team, set sail once more toward the Oort Nebula. The star core micro-light coating on the exterior of the ship glimmered softly under the starlight, akin to a protective armor. Lin Feng stood before the porthole in the main control room, gazing at the gradually clarifying stardust anchor point in the distance, his heart brimming with determination. This time, he not only aimed to find the Genesis star core, but also sought to carve a path for humanity to resist the Void Clan. Meanwhile, deep within the abyssal star domain, in the repair chamber of the Void Clan flagship, the Void Lord observed a fragment of the star core microlight coating scraped from the Star River ship. His fingers caressed the fragment lightly, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Star core energy. If I can seize it, I will gain dominion over the entire universe. Lin Feng, we shall meet again soon. He commanded through the communicator. Initiate the Void Rift plan. Create spatial traps around the Stardust anchor point. Once Lin Feng and his team enter the anchoring station, seal off the entire star domain, trapping them there forever. A chase and struggle surrounding the Genesis star core was about to unfold at the Stardust anchor point. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, he would not only face the unknown behind the metallic door, but also contend with the meticulously laid web of the Void Clan. Chapter 142. The Dilemma at the Anchor Point and the Secrets Beyond the Door. The engines of the Star River ship gradually ceased, and the vessel smoothly docked at the Stardust anchor point. Lin Feng was the first to exit the cabin, tightly clutching the star core energy crystal, its soft purple glow seeping through his fingers, subtly resonating with the energy patterns on the walls of the anchoring station's passage, as if calling forth some dormant power. The members of the research team followed closely, equipped with portable detection devices. As they stepped into the corridor leading to the core area, the patterns on both sides suddenly illuminated, a pale blue light extending along the ground to form a guiding trajectory ahead. The energy patterns have been activated, an excited researcher exclaimed, observing the oscillating waveforms of star core energy on his instrument's screen, synchronizing with the pattern's glow, indicating that the crystal's energy was perfectly compatible with the anchoring station system. Lin Feng quickened his pace, following the light's guidance until he stood before the metallic door. The star map design on the door was now exceptionally clear, each star point corresponding to the trajectory of energy particles within the crystal. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the crystal into the circular recess at the center of the door. The moment the crystal nestled into the recess, the soft purple energy coursed along the star map, as though breathing life into the lifeless diagram. The star points illuminated sequentially, and when the final star point flickered, the metallic door emitted a deep, resonant rumble, slowly parting to either side. What lay beyond was not the imagined energy core chamber, but rather a spiraling passage extending downward, its walls adorned with murals of the time civilization. Lin Feng activated his high-intensity flashlight, the murals gradually coming into focus. The images depicted members of the time civilization holding objects akin to the star core crystals, performing a ritual within a colossal circular structure, at the center of which floated a sphere radiating dazzling light, inscribed below with an ancient script. Dr. Zhang, can you decipher these texts? Lin Feng inquired through the communicator. On the other end, Dr. Zhang was analyzing the script from the real-time transmitted images. This is the ancient script of the time civilization. Translated, it reads, Source of creation, enemy of the void. Combined with the mural's content, that sphere must indeed be the complete Genesis star core. And the purpose of the ritual may have been to construct a barrier against the Void Clan using star core energy. Just as the team reveled in the joy of discovery, an alarm suddenly shrieked within the Star River's main control room. The crew members on watch stared at the radar screen, their faces turning pale. The space surrounding the Stardust anchor point was warping. Countless black rifts spreading like a spider's web, enveloping the entire anchoring station. Captain, this is bad, a trembling crew member exclaimed. We are surrounded by spatial traps. The outer star domain is completely sealed. The jump engine cannot be activated. Lin Feng's heart sank heavily. He immediately called up the external footage transmitted from the Star River. Outside the anchoring station, the previously tranquil asteroid belt was being consumed by black rifts, debris disintegrating into dust in the void, with occasional flashes of dark purple light, indicative of the void energy's unique mark. It's the Void Lord's trap. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and promptly ordered. The research team must return to the Star River immediately and prepare for defense. Old Zhao, is there any response from the Time Nexus? We need support. None. Old Zhao's voice crackled through the communicator, distorted by static. The spatial blockade is interfering with all signals. We are completely cut off from the outside world. Moreover, the detectors have identified a large number of void creatures emerging from the rifts, approaching the anchoring station. Lin Feng dashed out of the spiraling passage, leading the research team back to the docking bay. As they returned to the corridor, the energy patterns on both sides suddenly extinguished, the once bright light transforming into a dark purple hue, a chilling aura sweeping towards them from the passage's end. Be careful. Lin Feng swiftly drew his energy pistol, aiming at the corridor's terminus. He observed several tendrils of black mist darting from the shadows, coalescing mid-air into the shape of void creatures, charging towards them. Although the research team members lacked combat experience, they had undergone basic defense training at the time Nexus. They quickly activated their portable star core microlight shields, the soft purple barrier repelling the void creatures. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng squeezed the trigger, the golden beam emanating from the energy pistol, infused with star core energy, dissipated the black mist upon impact. These void creatures are merely stalling for time. Lin Feng shouted amidst the gunfire. We must return to the Star River quickly and activate the defense system. The team fought their way back, finally rushing into the Star River before the void creatures could fully encircle them. Old Zhao promptly sealed the hatch and activated the Star Core microlight coating on the ship's exterior, the soft purple barrier enveloping the entire vessel, temporarily halting the onslaught of the void creatures. Can the external defense system of the anchoring station be activated? Lin Feng burst into the main control room, anxiously watching the screen as the void creatures drew nearer. Old Zhao shook his head, his fingers flying across the console. The anchoring station's energy system is too antiquated. Only the corridor's patterns can be activated by star core energy, while the external defenses are completely incapacitated. Furthermore, the spatial trap is continuously contracting. In 4 hours, the entire anchoring station could be devoured by the void rifts. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the open metallic door displayed on the screen, a sudden thought striking him. Doctor, Zhang said the Genesis Star Core is the enemy of the void. If the spiraling passage beyond the door leads to the storage location of the Star Core, perhaps there lies a device capable of unraveling the spatial trap. He made a resolute decision. Old Zhao, you lead the crew to defend the Star River. I and 2 members of the research team will venture once more into the core area to search for a way to break the trap. Remember, no matter what happens, do not lose hope. Old Zhao wished to dissuade him, but was interrupted by Lin Feng's steadfast gaze. This is our only chance. We must try. Lin Feng selected 2 seasoned researchers, equipping them with a greater supply of Star Core energy crystals and portable weaponry, and once again ventured into the passage. At this moment, the number of void creatures within the passage had increased significantly. They appear to be under the influence of some malevolent force, frantically surging towards the core region. Their objective was also the area beyond the door. The researchers gasped in astonishment as the detector in their hands revealed that the void energy within these creatures resonated with a certain energy deep within the spiral passage. A sense of urgency gripped Lin Feng's heart as he quickened his pace toward the metallic door. When they re-entered the spiral passage, the sight that greeted them at the end left everyone in stunned silence. A vast circular chamber, at the center of which hovered a basketball-sized lilac crystal, enveloped in a pale blue energy field. Below the pedestal, the figure of the Void Master stood, clutching a black fragment, attempting to disrupt the energy field. I never expected you would find your way here. Lin Feng, the Void Master slowly turned, a chilling smile gracing his face. This fragment of the Genesis Star Core rightfully belongs to me. With it, I shall command the void energy and utterly annihilate human civilization. Without hesitation, Lin Feng raised his energy gun, aiming it at the Void Master. How did you come to know of this place? The Void race has been entwined with the Time civilization for millennia. Their secrets are far better known to us than to you. The Void Master toyed with the black fragment in his hand. I deliberately allowed you to open the metallic door to assist me in locating the Star Core fragment. Now, the spatial trap has tightened, and both you and this anchoring station shall become sacrifices for the Star Core fragment. He hurled the black fragment toward the energy field of the Star Core fragment, and the moment it made contact, it began to corrode the protective barrier. The pale blue energy field dimmed at a visible rate, and the brilliance of the Star Core fragment gradually waned. Stop him, Lin Feng shouted, pulling the trigger of his energy gun. A golden beam, infused with Star Core energy, shot toward the Void Master, only to be intercepted by a sudden black shield that materialized beside him. Futile, the Void Master laughed. The void energy here has already been activated by me. Your Star Core energy is no match. At that moment, a researcher suddenly exclaimed, Captain, I've discovered a control panel on the chamber's wall. The buttons correspond to the ritual steps depicted in the mural. Perhaps we can activate the full energy of the Star Core fragment. Lin Feng immediately sprinted toward the control panel, where the buttons perfectly matched the sequence of the ritual in the mural. He pressed the buttons in the order indicated. As the final button was pressed, the patterns on the chamber's ceiling suddenly illuminated, and pale blue energy surged into the star core fragment, causing its brilliance to erupt and completely suppress the corrosive power of the black fragment. No, the Void Master roared, attempting to approach the pedestal once more, only to be repelled by the explosive energy from the star core fragment. The radiance of the star core fragment intensified, and the patterns on the chamber's walls began to resonate with the star core's faint luminescence aboard the Star River. Suddenly, Lin Feng's communicator regained signal, and Dr. Zhang's voice came through urgently. Lin Feng, the energy from the star core fragment is disrupting the spatial trap. I have calculated its weak point. You must immediately return with the fragment to the Star River and use its energy to power the jump engine, allowing you to break free. Lin Feng approached cautiously and carefully retrieved the star core fragment from the pedestal. The fragment felt warm in his hand, its lilac glow more dazzling than before. He turned and dashed toward the passage, while the Void Master struggled to rise from the ground, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet he was obstructed by the energy of the star core fragment and unable to draw near. Upon Lin Feng's return to the Star River with the star core fragment, Old Zhao immediately activated the jump engine. The star core fragment was placed into the energy core of the engine, and the lilac energy spread through the conduits, emitting an unprecedented roar. Jump parameters calibrated. Target, outskirts of the Black Abyss star domain. Old Zhao shouted. The Star River slowly ascended, enveloped in lilac energy, charging toward the weak point of the spatial trap. As the vessel made contact with the Black Rift, the brilliance of the star core fragment erupted, cleaving the rift apart as if it were sliced by a blade, forging a path for the Star River. The Void Master stood within the anchoring chamber, watching as the Star River vanished into the depths of the rift, a glint of malevolence flickering in his eyes. Even if you take the fragment, you shall not escape my grasp. The complete power of the Genesis Star Core will ultimately belong to me. He commanded through the communicator, activate the Void Mothership. Target, Black Abyss Star Domain. This time, I shall bury Lin Feng and the Star Core fragment together in the void. Meanwhile, aboard the Star River, Lin Feng gazed at the Star Core fragment in his hand, filled with profound reflections. Within the fragment's glow lay the essence of the time civilization's will, a determination to protect the universe and resist the void. He understood that the war revolving around the Genesis Star Core had just begun. Ahead of them loomed the Void Master and his Void Mothership. A greater storm awaited them in the Black Abyss Star Domain. Chapter 143. The Mothership's Pressure and Star Core Resonance. As the jump engine of the Star River gradually cooled, the vessel had scarcely exited the jump state when a radar screen became inundated with a dense array of red signals. Old Zhao gripped the control stick tightly, his voice trembling with disbelief. Captain, at a distance of 300 kilometers ahead, an ultra-large Void warship signal has been detected. Its size is 10 times that of a typical Void warship, and its energy response intensity surpasses that of the Void Master's flagship. No, it is something more terrifying than a flagship. Lin Feng immediately leaned closer to the screen, his pupils narrowing in shock. Within the display, a battleship resembling a colossal black whale hovered amidst the nebula of the Black Abyss Star Domain, its surface adorned with dark purple energy patterns, each pulsating with void energy, while the surrounding nebula was forcibly twisted into spirals, as if even light were being consumed by it. It is the Void Mothership. Lin Feng's tone grew grave. The Void Master had indeed summoned his ultimate force. No sooner had he spoken than the main cannon of the Void Mothership suddenly ignited with dark purple light, unleashing a robust energy beam aimed directly at the Star River. Lin Feng reacted swiftly, issuing an immediate command. Activate the Star Core luminescent shield. Evade with all our might. The Star River executed a sharp roll. The energy beam grazed the tail of the ship, striking a nearby asteroid. The asteroid was vaporized in an instant, and the resulting shockwave violently shook the Star River, causing the shield metrics on the main control screen to plummet by 20. The shield cannot withstand such an assault, Old Zhao exclaimed, his fingers flying across the console in an attempt to adjust the vessel's orientation. The power of the enemy's main cannon was at least 5 times that of a typical Void warship, and was still charging. Lin Feng clutched the Star Core fragment tightly. Its lilac glow had become somewhat unstable, seemingly resonating with the energy of the Void Mothership. Suddenly, he recalled Dr. Zhang's assertion that Star Core energy could neutralize Void energy, and a bold idea flashed through his mind. Old Zhao, connect the Star Core luminescent cannon's energy supply to the Star Core fragment. I want to try using the fragment's energy to enhance the main cannon. Though surprised, Old Zhao immediately complied. The moment the Star Core fragment connected with the main cannon's energy system, lilac energy surged through the conduits to the cannon's mouth, transforming its original pale hue into a blinding brilliance, even infused with streaks of golden light. Main cannon energy overload warning. The control panel emitted a piercing alarm. Yet Lin Feng's resolve remained unwavering. Ignore it. Aim for the main cannon of the Void mothership and fire. The lilac beam, entwined with golden light, sliced through the darkness like a sword, soaring toward the Void mothership's main cannon. The two energy beams collided in the cosmos. The lilac star core energy and the dark purple Void energy tugging at one another, creating a gigantic whirlpool of energy. At the center of the vortex, the Void energy began to dissipate as though it had encountered a natural enemy, while the star core energy beam broke through the obstruction and struck the Void mothership's main cannon. It hit. A researcher shouted with excitement, and on the screen, black smoke billowed from the Void mothership's cannon, its energy response intensity plummeting. The Lord of the Void stood within the command chamber of the mothership, his expression as dark as the abyss itself as he gazed upon the damaged main cannon. He had not anticipated that Lin Feng could harness fragments of the star core to enhance weaponry, even managing to suppress the Void energy, activate the Void swarm, and obliterate their main cannon. The Lord of the Void commanded. The hatch of the mothership swung open, and countless small Void fighters surged forth like a swarm of bees, darting towards the Star River. Though diminutive in size, these fighters boasted remarkable speed and could unleash miniature spatial rifts, evading the cannon fire of the Star River. Old Zhao, deploy the drones for interception. Research team, analyze the weaknesses of the Void fighters immediately. Lin Feng directed with unwavering composure. An intense skirmish erupted between the drones and the Void fighters in the cosmos, as golden energy beams intertwined with dark purple Void energy, creating a chaotic battlefield. The researchers of the team fixated on their screens, scrutinizing the flight trajectories and energy fluctuations of the Void fighters. Captain, the energy cores of the Void fighters are located at their rear, and their shields exhibit a weak resistance to star core energy. A researcher shouted, if we target their tails with the star core micro-beam cannon, we can destroy them in one strike. Lin Feng promptly ordered a shift in their attack strategy, and the Star River's star core micro-beam cannon began to hone in on the fighter's rear. The pale, purple beams struck with the precision of a marksman's bullet, causing each Void fighter hit to erupt into a cloud of black mist. However, the sheer number of Void fighters was overwhelming. Despite the Star River's pinpoint accuracy, they could not intercept them all. A few fighters breached the defenses and raced towards the engine compartment of the Star River. Engine compartment under attack. Shield energy down by 15. Old Zhao shouted, attempting to maneuver the ship to evade, but it was too late. At that critical moment, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from the distant starfield. Lin Feng looked up to see dozens of human warships approaching, led by the Dreamweaver and the Allied Fleet's support squadron. Reinforcements have arrived, came Su Qing's voice over the communicator, tinged with excitement. We received your signal and rushed over immediately. The Allied Fleet's warships swiftly joined the fray, and the beams of the Stardust microbeam cannon formed a dense web of firepower in the cosmos, rapidly diminishing the number of Void fighters. Sensing the tide turning, the Void mothership began to slowly retreat, seemingly attempting to escape. We cannot let it get away. Lin Feng shouted. All warships, concentrate fire on the mothership's engines. Dozens of Stardust microbeam blasts simultaneously targeted the mothership's engines, which belched black smoke as its speed visibly decreased. Yet, the Lord of the Void abruptly activated the mothership's special ability, surrounding its hull with myriad spatial rifts. It intends to escape through the spatial rifts. Su Qing cried out. Lin Feng suddenly recalled the energy of the star core fragments. Gripping the fragments tightly, he shouted into the communicator, all warships, concentrate the energy of the Stardust microbeam cannon towards me. I will use the energy from the star core fragments to seal the spatial rifts. The Allied Fleet's warships promptly adjusted their fire direction, channeling energy towards the Star River. The star core fragments absorbed this energy, their radiance intensifying. Lin Feng raised the fragments above his head. A burst of pale purple energy erupted from them, forming a tremendous energy barrier that enveloped the space surrounding the Void mothership. The energy barrier collided with the spatial rifts, causing them to begin closing gradually. The Lord of the Void, witnessing the rifts sealing, harbored a flicker of resentment in his eyes as he roared into the communicator. Lin Feng, I will not let you escape. The next time we meet, I will ensure you and all of humanity vanish. Ultimately, the Void mothership could not fully escape, ensnared by the energy barrier and rendered immobile. The Allied fleet's warships seized the opportunity to encircle it, directing the Stardust micro-beam cannon at the command chamber of the Void mothership. Lord of the Void, surrender. You have no avenue for retreat. Lin Feng shouted into the communicator. However, the Lord of the Void erupted into maniacal laughter. Surrender? My Voidkin never capitulate. Even in death, I shall take you all with me. He abruptly initiated the self-destruct sequence of the mothership, and the intensity of the energy reaction surged rapidly. Lin Feng's expression changed, and he immediately commanded, all warships, retreat at once. The Allied fleet's warships swiftly fell back, just as they reached a safe distance when the Void mothership detonated violently. A colossal shockwave rippled through the cosmos, tossing the surrounding nebula into disarray. In the aftermath of the explosion, tranquility returned to the universe, leaving only the remnants of the Void mothership adrift among the nebulae. Lin Feng gazed at the wreckage, breathing a sigh of relief. Yet he understood that this did not signify the end of the war. Although the Lord of the Void may have perished, other factions of the Void still existed, and the fragments of the Genesis star core were yet to be collected. Their journey was far from over. Suing immediately organized a team to clean the battlefield and gather the remnants of the Void mothership. We must seek further clues about the Voidkin. Lin Feng instructed over the communicator. Old Zhao, we shall return to the Time Nexus and deliver the star core fragments to Dr. Zhang for continued research, striving to restore the complete Genesis star core at the earliest opportunity. The engines of the Star River roared back to life, steering towards the Time Nexus. The star core micro-beam coating on the ship's exterior shimmered softly under the starlight, as if recounting the victory of this battle. Lin Feng stood before the viewport of the command chamber, gazing into the distant starry expanse, his heart brimming with resolve. He knew that greater challenges awaited them in the future, but as long as they united in purpose and harnessed the power of the star core energy, they would undoubtedly triumph over the Voidkin and safeguard humanity's home. Yet, in a hidden corner of the universe, a shadowy figure emerged from a spatial rift, observing the departing Star River with a glint of malevolence in his eyes. It was none other than the Lord of the Void, having escaped through the spatial rift just before the mothership's explosion. Lin Feng, the star core fragments shall be mine once more, the Lord of the Void murmured, turning to vanish into the rift. A new crisis was quietly brewing. Chapter 144, Secrets of the Remnants and the Coordinates of the Star Core. As the Star River departed from the abyssal starfield, an unexpected report came from the cleanup team led by Su Qing. Deep within the wreckage of the Void mothership, they had discovered an intact chamber, untouched by the shockwave of the explosion. The metallic walls of the chamber were etched with star map patterns reminiscent of the Stardust anchor points, and at its center floated a dark purple crystal, within which lay a fragmented data stream of light and shadow. Lin Feng immediately ordered the Star River to return to the wreckage area, personally leading the research team into the chamber. As the star core fragments illuminated the dark purple crystal, the patterns on the walls suddenly activated, projecting a hazy holographic image into the void. In the image, a warrior clad in the armor of the Time civilization spoke urgently to the camera, while 3 star core fragments, each emanating a distinct glow, floated behind him. At the center of the star map patterns was marked a distant starfield coordinate. Dr. Zhang, can you decipher the language in the image? Lin Feng inquired, his heartbeat quickening as he focused on the warrior's lip movements. This could very well be the last clue left by the Time civilization. On the other end of the communicator, Dr. Zhang's team was urgently deciphering the transmitted image. Preliminary assessment indicates it is the wartime language of the Time civilization. The warrior mentioned that the Genesis star core shattered into 3 pieces, sealed within the Stardust anchor points, the Void Rift, and the Time origin point. Only by gathering all 3 fragments can the star core barrier be reactivated to repel the Voidkin. The subsequent content was interfered with. But we have captured the coordinates of the Time origin point. Time origin point? Lin Feng immediately instructed the researchers to display the corresponding star map for the coordinates. The screen revealed an uncharted starfield, located at the edge of the universe within a chaotic nebula, where spatial fluctuations were exceedingly turbulent, rendering even the most advanced detectors unable to penetrate it, long considered a forbidden zone in the cosmos. At that moment, the dark purple crystal began to tremble violently, revealing numerous black patterns on its surface, perfectly aligned with the characteristics of void energy. A researcher from the scientific team inadvertently made contact with a crystal, and in an instant, dark tendrils raced up his arm, draining the color from his face and sending his body into uncontrollable convulsions. Quick! Suppress it with the star core fragment. Lin Feng reacted with remarkable speed, immediately pressing the fragment against the researcher's arm. A soft lavender light spread forth, causing the black markings to recede as swiftly as snow under sunlight. The researcher finally managed to catch his breath, his complexion gradually returning to normal. The crystal harbored void energy, which was incessantly eroding the surrounding space. Dr. Zhang's voice crackled through the communicator, laden with gravity. The recently deciphered imagery contained crucial information. The Void Tribe had long been aware of the star core fragment's whereabouts. The Void Sovereign's intention was never to destroy the fragment, but rather to seize it, intending to corrupt the star core with void energy and dominate the energy source of the entire universe. Gazing at the dark purple crystal, Lin Feng suddenly comprehended the perilous nature of their previous battle. Had the Void Sovereign successfully acquired the star core fragment, the consequences would have been catastrophic. He promptly issued orders to seal the crystal within the star core energy shield and transport it back for research at the Time Nexus. The cleanup team will continue collecting debris data. We shall return to the Nexus first and formulate a plan to reach the Time Origin. When the Star River arrived back at the Time Nexus, the laboratory was already crowded with awaiting researchers. Dr. Zhang took the star core fragment and immediately placed it into a specialized energy container, where the display screen on the exterior pulsated with the fragment's energy parameters in real time. The fragment's energy had stabilized further and could actively repel void energy. Dr. Zhang pointed to the screen, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If we can locate the other two fragments, we will be able to synthesize a complete Genesis star core. At that point, not only can we entirely resist the Void Tribe, but we can also restore the star domains ravaged by void energy. Lin Feng nodded, yet his apprehensions lingered. The Time Origin lay within the chaotic nebula, where spatial fluctuations were tumultuous, posing a risk of malfunction even to the transition engines. Moreover, although the Void Sovereign had escaped, he would certainly not relent and would likely lay ambushes on the route to the Time Origin. He immediately convened an emergency meeting with the commanders of the United Fleet and core members of the Time Nexus. During the meeting, a unanimous decision was reached to form an exploratory fleet composed of the Star River, the Dreamweaver, and 10 battle vessels, with Lin Feng appointed as the overall commander, tasked with journeying to the Time Origin to seek the second star core fragment. Concurrently, a portion of the forces would remain at the Time Nexus to bolster defenses against a possible surprise attack by the Void Sovereign. Just as the meeting was about to conclude, the radar operator suddenly transmitted an urgent report. Abnormal spatial fluctuations have been detected in the vicinity of the Time Nexus, exhibiting energy signatures identical to those of the Void Sovereign. Furthermore, the range of these fluctuations was expanding, suggesting a multitude of void beings were approaching. Lin Feng's heart leapt into his throat as he dashed toward the command room, where the screen displayed real-time footage of the Nexus perimeter, revealing countless black spatial rifts forming, from which a horde of void beings surged forth, led by none other than the Void Sovereign himself. "I didn't expect you to return so swiftly," the Void Sovereign's voice echoed through the public channel, laced with a chilling mirth. "Lin Feng, hand over the star core fragment, and I may allow you and the people of the Time Nexus to live. Otherwise, this place shall become your tomb." Lin Feng clenched his fists, shouting into the communicator, "If you desire the fragment, you must first pass through me. All battleships, activate the star core microlight defense system." The battle fleet immediately formed a defensive formation, bracing for confrontation. The defense shield of the Time Nexus surged to full capacity, enveloping the entire Nexus in a pale lavender energy barrier. The battle fleet ascended rapidly, the stardust microlight cannons illuminating as they targeted the encroaching void beings. Seeing Lin Feng's unwillingness to capitulate, the Void Sovereign's eyes hardened. "If you refuse my courtesy, then do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Activate the Void Flood and drown them." A tide of void beings surged toward the Time Nexus. Their bodies, bolstered by void energy, became extraordinarily resilient, even capable of breaching the battle fleet's shields. Several battle vessels were caught off guard, their hulls breached by the void beings, beginning to sink slowly. "Research team, immediately transfer the star core fragment to the core chamber of the Star River." Lin Feng shouted into the communicator while maneuvering the Star River toward the battlefield. "Old Zhao, activate the star core microlight main cannon and target the Void Sovereign." The pale lavender beam from the main cannon hurtled toward the Void Sovereign. It was intercepted by the void energy shield beside him. The Void Sovereign scoffed, raising his hand to unleash a dark purple energy wave, which struck the shield of the Star River, causing its integrity to plummet by 30%. "Lin Feng, your feeble power is inadequate," the Void Sovereign declared, slowly raising his right hand as a colossal void energy blade coalesced within it. "Today, Not only will I seize the star core fragment, but I shall also obliterate the time nexus, stripping humanity of any capacity for resistance. In that critical moment, Dr. Zhang's voice resonated from the laboratory. Lin Feng. The light and shadow data within the dark purple crystal has been deciphered. The time civilization left behind a method to restrain void energy. By using the energy from the star core fragment to activate the Nexus S time barrier, we can instantaneously purify all void beings. Lin Feng's spirits soared as he immediately commanded through the communicator, Dr. Zhang, activate the time barrier at once. All battleships, protect the laboratory. Do not allow the void beings to approach. Dr. Zhang swiftly operated the energy container, infusing the star core fragment's energy into the core system of the Nexus. The top of the Nexus suddenly radiated a soft blue light, which expanded to form a colossal barrier, enveloping the entire Nexus and the surrounding star domains. As the time barrier made contact with the void beings, the lavender star core energy erupted instantaneously. The void beings began to dissipate as if faced with a natural enemy, and the black spatial rifts gradually closed under the barrier's influence. The void sovereign watched as his army dwindled, his expression turning increasingly foul. No, this cannot be, he bellowed, attempting to breach the time barrier, but its energy was too potent. He was repelled upon nearing it, and his body suffered from the corrosive effects of star core energy, emitting plumes of black smoke. You have lost. Lin Feng's voice came through the communicator. Surrender. Void energy can never prevail against star core energy. The void sovereign, witnessing the closing spatial rifts, recognized his lack of prospects. He shot a venomous glare at the star river and turned, leaping into the last remaining spatial rift, vanishing into the cosmos. With the final rift sealed, the void beings surrounding the time nexus were entirely eradicated. Lin Feng exhaled in relief, leaning back in his command chair, fatigue washing over him. Dr. Zhang, how long can the time barrier sustain itself? He inquired through the communicator. Perhaps 3 days at most, Dr. Zhang replied, his voice tinged with exhaustion. The energy consumption of the star core fragment is substantial. We must replenish it quickly. Moreover, although the void sovereign has retreated, he will undoubtedly return. We must hasten to the time origin to locate the second star core fragment. Lin Feng nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. The exploratory fleet will set sail at dawn tomorrow, no matter the dangers that await at the time origin. We must locate the fragment and synthesize a complete Genesis star core to eradicate the threat of the Void Tribe once and for all. On the following morning, the exploratory fleet gradually departed from the time nexus, heading toward the chaotic nebula. The bow of the star river shimmered with the pale lavender light of the star core fragment under the sunlight, as if guiding the way forward. Lin Feng stood at the viewport of the command room, gazing at the distant chaotic nebula, his heart brimming with resolve. This time, regardless of the challenges he encountered, he was determined to find the star core fragment and secure a glimmer of hope for humanity. Meanwhile, deep within the chaotic nebula, a dark figure stood upon a massive meteorite, observing the direction for which the exploratory fleet was approaching. A cold smirk curved upon the lips of the Lord of the Void, his hand clutching a dark purple crystal that shimmered with a brilliance reminiscent of star core fragments. This was an energy crystal he had surreptitiously procured from the hidden chamber of the Void mothership, intrinsically linked to the star core fragments. Lin Feng, the point of time is destined to be your burial ground, he whispered, turning to vanish behind a meteorite. A fierce struggle for the second star core fragment was about to unfold within the chaotic nebula. Chapter 145, Chaotic Drift and the Emergence of the Origin. The moment the exploratory fleet entered the chaotic nebula, the ship began to lurch uncontrollably. On the main control screen of the Star River, the readings of spatial fluctuations spiked erratically, the once clear star map obscured by a barrage of crimson alerts, while the stability indicator of the jump engine flickered ominously. Captain, the spatial turbulence within the nebula is too intense. The jump engine cannot calibrate the coordinates. Old Zhao gripped the control stick tightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. We can only navigate using the conventional engines now, and the radar is completely inoperative, rendering us unable to ascertain the conditions ahead. Lin Feng gazed out of the porthole. The pale red nebula resembled flowing magma, with countless fragments darting through the turbulence at high speeds. Occasionally, small spatial rifts would appear, threatening to ensnare the unwary. He immediately commanded, all warships, activate the star core microlight shields, maintain formation. The Dream Builder will lead the way, while the Star River will bring up the rear, advancing slowly. The captain of the Dream Builder promptly responded, the ship's pale purple shield illuminating as it cautiously ventured deeper into the nebula. However, after barely 50 kilometers, the Dream Builder suddenly shook violently, the captain's frantic voice crackling through the communicator. A large spatial rift has been detected ahead. We are being swept away by the turbulence and cannot turn. Lin Feng quickly instructed Old Zhao to adjust the course of the Star River, while simultaneously activating the Star Core micro-light cannon to fire at the turbulence surrounding the Dream Builder. The pale purple beam struck the chaotic flow, creating a temporary energy barrier that allowed the Dream Builder to alter its position and narrowly evade the rift. This cannot continue. Lin Feng frowned, his gaze falling upon the Star Core fragment within the energy container. The fragment's glow flickered, seemingly resonating with the nebula's energy. Suddenly, he recalled the light data within the dark purple crystal and shouted into the communicator, "Dr. Zhang, can the Star Core fragment sense the location of the point of time?" On the other end, Dr. Zhang was analyzing the energy fluctuations of the fragment. It's worth a try. There exists an energy resonance between the Star Core fragments. I have adjusted the detector's frequency to prompt the fragments to actively emit a responsive signal. As long as the fragment at the point of time is within range, we can capture the resonance. Minutes later, a faint green signal suddenly appeared on the detector screen, emanating from a direction deep within the nebula. Lin Feng's heart raced. He immediately commanded, "All warships, advance in the direction of the signal, and be mindful to avoid the spatial rifts and debris." The fleet slowly progressed along the signal's guidance, encountering several minor spatial turbulence incidents, yet all were shielded by the Star Core micro-light shields. Approximately 3 hours later, the signal from the detector intensified, revealing the silhouette of a colossal circular structure on the screen, a remnant of a time civilization partially buried within the nebula's debris. At the center of the structure, a platform radiated a soft blue light akin to that of the Star Core fragment. "It is the point of time," an excited researcher exclaimed. The glow on the platform is the second Star Core fragment. Just as Lin Feng prepared to order the fleet to draw closer, alarms blared aboard the Star River, and the radar screen was inundated with red signals as countless Void fighters surged forth from the depths of the nebula, with the Lord of the Void leading the charge. "I knew you would come here." The Lord of the Void's voice resonated through the public channel, laced with arrogance. "Lin Feng, I have awaited this fragment for millennia. Today, no one shall obstruct me." With a sweeping gesture, the Void fighters split into two teams. One raced toward the point of time to seize the fragment, while the other advanced toward the exploratory fleet to block their path. Old Zhao, lead the battleships to intercept the Void fighters. Suing, pilot the Dream Builder to the point of time and ensure the fragment's protection. Lin Feng swiftly issued commands while grasping his energy gun. "I will personally enter the ruins to see if I can activate the defensive systems of the time civilization." Old Zhao promptly led the battleships into a counterattack. The beams from the Stardust micro-light cannons carving pale purple arcs through the nebula as Void fighters were shot down. Yet more continued to emerge from the nebula's depths, plunging the battle into a stalemate. Su Qing piloted the Dream Builder toward the ruins, but found herself ensnared by several Void fighters. Just then, the walls of the ruins illuminated with pale blue patterns, and an energy beam shot forth from the designs, striking the fighters entangling the Dream Builder. To Su Qing's astonishment, these patterns appeared to actively target the Void race. Evidently, the Time civilization had long established a defense system against them. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped into a landing craft and dashed into the ruins. The corridors of the ruins were adorned with energy patterns, which glowed brighter with each step he took. Seemingly guiding his way, he followed the passage to the central hall, where the floor was etched with a vast star map. The central recess perfectly accommodating the Star Core fragment. Lin Feng placed the fragment into the recess, and in an instant, the star map illuminated. Pale blue energy coursing along the patterns, fully activating the ruins' defensive systems. From the exterior walls of the ruins, countless energy cannons emerged, unleashing a barrage upon the Void fighters, rapidly diminishing their numbers. The Lord of the Void, observing the activated defenses, turned ashen with fury. He attempted to storm the ruins, but was struck by the main cannon of the Star River, his body succumbing to the erosion of Star Core energy. His speed noticeably hampered. Su Qing quickly retrieved the fragment. Lin Feng shouted into the communicator. Su Qing immediately leaped from the Dream Builder, racing toward the elevated platform of the ruins. As she grasped the second Star Core fragment, it suddenly erupted with blinding light, resonating intensely with the first fragment, stabilizing the chaotic spatial turbulence of the entire nebula. "No!" the Lord of the Void roared, attempting to charge once more, but was struck by an energy blast from the ruins, dark smoke billowing from his form. Realizing his defeat was inevitable, he glared viciously at Lin Feng before retreating into a spatial rift, escaping yet again. With the Lord of the Void's withdrawal, the remaining Void fighter scattered. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, approaching Su Qing, gazing at the two-star core fragments radiating distinct glows, the pale purple fragment from Stardust Anchor and the pale blue fragment from the Point of Time. They drew closer in resonance, as if destined to unite. There remains one final fragment. Within the Void Rift, Dr. Zhang's voice crackled through the communicator, tinged with excitement. Once we locate it, we can synthesize the complete Genesis star core. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze directed toward the depths of the nebula. The Void Rift was the origin of the Void Race, where their energy was most concentrated, and the dangers far exceeded those of the chaotic nebula. Yet he understood that for the future of humanity, no matter how perilous the path ahead, they must press on. All warships, rest for 1 hour. Then we shall proceed to the Void Rift. Lin Feng commanded through the communicator, his voice resolute. This time, we will eradicate the threat of the Void Race once and for all, restoring peace to the universe. An hour later, the exploratory fleet set sail once more. Heading toward the Void Rift, the two-star core fragments circled within the energy container, emanating a gentle glow akin to twin stars of hope, guiding all toward their path. Deep within the Void Rift, an ultimate battle that would determine the fate of the universe awaited them. Chapter 146, The Void Rift and the Final Battle. Upon reaching the edge of the Void Rift, even the star core microlight shields began to tremble violently. Outside the porthole, the familiar nebula or star field was replaced by an expanse of pure darkness, intermittently illuminated by flickering dark purple arcs of void energy, where even starlight was completely consumed. This was the very source of the Void Race, the sealed location of the third star core fragment. Captain, the detector has captured a strong stellar core energy reaction. Deep within the Void Rift, the researcher's voice trembled with tension, yet simultaneously detected an overwhelming surge of void energy, tenfold in intensity compared to before. Along with countless signals from void warships, Lin Feng gazed at the screen, where red signals swarmed like a multitude of ants, tightly encasing the depths of the Void Rift. It was evident that the Void Master had long established an intricate web here, awaiting their inevitable entrapment. All warships, set the stellar core micro-shield to maximum output. Lin Feng inhaled deeply, gripping the energy container, where two fragments of the stellar core resonated violently within, intertwining soft purple and blue lights, as if resisting the surrounding void energy. Old Zhao, connect the energy of the two fragments to the main cannon of the Star River and prepare to breach the defense line. As the main cannon of the Star River began to charge, a voice suddenly echoed from the depths of the Void Rift, this time devoid of its usual chill. Infused with a hint of madness. Lin Feng, you have finally arrived. I have prepared the void altar here. Once I absorb the energy of the third fragment, I shall become the sovereign of the universe. At that time, all of you will become my slaves. No sooner had his words echoed than an onslaught of void warships opened fire simultaneously, dark purple energy beams raining down upon the exploration fleet. Lin Feng immediately commanded a counterattack, as the pale purple beams from the Stardust micro-beam cannon collided with the void energy beams in the darkness. Each impact generating immense shockwaves that violently rocked the Star River. This direct confrontation is futile. Su Qing's voice came through from the Dream Builder. Our shields won't hold for long. We must expedite the search for the third fragment. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he looked at the two fragments in the energy container. Their radiance extended toward the depths of the Void Rift, forming an intertwining energy trail of soft purple and blue. He promptly ordered all warships, follow the energy trail and concentrate fire to break through the front line. The exploration fleet advanced along the energy trail, struggling through the barrage of void warships. The main cannon of the Star River continuously fired, each beam capable of obliterating a void warship. Yet more void vessels surged forth like an inexhaustible tide. Just as the fleet was about to reach the depths of the Void Rift, a massive black flagship, far larger than an ordinary void warship, suddenly emerged. It was the new flagship of the Void Master, its hull adorned with void energy patterns, and at the center of the void altar, the third fragment of the stellar core emanated a soft green glow, ensnared by countless void chains. The Void Master stood upon the altar, arms raised high, as void energy surged relentlessly into his being. He looked upon the approaching exploration fleet with a cold smirk. Perfect timing. Once I absorb the energy of this fragment, I shall take you all as my first victims. Lin Feng understood that waiting was no longer an option. He immediately opened the energy container, grasping the two fragments in his hands. Their radiance erupted instantaneously, spreading soft purple and blue energy along his arms, forming a magnificent pair of energy wings behind him. Su Qing, Old Zhao, lead the fleet to distract the void warships. I shall seize the fragment from the altar, Lin Feng declared, piloting a small landing craft toward the void altar. The landing craft shook incessantly under the impact of the void energy, yet remained intact under the protection of the stellar core energy. As it neared the flagship, Lin Feng leaped from the craft, propelled by the wings formed from the stellar core energy, soaring toward the altar. Stop him! The Void Master roared, as countless void chains hurtled toward Lin Feng. With a swift motion, Lin Feng brandished the stellar core fragment, creating a barrier of soft purple and blue energy that thwarted the advancing chains. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed to the altar and grasped the third stellar core fragment. At that moment, the Void Master lunged at him, seizing Lin Feng's shoulders. As void energy surged from his palms into Lin Feng's body, Lin Feng felt as if besieged by countless icing needles, unbearable pain coursing through him. Yet he clutched the three fragments tenaciously, refusing to relent. Give me the fragments! The Void Master screamed in a frenzy, the output of void energy intensifying. Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur, but as he gazed at the three fragments in his grasp, a memory surfaced from the murals of the Time civilization. Only by uniting the three fragments could the stellar core shield be activated. Summoning his last vestige of strength, he fused the three fragments together. In the instant they touched, a brilliant explosion of soft purple, blue, and green energy erupted, forming a colossal sphere of light that enveloped both the Void Master and Lin Feng. Within the sphere, stellar core energy clashed with void energy, tearing at one another, producing a deafening roar. No, I refuse to accept this. The anguished cries of the Void Master echoed within the sphere as his form gradually dissipated under the onslaught of stellar core energy. When the radiance of the sphere reached its zenith, a monumental stellar core barrier emanated from within, swiftly enveloping the entire void rift. Wherever the barrier traversed, void energy began to dissipate rapidly, and void warships melted away like snow under the sun as the dark void rift gradually became illuminated by starlight. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes within the sphere. The three stellar core fragments had coalesced into a singular, complete Genesis stellar core, floating before him. He extended his hand, gently grasping the core, as a warm energy surged into his being, instantly alleviating all prior pain. As the stellar core barrier stabilized, Lin Feng piloted the landing craft back to the Star River. Members of the fleet beheld the Genesis stellar core in his hands, their faces alight with elation. They had triumphed, and peace had finally returned to the universe. Days later, the Genesis stellar core was placed in the core area of the time nexus, its barrier not only safeguarding the nexus, but also expanding continuously, gradually restoring the starfields devastated by void energy. Humanity and other races began to rebuild their homes, ushering in a new vitality within the cosmos. Lin Feng stood upon the observation deck of the time nexus, gazing at the starfields illuminated by the glow of the stellar core, his heart brimming with reflection. He understood that although this war had concluded, numerous challenges awaited them in the future. Yet, as long as the Genesis stellar core remained, and as long as they united in purpose, no obstacle would be insurmountable. Su Qing approached Lin Feng, offering him a cup of hot coffee. "What are you pondering?" she inquired. Lin Feng accepted the coffee and replied with a smile. "I'm contemplating the future. We have finally safeguarded the universe. Now, it is time to make it even better." Sui nodded, standing alongside Lin Feng on the observation deck, gazing at the resplendent cosmos. Behind them, the glow of the Genesis stellar core stood as a beacon of hope, illuminating every corner of the universe and the future of humanity. Chapter 147, The Stellar Core Era and New Journeys. The central square of the time nexus was teeming with representatives from various starfields. As Lin Feng ascended the platform, cradling the Genesis stellar core, the square erupted with thunderous applause. This core, radiating a gentle tricolor glow, not only put an end to the threat of the void race, but also became a symbol of hope for all races in the universe. From this day forth, we shall usher in the stellar core era. Lin Feng's voice resonated through interstellar broadcasts, proclaiming, the barrier of the Genesis stellar core will continue to protect every starfield. Additionally, we shall establish the Interstellar United Research Institute, uniting the strengths of all races to study the applications of stellar core energy and repair the homes ravaged by the void race. As his words concluded, Representatives from all races in the square raised their hands in response. Races that had once been estranged due to the threat of the void race were now coalescing into a united force under the glow of the stellar core. Su Qing stood to the side of the platform, watching Lin Feng's resolute figure, her eyes filled with satisfaction. From the maiden voyage of the Star River to now safeguarding the entire universe, they had finally achieved their initial goal. After the meeting, Dr. Zhang hurriedly approached Lin Feng with a report in hand. Captain Lin, while studying stellar core energy, we have discovered a peculiar phenomenon. The stellar core occasionally emits an unknown energy fluctuation, with a frequency that perfectly matches certain devices within the relics of the Time civilization, seemingly pointing to an undiscovered star field. Lin Feng received the report and, upon examining the energy fluctuation graph, felt a sudden spark of realization. Are you suggesting that the Time civilization may have left behind other secrets? Quite possibly, Dr. Zhang nodded. Moreover, we have detected that while the energy of the stellar core remains stable, it seems not to have fully awakened. If we can locate that unknown star region, perhaps we can unleash greater power from the stellar core and even unravel the mystery behind the disappearance of the Time civilization. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng turned his gaze toward the starry sky outside the window. The universe was so vast. Even after overcoming the Void Tribe, countless secrets awaited exploration. He promptly summoned Old Zhao, Su Qing, and others for an urgent meeting. I have decided to form a stellar core exploration team to journey into the unknown star region in search of the secrets of the Time civilization. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the assembly. Old Zhao, you will remain at the Time Hub to assist the Interstellar United Research Institute in studying the energy of the stellar core. Suing, you shall accompany me as we lead the expedition into the unknown. There were no objections among the group, and preparations began immediately. 3 days later, the Star River set sail once more, its hull adorned with a luminous coating that shimmered even more brilliantly under the stellar core's influence. This time, they were not merely defending against threats, but embarking on an exploration of the unknown cosmos, seeking the truth of civilization. As the Star River approached the edge of the universe, the stellar core suddenly resonated violently, and the space ahead began to warp, forming a faint blue wormhole. Lin Feng gazed at the wormhole, his heart brimming with anticipation. This must be the direction indicated by the stellar core. Let us venture inside. Upon entering the wormhole, the surroundings transformed in an instant. No longer was there the familiar dark expanse of stars, but vibrant star field filled with life. At the heart of this realm floated a colossal circular structure, its surface etched with the intricate patterns of the Time civilization, starkly contrasting the remnants of the Stardust Anchor's temporal origin. Here, it appeared to be the mother planet of the Time civilization. Su Qing looked at the circular edifice, her eyes wide with astonishment. As Lin Feng piloted the Star River closer to the structure, the grand entrance slowly opened, revealing a gentle wave of energy emanating from within. Upon entering, a holographic image abruptly materialized before them, depicting the Time civilization warrior they had previously encountered in the Void Mothership's chamber. Welcome to the Temple of Time. Guardians of the Stellar Core. The warrior's voice carried a hint of reassurance. I am the last guardian of the Time civilization. When you see this image, it signifies that you have gathered the fragments of the stellar core and ended the threat of the Void Tribe. Pausing momentarily, the warrior continued. The disappearance of the Time civilization was due to our discovery of the cosmic energy equilibrium principle. The energy of the stellar core and that of the void are two polarities of the universe, both indispensable. However, the Void Tribe disrupted this balance, attempting to consume everything with void energy. We were compelled to shatter the stellar core, sealing away the Void Tribe, and dispatching the embers of our civilization throughout the cosmos, awaiting the arrival of those who could restore balance to the universe's energy. Are you implying that we cannot completely eradicate void energy? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Indeed, the warrior affirmed. To completely eliminate void energy would lead to an imbalance in cosmic energy, triggering even greater calamities. Your mission is to guide the void energy with stellar core energy, allowing both to achieve equilibrium. This is the true method of safeguarding the universe. As the hologram faded, a platform rose in the center of the circular structure, upon which lay a tome titled Cosmic Energy Record, containing the knowledge on balancing stellar core energy and void energy. Lin Feng grasped the Cosmic Energy Record, his mind clearing. He realized that the battles fought previously were merely the beginning, and the true guardianship had only just commenced. As the Star River departed the Temple of Time, the brilliance of the stellar core softened, actively releasing energy to guide the surrounding void energy, forming a balanced energy flow. Lin Feng understood that their next task was to disseminate the knowledge contained within the cosmic energy record across the universe, uniting the strength of various races to collectively maintain the balance of cosmic energy. Where shall we head next? Su Qing asked Lin Feng, her eyes filled with anticipation. Lin Feng smiled as he gazed out at the starry expanse. The universe is vast, and there are many star regions that require our guidance in achieving energy balance. Moreover, there may yet be other remnants of the time civilization awaiting our discovery. The engines of the Star River roared back to life, propelling them toward new star realms. The stellar core's glow traced a gentle arc behind the ship, akin to a bond of hope, connecting every region of the cosmos. In the distant void, the lingering void energy began to stabilize under the guidance of the stellar core energy, losing its destructive nature. The balance of cosmic energy was gradually being restored. Lin Feng stood at the control room's viewport, holding the cosmic energy record in his hand, filled with resolve. He knew that the journey ahead might still be long. But as long as the stellar core's guidance remained, united with the strength of various races and the companionship of his allies, they would undoubtedly safeguard this universe, ushering in a truly peaceful and prosperous stellar core era. The journey of the Star River would continue on, reaching every corner of the cosmos, spreading hope and light. Chapter 148, Energy Imbalance in Anomalous Star Regions. The Star River had been navigating the cosmos for over half a month, successfully establishing stellar core energy guiding stations in 3 star regions, according to the cosmic energy record. Whenever a guiding station activated, the tricolored stellar core energy would diffuse like a stream, merging with the residual void energy within the area, ultimately forming a stable energy field. The planets that had previously been ravaged by void energy began to slowly regain vitality, sprouting tender green vegetation. Captain, we have just received news from the Interstellar United Research Institute. Energy imbalance has occurred in the Alpha 7 star region. Su Qing rushed into the control room with a report, her face grave. The detector indicated that the void energy there had surged dramatically, consuming 2 guiding stations. And even the remote energy of the stellar core could not suppress it. Lin Feng immediately pulled up the live feed from the Alpha 7 star region. On the screen, the once azure star field was shrouded in a dark purple void energy, the wreckage of the guiding stations floating amidst the energy, while nearby asteroids were rapidly eroded, turning to dust. More strangely, at the center of the void energy, a black fissure seemed to be expanding, emitting energy waves reminiscent of the Void Sovereign, yet colder and more sinister. It is not the energy of the Void Sovereign. Lin Feng stared at the screen, his fingers unconsciously tracing the cover of the cosmic energy record. This fluctuation felt more primal, as if it were emerging from the very roots of void energy. He swiftly commanded, Star River, full speed ahead to Alpha 7. Su Qing, contact Old Zhao and have the Research Institute analyze the cause of the energy imbalance. Check if there are any relevant records in the cosmic energy record. When the Star River reached the edge of the Alpha 7 star region, the stellar core's luminous shield began to passively absorb the surrounding void energy, causing the shield S readings to fluctuate erratically and become highly unstable. Su Qing observed the data from the detector, her voice tinged with tension. The void energy here possesses an absorptive nature. It can absorb other energies to strengthen itself. It was this that caused the guiding station's energy to be consumed, leading to the imbalance. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the creation stellar core within the energy container. It trembled violently, its tricolored glow sharpening, as if resisting the abnormal void energy. He suddenly recalled a phrase from the cosmic energy record. The root of the void lies within the realm of darkness. Should it awaken, it must be subdued by the seed of the stellar core. The realm of darkness, could it be here? Lin Feng's heart sank, and he immediately instructed Su Qing to adjust the detector to search for any clues regarding the stellar core seed within the star region. Just then, the radar of the Star River detected a faint green signal, originating from deep within the black fissure. Su Qing magnified the image, revealing a fist-sized crystal suspended within the fissure, its surface adorned with the patterns of the time civilization, emanating energy identical to the stellar core. It was indeed the seed of the stellar core. We found it, but the stellar core seed is enveloped by the abnormal void energy, making it impossible to approach. Suin exclaimed anxiously. Lin Feng gazed at the ebony rift, and an audacious idea suddenly took root in his mind. If the stellar core could channel the normal void energy, perhaps it could also purify this anomalous energy. Suin, connect the main cannon of the Starry River to the stellar core directly. I intend to attempt to open a passageway to the seed of the stellar core using its primordial energy. The moment the stellar core linked with the main cannon, the The muzzle of the starry river transformed from a pale violet to a brilliant tricolor luminescence, radiating a gentle yet formidable energy, as if it could encompass all. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and commanded, "Fire! Aim for the center of the black rift and regulate the energy intensity. We must not damage the seed of the stellar core." The soft tricolor beam surged towards the dark fissure. Upon colliding with the aberrant void energy, instead of erupting in a violent explosion, it formed a gentle energy conduit. The anomalous void energy, akin to ice meeting a warm current, began to dissipate slowly. At the end of the passage lay the floating seed of the stellar core. "We succeeded," Su Qing exclaimed with exhilaration. Without delay, Lin Feng piloted the small landing craft into the black rift along the energy conduit. As he approached the seed of the stellar core, it suddenly surged towards him, merging with the Genesis stellar core he held. Instantly, a torrent of potent energy erupted from the core, spreading through the energy passage, rapidly purging the anomalous void energy throughout the Alpha 7-star domain, while the black rift gradually sealed itself. As the starry river exited the star domain, the originally dark violet Alpha 7 had returned to a vibrant azure. The damaged guiding station, nourished by the stellar core's energy, began to mend itself autonomously. Lin Feng observed the stellar core in his grasp, noting that its brilliance had intensified, as if it had truly awakened. Just then, an urgent communication from old Zhao came through, his voice tinged with shock. "Lin Feng, the Research Institute, while analyzing the energy data of the stellar core seed, has uncovered a terrifying truth. The anomalous void energy is not a natural occurrence. It is being deliberately manipulated. Moreover, we have detected numerous warship signals at the edge of the lightless domain that do not belong to any known race." Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of grave concern. There were indeed other forces in the universe interfering with the balance of energy, their strength unknown. He raised his gaze to the boundless starry sky, acutely aware that this mission to maintain cosmic equilibrium would be far more arduous than he had anticipated. "Su Qing, we must immediately return to the time nexus. We need to convene an urgent discussion with representatives from various races." Lin Feng's voice was resolute. A new threat had emerged, and they must prepare diligently to safeguard this hard-won peace. The starry river altered its course, heading towards the time nexus. The soft tricolor glow from the ship's tail traced a clear path through the cosmos, akin to a lighthouse illuminating the way through darkness. Standing by the viewport, Lin Feng clutched the cosmic energy record, his heart brimming with determination. No matter the threats that lay ahead, he would lead the starry river to preserve the balance of cosmic energy and protect the hopes of every civilization. Chapter 149: Unknown Races and the Nexus Crisis. The moment the starry river leaped forth, the urgent communication from the time nexus seized control of the main screen. On the display, old Zhao's face appeared even more anxious than before, with the distant sound of alarms echoing in the background. "Lin Feng, you must return quickly. The unknown warships at the edge of the lightless domain are on the move, and they are racing towards the time nexus, expected to arrive in 2 hours." Lin Feng's heart sank. His fingers flew over the control panel, pulling up the real-time defense data of the time nexus. Although the stellar core barrier enveloped the surrounding star domain, its energy output remained at standard level. If they faced a large-scale assault, it would not withstand for half an hour. He immediately ordered, "Old Zhao, raise the stellar core barrier to maximum output, and organize all combat ships into a defensive formation around the nexus. I will push the starry river to full speed to return before the unknown warships arrive." The engines of the starry river surged into overload, the soft tricolor energy tail leaving a fleeting shadow in the starry expanse. Suing, her gaze fixed on the detector screen, furrowed her brow. "The speed of the unknown warships is far too swift. They exceed our jump engines by 15 times. And their energy signatures are peculiar, neither resembling stellar core energy nor void energy, but something akin to a fusion of mechanical and biological energy." Lin Feng leaned closer to the screen, observing the silhouettes of the warships captured by the detector. Their hulls resembled the exoskeletons of colossal insects, adorned with a metallic sheen, while their prows extended several tentacle-like structures that continuously emitted pale, gray energy fluctuations. This design was unlike any known cosmic race. Regardless of their origins, they must not be allowed to approach the time nexus. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the Genesis stellar core within the energy container. It was now emitting a faint warning glow. "Suing, contact the Interstellar United Research Institute and request an immediate retrieval of all databases from the various races to ascertain if any records exist regarding this unknown race." Half an hour later, the Institute responded. There is no information related to the unknown race in any of the databases of the known races. This race appears to have emerged abruptly from the fissures of the universe, arriving without warning at the lightless domain and heading straight for the time nexus. Their objective must be the stellar core. Su Qing suddenly realized the time nexus is the repository of the stellar core and the core of the cosmic energy balance. If they seize control of the nexus, they will command the entire energy flow of the universe. Lin Feng nodded, already forming a judgment in his mind. He promptly broadcast an urgent call for assistance to all allied races. Attention, all races. The unknown race is launching an assault on the time nexus, targeting the Genesis stellar core. Please dispatch combat ships immediately to defend and safeguard the balance of cosmic energy. Following the broadcast, the various races in the star domains responded swiftly. Diamond-shaped warships from the crystal race, heavy armored vessels from the rock race, and high-speed fighters from the winged race all set out from their respective domains towards the time nexus. However, even the closest reinforcements would require an hour and a half to arrive, while the unknown warships had merely an hour's journey remaining. Old Zhao, how long until the unknown warships arrive? Lin Feng shouted into the communicator. 45 minutes. Old Zhao's voice was breathless. They have entered the warning range around the nexus and are attacking our defensive fleet. The pale gray energy can penetrate the stellar core barrier. 3 of our combat ships have already been destroyed. Lin Feng's heart tightened. He suddenly recalled the new ability awakened after merging with the stellar core seed. The core could activate the guiding stations and other star domains through energy resonance, forming temporary energy barriers. He immediately commanded into the communicator, Dr. Zhang, activate the guiding stations at the Alpha 7 Stardust anchor point and the time origin in 3 star domains, allowing them to resonate with the stellar core of the time nexus to create an energy interception net along the path of the unknown warships. Dr. Zhang complied without hesitation. Minutes later, the detector screen indicated that the guiding stations across 3 star domains simultaneously illuminated with a soft tricolor glow. 3 beams of energy converged in the starry expanse, forming a massive triangular energy net directly in the path of the advancing unknown warships. As the unknown warships collided with the energy net, the pale gray energy met the tricolor stellar core energy, producing shockwaves that reverberated throughout the star domain. The assault of the unknown warships was temporarily halted, yet the brilliance of the energy net diminished rapidly. The pale gray energy was slowly eroding the stellar core energy, and without reinforcements, the net would not endure for more than 10 minutes. In 20 minutes, we will reach the time nexus. Old Zhao's voice came through, tinged with a glimmer of hope. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. Just then, the Starry River's detectors suddenly captured a familiar energy signature, the energy of the Void Sovereign. Yet this time, the signature exhibited a faint resonance with the pale gray energy of the unknown warships. Could the Void Sovereign be linked to this unknown race? Su Qing's complexion turned ashen. Could it be that the Void Sovereign had lured them here? A shiver coursed through Lin Feng's heart as he promptly summoned the anomalous void energy data previously captured in the Alpha 7 star domain, juxtaposing it with the faint gray energy emitted by the unidentified warship. Although the fluctuation frequencies of both energies did not align perfectly, a clear homogeneity was discernible. It was not the Void Master that summoned these energies. Rather, this unknown race was harnessing void energy. In an instant, Lin Feng grasped the crux of the matter. The energy imbalance within the Alpha 7 star domain was due to their activation of the roots of the void with the faint gray energy. Attempting to divert our attention with void energy before launching a surprise attack on the time nexus. No sooner had he uttered these thoughts than a corner of the energy net suddenly ruptured, allowing 3 unidentified warships to breach the blockade and race towards the time nexus. Old Zhao immediately commanded a counterattack, but the pale purple beams of the Stardust microbeam cannon merely grazed the hulls of the unidentified vessels, leaving nothing more than shallow marks. They were utterly incapable of penetrating their armor. Their hulls were too resilient. The Stardust microbeam cannon was rendered ineffective. Old Zhao's voice resonated with despair. Lin Feng gazed at the encroaching unknown warships on the screen, took a deep breath, and made a bold decision. Su Qing, connect the main cannon of the Star River to the primordial energy of the star core completely. I intend to launch a long-range bombardment on the warships that have broken through the blockade during our return. This is far too perilous. If the primordial energy of the star core is excessively depleted, it will affect the star core barrier of the nexus. So immediately. There is no time for hesitation. Lin Feng's gaze was unwavering. If we allow them to approach the Nexus, the consequences will be far graver. With no further objections, Su Qing swiftly adjusted the energy connection of the main cannon. As the primordial energy surged into the main cannon, a dazzling tricolored glow erupted from its muzzle, momentarily eclipsing the brilliance of the starry sky. Lin Feng aimed at the warship that had breached the blockade and pressed the launch button. A robust tricolored beam arced across the star domain, striking the leading unidentified warship with pinpoint accuracy. The beam penetrated the vessel's hull, triggering a violent explosion within. Witnessing this, the other two unidentified warships immediately altered their course, attempting to evade subsequent assaults, but the main cannon of the Star River had already recharged. The second beam was unleashed, utterly obliterating them. The pressure on the energy net drastically diminished, allowing Old Zhao to organize a defensive fleet for a counterattack and temporarily stabilize the situation. At that moment, the Star River finally reached the periphery of the time nexus, merging with the first wave of arriving reinforcements. Lin Feng observed the assembly of various race warships outside the window, a warm surge blossoming within his heart. Through interstellar broadcast, he called out to all reinforcements. The objective of the unknown race is the Star Core. As long as we unite our efforts, we can safeguard the time nexus and maintain the cosmic energy balance. Now, join me in the counterattack. The warships of various races unleashed their fire simultaneously, with pale purple, pale blue, and pale green energy beams intertwining with the faint gray beams of the unknown warships in the starry expanse. A new battle, one that would determine the fate of the universe, had officially commenced. Meanwhile, deep within the realm of darkness, a gigantic mothership, 10 times larger than the other unknown warships, harbored a figure shrouded in faint gray energy, observing the direction of the time nexus with a sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth. Addressing the communicator, it commanded in a voice that blended mechanical and biological tones. Initiate the star-devouring plan. Deploy the star-devouring insect legion. I will personally retrieve the Genesis Star Core. As the order was given, the hatch of the massive mothership slowly opened, unleashing countless star-devouring insects, each the size of small warships. As they surged towards the time nexus, an even greater crisis was quietly looming. Chapter 150. The Star-Devouring Tide and Star Core Resonance. The cheers of the Star River's reunion with the Allied forces had yet to fade when the piercing alarm of the detector once again shattered the silence of the command room. Su Qing fixed her gaze on the screen, where a multitude of red signals swarmed. Captain, a massive influx of biological signals has appeared from the direction of the realm of darkness. They are insects comparable in size to small warships, numbering at least tens of thousands. Lin Feng immediately leaned closer to the screen, his pupils narrowing in alarm. On the display, innumerable colossal insects, cloaked in dark gray shells, swept across the starry sky like locusts, each insect's mandibles voraciously devouring faint gray energy. Wherever they passed, asteroids were instantly reduced to dust, and even the fabric of space exhibited subtle distortions. This was indeed the star-devouring insect legion spoken of by the unknown race. Old Zhao immediately tightened the defensive formation. Concentrate all firepower on targeting the heads of the star-devouring insects. Lin Feng's voice carried an unprecedented gravity. Their shells were tough, but the heads were their weak points. If we could shatter their mandibles, we could halt their energy release. The defensive fleet surrounding the time nexus promptly adjusted their tactics, unleashing a barrage of pale purple beams from the stardust microbeam cannons towards the heads of the star-devouring insects. However, the insects' reaction speed far exceeded expectations. They agilely twisted their bodies, causing the majority of the beams to strike their armored shells, with only a handful hitting their heads and shattering a few mandibles. This is futile. They are far too nimble. Conventional attacks cannot lock on. Old Zhao's voice was laden with despair, and the star-devouring insects continued their advance. In another 10 minutes, they would collide with the Star Core barrier. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the various race warships. The crystalline race's diamond-shaped vessels were attempting to slice through the shells of the star-devouring insects with high-frequency energy beams, but could only manage to create minor breaches. The heavy armored ships of the rock race tried to ram into the insects but ended up with their hulls gnawed into depressions by the mandibles of the insects. Meanwhile, the swift fighters of the winged race could evade attacks with agility, yet lacked sufficient firepower to obliterate the insects. Just then, the Genesis Star Core suddenly trembled violently within its energy container, the faint tricolored glow permeating the container and casting a complex pattern upon the floor of the command room. This was the star core resonance array recorded in the Cosmic Energy Codex, which required multiple warships to simultaneously release star core energy to generate a resonance shockwave capable of inflicting damage on a wide-ranging enemy. Suing, immediately contact all allied warships and instruct them to synchronize their energy systems with that of the Star River. Lin Feng's mind raced. We must activate the star core resonance array and use the resonance shockwave to annihilate the star-devouring insect legion. Su Qing promptly relayed the command through the interstellar communication channel. Although the various races were filled with doubt regarding this unfamiliar tactic, they swiftly adjusted their energy systems in light of the threat posed by the star-devouring insects. 10 minutes later, the energy output frequencies of all warships synchronized with that of the Star River, and the pale purple, pale blue, and pale green energy glows coalesced in the starry sky, forming a colossal energy ring. All warships, prepare. A countdown of 3 minutes. Release energy in unison. Lin Feng gripped the energy container tightly, the glow of the star core intensifying. Old Zhao maintained the star core barrier at its minimum output, concentrating all energy on the resonance array. At the moment the countdown reached 0, Lin Feng shouted, "Release." All allied warships simultaneously unleashed their energy, countless beams converging into the energy ring, creating a tricolored shockwave with a diameter exceeding 100 kilometers. The shockwave surged towards the star-devouring insect legion like a tsunami, where it passed. The shells of the star-devouring insects shattered instantaneously, and the faint gray energy dissipated within the shockwave, causing thousands of insects to plummet through the starry expanse like kites severed from their strings. "We did it!" Su Qing exclaimed with exhilaration, and the command room erupted in brief cheers. Yet, Lin Feng's expression remained taut as the detector indicated that behind the star-devouring insect legion, the massive mothership was slowly advancing, its hull adorned with undulating faint gray energy patterns, radiating a suffocating sense of oppression. Even more alarming was the enormous faint gray energy sphere coalescing atop the mothership, its energy intensity 100-fold greater than that of the previous unidentified warships. "This is bad. They are about to unleash their main cannon." Lin Feng ordered urgently. "All warships, disperse and evade. Restore the star core barrier to maximum output." No sooner had he spoken than the main cannon of the gigantic mothership fired. The faint gray energy sphere plummeted towards the time nexus like a meteor. And at the moment of collision with the star core barrier, the entire nexus trembled violently, the tricolored glow of the barrier dimming by half. While the energy readings on the command screen plummeted frantically. "The barrier energy is down to 30. It won't withstand a second attack." Old Zhao's voice trembled with despair. "And there are still numerous star-devouring insects remaining around the mothership. We cannot approach." Lin Feng gazed at the colossal mothership displayed on the screen, suddenly recalling another ability awakened during the fusion of the star core seed. The star core could briefly open a rift in time, redirecting enemy attacks to other star domains. However, this capability demanded a substantial expenditure of primordial energy. Once invoked, the star core barrier could potentially collapse entirely. "Dr. Zhang, have the coordinates for the time rift transfer been calculated?" Lin Feng shouted into the communicator. "We must redirect the mothership's main cannon fire. Otherwise, the time nexus will be obliterated." On the other end, Dr. Zhang's voice was laced with urgency. "It's been calculated. The target is the abandoned region of the void, devoid of any life signals. But the star core's primordial energy can only support a single transfer, and post-transfer, the star core barrier will be rendered completely ineffective." Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng surveyed everyone in the control room before his gaze finally settled on the Genesis star core. Then it settled. "Suing, channel all of the star core's primordial energy into the time rift device and prepare to redirect the attack." As the time rift device activated, the star core's faint tricolored glow dimmed instantaneously, the star core barrier of the time nexus dissipating like bubbles. Meanwhile, the massive mothership's second main cannon fired again, a pale gray energy sphere hurtling towards the nexus. "Open the time rift," Lin Feng shouted. Suddenly, the space ahead of the nexus warped, forming a pale blue rift. The gray energy sphere was engulfed by the rift, vanishing into the starlit void. Moments later, a violent energy explosion erupted from the abandoned region of the void, the shockwave rippling through the rift and causing the vessel to tremble once more. Yet the crisis had not been averted. Without the protection of the star core barrier, the remaining star-eating worms surged like sharks scenting blood, lunging towards the allied warships. A diamond-shaped vessel of the crystal race was caught off guard, devoured simultaneously by a dozen star-eating worms, its hull fracturing in an instant and exploding amidst the stars. We cannot continue to be passive targets. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Su Qing charged the main cannon of the Star River, targeting the energy core of the massive mothership. I will pilot the landing craft personally, bringing the star core close to the mothership to destroy its energy systems. No, it's too dangerous. The pale gray energy surrounding the mothership will consume your landing craft. Swing swiftly objective. This is the only way, Lin Feng declared firmly. If we do not annihilate the mothership, we will eventually be overwhelmed by the star-eating worms. You lead the allied warships to hold off the worms. I will succeed. Understanding Lin Feng's unwavering nature, Su Qing nodded tearfully, adjusting the Star River's main cannon while simultaneously issuing orders through the communicator. All allied warships, concentrate fire on the star-eating worms to buy time for the Star River and Captain Lin. Lin Feng donned a specially designed Star Core energy protective suit, carrying the Genesis Star Core within an energy container as he boarded the small landing craft. The craft's engine ignited, and under the protection of the Star River's main cannon, it soared towards the colossal mothership. As they traversed the void, countless star-eating worms lunged at the landing craft. Lin Feng adeptly maneuvered the vessel to evade them while activating the craft's small Star Core micro-light cannon, shattering several approaching worms. However, as more and more worms closed in, the craft's shields began to crack, pale gray energy seeping through and leaving corrosive marks upon the hull. 5 kilometers to go. Lin Feng gripped the energy container tightly, the glow of the Star Core forming a faint tricolored energy shield around the landing craft, momentarily warding off the encroaching pale gray energy. As the landing craft neared the massive mothership, Lin Feng discerned the energy core situated centrally within the hull, surrounded by countless pale gray energy conduits. He deftly piloted the craft toward the energy core, channeling the Star Core's energy into the craft's main cannon, preparing to obliterate the energy conduits. Suddenly, the mothership's hatch swung open, and a figure enveloped in pale gray energy floated forth, the leader of the unidentified race. Resembling a gigantic octopus with 3 luminous eyes and tentacle tips, radiating intense pale gray energy. Human, do you believe you can destroy my mothership? The leader's voice resonated through the energy waves, a peculiar blend of mechanical and biological tones. The Genesis Star Core is the very essence of cosmic energy. You are unworthy of possessing it. Today, I shall reclaim the Star Core and usher in the era of star-eating. The leader extended a tentacle towards the landing craft. Lin Feng immediately maneuvered to evade while firing the main cannon, striking the tentacle. Yet, a shield of pale gray energy enveloped the tentacle, effortlessly consuming the cannon's energy beam. Futile. My energy can devour all. The leader sneered, multiple tentacles simultaneously launching at the landing craft and snaring it tightly. Pale gray energy seeped through the craft's hull, beginning to corrode its internal energy systems as alarms blared piercingly. As the leader drew nearer, Lin Feng made a bold decision. He opened the energy container, cradling the Genesis Star Core in his hands, fully connecting his mental energy with the Star Core. In an instant, a surge of tricolored energy erupted from the Star Core, enveloping the leader's tentacles. This is the primordial energy of the Star Core. The leader's voice brimmed with disbelief. Impossible. How can you completely command the primordial energy of the Star Core? Lin Feng remained silent, concentrating all his mental energy to guide the Star Core's energy along the leader's tentacles toward the mothership's energy core. The clash of tricolored and pale gray energies within the tentacles ignited a fierce confrontation, the leader howling in agony as it attempted to sever its tentacles. But the Star Core energy had already entwined itself around the energy core like a vine. No, my star-eating plan. The leader screamed in madness, striving to expel the Star Core energy with all its might, but it was too late. When the Star Core energy made contact with the mothership's energy core, a tremendous tricolored explosion resonated across the starry expanse. The colossal mothership's hull fractured instantaneously, the pale gray energy dissipating in the explosion, while the remaining star-eating worms plummeted, bereft of their energy support. In the instant of the explosion, Lin Feng maneuvered the landing craft away from the leader's tentacles and sped towards the Star River. Upon reaching the Star River's hatch, he could no longer sustain himself and collapsed into the pilot's seat, the Genesis Star Core in his grasp dimming, clearly having expended a vast amount of primordial energy. Su Qing rushed over, supporting Lin Feng as tears welled in her eyes. You did it. We won. Lin Feng managed a weak smile, gazing out the viewport at the debris of the massive mothership drifting in the starlit void. The remaining star-eating worms were being eliminated by the Allied warships, and while the Time Nexus had sustained damage, it had ultimately endured. At that moment, the Genesis star core suddenly reignited with light, the tricolored energy streaming through the viewport towards the region of the void. Lin Feng's heart stirred. He immediately instructed Su Qing to retrieve the sensor data from the void, observing how the pale gray energy was gradually dissipating under the influence of the star core energy. The once dark star region began to shimmer with faint starlight. So, the true mission of the star core is not solely to balance energy, but also to purify the dark energies within the universe. Lin Feng murmured, his heart enlightening. 3 days later, the restoration of the Time Nexus officially commenced. Representatives from various races convened at the Nexus for an interstellar peace conference, deciding to establish the Interstellar Defense Alliance, with Lin Feng appointed as the commander to safeguard the peace and energy balance of the cosmos. Standing upon the elevated platform in the conference hall, Lin Feng cradled the Genesis star core, gazing at the resolute expressions of the representatives below, his heart brimming with hope. He understood that although the unidentified race had been vanquished, countless challenges awaited them in the cosmos. Yet, as long as all races united as one under the guidance of the Genesis star core, they would undoubtedly protect this expanse of starlight, ushering in a true era of peace and prosperity. Meanwhile, at the distant fringes of the universe, a faint pale gray energy began to coalesce in the darkness, seemingly awaiting its next opportunity. However, this time, Lin Feng and the United Alliance of various races are fully prepared. Regardless of the threats that may arise in the future, they will stand shoulder to shoulder, safeguarding every inch of the cosmos. Chapter 151. The Resonance of the Star Core and the Underflow. The maintenance beams of the Time Nexus wove a dense web of light across the starry sky, mending the fractured interfaces of the spacecraft and the damaged energy conduits one by one. Leaning against the command chair of the Star River, Lin Feng gently brushed his fingertips against the exterior of the energy container. The radiant brilliance of the Genesis star core had transitioned from a dazzling triad of colors to a soft, pale gold, akin to a star that had retracted its brilliance, yet continued to emit a gentle energy that nourished the damaged equipment within the Nexus. Captain, the energy replenishment for the Allied warships has been completed, and the preliminary draft of the Interstellar Defense Alliance's regulations has been prepared, Su Qing reported, approaching with a holographic device in hand. The screen flickered with a plethora of clauses. The Crystal Race proposed establishing energy monitoring stations at the edges of the lightless domain. The Rock Race volunteered to fortify the defenses of the Nexus, while the Winged Race expressed their willingness to undertake interstellar patrol duties. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze falling upon a data report nestled in the corner of the holographic screen, detailing the latest probing results from the lightless domain. The faint tricolored energy emanating from the star core spread out like ripples, revealing a purification zone with a diameter of several thousand kilometers in an area once shrouded by pale gray energy. Weak starlight pierced the darkness, sketching fragmented points of light in the void. The energy concentration within the purification zone continued to rise, yet the dark energy lurking deep within the lightless domain seemed to be retracting toward the edges. Su Qing's voice carried a hint of concern. Dr. Zhang mentioned that this retraction does not appear to be a collapse. It seems more like a gathering. No sooner had she spoken than the detectors in the command room emitted a series of urgent beeps. On the screen, a distortion suddenly flared up at the edge of the purification zone, as a slender stream of pale gray energy slithered from the darkness towards an abandoned asteroid, seamlessly integrating into its core. What is that? Lin Feng straightened in his seat, alertness flashing in his eyes. The energy fluctuation was exceedingly faint, a stark contrast to the previous star-eating worms and the colossal motherships. Yet, as Su Qing quickly accessed the data, her brow furrowed deeper. The energy frequency matched that of the primordial energy within the unknown leader. Simultaneously, a communication from the Rock Race warship interrupted, the captain's voice laced with panic. Commander Lin, while reinforcing the defensive structures, we discovered a cluster of eggs embedded in the asteroid belt. They are encased in a layer of pale, gray membrane, and the energy detectors indicate that the life signals within are slowly reviving. Lin Feng immediately rose and strode towards the viewport. In the distance, the Rock Race warship was cautiously enveloping the fist-sized eggs with energy beams, the subtle movements beneath the membrane barely visible. He suddenly recalled the unknown leader's final, desperate roar, the star-eating plan. This was likely just the tip of the iceberg in their scheme. Su Qing, notify all races. First, all eggs must be secured and an isolation barrier constructed using the star core's energy, forbidding any biological proximity. Second, instruct the winged race patrols to broaden their scope, focusing on monitoring the abandoned celestial bodies at the edge of the lightless domain. Any sighting of similar pale, gray energy streams must be reported immediately. Third, convene an emergency alliance meeting. We must ascertain the extent of the hidden dangers the unknown race has buried in the lightless domain. When Lin Feng arrived at the conference hall, representatives from various races had already gathered. The elder of the crystal race emanated an unsettling blue glow. The rock race leader's heavy armor still bore debris from the asteroid, and the winged race leader's wings trembled slightly, evidently having received news from the patrols. Esteemed colleagues, although the unknown race has been defeated, the threats they left behind are far from eradicated. Lin Feng projected the images captured by the detectors onto the central screen, depicting the pale, gray energy infiltrating the asteroid. A collective gasp resonated through the assembly. These streams were permeating the celestial body, and the eggs were awakening. This could very well be their contingency plan, sowing the seeds of star-eating throughout the cosmos, poised to unleash chaos once the time was ripe. What should we do? The winged race leader inquired urgently. The lightless domain is too vast. Our patrols cannot cover all regions. Lin Feng turned to the elder of the crystal race. Elder, your people possess the keenest perception of energy fluctuations. Could you devise a dark energy tracking device? If we can capture similar pale gray energy signals, we can pinpoint their locations immediately. The elder pondered for a moment, his blue light flickering. It is feasible, but we will require the energy from the Genesis star core as a reference. The purifying power of the star core will enhance the detection precision tenfold. That is acceptable. Lin Feng placed the energy container at the center of the conference table, assuring the star core will fully cooperate. At that moment, the rock race leader interjected, his voice akin to the grinding of boulders. We can establish defensive barriers around known hazardous celestial bodies, combining the rock race's geothermal energy with the star core's energy to create a dual seal. Even if the eggs revive, they will be unable to breach and spread. As representatives from the various races began proposing their plans, Dr. Zhang suddenly burst into the meeting via the communicator. Commander Lin, this is dire. The energy fluctuations of the Genesis star core have become abnormal. It is actively absorbing the starlight energy around the nexus and seems to be drawing it toward the lightless domain. Panic swept over the gathered assembly as they rushed to the energy observation room of the nexus. Through the observation window, they beheld the Genesis star core suspended in mid-air, its pale golden glow interspersed with a faint silver sheen. The surrounding starlight appeared to be pulled by an unseen force, continuously flowing into the star core. Under the star core's influence, the purification zone at the edge of the lightless domain expanded at a visibly rapid pace. It is actively purifying the dark energy. Lin Feng stared intently at the star core, suddenly recalling the sensation of being fully connected to it. Within the consciousness of the star core, beyond balance and protection, there lay a nebulous intent, the root. He abruptly realized the star core was not merely drawing in energy. It was in search of the source of the unknown race. The pale gray energy, the star-eating worms, the colossal motherships were all mere facades. The star core had sensed the source hidden deep within the lightless domain, gathering strength to sever all ties. Yet this revelation did not bring solace. Rather, it weighed heavily on Lin Feng's heart. The current energy reserves of the star core could only sustain basic purification. If it were to forcefully delve into the lightless domain in search of the source, it would inevitably exhaust its primordial energy once more. With the alliance just established and the defensive systems of the various races yet to be perfected, should the star core fall into weakness, the concealed dangers would erupt in an instant. We must hasten our efforts. Lin Feng turned to the representatives, his gaze resolute. Within 3 days, we shall complete the development of the tracking devices and the construction of the defensive barriers, as well as expand the patrol teams. 3 days hence, I will lead the Star River and the elite warships of the various races into the lightless domain alongside the Star Core. This time, we shall not only eliminate the threats, but also uncover the root of the unknown race, putting an end to the menace of star-eating once and for all. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the time nexus plunged into a flurry of activity. The maintenance beams shone ceaselessly through the night. Flickering blue lights illuminated the laboratories of the crystal race. The engineering vessels of the rock race navigated the asteroid belt, and the winged race's fleet of aircraft soared through the starry sky like silver arrows, tracing arcs across the heavens. Lin Feng stood alone in the energy observation room, gazing at the slowly rotating brilliance of the star core. He extended his hand, fingertips brushing against the surface of the energy container, feeling the warmth and steadfastness radiating from the star core. He understood that this journey into the lightless domain would undoubtedly be fraught with uncertainty and peril. But as long as the star core remained, and the alliance of various races stood united, no obstacle would be insurmountable. And deep within the abyss of the lightless domain, where not even starlight could penetrate, an immense structure resembling a beehive floated in absolute darkness. Within this structure, countless pale gray points of light pulsated, akin to dormant eyes. As the silver sheen of the star core grazed the edge of this darkness, the central point of light suddenly ignited, a chilling consciousness awakening slowly, like a colossal beast rousing from eons of slumber. Chapter 152. The Crisis of the Resonance of the Star Core and the Underflow. The engines of the Star River expelled a pale, blue-tail flame, carving a stable trajectory through the darkness of a lightless domain. Within the bridge, Lin Feng fixated on the star map pulsating on the main screen. The dark energy tracker developed by the Crystal Clan marked the anomalous energy zones along their path with ethereal blue points of light, most of which were barely perceptible pale, gray energy residues, stemming from the same source as the airflow that had previously penetrated the asteroid belt. Captain, we have entered the edge of the purification zone. The energy traction from the star core has increased by 30. Su Qing's voice shattered the silence. Before her, the holographic display revealed real-time data of the Genesis star core. The silver luminescence within the soft golden glow grew increasingly vivid, resembling a guiding star ignited in the dark. The warships from various races had completed their formation, and the Rock Clan's defensive barrier was fully charged, ready to initiate emergency seals at a moment's notice. Lin Feng nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping across the view outside the viewport. The Winged Clan's patrol fighters had fanned out in a formation, their flashing warning lights akin to fireflies dancing in the darkness. They had just relayed information about 3 bodies shrouded in pale gray gas, discovered 3,000 kilometers to the left within the abandoned planet belt, and the Rock Clan's engineering ship was en route to construct a temporary isolation barrier. Dr. Zhang, what is the energy consumption rate of the star core? Lin Feng activated the communicator, connecting to the energy observation room. It is currently within a controllable range, but the traction state is continuously escalating. It appears to be actively locking onto a specific target. Dr. Zhang replied gravely. I have detected that the internal energy structure of the star core is undergoing reorganization. The region where the pale gold and silver light intertwine is generating a completely new wave, perhaps a purification form aimed at an unknown source. Before he could finish, alarms blared throughout the bridge. On the main screen, the dark blue points from the tracker suddenly intensified. 5,000 kilometers ahead, within a meteorite belt with a diameter exceeding 10,000 kilometers, countless pale, gray membranes enveloped egg sacs floated in the void, their numbers far surpassing the total discovered previously, resembling a bizarre, starry carpet unfurling in the darkness. More alarmingly, some of the membranes surrounding the egg sacs had begun to crack, their subtle, writhing frequencies accelerating, with faint sounds reminiscent of insects gnawing echoing through the air. It's a trap. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly, realizing that the unknown race had anticipated their advance. Using these egg sacs to stall for time, the Rock Clan requests instructions. Should we immediately activate the defensive barrier to completely seal off the egg sac swarm? The voice of the Rock Clan captain resonated through the communication channel, imbued with a metallic weight. No, Lin Feng immediately countered. The number of egg sacs is too great. The energy coverage of the defensive barrier is insufficient, and a forced lockdown would lead to leaks. Su Qing, instruct the Winged Clan's fighters to restrain them, using low-intensity energy beams to disrupt the awakening of the egg sacs. Have the Crystal Clan extract a 3-dimensional model of the meteorite belt to locate the densest core area. The moment the orders were given, the Winged Clan's fighters swiftly adjusted their course, unleashing faint energy beams that wove together like silver threads, forming a massive net that enveloped the swarm of egg sacs. The egg sacs that were touched by the energy beams noticeably slowed their writhing, their pale gray glow dimming slightly. Simultaneously, the 3-dimensional model provided by the Crystal Clan revealed that the core area of the egg sac swarm was the surface of an abandoned planet, 100 kilometers in diameter, riddled with fine cracks from which pale gray gas continuously surged, nurturing the surrounding egg sacs. That is the source of energy. Lin Feng pointed at the abandoned planet in the model. Suyin, calibrate the main cannon of the Star River to target the planet's core and amplify the star core's energy for a single strike to obliterate the energy source. The Rock Clan's warships will assist. Immediately construct a circular defensive barrier after the main cannon fires to isolate the remaining egg sacs. The main cannon is calibrated, and the star core energy is synchronized and ready. The Rock Clan warships had taken position, the defensive barrier energy charged to 80. The atmosphere in the bridge instantly thickened. All eyes fixated on the main screen. Lin Feng took a deep breath and pressed the main cannon's firing button. Fire. A brilliant beam of gold and silver erupted from the bow of the Star River, akin to a thunderclap shattering the darkness. Piercing through the meteorite belt and striking the core of the abandoned planet with pinpoint accuracy. A violent explosion blossomed in the void, the pale, gray gas igniting and dissipating in an instant, while the surrounding egg sacs lost their energy sustenance, their membranes rapidly deflating, their writhing ceasing entirely. Just as everyone began to breathe a sigh of relief, the Genesis star core suddenly trembled violently, and the alarms in the energy observation room shrieked piercingly. Commander Lin, Doctor. Zhang's voice quivered with panic. The traction direction of the star core has abruptly changed. It is heading deeper into the realm of darkness, and the energy consumption rate is skyrocketing. Lin Feng dashed to the viewport, witnessing the star core suspended within the energy container as the silver luminescence surged dramatically, breaking free from the container's restraints and transforming into a streak of gold and silver light, racing toward the depths of absolute darkness. The fleet's tracker flickered wildly, unable to capture the precise trajectory of the star core, only vaguely sensing that familiar energy fluctuation swiftly receding. Chase it, Lin Feng commanded decisively. They could not allow the star core to confront the source alone. The engines of the Star River roared to life, and the warships of various races followed closely, racing into the profound darkness in pursuit of the star core's vanishing trail. Unbeknownst to anyone at the rear of the fleet, a faint gray point of light quietly ignited amidst the remnants of the recently obliterated core of the abandoned planet, resembling an eye hidden in the darkness, silently observing their retreating figures before gradually dissipating into the void. And in the deepest recesses of the realm of darkness, within a hive-like colossal structure, the central gray point of light grew increasingly radiant, a cold consciousness spreading like a tide, enveloping the entire dark expanse. As the gold and silver energy fluctuations of the star core emerged within the perceptual range, the structure shuddered violently, and countless tiny channels began to converge, with pale gray gas surging toward the center of the structure like awakening tides. A hunt targeting the Genesis star core was quietly unfolding in the absolute darkness. Chapter 153. Gaze in the depths of darkness. The Star River surged through the ink-black darkness at full throttle, the tracker as ethereal glow flickering violently on the screen. A weak yet persistent energy fluctuation from the star core guiding the fleet forward. Lin Feng stood at the center of the bridge, gripping the handrails tightly, his knuckles turning white, his gaze locked onto the screen as if trying to pierce through the darkness and capture the star core's trail. The energy fluctuations are diminishing. Su Qing exclaimed anxiously, tapping furiously on the holographic interface, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At this rate, we will soon lose track. Increase the engine power. At any cost. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and commanded, the roar of the engines rising sharply, the pale blue tail flame carving a more conspicuous trajectory through the darkness. Meanwhile, the communications from the Winged Clan's fighters access the bridge. We have detected anomalous energy disturbances in the forward space. It appears a powerful energy entity is gathering. The transmission abruptly cut off. On the screen, the signal points of the Winged Clan's fighters flickered out en masse, leaving only a few sporadic ones flashing violently, as if struggling desperately in the darkness. The Winged Clan is in peril. Rock Clan warships proceed to assist immediately. Shield the fighters with a defensive barrier. Lin Feng's words had barely left his lips when the Rock Clan warships surged forward like black serpents, a golden energy shield swirling around their hulls. Captain, something is amiss. Su Qing's voice trembled. The energy fluctuations in this area resemble a massive vortex. The star core, the Winged Clan fighters, even our fleet is being drawn toward a central point by some unseen force. A chill ran through Lin Feng's heart as he recalled the bizarre gravitational pull he had sensed aboard the unknown race's mothership. Could it be that the deepest part of the realm of darkness concealed an even more terrifying energy source? Just as the fleet charged forward with all its might, a blinding gold and silver light suddenly erupted from the darkness ahead. It was the Genesis star core, suspended in the void, its surface shimmered nearly corporeal, forming a radiant armor tightly encasing the star core, while around it, countless streams of pale gray gas surged wildly. crashing against the Star Corps' defenses like a relentless black tide. It's a trap, Lin Feng realized. The unknown race had long since laid a web of deceit, waiting for the Star Corps to fall into their snare. He understood that they had ventured into the core area of the unknown race, and the Star Corps had become the focal point of this hunt. Activate all weapon systems, target the pale gray energy stream, and launch a full-scale assault to extricate the Star Corps. At Lin Feng's command, the weapon bays of the Star River ship and various allied vessels swung open, unleashing torrents of energy beams and missiles that rained down upon the inky black currents, igniting the darkness with a brilliant display of light. The pale gray stream momentarily fragmented under the assault, only to swiftly coalesce again, swelling with even greater ferocity, compounding the dire situation. Ominous. Colossal silhouettes began to emerge from the surrounding darkness, reminiscent of ancient beasts stirring from a long slumber. What is that? Su Qing exclaimed in terror, pointing at the screen. From the shadows, countless thick, black tendrils began to extend, each as robust as a barrel, their surfaces adorned with sharp, menacing barbs, and their tips glowing with a faint gray energy, advancing toward the fleet and the Star Corps. Lin Feng, with no time to ponder, issued an immediate command: scatter and evade. Concentrate fire on the base of the tendrils. The fleet swiftly dispersed, deftly maneuvering between the writhing tendrils, as energy weapons relentlessly bombarded the terrifying appendages. Each hit dimmed the faint gray glow at the tips of the tendrils, yet they persisted in their relentless thrashing. Meanwhile, the energy fluctuations of the Star Corps grew increasingly chaotic, with fine cracks appearing in the silver brilliance of its armor. As the pale gray stream sought to infiltrate through the fissures, Lin Feng's heart raced. He knew that if the Star Corps were to succumb to the dark energy, the entire universe would plunge into irretrievable ruin. Su Qing, is there a way to establish a direct connection with the Star Corps and discern its intentions? A sudden thought struck him. He had previously experienced a fleeting communion with the consciousness of the Star Corps, and perhaps there was still an opportunity. Su Qing quickly manipulated the quantum computer, attempting to establish a consciousness link, but the interference in this area is too strong. The chances of success, before she could finish. A powerful wave of consciousness surged onto the bridge, enveloping everyone in a profound, ancient, and resolute intent. Purification and guardianship of the source. Lin Feng instantly grasped the Star Corps' purpose. It had sensed the existence of an unknown ancestral force, and despite facing overwhelming peril, it was striving to draw near, preparing to deliver a decisive blow. All hands, heed my orders. Form a defensive formation centered around the Star Corps, and protect it at all costs to buy it time to purify the source. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the communications channels as the allied ships swiftly converged, encircling the Star Corps to create a formidable line of defense, using shields and weaponry to fend off the frenzied assaults of the black tendrils and pale gray currents. Amidst this fierce battle, Lin Feng gazed at the Star Corps. Its golden and silver radiance shone ever more brilliantly in the darkness, undiminished by its injuries. He understood that they were engaged in a climactic struggle that would determine the fate of the universe, and that radiant glow was their solitary beacon of hope. Just as the Star Corps and the fleet strained against the onslaught, the hive-like structure in the dark pulsed with energy, the gray luminescence at its center reaching a zenith. As a cold, grand consciousness spread across the battlefield. Insignificant creatures, daring to challenge my will, today shall mark your demise. Chapter 154. Counterattack in desperation. The chilling and monumental consciousness surged like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield, instilling an icy dread deep within everyone's bones. Commander Lin, what should we do? Su Qing's voice trembled, her eyes reflecting urgency and concern as she looked at Lin Feng. The fleet was on the verge of collapse under the dual assault of the black tendrils and pale gray currents, with some ship shield energy nearly depleted and visible cracks marring their hulls from the tendril strikes. Lin Feng took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Do not panic. The Star Corps is still holding on. We still have a chance. He scanned the battlefield, his mind racing as he sought a solution. Suddenly, he noticed the robust defensive barriers of the Rock Tribe's ships. Though they too were under attack, they remained steadfast. Rock Tribe vessels form a tight defensive ring centered around the Star Corps, using the defensive barriers to create an outer shield. The Wing Tribe fighters will patrol the perimeter, utilizing their agility to disrupt the tendrils' assaults and exploit their openings. The Crystal Tribe ships should concentrate energy to enhance the tracking instrument's detection range and identify the nodes of energy accumulation from the unknown ancestral force. Lin Feng issued his commands with clarity and conviction, his voice echoing through the communication channels. The Rock Tribe ships sprang into action, their massive hulls drawing together. Their golden defensive barriers interlinking to form a vast golden sphere, sheltering the Star Core and several lightly damaged vessels within. The Winged Tribe fighters darted like silver lightning through the darkness, unleashing energy beams upon the black tendrils, disrupting their rhythm of attack. As the tendrils lashed out, the fighters nimbly evaded, causing the attacks to miss time and again. Within the Crystal Tribe vessels, scientists were intently operating their instruments. "Found it!" One of the Crystal Tribe scientists exclaimed with excitement. 30,000 kilometers to the northwest, there is an energy fluctuation of extraordinary intensity. It appears the pale gray currents are emanating from there. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Feng's eyes. Su Qing, lock onto that node's coordinates. Charge the main cannon of the Star River. Prepare for a long-range strike. Charging the main cannon. Completion expected in 3 minutes, Su Qing replied, her voice taut as she monitored the charging progress. However, the unknown force seemed to sense their intentions. The assault of the black tendrils and pale gray currents intensified, and a massive tendril broke through the Winged Tribe fighters' interference, crashing violently against the Rock Tribe's defensive barrier. With a thunderous boom, the barrier shook violently, the golden light dimming slightly. "Hold firm. We cannot allow them to breach our defenses," Lin Feng shouted through the communicator. Just then, the Genesis Star Core emitted a resonant hum. The cracks in its silver brilliance instantaneously sealed, and its radiance surged anew, sending a powerful wave of energy radiating outward from the Star Core. The pale gray currents began to dissipate under the onslaught of this energy. "The Star Core is counterattacking." Dr. Zhang's excited voice rang out from the energy observation room. It seemed to have discovered a new method to purify the dark energy and was amplifying its energy output. A surge of joy flooded Lin Feng's heart. "This is our opportunity." Su Qing, accelerate the main cannon's charging speed. All allied vessels, coordinate with the Star Core's assault to expand our gains. The Star River's main cannon completed its charging, a dazzling golden and silver beam slicing through the darkness toward the energy node. Simultaneously, the weapon systems of the allied ships unleashed their full might, weaving a magnificent tapestry of energy beams and missiles that poured forth upon the black tendrils and pale gray currents. Under the combined assault of the Star Core and the fleet, the unknown force's defenses finally revealed cracks. The black tendrils shattered, the pale gray currents dissipated significantly, and a violent explosion erupted at the energy node, a blinding white light flashing as the surrounding dark energy waned rapidly. However, just as everyone believed victory was within their grasp, the hive-like structure in the darkness trembled once more. The central gray light flared, transforming into a colossal gray beam that surged toward the Star Core. Wherever the beam passed, the very fabric of space appeared to warp, consuming all matter in its wake. Not good. The Star Core is in danger. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. All ships, intercept that beam at all costs. Chapter 155, Counterattack in Desperation 2. As Lin Feng's orders rang out, the Star River surged forward, its engines emitting a pale blue-tail flame that twisted under the strain of the warp space. The shield surrounding the ship rippled under the pressure of the gray beam, resonating with an unbearable hum. The Rock Tribe vessels abandoned their defensive ring, channeling all their energy to reinforce the barriers. The moment the golden energy light met the gray beam, it crackled violently, reminiscent of metal grinding against metal, with countless golden sparks showering forth. Yet the beam's power was overwhelming, and the defensive barriers began to visibly dent, as though they would be breached at any moment. The Winged Tribe fighters, like reckless moths to a flame, charged towards the beam with unyielding determination. With their remarkable agility, they weaved around the luminous pillar, relentlessly firing energy beams in a futile attempt to disrupt it. Yet, these assaults were as ineffective as an ant trying to shake a tree, merely causing the edges of the pillar to flicker momentarily. "This is untenable." Desperation seeped into Su Qing's voice as she gazed at the dwindling data of the energy shield on their battleship, her fingers trembling as she manipulated the holographic interface. Seeking any glimmer of hope, Lin Feng bit his lip, scanning the battlefield until his gaze fell upon the Genesis core, which, despite its dimmed radiance, valiantly maintained its output of purifying energy under the pillar's assault. Moreover, the energy fluctuations from the core seemed to resonate in an extraordinary manner with the gray pillar. "Dr. Zhang, is there a pattern to the energy resonance between the Star Core and the pillar?" Lin Feng urgently called into the communicator. Analyzing. I've got it, Doctor. Zhang replied swiftly. Every 3 seconds, the star core emits a high-intensity, purifying pulse that briefly counteracts the energy fluctuations of the pillar, diminishing its potency. A surge of joy coursed through Lin Feng as he immediately commanded, "All ships, heed my orders. Concentrate your fire to attack the pillar in synchrony with the star core's purifying pulse, exploiting the openings it creates to breach the enemy's defenses." Under Lin Feng's command, the fleet reorganized their offensive. Each time the star core emitted a purifying pulse, the main cannon of the Star River, the heavy energy cannons of the Rock Clan ships, and the concentrated firepower of the Wing Clan fighters unleashed their might in unison. In an instant, the darkness erupted with flashes of light, the sound of explosions reverberating through the air. With each successive assault, the intensity of the gray pillar began to wane, its terrifying veracity diminishing alongside it. However, before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, the hive-like structure in the darkness stirred once more. Countless pale gray streams surged forth from its crevices, coalescing into a colossal torrent of energy, rushing towards the fleet and the star core. Here it comes again, Su King exclaimed in alarm. This torrent of energy was far more ferocious than the previous black tendrils and pale gray streams, shattering the very fabric of space like broken glass in its wake. Lin Feng, observing the increasingly perilous situation, felt an unwavering resolve rise within him. No matter how many come, we must not falter. Suddenly, he recalled the strength he had sensed during his previous communion with the Star Core's consciousness. Perhaps he could channel that power now. Suyin, help me connect with the Star Core's consciousness. I wish to fight alongside it. Lin Feng settled into the consciousness connection device, inhaling deeply and closing his eyes. In the realm of consciousness, Lin Feng found himself once again amidst a sea of golden and silver light, with the Genesis core suspended at its center, radiating warmth and steadfast power. He cautiously approached the core, striving to forge a deeper connection. Meanwhile, in the physical realm, the core's radiance suddenly surged, and a gold-and-silver energy halo rapidly expanded from the core, colliding head-on with the incoming torrent of energy. The violent clash sent tremors through the entire battlefield, the overwhelming force nearly tearing the fleet apart. "Hold on," Lin Feng shouted within the realm of consciousness, feeling the core's steadfastness and fatigue. "Together, we shall end this." Through the combined efforts of the Star Core and the fleet, the energy torrent was ultimately repelled, beginning to dissipate slowly. The enormous gray pillar, too, swayed precariously under the continuous barrage. Just as everyone thought victory was at hand, the central gray light point of the hive structure erupted, unleashing a surge of dark energy far more potent than before, engulfing the entire region of darkness in an even deeper silence. Chapter 156, The Dawn of Hope. The darkness loomed like an endless abyss, consuming all light. The terrifying dark energy rampaged through the area devoid of light, causing the ships to tremble violently. Alarms blaring sharply in the air, the energy shields nearing collapse, and the hulls of the ships fracturing grotesquely, the sound of twisting metal echoing within. "Commander Lin, the energy shield can hold for another 30 seconds. Su Qing's voice trembled, tears rolling down her cheeks as beads of sweat trickled from her forehead. Her hands frantically worked the holographic interface, desperately seeking any possibility of salvation. "My connection with the Star Core is also weakening." Lin Feng strained against the encroaching dark forces in the realm of consciousness, his mind akin to a solitary boat in a raging storm, on the verge of capsizing. The brilliance of the Genesis core dimmed further, the surrounding sea of golden and silver light gradually succumbing to the darkness. Just as despair enveloped everyone, a faint golden light began to rise slowly from the rear of the fleet. It was a small star, appearing in this dark expanse unbeknownst to them. Although its glow was faint, it shone like a candle in the dark, offering a flicker of hope to all. "What is that?" Su Qing pointed at the screen in astonishment, her eyes sparkling with a glimmer of light. Lin Feng too felt this unfamiliar yet warm energy pulse. Concentrating his mind to explore the source of this power within the realm of consciousness. Suddenly, a vision flashed in his mind. At the dawn of the universe, a star brimming with endless hope and vitality was born, its radiance illuminating the darkness and nurturing countless lives. As time passed, this star gradually faded from view. Yet now it awakened at a crucial moment. "This is the Star of Hope," Lin Feng exclaimed with excitement. "It is the confluence of the primordial hope of the universe, always safeguarding it, and now it has come to aid us." With the emergence of the Star of Hope, its light swiftly spread, causing the dark energy to begin to recede. Lin Feng instantly recognized this as the pivotal moment that could turn the tide of battle. He shouted to the Genesis core in the realm of consciousness, "Core, let us purify the darkness together, harnessing the power of the Star of Hope." As if responding to Lin Feng's call, the Genesis core erupted with a brilliant light, resonating in harmony with the radiance of the Star of Hope. In the physical realm, the gold and silver halo surrounding the core intertwined with the golden glow of the Star of Hope, forming a powerful torrent of purifying energy that surged towards the dark energy. All ships, rally to support the core and the Star of Hope, Lin Feng commanded through the communicator. The main cannon of the Star River fired with all its might, while the Rock Clan ships poured their remaining energy into the defensive barrier, transforming it into a golden energy shield to protect the fleet and the core from the dark energy's retaliation. The winged clan fighters encircled the energy torrent, continuously firing energy beams to expand the area of purification. Under the combined onslaught of these three forces, the dark energy began to falter. The formidable dark force receded like a receding tide, and the hive structure trembled under the impact of the purifying energy, the central gray light point gradually extinguishing. However, the dark power did not vanish entirely. It made one last desperate struggle. A remnant of dark energy coalesced into a massive hand of darkness, reaching for the Genesis core and the Star of Hope. Wherever this hand reached, space fractured, and the purifying energy was instantaneously devoured. We cannot let it succeed. Lin Feng felt a surge of urgency, concentrating all his mental strength to command the powers of the core and the Star of Hope to withstand this fatal blow. Just as the dark hand was about to touch the core and the Star of Hope, both erupted simultaneously in the most radiant light. The purifying energy surging forth like a mighty tsunami, utterly shattering the dark hand. As the dark hand dissipated, the hive structure collapsed with a thunderous roar, countless fragments scattering through the void. The dark energy that had engulfed the region of absence was completely purified, light once again cascading into every corner. Did we win? Su Qing stared incredulously at the screen, her eyes brimming with tears. Lin Feng slowly rose from the consciousness connection device, fatigue evident on his face. Yet a satisfied smile graced his lips. Yes, we have won. The universe is finally safe. Bathed in light, the Star River led the Allied fleet towards the dawn. Behind them lay the purified realm of darkness, and ahead, a new universe brimming with hope. Chapter 157, The Aftermath and New Journey. The engines of the Star River gradually quieted, the pale blue tail flame tracing a gentle arc in the now illuminated space. Within the bridge, the cacophony of alarms had long ceased, replaced by a symphony of light laughter and sighs. The warriors, once taut with tension, finally relaxed their frayed nerves. Some leaned back in their seats, eyes closed in restful repose, while others exchanged congratulatory high-fives, their cheeks still glistening with unshed tears. Su Qing wiped her face and brought up the fleet's damage report, her tone laced with a hint of relief at having survived. Commander Lin, the damage assessment of the various factions' warships is complete. 3 Rock Clan engineering vessels have lost power, 5 Wing Clan aircraft are beyond repair, while the rest mostly suffered shield and external armor damage, with casualties kept to a minimum. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze drifting out the viewport. The once shadowy void, shrouded in darkness, was now bathed in gentle starlight. The celestial bodies, once eroded by a pale gray energy, were now shimmering with a faint golden glow, a testament to the purifying force of the Genesis Star Core and the Hope Star mending their wounds. Not far away, 2 core celestial bodies floated silently, their golden and silver luminescence intertwining like a newly born binary star in the cosmos. Dr. Zhang, what is the energy status of the Star Core and the Hope Star? Lin Feng pressed the communicator. The Star Core has expended over half its energy and has entered a state of self-induced dormancy, slowly absorbing starlight to recover. The energy fluctuations of the Hope Star are stable, yet it seems to be awaiting something. Zhang's voice conveyed a hint of perplexity. I detected that it is transmitting a unique energy frequency to the Star Core, as if they are communicating or sharing a legacy. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Lin Feng as he rose and made his way to the energy observation chamber. Through the specially designed viewing window, he could clearly see the cores of the 2 celestial bodies. Within the Star Core, a gentle flow of pale gold and silver light swirled, reminiscent of a slumbering giant, while the core of the Hope Star appeared as a pure golden sphere with countless delicate strands of light extending outward, entwining tightly with the strands of the Star Core. Each touch sent ripples of energy cascading outward, Perhaps this is the cosmos making its choice, Lin Feng murmured softly, recalling the balance and guardianship he felt when merging with the consciousness of the star core. The vitality and hope embodied by the Hope Star were a continuation of this sacred mission. At that moment, the communicator rang out suddenly with the voice of the Crystal Clan elder, tinged with urgency. Commander Lin, while we were clearing the debris of the hive structure, we discovered a peculiar energy crystal that has not been destroyed by the purifying force. Rather, it continues to emit faint spatial fluctuations. Lin Feng immediately commanded, bring the crystal back to the Star River and activate the highest level of energy isolation chamber. Half an hour later, within the energy isolation chamber, a fist-sized crystal of deep purple hue floated serenely, its surface adorned with intricate silver patterns through which a faint gray energy flowed. It was firmly bound by a golden light membrane, an aura of protection left by the Hope Star. The holographic image of the Crystal Clan elder appeared outside the chamber, his diamond-shaped form flickering with blue light. Upon examination, this crystal contains a fragment of consciousness, and its spatial fluctuation frequency does not match any known star domains. Lin Feng fixated on the crystal, suddenly recalling the dying screams of the unknown faction's leader and the eggs scattered across the universe. He extended his hand, feeling the faint tremors emanating from the crystal through the isolation chamber's wall. It was not malice, but rather a coordinate, a signal from a distant, uncharted star domain. Su Qing, notify the representatives of all factions to convene an alliance meeting in 1 hour. Lin Feng turned, his gaze resolute. Though the war had concluded, the universe may still harbor further unknown threats. We must not only restore our homeland, but also uncover the secrets concealed within this crystal. In a conference hall, representatives from various factions gathered. As the image of the dark purple crystal was projected in the center, solemn expressions adorned every face. The leader of the Wing clan flapped his wings, his voice cautious. Could this be another trap left by the unknown faction? Unlikely. The Crystal Clan elder shook his head. Its energy fluctuations are stable and non-threatening, more akin to a beacon. Lin Feng addressed the assembly, his voice steady, regardless of its nature. This serves as a reminder that the universe is vast, and threats may extend beyond this singular unknown faction. However, this time, we're not fighting alone. He gestured towards the twin stars outside the viewport, the Star Core and the Hope Star safeguarding our homeland. While we shall assemble an interstellar patrol team composed of elite members from each faction. This team will clear the remnants of dark energy and explore the unknown star domains along the trajectory of this crystal's spatial fluctuations. As his words resonated, representatives from the various factions eagerly responded. The Rock Clan leader thumped his heavy armor, his voice booming. The Rock Clan is willing to dispatch our strongest defensive warships to escort the patrol team. The Wing Clan leader nodded with a smile. The Wing Clan's fighter jets are adept at traversing star domains for reconnaissance. We shall be the vanguard. The Crystal Clan elder also expressed support. We will continue to develop more advanced detection equipment to provide technological assistance for the patrol team. Observing the united front before him, Lin Feng felt a surge of warmth. He realized that this war had not only vanquished the threat of the Star Eater, but had also forged the previously fragmented interstellar factions into a cohesive whole. After the meeting concluded, Lin Feng returned once more to the energy observation chamber. At this moment, the luminescence of the Star Core and the Hope Star had gradually dimmed, and the two celestial bodies began to move slowly, ultimately settling at the center of the void, forming a natural energy barrier to safeguard this newly revitalized space. The dark purple crystal was placed at the edge of this energy barrier, akin to a lighthouse pointing towards the unknown. Sui neprowished Lin Feng, handing him a cup of nutrient liquid with a smile. The list of the first batch of members for the patrol team has been drafted, and all factions are quite eager. By the way, Dr. Zhang mentioned that before entering dormancy, the Star Core transmitted a fragment of consciousness to you. Lin Feng accepted the nutrient liquid, a flutter of realization washing over him. He indeed felt a vague intention, a presence not of command, but of companionship and trust. He gazed into the depths of the cosmos, where unknown star domains and unpredictable challenges awaited. Yet at this moment, he felt no fear whatsoever. Notify the patrol team. We depart in 3 days. Lin Feng turned, his eyes shimmering with determination. We must not only safeguard our known homeland, but also strive to expand into a broader future for the cosmos. 3 days later, a patrol team composed of warships from various factions, illuminated by the glow of the twin stars, slowly ventured into the depths of the universe. The Star River, serving as the flagship, led the way. Within the bridge, Lin Feng stood before the viewport, watching the receding twin stars and the still glimmering dark purple crystal, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. The tale of the cosmos had not yet concluded. The old threats had dissipated, and new journeys were on the horizon, while the power forged from guardianship and hope would ultimately illuminate every corner of the universe. Chapter 158 Echoes Along the Star Path. The patrol team, helmed by the Star River, had been sailing through the resplendent sea of stars for 7 days. Within the bridge, Lin Feng scrutinized the continuously updating star domain map displayed on the main screen. The real-time images relayed by the Wing Clan's fighter jets revealed that the star domains once afflicted by dark energy were visibly rejuvenating at an observable rate. In the asteroid belt, Rock Clan engineering vessels were mending the fissures in the celestial bodies using geothermal energy, while the Crystal Clan's detection satellites hovered in the expanse, their pale blue energy waves sweeping through, causing the residual gray energy traces to vanish instantaneously. Commander Lin, we have detected anomalous gravitational fluctuations 5,000 kilometers ahead. Su Qing's voice shattered the silence as she called up a three-dimensional star map, her fingertip pointing towards an area marked as unexplored. The fluctuations were faint, yet the frequency matched that of the dark purple crystal's spatial waves with remarkable precision. A shiver of urgency ran down Lin Feng's spine as he approached the screen. On the star map, the area was cloaked in a wispy nebula, its edges twinkling with scattered points of light, resembling cosmic dust or perhaps remnants of some energy. He recalled the Crystal Clan elder's words. The crystal spatial fluctuations pointed to an unknown star domain. This might indeed be the first coordinate. Wing Clan fighter jets, proceed with reconnaissance while maintaining a safe distance. Rock Clan warships, prepare for defense. Crystal Clan, activate the energy detection instruments to analyze the source of the gravitational fluctuations. Lin Feng swiftly issued commands, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the enigmatic nebula. Half an hour later, the winged race's fleet transmitted images. Contrary to expectations of desolation, the nebula harbored dozens of semi-transparent cocoons, each the size of a warship, their surfaces adorned with silver patterns reminiscent of dark purple crystals, slowly emanating spatial fluctuations akin to the crystals themselves. More astonishingly, within the cocoons, vague outlines of what appeared to be curled-up organisms could be discerned, exuding an energy aura devoid of life. These are not mere insect eggs. Su Qing observed the visuals, her brow furrowed. Energy scans revealed no signs of life within the cocoons, only pure spatial energy, akin to artificial spatial containers. Lin Feng nodded, noting the peculiar arrangement of the cocoons, which formed a circular pattern around a dwarf star at the nebula's center. The surface of the dwarf star was oddly marred by signs of artificial excavation, resembling a forsaken cosmic base. Approach the dwarf star with caution, Lin Feng commanded. As the patrol fleet gradually entered the nebula, an ancient and profound aura enveloped them. Scattered across the dwarf star's surface were remnants of metal structures, some still bearing indistinct symbols. Starkly different from the markings of the unknown race, yet imbued with the same spatial signatures. Crystal race, analyze those symbols, Lin Feng instructed, pointing to the metallic debris on the screen. Analysis in progress, came the excited voice of the crystal race's scientists. These symbols contain a record of information. They belong to an ancient civilization skilled in constructing stargates, adept at harnessing spatial energy to create interstellar passages. These cocoons are the stargate keys they left behind, meant to stabilize the spatial coordinates of the gates. A revelation dawned upon Lin Feng. The unknown race might not be the source of the star-devouring plan. They merely stumbled upon the remnants of this ancient civilization, attempting to exploit spatial technology to disseminate dark energy. The dark purple crystals could very well be the final key to the Stargate, pointing to the core star region of this civilization. Just then, the dark purple crystal within the isolation chamber emitted a soft glow, its silver patterns beginning to flicker in resonance with those of the cocoons within the nebula. On the star chart, the previously blurred region of unknown star domains illuminated with a clear trajectory, akin to a lighthouse shining into the depths of the cosmos. The crystal is activating the route. Swingast. It is not a beacon. It is a map. Lin Feng approached the energy observation room, gazing at the crystal in the isolation chamber. At that moment, the crystal's spatial fluctuations grew increasingly intense, echoing the cocoon's vibrations, while the metallic remnants on the dwarf star surface began to emit a faint glow, seemingly responding to this summons. He suddenly realized that this cosmic exploration was perhaps not solely to guard against unknown threats, but also to unveil the forgotten secrets of the universe, the rise and fall of ancient civilizations. the wisdom and power concealed within the starry seas. Record coordinates, preserve the energy data of the cocoons, and continue along the route, Lin Feng commanded, turning his gaze toward the depths of the cosmos, where the stars shone ever more brilliantly, shrouded in mystery. As the patrol fleet departed the nebula, Lin Feng stood before the viewport, watching the receding cocoons and dwarf star. He knew this was merely the beginning of their journey. The dark purple crystal pointed toward the remnants of more ancient civilizations, possibly even more potent unknown forces. Yet, regardless of what lay ahead, they would no longer be fighting alone. Within the bridge, warriors of various races diligently fulfilled their duties, their faces reflecting curiosity and resolve towards the unknown. Su Qing approached Lin Feng, presenting him with a new reconnaissance report, her smile bright. Commander Lin, the next coordinate along our route appears to be a vibrant star domain, where we have detected stable life signals. Lin Feng accepted the report, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He recalled the guardianship conveyed by the star core and the vitality embodied by the Hope Star. Perhaps the truth of the universe lay hidden within the echoes of these stellar journeys, both the threats of darkness and the brilliance of civilizations, the challenges of the unknown and the hopes of rebirth. The fleet of the patrol continued onward through the starry expanse, their fiery trails composing a new epic in the cosmos, and the story that belonged to them had just begun to unfold anew. Chapter 159, The Old Friends of the Vitality Star Domain. Following the route activated by the crystal, the patrol fleet advanced for 3 days, until the vibrant star domain marked on their star chart finally came into view. In stark contrast to the desolate nebula, this star domain was enveloped in a pale green energy aura, with dozens of planets orbiting a softly glowing star. The surfaces of these planets were draped in dense vegetation, and one could even glimpse the silhouettes of creatures weaving through the clouds, a scene teeming with life. Energy scans indicated that the atmospheric composition here was suitable for carbon-based life forms, and the energy activity of the vegetation was remarkably high, as if nourished by some unseen force. Su Qing brought forth the data, her eyes wide with wonder. Strangely enough, while the life signals on the planets were stable, there were no traces of intelligent civilization activity. Lin Feng scrutinized the images of the planets on the screen. On the surface of the planet closest to the star, vast fields of gigantic plants could be faintly seen, their leaves a translucent azure, unfurling slowly in the star's light, radiating life energy akin to that of the Hope Star. Winged race, conduct low-altitude reconnaissance, avoiding large creatures. Rock race, establish perimeter defenses around the star domain. Crystal race, focus on detecting the energy source at the planet's core. I suspect the vitality here is connected to the Hope Star. Lin Feng issued his commands methodically. The winged race's fleet soon delved into the planet's atmosphere, and the images transmitted back left everyone breathless. On the ground, the azure-hued giant plants formed a dense forest, with golden rivers flowing through. The water itself, a pure energy liquid, nourishing the surrounding life. Deep within the forest stood a tower, woven from crystals and plants, its body adorned with golden patterns reminiscent of the Hope Star, emanating a gentle glow that maintained the energy balance of the entire star domain. That tower is the energy core. The voice of the crystal race's scientist trembled with excitement. Its energy fluctuations are identical to those of the Hope Star. It's as if the Hope Star has left a doppelganger in the universe, dedicated to fostering life. Lin Feng felt a stirring in his heart and resolved to personally land on the planet for exploration. As the landing pod descended before the crystal tower, a warm energy enveloped him, reminiscent of being at the heart of the Hope Star. At the base of the tower rested a massive stone tablet, inscribed with symbols akin to those found in the dwarf star ruins, yet clearer and more complete. These symbols chronicled the tower's origins. After closely examining them, the elder of the crystal race slowly spoke. This is the Star Source Cultivation Tower, built by the pioneers of the Hope Star with the purpose of sowing life throughout the cosmos, restoring star domains ravaged by war or disaster. The builders were a branch of that ancient Stargate civilization. They abandoned the martial applications of spatial technology in favor of pursuing life and balance. Lin Feng's understanding deepened. The Hope Star was not an abrupt savior, but rather a seed of vitality passed down from an ancient civilization. The guardianship embodied within the star core perhaps intertwined with this very mission of life. Just then, the communicator on the landing pod crackled to life. Su Qing's voice urgent. Commander Lin, the winged race's aircraft have discovered a peculiar cocoon at the forest's edge, strikingly similar to the Stargate keys in the nebula. But inside, there are life signals, and they resonate with energy patterns we recognize. Lin Feng hastily made his way to the scene. In a clearing at the forest's edge, a semi-transparent cocoon floated amidst the azure plants, noticeably smaller than those in the nebula, within which curled a humanoid figure clad in a tattered uniform of the Interstellar Defense Alliance, belonging to the rock race warrior, Kalu, who had gone missing during the Battle of the Lightless Domain. Kalu. Lin Feng's heart tightened as he attempted to approach, only to be barred by a golden light membrane encasing the cocoon. This protective membrane was safeguarding him. The elder of the crystal race reached out to touch the membrane, noting that the energy within was repairing his body. He must have been swept into a spatial rift during the battle, fortuitously landing in this star domain, enveloped by the life energy of the cultivation tower, forming this restorative cocoon. The group stood in silent anticipation. Half an hour later, the luminous membrane of the cocoon gradually dissipated. Karu slowly opened his eyes, his gaze meeting Lin Feng and the others, his expression shifting from confusion to exhilaration. Commander Lin, I thought I would never see you again. According to Karu's recollection, while battling the black tendrils, he was engulfed by a sudden surge of spatial turbulence. Upon awakening, he found himself in this star domain, enveloped by a warm energy that lulled him into slumber, only to awaken moments ago. Before losing consciousness, he vaguely discerned other cocoons amidst the turbulence, each seemingly cradling a figure. It appears that more missing warriors have been rescued by this star domain. Lin Feng exhaled in relief and promptly commanded, conduct a comprehensive search of the planet for the missing members of the Alliance. Meanwhile, the Crystal Clan will be tasked with studying the energy operations of the Nurturing Tower. It may provide us with new methods to repair our warships and treat the injured. As night descended, the brilliance of the star transformed into a gentle silver glow, and the radiance at the pinnacle of the Nurturing Tower grew increasingly resplendent. Lin Feng stood beneath the tower, observing as the warriors found their lost comrades one by one. Witnessing the members of various clans congregating around the Nurturing Tower to exchange knowledge and research, a warm current surged within him. He gazed up at the starry sky, the warships of the patrol fleet hovering like celestial bodies at the periphery of the star domain, while in the far-off, lightless expanse, the luminescence of the twin stars continued to shimmer. This was neither an end nor beginning. Lin Feng whispered softly, recalling the distant star domain pointed to by the dark purple crystal and the relics and missions left behind by ancient civilizations. Perhaps the truth of the universe lies hidden within these encounters and legacies, where darkness intertwines with light, destruction coexists with vitality, and they, the travelers of this cosmic epic, bridge the past and herald the future. The following dawn, as the first rays of starlight bathed the planet, news arrived from the Crystal Clan. The energy of the Nurturing Tower could be channeled to the warships, and at the core of the tower, we have discovered another shard, originating from the same source as the dark purple crystal, which points to the next coordinate, seemingly the core base of the Stargate civilization. Lin Feng took the shard, which emitted a faint glow, and placed it beside the dark purple crystal. Instantly, the two shards resonated, and on the star map, a new route extended deeper into the cosmos, traversing the dazzling sea of stars, leading to an unknown region referred to as the temporal rift. Prepare for departure. Lin Feng secured the shards, his gaze resolute. Armed with the life force of the Nurturing Tower and accompanied by his comrades, they pressed onward. The patrol fleet's warships set sail once more, leaving behind this vibrant star domain. On the surface of the planet, the light of the Nurturing Tower continued to shine, as if bidding them farewell, while the rescued warriors stood at the bridge windows, gazing at the receding green luminescence, their eyes filled with anticipation for the future. The journey through the cosmos remained long, yet this time, they ventured forth not only with a mission of guardianship, but also with the vitality and wisdom inherited from ancient civilizations, boldly heading towards the unknown temporal rift. Chapter 160. The Illusory Labyrinth of the Temporal Rift. As the fleet of the patrol team entered the temporal rift, the hull suddenly trembled violently. The star map on the main screen resembled a disordered puzzle, countless points of light distorting and flickering, the previously clear route vanishing in an instant. Outside the porthole, the radiant sea of stars was replaced by a chaotic gray mist, within which shattered light and shadow flickered, sometimes revealing the familiar battlefield of the lightless domain, other times the crystalline blue forests of the vibrant star domain, and even glimpses of the ancient Stargate civilization constructing gates. Spatial fluctuations are chaotic. The warship is being pulled by an unknown force and cannot be located. Su Qing's voice was tinged with urgency as her hands deftly maneuvered the control panel, attempting to stabilize the ship's posture. The energy shield detected multiple impacts from different temporal energies, and the shield's integrity was fluctuating irregularly. Lin Feng fixed his gaze on the screen, feeling as though the hull was traversing different temporal segments. The surrounding gray mist was not merely ordinary cosmic dust, but rather a tapestry woven from countless temporal fragments. He suddenly recalled the Crystal Clan's records regarding the temporal rift. It was the most chaotic region of temporal rules in the universe, akin to the juncture of various star domains, where a careless misstep could lead to a temporal trap. Shut down external energy detection and activate internal inertial navigation. Lin Feng decisively commanded. The Rock Clan's warships released spatial stabilizing anchors, constructing a temporary spatial barrier with core energy, while the Wing Clan's fighter jets closely adhered to the warship formation, ensuring they remained within the shield's protective range. The Rock Clan's warships promptly complied, launching dozens of metallic anchor devices from their hulls, which burst forth with golden energy, embedding themselves into the surrounding gray mist. The moment the energy light made contact with the mist, the once twisted haze briefly stabilized, and the warship's tremors lessened somewhat. At that moment, alarms sounded from the Wing Clan's fighter jets. Unidentified fleet detected. 3,000 kilometers to our left. Energy fluctuations completely match ours. A wave of tension swept through the crew as the screen soon displayed the images relayed by the Wing Clan's fighter jets within the gray mist. A fleet identical to the patrol team was slowly advancing. Every detail, from the model of the warships to the formation style, and even the damage marks on the hulls, mirrored their own. More intriguingly, within the bridge of the mirrored fleet, indistinct figures could be seen mimicking their movements in perfect synchrony. It is a temporal mirror. The voice of the Crystal Clan elder was grave. The temporal fragments within the rift can replicate past or existing objects, forming mirror projections. Yet this mirrored fleet exhibited independent energy fluctuations, indicating it was not merely a projection. Lin Feng's brow furrowed deeply as he noticed the main cannon of the mirrored fleet Star River was slowly charging, its muzzle aimed at them, while another version of himself in the opposing bridge was making the same commanding gestures. He immediately realized that this was no ordinary mirror. It was a version of themselves from a different temporal realm, and due to the conflict of temporal rules, both sides might perceive one another as invaders. All warships, cease fire. Lin Feng urgently transmitted through the communicator. They are not enemies. They are us from a different time. If we fire, the energy shock will exacerbate the temporal chaos, and we could be trapped here forever. However, the Lin Feng of the mirrored fleet seemed to have made the same assessment. Both fleets remained in a silent standoff amidst the gray mist. Although their cannons were trained on each other, neither side dared to attack. Just then, the dark purple crystal and the shard obtained from the nurturing tower emitted a brilliant light within the isolation chamber. The silver patterns on the surfaces of the two crystals intertwined, projecting a clear beam of light that penetrated the hull and shot deep into the gray mist. Wherever the light beam passed, the chaotic gray mist parted like a flowing stream, revealing a narrow passageway. At the end of the passage, a colossal temporal gate could be faintly discerned, its surface adorned with symbols of the Stargate civilization, radiating stable spatial energy, resonating with the fluctuations of the crystals. That is a navigational gate left by the Stargate civilization. A Crystal Clan scientist exclaimed excitedly. The crystal is guiding us towards the gate. Once we enter, we can escape the temporal rift and reach the core base of the Stargate civilization. Lin Feng felt a rush of elation just as he was about to command the fleet to approach the gate when the mirrored fleet suddenly sprang into action. The Star River of the opposing fleet pivoted first, heading towards the gate, clearly intending to use it to escape the rift as well. Two identical fleets engaged in a silent race within the narrow passage. Whoever reached the gate first would seize the initiative to escape the rift. Maintain formation. Do not engage with the mirrored fleet, Lin Feng ordered while closely monitoring the movements of the mirrored fleet. Suing, analyze the energy frequency of the gate and see if we can synchronize the fluctuations of the crystal to activate the gate in advance. Su Qing immediately operated the control panel. As the energy frequency of the crystal gradually synchronized with that of the gate, the symbols on the surface of the gate began to illuminate sequentially, and a gentle blue light emanated from within. At that moment, the mirrored fleet's Rock Clan warships suddenly released spatial stabilizing anchors, attempting to obstruct their path. Rock Clan, construct an energy bridge with the spatial stabilizing anchors and bypass them. Lin Feng shouted. The two fleets engaged in a peculiar contest within the passage, devoid of cannon fire, only competing for control over spatial stabilization. Fully aware that firing within the temporal rift would only lead to mutual destruction. As the patrol fleet finally approached the Stargate, the mirrored fleet had also arrived on the opposite side. The two fleets exchanged glances across the Stargate, though their expressions remained obscured. Lin Feng sensed a shared understanding emanating from the other side. He was the first to command his fleet to enter the Stargate. At the moment the bow of the Star River entered the azure glow, the surrounding disturbances in space-time abruptly ceased, the vessel's tremors subsiding, and the star map on the main screen regained its clarity. As the last warship traversed the Stargate, the rift in space-time behind them, along with the mirrored fleet, vanished in an instant, and the Stargate began to close slowly. Outside the porthole, a brand-new star region unfolded before their eyes, with countless colossal remnants of stargates suspended in the void. Amongst the debris stood a gigantic city constructed of crystal and metal, silently towering in the midst of it all. At the heart of the city, a star core tower, radiating dazzling light, pierced the clouds, its energy fluctuations mirroring those of the primordial star core almost perfectly. Was this the very core base of the Stargate civilization? Su Qing gazed in awe at the sight before her. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze fixated on the star core tower, feeling a familiar and potent energy as if it were beckoning him. He understood that this place concealed not only the secrets of the rise and fall of the Stargate civilization, but perhaps could also unveil the ultimate mission of the primordial star core and the Star of Hope. After an hour of fleet maintenance and ship inspections, Lin Feng turned around, his tone resolute. In 1 hour, they would land in the core city to uncover the truth of the Stargate civilization. Within the command bridge, although fatigue was etched on the soldiers' faces, it was overshadowed by their excitement and curiosity. They were aware that the trials of traversing the rift in space-time were merely the beginning. The colossal city ahead might harbor the universe's deepest secrets or new challenges, but regardless, they were prepared to continue this journey of exploration across time and space. Chapter 161. Echoes of Civilization Beneath the Star Core Tower. The patrol team's landing pod descended slowly onto the plaza of the core city of the Stargate civilization. As the hatch opened, an ancient breeze imbued with metallic and crystalline scents rushed forth. The city lay in an eerie silence, interrupted only by the slowly rotating energy platforms suspended in mid-air, casting a faint blue glow, reminiscent of the final breath of this forsaken metropolis. The architectural style of the city was strikingly futuristic, with towering crystalline spires interwoven with streamlined metallic domes, and streets paved with reflective, unknown materials that mirrored the floating remnants of stargates above. Most striking was the Star Core Tower at the city center. Rising into the clouds, its structure composed of countless diamond-shaped crystals, each engraved with symbols of the Stargate civilization. The golden and silver light emanating from its apex was nearly identical to that of the dormant primordial star core, creating a faint energy halo above the city. Energy scans revealed that the entire city's power emanated from the Star Core Tower, with the base likely serving as the source of core energy. Su Qing called up the scanning data, pointing to a circular entrance at the base of the Star Core Tower, where an energy barrier pulsed with a frequency that perfectly matched the crystal fragments they carried. Lin Feng nodded, leading the group toward the Star Core Tower. Along the streets, fragments resembling robotic remnants lay scattered, their surfaces marred by rust, yet still revealing intricate designs. Tools adorned their arms, suggesting they were once the city's caretakers. The elder of the crystal race bent down to examine a piece of debris, his diamond-like body shimmering with blue light. These robots were powered by spatial energy, akin to the principles of the Stargate key, but their energy has long been depleted, having lain abandoned for at least 10 millennia. As the group arrived before the circular entrance at the base of the Star Core Tower, 2 crystal fragments suddenly flew from Lin Feng's hands, hovering before the energy barrier. The silver patterns on their surfaces illuminated, resonating with the symbols on the barrier. The once transparent barrier rippled like water, revealing a spiraling passageway leading into the tower. The walls of the passage were adorned with glowing symbols that lit up sequentially with each step the group took, projecting dynamic images onto the walls, depictions of the Stargate civilization's history, countless intelligent beings clad in white robes constructing stargates amidst the stellar seas, connecting different star domains, exchanging knowledge with other civilizations, and disseminating technology. Eventually, a faction became enamored with the combative applications of spatial energy, attempting to wield the stargates to control other realms, igniting a civil war. Ultimately, the branch advocating for balance and vitality triumphed over the militaristic faction, yet it drained the civilization's energy, forcing them to seal their core technologies in the seed of the Star Core, allowing their civilization to await a worthy successor in slumber. Thus, the primordial Star Core was the very seed of the Stargate civilization. Lin Feng paused. His gaze locked onto the figures and the images who delivered crystals to the Star Core Tower. They feared the resurgence of the militaristic faction, sending the Star Core and the Star of Hope to different realms, awaiting the emergence of a civilization that understood the principles of guardianship and vitality. Su Qing's eyes brimmed with emotion. That unknown race must have stumbled upon the remnants of the Stargate civilization, yet they only grasped the superficial aspects of spatial technology, misusing it to spread dark energy, betraying the original intent of the Stargate civilization, ascending the spiraling passage to the pinnacle of the Star Core Tower. The sight that greeted them left everyone breathless. Before them lay an immense circular hall, in the center of which floated a crystal identical to the primordial Star Core, albeit larger and intricately inscribed with complex symbols, serving as the city's core of energy. Surrounding the hall were crystalline devices resembling control panels, and at one of the consoles sat a figure long turned to bone, still clutching a Stargate key identical to the dark purple crystal. This must be the final guardian of the Stargate civilization. Lin Feng approached the skeletal remains, gently lifting the Stargate key, which suddenly illuminated, resonating with the central crystal of the hall. In an instant, all the control panels around the hall activated, projecting a holographic image. The image revealed an elder of the Stargate civilization clad in white robes, his features blurred, yet exuding a gentle aura. If you're witnessing this image, it signifies that you have passed the trials of the Stargate civilization and grasped the essence of balance, guardianship, and vitality. The elder's voice carried the weight of ancient wisdom. Within the Star Core Tower lies the entirety of the Stargate civilization's technologies, including methods for stabilizing space, harnessing the vitality energy of star domains, and weapons to combat spatial erosion. But remember, technology is merely a tool. True power arises from reverence for the universe and the cherishing of life. As the image faded, the central crystal of the hall began to descend slowly, halting before Lin Feng. The surface of the crystal cracked open, releasing a golden badge engraved with an intertwined pattern of the Star Core and the Star of Hope. When the badge landed in Lin Feng's hand, the entire Star Core Tower trembled violently, the light at its apex growing ever more resplendent. The energy platforms within the city reviving their motion, and the symbols along the streets illuminating, as if this slumbering city of millennia was finally awakening. The Star Core Tower is recognizing its master. The elder of the crystal race exclaimed excitedly. The badge is a token of inheritance from the Stargate civilization. Possessing it grants you command over all the energies of the Star Core Tower. Lin Feng gripped the badge tightly, feeling a warm energy flow into him, resonating with the consciousness connection he had established with the primordial Star Core. He looked out the window, witnessing the remnants of the Stargate above the city beginning to emit a faint glow, seemingly awaiting reactivation. At that moment, Su Qing's communicator suddenly beeped. A message from the soldiers left aboard the warship. Commander Lin, spatial fluctuations have begun emanating from the Stargate remnants at the city's periphery. It appears a fleet is approaching through the Stargate. The energy fluctuations mirrored those of the previous mirrored fleet, albeit imbued with a greater aggressiveness. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he immediately led everyone back to the warship. As they boarded the bridge of the Star River, the main screen displayed the image of a fleet comprised of remnants from the militaristic faction of the Stargate civilization, their warships adorned with menacing metallic armor, their main cannons radiating dangerous spatial energy. Clearly, they had traced the energy of the Star Core Tower through the incompletely sealed remnants of the Stargate. They had finally arrived. Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon the fleet displayed on the screen, clutching the golden emblem tightly in his hand. The trial of the Stargate civilization was far from over. Su Qing, inform all allied warships to activate the defensive energy provided by the Star Core Tower. Crystal Clan, analyze the weaponry technology of the Stargate civilization. We shall utilize the strength they have left behind to safeguard this legacy. Within the command bridge, the determination in everyone's eyes intensified. The resplendent silver and gold luminescence of the Star Core Tower enveloped the entire patrol fleet, starkly contrasting the ominous black energy emanating from the distant warlike fleet. This imminent clash of civilizations, spanning millennia, was about to unfold above the awakened city. This time, they were not just defending their kin, they were also poised to inherit the mission of the Stargate civilization, allowing balance and vitality to once again radiate throughout the starry seas. Chapter 162, The Clash of Inherited Power. The shimmering light of the Star Core Tower surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire patrol fleet. Inside the command bridge of the Star River, the energy gauges skyrocketed as the nearly depleted shield energy instantly replenished. The main cannon's muzzle glimmered with a halo akin to that of the Star Core Tower, while a faint crystalline armor manifested upon the hull, akin to donning the ancestral armor of the Stargate civilization. Su Qing stared at the warship data on the screen, her eyes wide with astonishment. The energy from the Star Core Tower was merging with the fleet's weapon systems, tripling the power of the main cannon while also granting a spatial stabilization field, rendering them impervious to the disturbances of time and space. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the golden emblem, the Star Core and the emblem of hope illuminated, enabling him to perceive the operation of every energy node within the Star Core Tower through a mental link. On the outskirts of the city, the warlike fleet had breached the remnants of the Stargate's defense, with dozens of spiked black warships forming a wedge formation, hurtling towards the Star Core Tower. The main cannon at the forefront was gathering dark purple spatial energy, evidently preparing to annihilate the Star Core Tower directly. The Rock Clan warships constructed a circular defensive formation on the city's periphery, combining their geocentric energy with that of the Star Core Tower to form a dual shield. The Winged Clan fighter jets divided into two squads, flanking the enemy to disrupt their main cannon's charging. The Crystal Clan utilized the spatial technology of the Stargate civilization to pinpoint the energy core of the enemy fleet. Lin Feng's commands, infused with the energy fluctuations of the Star Core Tower, resonated clearly with the allied warships. The Rock Clan warships responded immediately, their massive hulls swiftly dispersing to form a golden circular barrier above the city. As the first wave of dark purple energy cannon fire from the enemy fleet approached, the barrier rippled, absorbing the energy projectiles effectively and even rebounding some of it to strike the flank of an enemy warship, causing it to lose power instantaneously. Effective, exclaimed the Rock Clan captain, exhilarated. This dual shield could absorb the enemy's spatial energy. The Winged Clan fighter jets darted through the enemy fleet like silver lightning, unleashing the Crystal Clan's specially designed interference bombs, which detonated around the enemy warships, creating small-scale spatial turbulence that thoroughly disrupted the charging rhythm of the enemy's main cannon, causing the once coalesced dark purple energy to dissipate repeatedly. Clearly taken aback by the patrol fleet's mastery of Stargate technology, the commander of the warlike fleet erupted in fury over the communication channel. A band of thieves pilfering our civilization's heritage. Destroy their defenses. The enemy fleet suddenly shifted formations, with all cannons pivoting towards the Rock Clan's circular defensive array. Simultaneously, several warships began to split apart, releasing a swarm of small, unmanned drones, akin to black locusts, racing towards the Star Core Tower with the intent of directly assaulting its base entrance to annihilate the energy core. Suing, activate the spatial tether cannon of the Star River. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, targeting the heart of the enemy fleet, empowered by the energy of the Star Core Tower to disrupt their formation. The main cannon at the prow of the Star River instantaneously transformed, its silver and gold radiance coalescing into a slender beam that shot straight towards the center of the enemy fleet. Upon striking the void, it formed a miniature spatial vortex, forcibly drawing several enemy warships towards it and disarraying their attack formation. At that moment, the Crystal Clan relayed urgent news. Commander Lin, we have identified the energy core of the enemy fleet. Beneath the flagship lies a crystalline device resembling the Stargate key. It is the core powering all their warships. Lin Feng immediately directed his gaze towards the enemy flagship, a vessel twice the size of the others, its underside embedded with a dark purple crystal, etched with a pattern reminiscent of the Star Core Tower symbols, albeit more distorted, indicating that the warlike faction had tampered with the Stargate technology. All allied warships, concentrate fire on the enemy flagship's energy core. Lin Feng grasped the emblem tightly, and the light atop the Star Core Tower surged dramatically. A massive beam of silver and gold energy shot from the tower's pinnacle, merging with the main cannon of the Star River, the energy cannon of the Rock Clan warships, and the concentrated fire of the Winged Clan fighters, forming a radiant pillar piercing through the heavens, aimed directly at the underside of the enemy flagship. The commander of the enemy flagship was taken aback, hastily ordering the activation of all energy shields. Yet, under the onslaught of the inherited power of the Star Core Tower, the shields were penetrated as if they were mere parchment. The beam struck the dark purple crystal with pinpoint accuracy, causing it to shatter violently, unleashing a torrent of chaotic spatial energy that not only obliterated the enemy flagship, but also engulfed a dozen surrounding warships, reducing them to mere fragments amidst the spatial turbulence. The warlike fleet, now deprived of its energy core, descended into chaos, with the remaining warships either losing power or fleeing in disarray. Lin Feng refrained from ordering a pursuit, instead directing the Rock Clan warships to encircle the motionless enemy vessels, sealing their weapon systems with the energy from the Star Core Tower. Our purpose is to protect, not to annihilate, Lin Feng articulated over the communication channel. Capture these warlike members and enlighten them about the true mission of the Stargate civilization. As the battlefield gradually calmed, the brilliance of the Star Core Tower slowly receded. The energy floating platforms within the city began to operate in an orderly fashion, and some of the previously scattered remnants of robots, nourished by the energy of the Star Core Tower, reactivated their basic functions, commencing the cleanup of battlefield debris. Su Qing approached Lin Feng, gazing out at the city that was gradually regaining its vitality, and softly remarked, "We did it. Not only have we preserved the Star Core Tower, but we have also inherited the mission of the Stargate civilization." Lin Feng nodded, lifting his gaze towards the pinnacle of the Star Core Tower, where the silver and gold radiance harmonized with the golden glow of the distant Hope Star, as if proclaiming to the universe that the legacy of balance and vitality had found new guardians. He tightened his grip on the golden emblem, aware that this civilizational relay spanning millennia was merely the beginning. "Inform all clans. After a period of rest, we shall reactivate the Stargate." Lin Feng's voice resonated with resolve, intending to utilize the technology of the Stargate civilization to connect with those star domains in need of assistance, propagating the ideals of protection and vitality, to ensure that the cosmos is free from war and darkness. As the first Stargate slowly initiated under the energy of the Star Core Tower, the softly glowing blue portal reflected the crystalline forests of the Vitality Star Domain, the resplendent starlight of the Lightless Domain, and the hopeful faces of the patrol members. The cosmic journey remains long, yet this time, with the power of inheritance in hand and the alliance of all clans united, they would undoubtedly inscribe a new epic of guardianship and vitality within this vast sea of stars. Chapter 163. The reactivation of the Stargate and the new chapter of the universe. In a plaza beneath the Star Core Tower, members of various clans congregated. The Rock Clan warriors were employing the restoration technology of the Stargate civilization to replace the damaged crystal armor of warships. Crystal Clan scientists gathered around the energy floating platforms, calibrating the parameters for the Stargate's activation, while Wing Clan warriors patrolled the skies in their aircraft, remaining vigilant against potential lingering threats. The atmosphere was no longer charged with the grim specter of war, but rather suffused with anticipation for the future. Lin Feng, holding the golden emblem, stood before the control console at the base of the Star Core Tower. The Star Core and the emblem of hope continuously radiated light, allowing him to clearly sense the energy status of the three Stargates awaiting activation, corresponding to the Lightless Domain, the Vitality Star Domain, and an unexplored Unknown Star Domain, which constituted the core navigation routes left by the Stargate civilization. The Crystal Race, what is the synchronization rate of the Stargate energy? Lin Feng inquired. The holographic image of an elder from the Crystal Race materialized beside the control console, its diamond-shaped form shimmering with a blue luminescence. "We have achieved a 98 synchronization with the energy of the Star Core Tower. You merely need to infuse the legacy power of your badge to activate the Stargate. However, the Stargate in the Unknown Star Domain may pose risks of spatial instability. Should we first activate the other two?" Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the distant starry expanse. The Unknown Star Domain may harbor civilizations in need of assistance, or perhaps it conceals unfinished missions of the Stargate civilization. All three Stargates shall be activated simultaneously. He placed the badge into the recess of the control console, and in an instant, a warm surge of energy flowed from the badge into the console. The golden and silver light atop the Star Core Tower surged dramatically, transforming into three beams of light that shot towards the three Stargates at the city's periphery. At the moment the beams struck the Stargates, the symbols on their surfaces illuminated sequentially, and the structures began to rotate slowly, emanating a gentle blue glow. Within the passage, glimpses of the distant star domain were faintly visible, the twin stars of the Lightless Domain, the crystalline blue forests of the thriving star domain, and the purple nebula of the Unknown Star Domain. The Stargate was successfully activated. Su Qing's voice resonated with excitement, declaring that the energy was stable and passage was permitted at any time. Just then, the captured members of the militant faction were brought to the center of the square. They gazed at the functioning Stargate with a complex array of emotions, resentment, astonishment, and a hint of confusion. The leader of the militant faction fixed his gaze on the golden badge in Lin Feng's hand and spoke solemnly. Do you truly intend to use the Stargate to propagate your so-called balance and vitality? The technology of the Stargate civilization could have been wielded to conquer the universe. Lin Feng approached him calmly and replied, "Conquest yields only destruction. Much like the civil war you once instigated, which brought the Stargate civilization to the brink of extinction. Now, you may choose to remain and learn the true mission of the Stargate civilization, or you may leave through the Stargate, but you shall never again misuse spatial technology." The militant leader remained silent for a long while before finally lowering his head. "We are willing to stay." "Perhaps you are right." Lin Feng nodded and turned to address the gathered crowd. "From this day forth, the Interstellar Patrol is officially renamed the Interstellar Guardian Alliance. The Rock Race will oversee the defense of the Stargates and the city. The Crystal Race will continue researching Stargate technology and exploring new routes. The Winged Race will act as interstellar messengers, transmitting messages across various star domains, while I will lead a small team through the Stargate to the unknown star domain in search of new possibilities." As the news spread, members of all races responded eagerly. Karu raised the energy battle axe of the Rock Race high and shouted, "The Rock Race is willing to follow Commander Lin to explore the unknown star domain." The leader of the Winged Race fluttered his wings and smiled. "The Winged Race's fleet is ready to escort you at any time." Lin Feng waved his hand with a smile. "There is no need. I only require a small team. The core of the Alliance is to safeguard our existing home, ensuring the Stargates serve as bridges connecting civilizations, rather than instruments of war." 3 days later, Lin Feng led a small team comprising Su Qing, the elder of the Crystal Race, and 2 warriors from the Rock Race onto a small exploratory vessel. The vessel gradually entered the Stargate of the unknown star domain, and within the passage, blue lights flickered, accompanied by faint resonances of the Stargate civilization symbols, as if ancient civilizations were bidding them farewell. As the exploratory vessel emerged from the Stargate, all were awestruck by the sight before them. This star domain was scattered with shattered celestial bodies, yet on each remnant, tender crystalline blue plant sprouts could be seen, indicating restoration through vital energy. In the distance, a dilapidated small spacecraft floated beside the debris, its insignia matching the symbols on the monument at the base of the Star Core Tower. This was the vessel of the pioneers of the Stargate civilization. "Here lies the final battlefield of the Stargate civilization's restoration," exclaimed the elder of the Crystal Race, thrilled that they had endeavored to mend the wounds wrought by war even in their demise. Lin Feng maneuvered the exploratory vessel closer to the pioneer ship, which opened its hatch automatically. Inside, dust coated everything, yet records on the walls remained visible. The pioneers of the Stargate civilization had drifted through the cosmos after the war, using their last energies to sow seeds of vitality, until their ship's power was depleted, trapping them in this place. The final entry in the records bore the faint inscription, "Vitality never fades. Guardianship is endless." Su Qing gazed at the records, her eyes glistening. They fulfilled their mission with their lives. "We too shall carry it on." Lin Feng nodded, his gaze fixed on the distant purple nebula. "Notify the Alliance to dispatch a Vitality team from the cultivation tower of the Vitality Star Domain to come and restore this area. We shall delve deeper to uncover the stories hidden behind this nebula." The exploratory vessel headed towards the purple nebula, the blue light of the Stargate gradually fading behind them. Yet it stood like a beacon of hope, connecting various civilizations within the cosmos. Meanwhile, in a lightless domain, the brilliance of the twin stars grew ever more radiant. Beside the Stargate, warships of various races methodically transported supplies to assist planets ravaged by dark energy in rebuilding their homes. In the Vitality Star Domain, the energy from the cultivation tower continued to spread, with new plants taking root and sprouting on the desolate celestial bodies. The cosmic journey remained long, yet the seeds of guardianship and vitality had been sown across every corner through the Stargates. Lin Feng understood that their story was far from over. They might encounter new challenges in the future or uncover more secrets of ancient civilizations. However, as long as the races united in heart, inheriting the mission of the Stargate civilization, the universe would ultimately embrace true balance and peace. The tail flames of the exploratory vessel traced a luminous path through the purple nebula, as if inscribing a promise within the cosmos. The legend of the Interstellar Guardian Alliance was just beginning. Chapter 164. The Covenant of Symbiosis Beneath the Purple Nebula. The exploratory vessel navigated through the purple nebula, where the gases exhibited a dreamlike gradient of colors, and countless tiny luminous particles danced around the ship like fireflies, yet posed no hindrance to their voyage. Su Qing focused intently on the detection instruments, her brow furrowed. The spatial energy here is quite peculiar, not the stable energy typical of the Stargate civilization, but rather imbued with a flowing quality, as if some form of life is regulating it. No sooner had she spoken than the exploratory vessel was enveloped by a gentle force, gradually decelerating. Outside the viewport, dozens of semi-transparent, jellyfish-like beings emerged from the depths of the nebula, their bodies a soft purple hue, surrounded by glowing tentacles that left trails of energy in the starry sky as they swayed, perfectly in sync with the nebula's rhythm. They are not aggressive. The elder of the crystal race swiftly assessed the energy fluctuations of the creatures. Their consciousness was gentle, seemingly guiding them. Lin Feng signaled Su Qing to remain calm and maneuvered the exploratory vessel to follow the nebula's jellyfish. Half an hour later, the nebula began to thin, revealing a crystal ecosystem suspended in the void, a massive sphere constructed from countless hexagonal crystals, within which crystalline blue plants similar to those in the Vitality star domain thrived. Their roots intertwining with glowing energy veins that distributed oxygen and energy throughout the ecosystem. The surface of the ecosystem was adorned with energy patterns reminiscent of the jellyfish. This was an artificial ecosystem, but its creators were not of the Stargate civilization. Lin Feng observed the unique spiral patterns on the surface of the ecosystem. The energy logic of these patterns leaned more towards symbiosis than control. The jellyfish led the exploratory vessel to an entrance of the ecosystem, which opened automatically to reveal an internal passage. Glowing plants embedded in the walls illuminated the way forward. As the group emerged from the passage, they were awestruck by the sight before them. In the center of the ecosystem lay a clear energy lake, surrounded by dozens of slender, pale purple intelligent beings clad in garments woven from plant fibers, gazing at Lin Feng and his companions with gentle expressions. "Welcome to the symbiotic star domain." The leader of the purple beings spoke, their voice transmitted directly into the minds of the group. "We are the Star Weavers, guardians of this nebula for generations. Sensing the vitality emanating from you, we dared to invite you here." Lin Feng stepped forward and politely replied, "We hail from the Interstellar Guardian Alliance, following the trail of the Stargate civilization, with no intention to intrude." The leader of the star-weaving tribe gently nodded, gesturing towards the energy lake. "That lake is a precious gift left to us by the pioneers of the Stargate civilization. Long ago, when their spacecraft ran out of energy and descended into the nebula, it was we who sustained their lives using the flowing energy of the nebula, and in return, they taught us how to construct ecosystems to nurture the nebula with vibrant energy." As the leader recounted the tale, the assembly began to comprehend that upon their arrival in this nebula, the pioneers discovered that while the star-weaving tribe could manipulate the energy of the nebula, they lacked the knowledge to create a stable, living environment, often facing crises due to the chaotic energies of the nebula. The pioneers imparted their techniques for cultivating vitality to the star-weaving tribe, and in exchange, the tribe provided the final sanctuary for the pioneer spacecraft using the flowing energies of the nebula, thus forging a symbiotic pact. Before their passing, the pioneers foretold that individuals bearing the light of the star core would come to inherit their philosophy of symbiosis. The leader of the star-weaving tribe looked at the golden badge in Lin Feng's hand. The radiance of the star core upon the badge resonated with the glow of the energy lake. "The token you hold is indeed the light of the star core," they spoke of. Lin Feng was stirred and retrieved the recording tablet he had brought back from the Pioneer spacecraft, presenting it to the leader of the star-weaving tribe. "This is the record left by the pioneers. They wish for vitality to endure and for guardianship to be eternal. Now we have reactivated the Stargate and are disseminating the principles of balance and vitality throughout the cosmos. Perhaps we can continue this covenant of symbiosis." Taking the recording tablet, the leader's eyes shimmered with tears. "We have long awaited this day. Although the energy of the nebula can regulate space, in recent years, signs of energy depletion have emerged in the surrounding star domains, leading many small civilizations to perish due to the loss of energy, and we have been powerless to assist." Su Qing immediately brought up the Alliance's star map, pointing to several energy-depleted star domains near the symbiotic region. "In these areas, we could utilize the cultivation tower technology of the Stargate civilization to help you restore vitality, while the star-weaving tribe's energy regulation technology might resolve the operational challenges of the Stargate in unstable domains." An elder from the Crystal tribe added, "If we can combine the flowing energy of the nebula with the stable energy of the Stargate, we could even construct mobile Stargates to deliver aid to those remote, depleted regions." The leader of the star-weaving tribe was overjoyed and led Lin Feng and the others to the energy lake. He reached out to touch the lake, and the energy within rippled immediately, intertwining with the star core energy of Lin Feng's badge. In an instant, the spiral patterns on the surface of the ecosystem lit up, forming a complete symbiotic tapestry with the symbols of the Stargate civilization. In this tapestry, the Stargate connected different star domains. The nebula energy surrounded the Stargate. Vibrant plants grew between the star domains, and intelligent beings cooperated with one another, devoid of war, only balance. This was the essence of what the universe should embody. Lin Feng gazed at the tapestry, his heart filled with emotion. From this day forth, the Interstellar Guardian Alliance and the Star-Weaving Tribe would formally establish a covenant of symbiosis. Together, they would restore the depleted star domains, allowing the philosophy of symbiosis to spread further through the Stargates. As the exploration vessel prepared to depart, the Star-Weaving Tribe sent 3 envoys skilled in energy regulation to accompany Lin Feng back to the core city of the Stargate civilization. The nebula jellyfish appeared once more, swirling around the exploration vessel as if bidding them farewell. Outside the porthole, the luminous purple nebula danced in harmony with the exhaust flames of the exploration vessel, creating a beautiful ribbon of light. Su Qing, looking at the newly marked symbiotic regions on the star map, smiled at Lin Feng. We have gained another ally. The Stargates connect not only star domains, but also the trust between civilizations. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze directed towards the distant core city of the Stargate civilization, where the blue lights of the 3 Stargates continued to shimmer, and the cultivation towers of the Vitality Star domain were continuously dispatching Vitality teams, while the twin stars of the Lightless domain had become a beacon of peace for inter-civilizational exchange. Notify the Alliance to prepare for the arrival of the Star-Weaving Tribe's envoys and simultaneously initiate the development plan for mobile Stargates. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the golden badge. The star core and the pattern of the Hope star seemed to merge with the radiance of the nebula and the energy of the Star-Weaving Tribe. The next objective was to assist those waiting for salvation in the depleted star domains. Remember, our mission is not only to safeguard our existing homes, but also to bring hope for life to every civilization in the universe. The exploration vessel accelerated away from the purple nebula, its tail flames carving a resolute trajectory across the starry sky. The envoys of the Star-Weaving Tribe gazed out at their gradually receding homeland, their eyes filled with anticipation. For they knew that a journey of symbiosis spanning star domains had only just begun, and the story of the Interstellar Guardian Alliance would, within this covenant of symbiosis, pen a new chapter. Chapter 165, The Seeds of Vitality in the Depleted Star Domains. As the exploration vessel returned to the core city of the Stargate civilization with the Star-Weaving Tribe's envoys, the development of the mobile Stargates by the Interstellar Guardian Alliance had already shown promising results. The Crystal Tribe combined the Star-Weaving Tribe's nebula energy regulation technology with the stability technology of the Stargate civilization, creating 3 foldable small Stargates that could be transported by warships and rapidly deployed in target star domains. The first rescue targets were determined to be 3 depleted planets in the desolate triangular zone. Su Qing pointed to a triangular-shaped region on the star map, which had once served as a trading hub for multiple civilizations. A century ago, due to chaotic energy fluctuations in space, all celestial bodies lost their energy sources, leaving behind only silence, with many abandoned space stations still lingering, perhaps containing trapped survivors. Lin Feng, gazing at the star map, recalled the energy depletion crisis mentioned by the leader of the Star-Weaving Tribe, and spoke solemnly. Form 3 rescue teams, each equipped with a mobile Stargate, a defensive vessel from the Rock Tribe, a technical vessel from the Crystal Tribe, and reconnaissance aircraft from the Wing Tribe. The Star-Weaving Tribe's envoys will be responsible for stabilizing the energy of the mobile Stargates, while the Vitality teams will carry seeds of the crystal blue plants and energy nutrient solutions from the cultivation towers, ensuring arrival at the desolate triangular zone within a week. 3 days later, the 3 rescue teams set out from the 3 Stargates. Lin Feng personally led the first team aboard the Star River, heading towards the core planet of the desolate triangular zone, the Dead Silent Star. As the fleet arrived above the Dead Silent Star, everyone was struck by the sight before them. The once blue planet was now shrouded in a thick layer of grayish-brown dust, the atmosphere filled with toxic, suspended particles. Devoid of any vegetation, only fissures crisscrossing the surface like the dried veins of a dying planet. In orbit, several abandoned space stations floated like remnants of metal, their communication systems long since failed, yet the red distress signals remained visible on the shells of the stations. The Wing Tribe's reconnaissance aircraft were dispatched to investigate whether there were any life signals from the space stations, while the Crystal Tribe unfolded the mobile Stargate to connect with the Vitality Star domain and receive energy support from the cultivation towers. The star-weaving tribe's envoys regulated the spatial energy around the Stargate to prevent interference from residual chaotic energy. Lin Feng swiftly issued commands. The Wing tribe's aircraft quickly delved into the abandoned space stations, and half an hour later, news came. Survivors discovered, within the largest trade port space station, approximately 200 individuals, all merchants and crew members trapped there years ago, had survived on the remnants of the station's life support systems. But their energy was on the brink of depletion. Lin Feng immediately commanded Rock Tribe warships deployed defensive energy shields to cover the trade port space station, supplying oxygen and food. The Vitality team should establish temporary cultivation points on the small satellites surrounding the space station to test the adaptability of the crystal blue plants in the depleted environment. As the rescue supplies were delivered to the space station, the survivors, trapped for a century, were overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down their faces. An elderly man with white hair grasped Lin Feng's hand, his voice trembling. "We thought we would never see rescue again." After the energy vanished from the dead silent star, all communication was severed, and we could only watch helplessly as the surrounding planets perished one by one. Lin Feng's heart sank, and he asked, "Do you remember what happened when the energy fluctuations began?" The elder recounted. That day, the sky suddenly turned purple, and the energy veins on the surface dried up in an instant, as if something had siphoned away all the energy. Later, we learned that it wasn't just the desolate triangular zone. Many nearby star domains experienced the same fate. At that moment, the envoy of the star-weaving clan suddenly spoke, his consciousness conveying a grave message. "I sense that the spatial energy in this star domain has not naturally waned, but has been siphoned away by a predatory apparatus. The residual energy traces bear a striking resemblance to the spatial siphon cannons employed by the militant faction of the Stargate civilization in the past." Lin Feng's heart sank. Although the militant faction had surrendered, there might still be remnants in the cosmos abusing predatory technology, exacerbating the energy depletion crisis. He swiftly commanded Crystal Clan, conduct a comprehensive analysis of the spatial energy traces in the desolate triangle zone to pinpoint the possible locations of the siphoning devices. All teams are to enhance their vigilance to prevent any interference with the rescue efforts. Meanwhile, the Vitality team made progress in their cultivation experiments on the small satellite. When the seeds of the crystalline blue plants were buried in soil infused with energy nutrient solution, the envoy of the star-weaving clan gently enveloped the seeds with nebula energy. The previously shriveled seeds rapidly sprouted, yielding translucent tender leaves capable of absorbing toxic particles from the air and converting them into harmless oxygen. "It's a success," exclaimed the captain of the Vitality team. "The crystalline blue plants can thrive in desolate environments while purifying the atmosphere. If we establish sufficient cultivation points, it won't be long before the desolate star can restore its basic ecology." Lin Feng promptly resolved to permanently position the mobile Stargate in orbit around the desolate star as an energy transfer hub, and simultaneously initiate large-scale establishment of cultivation bases on the 3 depleted planets. The Rock Clan warriors employed heavy machinery to excavate the surface and construct energy reservoirs, while the Crystal Clan laid out energy conduits to channel the mobile Stargate's energy into the cultivation bases. The envoy of the Star-Weaving Clan traversed between the various bases, adjusting the soil and atmosphere with nebula energy to accelerate the growth rate of the crystalline blue plant's manifold. A week later, the surface of the desolate star began to exhibit patches of green, the tender leaves of the crystalline blue plants unfurling amidst the dust. Though faint, it resembled a flicker of hope igniting in despair. Survivors from the abandoned space station also joined the rescue efforts, familiar with the local terrain, guiding the Vitality team to locate the former energy mines, reactivating them using cultivation tower technology, thus granting the desolate star a self-sustaining energy source. Just then, the Crystal Clan transmitted a significant discovery. "Commander Lin, we have detected a plethora of remnants from spatial siphon cannons on the edge of a derelict planet in the desolate triangle zone, along with undestroyed energy records indicating that these devices belong to the Shadow Sect. They are remnants of the militant faction of the Stargate civilization, who have been utilizing predatory technology to gather energy in an attempt to rebuild their army." Lin Feng's gaze hardened as he summoned the commanders of each team. "The Shadow Sect poses a threat to the cosmos. We must thwart their intentions. However, our foremost priority is to complete the rescue of the desolate star domain. We will leave half our forces to continue the establishment of cultivation bases, while the other half will accompany me to the derelict planet to dismantle the remaining siphon cannons and track the Shadow Sect." upon the fleet's arrival at the derelict planet. The surface was strewn with rusty remnants of siphon cannons, and a subterranean base in the center was still operational, emanating dark purple energy fluctuations. The Wing Clan's aircraft initiated the attack, destroying the base's defense systems, while the Rock Clan's warships blasted open the base's entrance. Lin Feng led his warriors into the base, only to discover it was devoid of life, save for an operational energy recorder documenting the Shadow Sect's next target, the Purple Nebula in the symbiotic star domain. They intend to siphon the flowing energy from the nebula. The envoy of the Star-Weaving Clan's expression shifted dramatically. If the nebula's energy is extracted by the siphon cannons, the entire symbiotic star domain will collapse. Lin Feng immediately ordered the fleet must return at full speed and inform the Star-Weaving Clan to bolster their defenses by activating the nebula energy barrier. Additionally, request the Alliance headquarters to dispatch all available warships to construct a defensive line between the symbiotic star domain and the core city of the Stargate civilization. We must not allow the Shadow Sect to succeed. The fleet swiftly retreated from the derelict planet, racing toward the symbiotic star domain. Outside the viewport, the crystalline blue plants on the desolate star had coalesced into a small oasis, the blue glow of the mobile Stargate shimmering along its path, as if bidding them farewell. Su Qing gazed at the approaching coordinates of the symbiotic star domain on the screen. Her brow furrowed. The Shadow Sect is well-versed in Stargate technology and may launch a surprise attack through unrecorded Stargate passages. We must arrive before them. Lin Feng clenched his golden badge, the star core and the emblem of the Star of Hope illuminating. Through the consciousness connection, he felt the urgency of the Star-Weaving Clan and the vigorous vitality emanating from the cultivation bases teeming with crystalline blue plants. He understood that this battle was not merely to safeguard the symbiotic star domain, but also to protect the seeds of life that had begun to rekindle in all depleted star domains. Notify all warships to enter combat readiness. Lin Feng's voice resonated with determination. The Shadow Sect seeks to seize the vitality of the universe. We shall harness the inherited power of the Stargates, the symbiotic force of the Star-Weaving Clan, and the protective strength of all civilizations to demonstrate that vitality can never be easily extinguished. The fleet's exhaust trails carved a hurried trajectory across the starry sky toward the symbiotic star domain. In the distance, the glow of the purple nebula was faintly visible, heralding the imminent commencement of a defensive battle for the vitality of the universe. Meanwhile, the expanding crystalline blue oasis on the desolate star silently narrated the power of guardianship and life, becoming the most steadfast support in this war. Chapter 166. The Undercurrents of the Nebula Defense Line. The fleet sped through the superluminal passage, the starlight outside the viewport stretched into flowing streaks. Yet the faint blue nebula energy surrounding the envoy of the Star-Weaving Clan maintained a steady rhythm. Su Qing projected the latest star chart in the center of the command cabin, her fingertip tracing the red points indicating unrecorded stargates. Her tone grave. Based on the residual energy traces from the Shadow Sect, they have at least 3 secret passages leading to the symbiotic star domain. 2 of these are situated near the nebula's edge in energy-weak zones, highly likely to serve as ambush entry points. Lin Feng raised his hand to touch the holographic image of the purple nebula on the star chart, feeling a subtle energy tremor at his fingertip. It was the real-time status of the nebula relayed through the badge by the Star-Weaving Clan. The leader of the Star-Weaving Clan conveyed a message, stating that the nebula energy barrier had been activated to 30%, but should the Shadow Sect forcefully breach it with siphon cannons, the barrier would not withstand for even half an hour. He turned to the Crystal Clan's technical officer, inquiring if the mobile Stargate could be rapidly deployed at the nebula's edge. We need to establish a second defensive line. In theory, it is feasible, but the energy turbulence of a nebula will disrupt the stability of the Stargate. The technical officer from the Crystal Clan brought up the parameter panel. Blue data streams racing across the screen. The envoy of the Star-Weaving Clan must adjust the energy field at the deployment point beforehand, and each Stargate requires the protective energy shield of the Rock Clan warships for escort. Otherwise, it will be torn apart by the turbulence as soon as it unfolds. Before he could finish, the Wing Clan's reconnaissance leader abruptly burst into the command cabin, his wings dusted with interstellar debris. Commander Lin, we have detected an unidentified fleet's energy signal from the rear, pursuing its superluminal speeds, following our exact trajectory. It appears to be tracking us. Lin Feng immediately commanded, reduce superluminal speed, activate counter-detection shields, and have the Wing Clan aircraft form a rearguard. Once the enemy draws near, we will intercept. He approached the viewport, staring into the profound starry expanse behind them. a myriad of doubts swirling in his mind. If the Shadow Sect intended to ambush the symbiotic star domain, they should have laid an ambush ahead, rather than tracking the fleet at this moment. Could there be another scheme of play? The envoy of the Star-Weaving clan suddenly pressed a hand to his chest, his complexion paling. I sense the energy fluctuations of the tracking fleet are identical to the puppet warships of the militant faction from the Stargate civilization. They are not merely tracking us. They intend to use our route to locate the cultivation base on the desolate star. This is bad. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. The crystalline blue plants on the desolate star had only just developed a preliminary ecology, with defensive capabilities at half strength. If the puppet warships launched an attack, the cultivation base would be utterly destroyed. He swiftly turned to the communications officer. Contact the garrison team on the desolate star immediately. Instruct them to activate emergency defense protocols, relocating all crystalline blue plant seeds to underground cultivation chambers. All personnel aboard the Rock Clan warships must be on high alert. We cannot allow the enemy to approach the cultivation points. The communicator soon relayed the response from the garrison captain, though the voice was riddled with static. Commander Lin, the puppet warships have already reached the orbit of the desolate star. They have not attacked. They are merely deploying remnants of siphon cannons in orbit, as if constructing some kind of device. A heaviness settled in Lin Feng's heart as he suddenly recalled the energy records discovered by the Crystal Clan on the abandoned planet. The Shadow Sect aimed not only to plunder the energy of the nebula, but also to ravage the rejuvenated desolate star domain, ensnaring the Alliance in a dilemma of rescue and defense. Su Qing, you shall lead half of the fleet onward to the symbiotic star domain, assisting the Star-Weaving clan in fortifying the barrier. It is imperative to secure the entrance to the nebula. He swiftly issued his commands. I will take the other half of the fleet back to the Withered Star to dismantle the puppet battleship's apparatus. We must not allow them to destroy the nurturing base. The fleet split into two, with Su Qing guiding her vessels towards the Violet Nebula, while Lin Feng steered his ships towards the Withered Star. Outside the viewport, the once hopeful crystalline blue oasis was now shrouded in the shadow of the puppet battleships. Lin Feng clenched the golden insignia tightly, the Star Core insignia illuminated, conveying a resolute message. No matter the schemes of the Shadow Sect, we shall not permit them to obliterate vitality, for it is the hope of all civilizations and our sacred mission to protect it. As the fleet approached the Withered Star, everyone discerned the movements of the puppet battleships. They were connecting the remnants of the siphon cannon into a colossal energy net, enveloping the orbit of the Withered Star. The energy net flickered with dark purple light, seemingly siphoning the oxygen and energy released by the crystalline blue flora. Crystal Clan immediately analyzed the structure of the energy net and locate the core node. Lin Feng commanded. The Wing Clan's fighters flanked the sides, diverting the attention of the puppet battleships, while the Rock Clan's warships concentrated their firepower, preparing to annihilate the core node. The technical officer of the Crystal Clan swiftly locked onto the target. The core node resided at the center of the energy net on the flagship of the puppets. However, 3 layers of energy shields surrounded the flagship, impervious to ordinary firepower. Suddenly, the envoy of the Star-Weaving clan spoke, the nebula energy surrounding them growing denser. I can temporarily disrupt the shield with nebula energy, creating a gap, but it requires time to accumulate energy and must not be interrupted by attacks. I will provide cover for you. Lin Feng piloted the Star River forward, the main cannon charging. All warships concentrated their fire on the secondary cannons of the puppet battleships, buying time for the envoy of the Star-Weaving clan. Explosions erupted across the starry expanse, as the Rock Clan's warships' defensive energy shields withstood the counterattacks from the puppet battleships, while the Wing Clan's fighters nimbly darted between the fire, continually assaulting the engines of the puppet vessels. The envoy of the Star-Weaving clan closed their eyes. The light blue nebula energy emanating from their being surged forth like a stream towards the center of the energy net, etching a fine crack upon the flagship's shield. Now, the technical officer of the Crystal Clan shouted, the core node is exposed. Lin Feng immediately commanded, fire the main cannon. The Star River's main cannon unleashed a dazzling golden beam, precisely striking the core node of the puppet flagship. The energy net collapsed instantaneously, transforming into a cascade of dark purple fragments, as the puppet battleships lost control and began to drift along their orbit. The remaining squad seized the opportunity to launch an assault, the Rock Clan's firepower obliterating several puppet vessels, while the remaining ships hastily retreated from the orbit of the Withered Star. When the crisis subsided, the crystalline blue oasis on the surface of the Withered Star still unfurled its leaves under the sunlight, albeit with some plants exhibiting slight wilting. Members of the Vitality team rushed forward to inspect, sighing in relief. Fortunately, the energy net had not fully activated, having absorbed only a small amount of energy. With the replenishment of nutrient liquid, recovery was assured. Lin Feng stood in the command cabin, observing the message relayed by Su Qing, that the defense line of the symbiotic star domain had been initially established, and the shadow sect had yet to appear. He understood that this was merely a temporary calm. The true target of the shadow sect remained the Violet Nebula, and a greater battle awaited them. Notify all warships to rest for half an hour. Then proceed at full speed to the symbiotic star domain. Lin Feng's voice resonated within the command cabin. We must fortify the nebula's defense line before the shadow sect acts, safeguarding every inch of vitality. The mobile stargate of the withered star once again illuminated with a blue light, replenishing energy for the fleet. Outside the viewport, the leaves of the crystalline blue flora swayed gently in the breeze, as if bidding farewell to the fleet. Lin Feng gazed at this land revitalized with life, his resolve strengthening. No matter how many challenges lay ahead, they must guard every seed of vitality in the universe, allowing the desolate star domains to once again radiate brilliance. The fleet set sail once more, heading towards the symbiotic star domain. The distant Violet Nebula loomed ever closer, heralding the silent commencement of a battle for the preservation of cosmic vitality. Chapter 167. The Undercurrent of the Nebula Defense Line 2. Lin Feng's fleet raced back towards the withered star with breathtaking speed, the superluminal stream outside the hull resembling a surging silver river, reflecting the anxious sentiments of the crew. In the communication channel, the remaining team constantly relayed the movements of the puppet battleships, each report striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all involved. Commander Lin, the puppet battleships seem to be attempting to activate the remnants of the siphon cannon. The surrounding energy fluctuations are intensifying. The voice of the remaining team leader was rife with anxiety, mingled with the crackling of electricity. Lin Feng focused intently on the fluctuating energy data on the screen, rapidly devising a countermeasure. Crystal Clan Technical Officer, is there a way to interfere with their activation of the siphon cannon? He inquired urgently. The technical officer of the Crystal Clan's fingers flew across the console, their brow furrowed. We could attempt to launch energy interference waves, but the puppet battleships may immediately detect it and subsequently reinforce their defenses, complicating subsequent actions. Prepare for it. Wait until we are closer before launching, Lin Feng decisively commanded. The Wing Clan's fighters accelerated their reconnaissance speed, seeking to ascertain the firepower deployment of the puppet battleships, while the Rock Clan's warships readied their defensive matrix. Prepare to shield the envoy of the Star-Weaving Clan once combat commenced. At that moment, the envoy of the Star-Weaving Clan suddenly opened their eyes, the blue light within them surging. I sense it. A powerful dark consciousness is concealed within the puppet battleships, seemingly orchestrating everything. And it harbors an extraordinary craving for the energy of the crystalline blue flora. A chill coursed through Lin Feng's heart. Dark consciousness? Could it be that the Shadow Sect had mastered some nefarious technique for mind control? He immediately opened the communication channel, addressing all crew members. Everyone must exercise caution. The enemy may possess special means. Maintain your mental shields to avoid being manipulated. The fleet gradually approached the withered star, and the sight before them was harrowing. A dense formation of puppet battleships encircled the planet, a massive energy net nearly complete, with violet arcs of electricity dancing upon it, voraciously siphoning the life from the crystalline blue plants. Fire the energy interference waves, Lin Feng commanded. The Crystal Clan's warships instantly discharged streams of golden interference waves towards the puppet battleships. The puppet battleships indeed detected the interference, promptly adjusting their defensive systems while simultaneously retaliating with streams of black lasers. The Rock Clan's warships quickly raised their defensive energy shields, enveloping the fleet. Lasers struck against the shields, erupting into showers of sparks. Envoy of the Star-Weaving Clan, commence interference on the shields. Lin Feng turned to the envoy. The envoy of the Star-Weaving Clan took a deep breath, the nebula energy around them surging forth like tumultuous waves towards the puppet's flagship shield. Under the impact of the nebula energy, ripples emerged upon the surface of the shield, revealing minute fissures. Now, concentrate fire on the core node, Lin Feng shouted. The main cannons of the Rock Clan's warships, the missiles of the Wing Clan's fighters, and the golden beams from the Star River poured forth towards the core node like a tempest. Under the overwhelming firepower, the core node finally succumbed, producing a deafening explosion. The energy net lost its core support, collapsing with a thunderous roar as violet arcs of electricity surged chaotically, striking numerous puppet battleships and causing them to explode. The remaining team seized the opportunity to launch a full-scale attack, coordinating with Lin Feng's fleet to encircle the remaining puppet battleships. After a fierce confrontation, the puppet vessels were systematically destroyed, with the remnants fleeing in disarray. Lin Feng gazed at the gradually calming withered star, yet felt no sense of relief within. Although the Shadow Sect's operation had failed, they would undoubtedly not relent. The crisis within the symbiotic star domain still loomed ominously. The fleet promptly replenished its energy. Preparing to set forth towards the symbiotic star domain, Lin Feng issued the command, declaring that this time we must not afford the Shadow Sect any opportunities. We must resolutely obstruct them at the Nebula defense line. Half an hour later, the fleet set sail once more, racing towards the Purple Nebula at full speed. Along the journey, Lin Feng maintained close contact with Su Qing, continually updating himself on the defensive arrangements within the symbiotic star domain. The reports from Su Qing indicated that the defensive line at the edge of the nebula had been largely established, though certain vulnerable segments required fortification. We're nearly there. Once we rendezvous, we shall immediately address any deficiencies in the defense line, Lin Feng stated, his tone resolute. The Shadow Sect could appear at any moment. We must be thoroughly prepared. Upon the fleet's arrival at the symbiotic star domain, the sight that greeted them left everyone gasping in astonishment. The immense purple nebula loomed like a slumbering colossus, exuding an aura of mystery and danger. At the nebula's periphery, flickering energy barriers shimmered with a faint glow, while the warships of the Rock Clan, Crystal Clan, and Winged Clan stood ready, their formations poised for action. After meeting with Su Qing, Lin Feng promptly began a thorough inspection of the defense line. During the inspection, they discovered a region of weakened energy. The energy barrier here was unstable due to the turbulent energies emanating from the nebula. Messenger of the Star-Weaving Clan, I kindly request your assistance in stabilizing this energy field, Lin Feng commanded. Crystal Clan, immediately reinforce the energy barrier. Rock Clan warships deployed defensive firepower here. The team sprang into action, with the Star-Weaving Messenger harnessing the nebula's power to redirect the energy turbulence, restoring stability to the energy field. The Crystal Clan layered additional energy shields upon the barrier to bolster its defenses, while the Rock Clan warships established a dense network of anti-air firepower, ensuring absolute security. Not long after the reinforcement of the defense line was completed, reconnaissance aircraft from the Wing Clan reported, the Shadow Sect fleet has been spotted. Speeding towards the symbiotic star domain, Lin Feng's expression hardened as he swiftly returned to the command cabin, issuing orders. All personnel, enter combat status. Activate all defensive systems and weaponry. Prepare to confront the enemy. An ultimate confrontation, pivotal to the vitality of the universe, was about to erupt before the expanse of the Purple Nebula. Grasping the golden emblem tightly, Lin Feng held only one conviction within: to safeguard the symbiotic star domain, to protect the vitality of the cosmos, and to thwart the nefarious schemes of the Shadow Sect at all costs. Chapter 168, The Assault and Defense Beneath the Purple Nebula. Suddenly, the energy barrier at the edge of the symbiotic star domain emitted a high-frequency tremor. A delicate ripple spreading across the pale blue membrane, as if pressed by an invisible hand. Within the command cabin, the monitoring screen before Su Qing illuminated with a crimson glow, the data streams fluctuating wildly. Commander Lin, the Shadow Sect fleet has unleashed a spatial distortion wave, tearing through the barrier's weak point. Lin Feng abruptly lifted his gaze, peering through the viewport into the distant void of space, where dozens of warships adorned with dark purple patterns surged towards them at full speed. The muzzle of the siphon cannon at the forefront glowed with a sinister purple light, akin to a coiled serpent poised to strike. Clenching the golden emblem, its symbol of hope radiated brightly, and through a mental link, he transmitted commands to the Alliance fleet. Rock Clan warships, form the front line, withstand the distortion wave with your defensive matrix. Crystal Clan, concentrate energy to mend the barrier's fissures. Winged Clan aircraft, maneuver to the rear and target the enemy's siphon cannon. No sooner had the commands been issued than the first wave of the Shadow Sect's assault thundered forth. Streams of dark purple light erupted from the siphon cannons, striking the barrier's vulnerable section with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp crack, a fissure thousands of meters long opened in the light membrane, and the furious turbulence of the nebula surged through the gap, instantly toppling two nearby small fighters. Hold firm. The roar of the Rock Clan fleet commander blared through the communicator. Dozens of Rock Clan warships quickly converged, their hulls displaying deep brown rock-like textures, as countless streams of energy coalesced into a massive defensive shield, staunchly repelling the ensuing distortion waves. However, the Shadow Sect's warships, like sharks sensing blood, concentrated their fire on the shield's weak point, the dark purple beams repeatedly crashing against the same location, the cracks in the shield visibly spreading. In this critical moment, the pale blue energy of the star-weaving messenger surged dramatically. He floated to the viewport of the command cabin, forming intricate hand seals while chanting ancient incantations. In an instant, the purple nebula erupted in a colossal wave. Countless strands of pale purple energy separating from the nebula and rushing towards the fissures in the energy barrier like rivers returning to the sea. This is the power of nebular symbiosis. Su Qing watched in astonishment as he guided the nebular energy to repair the barrier. Bolstered by the nebula's energy, the barrier's fissures began to heal at an astonishing rate. The furious roar of the Shadow Sect leader echoed through the public communication channel, his voice hoarse and distorted. A mere swarm of ants dares to obstruct me. Activate the dark siphon core. As his words fell, the flagship of the Shadow Sect suddenly split open, revealing a massive black core that slowly ascended. Its surface was covered in bizarre patterns, and upon activation, it unleashed a powerful gravitational pull, not only siphoning nebula energy, but also gradually stripping the energy shield from the Alliance's warships. This is bad. That core will drain the entire nebula. The star-weaving messenger's face turned pale. My nebular energy is being suppressed. I can no longer guide the power of the nebula. Lin Feng's eyes sharpened as he made a daring decision. Su Qing, you lead the Crystal Clan and Rock Clan fleets to maintain the barrier, drawing enemy fire. I will take the Star River and the Winged Clan aircraft to directly assault the flagship and destroy the Dark Siphon Core. That's far too dangerous. The Shadow Sect's fleet will encircle you. Suin exclaimed urgently. There is no time to hesitate. Lin Feng's gaze remained fixed on the nebula being drained of energy on the screen. If the core fully activates, we are all doomed. He turned to the Winged Clan reconnaissance team leader. Can you carve a path to the flagship? The Winged Clan leader's eyes flashed with determination. No problem. Our aircraft excel at breakthroughs, but you must promise us to destroy the core. Let us go. The Star River instantly engaged its maximum thrust, transforming into a streak of golden lightning as it charged towards the Shadow Sect flagship. The Winged Clan aircraft formation followed closely behind. Hundreds of fighters tracing intricate trajectories in the sky, continuously launching interference bombs and energy cannons, forcing a gap through the enemy's fire net. The Shadow Sect's warships swiftly redirected their cannons, unleashing a barrage of dark purple beams towards the Star River. Initiate emergency evasion protocol. Activate all energy shields. Lin Feng shouted. The Star River moved like a nimble fish, weaving through the dense onslaught of fire, the hull grazing past beams of light while the energy shield's metrics plummeted. Just as they were about to reach beneath the flagship, 3 Shadow Sect warships suddenly surged from an oblique rear position, their main cannons fully charged. Winged Clan aircraft, intercept. The Winged Clan leader commanded, and over a dozen fighters quickly adjusted their course, charging towards the enemy warships. Boom! 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 The sound of 3 successive explosions resonated as the fighters collided with the enemy vessels, clearing the final obstacle for the Star River. Now's our chance. Lin Feng pressed the main cannon's firing button while simultaneously opening the hatch beneath the ship, preparing the energy cables to connect with the flagship. The Star River's main cannon unleashed a golden beam of light, striking the Shadow Sect flagship's defensive shield with precision. Though it failed to breach the shield, it caused a momentary disruption in its energy. Meanwhile, several energy cables shot forth from the Star River, firmly entangling the flagship's hull. All personnel, prepare to board. Lin Feng drew his energy sword and was the first to leap onto the flagship's deck. Following him, dozens of Alliance warriors surged forth, clashing with the incoming soldiers of the Shadow Sect. The energy sword met the dark purple scimitars in a dazzling display of sparks. The sounds of screams and metal shattering intertwining. Lin Feng charged towards the location of the Dark Siphon Core, the Shadow Sect soldiers unable to impede his relentless advance. Upon finally reaching the chamber housing the core, he found the leader of the Shadow Sect standing beside it, gripping a black scepter. Lin Feng, you truly possess courage. The leader turned, his face concealed by a grotesque mask. But do you believe you can destroy the core alone? He brandished his scepter, and several tendrils of black energy surged forth from the ground, transforming into chains that ensnared Lin Feng's limbs. Lin Feng struggled with all his might, yet he soon realized that the black chains constricted tighter, gradually siphoning the energy from within him. At that very moment, the golden emblem erupted in a blinding radiance, the star core design upon it resonating with the violet nebula of the symbiotic star domain. A golden beam of light descended from the nebula, piercing through the flagship S chamber and striking Lin Feng's body. This was the power of the Star Gate inheritance. Lin Feng felt a surge of formidable energy coursing through him, and with a sudden burst of strength, he broke free from the black chains, raising his energy sword and cleaving towards the dark siphoning core. The golden sword light sliced through the air, striking the intricate patterns on the core's surface with precision. No! The leader of the shadow cult let out a desperate howl. With a crack boom, the dark siphoning core shattered in response, and a massive explosion shockwave instantly engulfed the entire chamber. Lin Feng was hurled into the air by the shockwave, but was swiftly caught by the winged clan captain before he could hit the ground. Hurry! The flagship is about to explode. The two of them dashed out of the chamber and leapt back onto the Star River. As the Star River sped away at full throttle, the flagship of the Shadow Cult erupted into a colossal fireball against the starry backdrop. The remaining Shadow warships, witnessing their leader's demise, scattered in panic, only to be systematically destroyed by the waiting Alliance fleet. After the battle concluded, the violet nebula of the symbiotic star domain gradually returned to its tranquil state, the energy barrier reforming seamlessly. Lin Feng stood in the command cabin of the Star River, gazing at the nebula before him, his heart filled with myriad emotions. Su Qing's voice emerged from the communicator, imbued with a hint of fatigue, yet overflowing with joy. Lin Feng, we have triumphed. The main forces of the Shadow Cult have been obliterated, and the symbiotic star domain is safe. Lin Feng nodded, turning to the star-weaving clan envoy beside him. Thanks to your Star Cloud symbiotic power and everyone's efforts. The envoy of the star-weaving clan smiled softly. This is our shared victory. From this day forth, the symbiotic star domain shall become a sanctuary for all civilizations, free from plunder and destruction. At that moment, news arrived from the Vitality Squad. The azure plants of the Withered Star had resumed their growth and began to spread to neighboring planets, while other desolate worlds in the Wasteland Triangle were also establishing cultivation bases. Lin Feng gazed at the expanding, verdant expanse on the screen, clenching the golden emblem in his hand. He understood that this victory was merely the beginning. In the future, they would have to safeguard more withered star domains, allowing the seeds of vitality to take root and flourish in every corner of the universe, revitalizing the barren starry sky. Notify all Alliance members. Lin Feng's voice resonated throughout the cosmos via the consciousness link. Our mission is not yet complete. Next, we shall lead all civilizations in jointly revitalizing the universe, creating a new era devoid of plunder, only symbiosis. In the starry expanse, the warships of the Alliance fleet echoed a harmonious chorus, their golden light intertwining with the violet nebula, heralding a triumphant anthem of guardianship and vitality. Chapter 169. The Rebirth of the Star Domain and the Unknown Signal. The smoke of battle in the symbiotic star domain had not fully dissipated, yet the violet nebula had already regained its former tranquility. Soft lavender energy ripples rising and falling like a gentle breath, as if celebrating this victory. Lin Feng stood before the observation deck in the command cabin of the Star River, watching the reports of achievements streaming in from various civilizations. The Ra clan was repairing the damaged defense matrix. The Crystal clan was busy optimizing the energy conduction efficiency of the mobile stargates. And the Winged clan's aircraft patrolled the periphery of the nebula, remaining vigilant against any potential residual threats. Commander Lin, the leader of the Star-Weaving clan, requests a video communication. The voice of the communications officer interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. The screen lit up, revealing the face of the Star-Weaving clan leader, adorned with nebula patterns, his tone barely concealing excitement. My Lord Lin Feng, we are grateful for your protection of the symbiotic star domain. Now that the energy of the nebula has stabilized, we have decided to open the core area of the nebula and share the Star Cloud symbiotic technology with the Alliance, aiding the rebirth of more withered star domains. Lin Feng felt a warmth in his heart, ready to respond when Su Qing hurried over with a report. Lin Feng, look at this. The Vitality Squad discovered a cache of ancient data chips in an abandoned space station in the Wasteland Triangle. The information contained within may relate to the energy depletion crisis from a century ago. The data from the chips, restored by the technicians of the Crystal Clan, gradually appeared on the screen. In the yellowed footage, a scholar clad in ancient garments of the Stargate civilization was anxiously recording into the camera. The experiment with the space siphon cannon has gone awry. It not only siphoned the energy from the planet, but also opened a dimensional rift, and the energy devourers within are spreading along the rift. If this continues, the entire star domain will be consumed. The footage abruptly cut off as it was interrupted by a violent explosion, plunging the screen into darkness. A dimensional rift? Energy devours? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, questioning whether the siphon cannon used by the shadow cult was attempting to reopen the rift. The envoy of the star-weaving clan leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the residual energy fluctuations in the footage. His expression suddenly grave. This fluctuation is identical to the dark pulse I sensed at the edge of the nebula during my childhood. The elders of the clan said it was a dangerous signal from beyond the universe. I never expected it to be connected to the crisis from a century ago. At that moment, the urgent communication from the winged clan's reconnaissance captain suddenly came through, his voice trembling noticeably. Commander Lin, an unidentified energy signal has been detected at the edge of the nebula, completely matching the dark pulse recorded in the data chip. Moreover, the signal is rapidly intensifying, as if something is about to break through the nebula's barrier. Everyone instantly tensed. Lin Feng immediately commanded. Winged clan aircraft, approach the signal source for reconnaissance. Crystal clan, activate all energy monitoring devices. Star-weaving clan envoy, attempt to use the nebula energy to interfere with the signal. Half an hour later, the images sent back by the winged clan's aircraft made everyone gasp in horror. The space at the edge of the nebula was distorting, a black rift slowly unfurling. Dark energy seeping out from within, rapidly consuming even the nebula's violet energy. It is a dimensional rift. It has truly been reopened. The envoy of the star-weaving clan exclaimed, "Those dark energies are the energy devourers. They will consume everything visible, including the cores of planets and the vitality of living beings." Lin Feng forced himself to remain calm, swiftly analyzing the situation. The rift is still in its early stages. We must close it before it fully expands. Suyin, you lead the Rock Clan and Crystal Clan fleets to suppress the rift's expansion with the defense matrix and energy barriers. Star-weaving clan envoy, continue to guide the nebula energy, attempting to neutralize the energy of the devourers. I will take the Star River and elite warriors to the edge of the rift to find a way to close it. No, it is too dangerous inside the rift. We know nothing about the situation within. Sui nergently protestive. There is no time to hesitate. Lin Feng pointed at the ever-expanding rift on the screen. If we wait for the devourers to surge out en masse, the consequences will be unimaginable. He patted Su Qing's shoulder. I entrust this to you. I will definitely return. The Star River slowly approached the rift, the energy shield around the ship rippling under the devourer's onslaught. The Star-weaving clan envoy's nebula energy transformed into a blue light band, wrapping around the Star River to form an additional protective barrier. My Lord Lin Feng, the nebula energy can temporarily withstand the devourers, but you must find a way to close the rift quickly. My energy cannot sustain for long. As the Star River neared the rift, Lin Feng looked through the porthole to see a shroud of black void within, countless dark energy devourers flitting about like fish. Suddenly, the screen detected a faint energy response, located at the core of the rift. What is that? Lin Feng pointed at the light spot on the screen. The Crystal Clan technician quickly analyzed. It is a special energy source, perfectly matching the frequency of the rift's fluctuations. It might very well be the core sustaining the rift's existence. If we destroy it, the rift will close. Lin Feng immediately commanded, full speed ahead to the energy source. Prepare to charge the main cannon. The Star River trudged forward amidst the onslaught of the devourers, the ship suffering multiple hits, and the energy shield's levels steadily declining. As the Star River approached the energy source, a colossal entity known as the Devourer suddenly surged forth from the depths of the rift, its gaping, pitch-black maw aimed directly at the vessel. Initiate emergency maneuvers. Activate all side weapons. Lin Feng bellowed. The Star River narrowly evaded the monstrous jaws, while the energy cannons on its flanks unleashed a barrage that struck the Devourer's body. Yet, the creature merely hesitated momentarily before its wounds rapidly healed in the void. Conventional attacks are ineffective against it. The Crystal Clan technician exclaimed urgently. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened as he suddenly recalled something. The Star Weaver envoy. Is it possible to concentrate the nebula energy into the main cannon and create a nebula energy cannon? He proposed. The Devourer feared the nebula energy. This might be their sole recourse. It can be done, but it requires time to channel the energy, and it will significantly deplete my vitality. The Star Weaver envoy replied, fatigue evident in their voice. I implore you. The nebula energy from the Star Weaver envoy surged into the main cannon of the Star River, the muzzle gradually illuminating with a dazzling blue-violet glow. As the gargantuan devourer lunged once more, Lin Feng fixed his gaze upon it. Shouting at the moment it drew near, "Fire!" The blue-violet nebula energy cannon soared forth, striking the core of the devourer with pinpoint accuracy. The creature emitted a silent, anguished roar as its form disintegrated into ash under the cannon's onslaught. Now's our chance. Charge towards the energy source. The Star River surged forward at full speed, finally reaching the heart of the rift. The energy source was clearly visible on the screen, a crystal emanating a ceaseless black radiance. Lin Feng drew his energy sword and led his elite warriors aboard a small landing craft, hurtling towards the crystal. The landing craft struggled to descend beside the crystal amidst the interference from the devourer. Lin Feng leaped down, raising his energy sword high to cleave at the crystal. The golden sword light collided with the black crystal, erupting into a blinding brilliance. Cracks appeared on the crystal's surface, and the fluctuations of the rift began to destabilize. Put in more effort, Lin Feng shouted, as the power of the Stargate inheritance within him resonated with the golden emblem, causing the light of the energy sword to grow ever more radiant. With a crack, the crystal shattered. In an instant, the rift began to violently contract, and the surrounding devourers, as if losing their foundation, dissipated into nothingness. We did it! The rift is closing. The cheers of the Crystal Clan technician echoed through the communicator. Lin Feng led his warriors swiftly back to the Star River, escaping the perilous zone before the rift sealed completely. Upon returning to the ranks of the Alliance fleet, jubilation erupted among all. The Star Weaver envoy smiled weakly. We have succeeded. Lin Feng gazed at the gradually calming nebula, yet he felt no relief within. He understood that this closure of the rift was merely a temporary solution to the crisis. The threat from the other dimension still loomed, and in the future, they would face more unknown challenges. Notify all Alliance members. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the consciousness link across the cosmos. The threat from the other dimension has not yet been averted. We must bolster our vigilance while accelerating the restoration of the Withered Star regions, allowing more civilizations to join our ranks. Only by uniting all possible forces can we safeguard this universe. In the starry sky, the warships of the Alliance fleet resounded in unison, golden light intermingling with the purple nebula. Despite having endured a new crisis, the eyes of all were filled with hope for the future, for they understood that as long as they trusted each other and stood together, no difficulty was insurmountable, and no vitality beyond their protection. Chapter 170. Aftermath of the Rift and the Secrets of the Star Map. At the moment, the interdimensional rift closed. The purple nebula of the symbiotic star domain rippled as if shedding heavy shackles. The Star River gradually docked within the array of the Alliance fleet. And as Lin Feng stepped out of the command room, he was greeted by Su Qing and the Star Weaver envoy. The envoy's complexion remained pale, and the nebula energy surrounding them had dimmed considerably. Yet their eyes were filled with gratitude. Lord Lin Feng, not only have you closed the rift, but you have also dispelled the remaining devourers, ensuring true safety for the symbiotic star domain. Lin Feng shook his head, his gaze falling upon the recently received detection report on the screen. We cannot afford to relax yet. The Crystal Clan technician reported that after the rift's closure, a significant amount of dark energy particles lingered in the surrounding star regions. These particles would slowly erode the energy cores of planets, and if they spread to the cultivation bases in the withered star regions, the growth of the crystal blue plants would be severely impacted. Su Qing immediately took over. I have dispatched the Vitality team with energy purification devices to cleanse the dark energy particles in the Barren Triangle and surrounding star regions. However, she paused, producing a data chip found at the abandoned space station, which contained an undeciphered encrypted message. The Crystal Clan technician noted that the encoding method of this message was consistent with the ancient star maps of the Stargate civilization, possibly harboring more secrets regarding the interdimensional threat and the energy depletion crisis. The group promptly made their way to the Crystal Clan's technical ship. Before the massive holographic projection screen, the technician extracted the encrypted message, revealing a multitude of distorted lines and symbols akin to chaotic star trails. These symbols were not ordinary text, but rather the secret language of star maps, requiring the ancient star maps of the Stargate civilization for deciphering. The technician pointed to the lines on the screen. Look, the orientation of these lines perfectly matches the ancient star map of the core star regions of the Stargate civilization, though it lacks the crucial positioning coordinates. Suddenly, the Star Weaver envoy leaned closer to the screen, their eyes lighting up. I have seen these symbols in the sacred texts of the Star Weaver clan. The texts record that there was once a Star Trail Guardian in the Stargate civilization, whose star maps could connect to energy nodes in the universe. And these symbols are the keys to activate those energy nodes. Lin Feng's heart stirred as he recalled the star core pattern on the golden emblem. Perhaps the emblem can assist us. He retrieved the golden emblem, and placed it before the projection screen. As the emblem neared the screen, the symbols suddenly illuminated, resonating with the star core pattern on the emblem, and the previously chaotic lines gradually aligned, forming a complete star map. The star map marked dozens of twinkling points of light, one of which corresponded to the purple nebula of the symbiotic star domain, while another pointed to an unexplored area of mist at the edge of the universe. The misty star domain? Suinfronith. There are no records of this region in the aligned star maps. It is said to be shrouded in eternal cosmic mist, causing any probes that enter to lose signal. The Crystal Clan technician quickly analyzed the data from the star map. According to the interpretation of the star map secrets, the misty star domain conceals the star trail core, a device used by the Stargate civilization to stabilize cosmic energy nodes. A century ago, when the energy depletion crisis erupted, the star trail core likely malfunctioned, leading to the uncontrollable spatial siphon cannon and the opening of the interdimensional rift. If we can locate the star trail core, we can not only resolve the dark energy particle issue, but also prevent future energy crises. At that moment, the Wing Clan reconnaissance team transmitted an urgent message. Commander Lin, a significant number of remnants from the Shadow Cult have been detected at the edge of the misty star domain. They seem to be searching for something, and their warships are equipped with small siphon cannon devices. Lin Feng's expression darkened. The Shadow Cult has indeed not vanished entirely. They must have deciphered part of the star map secrets, and are seeking to seize the star trail core to reactivate the siphon cannon and reopen the interdimensional rift. He promptly issued orders. Su Qing, you lead half the fleet to continue cleansing the dark energy particles and protect the cultivation bases. Star Weaver Envoy, you remain in the symbiotic star domain to reinforce the surrounding energy nodes with nebula energy, preventing the spread of dark energy particles. I will take the Star River along with the Rock Clan and Wing Clan fleets to the Misty Star Domain to thwart the Shadow Cult and locate the Star Trail core. The Misty Star Domain is perilous. Even probes cannot enter. If we recklessly proceed, it could be disastrous. Su Qing expressed her concerns. Lin Feng grasped her hand, his tone resolute. The Star Trail core is vital to the vitality of the entire universe. We have no retreat. Moreover, the star map secrets mention that the Star Weaver's nebula energy can penetrate the cosmic mist. The Star Weaver envoy can guide us through a consciousness link. The envoy of the Star Weaver clan nodded, the astral energy surrounding him shimmering faintly. I shall infuse the nebula energy into the navigation system of the Star River, aiding your passage through the mist. However, be warned, the energy fluctuations within the Mist Star domain are highly unstable. Caution is imperative. 3 days later, the fleet, led by Lin Feng, arrived at the periphery of the Mist Star domain. From afar, a vast expanse of gray fog loomed like a colossal curtain, enveloping the entire star region, with the silhouettes of Shadow faction warships faintly discernible within the mist. Activate the nebula navigation system and advance slowly into the fog. Lin Feng commanded. The navigation screen of the Star River glowed with a soft blue light as the consciousness of the Star Weaver envoy transmitted energy, guiding the fleet's path. No sooner had the fleet entered the mist than communication signals began to distort, and the Shadow faction warships vanished from the radar. Caution! The Shadow faction may have laid an ambush within the mist, Lin Feng warned. Barely had he spoken when several dark purple beams of light suddenly erupted from the fog, striking 2 winged clan fighters. The aircraft immediately spiraled out of control, plummeting into the mist. It's a siphon cannon, the commander of the Rock Clan fleet shouted. They VE concealed their siphon cannon positions within the mist. Lin Feng swiftly ordered winged clan fighters, disperse and locate the siphon cannon's position. Rock Clan warships, activate the defensive matrix to protect the core of the fleet. Charge the main cannon of the Star River and prepare to retaliate. The winged clan fighters deftly maneuvered through the fog, quickly pinpointing the location of the siphon cannon. Commander Lin, the siphon cannon is 3,000 kilometers ahead, guarded by 10 Shadow faction warships. Concentrate fire and annihilate the siphon cannon, Lin Feng commanded. The main cannon of the Star River and the artillery of the Rock Clan warships fired in unison, golden and deep brown beams piercing through the mist, accurately striking the siphon cannon position. The sound of explosions reverberated through the fog, with dark purple energy fragments scattering in all directions. Just as the fleet prepared to advance further, the navigation system of the Star River suddenly malfunctioned, and the connection with the Star Weaver envoy's consciousness became intermittent. Lin Feng, there's a powerful energy interference deep within the mist. My nebula energy, it can barely hold on. Lin Feng's heart sank. He was about to issue a command to halt their advance when the screen suddenly detected a familiar energy fluctuation, the fluctuation of dark energy particles. And the intensity was rapidly increasing, as if a multitude of dark energy particles were surging toward the fleet. This is dire. The Shadow faction is employing dark energy particles to disrupt our navigation. The technician from the Crystal Clan exclaimed urgently. If we become encircled by the dark energy particles, the fleet's energy systems will be utterly incapacitated. Lin Feng forced himself to remain calm, focusing on the light point on the star map indicating the mist star domain. The core of the star track lies deep within the mist. Its energy should disperse the dark energy particles. We cannot retreat. We must break through toward the light point. He grasped the communicator and commanded the entire fleet. All warships concentrate energy to shield the star river. Follow me, and charge toward the light point on the star map. The fleet surged forward like a golden dragon, racing through the mist toward the target. Dark energy particles incessantly battered the warship's energy shields, creating a web of cracks upon them. Just as everyone was on the verge of giving way, the mist ahead suddenly parted, revealing a dazzling golden light emanating from within. The energy released by the Star Track core. It's the Star Track core, everyone exclaimed with excitement. The Star Track core floated within an expanse of empty space, surrounded by flowing golden energy. Any dark energy particles that approached were consumed and purified by the golden energy stream. Meanwhile, the Shadow faction's fleet encircled the Star Track core, attempting to siphon its energy using their siphon cannons. Stop them, Lin Feng shouted. The main cannon of the Star River unleashed its full power. The golden beam striking the flagship of the Shadow faction, causing its defensive shield to collapse in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, the Alliance fleet launched a full-scale assault. The defensive matrix of the Rock Clan warships shielded the Star Track core, while the Wing Clan fighters targeted the engines of enemy warships. And the Star River charged toward the control chamber of the siphon cannon. After half an hour of fierce battle, all remaining Shadow faction warships were obliterated, and the Star Track core was finally secured. Lin Feng ascended to the platform where the Star Track core resided, gazing at the golden, radiant spherical device before him, filled with profound emotions. The connection with the Star Weaver envoy stabilized once more, and his voice brimmed with joy. The energy from the Star Track core is actively purifying the surrounding dark energy particles, and it is also repairing the energy nodes within the universe. Henceforth, we shall no longer fear energy depletion or interdimensional rifts. Lin Feng gazed at the Star Track core and then at the images transmitted from the Vitality Squad on the screen, where crystalline blue plants thrived under the sunlight within the rejuvenation base of the desolate star region, green life spreading continuously. He understood that the century-long crisis had finally reached a genuine conclusion. Yet, he also recognized that the exploration of the universe was an unending journey, and new challenges would inevitably arise in the future. However, as long as the civilizations of the Alliance stood united, safeguarding this hard-won vitality, no adversity could impede their progress. Notify all Alliance members. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the consciousness connection across the cosmos. The Star Track core has been located, and the energy nodes of the universe are being restored. From this day forth, we shall not only rebuild the desolate star regions, but also join hands to explore the unknown cosmos, creating an era of symbiosis for all civilizations. The golden light of the Star Track core illuminated the entirety of the Mist Star domain and heralded a bright future for the universe. The warships of the Alliance fleet resounded in unison, tracing golden arcs across the starry sky as they surged forward at full speed toward a hopeful future. Chapter 171. Prologue to the Era of Symbiosis and the New Call. The golden radiance of the Star Track core continued to spread, purifying not only the dark energy particles in the Mist Star domain, but also gradually permeating every corner of the universe along the energy nodes marked on the star map's secret script. Lin Feng stood upon the platform of the Star Track core, observing the continuous stream of good news on the screen. The crystalline blue plants in the desolate triangular zone flourished vigorously. The surface of the desolate star had been blanketed in greenery, and the purple nebula energy of the symbiotic star region swelled increasingly, becoming the largest energy supply station in the universe. Even the abandoned space station, once ravaged by the Shadow faction, had been revitalized through the Alliance's restoration. Commander Lin, we have received word from the core city of the Stargate civilization. Representatives from various civilizations have arrived, preparing to participate in the inauguration ceremony of the Era of Symbiosis. Su Qing's voice came through the communicator, tinged with barely concealed excitement. They have also invited you, as the commander of the Alliance, to deliver a speech at the ceremony. Lin Feng smiled slightly and turned to the Star Weaver envoy beside him. This is not merely my honor, but a shared honor for all civilizations. Without our unity, the era of symbiosis we celebrate today would not have been possible. The Star Weaver envoy nodded, the astral energy surrounding him restored to its former brilliance. The Star Weaver clan shall forever remember that it was the alliance that safeguarded the vitality of the universe. We have decided to share the nebula symbiosis technology freely with all civilizations, aiding the rebirth of more desolate star regions. As Lin Feng led the fleet back to the core city of the Stargate civilization, the skies overhead were already abuzz with activity. The defensive ships of the Rock Clan formed a well-ordered array in the sky. The technological vessels of the Crystal Clan emitted a soft blue glow, and the fighters of the Winged Clan trailed colorful flames, tracing beautiful arcs in the air. Representatives from various civilizations, clad in distinctive attire, gathered in the square to welcome the return of the Alliance fleet. On the day of the inauguration ceremony, the central square of the core city of the Stargate civilization was filled to capacity. Lin Feng ascended the podium, gazing at the diverse faces of the various civilizations below, his heart brimming with emotion. A century ago, a crisis of energy depletion swept through the cosmos, rendering countless planets barren. 100 years later, we have united as one, not only vanquishing the Shadow faction and sealing the interdimensional rifts, but also discovering the Star Track core, revitalizing the universe once more. He lifted the golden badge, its star core an emblem of hope shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. This badge is not merely a legacy of the Stargate civilization, but a symbol of unity among all civilizations. From this day forth, we shall embark on the era of symbiosis, free from plunder and war, where all civilizations share resources, nurture vitality, and explore the unknown cosmos together. A thunderous applause erupted from the audience, intertwining cheers from diverse civilizations resonating through the skies above the core city of the Stargate civilization. Following the conclusion of the ceremony, representatives from various civilizations eagerly signed the Symbiosis Covenant, pledging to jointly safeguard the universe's energy nodes and advance the restoration plans for the desolate star domains. Just as everyone was enveloped in jubilation, a technical officer from the Crystal Clan rushed in, his expression grave. "Commander Lin, the monitoring system of the Stellar Core has detected an anomalous energy fluctuation emanating from the lost star domain at the edge of the universe. This fluctuation is peculiar. It is neither dark energy particles nor nebula energy, but rather resembles a distress signal from some civilization." A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine as he immediately followed the technician to the Crystal Clan's technical vessel. On the monitoring screen, a faint green signal flickered incessantly, its frequency stable and rhythmic, clearly of artificial origin. The lost star domain. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The Alliance's star maps recorded it as an ancient star domain from the universe's formative period, devoid of civilizations due to its sparse energy. Suddenly, the envoy from the Star Weaver clan leaned closer to the screen, his eyes assuming a serious demeanor. "This energy fluctuation resembles accounts I've seen in the Star Weaver clan's sacred texts. The texts tell of an ancient symbiotic civilization that existed during the universe's formation, possessing energy technologies surpassing that of the Stargate civilization. However, they vanished entirely from the cosmos due to an unknown catastrophe. The lost star domain is their place of origin." Su Qing interjected. "Could this distress signal be from a survivor of the ancient symbiotic civilization?" The Crystal Clan's technician swiftly analyzed the signal data. The signal has persisted for thousands of years, previously obscured by cosmic dust and energy turbulence. Only detectable now due to the activation of the energy node in the stellar core. If this truly is a distress signal from the ancient symbiotic civilization, they may still be awaiting rescue in the lost star domain. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng made a decision. The lost star domain might conceal further secrets about the origins of the universe and energy technologies. If survivors exist, we cannot turn a blind eye to their peril. Su Qing, you will remain to oversee the subsequent efforts of the symbiotic era, ensuring the smooth advancement of resource-sharing plans among civilizations. I will take the Star River and a select group of warriors to investigate the lost star domain. I shall accompany you, declared the envoy from the Star Weaver clan. My nebula energy can sense the energy fluctuations of the ancient civilization. I may be of assistance. The captain of the Wing Clan's reconnaissance team also volunteered. The Wing Clan's aircraft excel in exploring uncharted star domains. We request to join the exploration team. 3 days later, the exploration fleet departed from the core city of the Stargate civilization, racing towards the lost star domain. The golden energy of the stellar core illuminated a safe passage for the fleet, while energy nodes along the way continuously replenished their energy reserves. As the fleet approached the lost star domain, The sight before them astonished all. The spatial structure of the lost star domain was starkly different from other star domains. With planets composed entirely of transparent crystals, their surfaces adorned with ancient patterns resembling mysterious runes. The source of the distress signal was detected ahead, on the largest crystal planet. The technician from the Crystal Clan exclaimed with excitement. As the star river drew near the crystal planet, the patterns on its surface suddenly illuminated. A green beam of light shooting from the planet's core, resonating with the fleet's energy shield. The Star Weaver Clan envoy's nebula energy surged. I can feel it. There are abundant life signals within the planet, and their energy fluctuations perfectly align with that of the stellar core. Lin Feng promptly commanded, "Lower altitude, prepare for landing." The Star River gently descended onto the surface of the crystal planet. As the hatch opened, a group of individuals clad in green robes stood a short distance away to greet them. These individuals bore a resemblance to humans, but radiated a gentle green energy. Their eyes filled with kindness. "Welcome, guardians from a new era," the elder at the forefront spoke, his voice warm and aged. "We are the descendants of the ancient symbiotic civilization, and we have awaited rescue here for millennia." Lin Feng stepped forward and politely inquired, "Elder, what transpired in the past? Why did the ancient symbiotic civilization suddenly vanish?" The elder sighed and led them into the palace within the planet. "In those days, we discovered the source energy of the universe, intending to use it for the benefit of all, yet we unwittingly attracted the covetous gaze of the void species. They sought to plunder the source energy and obliterate the vitality of the universe. To protect the source energy and the safety of the cosmos, we had no choice but to seal the spatial passages of the lost star domain, keeping the void species at bay, but it left us isolated and defenseless." He pointed to the green crystal at the center of the palace. "This is the vessel of source energy. Now, as the power of the void species grows stronger, the spatial passages may be breached at any moment." Upon detecting the energy fluctuations from the stellar core, we realized new guardians had emerged in the universe, prompting us to issue the distress signal. Lin Feng gazed at the green crystal, suddenly understanding that the energy of the stellar core was derived from the same source as the source energy, which explained its ability to stabilize the universe's energy nodes. "Rest assured, Elder, the Alliance will assist you in safeguarding the source energy and thwarting the invasion of the void species." The Elder nodded with gratitude. "With your help, we finally have the confidence to overcome the void species. The ancient symbiotic civilization's mastery of source energy technology will be shared entirely with the Alliance, aiding you in better protecting the vitality of the universe." When Lin Feng transmitted this news back to the Alliance through a mental connection, the entire universe erupted with excitement. Various civilizations eagerly pledged to dispatch fleets to support the lost star domain, collectively safeguarding the source energy. Su Qing, in particular, led the main fleet, racing towards a lost star domain with haste. Standing atop the palace of the crystal planet, Lin Feng gazed at the approaching Alliance fleet in the distance, then turned his attention to the green crystal beside him, his heart filled with resolve. He understood that the dawn of the symbiotic era did not signify the end of challenges. The threat of the void species still loomed ahead. Yet, as long as all civilizations united in purpose, no obstacle was insurmountable, and no vitality beyond protection. If the void species sought to extinguish the universe's vitality, then we shall wield the collective power of all civilizations to demonstrate that the universe's vitality will never be easily extinguished. Lin Feng's voice echoed above the crystal planet, resonating throughout the cosmos. The exploration fleet's warships set sail once more, heading towards the spatial passage. In the distance, the main fleet of the Alliance gradually approached, the golden radiance of the stellar core intertwining with the green glow of the source energy, illuminating the skies of the lost star domain and lighting the path to the universe's future. A battle for the guardianship of the universe's source was about to unfold. Chapter 172. The Symbiotic Defense Line Before the Void Rift. When the main fleet of the Alliance arrived at the Lost Star Domain, the skies above the crystal planet were filled with battle-ready ships. The defensive vessels of the Rock Clan formed a layered energy defense matrix, while the technical vessels of the Crystal Clan surrounded the source energy crystal, erecting multiple energy barriers. The aircraft formations of the Wing Clan patrolled the skies, closely monitoring the direction of the spatial passage, while the envoys of the Star Weaver Clan gathered before the Crystal Palace, resonating their nebula energy with the source energy to inject dual protection into the defense line. After reuniting with Su Qing, Lin Feng immediately proceeded to the monitoring station of the spatial passage. On the screen, a faint black rift hovered at the edge of the star domain. The surrounding space distorting continuously, with small black tendrils occasionally probing out, disintegrating upon contact with the energy barrier. According to the records of the ancient symbiotic civilization, this was the void rift through which the void species would breach. The elder of the ancient civilization pointed at the screen, his tone grave. The void species lacks a physical form and survives by consuming energy. Once the rift fully opens, they will first drain the source energy before spreading throughout the universe. Su Qing called up the defense deployment map, her brow furrowing. We have established 3 layers of defense around the rift, but the energy of the void species is highly corrosive, and ordinary energy barriers cannot withstand it for long. Moreover, we remain utterly oblivious to their methods of assault. Did ancient civilizations possess any means to combat the void species? Lin Feng inquired. The elder let out a weary sigh. In those days, we could only seal the spatial rifts and never face them directly. However, the sacred texts document that the fusion of primordial energy and nebular energy can yield a symbiotic light shield, capable of immunizing against the energy erosion of the void species. Perhaps this could serve as our final bastion. The envoy of the Starweaver tribe stepped forward immediately. I can attempt to guide the fusion of nebular energy with primordial energy, but it will require time to calibrate the resonance frequency and a substantial energy supply. Lin Feng promptly issued his orders. Su Qing, lead the rock and crystal fleets to fortify the outer defense line and delay the void species breach as much as possible. The Wing Tribe's fighters are to conduct reconnaissance. Once any movement of the void species is detected, report immediately. The envoy from the Starweaver tribe and the scholars of ancient civilization must fully devote themselves to the calibration of the symbiotic light shield. I will station the Star River at the mid-level defense line, ready to support all fronts. No sooner had the orders been given than the alarms at the monitoring station erupted. On the screens, the fluctuations of the void rift surged alarmingly, and the black tendrils grew increasingly robust, relentlessly battering the outer energy barrier. This is bad. The void species is launching a large-scale assault on the defenses. A technician from the Crystal Tribe shouted, the energy barrier of the outer defense line is depleting rapidly. It is expected to collapse entirely within 10 minutes. Su Qing immediately commanded through the communicator, Rock Fleet, activate the backup energy for the defense matrix. Crystal technical ships, concentrate energy to repair the breaches in the shield. The rock battleships of the outer defense line instantly glowed with a deep brown luminescence as countless streams of energy coalesced into a massive shield, absorbing the impact of the black tendrils. However, the void tendrils surged forth like an unrelenting tide, repeatedly crashing against the shield, and the fissures on the shield spread at a visibly alarming rate. We cannot hold. The commander of the rock fleet exclaimed anxiously. The void energy is eroding our defense matrix, and the energy systems of our battleships are beginning to spiral out of control. With a sharp gaze, Lin Feng immediately commanded, Star River, proceed at full speed to the outer defense line. Charge the main cannon and target the roots of the tendrils around the void rift. The Star River transformed into a golden streak, piercing through the mid-level defense line toward the void rift. The main cannon at the prow unleashed a beam of golden light, striking the black tendril at the edge of the rift with precision, incinerating it to ashes. Yet, more tendrils surged forth from the rift, coiling toward the Star River. Activate the lateral weapons. Engage the energy shields fully. Lin Feng shouted. The Star River's flanks erupted with a barrage of energy cannons, systematically obliterating the encroaching tendrils. Yet the erosion from the void energy persisted, and the energy shield's readings plummeted. At that moment, the voice of the Starweaver envoy crackled over the communicator. Lord Lin Feng, the resonance frequency calibration for the symbiotic light shield has been successful. We will now cover the defenses with the light shield. In that instant, a colossal green-blue light shield arose from the crystalline planet, resembling a vast dome, enveloping the entire defense line. As the black tendrils struck the defense once more, the green-blue shield flared to life. Upon contact, the tendrils melted away as if they had encountered a searing flame. We did it. The symbiotic light shield truly can withstand the void species. Su Qing exclaimed with elation. However, Lin Feng remained vigilant. The void species will not relinquish their efforts so easily. They will surely launch a more ferocious assault. Starweaver envoy, you must ensure the energy supply for the symbiotic light shield is maintained without fail. No sooner had he spoken than the void rift began to contract violently, subsequently expanding with ferocity, unleashing a tremendous wave of black energy that surged forth from the rift, striking the symbiotic light shield directly. The shield trembled violently, its green-blue glow dimming significantly. This is dire. The void species is unleashing a void shockwave. The elder of the ancient civilization exclaimed, "This shockwave can directly deplete the energy of the symbiotic light shield. If this continues, the shield will be utterly shattered." The Starweaver envoy's complexion paled. The consumption rate of nebular and primordial energies is too rapid. We cannot sustain this for long. Lin Feng observed the continuously dwindling energy readings of the shield on the screen, and a sudden thought struck him. The star core. The energy from the star core is of the same origin as primordial energy. It may be able to replenish the energy of the symbiotic light shield. He immediately commanded the technician from the crystal tribe, establish an energy conduit between the star core and the symbiotic light shield at once. Channel the energy from the star core. The technician from the crystal tribe worked swiftly. The energy conduit has been successfully established. However, the star core is too far from here. The energy transmission will take time and is expected to arrive in 5 minutes. Those 5 minutes became the most excruciating eternity. The void shockwaves battered against the symbiotic light shield repeatedly, and the fissures multiplied, the green-blue glow nearly extinguished. The rock battleships began to explode, and the winged fighters suffered heavy losses, as warriors from all fronts fought with utmost determination to resist. The energy transmission is about to arrive. The technician from the crystal tribe exclaimed excitedly. In an instant, a golden stream of energy surged from the depths of the cosmos, resembling a golden river, flowing into the symbiotic light shield. The shield instantly regained its green-blue brilliance, the fissures rapidly mending, becoming even more robust than before. Splendid. The energy from the star core is having an effect. The Starweaver envoy shouted in exhilaration. The black energy waves from the void rift abruptly ceased, seemingly wary of the power of the symbiotic light shield. However, soon after, a deep, ominous growl emanated from within the rift, and a massive black sphere slowly ascended from the rift, its surface covered with countless tiny tendrils, exuding suffocating void energy. That is the Void Lord. The elder of the ancient civilization gasped, his face ashen. The sacred texts state that the Void Lord is the leader of the void species, possessing the ability to consume all energy. As soon as the Void Lord appeared, it unleashed a colossal black beam towards the symbiotic light shield. The beam struck the shield, causing it to quiver violently, and the green-blue glow dimmed once more. The energy transmission from the star core cannot keep pace with the consumption. The technician from the crystal tribe exclaimed urgently, "We must identify the Void Lord's weakness, or else the shield will inevitably shatter." Lin Feng fixated on the Void Lord displayed on the screen, suddenly noticing that its surface tendrils revolved around a black core. That black core, Lin Feng shouted. That must be the energy core of the Void Lord. If we destroy it, the Void Lord will lose its power. He promptly ordered, "Star River, charge at full speed towards the Void Lord's energy core. All fleets, concentrate fire on the Void Lord's tendrils to buy me time." The Alliance fleet's artillery erupted in a symphony of fire, golden, deep brown, and blue beams striking the Void Lord's tendrils simultaneously, obliterating countless tendrils. The Void Lord let out an enraged roar, unleashing a barrage of black beams toward the Alliance fleet. The Star River struggled forward amidst the onslaught. Its hull struck multiple times by the black beams, the energy shield teetering on the brink of collapse. Just as it was about to reach the Void Lord's energy core, the Void Lord suddenly released a gigantic black tendril, crashing down upon the Star River. Initiate emergency evasion protocols. Fire the main cannon at full power, Lin Feng shouted. The Star River narrowly dodged the tendril, the main cannon firing instantly, the golden beam striking the Void Lord's black core with precision. The core cracked immediately, and the Void Lord's movements halted abruptly. "Now, all fleets, concentrate fire on the black core." Lin Feng's voice resonated throughout the entire fleet. The Alliance fleet's artillery rained down upon the Void Lord's black core like a torrential storm. The cracks in the black core widened, ultimately shattering with a resounding crack. The Void Lord emitted a piercing howl, its massive form gradually dissipating into ashes, vanishing amidst the starry expanse. With the destruction of the Void Lord, the fluctuations of the Void Rift rapidly diminished, and the black tendrils began to fade away. "We have succeeded. We have triumphed over the void species." The jubilant cheers of the Alliance fleet echoed through the communicator, resounding across the desolate star domain. Lin Feng stood in the command chamber of the Star River, gazing at the rift that gradually closed, his heart brimming with solace. The voice of Su Qing resonated through the communicator, imbued with exhaustion yet brimming with joy. "Lin Feng, we have triumphed. The The Void Clan has been repelled, and the primordial energy is secured. Lin Feng nodded, gazing at the symbiotic light shield enveloping the crystalline planet on the screen. Its verdant and azure luminescence remained resplendent, akin to the most radiant guardian light in the cosmos. He understood that this victory not only safeguarded the primordial energy, but also ensured the future of the symbiotic era. Notify all members of the Alliance. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the consciousness link across the universe. The Void Clan has been repulsed, yet we must remain vigilant. In the future, we must continue to fortify our defenses and refine symbiotic technologies, ensuring the vitality of the universe persists eternally. The golden radiance of the star core intertwined with the green glow of the primordial energy, illuminating the sky of the lost star domain. The Alliance fleet's warships resonated in unison, tracing beautiful arcs across the starlit expanse as they advanced toward the hopeful era of symbiosis. Chapter 173. New Explorations in the Symbiotic Era. At the moment the rift in the void completely sealed, the symbiotic light shield above the crystalline planet in the lost star domain slowly dissipated, transforming into myriad points of light, akin to stars scattered across the cosmos. Lin Feng stood within the command chamber of the Star River, observing the post-battle statistics relayed from various defenses. Though the Alliance fleet had sustained damage, its core forces remained intact, and the primordial energy crystal, nourished by the star core, shone ever more brilliantly. Descendants of the ancient symbiotic civilization embraced warriors from various cultures. Celebrating this hard-won victory, Commander Lin, the elder of the ancient civilization, requests an audience with you, claiming to have important matters to discuss, the communications officer's voice conveyed. Lin Feng nodded, making his way to the Crystal Palace. Inside the palace, the elder stood beside the primordial energy crystal, holding a scroll crafted from crystalline sheets. Your Excellency Lin Feng, this victory not only preserves the vibrancy of the universe, but also allows the ancient symbiotic civilization to emerge from obscurity. The elder presented the scroll to Lin Feng, stating, "This is the cosmic star map recorded by our civilization, marking unexplored life domains in the universe, where new forms of life and energy resources may exist, potentially providing further support for the development of the symbiotic era." As Lin Feng accepted the scroll, the patterns on the crystalline sheets gradually illuminated under the glow of primordial energy, transforming into a three-dimensional star map. On the map, a region shimmering with green light stood out prominently, surrounded by numerous tiny luminous points, reminiscent of planets teeming with life. The life domain? Curiosity flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. This region had never been documented in the Alliance's star maps. This domain is encircled by temporal turbulence, rendering it inaccessible to ordinary warships, the elder elucidated. However, the sacred texts state that the energy from the star core can stabilize the temporal turbulence. As long as we use the energy from the star core to escort our warships, we can safely enter the life domain. At that moment, Su Qing entered the palace, her eyes alight with excitement upon seeing the star map. If we can explore the life domain, it will not only enrich the Alliance's resources, but also allow various civilizations to learn new technologies, which is crucial for the development of the symbiotic era. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng made a decision. We shall first return to the core city of the Stargate civilization and inform all civilizations of the life domain's discovery, collaborating to devise an exploration plan. After all, exploring the unknown domains is not the endeavor of a single civilization. It requires the collective participation of all. Upon Lin Feng's return to the core city of the Stargate civilization with the star map, representatives from various civilizations had gathered in the conference hall to discuss post-battle reconstruction. The announcement of the life domain ignited a fervor within Hall. The representative of the Rock Tribe was the first to speak. The Rock Tribe is willing to dispatch our most formidable defense ships to escort the exploration fleet. Following suit, the representative of the Crystal Tribe proclaimed, "The Crystal Tribe will optimize the energy systems of our warships to ensure they can adapt to the conditions of the life domain." The representative of the Wing Tribe excitedly added, "The Wing Tribe's aircraft excel in reconnaissance. We are eager to serve as the vanguard of the exploration fleet." After 3 days of deliberation, the various civilizations reached a consensus to form the Cosmic Exploration Alliance, with Lin Feng appointed as the exploration commander, Su Qing as the deputy commander, and emissaries from the Star Weaving Tribe and scholars from the ancient civilization serving as technical advisors. Each civilization would dispatch elite warships and warriors to form the exploration fleet, setting forth toward the life domain. Half a month later, the exploration fleet assembled above the core city of the Stargate civilization. Comprising hundreds of warships, the fleet included the defensive ships of the Rock Tribe, The technologically advanced vessels of the Crystal Tribe, the reconnaissance aircraft of the Wing Tribe, the nebulous ships of the Star-Weaving Tribe, and the crystalline ships of the ancient civilization, all arranged in orderly formation across the starry sky, resembling a colossal river of stars. All warships, prepare to activate the Star Core energy escort system and prepare to enter the temporal turbulence. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the consciousness link, reaching every ship in the fleet. The golden energy of the Star Core emanated from the depths of the cosmos, enveloping the entire exploration fleet in a massive energy shield. Exploration fleet commence. With Lin Feng's command, the fleet ascended slowly, steering toward the life domain. As the fleet approached the temporal turbulence, the sight before them left everyone astounded. Countless colorful light trails wove through the starry expanse, forming twisted temporal passages, while the surrounding planets continuously morphed under the influence of the turbulence. However, protected by the Star Core energy shield, the exploration fleet traversed the temporal turbulence smoothly, unharmed. 3 days later, the exploration fleet finally arrived at the life domain. The scene before them rendered all speechless. At the center of the life domain lay a massive green planet, encircled by 7 smaller celestial bodies, each cloaked in dense vegetation, with the air rich in vibrant life energy. Remarkably, intelligent life existed on the planet, beings with green skin and transparent wings who curiously gazed toward the exploration fleet. They exhibit no hostility. It seems they are welcoming us, reported the Wing Tribe's reconnaissance captain. Lin Feng immediately commanded, "The Star River shall approach the green planet slowly and emit friendly signals to avoid misunderstandings." As the Star River neared the green planet, the intelligent beings suddenly took flight, carrying wreaths woven from plants, soaring toward the Star River. The emissary of the Star-Weaving Tribe interjected, "I can sense their consciousness. They are the Green Wing Tribe, guardians of the life domain. They understand that we come in peace and wish to communicate with us." A warmth filled Lin Feng's heart as he ordered the hatch of the Star River to be opened. The leader of the Green Wing Tribe gracefully entered the cabin, followed by several elder members. The leader conveyed through thought, "Welcome, friend from afar. We perceive the life energy within you and recognize you as warriors who protect the vitality of the universe." Lin Feng reciprocated with a mental response. "We hail from a symbiotic alliance in the cosmos, hoping to establish amicable relations with the Green Wing Tribe and jointly explore the mysteries of the life domain, contributing to the symbiotic era of the universe." The leader of the Green Wing Tribe nodded appreciatively and led Lin Feng and his companions to their sacred site. The sanctuary, located at the heart of the green planet, housed a colossal tree of life, its trunk robust and its foliage lush, exuding an intense life energy. This tree of life serves as the energy core of the life domain, nourishing all life within, the leader explained. "We, the Green Wing Tribe, have safeguarded the tree of life for generations, ensuring the peace of the life domain." In the days that followed, the exploration fleet engaged in profound exchanges with the Green Wing Tribe. The Green Wing Tribe shared their life technology, capable of rapidly restoring planetary ecosystems, which would greatly aid in the rehabilitation of depleted domains, while the Alliance imparted the principles of the symbiotic era and advanced interstellar technologies to the Green Wing Tribe, enhancing their understanding of the cosmos. When Lin Feng transmitted news of the life domain and the Green Wing Tribe's technologies back to the Alliance, the entire universe erupted with excitement. Civilizations expressed their eagerness to establish friendly relations with the Green Wing Tribe and collaboratively advance the development of the symbiotic era. A month later, the exploration fleet prepared to return to the core city of the Stargate civilization. The leader of the Green Wing Tribe entrusted a seed imbued with life energy to Lin Feng, stating, "This life seed can flourish in any environment. I hope it aids you in rejuvenating more desolate star domains, ensuring the vitality of the cosmos endures eternally." Receiving the life seed, Lin Feng solemnly vowed, "We shall utilize this seed wisely and warmly welcome the Green Wing Tribe into the symbiotic alliance, together safeguarding the vitality of the universe." As the exploration fleet gradually departed the life star domain, it set its course toward the core city of the Stargate civilization. Lin Feng stood before the observation deck in the command cabin, gazing at the life seed in his hand while monitoring the incessant updates from the alliance on the screen. The crystalline blue flora of the desolate star had integrated with the life seed, significantly accelerating their growth. The purple nebula of the symbiotic star domain resonated with the energy of the life star domain, transforming into the largest life energy replenishment station in the cosmos. He understood that the path of exploration in the era of symbiosis was still long and fraught with countless unknowns awaiting their discovery. Yet, as long as all civilizations united in purpose, protecting this hard-won vitality, they could indeed forge a more splendid universe. Broadcasting to all Alliance members, Lin Feng's voice resonated through the consciousness connection across the cosmos, proclaiming that the exploration of the Life Star domain had achieved resounding success and that the Greenwing tribe would join the Symbiotic Alliance. In the future, we shall continue our exploration of the universe's mysteries, allowing the luminescence of the symbiotic era to illuminate every corner of the cosmos. In the starry expanse, the vessels of the exploration fleet resonated in unison, as golden core energy intertwined with verdant life energy, forming a breathtaking ribbon of light, hurtling toward a hopeful future at full speed. Chapter 174. The Gift of the Seed of Life and New Challenges. Upon the fleet's return to the core city of the Stargate civilization, a welcoming party stretched from the spaceport to the central plaza. Representatives from various civilizations held aloft flags symbolizing peace, while the emissaries of the Greenwing tribe flanked Lin Feng, their transparent wings glimmering in the sunlight, drawing countless admiring gazes. The central holographic screen displayed real-time footage from the desolate star, showcasing the towering trees that had emerged from a fusion of the crystalline blue plants and the life seed, beneath which bloomed a riot of colorful flowers, transforming once barren land into a vibrant paradise. The effects of a life seed have exceeded our expectations. An excited technician from the Crystal Tribe reported to Lin Feng. We have detected that the integrated crystalline blue plants not only purify dark energy particles, but also release trace amounts of life energy to surrounding planets, accelerating the ecological restoration of the entire star domain. Lin Feng nodded, passing the remaining portion of a life seed to the Vitality team. Distribute the seeds promptly to all cultivation bases in the exhausted star domains, allowing the life technology of the Greenwing tribe to benefit more civilizations. At that moment, an elder from the ancient civilization hurried over, his expression grave. Lord Lin Feng, while monitoring the energy fluctuations of the Tree of Life, we detected an anomaly. The energy of the Tree of Life resonates faintly with the chaotic star domain deep within the cosmos, which is the most unstable region in the universe, filled with chaotic energy capable of tearing apart anything. Chaotic energy? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. In the Alliance's star map, the chaotic star domain was merely noted as a forbidden area at the edge of the universe, a place no civilization had dared approach. The leader of the Greenwing tribe suddenly spoke, concern evident in his consciousness. The sacred texts of the Greenwing tribe record that chaotic energy is the primal energy that remained from the universe's inception. If it spirals out of control, it will devour all life energy in the surrounding star domains. The resonance between the Tree of Life and the chaotic star domain may signify the awakening of chaotic energy. Su Qing immediately pulled up a simulation of the chaotic star domain. If chaotic energy truly awakens, the first to be affected will be the surrounding Starfire star domain, which has 3 planets that have just begun to flourish, along with thousands of ecological restoration personnel from the Alliance. Lin Feng decisively commanded, form an emergency team, and head to the Starfire star domain immediately to evacuate personnel. Crystal Tribe Technician, analyze the characteristics of the chaotic energy swiftly and seek countermeasures. Leader of the Greenwing Tribe, I must ask you to use the energy of the Tree of Life to temporarily suppress the resonance, and buy us some time. 2 hours after the emergency team set out, urgent communications arrived from the Starfire star domain. Commander Lin, the chaotic energy has begun to erode the energy barrier of the Starfire star domain. The barrier is expected to collapse in half an hour, and our evacuation efforts cannot keep pace. Lin Feng's heart tightened as he issued an immediate order. The Star River ship. Proceed at full speed to the Starfire star domain. Star Weaver Tribe Emissary. Prepare to reinforce the barrier with nebula energy. Greenwing Tribe Emissary. Bring branches from the Tree of Life and attempt to counteract the encroaching chaotic energy with life energy. As the Star River ship traversed the turbulent currents of time and space, the emissary from the Starweaver tribe had already connected through consciousness, infusing nebula energy into the barrier of the Starfire star domain. However, chaotic energy surged like a black tide, relentlessly battering the barrier, dimming the light upon it. When the Star River ship finally arrived, the surface of one planet in the Starfire star domain had already developed black fissures, with chaotic energy pouring forth and consuming the newly sprouted flora. Greenwing Tribe Emissary, establish an energy field immediately. Lin Feng shouted. As the emissary produced branches from the Tree of Life, They took root and sprouted upon touching the ground, creating a green energy field that radiated outward from the branches, temporarily halting the spread of chaotic energy. Has the Crystal Tribe technician analyzed the characteristics of the chaotic energy? Lin Feng inquired. Chaotic energy lacks a fixed form. It can directly penetrate ordinary energy barriers, but it fears the combination of life energy and nebula energy. The technician replied promptly. We can replicate the symbiotic light shield to construct a life nebula defense field, but it requires a substantial amount of life energy to sustain. Lin Feng immediately contacted the leader of the Green Wing tribe. We need energy support from the Tree of Life. Can you transmit energy to the Starfire star domain? Yes. But the energy transmission from the Tree of Life must go through energy nodes, and the nearest node is on a satellite in the Starfire star domain, which is already surrounded by chaotic energy. The leader of the Green Wing tribe's consciousness conveyed urgency. We must send someone to activate the node. I will go. The captain of the Wing tribe scout team volunteered. The Wing tribe's craft is the fastest. We can break through the encirclement of chaotic energy. The Wing tribe's aircraft shot forth like a green lightning bolt towards the satellite. Chaotic energy formed black whirlpools in the air, relentlessly assaulting the craft. The energy shield of the craft is depleting. 3 minutes to reach the node. The captain's voice relayed. Hold on. We'll carve a path for you. Lin Feng commanded, charging the main cannon of the Star River ship to attack the whirlpools of chaotic energy surrounding the satellite. A golden beam struck the chaotic whirlpool, creating an instant breach. The Wing tribe aircraft seized the opportunity, rushing through the gap and successfully landing on the satellite. As the node was activated, a stream of green energy surged from the depths of the universe, infusing the defense field of the Starfire star domain. The Life Nebula defense field has been successfully constructed. The technician from the Crystal Tribe cheered. A protective field interwoven with green and blue enveloped the entire Starfire star domain. Upon contact with the defense field, the chaotic energy receded like a tide, meeting a barrier. Once the crisis was averted, Lin Feng stood on the surface of a planet in the Starfire star domain, observing the gradually healing black fissures, yet he did not feel a sense of relief. The awakening of chaotic energy is not a mere coincidence. He addressed the assembly. This may be the universe testing us. The era of symbiosis requires not only the safeguarding of life, but also the mastery of balancing the various energies within the cosmos. The leader of the Green Wing tribe nodded, determination evident in his consciousness. The Green Wing tribe is willing to collaborate with the Alliance to research methods for harnessing chaotic energy. Perhaps chaotic energy is not solely destructive. If we can find the path to balance, it may also serve as a source of nourishment for the universe. The elder from the ancient civilization added, we can utilize the core energy of the star tracks to establish an energy balance station at the edge of the chaotic star domain, continuously monitoring the fluctuations of chaotic energy to prevent its uncontrolled resurgence. Half a month later, the energy balance station was completed at the edge of the chaotic star domain. The structure was composed of the transparent crystals of the Crystal Tribe and the life branches of the Green Wing Tribe, where the golden energy of the star track core intertwined with the green energy of the Tree of Life, forming a stable energy flow. Lin Feng stood on the observation platform of the balance station, gazing at the steady chaotic energy curve displayed on the screen, filled with profound reflections. To all members of the Alliance, Lin Feng's voice resonated through the cosmos via the consciousness link, announcing that the crisis of chaotic energy had been temporarily alleviated. However, our quest for exploration persists. In the future, we must not only restore the desolate star regions, but also delve into the equilibrium of cosmic energy, allowing the brilliance of the symbiotic era to illuminate every corner of the universe, including those once deemed forbidden. In the starry sky, the radiance of the energy balance station harmonized with the distant verdant glow of the Tree of Life, as warships from various civilizations patrolled around the station, forming a formidable defense line. Lin Feng understood that new challenges may yet arise, but as long as all civilizations unite with a shared purpose, bearing the gifts of life, no obstacle is insurmountable, and no vitality beyond protection. Chapter 175. The Quest for Energy Balance and New Messages from the Universe. Following the establishment of the energy balance station, the universe entered a rare period of tranquility. The restoration of the desolate star regions progressed methodically, as crystalline blue plants, after merging with the seeds of life, transformed barren planets into oases under the nourishing energy of the star core and the Tree of Life. Civilizations engaged in profound collaboration around energy balance. The Crystal Clan developed devices capable of absorbing chaotic energy, while the Green Wing Clan cultivated symbiotic vines adaptable to extreme energy environments. The ancient civilization also shared the age-old principles governing the flow of cosmic energy. Lin Feng stationed himself at the energy balance station almost daily, observing the stabilization of chaotic energy fluctuations on the screen, yet a thread of vigilance lingered in his heart. Chaotic energy was merely suppressed for the time being. He told Su Qing, who came to conduct inspections, that they had yet to discover a method to completely control it. Should the balance be disrupted, the consequences will be dire. Su Qing nodded and retrieved a new detection report. The technical officer of the Crystal Clan discovered an energy core deep within the chaotic star region, from which chaotic energy continuously surged. If they could locate this core, they might address the chaotic energy issue at its source. Just then, the alarm at the balance station suddenly blared. On the screen, the fluctuations of chaotic energy spiked violently, and a crimson energy signal emerged from the depths of the chaotic star region, pulsating rhythmically like a heartbeat. This was no ordinary energy fluctuation. The Crystal Clan's technical officer exclaimed, as the signal contained a coded pattern that resembled a message emanating from the depths of the universe. The envoy of the Star-Weaving clan stepped forward, forming a seal with his hands, attempting to decode the signal. This is the cosmic energy language. I have encountered similar coding in the sacred texts of the Star-Weaving clan, which record the principles of energy balance in the universe. Every form of energy in the cosmos has its corresponding balance entity, and the balance entity of chaotic energy is the primordial energy concealed within the void star region. Primordial energy? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, inquiring what that entailed. The elder of the ancient civilization pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The sacred texts record that primordial energy emerged simultaneously with chaotic energy at the birth of the universe. It possesses the ability to neutralize the destructive nature of chaotic energy, facilitating a balance between the two. However, the void star region is even more enigmatic than the chaotic star region. It harbors no celestial bodies, only endless void, and any probe sent within would lose signal. The leader of the Greenwing clan expressed concern. The signal we just received may well be a warning from the universe. Should the balance between chaotic energy and primordial energy be disrupted, the entire cosmos could plunge into energy imbalance, resulting in not only the desolation of star regions, but potentially tearing planets asunder. Lin Feng promptly issued orders. Su Qing, you remain at the balance station to continue monitoring the fluctuations of chaotic energy and ensure the transformation device operates normally. Envoy of the Star-Weaving clan. Scholars from the ancient civilization and emissaries from the Greenwing clan accompany me aboard the Star River to seek out primordial energy in the Void Star region. The Rock Clan and Wing Clan fleets will provide escort to prevent any sudden loss of control over chaotic energy. Once the Star River set forth with the exploration team, it swiftly reached the edge of the chaotic star region. The void star region before them resembled a black curtain, starkly contrasting with the surrounding starry expanse, void of starlight, devoid of energy fluctuations, enveloped in infinite silence. Initiate the energy escort from the star core and proceed cautiously into the void star region. Lin Feng commanded. The golden energy of the star core enveloped the Star River as the vessel slowly ventured into the void star region. Shortly after entering, the ship's communication system malfunctioned entirely, and the radar screen was shrouded in darkness. There were no energy signals here. Even the energy of the star core was being gradually absorbed. The Crystal Clan technical officer reported anxiously. The envoy of the Star-Weaving clan suddenly closed his eyes, the energy of a nebula swirling around him, radiating a soft glow. I can sense the presence of primordial energy. It lies just ahead. Yet, there is also a familiar fluctuation, reminiscent of the energy of the Shadow Sect. A pang of anxiety gripped Lin Feng's heart. The Shadow Sect has not been entirely eradicated? Are they also in pursuit of primordial energy? At that moment, a dark purple light emerged ahead of the Star River. As dozens of warships from the Shadow Sect surged forth from the void, their siphon cannons aimed directly at the Star River. It's the remnants of a Shadow Sect. The commander of the Wing Clan fleet shouted. They intend to use the siphon cannons to absorb primordial energy and control chaotic energy. The warships of the Shadow Sect opened fire first, dark purple beams racing toward the Star River. Activate the defense matrix. Rock Clan fleet, retaliate. Lin Feng commanded. The Rock Clan warships ignited with deep brown light as energy cannons clashed against the Shadow Sect's beams, igniting a dazzling explosion in the Void Star region. Amidst the chaos, the envoy of the Star-Weaving clan suddenly cried out, primordial energy is just beyond the Shadow Sect fleet. I can guide it to resonate with the energy of the Star Core, neutralizing the Shadow Sect's siphon cannons. Excellent. We shall buy you time, Lin Feng ordered. The main cannon of the Star River must charge and target the flagship of the Shadow Sect. Wing Clan fighters divert their attention. A golden beam struck the flagship of the Shadow Sect, shattering its defensive shield in an instant. The Wing Clan fighters, agile as hunters, relentlessly assaulted the engines of the Shadow Sect vessels. Seizing the moment, the envoy of the Star-Weaving clan directed the nebula energy toward the primordial energy's location. Moments later, a blinding white light erupted from the void as primordial energy surged forth like a white river, intertwining with the golden energy of the star core. When the two energies came into contact with the siphon cannons of the Shadow Sect, the cannons spiraled out of control and dark purple energy backfired, leading to a series of explosions among the Shadow Sect's warships. Once the Shadow Sect was obliterated, primordial energy gradually approached the Star River. Lin Feng exited the cabin. Feeling the gentle power contained within primordial energy, his heart illuminated with understanding. Thus, chaotic energy is not inherently malevolent. It merely lacks the balance of primordial energy. By uniting these two energies, they could become a nourishing source for the universe. The elder of the ancient civilization nodded. This is the principle of cosmic balance. There is no absolute good or evil, only imbalance and balance. Previously, we had solely focused on resisting chaotic energy while neglecting its balance entity. After the exploration team returned to the energy balance station with primordial energy, the technical officer of the Crystal Clan immediately integrated primordial energy with chaotic energy into the transformation device. The two energies interwove within the device, gradually merging into a balanced energy of intertwining gold and white. When this balanced energy was infused into the cosmos, the fluctuations of the chaotic star region stabilized entirely, and the ecological restoration of the desolate star regions accelerated dramatically. Even the turbulent energies at the edge of the universe began to dissipate. Standing on the observation deck of the balance station, Lin Feng gazed at the plethora of good news streaming in from across the universe, his heart swelling with satisfaction. He conveyed to all members of the Alliance through the consciousness link, "We have discovered the principles of energy balance in the universe. The fusion of chaotic energy and primordial energy will herald new hope for the symbiotic era. In the future, we must not only safeguard vitality, but also preserve the balance of the cosmos, ensuring that this peace and prosperity endure eternally." In the starry sky, the balanced energy of the energy balance station intertwined with the green energy of the tree of life and the golden energy of the star core, forming a luminous ribbon that spanned the universe. Warships from various civilizations patrolled around this radiant band, symbolizing unity and balance, as their flags fluttered in the celestial expanse. Lin Feng understood that the exploration of the universe is an unending journey. Yet, as long as all civilizations uphold the principles of cohabitation and balance, a brighter future can undoubtedly be forged. In the third month following the dissemination of balanced energy, the once barren star domains experienced a remarkable renaissance. The crystalline blue forests of the desolate planet unfurled across its every corner. Vibrant symbiotic vines entwined around the trunks, refracting sunlight into a kaleidoscope of colors. By the volcanic craters of the Starfire domain, verdant moss enveloped the obsidian rocks, intertwining life energy with balanced energy, transforming dormant volcanoes into new ecological habitats. Even the fringe planets bordering the chaotic domains sprouted balanced grass, capable of absorbing balanced energy, establishing a new research base for the Alliance. Standing in the Grand Council Hall of the core city of the Stargate civilization, Lin Feng gazed at the ecological reports submitted by representatives of various civilizations, his heart brimming with satisfaction. The balanced energy not only mitigated the crisis of chaotic energy, but also rendered the energy cycles of the universe more stable. He paused, calling forth a new proposal, asserting, "We cannot rest on our laurels. I propose the establishment of the Cosmic Symbiosis Accord 20, integrating the shared exploration of balanced energy resources into the new covenant, ensuring that all civilizations can reap long-term benefits in this era of coexistence." As his words resonated, the hall erupted in enthusiastic applause. The leader of the Greenwing tribe was the first to respond, his consciousness imbued with resolve. The Greenwing tribe is willing to incorporate the cultivation techniques of the Tree of Life into the Accord, aiding other civilizations in mastering the utilization of life energy. Moreover, we aspire to collaborate with all civilizations to establish life energy nodes throughout the universe, fostering a symbiotic relationship between life energy and balanced energy. An elder from the ancient civilization followed suit, stating, "The ancient civilization shall grant access to the core control of the stellar tracks, allowing for the collective management of energy transmission, ensuring that each star domain receives balanced energy equitably. Furthermore, we will compile the tomes of cosmic energy laws for the study and enlightenment of all civilizations, preventing new crises arising from improper energy utilization. Representatives from the rock and crystal tribes also voiced their commitments. The rock tribe would provide defensive technologies to safeguard energy nodes and research bases throughout the cosmos, while the crystal tribe would develop more advanced energy conversion devices to enhance the efficiency of balanced energy utilization. After a week of deliberation, the Cosmic Symbiosis Accord 20 was officially finalized, with representatives from each civilization signing their names on the holographic covenant. On the day the accord took effect, a magnificent rainbow of balanced energy, life energy, and nebula energy wove through the skies above the core city of the Stargate civilization, enveloping the entire city, symbolizing the harmonious coexistence of cosmic energies. Just as all were immersed in jubilation, a sudden announcement from the Crystal Tribe's technician brought forth delightful news. Commander Lin, while monitoring the flow of balanced energy, we have discovered that the misty star domain at the universe's edge is dissipating. The planets once shrouded in fog are gradually revealing themselves, not only rich in mineral resources, but also harboring undiscovered primordial life. Lin Feng promptly led an exploration team to the misty star domain. Upon the arrival of the Star River vessel, the sight before them left everyone in awe. The once gray mist had transformed into a soft blue energy haze, within which blue planets twinkled like jewels, their surfaces adorned with transparent crystalline structures, nurturing luminous primordial life. These primordial beings could absorb balanced energy and release purifying energy. An envoy from the Greenwing tribe exclaimed with excitement, "The purifying energy can swiftly eliminate pollutants from the planets, greatly aiding ecological restoration." Lin Feng immediately resolved to establish a cosmic ecological research center in the misty star domain, encouraging each civilization to dispatch researchers to study the characteristics of primordial life and the application of purifying energy. Simultaneously, he would open the resource extraction rights of the misty star domain, allowing civilizations to utilize mineral resources judiciously without harming the ecosystem, thereby supporting the development of the era of coexistence. Half a month after the establishment of the research center, the researchers reported a significant breakthrough. They successfully fused the purifying energy of primordial life with balanced energy, developing ecological restoration beams. These beams could cause vegetation to sprout on desolate planets in a short span, even repairing fissures caused by energy imbalance. When the first ecological restoration beam was directed towards the most barren dead silence star domain, the entire universe held its breath. The moment the beam struck the planet's surface, tender green shoots erupted from the black soil, rapidly growing into a small meadow. Monitoring data from the dead silence star domain indicated that the planet's atmosphere was gradually restoring, with oxygen levels continuously rising, establishing preliminary conditions for life to thrive. "We did it. We truly achieved it." The jubilant voices of distinguished researchers echoed through the communicator. Lin Feng stood in the command cabin of the Star River vessel, gazing at the screen displaying the transformation of the dead silence star domain. His heart swelled with emotion. From the initial crisis of energy depletion to combating the shadow sect, sealing dimensional rifts, and now achieving a balance of cosmic energy and comprehensive ecological restoration. This journey could not have been possible without the unity and perseverance of all civilizations. At that moment, a messenger from the Star-Weaving tribe spoke up. "Lord Lin Feng, I sense a wave of blessing energy emanating from the depths of the universe. This is the cosmos acknowledging our efforts. It is conveying to us that as long as we steadfastly uphold the principles of coexistence and balance, the vitality of the universe shall endure eternally." Lin Feng gazed up at the starry sky, where the luminous bands of balanced energy, life energy, and purifying energy intertwined, resembling the pulse of the cosmos. He understood that the tale of the era of coexistence was far from over. Myriad unknowns awaited exploration, and more challenges lay ahead. However, as long as all civilizations remained united, safeguarding this hard-won equilibrium and vitality, a more splendid cosmic future could undoubtedly be created. Notify all Alliance members. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the consciousness link across the universe. The ecological restoration beams have been successfully implemented, and the dead silent star domain is regaining vitality. In the future, we shall continue to work hand in hand, exploring every corner of the universe, illuminating every inch of land with the brilliance of coexistence, ensuring that all life can thrive in peace and prosperity within this vast cosmos. In the starry expanse, the warships of various civilizations formed a meticulously arranged fleet, slowly navigating deeper into the universe. The luminous band of balanced energy flowed like a golden river, trailing alongside the fleet, symbolizing the infinite possibilities of the era of cosmic symbiosis. Chapter 177: The Cosmic Symbiosis Festival and New Exploratory Journeys. After the news of the successful restoration of the Dead Silence star domain by the ecological restoration beams spread throughout the universe, civilizations proposed to hold a Cosmic Symbiosis Festival, celebrating the milestone victory of the era of coexistence and commemorating the efforts of all civilizations in safeguarding the vitality of the universe. After discussions, the festival was scheduled on the anniversary of the first infusion of balanced energy into the universe, with the venue chosen in the core city of the Stargate civilization. Once a ravaged area during the energy depletion crisis, now a symbol of cosmic symbiosis. On the day of the festival, the skies above the core city of the Stargate civilization were alive with activity. The rock tribe constructed a towering symbiosis monument from special minerals, intricately engraved with the totems of various civilizations, topped with shards of energy from the stellar core, shimmering with golden light under the sun. The Crystal Tribe crafted a colossal holographic screen from transparent crystals, continuously displaying the revival of the barren star domains. From the first sprout of the crystalline blue plant on the desolate planet to the growth of moss beside the volcanoes in the Starfire domain, and finally to the formation of the meadows in the Dead Silence star domain. The Greenwing Tribe planted saplings of the Tree of Life throughout the city, which, nourished by balanced energy, instantly blossomed into small trees adorned with white flowers, their fragrance infused with a subtle life energy that was invigorating. Lin Feng stood before the symbiosis monument, observing the joyful exchanges and laughter among people from diverse civilizations, his heart filled with warmth. Today, we not only celebrate the success of ecological restoration, but also the unity and coexistence of all civilizations. His voice resonated throughout the city via holographic projection, proclaiming our triumph over the shadow cult, the equilibrium of chaotic energies, the exploration of vibrant star realms, and the restoration of desolate worlds. Through our actions, we've demonstrated that the vitality of the universe is not beyond preservation. United in purpose, we can surmount any challenge. As his words lingered in the air, the sky erupted into a dazzling display of energetic fireworks. The Starweavers conjured the silhouettes of various civilizations' warships using nebular energy, while the Greenwings adorned the scene with vibrant ribbons of life energy, and the Crystallians crafted twinkling stars with purifying energy. The fireworks coalesced into the grand phrase cosmic symbiosis against the celestial canvas, eliciting a chorus of jubilant cheers. As the atmosphere of the Symbiosis Festival reached its zenith, an urgent yet exhilarating message arrived from the Cosmic Ecology Research Center, Commander Lin. While monitoring the indigenous life forms in the Misty Star Realm, we discovered a fragment of cosmic memory within their consciousness, revealing the existence of parallel star domains. These realms harbor civilizations akin to ours, endowed with even more advanced symbiotic technologies. Lin Feng promptly made his way to the research center. On the holographic screen, the consciousness emitted by the indigenous life forms manifested vivid images. Civilizations in the parallel star domains employed unique techniques to fuse diverse energies, crafting self-sustaining ecological planets. They coexisted harmoniously with indigenous life, causing no harm to the natural environment while achieving remarkably advanced civilization development. The energy fluctuations from the parallel star domains were entirely distinct from our own universe. The crystalline technologist exclaimed with enthusiasm. Yet the consciousness of the indigenous life indicates that balanced energy can unlock temporal and spatial gateways to these realms. If we can establish contact with the civilizations of the parallel star domains, we may glean invaluable symbiotic technologies, propelling our era of cosmic symbiosis to unprecedented heights. The Greenwing leader's consciousness brimmed with anticipation. Since the civilizations of the parallel star domains have achieved such profound symbiosis, they may have faced similar energy crises. Their experiences could prove crucial for us. The elder of the ancient civilization pondered momentarily before speaking slowly. The scriptures mention the concept of multiversal symbiosis. Perhaps the parallel star domains are indeed part of the multiverse. Establishing communication with them could not only foster technological exchange, but also illuminate the understanding that symbiosis is not merely the choice of a single universe, but the common destiny of all civilizations. Lin Feng gazed at the images of the parallel star domains on the screen, making a decisive resolution. We shall form an exploration team for the parallel star domains, with myself as the captain, Su Qing as the vice captain, and the emissaries from the Star Weavers and Green Wings, alongside scholars from the ancient civilization, serving as technical advisors. The Rock and Wing fleets will provide escort, while the Crystallians remain at the Cosmic Ecology Research Center to study the stability of the temporal and spatial passage, ensuring the safety of our exploration team. Following the conclusion of the Symbiosis Festival, the exploration team immediately commenced preparations. The Crystallians crafted a temporal navigation device using balanced and purifying energies, capable of precisely locating the parallel star domains. The Green Wings prepared branches from the Tree of Life for the exploration team, ensuring the rapid establishment of life energy fields in unknown territories, while the Star Weavers infused the energy system of the Star River with nebular energy, enhancing the vessel's defenses and speed. Half a month later, the exploration team convened in the Misty Star Realm. The Crystallian technologist activated the temporal navigation device, and a pale blue temporal passage formed in the starry expanse, shimmering with gentle light at its far end, marking the direction of the parallel star domains. All members, pay attention, check equipment, and prepare to enter the temporal passage. Lin Feng's voice echoed across the exploration team. The Star River boldly entered the temporal passage, flanked closely by the Rock and Wing fleets. Within the passage, ribbons of light, generated by balanced energy, enveloped the ship, shielding it from the chaotic turbulence of the cosmos. As the vessel emerged from the passage, the sight before them left everyone in awe. The sky of the parallel star domains was a delicate lavender hue, with verdant vegetation blanketing the planetary surface and transparent energy floating islands drifting in the air, adorned with circular edifices, atop which energy devices emitted waves akin to balanced energy. At that moment, several silver warships glided by the energy-floating islands, devoid of any weaponry, their hulls etched with symbols of peace. They bore no hostility. The Star Weaver emissary suddenly spoke. I can sense the goodwill in their consciousness. They are aware of our purpose for symbiosis. The communication channel of the silver warships unexpectedly opened, and a gentle voice resonated. Welcome, friend from the distant universe. We are the symbiotic alliance of the parallel star domains, and we have long known your story through the consciousness of the indigenous life. A warmth filled Lin Feng's heart as he responded through the communicator. We hail from another universe, seeking to exchange symbiotic technologies and jointly safeguard the vitality of the multiverse. We have prepared a welcome ceremony for you, replied the emissary of the silver warships. Please follow us to the Symbiosis Hub, the Center for Civilization Exchange in the parallel star domains. The Star River followed the silver warships toward the distant energy floating islands. Lin Feng stood at the observation deck of the command cabin, gazing at the panorama of the parallel star domains, filled with anticipation. This was not merely a new expedition. It marked the dawn of multiversal symbiosis. He knew that future challenges awaited them. Yet as long as all civilizations upheld the principles of symbiosis and balance, the vitality of the multiverse would surely endure eternally. In the starry expanse, the golden radiance of the Star River intertwined with the shimmering light of the silver warships, forming a luminous bridge that transcended time and space, symbolizing the friendship and symbiosis between the two universes. The journey of the exploration team had only just begun. Chapter 178, The Wisdom of Symbiosis and the Multiversal Accord of the Parallel Star Domains. Upon the arrival of the Star River at the Symbiosis Hub of the Parallel Star Domains, the sight that greeted the exploration team was nothing short of breathtaking. The Symbiosis Hub was a circular space station suspended in the starry sky, its core formed of transparent, symbiotic crystals, within which flowed a gentle lavender energy, emanating waves akin to balanced energy, yet softer in nature. Surrounding the space station were dozens of small ecological floating islands, flourishing with plants capable of releasing purifying energy, where indigenous life forms traversed harmoniously alongside the civilization of the space station. The leader of the symbiotic alliance of the parallel star domains, an elder clad in a flowing lavender robe, radiating gentle energy, awaited them at the entrance of the hub. Welcome, guardians from the distant universe, he said, extending his hand, from which a faint lavender energy imprint emerged. This is the symbiosis mark, allowing you to perceive the energy flows of the parallel star domains and affirming your status as our friends. Lin Feng accepted the energy imprint, and the moment it touched his skin, it melded into his being. Instantly, he could vividly sense the consciousness of the surrounding plants, transmitting messages of welcome and peace. And he could also perceive the energy fluctuations of the diverse civilizations within the Symbiosis Hub, all in harmony, with no hint of conflict. The parallel star domains have also faced energy crises, the elder remarked as he guided the exploration team through the hub. 1,000 years ago, our excessive extraction of energy led to a significant depletion of life energy, leaving countless planets desolate. It was only when we discovered the laws of symbiosis that we understood all life and energy are interdependent. Only by respecting this interdependence can a universe thrive in the long term. In the technology exhibition area of the Symbiosis Hub, the exploration team witnessed the core technologies of the parallel star domains. 1. Energy recycling system. Through specialized devices, waste energy produced by civilizations is transformed into life energy, re-injected into planetary ecosystems, achieving zero energy waste. 2. Indigenous life symbiosis technology, establishing conscious connections with indigenous life forms, utilizing their capabilities to restore damaged ecosystems while providing them with secure, living environments. 3. Multiversal energy fusion device, capable of merging energy of various attributes into a more stable symbiotic energy, suitable for extreme environments. These technologies may assist your universe in achieving better energy balance. The elder smiled, adding, "We are willing to share these technologies with you at no cost, just as you are willing to share your balanced energy technologies with us." The symbiosis of the multiverse inherently requires the sharing of both technology and ideas. In the ensuing week, the civilizations of the two universes engaged in profound technological exchanges. The crystalline civilization of the Crystal Clan and the crystalline civilizations of the parallel star domains have collaboratively developed a more advanced energy conversion device capable of simultaneously processing chaotic and waste energy. The Greenwing Clan, in conjunction with the plant civilization, has cultivated cross-galactic symbiotic vines that can thrive in diverse energy environments. Meanwhile, the Star-Weaving Clan, alongside the Starry Sky civilization, has refined methods for interpreting cosmic energy language, allowing for more precise reception of messages from the depths of the universe. As the discussions neared their conclusion, Lin Feng proposed, "Given our shared philosophy of symbiosis, let us formalize our commitment through a multiverse symbiosis covenant, pledging mutual assistance, sharing technology, and collectively confronting the crises of the multiverse, thus extending the principle of symbiosis to more realms." The leader of the Symbiosis Alliance from the parallel star domains responded immediately. "This is precisely what we have been anticipating. The multiverse is inherently a unified entity. Only by standing together can we face greater challenges, such as the threat posed by the dark matter domains, where dark matter energy can consume all known forms of energy, becoming a common adversary of the multiverse." The signing ceremony for the Multiverse Symbiosis Covenant took place in the central square of the Symbiosis Hub. Representatives from the various civilizations of both universes sequentially inscribed their names onto the holographic contract. At the moment the contract took effect, the balanced energy and the symbiotic energy of the parallel star domains intertwined to create a magnificent beam of light, traversing the temporal and spatial corridors of both universes, symbolizing the dawn of a new era of multiverse symbiosis. As the exploration team prepared to return to their own universe, an elder from the parallel star domains presented Lin Feng with a crystal imbued with symbiotic energy. "This is the symbiotic crystal, which will maintain the stability of the temporal corridor and can transmit a distress signal to us in times of crisis. Remember, you're never alone in this battle." As the Star River embarked into the temporal corridor, battleships from the parallel star domains lined up on either side to bid farewell, their silver and golden lights intertwining, illuminating every corner of the temporal passage. Standing at the observation deck of the command cabin, Lin Feng held the symbiotic crystal in his hand, filled with determination. The path of multiverse symbiosis may be long, but as long as all civilizations remain true to their ideals, infinite possibilities will undoubtedly unfold. Upon exiting the temporal corridor and returning to their universe, the technology officer of the Crystal Clan promptly reported, "Commander Lin, all civilizations have received the contents of the Multiverse Symbiosis Covenant, and they have expressed their willingness to join the covenant to collectively safeguard the vibrancy of the multiverse." Lin Feng gazed at the jubilant scenes transmitted from various civilizations on screen, smiling as he declared, "Notify all Alliance members to prepare for the new challenges and opportunities of the multiverse symbiosis era. In the future, we shall not only safeguard our universe but also, alongside our partners from the parallel star domains, explore the unknown, allowing the brilliance of symbiosis to illuminate every corner of the multiverse." In the starry expanse, the golden light of the Star River intertwined with the pale purple glow of the symbiotic crystal, soaring towards the core city of the Stargate civilization. The journey of multiverse symbiosis had only just begun. Chapter 179, the cosmic enigma of the unknown mechanical fleet. Inside the bridge of the Star River, a blue holographic screen cyclically displayed the details of the multiverse symbiosis covenant. Lin Feng's fingers glided over the terms of technology sharing, a smile still lingering from his farewell with the civilizations of the parallel star domains. The envoy of the star-weaving clan sat before the energy sensing platform, his eyes gently closed as nebula energy formed a pale blue glow in his palms, actively monitoring the fluctuations of cosmic energy streams, a technique learned from the parallel star domains, capable of capturing minute energy signals from millions of light years away. Commander, the transfer of balanced energy is stable, and the ecological restoration progress in the Starfire domain has reached 98. Su Qing's voice disrupted the tranquility of the bridge as she brought up a data report. The green figures dancing on the screen indicated the pulsations of life across the universe, with only the energy flow at the edge of the misty star domain exhibiting slight anomalies, presumed to be normal fluctuations caused by primordial life activities. Lin Feng nodded, his gaze shifting to the viewport. In the profound cosmos, the twinkling starlight resembled scattered diamonds, while the golden light band formed by balanced energy meandered through the starry sky, linking previously desolate star domains into a luminous necklace. At that moment, the envoy of the star-weaving clan suddenly opened his eyes, the nebula glow in his palms flickering violently, the originally gentle pale blue shifting abruptly to an alert orange-red. Something is amiss. He sprang to his feet, swiftly navigating the sensing platform to amplify an anomalous signal on the main screen, neither originating from primordial life nor matching any known civilization's fluctuations. It was mechanical energy. Furthermore, the signal strength was rapidly intensifying. On the screen, an irregular silver signal pulse throbbed at a fixed frequency, its edges emanating sharp energy waves akin to metallic friction, incompatible with the energy characteristics of all civilizations in the Alliance database. The technology officer of the Crystal Clan immediately accessed the system, his fingers flying over the keyboard, attempting to decode the signal, unable to identify. The structure of this mechanical energy is too complex, resembling a fusion of thousands of metallic elements, with a mode of energy transmission that entirely defies known cosmic physical laws. Su Qing's expression turned grave as she pulled up the star map of the misty star domain, marking the coordinates of the signal source on the screen. Approximately 800 light-years away, positioned in the turbulent zone between the misty and chaotic star domains, an area previously uncharted by any civilization. Lin Feng's fingers gently tapped the command console, his gaze fixed on the pulsating silver signal on the screen. From combating the Shadow Sect to balancing chaotic energy, he had encountered countless unknown cosmic threats, yet this mechanical signal exuded an unsettling coldness, devoid of life energy fluctuations, lacking the goodwill coding of civilized communication. Only pure, metallic energy pulses, akin to a tireless machine blindly navigating the cosmos. Activate deep space exploration mode, and dispatch the Wing Clan fighters to scout ahead. Lin Feng's voice was steady. Notify the Rock Clan fleet to prepare for defense, and the Crystal Clan must erect energy barriers to prevent any malicious programs carried by the unknown signal from infiltrating our systems. The moment the command was issued, the doors on either side of the Star River gently opened, 10 Wing Clan fighters shooting forth into the depths of space like silver arrows. The energy shields on the fighters shimmered with a faint green light, a fusion of the Green Wing Clan's life energy and the Crystal Clan's defensive technology, capable of withstanding most cosmic energy impacts. The voice of the Wing Clan scout leader crackled through the communicator, tinged with tension. Commander, energy turbulence has emerged ahead. The signal source is enveloped in a mass of gray mechanical clouds, obscuring its internal structure. The energy radiation from the mechanical clouds is intense, interfering with the fighter's sensors. Lin Feng promptly switched to the real-time visuals from the fighters, the screen revealing the once clear starry sky, now shrouded in a mass of irregular gray mist, flickering red points of light within resembling mechanical eyes. The silver signal pulse emanated from the center of the cloud, expanding several kilometers outward with each pulse. The metallic fragments at the edges colliding amidst the energy flow, producing a piercing electromagnetic noise. Cease forward movement and maintain a safe distance. Lin Feng commanded decisively. Crystal Clan, analyze the composition of the mechanical clouds. Star-weaving Clan, attempt to establish a connection with the signal using cosmic energy language. Sweat beaded on the forehead of the Crystal Clan technology officer as he scrutinized the rapidly scrolling data on the screen. The mechanical clouds consist of titanium alloy, silicon carbide, and dozens of unknown metals, with high-intensity energy reactions occurring within, as if thousands of engines were operating simultaneously. Moreover, these metallic fragments are self-reorganizing, forming some sort of large mechanical structure. The envoy of the star-weaving clan palms erupted with intense light, and as the nebula energy collided with the mechanical signal, he suddenly gasped, a faint blue energy liquid seeping from the corner of his mouth. It's impossible. The signal is too cold, devoid of any conscious waves, resembling a pre-programmed directive, utterly refusing communication. Furthermore, it is absorbing surrounding cosmic energy, and the volume of the mechanical clouds is continuing to expand. At that moment, the sensors of the Wing clan fighters suddenly detected a brilliant light. The red points at the center of the mechanical clouds flared to life, and a silver energy beam shot towards the formation of fighters. It's an attack. The voice of the Wing tribe captain was urgent. As the fighter jet's shield was being eroded, that energy beam could decompose metallic structures. On the screen, the left wing of a Wing tribe fighter was struck by the energy beam, and the pale green shield shattered in an instant. The metallic wing twisting and deforming like melting wax, the aircraft spiraling uncontrollably towards the mechanical cloud. Lin Feng's heart sank, just as he was about to order a retreat. He saw the out-of-control fighter suddenly enveloped by a faint blue light shield, an emergency nebula energy barrier released by the Star Weaver envoy. Immediately retract the fighter jets. Lin Feng's voice was imbued with undeniable determination as the main cannon of the Star River began charging, preparing to suppress the expansion of the mechanical cloud with balanced energy. The Wing tribe formation swiftly retreated, the damaged aircraft slowly returning to the Star River under the protection of the nebula energy. Meanwhile, the main cannon at the bow of the Star River began to gather golden balanced energy, the energy orb swelling at the gun's mouth, emitting gentle waves capable of neutralizing all chaotic energy. Main cannon fully charged, target the center of the mechanical cloud. The voice of the Crystal Tribe technician was laced with tension. Fire! The golden energy beam shot forth like a dazzling river of light, traversing 800 light-years to strike the heart of the mechanical cloud with precision. The moment the energy beam made contact, the gray mist churned violently, red light points dimmed instantly, and the silver signal pulse experienced a brief interruption. Everyone on the bridge breathed a sigh of relief, believing the crisis had been averted. Yet the next second, the scene on the screen made everyone gasp in disbelief. The mechanical cloud, instead of dissipating under the impact of the balanced energy, split into dozens of smaller mechanical clusters, each sprouting long metallic tendrils, beginning to absorb the surrounding cosmic dust and energy turbulence. More alarmingly, the previously singular silver signal now fragmented into dozens of pulses of varying frequencies, resembling an invisible net spreading throughout the cosmos. The balanced energy has been absorbed by them. The Star Weaver envoy's voice was filled with incredulity as the nebula light pattern in his palm trembled violently. These machines can analyze and convert unknown energy. They are evolving. Su Qing quickly accessed the Alliance database, comparing the mechanical signals with known cosmic threats. There were neither the technology of the Shadow Sect nor the dark matter civilization mentioned in parallel realms. Their structure resembled that of purely mechanical constructs, devoid of any organic components, as if they were machines born to devour energy. Lin Feng's gaze fixed on the continually splitting mechanical clusters, suddenly noticing a detail. Each cluster's core bore a faint purple light pattern, the shape of which bore a subtle resemblance to the energy mark of symbiotic crystals from the parallel realms. He immediately called up the energy data of the symbiotic crystals for comparison, revealing a match of 67. Could these mechanical entities be related to the parallel realms? Su Qing furrowed her brow, recalling that the civilizations of the parallel realms had claimed they had never created offensive mechanical constructs. It may not be that they created them, but perhaps they encountered these threats. Lin Feng's fingers tapped the command console, promptly contacting the symbiotic alliance of the parallel realms to inquire if they had encountered similar mechanical fleets. Simultaneously, he instructed the Rock Tribe fleet to establish a defensive matrix along the path of the mechanical cloud's expansion, while the Green Wing Tribe prepared to release symbiotic tendrils in an attempt to disrupt the machine's energy absorption with life energy. As the communicator connected with the parallel realms, the Elder's gentle voice came through, but upon seeing the image of the mechanical cloud on the screen, his tone shifted to one of gravity. This is the energy-devouring mechanical race. A millennium ago, they invaded the fringe star systems of the parallel realms, devouring all energy in their path. turning planets into lifeless metallic wastelands. It took us a century to drive them back to the edge of the universe. I never expected them to appear in your cosmos. The energy-devouring mechanical race? Lin Feng's heart sank. What is their weakness? They fear the combination of life energy and symbiotic energy. The elder's voice was urgent. The core of the energy-devouring mechanical race is the mechanical core. If we can disrupt the core with symbiotic energy, we can halt their division and evolution. But be warned, they absorb and convert all non-life attribute energy. Ordinary attacks will only make them stronger. Ending the communication, Lin Feng immediately adjusted the strategy. Star Weaver Envoy enveloped the life energy from the Green Wing Tribe with nebula energy to form symbiotic life pods. Crystal Tribe analyze the location of the mechanical core and provide precise coordinates for the attack. Suqing lead the Wing Tribe fighter formation to infiltrate the mechanical cloud's weak point and directly assault the core. The crew on the bridge sprang into action. As the Star Weaver Envoy combined the nebula energy in his palm with the life energy provided by the Green Wing Tribe, forming a pale green energy pod. Its surface shimmering with gentle light patterns, yet containing the formidable power to destroy the mechanical core. The Crystal Tribe technician captured the position of the mechanical core through sensors, marking dozens of red light points on the screen, each representing the energy source of the smaller mechanical clusters. The Wing Tribe fighter formation launched again, this time carrying not defensive shields, but launchers filled with symbiotic life pods. The fighters navigated through energy turbulence, evading the attacks of mechanical tendrils, soaring towards the marked red light points. When the first symbiotic life pod struck the mechanical core, a pale green glow instantly enveloped the mechanical cluster. The metallic tendrils ceased their writhing, the gray mist began to dissipate, and the once jarring electromagnetic noise transformed into a faint hum of electricity. Effective. The Wing Tribe captain's voice brimmed with excitement. The mechanical core had been destroyed, and the mechanical cluster was losing energy. However, the victory was short-lived. A stronger silver signal suddenly appeared on the screen, and the previously scattered mechanical clusters began to converge towards the center, forming a massive mechanical sphere. Its surface bristling with densely packed metallic cannons, their mouths glowing ominously red. They are restructuring. The voice of the Crystal Tribe technician was filled with terror. The energy intensity of the mechanical sphere was 100 times greater than before, and it was preparing for a large-scale attack. Lin Feng stared at the mechanical sphere on the screen, suddenly realizing a critical issue. The target of the energy-devouring mechanical race was not a specific star region, but the energy core of the entire universe. They had followed from the parallel realms, perhaps in pursuit of the energy of the Star Trek core and the Tree of Life. The Star River is heading full speed towards the front of the mechanical sphere. Switch the main cannon to symbiotic energy mode. Lin Feng's voice was resolute. All fleets concentrate firepower to cover the Wing Tribe fighters in their attack on the core of the mechanical sphere. There must be a main core there. If we can destroy it, we can completely annihilate the energy-devouring mechanical race. The main cannon of the Star River began to gather a fusion of symbiotic energy and life energy, intertwining golden and green light to form a colossal energy beam. The moment the energy beam struck the mechanical sphere, the metallic cannons on its surface melted away instantaneously. But the core of the mechanical sphere erupted with an even stronger red glow, sending a massive wave of energy surging towards the Star River. Activate all energy shields. Suinschautif. Star Weavers, reinforce the shields with nebula energy. As the energy wave slammed into the Star River, the ship shook violently, blue alarm lights flashing, and the energy readings on the screen plummeting rapidly. But at that moment, the Star Weaver Envoy suddenly opened his eyes. The nebula energy in his palm resonated with the symbiotic crystals sent from the parallel realms, enveloping the Star River in a faint purple energy barrier that blocked the remaining energy impact. Now, Lin Feng shouted, Wing Tribe fighters, launch all symbiotic life pods. Seizing the opportunity, the Wing Tribe fighter formation unleashed all their symbiotic life pods at the core of the mechanical sphere. The pale green glow instantly enveloped the entire mechanical sphere, halting its writhing motion. The red core began to shatter, and the gray mist completely dissipated, leaving only scattered metallic debris floating in the cosmos. As the last mechanical core was destroyed, cheers erupted within the bridge, yet Lin Feng remained vigilant. He gazed at the scattered metallic fragments on the screen, suddenly noticing that the surface of the debris still bore faint signal pulses, not those of the Devourer mechanized race, but a weaker, more intricate encoding reminiscent of a distress signal. Crystal Clan, analyze the signals on the fragments, Lin Feng commanded. The technicians swiftly operated the controls. and a blurry image materialized on the screen. A vessel of an unknown civilization was being pursued by the Devourers, its energy shield shattered, and the crew, in a state of despair, sent out a distress signal before the ship was engulfed by the mechanical swarm. At the end of the footage was a set of coordinates for an unfamiliar star system, the birthplace of the Devourers. It became evident that they were expelled invaders rather than an indigenous cosmic menace. Su Qing remarked with a sense of lament. Lin Feng scrutinized the coordinates on the screen, his mind resolving to notify all Alliance members to prepare for the formation of a fleet to trace the origins of the Devourers. We must not only eradicate the existing threat, but also uncover their source to prevent further cosmic incursions. Simultaneously, this footage and its coordinates would be transmitted to parallel star domains, alerting all civilizations across the multiverse to prepare. The crew on the bridge nodded in agreement. The star-weaving envoy of the Starweaver clan felt a surge of hope, his palm aglow with azure energy rather than the cautious orange red it had previously emitted. Outside the viewport, golden streams of balanced energy intertwined with verdant life energy, illuminating the scattered mechanical debris in the cosmic expanse and illuminating the path for the next phase of exploration. Lin Feng understood that the unknowns of the universe were infinite, from the shadow cult to the Devourers, and from parallel star domains to the multiverse. Each challenge tested the ideals of symbiosis. Yet, as long as all civilizations united in purpose and wielded the power of life and coexistence to protect the cosmos, no threat would be insurmountable, and no enigma unsolvable. The Star River vessel adjusted its course towards the origins of the Devourers, its main cannon flickering with a gentle radiance, as if to proclaim to the universe, the spark of symbiosis shall never be extinguished by the coldness of machinery. Chapter 180. The Cosmic Enigma of the Unknown Mechanical Fleet. The engines of the Star River emitted a steady low hum as it glided toward the coordinates of the Devourer's birthplace. Within the bridge, the technicians of the Crystal Clan tirelessly analyzed the distress signal from the metallic fragments, striving to extract more information about the unknown civilization from the indistinct imagery. On the screen, the metallic patterns of the shipwreck magnified, revealing a spiral totem etched upon the hull, surrounded by faint azure energy, distinctly unlike any known civilization's insignia. Commander, the frequency of the distress signal is resonating with the energy fluctuations of certain star domain, the technician suddenly exclaimed, pointing in an unmarked area on the star chart. Based on the trajectory of the fluctuations, it was surmised that the homeworld of this unknown civilization might lie within the spiral star domain, approximately 3,000 light-years away, enveloped in chaotic energy flows and previously uncharted in the Alliance's star maps. Lin Feng approached the star chart, tracing the coordinates of the spiral star domain with his fingertip. His expression grave. The Devourers have pursued us from the parallel star domains into our universe, attacking the civilizations of the spiral star domain. Their migratory path appears to revolve around areas of energy density, the core of the star trail, the tree of life, and the unknown energy source of the spiral star domain may all be their targets. Su Qing displayed the energy density distribution map, and the screen illuminated with red high-energy zones that perfectly overlapped with the trajectory of the Devourers, if their objective is to consume the high-energy sources of the universe. The next target is likely the Tree of Life in the Life Star domain. I suggest we immediately contact the Greenwing clan to bolster the defenses of the Tree of Life. It is too late. The Starweaver envoy interjected suddenly, his palm's starry energy flickering violently. I can sense the energy fluctuations from the Life Star domain. The signals of the Devourers are manifesting there, and not just one. They're splitting their forces to attack. The atmosphere in the bridge became instantly tense as Lin Feng swiftly switched to the live feed of the Life Star domain. On the screen, the once lush green planet was now shrouded in a gray mechanical haze, with dozens of small mechanical clusters advancing towards the Tree of Life, metallic tendrils siphoning the surrounding life energy. Wherever they passed, vegetation withered rapidly, turning to gray dust. The warriors of the Greenwing clan unleashed symbiotic vines in a desperate attempt to impede the mechanical advance, but upon contact, the vines disintegrated instantly. The energy of the Tree of Life is depleting rapidly. The voice of the Greenwing leader crackled through the communicator, filled with urgency. Our symbiotic energy is insufficient to combat so many mechanical clusters. We request reinforcements. The Star River immediately altered course, racing towards the Life Star domain. Lin Feng's voice was resolute. The Ra Clan fleet will act as a rear guard to prevent the Devourers from pursuing from behind. The Wing Clan fighter squadrons will deploy early, using symbiotic life projectiles to disrupt the mechanical cluster's advance. The roar of the engines intensified as the Star River traced a golden arc through the starry void, hastening towards the life star domain. Along the way, communications from the parallel star domain were re-established, the Elder's voice tinged with urgency. We have detected that the main fleet of the Devourers is moving towards your universe. 10 times the previous scale. Their core command is hidden within the central fleet. If we can destroy the core, all subfleets will lose their energy supply. Where is the location of the main fleet? Lin Feng inquired. On the edge of the chaotic star domain, about 1,500 light-years from the life star domain. The Elder's voice was frantic. We have dispatched a fleet for support, but it will take at least 3 days to arrive. You must hold the Tree of Life for those 3 days and await our reinforcements. After terminating the communication, Lin Feng immediately adjusted their deployment. Su Qing, take half of the Wing Clan fighters to the edge of the chaotic star domain to monitor the movements of the main fleet of the Devourers. Upon spotting their approach, immediately signal with symbiotic crystals. Starweaver Envoy, connect the energy core of the Tree of Life with your nebula energy to provide support to the Green Wing Clan. Crystal Clan, develop devices for the rapid mass production of symbiotic life projectiles to ensure ample defensive supplies. When the Star River arrived at the life star domain, the battle had already escalated to a fever pitch. The leaves of the Tree of Life were beginning to yellow. Its once resplendent green glow dimmed. The mechanical clusters had breached the outer defenses, now less than 100 kilometers from the core of the Tree of Life. Though the warriors of the Green Wing Clan suffered heavy casualties, they continued to resist valiantly, using their bodies to shield against the mechanical tendrils' onslaught. Release the symbiotic life projectiles immediately. Lin Feng commanded. The launchers at the bow unleashed dozens of pale green energy projectiles, which detonated among the mechanical clusters, enveloping a vast area in soft green light. The cluster's speed noticeably slowed, and the disintegration abilities of the metallic tendrils diminished. Seizing the opportunity, the warriors of the Green Wing Clan unleashed a multitude of symbiotic vines, entangling the mechanical clusters and temporarily halting their advance. Starweaver Envoy, initiate energy transfer. The Starweaver Envoy formed hand seals, connecting the nebula energy in his palm with the energy core of the Tree of Life. A stream of pale blue energy shot from the Star River, infusing the Tree of Life. Instantly, the glow of the Tree of Life intensified, with withered leaves rejuvenating, new branches sprouting forth, and white flowers blooming that released life energy, forming a green barrier to keep the mechanical clusters at bay. Effective. The voice of the Green Wing leader resonated with excitement. The defensive barrier of the Tree of Life is forming. The mechanical clusters cannot breach it. However, the reprieve was short-lived. A powerful silver signal suddenly appeared on the screen, and an urgent communication from the Wing Clan fighters at the edge of the chaotic star domain blared. Commander, the main fleet of the Devourers is on the move towards the life star domain. Their speed is rapid. They are expected to arrive within a day. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the barrier surrounding the Tree of Life, fully aware that this barrier could only temporarily withstand the assaults of the subfleets. Faced with the tenfold main fleet, it would be utterly inadequate. He had to devise a method to destroy the core of the Devourers within a day. The Crystalline Clan undertakes an analysis of the energy characteristics of the core of the devouring mechanical clan. Lin Feng commands, integrating previous combat data to identify the vulnerabilities of the main core. The technical officer immediately immerses himself in the task. As energy data from the devouring mechanical clan scrolls incessantly across the screen. After half an hour of meticulous analysis, the officer's eyes suddenly light up. He has discovered it. Although the primary core of the devouring mechanical clan can absorb various forms of energy, it cannot withstand energy overload. If symbiotic energy exceeding its threshold is injected into the main core, it could trigger a catastrophic explosion, thereby annihilating the entire fleet. But how can we approach the main core? Su Qing furrows her brow, noting that the main fleet is heavily guarded by numerous subfleets, making conventional attacks utterly futile. Lin Feng's gaze falls upon the symbiotic crystal, and a sudden idea sparks within him. The symbiotic energy of the parallel star domain resonates with our balanced energy. If we combine the two to form a beam of energy, we can penetrate the defenses of the subfleets and strike directly at the main core. However, this requires the simultaneous provision of energy from both cosmic cores, the star trajectory core and the Tree of Life. The energy from the star trajectory core can be transmitted through energy nodes, but the Tree of Life's energy is currently sustaining the defensive barrier. If withdrawn, the barrier will dissipate. The voice of the Green Wing Clan leader carries a note of concern. We have no other choice. Lin Feng's tone is resolute. As long as we destroy the main core, all subfleets will lose their energy, and the crisis surrounding the Tree of Life will naturally resolve itself. Green Wing Clan. You are tasked with safeguarding the core of the Tree of Life during the energy transfer. I will personally lead the fleet to intercept the assault from the main fleet. After a moment of silence, the Green Wing Clan leader ultimately nods in agreement. Very well. We will protect the Tree of Life until the energy transfer is complete. With the deployment finalized, Lin Feng guides the Star River and the Rock Clan fleet to the edge of the chaotic star domain, bracing for the onslaught of the devouring Mechanical Clan's main fleet. When the main fleet comes into view, all are awestruck by the sight before them. The colossal mechanical fleet looms like a gray cloud, shrouding half the starry sky. The main core, situated at the center of the fleet, radiates a dark red glow, surrounded by dozens of large mechanical formations, with metallic cannons standing tall like a forest. All fleets, activate the symbiotic shield. Lin Feng commands. Crystalline Clan, prepare for energy transfer. Await the readiness of the star trajectory core and the Tree of Life. With a command, the golden energy from the star trajectory core and the green energy from the Tree of Life is transmitted to the Star River through energy nodes, merging within the main cannon to form a magnificent gold-green energy beam. Meanwhile, the assault from the devouring Mechanical Clan's main fleet commences. Countless silver energy beams hurtling toward the Alliance fleet, colliding with the symbiotic shield and erupting in brilliant flashes of light. Energy transfer complete. The main cannon is charged and ready. The voice of the Crystalline Clan technician trembles with tension. Target: the main core of the devouring Mechanical Clan. Fire. The gold-green energy beam, akin to a mighty dragon, erupts from the main cannon of the Star River, piercing through the layers of mechanical defenses and striking the main core with precision. The dark red glow of the main core instantly transforms into a blinding brilliance, followed by a violent expansion, sending forth a colossal wave of energy that radiates outward, causing the mechanical formations to lose their energy and crumble into gray fragments. As the energy wave dissipates, all that remains in the starry expanse are scattered metallic debris, the main fleet of the devouring Mechanical Clan utterly annihilated. The mechanical formations of the Life Star domain also lose their energy supply, the gray mechanical cloud gradually dispersing, while the brilliance of the Tree of Life once again shines resplendently, with green vegetation recovering the planetary surface. Lin Feng stands within the ship's bridge, gazing at the rejuvenated Life Star domain on the screen, finally exhaling in relief. At that moment, a distress signal from the Spiral Star domain echoes once more. This time the signal is no longer blurred, but clearly displays an image. Survivors of an unknown civilization stand upon a small spacecraft, waving toward the Star River. In the image's final moments, a spiral totem appears, identical to the one seen previously on the wreckage of a spacecraft. It seems our next destination is the Spiral Star domain, Lin Feng remarks with a smile. The Star River adjusts its course towards the Spiral Star domain. Outside the porthole, golden balanced energy intertwines with green life energy, forming a beautiful light band that illuminates the depths of the cosmos. Lin Feng understands that the exploration of the universe is an endless journey, with new challenges ever emerging. Yet, as long as all civilizations unite in purpose and uphold the principle of symbiosis, they can undoubtedly overcome every adversity, ensuring the eternal vitality of the universe. Chapter 181. The Spiral Mystery and the New Covenant of Symbiosis. The stardust of the Spiral Star domain is denser than in other realms, resembling a shimmering silver veil that envelopes this unknown expanse. Upon entering the boundaries of the star domain, the sensors of the Star River are met with intense interference. The star map on the screen begins to warp, and energy readings fluctuate erratically. The spatial structure here is remarkably unique. As the Crystalline Clan technicians' fingers dance across the control panel, striving to stabilize the signal, as if it were repeatedly folded by some high-energy field, creating a natural barrier. The palm of the Star-Weaving Clan envoy glows softly, her eyes closed as she senses the surrounding energy flow. I can feel that the energy field here is alive. It guides us, yet seems to test us as well. No sooner had she spoken, the Star River suddenly trembles violently, all systems failing instantaneously. Lights extinguish, engines cease, and the entire ship floats like a fallen leaf amidst the stardust. In the midst of the ensuing panic, a gentle blue light seeps in through the porthole, enveloping the entire vessel. As the light dissipates, the ship's systems miraculously return to normal. On the screen, a clear image appears before them. The being within possesses a slender form, with skin of a pale blue hue and a crystal embedded in its forehead, identical to the spiral totem from the previous distress signal. Welcome to the Spiral Star domain, Guardians of Balance. A gentle voice resonates within the bridge, not through the communicator, but directly echoing in each mind. I'm the star speaker of the Spiral Clan. We have awaited you for a long time. Lin Feng steps forward, addressing the screen with solemnity. We have received your distress signal and come to offer assistance. Simultaneously, we wish to understand why the devouring mechanical clan has attacked you. A flicker of sadness crosses the star speaker's eyes. The devouring mechanical clan is not a natural invader. They were originally energy-cleansing tools created by the entropic civilization, designed to consume the imbalanced negative energy within the universe. However, a catastrophic failure during an experiment led to the corruption of the mechanical clan's core programming, causing them to indiscriminately devour all forms of energy, including life energy. This revelation leaves everyone astonished. Su Qing immediately inquires, "Then why were you attacked? What is special about the energy of the spiral star domain?" "Because we possess spiral energy, a primordial force that balances positive and negative energies," the star speaker explains. This energy can repair the corrupted programming of the mechanical clan, yet they will also perceive it as the highest quality energy source. Our home planet, the spiral star, is the core of spiral energy, and the vanguard of the devouring mechanical clan has already surrounded the spiral star, attempting to seize the energy core. Lin Feng realizes the gravity of the situation. If spiral energy can restore the mechanical clan, it may indeed be the key to resolving this crisis. We are willing to assist you in defending the spiral star, but we require your cooperation. We are fully prepared. The image of the star speaker becomes clearer. The protective shield of the spiral star can withstand for 3 more days, after which the main force of the devouring mechanical clan will arrive. We can teach you how to utilize spiral energy, but you must use balanced energy and life energy as mediums. Only through their fusion can the maximum power be unleashed. In the following 3 days, the Spiral Clan imparts the methods of harnessing spiral energy to the Alliance fleet through a mental connection. The Crystal Clan swiftly mastered the technology of energy fusion, infusing spiral energy into symbiotic life projectiles, while the Greenwing warriors learned to channel life energy to guide spiral energy, thereby forming a more formidable defensive barrier. The Rock Clan's fleet also equipped spiral energy amplifiers, significantly enhancing the firepower of their main cannons. 3 days later, the fleet of the energy-devouring mechanicals arrived as anticipated. Unlike before, this fleet was accompanied by numerous mechanical warships bearing the insignia of the entropic civilization, exhibiting more precise attacks and formidable energy shields that were harder to penetrate. "All fleets, heed my command and proceed as planned." Lin Feng's voice resonated through the communication channel. The Greenwing and Starweaving clans were tasked with defense, reinforcing the protective shield with fused energy, while the Rock Clan's fleet engaged directly. And the Crystal Clan targeted the energy nodes of the Mechanical Clan, launching the fused symbiotic projectiles. The battle commenced. Green life energy, golden balancing energy, and blue spiral energy intertwined, creating resplendent beams of light that collided with the Mechanical Clan's silvery energy beams, unleashing shockwaves that reverberated through the cosmos. Upon striking the mechanical warship's energy nodes, the blue spiral energy would seep in, temporarily incapacitating the ship's systems. However, the sheer number of the Mechanical Clan was overwhelming, and the Allied fleet gradually found itself on the defensive. At that moment, a colossal blue beam erupted from the core of the Spiral Star, and all Spiral Clan vessels activated simultaneously, forming a massive spiral formation. This was the Spiral Resonance Array, capable of temporarily suppressing the energy absorption abilities of the Mechanical Clan. The voice of the Star Weaver echoed with power. "Now, it is time to activate the symbiotic core." Lin Feng immediately commanded, "All fleets, channel energy into the main cannon of the Star River." Golden, green, and blue energies surged into the main cannon of the Star River, coalescing into a magnificent tricolor energy beam. Instead of directly attacking the mechanical fleet, the beams struck the spiral energy field above the spiral star. The energy field expanded instantaneously, forming a colossal energy vortex that drew all mechanical warships into its embrace. Within the vortex, spiral energy continuously repaired the corrupted programs of the Mechanical Clan, the silvery exteriors gradually shedding to reveal their original metallic sheen. As the vortex dissipated, all mechanical warships ceased their assault, floating silently in the starlit void. A clear signal emanated from the mechanical fleet, no longer the chaotic waves of before, but a coherent message, the final message of the entropic civilization, elucidating the reasons for the Mechanical Clan's loss of control and pleading for the Alliance's assistance in restoring balance. "We did it," Suin exclaimed, gazing at the now tranquil mechanical fleet on the screen. The image of the Star Weaver reappeared, eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you, guardians of balance. It is you who have restored the order of symbiosis to the universe. Lin Feng responded with a smile. This achievement belongs not solely to our civilization, but is the result of the collective efforts of all civilizations that uphold the principles of symbiosis. From this day forth, the spiral star domain shall become an important ally of the Alliance. Together we shall safeguard the balance of the universe. At that moment, the communicator of the Star River suddenly chimed, relaying the voice of an elder from the parallel star domain. Commander Lin Feng, we have detected new energy fluctuations at the edge of the universe. It appears to be a signal from another unknown civilization. Moreover, this signal carries the essence of symbiosis. Lin Feng approached the viewport, gazing at the distant, resplendent starry expanse, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. It seems the path of cosmic symbiosis still has a long journey ahead. Star River, prepare to embark towards the new star domain. The engines roared to life once more as the Star River sailed towards the edge of the cosmos, under the watchful gaze of the spiral and mechanical clans. Golden balancing energy, green life energy, and blue spiral energy swirled around the vessel, forming an eternal light of symbiosis, illuminating every corner of the universe. Chapter 182. Whispers of the Abyss and the Alliance of Symbiosis. The scene at the edge of the universe starkly contrasted with that of the Alliance's star domain. Here, the stars were sparser, and the space exhibited a profound dark purple hue, resembling a vast velvet fabric that devoured all light. The sensors of the Star River experienced unprecedented suppression, barely managing to detect the source of energy fluctuations not far ahead. The spatial curvature in this region was peculiar. The Crystal Clan technician furrowed his brow, as if being forcibly tugged by an unknown force. Our jump drive could fail at any moment. The expression of the star-weaving envoy also turned grave, her palm's starry patterns flickering ominously. I can sense that the energy in this domain is heavy, imbued with an ancient and sorrowful aura. The signal from that unknown civilization feels like a cry for help from the abyss. Suddenly, alarms blared on the Star River, and the display filled with ominous red warning symbols. Su Qing promptly accessed the external surveillance feed, revealing an array of enormous, coral-like black structures emerging from the dark purple expanse ahead, their surfaces adorned with flickering red patterns, emanating unsettling energy fluctuations. Were those? A Rock Clan commander inquired, a note of caution in his tone. Unclear, but they are moving, and their target is us. Su Qing replied, tension evident in her voice. All weapon systems to full alert. However, the black structures did not initiate an attack. Instead, they formed a massive encirclement around the Star River. Subsequently, an ancient and feeble voice crackled through the communicator, fragmented and laden with static. Balance, symbiosis, salvation. We are the Cosmic Symbiosis Alliance. Here to respond to your signal. Lin Feng promptly replied, who are you? What has transpired? After a brief silence, the opposing signal stabilized somewhat. I am the Abyssal Clan, the last guardian. Our home has been corroded and devoured by the void. Void corrosion? What is that? Lin Feng pressed for clarification. A negative energy that emanates from beyond the universe. The Abyssal Guardian's voice was filled with anguish. It consumes everything, matter and energy, transforming them into pure void. Most of our kin have already succumbed to the corruption, becoming mindless monstrosities. Only a few remain, hiding in the core of the abyss, clinging to life. The star-weaving envoy interjected. I understand now. The previous energy imbalance in the universe was likely a precursor to the spread of void corrosion. Although the energy-devouring mechanicals lost control, their innate ability to absorb negative energy might have been an instinctual response to combat the void corrosion. Indeed, the Abyssal Guardian's voice carried a glimmer of hope. We have detected that you possess balancing energy, life energy, and spiral energy. The fusion of these three energies may purify the source of the void corrosion. Lin Feng immediately made a decision. We are willing to assist you. However, we need to know the location of the Abyssal Core and how to reach it safely. The Abyssal Core lies at the center of those black coral structures. The Guardian explained. Those corals are barriers created with our last reserves of energy to temporarily stave off the void corrosion. However, the barrier is on the verge of collapse. You must traverse the barrier, enter the core, and activate the Abyssal Resonator to purify the source of the void corrosion with the three types of energy. Once preparations were complete, the Star River led a portion of the Allied fleet cautiously through the black coral barrier. The sights within the barrier were even more harrowing. Enormous rifts of the void floated in the sky, continuously spewing forth black, corrosive energy. The surrounding space twisted and warped, with numerous corrupted abyssal beings wandering within, their forms becoming translucent and infused with void energy. Greenwing Clan, deploy symbiotic life projectiles to clear the corrupted entities ahead. Lin Feng commanded. Crystal Clan, reinforce the shields with spiral energy to prevent void corrosion from seeping in. The symbiotic life projectiles detonated among the corrupted beings, temporarily purifying the void corruption from their forms with green life energy. However, soon after, new waves of corrosive energy surged from the void rifts, reinfecting them. This is not a solution. We must reach the abyss core without delay. Suin exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, the voice of the Abyss Guardian echoed once more, "Hurry. The source of void corruption is stirring. The abyss core lies just ahead." Following the Guardian's direction, the group beheld a massive black sphere suspended in the void, its surface riddled with cracks of the void, indeed the abyss core. Surrounding the core, countless corrupted abyss creatures were frantically assaulting a pale violet energy shield, the last line of defense established by the Guardians. All fleets, concentrate your fire and break through the encirclement of the corrupted beings. Lin Feng commanded. The main cannons of the Alliance fleet fired simultaneously, intertwining golden, green, and blue energy beams, which tore open a gap. Seizing the opportunity, the Star River surged towards the abyss core, joining forces with the Guardian's vessels. The abyss resonator is located within the core, the Guardian stated weakly. We require the simultaneous infusion of 3 types of energy cores to activate it. Lin Feng promptly organized. Su Qing, take the life energy core. The Crystal Clan technician, take the spiral energy core, and the Star Weaving Envoy, take the balance energy core. Together, we shall enter the abyss core and activate the resonator. The 3 followed the Guardian into the depths of the abyss core. Inside, they found an immense circular chamber, at the center of which floated a silver resonator, encircled by 3 energy slots. Each of them inserted their respective energy cores into the slots, and instantly the 3 types of energy began to merge within the resonator, forming a swirling vortex of gold, green, and blue. As the energies flowed, the resonator radiated a dazzling light, projecting a colossal energy beam towards the source of the void cracks. Wherever the beam reached, the black void corruption began to be purified, and the corrupted abyss creatures gradually regained their consciousness. As the last vestige of void corruption was cleansed, the black shell of the abyss core began to peel away, revealing its original azure luster. Although the Abyss Clan's home lay in ruins, they had finally liberated themselves from the menace of void corruption. The Abyss Guardian gazed at the rejuvenated homeland with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you for saving our civilization. Henceforth, the Abyss Clan is willing to join the Cosmic Symbiosis Alliance and stand with you in safeguarding the balance of the universe. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Welcome to our alliance. The peace of the cosmos requires the guardianship of all civilizations. At that moment, the communicator aboard the Star River suddenly crackled to life, relaying signals from civilizations across the universe. Star Trail Clan, Greenwing Clan, Spiral Clan, Mechanical Clan, and many others who had benefited from the Alliance's aid, all celebrating this victory. Standing atop the Abyss core, Lin Feng gazed out at the resplendent starry sky, his heart brimming with reflection. From the initial stardust signals to confronting the energy-devouring Mechanical Clan, and now to purifying the void corruption, the ranks of the Cosmic Symbiosis Alliance had grown ever stronger. He understood that the path to cosmic peace would never be smooth. Yet as long as all civilizations remained steadfast in the principle of symbiosis and united as one, they would surely overcome any adversities. The engines of the Star River roared to life once more, this time not venturing towards uncharted star realms, but rather returning home towards the Alliance. Outside the porthole, golden, green, and blue energies intertwined, forming an eternal light of symbiosis that illuminated the entire universe. Meanwhile, in some distant corner of the cosmos, new signals flickered, heralding fresh challenges and new hopes. Chapter 183. Chronicles of the Abyss. The engines of the Star River emitted a steady, low hum amidst the dark purple void. 3 months had elapsed since the purification of the void corruption, during which the Abyss Clan had joined the Symbiosis Alliance. Throughout this time, the Alliance had been devoted to aiding the Abyss Clan in rebuilding their home and restoring the corrupted star regions. Yet Lin Feng, the commander of the Alliance, found himself increasingly captivated by the unexplored depths of the Abyss Star region. Commander, we have arrived at the designated coordinates. This marks the very edge of the known Abyss Star region. Su Qing's voice resonated on the bridge, tinged with curiosity. Beyond this point lies the unknown abyss, which even the Abyss Clan has yet to venture into. Lin Feng stood before the vast observation window, gazing into the expanse of void darker than ink. Here, the spatial distortion was even more pronounced as starlight was stretched into slender beams, seemingly on the verge of being consumed. Data from the Abyss clan indicated that this unknown abyss possessed extremely unstable spatial characteristics, with peculiar energy fluctuations. The Crystal Clan technician projected a holographic star map, densely marked with red warning zones. Our sensors are nearly ineffective here. We can only detect approximately 100 kilometers ahead. The star-weaving envoy's palm glimmered with faint cosmic light patterns as she closed her eyes. Her brow furrowed. I can sense a very ancient and powerful consciousness deep within this abyss. It is neither benevolent nor malevolent. It feels more like a pure existence. Lin Feng's gaze hardened with resolve. It is precisely because of the unknown that we must explore it. The balance of the cosmos relies not only on safeguarding known peace, but also on understanding the threats and possibilities that lie within the unknown. Suing, prepare to deploy the Explorer 1 probe. We shall conduct preliminary reconnaissance of the area ahead. Explorer 1, the latest unmanned probe developed by the Crystal Clan, was encased in alloy reinforced with spiral energy, capable of withstanding intense spatial distortions and energy impacts. Upon Lin Feng's command, the probe was launched from the cargo bay of the Star River, transforming into a silver streak as it raced towards the unknown abyss. However, just as the probe entered the depths of that pitch-black void, the signal on the screen abruptly cut out, leaving only a flurry of static. Shortly thereafter, a powerful energy shockwave surged from ahead, causing the shields of the Star River to flicker violently and the vessel to tremble. The probe has been destroyed. Su King exclaimed in shock. The intensity of that energy shockwave is at least 3 times that of the main cannon from the energy-devouring Mechanical Clan's flagship we encountered before. It appeared that this unknown abyss was even more perilous than they had imagined. Yet Lin Feng showed no signs of retreat. Rather, he grew more exhilarated. Everyone brace yourselves. The Star River will advance at minimal power, activating all defensive shields. Should we encounter danger, we will retreat immediately. The engine power gradually diminished, and the Star River moved cautiously into the unknown abyss like a ghost ship. The deeper they ventured, the more bizarre the surroundings became. Floating rock fragments slowly rotated in the void, coated in a layer of translucent crystal that emitted a faint blue glow. Occasionally, colossal jellyfish-like creatures could be seen gliding in the distance, their bodies composed of semi-transparent energy, trailing long, shimmering tentacles that sparkled with rainbow hues. What is that? An Earth Clan commander pointed to a rapidly moving light on the screen, his tone laced with caution. Su Qing quickly magnified the image, revealing a creature resembling a lizard, cloaked in black scales and sporting 2 pairs of enormous wings, approaching the Star River. Its eyes glowed crimson, and when its mouth opened, sharp fangs were visible, its claws gleaming with a metallic sheen. Prepare the weapon systems, Lin Feng ordered. Just then, the star-weaving envoy interjected. Wait, it bears no ill intent. As soon as the words left her lips, the creature halted before the porthole of the Star River, tilting its head curiously as it observed the interior of the vessel. Showing no signs of aggression. It's observing us? Su Qing remarked with surprise. Not only that, but a smile graced the face of the star-weaving envoy. It is attempting to communicate with us. I can sense its consciousness. It conveys messages of friendship and guidance. Lin Feng made a swift decision. Deactivate the weapon systems, open the communication channels, and attempt to establish contact with it. After the adjustments made by the Crystal Clan's technician, a deep, dragon-like resonance reverberated through the communication channel, followed by a lucid consciousness that permeated the minds of all present. Outsiders, guardians of balance, friends, follow me. Where is it leading us? Suining Guayuth. I am uncertain. Yet I sense no malevolence in its intent, replied the envoy of the Starweaver clan. Moreover, its consciousness brimmed with profound knowledge of this abyss. Perhaps it could assist us in uncovering the secrets hidden within its depths. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall follow it. However, everyone must remain vigilant. Should anything appear amiss, activate the emergency protocols immediately. The creature seemed to comprehend Lin Feng's decision, emitting a jubilant call before turning and soaring deeper into the abyss. The Star River followed closely behind, deftly navigating around spatial rifts and turbulent energy flows, progressing with remarkable ease. Approximately an hour later, the scene ahead abruptly transformed. The pitch-black void was gradually replaced by a gentle green luminescence, and the air filled with a refreshing aroma reminiscent of verdant foliage. A massive island, suspended in the void, came into view, cloaked in dense vegetation. Towering trees pierced the clouds, and waterfalls cascaded from the island's edge, creating stunning curtains of water in the emptiness. Is there truly such a vibrant place here? Su King gasped in astonishment. The creature circled above the island once before flying toward a grand palace at its center. The Star River descended as well, landing in a spacious plaza before the palace. The architectural style of the palace was exceedingly unique. Its walls composed of a translucent green crystal adorned with intricate carvings depicting various fantastical beings and celestial vistas. The grand entrance slowly opened, revealing a tall being clad in a flowing green robe. Its head was oval, devoid of facial features, save for a shimmering green slit, and an ethereal aura of energy surrounded its form. "Welcome to the oasis of life, guardians of balance." A gentle voice resonated in the minds of the assembly. It was the creature communicating with them. "I am the guardian here, Elder Green Crystal." Lin Feng stepped forward, solemnly stating, "We are grateful for your guidance, Elder Green Crystal. We are the Cosmic Symbiosis Alliance, here to explore this uncharted abyss." "I am aware of your intentions," Elder Green Crystal responded, a hint of satisfaction in its tone. "This uncharted abyss is not solely a realm of destruction and peril. It also nurtures unique life and civilizations. However, recently, the equilibrium has been disrupted." "What has transpired?" Lin Feng immediately pressed. "It is the shadow worms." Elder Green Crystal's tone grew grave. "They dwell in the abyss's deepest layers, subsisting on the devouring of spatial energy. Recently, they have become alarmingly active, migrating upward and consuming all life and energy in their path. If left unchecked, they shall soon reach the oasis of life, obliterating all that exists here." The envoy of the Starweaver clan's expression turned serious. "I can sense that the energy of the shadow worms bears a striking resemblance to the void corrosion. Yet it is distinctly different. They appear to be a derivative of the void corrosion, possessing a far greater capacity for consumption." "Indeed," Elder Green Crystal nodded. "The existence of the shadow worms is a direct consequence of the void corrosion spreading throughout the abyss. You previously purified the void corrosion at the core of the abyss. Yet the source of corrosion at the abyss's deepest layer remains uneradicated, leading to the aberration of the shadow worms." Lin Feng recognized the gravity of the situation. "We are willing to assist you in combating the shadow worms. However, we require knowledge of their weaknesses and how to access the abyss's deepest layer to eradicate the source of the void corrosion." "The weakness of the shadow worms lies in life energy," Elder Green Crystal elucidated. "Although they can consume spatial energy, they are extremely sensitive to pure life energy. In fact, life energy can scorch them. The source of the void in the deepest layer of the abyss is concealed within the heart of the shadow vortex. To reach it, you must traverse the habitat of the shadow worms, the Bone Canyon." Elder Green Crystal went on to provide Lin Feng with a detailed account of the Bone Canyon and the shadow vortex, along with an intricate map. According to Elder Green Crystal, the Bone Canyon is formed from the amassed remains of countless colossal creatures, riddled with shadow worm nests, rendering it exceedingly perilous. The shadow vortex, on the other hand, is a vast spatial rift teeming with pure void energy, with the source of the void suspended at its center. To ensure the success of their mission, Lin Feng redeployed the Alliance's fleet. The Rock Clan's fleet was tasked with remaining at the Oasis of Life to protect Elder Green Crystal and the other inhabitants, while Su Qing led half of the Wing Clan's fighters as a vanguard, advancing toward the Bone Canyon to clear the path of shadow worms. Lin Feng would personally lead the Star River and the remaining fleet, carrying ample supplies of symbiotic life projectiles and energy provisions, directly targeting the shadow vortex. Once preparations were complete, Su Qing's vanguard unit set forth. 2 hours later, the Star River entered the Bone Canyon. The scene within the canyon was even more horrific than anticipated. Enormous bones towered on either side like mountains, some extending several kilometers in length, resembling dinosaurs from Earth, but far more colossal. The ground was coated in a thick layer of black slime, emitting a pungent stench, and the air was saturated with dense void energy, inducing waves of nausea. All units, maintain formation, and be ready to respond to any attacks from the shadow worms. Lin Feng's voice echoed through the communication channel. No sooner had he spoken than the ground began to tremble violently, and black figures surged from the crevices of the bones. The shadow worms had emerged. Their bodies resembled gigantic earthworms, stretching dozens of meters long, their scales glistening in black, with massive mouths lined with sharp teeth and eyes that glowed with a malevolent red light. "Fire the symbiotic life projectiles." Suinkemandif. The Vanguard's Wing Clan fighters immediately launched dozens of pale green symbiotic life projectiles, which detonated amidst the swarm of shadow worms, enveloping vast areas in life energy. Upon contact with the life energy, the shadow worms emitted agonized shrieks, their scales peeling away to reveal tender flesh beneath. Effective, Su Qing exclaimed with excitement. Continue firing the symbiotic life projectiles. Do not grant them a moment's respite. Yet, the sheer number of shadow worms was overwhelming. Wave after wave surged from their nests, rapidly encircling the vanguard. Despite the relentless barrage of symbiotic life projectiles, the Wing Clan fighters began to feel overwhelmed. Several aircraft were ensnared by the shadow worms' tendrils and devoured in an instant. Lin Feng, we are running low on ammunition, requesting support. Su Qing's voice was tinged with urgency. Do not panic, we are on our way. Lin Feng immediately issued orders. Crystal Clan, activate the spiral energy main cannon and target the concentrated areas of shadow worms. Starweaver Clan Envoy, provide shield support for the Wing Clan fighters with nebula energy. The spiral energy main cannon unleashed a massive blue beam that pierced through the cluster of shadow worms, incinerating dozens of them into ash. Simultaneously, the nebula energy released by the Starweaver Clan Envoy formed a vast protective shield, safeguarding the Wing Clan fighters from the shadow worms' attacks. All fleets engaged fully, Lin Feng commanded, and the Star River, alongside the remaining fleet, launched a simultaneous assault. Golden balance energy, verdant life energy, and azure spiral energy intertwined, creating powerful energy beams that surged toward the shadow worms. Under the relentless offensive of the Alliance's fleet, the number of shadow worms began to dwindle. Ultimately, sensing their impending doom, the remaining shadow worms retreated into their underground lairs, disappearing without a trace. After eliminating the shadow worms in the Bone Cleansing Canyon, the Alliance fleet continued its advance, swiftly arriving at the Shadow Vortex. The sight of the Shadow Vortex was more magnificent than anticipated, a colossal black whirlpool, exceeding 100 kilometers in diameter, suspended in the void. Within the vortex, dark void energy surged forth incessantly, warping the surrounding space and creating immense rifts, as if it threatened to consume the entire universe. The source of the void lay at the vortex's core. Through the communicator, the voice of Elder Green Crystal resonated. You must exercise utmost caution. The energy of the void source is extraordinarily potent. Should you draw near, its gravitational pull will ensnare you, rendering you a part of the void. Lin Feng took a deep breath and made the final arrangements. Su Qing, lead the winged race fighters to patrol the periphery of the vortex, preventing the shadow worms from reappearing. Crystal Race, employ spiral and equilibrium energies to create an energy conduit directly to the void source. Starweaver Emissaries, utilize nebula energy to shield the conduit from void energy erosion. I shall personally pilot the Star River, entering the vortex's center along the energy conduit to purify the void source with a fusion of the three energies. Once the deployment was complete, the Crystal Race promptly activated their energy devices. Golden equilibrium energy and blue spiral energy intertwined, forming a narrow energy conduit extending from the Star River to the heart of the Shadow Vortex. The Starweaver Emissaries then released a copious amount of nebula energy to envelop the energy conduit, creating a robust protective shield. The Star River's engines roared to life as it gradually entered the energy conduit. The closer they approached the vortex's center, the more concentrated the void energy became, and the gravitational force acting upon the vessel intensified, as if it were on the verge of being torn apart. Lin Feng gripped the control stick firmly, his focus unwavering as he navigated the ship, ensuring it adhered to the energy conduit. At last, the Star River reached the vortex's core. Before them lay the void source, a black sphere approximately 10 meters in diameter, its surface riddled with void fractures, emanating a suffocating void energy. Now is the moment, Lin Feng commanded. Activate the main cannon and infuse the void source with the fusion of the three energies. The golden equilibrium energy, green life energy, and blue spiral energy merged within the main cannon, coalescing into a super energy beam woven with three colors. The beam shot forth from the cannon, striking the void source with precision. The black shell of the void source shattered instantaneously, unleashing a tremendous surge of void energy, which was swiftly purified by the tricolored energy fusion. With the dissolution of the void source, the shadow vortex began to shrink gradually, ultimately vanishing completely into the void. The surrounding space also began to revert to normal, and the dense void energy dissipated in tandem. As the Star River exited the shadow vortex's domain, all members of the Alliance fleet erupted in jubilant cheers. Elder Green Crystal's voice brimmed with gratitude. Thank you, Guardians of Balance. You have not only saved the oasis of life, but have also eradicated the threat entirely.